Bumped into it. What are you doing? Han Shuiying blushed with embarrassment. What did I bump into? Didn't you see this cabinet? I lowered my head and glanced at Han Shuiying's thigh tightly against the cabinet. Han Shuiying tried again, this time finally moving the book from under the bed with her foot. The cover of the book was written with 4 big characters: Secrets of Macho Men. This afternoon, after giving 10 yuan to an old beggar on the roadside, he gave it to me and told me that as long as I had it, not to mention just 1 clock, even controlling 7 women at night would not be a problem. I couldn't wait to open the first page of the book, which surprisingly said desire to practice this skill. I immediately felt a chill, and even my anus tightened. I turned to look at the old man, only to find that he had disappeared long ago. Back home, bored, I took out the guide to handsome men and flipped through it again. On the second page, cultivate the heart first. On the third page, May 30th, Haoko shares rose by 10%. Damn it, it's supposed to be a guide to handsome men. How did it turn into trading notes? I got so angry that I threw the book out, and it fell under the bed. Today is May 30th. I skeptically opened the stock market app to search for Haoko shares, and they were indeed locked at the limit up. I took a deep breath, then asked my girlfriend Han Shuiying to show me the secret technique. As soon as I got the book, I quickly flipped to May 30th, and it was Tingfei Jingmi that rose by 10%. You don't care at all. It hurts so much, Han Shuiying complained. I'll massage it for you tonight, I said. Han Shuiying blushed and said, who asked you to massage me? Let's break up. Why? You don't have a car. I'm doing fine. You don't have a house. I'm doing fine. You don't even have a job. I'm doing fine. Fine, I'll give you another month. If you haven't changed by then, we'll break up. I don't have time for Han Shuiying. I quickly got up and went to the sofa, picked up my phone, searched for Tingfei Jingmi, and found that the current price was 36 yuan, closing slightly down by -0.47%. No money, and you're still studying stocks? Han Shuiying, who followed along, joked. You're a woman of virtue. What do you know? It's precisely because I have no money that I study stocks. What if I turn things around? Dream on. Also, I'm not a woman of virtue. I'm still a girl, Han Shuiying emphasized. You're still a girl? So all my efforts during this time were in vain? Let's not talk about this. How about giving me some capital to turn things around? I slyly glanced at Han Shuiying. Are you trying to scam me after seducing me? I will pay you back. Don't worry. With your current situation, living hand to mouth, how can I trust you? Then what do you want me to do? Just keep doing it. The next morning, when I woke up, Han Shuiying had already left, and there was 50,000 yuan in cash on the bedside. When I arrived at the entrance of Baishan Limited Company, I heard someone say, you haven't broken up with Li Ruofeng yet? He has no car and no house, but he's still a playboy. Early in the morning, Han Shuiying's best friend Lin Xiaoning said sarcastically, but he's living well. Living well can make a living. At least it can be enjoyable. Han Shuiying blinked her eyes. Here, after depositing 50,000 yuan into my own bank card, I returned to my residence, brought up some breakfast, opened the stock account, and transferred the money from the bank card, back on the stock selection interface. I was dumbfounded, and the quail egg in my hand flew several meters away. Damn it, Tunfei Honeycomb fell on the limit board. In this situation now, even if Buffett came, he wouldn't dare to buy. I sat there motionless. My efforts from last night went down the drain. To buy or not to buy? After countless silent prayers in my heart, I made up my mind. I went all in on Tingfei Honeycomb. In just 3 seconds, all transactions were completed without any ripples. After seeing it, my heart felt cold by almost half, which indicates that there are a lot of sell orders piled up. Could it be another limit down tomorrow? I even started calculating my losses, thinking about where to set the stop-loss point. At this moment, a chat message popped up on WeChat, sent by Han Shuiying, suggesting to go back home with me for a day. Go home? I was slightly stunned. Yes, to see my parents. We were about to break up yesterday. Why suddenly talk about seeing parents? I, a wanderer, really don't want to be tied down so early. Can I not go? Alright, just go back with me once, just to please my parents. I frowned. Why didn't you say it earlier? Okay, no problem. I promise to satisfy both uncle and aunt. Here is 2,000 yuan. This is all I have left. Use it to buy yourself some clothes. A transfer message of 2,000 yuan popped up on the chat interface, and my heart felt like it was touched by something. No, do I need to sell my body because I have money? I do want to sell, but I haven't found a buyer. Ask your girlfriend if she has this intention. My girlfriend? She doesn't like you. After ending the chat, I lay down on the sofa and fell asleep immediately. When I woke up again, it was already past noon. I remembered the stocks I bought in the morning and quickly opened the app to check. It had really hit the limit up. I was almost shocked, unable to believe that the stock had gone from limit down to limit up. The fact in front of me was glaringly clear, like a rocket soaring into the sky, without much pause between limit down and limit up. Obviously, this was the result of significant capital entering the market. A 20% crossover jump brings the profit on the account to $9.357.26 at this point. Li Lingfeng, the corner of this mouth curled up for fear that even AK would soon be unable to suppress it, hurriedly brought the broken book. September 23rd, Seacham Holdings, up 10%. Li Lingfeng immediately searched for this stock to add into their own self-selected stocks inside. At this time slightly up 0.23%, the price of 32.16 yuan. With this secret book, getting rich is just around the corner, sighed Li Lingfeng. Just helpless capital is still not big enough. Then Li Lingfeng thought of Lin Sudong. I heard a while ago that he was going to buy a car, so I think he has some money left in his hand. Hey, what are you grifters doing? Going to work? What else can I do? It's not as dashing as that, like you, to discuss something with you. What is it? First of all, let's say the loan is waived. Lend me some money. Duh. Holy shit, it really hung up the phone. Unwillingly, Li Lingfeng then sent a message to Lin Sudong, being chased by loan sharks. If you don't want me to be caught, make a quick payment. Don't worry, I'll give you a few stitches then. Li Lingfeng, what happened to the brotherhood? Thinking back then, who was the one who took you to wash your feet for the first time? I paid for it. Who introduced you to your first girlfriend? That's your ex. And ganging up on me for money. Li Lingfeng, then there's always something to do right by you, isn't there? There, bought me a bun when I was at my worst. Li Lingfeng, forget it, I'm not borrowing it. After a while, send me the card number. A few minutes later, Li Lingfeng bank card to account for 200,000 yuan. Li Lingfeng had never felt that his card was so thick and heavy, and inside was his brother Lin Sudong's life's work. Ugh, how did this? I get sand in it for a good reason. Scribbling a bubble noodle. Li Lingfeng once again focused on the stock market. After the market opened at 1 o'clock, the entire borrowed $200,000 was purchased at 32.21 for Seacham Holdings. At the close of business that afternoon, Haikong Holdings then rose 5.37% to a profit of $10.723.99. If Haikong Holdings really get to another stop tomorrow, it will once again validate the secret book. This encounter is not a pit, it is simply a god of wealth. Li Lingfeng, who was in a very cheerful mood, washed up beautifully and changed into his going out clothes, looked in the mirror. Well, as handsome as ever. Leave the residence and go downstairs. The granny on the first floor who was organizing the discarded cardboard looked back at Li Lingfeng. It's like seeing the first love of the year. Zhongnan Finance. Li Lingfeng picked the prettiest account manager. My name is Lin Yenner. I'm glad to serve you. What kind of business would you like to do? How much can you do with this stock placement? 1 to 10. The account is regulated by us, and we will force the position to be closed if the red line is triggered. Li Lingfeng nodded. This matching ratio was not bad. Open a stock placement account for me. Li Lingfeng, who is well versed in financial theories, knows that in order to further grow bigger and stronger, it is necessary to use leverage. The procedure was easy and it took less than 10 minutes to get it done. Finance companies are not like securities dealers. So many process formalities. The main focus is on efficiency and convenience. With enough volume to manage, how else are you going to make fast money? Out of the finance company, Li Lingfeng looked at the streets of traffic and was worried about how to go back. Too many people taking public transportation again. Right at rush hour. Let's call a drip express. We don't have much money in our pockets. Beep. Behind the car horn sound. Li Lingfeng startled. Just wanted to turn back to scold. So wide road you beep what? At first glance, it was actually Lim Yunan who had just served herself. Mr. Li, where are you going? Do you want me to give you a ride? Star River Bay. It just so happens I'm in that neighborhood. Get in the car. Li Lingfeng nonchalantly got into Lin Yenner car. The exterior and interior are 99 new. It seems that the car was just picked up not long ago. Not bad. Buying a car at a young age. Li Lingfeng did not mince words in his praise. This Lin Yenner is estimated to be about 22 years old, and her face still retains that youthfulness of her student days. But a professional outfit is tall and sharp. This car payment. Mom and Dad gave the down payment. How can I have that? Lin Yenner was not modest. Mom and Dad are also a sign of strength. Lin Yenner froze. Then she continued to concentrate on driving her car. The road was congested with evening rush hour traffic, moving slowly and presumably faster than that on a bicycle. It was hard to make it to the neighborhood, so Li Lingfeng got out of the car early. Thanks. I'll buy you dinner someday. You're welcome. Lin Yenner left with a kick of the gas, a wisp of the car's fragrance still wafting in the air. One could intuitively feel that this Lin Yenner should have just left society not long ago. None of that grease from the workplace. Li Lingfeng dialed Han Shuiying's phone. Going to pick you up from work? No. I'm working late tonight. I'll be back later. You find dinner first. Li Lingfeng frowned and looked at the hung up phone. I'm just trying to rub your nose in it. But you told me to find my own food first. Where can I find it? Open your mouth a little wider toward the northwest now. The next day, Li Lingfeng got up before 9 o'clock in an unprecedented manner, which confused Han Shuiying, who was at home on vacation. Reaching out, he touched Li Lingfeng's forehead. This doesn't have a fever either. Li Lingfeng blanched at Han Shuiying. Can't you wish me some good? After a wash, Li Lingfeng almost forgot about his stocks and hurriedly opened his cell phone. Haikong Holdings was indeed capped at the stop right from the opening bell. Li Lingfeng did not have one more minute of hesitation. Immediately sold all the liquidation of the position, making a profit of 31,796.39 yuan, together with the previous Tengfei Precision, which was also cleared when it was close to the halt. The account now totals $296, 673.88, 2 days to earn 46,673.88 yuan, which in the past, Li Lingfeng thought not even dare to think. Li Lingfeng looked at the numbers on the stock account and tapped it again and again. The shock of this money was a bit up there, leaving $6, 673.88 for daily expenses. Li Lingfeng used $290,000 as a match to expand his operating capital to $2.9 million. On September 24th, Gold Frau, up 10%. Finding this stock, Li Lingfeng did not even look at the fundamentals, and killed the whole position, and finally traded at an average price of 27.86 yuan, now down minus 3.76%. No surprise there is a 13.76% gain tomorrow. 2.9 million is $399.40. A Mercedes-Benz in his hands. Li Lingfeng was excited just thinking about it. Don't lie on the couch. Get up and eat. You're not that weak, Han Shuiying shouted. Li Lingfeng got up to help bring out the dishes and chopsticks, and the two of them sat at the dinner table and ate and chatted, just like a pair of homey young couple. Seriously with you. When are you going to make a trip back with me? If it wasn't for the urgency of my parents, I wouldn't bother you. Li Lingfeng chucked a piece of meat into his mouth. Give me a few more days, when you get a job. But, Li Lingfeng almost spat out a mouthful of rice. Han Shuiying blanked Li Lingfeng. I knew you couldn't be relied on. I'm going back to the office to add to my shift after dinner later, so help me put the dishes away. Li Lingfeng nodded. After the meal, Han Shuiying took her bag and went back to the company to work overtime. As she said, after making sure Han Shuiying was gone, Li Lingfeng hurriedly finished cleaning up the dining table and changed into a set of clothes for going out. Impression World, Armani franchise, large thousands of clothes. Li Lingfeng did not blink an eye, just choose to see. One of the main ones is to wear it with a pushy pipe. The sales clerk lady looked at Li Lingfeng and couldn't help but frown. It was hard to believe that this person in front of her could afford these high-end clothes. Even if you can afford it, I don't know if you can afford it. Although the person is a bit prettier, I have no right to give you away for nothing. The store clerk lady sighed in her heart. Please, help me wrap these two. What? The store clerk lady trotted over a little in disbelief of her ears. Sir, you said you wanted these two, right? Exactly. After receiving Li Lingfeng's exact answer, the sales clerk lady was still a bit hard to believe. Is this the son of some local rent collector again? It was not until Li Lingfeng bought the order at the front desk that the shopkeeper's young lady was able to firm up this idea in her mind. It's so understated. So understatedly luxurious that the sales clerk lady was envious to a million. After buying the clothes, Li Lingfeng wandered around the mall, intending to buy more or less gifts over there, even though Han Shuiying hadn't explained it. Li Lingfeng? A familiar voice came from behind him. With a handsome glance back, Li Lingfeng instantly recognized his predecessor, Su Xiaolu. This earth is so small. To meet you here, Li Lingfeng greeted. Su Xiaolu blanked Li Lingfeng. Who wants to see you? So you still call me? Charlotte Su. It's been a while. What have you been up to? Still have the nerve to say that you haven't contacted me for a long time. And you don't count in your heart for pulling me out of the black? Li Lingfeng directly poked and prodded. Can my husband not blackball you if you damn well call me out in the middle of the night? That's true. I should have called you quietly. By the way, how is your husband now? Li Lingfeng then asked. Don't mention it. Divorced him long ago. Hearing this, both of Li Lingfeng's eyes lit up. In that case, isn't it true that I have another chance? Fuck off. You. Su Xiaolu returned with a smile, clearly not rejecting it. Come on, let's see if anything's changed after all this time. After saying that, Li Lingfeng re-examined it up and down and nodded. Well, it's still as big as ever. Charlotte Su, where are your asshole eyes looking? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Could it have gotten as big as it is today without me working as hard as I did back then? Su Xiaolu's handsome face instantly rose a scarlet red. You talk, pay attention to the occasion. Let people hear how bad. By the way, do you still work at that Mercedes 4S? What? You remembered to care about me now? Su Xiaolu had a happy smile on her face. Looking to buy a car from you. Give a discount. Charlotte Su. Okay, you haven't seen a Mercedes-Benz in over a year. It's not like my girlfriend is rushing home to meet mom and dad. Female. Girlfriend. Su Xiaolu froze for a moment, the expression on her face somewhat frozen. What? This isn't even helping me? Yes. Yes. Su Xiaolu came back to her senses and hurriedly answered. After a pause, she then said, buy me a Häagen-Dazs. This was the wish that Su Xiaolu had always had when she followed Li Lingfeng back then. Seeing that Li Lingfeng did not agree, Su Xiaolu could not help but frown slightly. You're not going to say you don't have the money again, are you? Li Lingfeng looked up and smiled, brilliant as a flower, looking at Su Xiaolu mesmerized. This is how familiar smile. Go! Finally hearing Li Lingfeng's words, Su Xiaolu sort of exhaled slightly. I didn't realize that this wish was granted after the two had broken up. Häagen-Dazs boutique. A few couples were lining up, 2 by 2, enjoying the simple romance. It's not really that simple. TM, this one ice cream is over 100. Will you fly if you eat it? $2 for an old popsicle, it's not cool? Fills your entire throat just the same. Li Lingfeng had never figured this out. It was hard to line up Li Lingfeng and Su Xiaolu. The clerk smiled and asked, what flavors do you two need? Li Lingfeng looked back at Su Xiaolu. I'll have the blueberry flavor, please. Li Lingfeng turned to the clerk and said, 3 blueberry flavored ones. Su Xiaolu was busy pulling Li Lingfeng's hand to discourage him. Can you finish it? Order so much. After all, this Häagen-Dazs is not cheap. And the Li Lingfeng of that year could not afford to buy a single one. 1 for you, 1 for me, and 1 left to nourish the ground. Charlotte Su. It was not until this moment that Su Xiaolu realized that what Li Lingfeng was carrying in his hand was actually Armani. Associated with Li Lingfeng's comment just now that he was looking for himself to buy a Mercedes-Benz, Su Xiaolu had a puzzled look on her face. Asked, you got rich? The corner of Li Lingfeng's mouth curled up slightly. Hidden so well, and it was all discovered by you? Charlotte Su. Carrying Armani in his hand, and buying Häagen-Dazs to nourish the ground. He was close to writing on his face, I have money. The whole thug face. Su Xiaolu took the Häagen-Dazs and took a sip, and ultimately it was not like the flavor of the year. You haven't answered me back yet. Seriously. Li Lingfeng spread his 2 hands. Recently, he was looked at by a male, so his hands are a little more generous. Su Xiaolu couldn't help but tighten her chrysanthemums upon hearing this. Unbelievable look at Li Lingfeng. Just a year did not see this span of play so big? The mind can't even help but conjure up images that shouldn't be there. Ha! Su Xiaolu shook her head vigorously, getting goosebumps all over her body. Then he looked down at the Häagen-Dazs he held in his hand and was instantly unclean. Li Lingfeng blankly glanced at Su Xiaolu. You believe it when you say it. You're still as stupid as you were back then. Charlotte Su. Who made me trust you so much? If you trusted me, you wouldn't have married that man back then. Those are 2 different things. I do trust you, but you don't have any money. Do I follow you around and rent a house? So what do you do now? Not just as divorced, and what did you get? Got a suite. Also, over $1 million in cash deposits. Li Lingfeng. Looking at the eyes. Su Xiaolu. Sister, is the thigh still missing a pendant? Gum. Roll. Why do people need to get divorced when their conditions are so good? Li Lingfeng asked in disbelief. Still not the same as you. Enough of a wannabe to play at marital infidelity. Su Xiaolu feels hateful when she thinks about it. Scum. Then you could have played marital cheating and come to me. Why get divorced? Charlotte Su. With that, he tossed the Häagen-Dazs in his hand into a side trash can. This thing is completely unclean. Don't go. There are still 2 left here. Li Lingfeng shouted. After that, they were given to a young couple next to them. Li Lingfeng jogged to keep up with Su Xiaolu. Take me to see the car now? Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Brand new vehicles furnished showroom. Who's that guy next to Xiaolu? Quite handsome. You don't? His ex-boyfriend. Is this about to get back together? I heard that Ru got divorced a while ago. Who knows? Such a handsome ex-boyfriend. You can give it to me if you don't want it. Don't you? What's the difference between having and not having that thing that you can't hold? Then you're still relying on people and not splitting up sooner. It's not like we haven't found the right one to keep as a meal ticket. Su Xiaolu brought Li Lingfeng to the A-class car exhibition area. Introducing. These are more moderately priced, so you can take a general look at which one you like. Li Lingfeng did not move his feet. These A-segment cars are not even entry-level, with little space and low taste in equipment. Although there was no money, it didn't stop Li Lingfeng from wanting to look good. Show me the E300. Su Xiaolu looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. How old is your girlfriend? About the same as you. Why? No. Just asking. Li Lingfeng frowned. Lousy is relying on himself to buy a car. Okay. And I didn't say you were a soft touch. And what do you mean you asked how old my girlfriend is? Come to the E-Class exhibit. Li Lingfeng saw the black E300 Sport Deluxe model at a glance. How much is this? Listed at $500. 000. Now that the market is in a slump. Land you $450. 000 if you want it. Okay, let's set this one then. Su Xiaolu, you think you're buying cabbage? At least look around a bit more first. Don't look. Just this one. You'll go blind if you choose too many. Su Xiaolu froze there. Isn't this talking about me? Can I pick up the car if I pay for it in the next couple days? Not so fast. It'll be at least a week. If you're in a hurry you can ask for the show car. It'll be cheaper still. That's fine. So how much is the deposit? Let's start with 10. 000. Is 2,000 enough? Charlotte Su. Even a deposit is discounted. I really doubt you can afford it? Okay. I'll make up the rest and remember to pay me back. I'll remember to say it again. After opening the receipt, Su Xiaolu sent Li Lingfeng out of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Li Lingfeng turned around and smiled. Sending you 1,000 miles will eventually require a goodbye. Go back. In the future, will we be able to contact each other? Li Lingfeng, wait until you release me from the blacklist. On the way back, the cell phone rang with the cheerful ringtone. Here are the 18 curves of the mountain road. Here are the 9 rings of the waterway. Li Lingfeng picked it up and saw that it was Han Shuiying calling. Hey, where have you been? Out of sight? It's cool out there. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll go out and buy groceries. Han Shuiying asked. Why don't you stop cooking and take you to a nice dinner? Shaxian? Or Longjiang pig's feet rice? The pattern is a little bigger. Lanzhou ramen with 2 extra pieces of beef? Li Lingfeng. Peninsula West Restaurant. Go over there and wait for me. After saying that, Li Lingfeng hung up the phone. Peninsula Western Restaurant. As soon as he got out of the car, Li Lingfeng saw Han Shuiying waiting by the side of the road, and was busy walking up to him. How long has it been here? Just arrived a while ago. Are we really going to eat there? Han Shuiying questioned as she looked at the Peninsula Western Restaurant in front of her. Why else would we have come all this way? But I don't have much money left, and I have some gifts for my parents in advance. Although Han Shuiying also wanted to take Li Lingfeng there to eat, she had to consider the reality of the dilemma. Why don't you come back here when I get paid next month? Li Lingfeng looked at this woman in front of him, so virtuous that it was a little heartbreaking. Let's go and eat. Li Lingfeng took Han Shuiying's hand and entered the Peninsula Western Restaurant with a big smile. Welcome, gentlemen. Any advance reservations, please? No. Do you have to make reservations in advance to eat here? Li Lingfeng was instantly a bit displeased. No, not really, sir. The clerk was busy explaining. It's just that the private rooms are low cost if you don't have a reservation. But that's okay, we can choose to eat in the common area. It's all the same. Li Lingfeng looked at the public dining area. It was quite crowded. It would be just at mealtime, and the store's flavors should do pretty well, or else it wouldn't be visited by so many people. Give me a private room. Han Shuiying froze when she heard this, and then immediately tugged on Li Lingfeng's coat. Okay sir, then why don't I open a couple's private room for you over here? The clerk politely inquired. Li Lingfeng nodded. The low cost is $998. And additional spending is calculated separately, so please pay in advance. Sir, looking at Li Lingfeng's determination to have a private room, Han Shuiying also gave up struggling, and the matter of gifts will be discussed at that time. Just ready to pick up the cell phone to go forward to pay the bill, just to hear the drop sound. Li Lingfeng surprisingly bought the bill first. I spent $3,500 on clothes, paid $2,000 on the car deposit, and have about $1,000 left over from my $6,000 plus allowance. Just in time to pay the bill tonight. In shock, Han Shuiying followed Li Lingfeng to the couple's private room. The overall decoration style is not bad, quite modern art style, just a little less space. The two sat down, and Li Lingfeng placed the Armani he was carrying in front of Han Shuiying. Bought you a dress. See if you like it? Originally have not slowed down Han Shuiying this time, even more confused. What is today? The end of the world? What are you looking at? Aren't you going to look? Han Shuiying opened the bag. There were 2 pieces of clothing inside. One was Li Lingfeng's and the other was Han Shuiying's, similar to a couple's outfit. Armani? Han Shuiying, who had looked at the sign 2 or 3 times repeatedly, was sure that she had read it correctly. This has to be several thousand, right? Han Shuiying looked up at Li Lingfeng. What do you care how much it costs? Just like it. If you don't like it, let's go return it. Li Lingfeng took a cigarette out and looked like an asshole. You really went out and sold it? Once the words came out, Li Lingfeng that lighter almost burned his eyebrows and couldn't help but frown. These thousands of dollars commit me to go out and sell my body? Who knows? Don't you have any idea? Li Lingfeng. Han Shuiying took out her clothes and compared them to her heel, revealing some sweet smiles. This was the first time she had received a gift from Li Lingfeng. Early in the morning, Li Lingfeng is still lazy to get up. Came to the living room. A love breakfast is placed on the table in a regular manner. Li Lingfeng approached to take a look. There was also a note attached to it, which read, "Remember to eat breakfast ing." Picking up the fresh milk and taking a sip, Li Lingfeng realized that he hadn't brushed his teeth yet. After washing up and beautifully enjoying a nutritious breakfast, Li Lingfeng came to the sofa and lay down on the sofa. Pick up the phone to open the market software. Not surprisingly, Jinhui Technology as expected stopped. With a 13.76% gain in hand, Li Lingfeng hurriedly liquidated his position. At the moment, the own funds reached 689,040 yuan. Of course, there are 200,000 in it as Lin Sudong's, 50,000 is Han Shuiying's. As a rule, $9,040 is offered as daily out-of-pocket expenses, and $680,000 is allocated to $6.8 million. Next stock, Tongfang Tech, up 10%. Then what are you waiting for? Even though now Tongfang Kechuang fell minus 7.64%, Li Lingfeng still full intervention. Just so that Li Lingfeng did not expect is that the forehand just under the order, followed by the same side of the science and technology, such as scurrying monkeys, quickly pull up. There is no need to be so exciting, right? Li Lingfeng muttered as he looked at the large number of buy orders purchased on the disc. It's can't wait to give yourself money. Before the morning's close, Tongfang Cochrane was being held down on the stop, which was fucking brutal. Before even understanding what's going on, Li Lingfeng has already realized a 17.63% profit on his account. $198,840, that's $1 million profit. And that's not counting tomorrow's upside. Li Lingfeng hurriedly searched for information about Tongfang Kechuang, only to find that it was the announcement of major scientific research results. No wonder it. Good news stimulus. The opening that will fall is the dealer in order to suck chips dry it. Li Lingfeng counted on his fingers. And now he is also worth $1 million. So it should be almost time. So he sent a message to Han Shuiying, let's go back this weekend. Han Shuiying, who received this message for a moment, should not know how to reply. What is wrong with this Li Lingfeng? Feeling as if she had changed as a person. This series of sudden enthusiasm made Han Shuiying a bit uncomfortable. According to the script in his head, he should have to sell himself to please Li Lingfeng before finally agreeing to go back. This maid's outfit is all picked out for you. So, do I have to return the order? Han Shuiying muttered in her heart. What are you looking at? Any introductions to buy? Lin Xiaoning came forward and asked. Han Shuiying hurriedly turned her cell phone back to cover it. Nope, didn't look at anything. What for? So mysterious. Taking advantage of one of Han Shuiying's inattentions, Lin Xiaoning quickly took the cell phone over with a quick eye. The whole thing went numb after reading it, and I just felt my cheeks burning hot, mouth dry and flustered. She swallowed. Are you all playing so fancy? With his heart beating a little faster, he couldn't help but look at it a little more and then said, this just opened the door to a new world for me. Han Shuiying hurriedly snatched the phone. Then why don't you hurry up and find one? It doesn't fit. Lin Xiaoning instantly wilted like a deflated ball. There is no such thing as perfect, requiring handsome and rich, but also good character. Such a person is hard to find by lanterns. How do we know if we can find it or not if we don't try? Lin Xiaoning maintained her last stubbornness. Almost there. Don't drag yourself into being an old nun. Lin Xiaoning blanched at Han Shuiying. I'm only 23. I'm early. What are you two doing here? Work time is not allowed to talk to each other. Do not know. Hurry back to their posts to go. Manager Zhao Yu walked over and snapped. Lin Xiaoning spat out her tongue and hurried back to her post, making sure there were no other people around. Zhao Yu took a step forward and approached Han Shuiying's side, revealing a rare gentle side. This really startled Han Shuiying and looked a bit creepy. Sister Yu, I've accomplished this month's performance target. I'm not going to talk to you about work. Your mom's side is not urging you urgently. What if I introduce you to a boyfriend? Afraid that Han Shuiying would reject it at once, Zhao Yu hurriedly said further, he's a cousin of mine. Don't worry. Absolutely brilliant person. Graduated from a 211 school and now makes $500,000 a year. By the way, I have a picture of him here for you. After saying that, Zhao Yu hurriedly took out her own cell phone and rummaged through the photos of this cousin of hers. Sister Yu, I have a boyfriend. Zhao Yu, froze for a moment. That's a shame it wasn't meant to be. Looking at Zhao Yu's face of loss, Han Shuiying suddenly thought of Lin Xiaoning. Sister you can introduce it to Xiaoning. I showed my cousin all the pictures of the two of you. He's got his eye on you. Maybe you've got a better body. His type. Zhao Yu also couldn't help but glance at Han Shuiying's curves that towered into peaks. Han Shuiying, indeed, much more magnificent than Lin Xiaoning. Over here, without waiting for a reply from Han Shuiying, Li Lingfeng took it upon himself to come to the gift store. What bird's nest in shark's fin? Ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum. A brain sweep, not only swept away the more than 9,000 pocket money just raised, but also borrowed more than 10,000 from Su Xiaolu. This time you've really put your money down. Su Xiaolu helped carry the big and small bags. First time meeting a girl's parents. Can't be shabby, can we? If you had done that to me back then, maybe we would have gotten married. No way. I know you, Li Lingfeng returned with certainty. Su Xiaolu looked at Li Lingfeng and knew that he was right. It seemed that the one who knew herself best was still the man in front of her. Why don't I give you a ride? Just waiting for you to say that. Then should I still invite you for dinner again on the way? Su Xiaolu blanked Li Lingfeng. Better yet, how did I come to know a man as shameless as you? Remember, I'm owed 18,000 and it needs to be paid. Again. Evening off. As soon as Han Shuiying entered the door, she saw a piece of gift box displayed in the house. Looking at the packaging, price is not low kind. You're out picking up scrap boxes? Han Shuiying asked in disbelief. These are gifts for your parents. Gifts? Han Shuiying incredulously walked up and took a closer look, all of which were high-grade items. You slept with the boss's wife. Ha? Or did you put the boss to sleep? Don't worry, none of them slept and did a great job. Han Shuiying looked back at Li Lingfeng in horror. We don't do things that are against the law. So hurry up and return the stuff. What nonsense. I mean, I did a big job in the stock market and made a fortune. Han Shuiying didn't believe her eyes. Really? 1,000 times true. You don't look at brother what I majored in college? Li Lingfeng said with a proud face. Didn't you graduate high school? Going to college? Ha? Li Lingfeng. Looking at Han Shuiying's astonished eyes, Li Lingfeng couldn't wait to go up and give 2 mouthfuls. I'll show you my college diploma right here. Exasperated, Li Lingfeng entered the room. Where's the packet I put in the corner of the cabinet? Did you say red plastic bagged? Yeah. I thought it was your used toilet paper and took it to the trash. Niet. Li Lingfeng took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. On second thought, isn't this college diploma the same toilet paper you used? Even toilet paper is more useful. A fleeting thought, a judgment like a heavenly abyss. This moment Li Lingfeng is like entering the realm of the sages. It's just a dream. It's just a bubble. Why bother to trap yourself? If I had thought through this layer, perhaps today in the factory to play screws. Why bother to wander around for a few years? Li Lingfeng, who had figured it out, walked out of the room, and Han Shuiying hurriedly walked up. I'm sorry, I really didn't realize it was your diploma in there. So if you're mad at me, hit me. Li Lingfeng. Old me's hands aren't for beating women. After saying that, Li Lingfeng pinched Han Shuiying's delicate face. Day 2. Li Lingfeng slept until 12 noon, and Li Lingfeng, who was so hungry, hurriedly got up to look for food. When I came out of the living room, I saw a small note left by Han Shuiying. I'm sorry, I also got up late today and didn't prepare breakfast. Li Lingfeng put down the note, came to the refrigerator, rummaged through it, but also did not find food. Then he hurriedly washed up, changed his clothes, and prepared to go downstairs to eat. Just as he reached the door, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? In the middle of the day, Li Lingfeng muttered in his heart. Open the door and it's the next door neighbor's older sister with a shy look. Did your wife go to work? Big sister asked. Ah, gone to work. You'll have to wait for the evening if you want to find her. I'm not looking for her. I'm looking for you. The elder sister looked at Li Lingfeng with a sweet smile on her face. Surprised, Li Lingfeng returned. Looking for me? I don't know how to repair refrigerators. I won't let you fix the refrigerator. Please ask you something. What is it? The older sister looked embarrassed. It's just, downstairs, at the Lanzhou ramen restaurant. Li Lingfeng asked for an extra large version. Watch the stock market ticker while you eat. By the end of the morning, Tongfang Science and Technology were not even able to seal the stop, up 6.24%. However, looking at its momentum, the probability is that it will also rush to the board in the afternoon. Not to mention the fact that it's documented in the Slugger's Secret. After drying the ramen, Li Lingfeng drank the rest of the drink in one gulp, full of satiety. Hey, pretty boy, you still want that bottle? Li Lingfeng looked at the granny. Don't want it. Here, it's for you. Get up and leave. Behind the granny looked deep. When my first love was not so handsome. Li Lingfeng, who wanted to go back to the house, turned his head and went to the next door internet cafe as soon as he remembered the big sister next door. It's really not going to end well if this sparks off. Let the boss open a machine. In the past days Li Lingfeng will enjoy playing a game. But now the stock market is important. Sit down. Li Lingfeng opened the market software. Hey, Windy, switch to stock trading? Huang, the resident triple player of the internet cafe, came to greet him. Turning back to look at the scruffy Huang, Li Lingfeng frowned. Haven't bathed for a few days? Brother Feng, it's not like you don't know. Eating and living in an internet cafe, how can you have time to take a shower? Without further ado, the copies are online and I have to get busy. After saying that, Huang turned away and hurried back to his position, where his teammates were waiting for him. Li Lingfeng shook his head. There are really millions of choices in millions of lives. Back to the stock market quotes. The time just came to 1 o'clock opening. Not Li Lingfeng expected. The same party Cochrane really opened the plate was a fierce pull. Looking at the big single crazy rush, Li Lingfeng could not help but follow the slightly excited. Tongfang Kechuan was sealed on the board less than 3 minutes after opening. Another $799. 884 in profit today, plus $1. 198. 840 from yesterday, for a total of $1. 998. 724. In 2 days, he made nearly $2 million. Li Lingfeng is difficult to calm the excitement of the moment. That's more money than many bottom-feeder laborers could ever hope to earn in a lifetime. Li Lingfeng changed hands to liquidate the position, plus 680,000 principal. Now the account funds go to 2,678,724 yuan. After presenting 678,724 yuan to his bank card, Li Lingfeng will be the remaining 2 million to continue to match. Now with $20 million in tradable capital, it's definitely considered a big player. It's even shaking up the share prices of certain small-cap stocks. Next stock, Hanbo Marine, up 10%. Li Lingfeng clicked on the stock interface of Hanbo Shipping and looked at the basic information. The operation is not very satisfactory. In the past, this kind of stock Li Lingfeng would not even touch. So Li Lingfeng could not make money in the past. Our stock market. Speculation in the stock market many times do not look at the fundamentals. It's mostly a money to volume ratio, with money flowing in to speculate. With the fierce man's secret in hand, Li Lingfeng did not care about so much. Directly stud full buy. However, due to the relatively large amount of money, it is difficult to eat it all at once. The main thing is to guard against the dealer, and grab meat with the dealer. Beware of being shaken out of the game. It took more than a bell of time for Li Lingfeng to gradually finish building his position in stages. It's good to know that this stock is still fairly large and that $20 million has limited impact. After completing the build, Li Lingfeng dialed Su Xiaolu's phone. Hey, is the car done? I'm going over to pick it up now. After receiving an affirmative reply, Li Lingfeng hung up the phone and got up to leave. Passing by a beauty with flowing yellow hair, Li Lingfeng stopped by to say hello and left in style. The beauty turned around and saw the faraway Li Lingfeng. A few moments shy. What are you laughing at? Did you take the copy yet? The yellow-haired beauty yelled at the few people. The group immediately stopped laughing. A sparse voice returned. Taken. It turned out that the yellow-haired beauty was the president of the game guild. Li Lingfeng came to the internet cafe's cashier. Boss, I'll cover the consumption of those machines today. Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Li Lingfeng waited for almost an hour before finally completing all the formalities. The original price of $450,000 was pushed down to $430,000 because of the current car that was wanted. Li Lingfeng smoothly swiped his card and his account balance changed from 678,724 to 248,724. Want to go for a test drive? Su Xiaolu handed the Mercedes keys to Li Lingfeng. Yeah, Li Lingfeng, who received the car keys, then got into the car, with Su Xiaolu sitting in the passenger seat. One button starts and all the display lights on the dashboard instantly come on, and the engine makes a low revving sound. The interior is simple with tawny leather seats and a center control that isn't overly fancy. This kind of low-key luxury was just to Li Lingfeng's taste. With a kick of the gas, the vehicle drove away from the 4S store and sped down the wide road. After 10 minutes, it gradually moved away from the city center and headed towards Fengming Mountain. Are you going to worship the gods? Su Xiaolu asked curiously. Li Lingfeng didn't answer and just concentrated on driving his car and feeling the horsepower of this 2.0T. Seeing this, Su Xiaolu didn't ask any more questions, but closed her own eyes for a nap. Driving to the viewing platform halfway up the mountain, Li Lingfeng made a sharp turn and parked the vehicle. The strong centripetal force directly threw Su Xiaolu awake. Couldn't help but spit out. People are wavy, and they drive so wavy. Getting out of the car, Li Lingfeng came to the observation deck, just as the sun was setting in the west, and the colorful sunset was infinite. Ah! Li Lingfeng shouted outward, releasing all the unwillingness he had felt for so many years. Back to the residence. It is already 6 p.m., Han Shuiying overtime has not yet returned. Li Lingfeng parked his car and called the nearby Changfu restaurant to order food before going upstairs. Let it send a few of its signature good dishes over, saving Han Shuiying from having to go home and cook again. At the moment, Li Lingfeng had that condition. Off duty. Ha! In front of the door. I met the big sister next door again, and the other person greeted me warmly. Li Lingfeng smiled and nodded his head, hurriedly entering the house. It didn't take long to wait for the staff of the Long Fortune restaurant to deliver the ordered dishes. The tiny table was filled with delicacies. When Han Shuiying returned home and saw the table full of food, she looked at Li Lingfeng on the sofa with an incredulous face. You did? Nice try. Don't need to expect me to make it to dinner for you. Li Lingfeng got up from the sofa and said, That's true. Han Shuiying nodded. Li Lingfeng walked to the refrigerator and took out a bottle of red wine that had just been frozen. Want a drink? Han Shuiying shook her head. I just had my period, so I wasted your good meal. Li Lingfeng. Han Shuiying put down the bag on her shoulder and the two of them sat opposite each other. By the way, there's a brand new Mercedes-Benz parked downstairs. Yeah, did you see it? Han Shuiying looked up and asked. Li Lingfeng nodded. See, I wonder whose it is. Could it be from our building? Han Shuiying exuded an envious look. It's from our building. You saw him come up here. Ha! See, he's eating face to face with you right now. Han Shuiying. The whole thing froze in one motion. Just blow it off you. Han Shuiying, who had slowed down, returned. I don't know what you, Li Lingfeng, have. It's hard enough to buy a wheel. Seeing that Han Shuiying didn't believe what he said in the slightest, Li Lingfeng threw the green book over. A puzzled Han Shuiying picked up the green book in front of her and opened it, and the name of the owner on it was clearly written. Li Lingfeng. Han Shuiying couldn't believe her eyes, and looked at it again. 1,000 times right. My God, where did you get that money? It wouldn't be worth that much if I sold you? As soon as the words came out, it almost gave Li Lingfeng a whole choke. Looking up at Han Shuiying, feelings that I'm not worth a Mercedes in your eyes? Han Shuiying had an innocent expression. Are you worth it? Li Lingfeng. Seriously with you. Where did you get that much money? Han Shuiying had a serious expression on her face. I told you, the stock market did the trick. You really won that much? For the measly 50 grand I brought you? That's certainly not possible. Lin Sudong gave me his wife's book as well. $200,000. Li Lingfeng said it with an easy face. Lin Sudong for this 3 days and 2 nights have not slept well once, for fear that the meatbag hit the dog a go no return. Han Shuiying sucked in a breath of cold air. You really dare to gamble? Forget about my $50,000. You're still willing to bet on your brother's wife? Didn't I just bet right? Li Lingfeng glanced triumphantly at Han Shuiying. And what if you lose? Han Shuiying asked rhetorically. It won't. How do you know it won't? You buffet? After teaching Li Lingfeng a lesson, Han Shuiying eased up a bit and then asked, How much did you earn? You don't see it. The car downstairs. How much for that car? It's not expensive. It's only 400,000 or so when you give a discounted price. Pfft, a mouthful of Han Shuiying's rice almost spewed out. Why are you such a loser? Bringing over 400,000 to buy a car? And what else? How nice to buy a house. It's enough for a down payment on a suite. Han Shuiying said with great pity. I have a room. After saying that, he brought the red book of real estate and threw it in front of Han Shuiying. Han Shuiying. After experiencing the same shock a second time, Han Shuiying's entire body went numb. Just how many other secrets are you keeping from me? That's all. Where else is the secret? Han Shuiying looked over the red book in her hand again. How come I haven't heard you talk about the house before? And you've been dead set on rubbing up against me here. Then you didn't ask. I'm asking now. Okay? The house was left to me by my parents after they divorced, in case I wandered off. And that was their last bit of kindness. Han Shuiying froze for a moment, knowing that this was poking at Li Lingfeng's sore spot. Ring ring ring. Early in the morning, the manic alarm seems to express dissatisfaction with the daily routine. Li Lingfeng reached out with one hand and held it down, then threw it out. Turning around, she patted Han Shuiying. Get up. Han Shuiying couldn't be bothered to open her eyes and said in a daze. What's the point of getting up so early? Didn't we agree to go back to your parents' house today? Li Lingfeng reminded. Han Shuiying sat up. How could I have forgotten about this? It's all your fault. The two quickly got up and washed up, cleaning themselves up beautifully before leaving. Came downstairs. Han Shuiying first time to sit in such a new Mercedes-Benz, especially still see their parents. The heart a little excited. Han Shuiying's parents' home is in the G city, 100 kilometers away from this S city. 2 bells or so can arrive. Do you want you to drive? Li Lingfeng asked. Han Shuiying shook her head. I just got my license. How dare I get started? Vehicles pull out of the neighborhood and merge onto the main road. After traveling a short distance on city roads, the vehicle entered the highway section. Without the many restrictions of traffic lights and the like, Li Lingfeng stepped his speed up to 120. The vehicle traveled quickly and smoothly. Li Lingfeng was enjoying this feeling of running on the highway. On the contrary, Han Shuiying, probably really tired from last night's tossing and turning, leaned back on the seat to catch up on her sleep. It's also hard for her to come back and serve herself when she's so tired from work every day. Li Lingfeng was silently heartbroken for 3 seconds. The road was smooth, and 2 hours later, Li Lingfeng arrived at the navigation location as expected. Under Han Shuiying's guidance, the vehicle drove into a neighborhood. After parking the car in the underground parking lot, the two of them entered the elevator with their large and small bags. Nervous? Han Shuiying asked. Li Lingfeng smiled and shook his head. What's there to be nervous about? Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng. I'm nervous. Li Lingfeng. The elevator went up to the 21st floor, and Han Shuiying led Li Lingfeng to room 2105 and pressed the doorbell, shouting, Dad! Mom! I'm home. The man who opened the door was an uncle in his early 50s, fit and hale, with a gentle smile on his face. He said, Daughter is back. Who is this? Uncle looked at Li Lingfeng, and a hint of shock showed in his eyes. Li Lingfeng, I told you guys. Hello, young man. Uncle was busy politely accepting the things in Li Lingfeng's hand, acting very enthusiastically. At this point a woman in her 40s with a refined demeanor then appeared behind her. She didn't have Uncle's enthusiasm, but stood there without saying a word and watched the whole time. Quick, come in and sit inside. It's been a hard journey, Uncle greeted. Li Lingfeng, who had changed his shoes, followed Han Shuiying inside. Uncle A yanked over his daughter and said in a fine voice, Okay, daughter, you are quite good at reading people. This kid has a full heaven. He looks like an emperor. Before Han Shuiying could reply, Auntie slapped Uncle on the head. I think you've gone crazy studying the Zhou arts every day, saying that you have the face of an emperor whenever you meet people. Puff, said Han Shuiying, unable to hold back her laughter. That's the only hobby my own dad has, and he has to be suppressed every day. The people sat down in the living room, and Uncle made a fresh pot of tea and just wanted to sit down and talk together. Auntie glared at him. Why don't you go cook? Uncle immediately got up, nodded his head and smiled. Then you guys chat. I'll get busy first. Li Lingfeng saw the situation. It seems that Han Shuiying this mom is not easy to cope with. Busy followed by getting up. Uncle, I'll give you a hand. No. Tea is fine for you. Two. Auntie looked at Li Lingfeng. You sit down. Li Lingfeng only had to obediently sit down again. Uncle saw this and rushed into the kitchen. Stay a little longer or likely to be scolded again. The three of them sat there wordlessly, and Li Lingfeng felt a hint of tension. So he picked up his teacup and took a small sip of tea. I heard from Ing that you graduated from a 985 college. Auntie opened her voice and asked. Li Lingfeng froze for a moment. When did he change his graduation institution? Hurriedly, he glanced at Han Shuiying, only to see her giving a strong wink. Understanding this, Li Lingfeng nodded. Yes, Auntie, and I hear you work at the institute? Li Lingfeng, this cerebral thrombosis is coming. When did he work in the research institute? They do not know? Looking at Han Shuiying again, Han Shuiying nodded with a frozen expression. There was no other way. Li Lingfeng could only say stiffly, yes. So what part of the institute are you studying? Being studied. Auntie, just remembered to look for something in my room. You guys chat first. Han Shuiying hurriedly got up and slipped away. Fuck me. I put my life on the line for you to meet Mom and Dad, and you do this to me? So, Auntie, I'll get you some tea. No, just be honest with me about your situation. Looking at the stern-faced aunt, Li Lingfeng knew that it was impossible to fool him, so he had to give an honest explanation. I definitely don't agree with you two being together. Auntie's rant came from the living room. Han Shuiying heard it and ran out busily, and Uncle stopped what he was doing. What's wrong? Mom, what's the matter? Look at the nice man you found, and you're teaming up to lie to me. Looking at her angry mom, Han Shuiying signaled Li Lingfeng to stand aside and walked over herself. Mom, I didn't mean to lie to you. It's not like I was afraid you'd be upset. Now I'm happy? Mom, stop. You don't have to say anything, just let him go. Seeing that it was about to enter an impasse, Uncle rushed out to solve the problem. What's the matter? Let's talk about it after dinner. Then we'll talk about it. What's for dinner? I'm full here. Auntie still didn't give an ounce of face. Li Lingfeng nodded. Okay, uncle, auntie, then I'll leave first. Don't. What's this for? The rice is already cooked. Uncle hurriedly came out to stop to. Don't stop me. Do your cooking, auntie snapped. Li Lingfeng smiled at uncle and nodded, then turned around and opened the door to leave. Mom, Han Shuiying shouted with moist eyes. Crying won't help. I just won't promise you to be with him. All the emotions ignited in this instant, and Han Shuiying shouted hysterically. I've had enough. Ever since I was a kid, you've been in charge of everything, and I'm still telling you that I'm not married to this man. After saying that, Han Shuiying picked up the bag on the sofa and turned around, crying as she went out the door. You say, this is fine. Why do you have to make it like this? Uncle sighed and sat helplessly in his chair. Li Lingfeng was just about to drive away when he saw Han Shuiying following him in the rearview mirror. Han Shuiying, who came up, opened the car door and sat in the passenger side, with a pearly face. No need to guess. It must have been a fight with my parents over what just happened. Why so stupid? It's not worth it. Han Shuiying turned her head to look at Li Lingfeng, who says it's not worth it. For you, I can give up everything. Li Lingfeng was speechless for a moment and wrapped Han Shuiying in his arms. Behave yourself and go up and apologize to your aunt and uncle. Han Shuiying broke away from Li Lingfeng's embrace and looked at Li Lingfeng again. I'm not going. Do you want to be like me? Han Shuiying froze and stayed silent. Come on. I'll go up with you. Really? And that's a lie? After saying that, Li Lingfeng pinched the tip of Han Shuiying's nose, and the two of them went back up. The moment uncle opened the door, he couldn't believe his eyes. Quick, quick, come in, Mom, auntie, the two called out again. Auntie froze on the spot and didn't make a sound, a tacit acknowledgement of the two's return. Uncle was busy and happy to see this. Come and sit, eat, let's eat. The meal was eaten in silence, but uncle was happy throughout, urging Han Shuiying and Li Lingfeng to eat more. Han Shuiying also silently pinched food for her own mom. After the meal, the two of them, Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying, didn't make much of a stop before returning to S City once again. On the way, Han Shuiying looked fondly at Li Lingfeng. Thank you. Why thank me? I even dabbled in a meal. By the way, what does auntie do? People's teachers. No wonder it's so harsh. Ha ha. Han Shuiying laughed like a child. Rented a room for the weekend and laid around for 2 days. One of the rare times I actually got a break. The two talked a lot. Past, present, future. The conversation scared Li Lingfeng. In fact, he wasn't as good as Han Shuiying thought. Monday came as scheduled, and Han Shuiying started a new week of work. On the dining table, there was still Han Shuiying's loving breakfast. Li Lingfeng, who slept until he woke up naturally, opened his cell phone while brushing his teeth. When he saw that Hongbao Maritime Transportation was down -6.14%, Li Lingfeng's entire body was dumbfounded, and his toothbrush unconsciously fell down. Looking at such a disheveled Hongbao Marine Transportation, Li Lingfeng panicked a little in his heart. It's not going to go wrong, is it? Li Lingfeng hurriedly rinsed his mouth and wiped his face clean, and hurriedly came to his room to find the book, The Secret of Fierce Men. Turning to the latest page, it says Hongbao Marine is right. Li Lingfeng checked word by word, fearing that there would be any omissions. After determining that it is correct, Li Lingfeng helpless. This is if the straight-down stop is afraid to touch the red line. If you are forced to close out your position, you will really have a basket full of water. Throughout the morning, Li Lingfeng spent his time in a burning mood, keeping a careful eye on the slightest change in Hongbao's maritime transportation. Even went through all the information about Humboldt Marine. But the good thing is that at the close of the morning, Humboldt Marine stabilized at -5.49%, which is a little less than it started back up. Li Lingfeng, who didn't have the heart to eat lunch, made a bucket of instant noodles and had 2 cookies as a meal. After a little rest, it was hard to wait until 1 o'clock when the stock market reopened. Li Lingfeng immediately put into the stock market. Things didn't get much better throughout the afternoon, with Hongbao Marine hovering around -3.57%, just when Li Lingfeng thought it was hopeless. In the last 15 minutes of time, Hongbao Maritime Transport came to the rescue. Luckily, Li Lingfeng didn't walk away and grab all of Hongbao Marine's shares before the last minute. Until the last second, Hongbao Marine barely stood on the stop. Li Lingfeng took a long breath. After a slight reprieve, Li Lingfeng began to take stock of his transactions. I didn't get out of the stock at the stop, but I did liquidate my position at the high end of a 9% gain or more. Combined with some of yesterday's gains, that's a combined 11.34% gain. That's 2.268 million. As soon as Li Lingfeng spread out on the sofa, a charming smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, casually picking up the copy of Slugger Secrets for the next stock. When turning to the latest page, Li Lingfeng's entire body was dumbfounded. It says, Mighty Man Style 1, Goji Berry Infused Tea. Holy shit, Where's the stock info? Li Lingfeng a fierce rise, turning several pages in succession, all similarly related. After determining that there really was no more stock information, Li Lingfeng threw the book aside in disappointment. A long sigh. Maybe that's all I have in the way of fortune. I can't afford more. Well, at least there's 4,268,000 on hand now, although it still contains Lin Sudong and Han Shuiying's portion. Satisfied, Li Lingfeng was a person who knew how to be content. Right. There is still 248,724 yuan pocket money on the bank card. Li Lingfeng suddenly remembered that's left over from buying a Mercedes. Li Lingfeng then transferred $100,000 to Han Shuiying. Han Shuiying, who was at work, suddenly received such a huge sum of money. The whole person was confused. Thought it was a wire fraud? It's because that guy Li Lingfeng took my cell phone to search for some bad webpage again. Although I do love to watch. Han Shuiying hurriedly logged into her cell phone bank. When she saw that the transferring party was Li Lingfeng, Han Shuiying was even more confused. Why are you transferring money to me? Bride price money? So Han Shuiying intercepted a picture of the transfer record and sent it to Li Lingfeng, with the sentence, "This is, pay you back. Didn't I borrow 50,000 from you last time? Then you don't have to pay back so much? The other 50,000 is interest for you. Are you going to be so clear with me? Amount. Then don't return it to me. It's better to do the math." Li Lingfeng, the stock market is making money again? Han Shuiying asked in a message. Well, earn some pocket money. Look at you. You're so proud of yourself. You're making so much money. Take me with you. I don't want to work this shit anymore. Don't. I'm getting ready for the gold rush. What? Did something bad happen at work again? Same old harsh sister moon. You're not in a good mood. So buy me dinner tonight if you've earned some money. It's no problem. Let's go. I'll bring my best friend Lin Xiaoning with me. Doesn't he not see me? If you can't look at it, you can't look at it. And it doesn't affect your meal. After finishing the chat, Li Lingfeng searched for famous restaurants in the neighborhood and finally settled on a beef hot pot. At about the same time, Li Lingfeng carefully cleaned up, drove the car to the downstairs of Han Shuiying's company and waited for her to get off work early. Let's go. Xiaoning, Lingfeng is waiting for us down there, Han Shuiying said to Lin Xiaoning. Why don't I just not go? What's the point of being a light bulb? It's just dinner, not sleep. Lin Xiaoning. After the two packed up their things, they took the elevator to the downstairs of the company and saw Li Lingfeng waving at them from a distance. Did your boyfriend drive? Lin Xiaoning asked with a puzzled expression. Yeah, he bought a Mercedes. Then, Mercedes. Before Lin Xiaoning could react, Han Shuiying had already pulled her hand and quickly walked over. Been waiting long? Han Shuiying naturally sat in the passenger seat. Just arrived not long ago. Come on in. What are you waiting for? Han Shuiying said with a sideways glance to Lin Xiaoning outside the car. Muddled Lin Xiaoning got into the back seat and saw Li Lingfeng's clean face through the rearview mirror. This was the first time she had seen Li Lingfeng, and she had previously learned about it from Han Shuiying. The teenage heart in the depths of repression couldn't help but cluelessly jostle around a bit. Obviously he is handsome and gold. How come he is so bad in Han Shuiying's mouth? Is this because you're afraid I'll steal her boyfriend? Lin Xiaoning couldn't help but say skeptically. It just happened to be the rush hour after work, and it took a while to get to that beef hot pot restaurant. From the outside, the decor looks pretty upscale. Parking the car, Li Lingfeng led Han Shuiying and Lin Xiaoning both into the store. I booked the private room in advance. This is my cell phone number, Li Lingfeng said towards the front desk attendant. Yes sir, this side is ready for you. After saying that, he called for another waiter to lead Li Lingfeng and his party to the private room. The private room was large, lavishly and elegantly decorated, and a light scent filled the room under the soft lighting. The two of them, Han Shuiying and Lin Xiaoning, didn't expect that a beef hot pot restaurant could be so well decorated. Is this for people to eat? As it was ordered in advance, the dishes were set out on the table and a few people sat down to eat. The reviews of this store on the internet are pretty good, and all these beef and lamb are flown in from the grasslands to ensure freshness. Li Lingfeng greeted Han Shuiying and Lin Xiaoning while starting to shabu-shabu the meat, clipping the shabu-shabu fresh beef to Han Shuiying, who smiled lovingly. That's a good boy. I'll go back and benefit you tonight. Ahem. Li Lingfeng gave Han Shuiying a wink, and Man Lin Xiaoning was still sitting on the sidelines. Han Shuiying, however, didn't care and turned her head to look at her best friend Lin Xiaoning. What's wrong with you? A look of emo. Here, Ides meat for you. After saying that, Han Shuiying transferred the tender beef in her bowl to Lin Xiaoning. Seeing this, Li Lingfeng busily said, no need, I have it all here. Looking at the bowl full of shabu-shabu beef in front of her, Lin Xiaoning squeezed out a smile with difficulty. But inside, It was more emo. Please, you too, stop spreading dog food in front of me. Here, I dipped it in the ingredients. Take a bite. Han Shuiying held a piece of shabu shabu beef and handed it to Li Lingfeng's mouth. That's delicious. Lin Xiaoning. Beef hot pot restaurant came out. Li Lingfeng drove the car to send Lin Xiaoning back to her residence first. Okay, I spent over 3,000 on beef fondue tonight, and I didn't blink an eye when I swiped my credit card. It mustn't earn you face, in front of your best friend. In fact, I'm heartbroken inside. Li Lingfeng said on his lips that he was heartbroken. With that smug look on his face, Han Shuiying didn't even want to dismantle his little mind, playfully glancing at Li Lingfeng and saying back, "Is that so? Where are you going with that hand?" Li Lingfeng tried his best to stabilize the steering wheel in his hands. "Stop it, driving the car. What the fuck is wrong with you? Driving around in a car?" The driver in the back greeted with a broken mouth. "The good thing is that with a 3-lane highway, you can go around it if you don't like what you see." Back at the residence, it happened that the next-door elder sister went out for a walk and saw Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying warmly greeted the two. After the next big sister left, Han Shuiying turned around and scrutinized Li Lingfeng. "Why do you feel that the big sister next door is looking at you with such ambiguous eyes? Say, is there something you're hiding from me?" Li Lingfeng inwardly thumped. This woman's intuition is better than a dog's nose. What were you thinking? Not even looking at how old they are. How big doesn't affect her liking you? Han Shuiying asked rhetorically. "That's if I want to." Han Shuiying nodded. "That's true. I still believe in your vision." The two entered the house, changed into indoor slippers, and Li Lingfeng grabbed a good spot on the living room sofa. Han Shuiying sat down on her but right after her. "This is my spot." Li Lingfeng was unconvinced. "Your name is engraved on it?" In this way the two were not allowed to sit next to each other. Li Lingfeng smoothly wrapped his arms around Han Shuiying's thin willow waist. Han Shuiying also naturally leaned on Li Lingfeng's shoulder. The two men each looked at their cell phones, and Li Lingfeng glanced at Han Shuiying's chat interface, all of which were predominantly work groups. "What do you think happened to your sister Moon today?" Li Lingfeng asked curiously. "What else? People go through menopause. Last time I heard you say she was divorced, was she?" Han Shuiying nodded. "I guess her former husband couldn't stand her either." "Let's not talk about that. It's hard to come home from work without talking about work. I'm going to take a shower first. I'm exhausted." After saying that, Han Shuiying put down her cell phone and got up to take a shower. Bored, Li Lingfeng took her phone and looked at the chat interface to find Han Shuiying's chat with Sister Yu. It's all normal work exchanges, just a little short-tempered. Suddenly, Li Lingfeng flipped to the photo of her nephew that Sister Yu had sent to Han Shuiying. It turns out that the last time, not dead, and give Han Shuiying sales pitch. The result is still Han Shuiying politely refused. Li Lingfeng frowned. "How many times does this mean? Digging for my corner?" Li Lingfeng, who was angry in his heart, instantly developed an idea, so he hurriedly recommended Sister Yu's business card to himself. Then he quickly deleted the line of information records and closed the screen to put Han Shuiying's cell phone away. Li Lingfeng, who had gotten Sister Yu's business card, clicked on it and saw that the avatar was a cluster of flowers. Such women are often empty inside and emotionally vulnerable. Li Lingfeng without hesitation decisively sent a request to add a friend, confident that it will certainly pass the verification quickly. But half an hour had passed, and there was still no reply. Did it miss? Li Lingfeng couldn't help but wonder in his heart. "What are you doing?" Han Shuiying came out of the shower wrapped in a bath towel, a coat of hair dripping wet. "Can you come over and blow dry my hair for me?" Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng with a petulant look. In this way Li Lingfeng couldn't even refuse, so he put down his cell phone and got up to bring the windsock. "Most of all, I like you." Han Shuiying coldly gave Li Lingfeng a kiss on the cheek. I don't think Li Lingfeng was so kind as to actually obediently help Han Shuiying blow out her hair. At some point, a hand had already reached into Han Shuiying's bath towel to go up and down. Han Shuiying twisted her shapely body impatiently and pouted. "What are you doing? Blow drying your hair?" Li Lingfeng returned with a serious face. Han Shuiying whitened her eyes at Li Lingfeng. "Have you blown it like that?" Li Lingfeng didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. Instead, he increased his movements, and Han Shuiying's face flushed red. "If we keep this up, we're going to lose ourselves in the game, not to mention blow drying our hair." So Han Shuiying hurriedly stopped it. "Alright, I'd better do it myself." "Are you sure?" "Sure as well as certain." Han Shuiying returned with a firm gaze. Li Lingfeng then handed the windsock over to Han Shuiying and rejoined himself on the sofa to sit down. Picking up his cell phone, he had an instant little surprise in his heart. Friend verification went through? I clicked on it, but a few moments later, I lost it, and it turned out to be another friend verification request from someone else. Li Lingfeng was just about to ignore it when he caught a glimpse of the 3 words Lin Xiaoning. "Isn't this Han Shuiying's best friend?" With a doubtful and curious mind, Li Lingfeng passed her friend request. Li Lingfeng also thought for a moment that it might just be a netizen with the same name, until the other party sent a message. Thank you for the beef fondue tonight. It was delicious, sir. It turned out that Lin Xiaoning quietly gave a silent note when Li Lingfeng reported the reservation phone number. Talking to who? It's so late, Han Shuiying asked towards Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng sheepishly looked up at Han Shuiying. No, I'm done blowing, so I'll go back to my room and rest first, so don't play so late, Han Shuiying reminded. Got it. Han Shuiying turned around and went into the room, and Li Lingfeng picked up his cell phone and sent a message back. At first, the two had one more thing to talk about. As the chat gets deeper and deeper, the more sensitive and open the topic becomes. Until the end, Lin Xiaoning actually launched a video chat. Scaring Li Lingfeng hurriedly shut down. What's wrong? Is it inconvenient? Li Lingfeng slightly frowned. This does not knowingly ask to trap me in disloyalty. If this kind of chatting continues, sooner or later it will go off. So Li Lingfeng replied back. It's very late. Get some rest early. Amount. Lin Xiaoning responded, adding a reluctant expression afterward. Full of the thought that the chat ended like this, Li Lingfeng got up and prepared to take a shower. But suddenly two more messages popped up on the chat interface. Picking it up, Li Lingfeng almost spewed out a nosebleed. It was a restricted selfie of Lin Xiaoning, followed immediately by the phrase, good night. Even though this Lin Xiaoning's body wasn't as good as Han Shuiying's, it was much stronger than the average girl. That's a pretty obvious temptation to operate like that. Li Lingfeng shook his head. This bosom friend of Han Shuiying's should not be handled deeply. But that didn't stop him from picking up his cell phone again and zooming in on the photo to take a closer look. That's awesome. After leaving a sentence, Li Lingfeng walked towards the bathroom. To be out of the bath has been late at night, more than 11 o'clock. Li Lingfeng into the room. At this moment Han Shuiying has been asleep. It seems that indeed work is also tired. Li Lingfeng lovingly gently stroked its cheek. Han Shuiying came over with a turn and opened her hazel eyes. Finished your shower? Li Lingfeng nodded. This can even wake you up? What do you say? Early in the morning, Li Lingfeng comfortably stretched his waist, picked up his cell phone and looked at it. It was more than 9 o'clock in the morning, so he dialed Lin Sudong's number. Not at the office? You're not supporting me at the office? You have your own hands and feet, and you have the nerve to say you'll let people raise you? Li Lingfeng despised. What about you? That's because I have a bad stomach and the doctor said I can't eat hard food. Lin Sudongzhen hated to throw the phone and said in a bad mood. What do you want from me? Borrowing money is out of the question. Li Lingfeng was astonished. UTM still have private money? I was afraid I was going to have to sell a kidney. Li Lingfeng. Come on. I won't bullshit with you. I'll come over to you later. After saying that, Li Lingfeng hung up the phone. After getting up and washing up, Li Lingfeng changed his clothes and picked up Han Shuiying's love bread in his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. Picking up the car keys sitting on the tabletop, he turned to go out the door. Just out of the door, the next sister was busy greeting. This is out of the door, ah? Li Lingfeng, who was nibbling on the bread, turned his head to look and almost dropped the bread in shock. The older sister was seen with a pomegranate makeup look, holding a makeup mirror in one hand and an eyebrow pencil in the other. However, out of basic politeness, Li Lingfeng nodded with a hard smile. Yes, that thing we talked about last time. When are you free? Big sister asked with an embarrassed face. Li Lingfeng's entire body went numb for a moment and hurriedly brought the door with him, swallowing hard. Again, ha. After saying that, he hurriedly turned around and trotted away, completely not giving the big sister a chance to say the next sentence. Looking at Li Lingfeng's flustered back, the big sister next door froze for a moment, looking back at the makeup mirror in her hand. Is it the makeup I'm wearing today that doesn't look good? Well, it's true. The eyebrows are a little crooked, Big Sis said as she looked at her flying fried eyebrows. Hongshin Human Resource Agency. Li Lingfeng parked his car in front of the door. I'm here. At your door. Li Lingfeng sent a voice message to Lin Xiandong. Lin Sudong, who was working inside, received the message and got up to greet his manager. Manager, I'm going out for a bit. Call if you need anything. After receiving the promise, Lin Xiandong picked up his cell phone and went out of the door. Standing in front of the door and looking around once, picking up his cell phone, voice said, Where? Didn't see yours? Li Lingfeng pressed the car's horn, startling Lin Sudong, who was standing in front of the door. Lin Sudong, who was just about to go ballistic, immediately wimped out again once he saw that it was a Mercedes-Benz. When he fixed his eyes again, Li Lingfeng, who was sitting in the driver's seat inside, was greeting him. A surprised Lin Odong walked down and said, What are you doing sitting in someone's car? Li Lingfeng, get in the car. Brother will take you for a dash. Lin Sudong, who was still in a daze, listened to Li Lingfeng's words and got into the car. After a roar of the engine, the vehicle flew on the road, frightening Lin Sudong, who hurriedly grabbed his seatbelt. Slow down. You fly an airplane? Li Lingfeng a sharp brake to the side. Lin Sudong was caught off guard and leaned forward. The seatbelt strangulation almost broke. Breathless, he turned his head to Li Lingfeng and said, "What are you doing again? You drive instead." After saying that, without waiting for Lin Sudong to agree, Li Lingfeng unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Coming to the front of the passenger seat, "I'll drive?" Lin Sudong looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief, knowing that he was a brand new handshake. "Although I've had my license for over 1 year, I've never had much opportunity to practice." Li Lingfeng opened the car door with one hand. "What are you still standing there for? Don't you come down quickly?" Lin Sudong was driven out of the passenger seat and stood outside but did not know what to do for a moment. Li Lingfeng, the grating Lin Odong, finally sat down in the driver's seat, his hands shaking a little uncontrollably. "I can't imagine that my first drive was a Mercedes." The left and right mirrors were adjusted and shifted. The seat position moved and shifted. After 10 minutes, Lin Xiandong finally took a long breath. "Is it done?" Li Lingfeng asked. Lin Sudong nodded. All right, let's go." Li Lingfeng waited until his ass had hemorrhoids. Lin Sudong took another long breath. "Sit tight and come on. I'm going to start." Looking at Lin Sudong with a look of death, Li Lingfeng hurriedly pulled the handrail with both hands. Oh, the engine made a stirring, high-pitched roar. With a sharp forward jolt, the vehicle instantly drove off a few meters away. Li Lingfeng, who pulled on the armrest, deeply felt a sense of pushing back. Ka! After a dull thud, the car stopped motionless. Lin Sudong looked at Li Lingfeng with a startled expression and said, "What's wrong?" Li Lingfeng let it first turn off the engine, get out of the car to check a circle. Looking at the right front wheel fell into the ditch cannot help but frown. Looking at this expression on Li Lingfeng's face, Lin Sudong became even more frightened. "What's wrong? Speak up instead." Li Lingfeng took out his cell phone and took a picture before showing it to him. Lin Sudong was dumbfounded and looked at Li Lingfeng with helpless eyes. "Is one kidney enough?" Li Lingfeng's face was grave. "I'm afraid I need 2 kidney amounts." Starbucks. Li Lingfeng ordered 2 velvet lattes and sat face to face with Lin Sudong. Originally was already full of sadness Lin Sudong when he heard that the Mercedes-Benz is his good brother Li Lingfeng's after. The heart got heavier. "I'm afraid that my brother will have a bad time. And I'm afraid that my brother will drive a BMW." Looking at Lin Sudong's dead bare look, "Li Lingfeng, I've said it's my own car, so what's there to worry about? How big a deal is it? It's just a matter of filing an insurance claim." "Right. Send me your card number," Li Lingfeng continued. "What for?" "The $200,000 I borrowed from you before is returned to you. Don't you want it? Didn't you just buy a Mercedes? You still have money to pay me back? That's none of your business. Just send me the card number." Lin Sudong then sent his usual card number to Li Lingfeng, who then transferred the money. The prompt message popped up with a transfer message of $400,000, and Lin Odong was instantly stunned. "I thought I had read it wrong, and I was busy clicking through to check that it was the right amount of $400,000 transferred." Lin Sudong looked up at Li Lingfeng. "Did you lose the wrong number and transferred $400,000 to me?" Li Lingfeng looked unconcerned. "That's right. That extra $200,000 is the interest I counted for you." Really? What's so fake about it? When have I ever lied to you? You've never told me the truth." Li Lingfeng, "It's only been a few days, and this interest has doubled. Why don't we put the $400,000 back with you?" Looking at that look of innocence, Li Lingfeng couldn't wait for a slap to fly over. "It's too little, so return the $200,000 to me." Hearing Li Lingfeng's words, Lin Sudong hurriedly retrieved his cell phone and protected it in his arms. "Is it possible to take back the water that has been thrown out?" After saying that, Lin Sudong once again looked at his account balance and had never seen so much money before. After making sure the money was still there, Lin Sudong asked curiously, "Where did you get so much money?" "That's none of your business. It was obtained legally anyway." Li Lingfeng picked up the velvet latte and took a sip, his gaze falling on a clear beauty not far away. Tall figure with halters, slimming package, hip dress, properly a beautiful scenery of the coffee shop. "Don't look. The person's boyfriend is at the front desk buying coffee," Lin Sudong reminded. "Che, is it a crime to look?" "Right. I forgot to tell you something. You've got an eye on that job," Lin Sudong remembered and said. "But with your current condition, you shouldn't even need to look for a job anymore, right?" Lin Sudong added. "Yes. Who says no? I don't have to live, brother." Lin Sudong looked at Li Lingfeng with 10,000 skepticism. "Do you damn well have a reliable sentence?" Li Lingfeng nodded seriously. "I said seriously. What job came?" "Bank account manager." "Not bad. That's a fat job for a brother's degree." But, Lin Xiandong showed a hint of a hard look on his face. But what? It may cost a bit of money to fight for this job position. Lin Sudong replied. This Li Lingfeng is not at all surprised. Subterfuge well. All understand. So he said, no matter, as long as the price is reasonable and you can get it in. After receiving Li Lingfeng's reply, Lin Sudong nodded. That's fine. I'll make an appointment with the bank president to talk about it specifically, and notify you then. Alright, I'm almost ready to go back. Lin Sudong glanced at the time on his cell phone then said. The two of them got up and left, passing by that clear beauty, Li Lingfeng, an electric eye. The clean-cut beauty couldn't help but duck her head and cover her mouth with a smile. Unknown to his boyfriend, he rubbed shoulders with Li Lingfeng. What's wrong? What's so funny? No. Taking advantage of the moment when her boyfriend sat down without paying attention, the clear beauty looked back at Li Lingfeng. The two of them looked deeply into each other's eyes, as if they had known each other across 1,000 years. Calling a car to send Lin Sudong back to the company, aboard Li Lingfeng received a message from Lin Xiaoning. What are you doing? I'm on vacation this afternoon. Do you want to go shopping? Anyway, he was also idle. Remembering the powerful selfie from last night, Li Lingfeng replied back, yes, so I'll meet you at the Holiday Plaza? Okay, I'll go over there now. After finishing the chat, Li Lingfeng turned his head to the cab driver master and said, please go to Holiday Plaza. It's gonna cost you more. It's farther. Li Lingfeng. I forgot for a moment that I had just negotiated a bite-sized price without a meter. Holiday Plaza. Li Lingfeng, who got out of the car, gave the cab driver a vicious slaughter. If it wasn't for the sake of going to the appointment of a good person, Li Lingfeng would really give him a complaint. Arriving at the entrance of the square, Li Lingfeng saw Lin Xiaoning's figure from afar. The two of them ran in both directions. Lin Xiaoning with a smile on her face. Why didn't you drive your Mercedes over here? Li Lingfeng. The whole pretty boy in front of you and all you care about is where the car went? Took it for maintenance. Come on then, let's wander inside. After saying that, Lin Xiaoning took Li Lingfeng's arm and led him into the Holiday Plaza. Inside, there are mostly a wide range of stores, and the fourth floor is the place to eat. It happened that at lunchtime, the two of them came to a restaurant on the fourth floor and saw the generosity of Li Lingfeng last time. Lin Xiaoning was not polite at all, and ordered as hard as she liked. This time Li Lingfeng just a little bit regretted coming out. Not the heartache of that little bit of money, is not wanting to be treated as a kaiju. However, since he had all come, Li Lingfeng naturally wouldn't miss this meal. How can you catch a big fish if you don't give up your nesting material? Although this one is just a haunted mouth of tilapia. After finishing their meal, the two went to the arcade on the fifth floor. I don't know how to drive yet. Why don't you teach me? Lin Xiaoning said with a wink. Okay, so the two of them were one in front of the other. And Li Lingfeng taught Lin Xiaoning to drive that video game car by hand, intentionally or unintentionally rubbing in that well-earned benefit. A realistic cliff turn scared Lin Xiaoning into shrinking into Li Lingfeng's arms. If he wasn't concerned about driving the video game car, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but almost get on it. You're awesome-o. You can even turn the corner for you like this. Lin Xiaoning looked back at Li Lingfeng with eyes full of admiration and said, if he hadn't been in the battlefield for a long time, Li Lingfeng was afraid that he would have been taken by this look. At this moment, Lin Xiaoning's eyes had changed from worshipful to flirtatious and mesmerizing, enough to turn all beings upside down. Li Lingfeng got up by the last trace of his bottom line and said, it's almost time, let's go back. Lin Xiaoning instantly stared blankly at Li Lingfeng, her eyes filled with loss. It took a long time before he reluctantly returned. Okay, what went wrong? Did I not do enough? At this time, Lin Xiaoning's heart was filled with such thoughts. After sending Lin Xiaoning away, Li Lingfeng turned his head and called his predecessor Su Xiaolu. Hey, where are you? At home. On vacation today. I'll come over to you. In the evening, Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying, who had had their meal, were both lying on the sofa. Two pairs of highly artistic and aesthetic eyes were glued to the 65-inch electronic screen hanging on the wall. Hulu is playing on the TV screen at the moment. Can you tone it down a bit? This left and right neighbors heard how childish Li Lingfeng reminded. Han Shuiying blankly glanced at Li Lingfeng. The remote control is on the coffee table. Won't you get up and go get it? Would I be talking to you if I was willing to get up? Han Shuiying pinched on Li Lingfeng's thigh, causing Li Lingfeng to jump straight up in pain. Hurriedly, he went for the remote control on the coffee table and turned the volume down a bit. By the way, the lights in the living room were turned off as well, so it seemed to have some more ambience. Li Lingfeng, who had gotten this done, reclined on the sofa, and Han Shuiying leaned into Li Lingfeng's arms as soon as he did. Today Lin Xiaoning was good enough to take the afternoon off for some reason. Li Lingfeng froze for a moment, and the sensitive Han Shuiying sensed it at once. What's the matter? You? Nothing. That BFF of yours is unreliable. It's best to stay away from some, Li Lingfeng reminded. Why? She didn't take this afternoon off for you, did she? Ahem. Li Lingfeng was choked straight up by Han Shuiying's sentence. A woman's intuition told Han Shuiying that there was something going on here. But Han Shuiying turned an indifferent face. Would Li Lingfeng look at her? Li Lingfeng turned a smile and reached out to gently touch the tip of Han Shuiying's nose. Who knows me better than the secretary? Early in the morning, a sharp ringing of the phone woke up Li Lingfeng's beautiful dream. Opening his hazel eyes to bring his cell phone to see that it was Lin Odong calling, Li Lingfeng didn't even think much about it and directly hung up the phone. Rolling over and covering the covers, he prepared to continue his lucid dream. Not a second later, the phone rang again, as if it were rushing. A fiery Li Lingfeng brought the phone, and the first sentence after connecting it roared, "If there's nothing going on, let's see if I don't exterminate you. Do you still want the job?" 2. Li Lingfeng immediately changed his tone to a gentle one, and there were even a few hints of flattery in his tone. Got an appointment with that banker. Go to his place at 9 a.m. for an interview. Li Lingfeng looked at his cell phone time. It was already 8:17, and hurriedly said back, Okay, get up and leave right away. After saying that, he didn't wait for Lin Sudong to speak and directly hung up the phone. Lin Sudong over there frowned. I haven't even finished my sentence yet, and then hang up on me. So he gave it another dial, and this time there was no answer straight away. After getting up, Li Lingfeng hurriedly washed up and delicately cleaned himself up. When he got back to get his cell phone and went out, he saw that Lin Sudong had made a few more phone calls one after another. So Li Lingfeng hurriedly resumed. No need to rush. I'll be over to pick you up now. No, I'm going out on a recruiting trip with the manager this morning, so just go straight over to him. Lin Sudong forwarded the address and the banker's contact information to Li Lingfeng. Seeing that the time is also not early, it is too late to take a closer look at Li Lingfeng hurriedly went out the door. Following the address given by Lin Sudong, Li Lingfeng arrived at his destination. In front of the Doris Farmers and Merchants Bank signboard, Li Lingfeng looked down at the contact, Luo Tianxing. The name is quite open, Li Lingfeng muttered. Entering the door of the bank, the lobby manager immediately greeted him with a smile and opened his voice to ask, Hello sir, what kind of business do you need? Would you like to learn more about our credit card? Our bank has just launched a... Li Lingfeng reached out and interrupted the lobby manager. I'm here to find Luo Xing. Rockwalk's office is in the third room inside. Li Lingfeng nodded. Thank you. Passing through the hall, Li Lingfeng came to the office area inside, and following the identification of the door plate, Li Lingfeng found the governor's office. The door was open and inside a man in his 40s was sitting in an office chair playing on his cell phone. It must be the Luo Xing that Lin Sudong had mentioned. Otherwise who would dare to sit on that chair? Li Lingfeng knocked on the door. Luo Xing looked up at Li Lingfeng, all cocky, and thought he was the second generation of that village. Busy getting up with a smile and politely said, Come in and sit down. Li Lingfeng was not polite and came in and sat down graciously. Luo Xing was busy washing the teacups and making tea, respectfully serving Li Lingfeng a cup of tea. Laughing, he said, Is there some more demolition money coming in? Li Lingfeng? I'm here for the interview. Luo Xing suddenly thumped. The whole person froze there. Feelings just brewed that tens of thousands of dollars a caddy of tea hit the water? Breathing is difficult for a few minutes. Luo Xing feels that his heart attack is coming. A face stretched out. Did you bring your resume? Resume? Li Lingfeng asked rhetorically. That thing still needs to be brought? Wasn't it introduced by an acquaintance? Luo Xing took a deep breath. If it wasn't for the money, this moment would have swept Li Lingfeng off his feet. Tell you what, there's a tea house next door. Let's go there and talk. The two of them got up and left the branch and went to the tea house that Luo Xing had described. It's fun to make tea around the stove. But why did you order so much food? We're making tea. Where's the tea? Introduce yourself. Picking up his chopsticks, Luo Xing then ate without any hesitation. Surname Li, first name Lingfeng. There were no more words for a long time, and Luo Xing looked up at Li Lingfeng. No more? Li Lingfeng also nonchalantly took a bite of tea and put it in his mouth and nodded. Alas, you are still the first one to be so gripped with interviews. Luo Xing tightened his brows. Who let himself be short-handed right now? So he held down the anger in his heart and said, Forget it, let's get straight to the point then. Rockwalk dipped his finger in the water and wrote a 10 on the tabletop. How could the smart Li Lingfeng not know what it meant? Besides, Lin Sudong had greeted him first before this. No problem, that's the amount. Cash or transfer? Luo Xing froze and looked at Li Lingfeng in front of him in a bit of disbelief. Without the slightest hesitation, had he agreed to it? Had he underpriced himself? Luo Xing, you'll be my leader from now on. Please teach me more. Before Luo Xing could react, Li Lingfeng had already saluted him with his tea. Slow down. The conditions are clear to you before you make a decision. Li Lingfeng put down his tea and looked like he was listening attentively. This side does not package you to transfer. Come in first internship. 3 months after the transfer. The condition of transfer is to pull 10 million unilateral deposits. What if we don't pull in that many deposits? Li Lingfeng asked. A month's extension to transfer. And then if you don't meet the conditions for transfer, then I'm sorry you'll have to get out. Li Lingfeng slightly frowned. This is more or less a bit of a pit. $100,000 to buy this job? I like it though. The fact that there are so many people trying to squeeze in under such conditions says enough about what Li Lingfeng secretly said in his heart. Deal. Seeing that Li Lingfeng was still so righteous, Luo Xing did not say anything more. Anyway, things are clear with you. I've earned the money. Just don't blame me for anything when the time comes. Fine. Then you withdraw the cash and give it to me, Luo Xing said. When Li Lingfeng re-entered the tea ceremony hall after picking up the cash outside, the refreshments in front of Luo Xing were already in a mess. Li Lingfeng, handing the $100,000 in the eco-friendly bag to Luo Xing. Want to count it? No need. We'll all be co-workers from now on. Don't we have that trust yet? Li Lingfeng wisely picked up the tea in lieu of wine. A toast to the leader. And please ask Luo Xing for more guidance in the future. Luo Xing picked up the tea and the two lightly touched it. Remember to bring your resume tomorrow and take you to the branch for induction. I'll leave you with nothing else. Satisfied, Luo Xing left the tea ceremony center with the environmental bag. Li Lingfeng was still thinking about eating something, picked up the chopsticks and scrutinized them left and right, and there was not a piece that went down. Putting down his chopsticks, he waved at the waiter. Get the check. Coming out of the tea ceremony hall, Li Lingfeng went back to his residence. The stairway bumped into the next door big sister, and today's dress made Li Lingfeng's eyes light up. Her body, which was already in decent shape, was dressed in a tight brown dress and her face was lightly powdered to make it look even whiter. Looks like this makeup is getting better by the day. Back, big sister greeted warmly. Li Lingfeng smiled and responded. Where is this going? Big sister. Meeting my girlfriends for yoga. You're not working today? Big sis asked. Yeah, Li Lingfeng casually made a perfunctory remark. Right, so the asking for advice. Big sister looked at Li Lingfeng tentatively. This was something she really couldn't forget. Aren't you going to yoga with your girlfriends, some other time when you're free? It's fine. I can put it off. And as it happens, don't you happen to be free today as well? After her big sister finished speaking, she picked up the phone and pushed off her best friend's appointment before Li Lingfeng could say yes. Li Lingfeng, however, today's mood was very pleasant, and Li Lingfeng was also excited to see this. Although the eldest sister has passed the flower season of a young girl, but in the mature women's world that is also the existence of the upper class. I really don't get it. Brother Wang, with a wife of this caliber, why don't you cultivate her with all your heart? So, we go back now? The elder sister piggybacked on Li Lingfeng. The two of them went back to their residence, and Li Lingfeng patiently gave explanations of various techniques and ways, an in-depth discussion of each other's insights. The eldest sister even sacrificed her life for knowledge at one point and became Li Lingfeng's lecture model. At the door, big sister glanced at Li Lingfeng with intent. Like this learning, we can exchange more later. Li Lingfeng lifted his pants. I'm happy to swim in the ocean of knowledge, which is the driving force behind the progress of human civilization. Big sister smiled and nodded in approval. Note, this is a pure exchange of knowledge. Really? After sending off his big sister, Li Lingfeng went back to the house to lie down on the sofa and picked up his cell phone, surprised to find that the friend request sent to Han Shuiying manager Sister Moon actually went through. Li Lingfeng immediately set his life's strength to give him a flurry of wild teasing. After a few bouts, unable to hold Li Lingfeng's sweet words, Sister Yu was eventually taken. This lonely heart was ruffled by Li Lingfeng that was hot and fiery. Han Shuiying looked at Sister Yu, who had a flushed face, and was neither in nor out. In the end, she still hardened her heart and said, Sister Yu, there are some bills here that you need to sign. Sister Yu signed the slips one by one without saying a word and with a smile. The moment it was returned to Han Shuiying, her entire body was confused. Why? Is there anything else? No. Han Shuiying turned and hurriedly left Sister Yu's office, coming out still not daring to believe it. I can't believe she didn't ask any more questions. For God's sake, what are you doing here? Did you get scolded again? A coworker asked with a smile. Signing off on getting yelled at. That's a mandatory course. Have you felt that Sister Yu is like a different person today? Han Shuiying asked. She doesn't change her face every day. It's not like it's unusual. No. Okay. The order is signed. Hurry up and ship it out or you'll have to drag your shift again, the coworker reminded. Moon Sister Heart. who was currently being teased with a dry mouth, beautifully returned. We've been talking for so long, and we don't even know your name yet? My name is Lin Odong. Hachu. Lin Sudong, who was busy recruiting, sneezed and touched his nose. Which dog is poking me? Just after finishing your chat with Sister Yu, Su Xiaolu called in. Li Lingfeng was busy picking up. What's wrong? The car is done, so you can come and get it. Why don't you drive it back for me? Li Lingfeng smiled thievishly. Fuck off, Li Lingfeng. Send me your location, Su Xiaolu added. Okay. After 20 minutes or so, Su Xiaolu drove the car downstairs. Li Lingfeng downstairs. Out of the porch we'll see Su Xiaolu leaning in front of the car door. A professional dress standard beautiful. The older man walking his child on the side did not even realize that his own child had fallen into the ditch. Su Xiaolu waved her hand towards Li Lingfeng, who stepped forward. Handing the key to Li Lingfeng, there are some scratches on the wheels that I didn't have time to deal with, so I'll make do. Li Lingfeng nodded and turned over to look at the injured hub. The good thing is that the scratches are small and not very noticeable if you don't look hard enough. What's the matter? Urging the car so urgently? Su Xiaolu asked in disbelief. Could have had the master fix it properly. I have to go to work tomorrow and I can't do it without a car. Work? Hearing this, Su Xiaolu looked at Li Lingfeng with 10,000 astonishment, with nothing but disbelief in her eyes. Yeah, got a job. Going to work tomorrow, Li Lingfeng said back. Su Xiaolu didn't know what kind of blow this Li Lingfeng had received. The only explanation that made sense was, then a hint of sadness came out of the disbelieving eyes. Have you got some terminal disease? Li Lingfeng. Even though I'm your ex-boyfriend, you don't expect so little from me, do you? Then do I still want you to be promoted and become rich? How unbalanced I would be in my heart. Li Lingfeng. Okay, enough of this bullshit. Come with me to get 2 dresses for work. You haven't told me where you're going to work? Thanks, Charlotte Su. Li Lingfeng got into the passenger seat, and through the window glass, shouted to Su Xiaolu outside. Still not getting in the car? Don't you work in a factory? How come you're in a bank? The old man graduated with a bachelor's degree alright. Professional clothing brand store. Li Lingfeng chose 2 sets of fitted shirts and suit pants. The already clean-cut Li Lingfeng, wearing a proper attire. That workplace bully manhood instantly came out. Looked at Su Xiaolu as a stunned. When with him so long, also did not see him through so formal. Alright, just these 2 sets. They fit quite well. What do you think? Li Lingfeng asked Su Xiaolu. Returning to her senses, Su Xiaolu nodded. It's all fine. Anyway, wearing it is that human-like. The clerk behind her couldn't help but cover her mouth with a laugh at that, though she was already trying her best to control it. But Li Lingfeng knew she was laughing at herself. He glared at Su Xiaolu. A human model is also the first love you can't get. Che, sis doesn't care about you. Sis dumped you. The little store girl in the back laughed even more joyfully. Coming out of the store, Su Xiaolu looked at the familiar and unfamiliar man in front of her and said, You guys are meeting your parents, right? Li Lingfeng was surprised for a moment. How did you know? Otherwise you would be so active in finding a job and changing yourself? Su Xiaolu laughed. Li Lingfeng shook his head. Don't get me wrong. I work purely because I'm too bored. That's just because you haven't realized it yet. A lot of things, subconsciously, are changing. Li Lingfeng froze for a moment, but he still held on to his thoughts. It's just because it's boring. Su Xiaolu also did not argue with him, but only slightly generalized. It's true that in the beginning you loved me or not enough. Li Lingfeng. Joking aside, treat me to a meal. It's time to get off work for dinner, Su Xiaolu said as she looked at her cell phone time. Another time? I have to pick her up from work. She doesn't know I'm going to work tomorrow. Su Xiaolu envied plus lost his eyes. Alright then. Nah, here are 2 coins. Go out and take a bus. Li Lingfeng fished out 2 coins from his pocket. Su Xiaolu flashed explosive hair. Lamian drove the car back to you. Is this how you treat me? A roar of anger instantly drew a crowd of passers-by. Which couple was quarreling again? Okay, I'll take you back always, right? The old lady doesn't care now. After saying that, Su Xiaolu turned around and left quickly. Li Lingfeng hurriedly chased after him and lightly patted on the wriggling buttocks. The key is still with you. There was a lot of bickering and the 2 of them got into the car, sending Su Xiaolu back to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Looking at Su Xiaolu outside the car, Li Lingfeng said, I'm leaving. Su Xiaolu waved her hand. And, Li Lingfeng paused. Remember to eat dinner and don't drink so much. Su Xiaolu froze in place, revealing a sad smile. For a long time, after Li Lingfeng left, the wind blew and tears flowed indisputably. Downstairs of Baishan Limited, Li Lingfeng parked his vehicle. There were still about 10 minutes before Han Shuiying got off work. Li Lingfeng opened the chat software. Playfulness up he again. Han Shuiying manager Yu sister a chat. He also sent one of Lin Sudong's most handsome photos to sister Yu. For this reason, Li Lingfeng also downloaded a special retouching software. The first time to learn P picture. After the P, as far as Lin Sudong's handsome appearance is concerned, there are people who believe that he is a Middle Eastern prince. Unsurprisingly, Sister Moon was greatly delighted, and even took the initiative to send a dozen messages in a row. At the end, there is a photo of the 18-year-old, Han Shuiying, who got off work, knocked on Li Lingfeng's car window, and Li Lingfeng, who was still chatting, realized that Han Shuiying had come down. Hurriedly, he opened the car door. Han Shuiying sat in and asked, "Who are you talking to?" So mesmerized? Li Lingfeng let out a contained smile and did not reply. "Where are we going to eat? Why did you think of inviting me to dinner again? Good news for you. I'm going to work tomorrow," Li Lingfeng said triumphantly. Going to work? Han Shuiying looked puzzled. Is it not warm enough at home? Or are you thinking of going outside to be aggravated? Li Lingfeng, shouldn't you be properly encouraging me? Encouragement for what? Is it because you're afraid I won't be able to support you? Han Shuiying asked rhetorically. No, Li Lingfeng actually a moment speechless. How this script does not follow the expected going to work where? Banks. Selling credit cards. Don't ask me to open them in the future. Li Lingfeng, account manager, no credit cards for sale, then don't ask me for a loan. No house, no car, Han Shuiying said. It's a public account manager. You can't afford to lend with that qualification. Li Lingfeng weakly returned. Hunan restaurant. So hot. Han Shuiying slammed water into her mouth while fanning herself with her hand. Can't eat spicy food and still prefer to come to Hunan restaurants. Li Lingfeng shook his head breathlessly. Can't you try? Yes. Just don't get diarrhea tonight. After saying that, Li Lingfeng chucked a piece of sweet and sour radish into his mouth. That was the only dish he could eat at the table. It's so strange. Today Sister Yu is like a different person. I took the list for her to sign and didn't even say a word. Is it because you're doing so well? Li Lingfeng asked. Han Shuiying shook her head. It has nothing to do with this. Doing even better. According to usual Sister Yu's character, will still be there to pick faults. Today, she feels weird, like she's in love with someone. Her face is moist and red. Hearing this, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but giggle and laughed. He roughly knew what was going on. What are you laughing at? What's so funny about it? Han Shuiying wondered. Li Lingfeng flipped through the chat with Sister Yu and showed it to Han Shuiying. Learning the whole story, Han Shuiying couldn't help but smile and blankly stare at Li Lingfeng. You're so damaged. It's not for your work. It's not good to talk much later when you become your own. And does your brother Lin Odong know about this? Li Lingfeng shook his head. We'll talk to him when the conversation is more mature. Don't play away, Han Shuiying reminded. Don't worry, I have my own measure. It's also time to let Lin Sudong break a fledgling. Or else how can he flirt with a girl with that bearish look? At this point, Han Shuiying and Li Lingfeng both saw the same thing. Likewise it was time for that Sister Moon to be nourished by a man. Otherwise she was like a menopausal woman all day long. After dinner, Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying went to a KTV to cheer up, and in the meantime explored new ways to play in their new environment. It was only after they had had their fun that the two left the KTV hand in hand. Back to the residence bath. Lying on the bed has been nearly 12 o'clock. Li Lingfeng then remembered resume TM has not been done it. So a call was made to Lin Odong. Hey, why don't you give me a whole resume and bring it over to start tomorrow? Li Lingfeng, I'll fuck you up. Li Lingfeng hurriedly hung up the phone, so as not to make noise to the left and right neighbors. But it was still heard by Han Shuiying, who had a good ear, being greeted as a grandpa, right? What? Can there be that? Sleep. After saying that, Li Lingfeng turned off the room lights with his hand. What, didn't you have enough fun in that karaoke? Early in the morning, a sharp alarm bell rang, and Han Shuiying, who had gotten up, reminded Li Lingfeng, who was beside him. Remember you have to go to work today. Couldn't wait for Li Lingfeng. Han Shuiying finished her work first and went out the door. The lazy Li Lingfeng this reluctant to get up. Bring a cell phone to see. Lin Sudong has sent over a good resume. Li Lingfeng casually replied back. Thanks, I'll treat you to some Evo mineral water some other day. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Li Lingfeng changed into a formal dress. After a long scrutiny in the mirror, he turned away in satisfaction. At the door, the big sister next door looked at the handsome Li Lingfeng stunned, and her inner teenage feelings instantly exploded. Going where? So handsome. Go to work. Go away. Big sister. Okay. Looking at Li Lingfeng's departing back, this soul flew away with him. Why are you standing in front of the door? Why don't you take the kids to school? Next door. Wang questioned. The eldest sister also did not make a sound, and turned around silently and went into the house without any goodwill. Next door to Wan? Am I doing something wrong here again? Arrived at the branch just as the guys were lining up for the morning meeting. You're here just in time. Come together for the morning meeting. Luo Xing opened his voice in greeting, bringing Li Lingfeng to the center of the crowd. He introduced him to the group. This is our new colleague, Li Lingfeng. The group applauded. Branch a total of 12 people. Now plus Li Lingfeng 13 people. Mostly handsome men and women. Especially those with windows for external services are of good quality. Represents the face of the bank. There were also 2 aunts who were in their 40s, which would be staring at Li Lingfeng. We're all a team, and no matter what, we have to work together and look out for each other. After saying that, Luo Xing turned his head to look at Li Lingfeng. Do you have anything else to introduce yourself to everyone? Li Lingfeng shook his head. No, I'm new here. Let's treat everyone to a cup of milk tea later. Good. Several of the girls had cheered. Ahem. Luo Xing coughed and said in a serious manner. I asked you to make a self-introduction. Why are you buying up people's hearts? There was a pause. I'll have 2. 1 to pack and take away. After the morning meeting, Luo Xing asked Lu Wei, the vice president, to give Li Lingfeng a seat first. Li Lingfeng, on the other hand, honored his promise and ordered everyone a cup of milk tea each. The exception to this is the Rocky line. 2 oversized cups. Placing it on Luo Xing's office desk, Li Lingfeng smiled. Luo Xing, your milk tea. You kid can come to things. Bring your resume and follow me to the branch to do the induction. Taking the entry materials such as the resume, Li Lingfeng and Luo Xing went out of the entrance of the branch. Do you know how to drive? You'll drive my car later. Luo Xing handed over. Okay. Parking space. Rockwalk stopped and froze. Yo, a new Mercedes. Does it belong to an employee of our branch? Luo Xing joked. This is my car. Rocky Row. Luo Xing looked back at Li Lingfeng. Luo Xing, where did you park your car? I'll drive it over. Li Lingfeng said. Luo Xing pressed the key in his hand, and the old Citroën next to the Mercedes-Benz chirped twice. The two looked at each other. In the end, it was Li Lingfeng who drove his own Mercedes and took Luo Xing with him to set off to the branch. It's just that Luo Xing was speechless the whole way and didn't seem very happy about it. Due to the advanced greetings and Luo Xing's extreme sponsorship, Li Lingfeng did not encounter much resistance. After a brief interview done by the line manager in human resources, we went through the onboarding process and signed the internship contract. On the way back, Luo Xinjiamo's mood was only slightly better. To Li Lingfeng, he said, things have been done for you, and the future conversion depends on you. The purpose of saying this is also simple. I'm done and there's no refund for that money. It's up to you whether you can stay in the future or not. By the way, Luo Xing, do my own deposits count as performance? Li Lingfeng asked. Luo Xing was very surprised and nodded. Count on it. Why? You have savings yourself? Not much. A couple million. Maybe, short of 10 million. Minus the money I paid back to Lin Odong last time and the $100,000 I took to Luo Xing by withdrawing the cash. Now Li Lingfeng has $3,913,724 left in his account. Rockwalk. The emo mood that was just getting better is now even more emo. Soon. The story that Li Lingfeng deposited more than $3 million for himself for performance when he joined the bank spread in the branch. It even reached the ears of the branch leaders at one point. Did you hear? That pretty boy who just joined the company saved himself over $3 million for his performance. In the branch's pantry, Yoon, a veteran employee in her early 40s, said to Xin, another woman of similar age. They were the very same two people who had stared at Li Lingfeng unblinkingly in the morning's morning meeting. Where's the need to hear about it? Xiaomei at the personal business window of the counter told me about it long ago. Sister Xin smiled back. Is it true? Yoon asked. That can still be fake. Mei personally opened the card for that pretty boy and watched him transfer the money. Sister Yoon exuded an envious look. If only I had more than $3 million. What's the point of going to work? Really, when you have over $3 million? Maybe you don't think so. More than 3 million. Deposit higher interest rate fixed term, or buy some capital preservation financial management. A month of interest alone is also tens of thousands of. What else to do? It's not more than $3 million readily available there. So go take him. Sister Xin teased. Reacting. Yun blanked. Not a serious one. Who knows? Xin said frankly and openly. If I am not married now, I will be designated to pounce on the golden and handsome young man. It is difficult to find by lanterns. Maybe live okay. This young energy. Sister Xin added. Listening to Sister Yun's heart itching. She is in her early 40s and has not yet married. Do not hope to wait for a suitable one. Don't settle. But do you think he could like one that old? Sister Yoon worried. What are you afraid of with this one? Some people still like those older than them. Turnips and greens to each his own. Being said so by Sister Xin. Sister Yun's heart instantly gained a few points of confidence, and a look of self-confidence leaped onto her face. Yun was still in good shape herself, and having been untouched and childless she had maintained a tall figure. It's just that age has made her lose that youthful confidence. If you really have that heart you have to hurry up. I see Xiao Mei's eyes glowing when she talks about Li Lingfeng, Sister Xin reminded. Speaking of which, Sister Yun couldn't help but show a hint of sadness on her face. Who wouldn't want such an excellent young man? At the moment the head and deputy head of the bank are out meeting clients and the other account managers are busy with their own affairs. After Sam, who took Li Lingfeng, threw him a copy of the operating procedures of the loan business. No one cared about him anymore. However, this business post is supposed to be a relatively liberal job. Li Lingfeng looked at the operating procedures for 2 eyes. Eyelids are straight sleepy. If this stuff doesn't roll off the tongue if there's a single or 2 business practices, where's the need to read it? Grabbing his cell phone and checking the time, it was almost time for lunch. So Li Lingfeng said to Sam, who was sitting behind himself, I'm going out. Sam nodded. Should I report you for lunch? Meals at each branch are uniformly dispensed by the branch canteen, so you have to report your meals in advance. No, I'll eat out. After saying that, Li Lingfeng picked up his cell phone and car keys and prepared to go out. He happened to bump into Sister Yun at the door, and Li Lingfeng politely greeted her. Sister Yun re-examined Li Lingfeng carefully and made sure that he was her favorite type. The heart felt like it had made some kind of resolution. Driving the car, Li Lingfeng went straight to the human resources company where Lin Sudong worked. Dialing the phone, he said, come out to dinner. It's at your door. A few minutes later, Lin Xiandong got into the car, topped off with a double black eye. Do not be so desperate amount. Receive how much money in the heart of the salary does not have a little bulb Li? Li Lingfeng can road. Recently the company took in a bunch of headcounts and rushed to make dispatch materials, and all those factories are waiting to use people. Li Lingfeng shook his head. You vampires. This HR agency is all about taking a cut on everyone's head. That is to say, the more those heads work hard, the more the agent draws, and the money flies into their pockets like snowflakes. Which line of business doesn't suck blood? Have you ever seen one that makes money by supplying its employees? Lin Sudong disliked back. Alright, not to talk to you about this. Where are we going to eat? Li Lingfeng asked. There's a new noodle shop out front that's not bad. Say yes to coming in. Who pays? Is it too much to ask for a pasta dinner when your girl got up in the middle of the night last night to make you a resume? No. Those are 2 different things. Li Lingfeng hurriedly shook his head. I'll pay for it. Alright. Only after receiving Lin Sudong's exact reply did Li Lingfeng start the car and leave. Young people don't be so short-tempered. How can you achieve great things this way? Li Lingfeng looked like a sage on the line. Lin Sudong. By the way, how's your job? Lin Sudong only remembered to ask now. Pretty good. Just short of a deposit. You don't have to look at me. I can't really help you with this one. Lin Sudong Dao. Didn't say to let you deposit money. Told your company to open an account in our branch over the account. If I had that power, why would I have to stay up all night doing dispatches? I'd be sitting in an independent office. You say you, after all those years of hanging around, you're nothing. Lin Sudong, punching people in the face. Hey, but it's not uncommon. How many running waters can you get in that shitty company of yours? Lin Sudong. That's enough. I'm getting off. Don't introduced you to a girl, Li Lingfeng said hurriedly and locked the car door, lest the kid jumps out of the car halfway. Upon hearing the word sister, Lin Odong hesitated for a few seconds and once again sat up peacefully. Nah, let me show you the picture first. Does it fit? After saying that, Li Lingfeng showed Lin Sudong the 18-year-old photo of Sister Yu. Lin Sudong scrutinized the left and right, and was close to being happy in his heart, trying desperately to hold down his smile. Don't keep putting everything on me. I'm not that casual. You don't, then I'll just shrug it off. Seeing Lin Sudong's look of urgency, Li Lingfeng, alright, I've made an appointment for you, tonight at 7 p.m. I can tell you, if you grasp this one, you might be able to struggle for 20 years less. That is, just what? Lin Xiandong asked busily. Ahem. You'll see when you get there. Afternoon. Li Lingfeng, who stayed in the branch, seemed to have some eyebrows after a mental calculation, and without staying longer, he got up and went out the door. Sam toppled the glasses on the bridge of his nose and shook his head. It's only the first day and you can't sit still? Li Lingfeng, who had left the branch, returned to the internet cafe that was next door to his residence. Unsurprisingly, the butt-cheeked yellow-haired beauty was still there. This has always been home base. Seeing Li Lingfeng smilingly coming over, the yellow-haired beauty subconsciously hurriedly turned to protect her arse. What? You want to eat my tofu again? Li Lingfeng, I know why you are still hiding. I haven't seen you for a few days. Give me a chance to see if you're still as bouncy as you were. Li Lingfeng, you asshole. After a mouth high, Li Lingfeng put away his cynical stance and said seriously, there's something I'd like to ask the president for a favor. The yellow-haired beauty face is puzzled. Once did not see you. Li Lingfeng opened to beg. Today is what happened. What is it? The yellow-haired beauty still didn't dare to relax to protect her arse. Buy you milk tea. Go. Li Lingfeng laughed. What? Trying to pick me up? Li Lingfeng. The original noisy mouse button sound of the internet cafe instantly quieted down, and the group looked up. All wanted to see who was so bold as to pick up their president. What are you looking at? Why don't you hurry up and prepare for the next gang war? Don't you want to get the quest reward? Do you? The yellow-haired beauty domineering roar. The entire internet cafe TikTok, the sound of the keyboard is back. Most of these people were professional players who were counting on getting quest rewards for a living. I like to drink high tea. The yellow-haired beauty turned her head to Li Lingfeng. Ha! There was a chorus of boo-boos from the crowd. The two of them exited the internet cafe, and not far across the street was the high tea store. Asked for 2 cups of their favorite flavors, came to a corner seat and sat down. When you said you were looking for my help, you didn't mean help with a cup of happy tea, did you? For something that simple, I can do it myself. Why bother you? Chairman, Li Lingfeng shook his head. Don't keep calling me president. I have a name. Chen Yashin. If Chen Yashin didn't say it, Li Lingfeng had almost forgotten the name. It all went along with the crowd in the internet cafe calling her president. In fact, Chen Yashin is still quite good looking, and her figure is also good, belonging to the superior kind. It was the lion's hair that made her look particularly unorthodox. Back in the day, the 90s killers were nothing more than that. Say, what exactly do you want me to help you with? Chen Yashin sucked on her milk tea. Li Lingfeng was a bit regretful. It was not really good to ask for this kind of owed favor. Seeing that Li Lingfeng did not reply, Chen Yashin looked up at Li Lingfeng with a few frightened eyes. It's not true that you want me to be your girlfriend, is it? Li Lingfeng sprayed a mouthful of lemon tea a few meters away. Don't get me wrong, sis. Although you're pretty, your look really isn't my cup of tea. Uhsin Chen. I'm a guild leader at least. There are plenty of people after me. This Li Lingfeng dare not deny. After all, the aesthetics of this unique modeling style is the love of a generation. Just trying to get your help pulling in some deposits. Deposit? Chen Yashin was curious. Yes. Now do not find a job in the bank as a business manager. This turnaround has to fulfill the task indicators. You got a job? Chen Yashin was filled with surprise. Li Lingfeng nodded. No wonder this period of time are rare to see you to the internet cafe. The original run to work. Why so want to not open? Lying bad? I'm going to eat, sis. Li Lingfeng smiled bitterly. I asked you to play the game with me and refused. That earns more than you even work part-time. Come on. I can't stand your day and night all-nighters. Besides, I'm not interested in that stuff. So you're interested in going to work? Chen Yashin asked rhetorically. To put it bluntly, it's still not your own wave. You're tired of staying at the internet cafe and want a change of scenery. Consider me prodigal, now that I'm trying to get ahead anyway. Okay? Chen Yashin nodded. How many mission targets do you have there? 10 million in deposits, but now I've settled for over 3 million. Li Lingfeng paused for a moment. The rest of the gap wants to find you to ask your family and friends around you if you can save some? The reason why he had found Chen Yashin to help was because Li Lingfeng knew that she was a native of this Shanjia village. Recently, this side of the demolition and reconstruction of self-built houses, each family pocket more or less a little demolition money, not to mention the annual dividends and all that. As long as Chen Yashin was willing to nod her head to help, Li Lingfeng believed it wasn't a difficult task, but the favor is kind of owed. Chen Yashin didn't react too much after hearing this, and simply replied back, the shortfall is just over $6 million, so we don't need to go to them, do we? Li Lingfeng? Chen Yashin glanced at Li Lingfeng. I'll have more than 6 million. The lemon tea in his mouth once again spewed a few meters away. Let's not joke. Who's kidding you? I really am. After saying that, Chen Yashin opened her mobile banking and showed Li Lingfeng the account balance inside. Li Lingfeng counted the numbers, which amounted to more than $8 million. Stunned, Li Lingfeng sucked in a breath of cool air, knowing that the internet cafe was a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I didn't realize such a phoenix was hidden. Where did you get that much money? Li Lingfeng asked in disbelief. Earned it playing games. Li Lingfeng. Of course, there are also some pocket money that mom and dad usually give, and have never used to put it here. Chen Yashin explained. How much is your monthly allowance? 20, 30,000, depending on my parents' mood. More if they're happy, less if they're upset. What family? This is? Li Lingfeng lamented. If I had this family condition, I would still not play out the flowers. Then let's go. Follow me to open a card. Immediately after, Li Lingfeng said with a flattering face. Wait, I haven't promised you yet. Li Lingfeng hot pillow heart instantly cooled half. Cannot with our friendship, not just sprinkle things. Chen Yashin blankly glared at Li Lingfeng. Who has friendship with you? You bully me as much as you can on weekdays. I'm just teasing you. Your ass is so resilient. You, Chen Yashin let out an exasperated humph. It's not impossible to help you, but you have to promise me a condition. Li Lingfeng looked at Chen Yashin suspiciously and had to nod in order to fulfill the mission target. What conditions? As long as it's not too much I can promise you anything. Not too much. Not too much at all. Chen Yashin smiled faintly. Be my boyfriend. Li Lingfeng couldn't help but feel his chrysanthemums tighten after hearing this, and once again looked at her full lion hair. There are so many handsome guys in this internet cafe. Why did you choose me? Chen Yashin was full of disdain. Those grifters aren't as handsome as you are. Li Lingfeng nodded. That's true. Don't worry. It's not that I want you to really be my boyfriend. Just pretend to be one when you need to. Chen Yashin said clearly. Why would you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend? It's not because my parents are pushing me so hard. Afraid that I won't be able to get married. Chen Yashin said with a face of annoyance. Li Lingfeng shook his head. There is this family conditions are still worried about their daughters cannot get married. This parents are also worried enough. With Chen Yashin's condition. This looks, well, and then get a normal hairstyle. Put it out there and still don't grab it. But it is not known how this rich native chooses his son-in-law. Anyway, it won't be a poor boy like himself. Li Lingfeng said in his heart. Okay, Li Lingfeng agreed with a full mouth. As long as he could fulfill the mission target, everything was fine. This is afraid that we have to make a note don't turn your face and disown it. Chen Yashin started a heart. Li Lingfeng. You didn't do what you promised to join my guild last time. Chen Yashin added. Only after signing the deed of sale did Chen Yashin get up and go with Li Lingfeng to the branch bank to open an account. Ms. Chen, this is specially prepared for you by our store. A young guy clerk trotted over and handed Chen Yashin a cup of brightly colored milk tea with a layer of tantalizing milk cover floating on top. Thanks. Chen Yashin softly thanked and politely took the milk tea, looking at Li Lingfeng with a puzzled face. Did you buy another cup separately? Li Lingfeng asked. Chen Yashin shook her head. People gave it to me. Li Lingfeng stared and frowned. Could it be that the owner of this high tea store also likes your blonde yellow hair? What's that look on your face? Chen Yashin blanked Li Lingfeng. No. Why would people send you milk tea for a good reason? Li Lingfeng asked in disbelief. He store rents our house. What a plain and ordinary sentence this was. Li Lingfeng was instantly petrified there. Go, what are you still waiting for? Chen Yashin urged. Li Lingfeng followed. Does your family have anything else besides this storefront? Yes. A couple of rooms across the street too. Li Lingfeng looked at the internet cafe store not far away. You're not going to tell me that that internet cafe store is also owned by your family, right? That's not true. Told you. Li Lingfeng nodded. My cousin opened it, and I entered half of the shares. Chen Yashin then spoke lightly. Li Lingfeng looked back at Chen Yashin. You've been hanging out at your internet cafe for so long, and you didn't give me a discount? Why don't we stop acting and I'll really be your boyfriend? Right. How many more of these stores do we have at home? I'll do the math for you. It's not good if you miss one or two of them for rent. Taking Chen Yashin back to the branch, she instantly became the center of attention due to that unique hairstyle of hers. It just so happened that Luo Xing also came back from meeting clients outside, and when he saw Chen Yashin at a glance, his whole body was indescribably excited. Busy to go forward to courtesy. Hello Miss Chen. Very fortunate to come to our branch. This is to handle what business? Who knew that Chen Yashin didn't really give a damn about him and just smiled awkwardly. Luo Xing is also worthy of being an old geezer. Without changing color, continued to fawning greetings. Why don't you come into the office and sit down? I'll make tea for you. You can't do this business with a face. Oftentimes, money is earned on your knees. Chen Yashin shook her head. No need. I'll leave when I'm done. When he finished speaking, he looked back at Li Lingfeng. Luo Xing's fawning face changed to curiosity as he asked Li Lingfeng. Miss Chen you brought here? Li Lingfeng nodded. Yes. Isn't this accomplishing the target of the conversion task? Luo Xing then looked incredulous. You guys know each other? Li Lingfeng was also curious. Recognize? How could I not? Last time we even went to pay a visit to Miss Chen's father. Luo Xing returned. Visiting her father? Li Lingfeng was even more confused. Now Luo Xing doesn't understand. Isn't Miss Chen your friend? Don't you know what her father does? Even here to pretend. Think of this. Luo Xing has no good anger, but can only hold it. Who knows if there's another big shot behind this Li Lingfeng. Let's hurry up and get it over with. Chen Yashin hurriedly changed the topic, seemingly not wanting Li Lingfeng to know too much about her either. Li Lingfeng led Chen Yashin to the VIP wealth management room. Luo Bank specially arranged for a colleague to dock service to open the card. After doing so, Chen Yashin transferred 7 million over, leaving the rest for her to pre-spend on herself. Only one day after joining the company, Li Lingfeng completed his target for conversion. This made Li Lingfeng's identity in the branch covered with a thick layer of smoke, and became the talk of the tea time. The group speculated that Li Lingfeng must be another rich son of some rich family. This made Sister Yun's heart flutter a few more times. Toward the end of the workday, Sister Moon in the office scrutinized herself in the mirror from side to side, fearing that there was a little bit of bad combing. Despite her preparations, she couldn't help but feel a little flustered inside. After all, it's been so long since I've been with a man. I wonder if I'll be rusty. Packing up her things, Sister Moon left from the office. Walking on the porch, the crowd stopped what they were doing in dismay and looked at Sister Moon in unison. Sister Moon, today, you're wearing makeup. General manager in the hands of the document has even dropped a floor. Know her so long, the first time to see a different her. Sister Yu, who passed by the general manager, gathered up the documents on the floor and put them back into the general manager's hands. Thanks. The GM returned without knowing the measure. Sister Moon smiled and turned to leave the company's doors. Deep in her heart, although Sister Yu is over 40 years old, but she has a good foundation, and she still has her charm when she dresses up a little. She just didn't usually care to take care of herself, plus she was harsh and stern, so the group's impression of her was stuck on another level. But I have to admit, she does have a knack for management. That's why the GM values her. Women used as men. The equally stunned Lin Xiaoning came to Han Shuiying's side and said quietly, "What's wrong with Sister Yu today?" Han Shuiying smiled down. Who knows? Maybe he's in love. Who's so fierce that they're looking at her? Han Shuiying. It wasn't Li Lingfeng's asshole who stirred up the fire. I wonder if his brother Lin Sudong can hold out. Let's go to dinner together later. Ah, I've asked a few co-workers, Lin Xiaoning said. Han Shuiying shook her head. No, that Li Lingfeng is still waiting for me to cook at home. Speaking of Li Lingfeng, Lin Xiaoning's heart thumped. After all, doing that kind of thing behind your best friend's back is more or less a bit of a heart. How could the meticulous Han Shuiying not notice this slight change in Lin Xiaoning's expression, only pretending to be fine and packing up the things at hand? Fine, Lin Xiaoning faintly returned. When he thought of that Li Lingfeng in his heart, he couldn't help but bite his lower lip, and that feeling of unwillingness grew stronger. Li Lingfeng, who came home from work here, was just about to go over to pick up Han Shuiying when he received a call from Lin Sudong. So, can I borrow the car? Thinking of that miserable situation before, Li Lingfeng balked. No way. Shit, are you that unrighteous? What's the point of being righteous with you? Do I know you well? Lin Sudong. Say, how about you lend me your car? Li Lingfeng's eyes rolled. Live stream your date with her to me tonight. Can you stop being so perverted? I'm happy to. Li Lingfeng did not allow it in the slightest. Lin Sudong hesitated for a moment, and had been counting on Li Lingfeng to stump him midway. So he agreed. Okay, but it has to be agreed upon first, with the exception of the rooming. Che, let's talk about it when you have that ability to get a room. Li Lingfeng directly mocked. An unconvinced Lin Sudong retorted. If I succeed, what do you say? You succeed, I'll live stream and eat shang. Li Lingfeng returned. You wait. Star River Bay residence. Han Shuiying, who had returned, was busy in the kitchen, cooking earthly delicacies for Li Lingfeng. What more could a man ask for in life than a good wife? She can go up to the hall, down to the kitchen, and into the boudoir. Li Lingfeng, who had nothing to do on the sofa in the living room, flipped up the book, The Secret Book of Fierce Men. Feeling thirsty again, he brought the teacup by hand and drank a mouthful of cool boiled water. An accidental spill of water droplets on the yellowed pages of the book. Li Lingfeng then used his hand to wipe clean. With the water droplets seeping in, the pages actually hidden a number of words. Surprised, Li Lingfeng came forward to take a look and recited, the first style of the fierce man, gathering the aura of heaven and earth and sinking it in the dantian. Holy shit, this even skewers the cultivation of immortality. Nima, pirated books truly hurt. Wait, so what if it works? Before that transaction transcript is not one-by-one verification, Li Lingfeng thought. So why is this slugger's secret book front and center? Li Lingfeng pondered carefully. It seems to be that way. Mighty man, first rich in his wealth, then strong in his body. That's the only way to have a little brother to play the role of Otherwise there is an empty shell and no wealth to fill the soul within. What girl would look at that? You can't just kneel down in front of a rich woman and sing your conquests, can you? Li Lingfeng, who figured it out, was as if his mind had opened up the two veins, and he was instantly enlightened. So grab a glass of water and ooze the yellowed pages. In no time at all, the hidden words in the book were revealed one by one. Li Lingfeng followed the tips in the book and began to meditate with his mind. The whole body's breath moves around the idea, gradually sinking down into the dantian. The dantian was vaguely stuffy. Li Lingfeng was instantly pleased in his heart. The results were remarkable, and he became more cohesive. A few minutes later, the living room resounded with thick snores. As it turns out, piracy can't be trusted after all. Han Shuiying came to Li Lingfeng's front and looked at him with heartache. Exhausted like this on his first day of work, maybe he'd still be a carefree prodigal son if it weren't for himself? Han Shuiying couldn't help but reach out and stroke Li Lingfeng's cheeks, her warm and delicate light lips slowly approaching. Li Lingfeng opened his dazed eyes. What? Want to take advantage of me? Han Shuiying instantly blushed, her cheeks flaming and rolling. On second thought, I'm your girlfriend. What part of me can't be touched? At once, he blanked Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng smiled as he hugged Han Shuiying and pressed her underneath him. What for? Eat first, the food will get cold later, Han Shuiying reminded. When she said that, Li Lingfeng's stomach suddenly grumbled. It seems that it is also time. The two of them came to the dining table, and Han Shuiying gave Li Lingfeng a bowl of soup. Is there any news about your brother Lin Odong? Han Shuiying asked curiously. Don't mention it. The guy said he'd show me a live stream, sent a message and then disappeared. Li Lingfeng obscurely said. Borrowing a car, this is not the next time. Han Shuiying looked skeptical and slightly worried. Do you think he'll be killed in action? Li Lingfeng sucked in a breath of cool air. What do you mean by this? Sister Yu is known as a manly woman in our company. Will she say one word? Hearing this, Li Lingfeng's heart cooled by half, when he showed Lin Sudong. But it was a picture of Sister Yu 18. There is also so much misunderstanding in this that it won't really be a fist fight, right? He couldn't even care about the soup and hurriedly took out his cell phone to call Lin Sudong. Before Li Lingfeng could open his mouth to speak, Lin Sudong was anxious first. I just wanted to call you. What? Did you two fuck? Ah, dry up. Li Lingfeng felt guilty. He should have made it clear to Lin Sudong in advance. Did it hurt anywhere? Where would it hurt to do that? It's not like I have a bad back. Fuck where? Li Lingfeng was confused. Harm. Let's not talk about this first. Hurry and come over to the Xiqian police station first to fish me out. Lin Sudong urged. So serious that you even fucked your way into the police station? It's hard to say. Just come here first. Li Lingfeng hung up the phone with a grave expression, and Han Shuiying was busy putting down the chopsticks in her hands. The two men arrived at the Xiqian police station in a dusty state. Comrade policeman, my friend is suspected of brawling and has been detained. I've come here to vouch for the ransom. What's your friend's name? Lin Odong. The comrade police officer looked through the file and couldn't help but giggle. Your friend didn't have a fight. Ah, so he said he was detained at the police station? He's in custody for violating public order. The police comrade explained. Violating public order and morals? Li Lingfeng became even more baffled for a moment. See for yourself. The police comrade handed the recorded dossier to Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng picked it up and read it. Respondent violated public order and morals by having a male-female relationship in a public restroom. This amount of information instantly exploded in Li Lingfeng's mind. So it turned out that Lin Sudong's words about drying up meant this. I shouldn't. Comrade policeman. My friend usually blushes when he meets a girl. How can he be that bold? Li Lingfeng still couldn't believe it was true. Then you are suspecting that we police have wronged your friend? The police comrade laughed. No, not that. You can't just go in and make sure it's not your friend. Li Lingfeng nodded and led Han Shuiying inside, only to see Lin Odong and Sister Yu sitting together on that long sofa with their heads hanging down. Here you go, sign here, post the bail, and the man can be taken back. After completing the formalities, Li Lingfeng came to Lin Sudong's heel. Let's go. Still want to spend the night here? After leaving the police station, Li Lingfeng looked back at Lin Sudong. Tell me, what's going on? Lin Sudong pulled Sister Yu's hand tightly and gave Li Lingfeng a wink. Let's send her back first. Li Lingfeng looked at the mortified Sister Yu and stayed close to Lin Sudong. Okay, where's the car parked? Still at that hotel. After going back to the hotel and picking up the car, Li Lingfeng drove Sister Yu back to her place. Sister Yu, who had walked away, returned her head and said to Han Shuiying, who had escorted her, tonight's matter. Don't worry. I promise I won't bring it up in front of any other co-workers. Sister Moon smiled and nodded awkwardly, leaving. When Sister Yu was far away, Han Shuiying smiled wryly at the corner of her mouth. The secret I'll eat for the rest of my life. Now can we talk about what's going on? In the car, Lin Sudong scratched his head. It's nothing really, just making mistakes that all men make. What kind of mistakes do you have to make in the restroom? Lin Sudong, you're asking a question. Aren't you? Then it's not as bad as being arrested at the police station? Li Lingfeng was puzzled. It's not being blocked at the door. Li Lingfeng, can't you just go to a hotel room? Do you have to show off there? When love is in the air, how can you wait? You don't know that. Li Lingfeng looked back at Lin Odong, who had an innocent expression. Brother, if I remember correctly, you guys have only met for less than an hour, right? Even if it's a dry fire, you need time to ignite it, right? You don't understand. She's different from other women. Lin Odong was intent on returning the flavor. Li Lingfeng, why does that sound so familiar to me? What are you two talking about? Han Shuiying said as she opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. Talking about what he did. Lin Sudong glared at Li Lingfeng, and Han Shuiying then laughed unabashedly. What? You're not allowed to talk about such an honorable deed? Li Lingfeng said. Lin Sudong, alright, it's good to be fine. Han Shuiying still couldn't help but lower her head to hide her smile. Lin Odong in the back was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to drill into. This time any persona was gone. The good thing was that it was just Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying who knew about it. How can I live if my coworkers find out about this? Just then, Lin Sudong's cell phone rang. A colleague Xiao phone called. What else is going on at this hour? Hey, Dong, I just swiped the short video and saw a person in it that looked like you. Are you okay? I saved the video and sent it to you. Check it out. Lin Sudong clicked on it, and it was the very image of his own restroom being mobbed. Holy shit, which one of those jackass motherfuckers took a video and posted it on the internet? Hey, Dong, Lin Sudong, who had been awakened by Xiaofeng, hurriedly returned. Look, it's a mistake. It's just a resemblance. I told you, how could that idiot be my Dong? Yeah, I haven't even been out all night. That's fine. Then you take an early rest, Dong, and I'll send the video to the group for everyone's pleasure. Lin Sudong, little, beep. Before he could reply, Xiaofeng's side hung up the phone. Li Lingfeng asked curiously, what's wrong? I'm not going to live. Lin Odong was pearly in a flash. Confusing Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying, he took a look at Lin Sudong's cell phone. I was going to come in consoling, but I laughed immorally beside myself. It's a good thing the video didn't capture the female moon. The only thing that can be done now is not to admit it to death. Lin Sudong secretly resolved. It was after 10 p.m. when I re-entered my accommodation. The food would be cold by now. It was a good thing that on the way back, the two of them, Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying, had packed a serving of crayfish along the way. Living room, the whole 2 bottles of beer. On the crayfish Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying drink up. Things come in packs, and it looks like your brother isn't any good either. Li Lingfeng, why are you talking about me when you're talking about him? You've done less bad things than him. Han Shuiying asked rhetorically. Li Lingfeng ran through it carefully, and it was indeed quite a lot. The next day, Li Lingfeng directly slept until nearly 12 o'clock at noon. It's over. It's late for the second day of work and it's still late for the morning. Li Lingfeng hurriedly washed up and flew out the door. When I arrived at the branch, everyone was scattered and eating lunch individually. Coming through. Have you eaten yet? There's an extra meal there, Vice President Lu Hui said. Li Lingfeng looked puzzled. I'm late? Which knows the vice line Lu Hui pressure is not serious. Write a business trip application on the line. After a pause, Vice Bank Lu Hui then added, but next time, remember to punch the card. It doesn't matter what you do after punching the card. Later, Li Lingfeng realized that in the bank, as long as you have resources and can bring in resources, supplying you can do. Taking the boxed lunch back to his card seat, Li Lingfeng picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Han Shuiying. Are you late today? Why don't you give me a shout? Not long after, Han Shuiying came back with a message. Late. Stop it. Gave you 2 slaps and didn't even get up. Li Lingfeng. What did your manager, Sister Moon, say? Was she gripped by her? No. She's quite polite to me now. That's still a lot to thank me for. Come on. Almost played off for your brother. Speaking of Lin Sudong, Li Lingfeng almost forgot that he should also care about this brother of his. Let's not talk about it. I'll call him. After finishing the chat, Li Lingfeng then dialed Lin Sudong's number. At what? I took a day off today and stayed home. Lin Sudong's very disheveled tone. Are you stupid? Wouldn't this be a good time to take a vacation from work without making a confession about last night's glorious deed? After Li Lingfeng mentioned it like that, Lin Sudong was instantly jolted. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Enough talk. I'm going to go to work. Li Lingfeng. He was about to open the boxed lunch when Lu Hui, the vice banker, came over. I have an appointment with a client this afternoon. Are you interested in going together? Li Lingfeng thought that there was nothing to do, so he agreed. Clear River Industries. Li Lingfeng made the registration and drove the car to the parking area of the factory. The two of them got out of the car. Li Lingfeng swept a glance at the surrounding area, which covered quite a large area. A big client. Lu Xing, Li Lingfeng said towards Lu Hui. Lu Hui had a helpless look on his face. It's only a big client if you can talk it down. This Qingha industry, he has visited several times. There has been no substantial progress. Coming to the front desk of the administration building, the front desk girl asked sweetly, "Who are you two looking for?" Li Lingfeng looked at the front desk girl. A standard administrative professional outfit. The body can only be described as wow. To see if a company has strength, the front desk is very reflective. "I'm looking for your general manager Xiang," Lu Hui said. "Any advance reservations? Talk to him on the phone ahead of time." "Yes, please wait a moment. I'll confirm it on my side." After saying that, the little girl at the front desk made a phone call, and judging from the level of respect, she should be the general manager Xiang that Lu Hui was talking about. After hanging up the phone, the receptionist girl said sweetly, "Hello, this way please." Under the guidance of the receptionist girl, the two came to the general manager's office just as a group of people seemed to be discussing something. The two of them sat by the coffee table and waited for a moment. Li Lingfeng glanced at the few people in front of him. Just see the center of the head of white hair, but eyes bright and godly. Upright face as the old cadres at a glance. This chief kinda has that temperament, Li Lingfeng quietly said to Lu Hui. "You're looking at it wrong. Li Lingfeng? The one next to him with a bald Mediterranean head is Mr. Xiang." Li Lingfeng. Unbelievably. I looked again to make sure it was the Mediterranean right. Are all businesses so rolled up these days? Li Lingfeng subconsciously touched his hair. Fortunately it was still there. Then who's in the center? Li Lingfeng asked. His dad. Li Lingfeng. I'd believe you if you said his brother, but I never thought it was his father. See that 20-year-old girl on the left? Lu Hui's eyes secretly pointed down to the dignified woman in front of him. Li Lingfeng followed and looked. His daughter? His wife. Li Lingfeng took a deep breath and finally money messed up his age. The significance of making money is right in front of you. Capricious. Even if you're a piece of shit, you'll have flowers stuck in it. Because flowers need nutrients too. A group of people were still gabbing and discussing endlessly there, and Li Lingfeng's beautiful eyebrows gently frowned. It seems that this so-called general manager Xiang doesn't think too highly of Lu Hui either, leaving him to wait. Nonetheless, after the crowd dispersed, Mr. Xiang, who was wearing a Mediterranean Sea, still walked over with great enthusiasm. Lu Xing has come to visit. I'm sorry to have missed you. Li Lingfeng nodded. There was indeed a loss. I'm really sorry, as you saw just now. It's true that I'm a bit busy. I'm sorry. After saying that, Mr. Xiang took a seat in the master's chair. Fake. Too fake. Li Lingfeng looked at his fox-like appearance. Where? Mr. Xiang is a busy man. It's already quite good that he can find the time to have a cup of tea with us, Lu Hui politely said back. Obviously, his raw expression wasn't as sophisticated as Luo Xing's. Maybe that's why he's the deputy governor and Luo Tianxing is the head governor. By the way, what is it that Lu Xing came over to find me today? Mr. Xiang seems to be fastidious, but in reality, he is quite disrespectful, coming up and asking questions knowingly. Lu Hui was slightly embarrassed, but still smiled and said, this is not soon to the mid-year assessment. I hope Mr. Xiang more support. Mr. Xiang didn't rush to answer, but greeted, drink tea, drink tea. This little brother looks strange? Mr. Xiang glanced at Li Lingfeng with his teacup and said, oh, this is our new colleague from the bank, Lu Hui introduced. The intention is to bring Li Lingfeng here is also to take a chance. To see Li Lingfeng and this always have something to do not? Now it seems obvious that there isn't, and the two don't know each other at all. This time the probability is that it will be eaten back again, Lu Hui secretly said in his heart. Quite handsome. Young man, Mr. Xiang complimented. Compared to you, that is still confident. Li Lingfeng secretly nodded. Right. Lu Xing, do you know the person in charge of Lianshang? Mr. Xiang turned to ask Lu Hui. Lu Hui's mind spun around and shook his head slightly. Mr. Xiang is looking for him for something? It's not thinking of opening up business dealings with Lianshang, and I hope someone can make a connection. The words have come to this. The conditions are obvious, meaning that you can help me to contact the person in charge of Lianshang. Then there is something to talk about. Lu Hui can become a vice president is also a person who understands. The next chat will no longer mention business support. It's all one thing or another talking about irrelevant things and catching up with each other. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Hui himself proposed to leave first, and Mr. Xiang politely sent the two out of the office door. Turning around, the smile on its face disappeared. What Lu Hui did was extremely right. It was better to leave of one's own accord than to be driven away. On the way back, Lu Hui's mouth kept mumbling about Lianshang, presumably thinking about what to do. Lu Hui is very important to open up this line of the general manager. Because he knew that Mr. Xiang had deposited tens of millions of dollars in other banks. That's a lot of performance. Returning to the branch, Li Lingfeng first gave Lu Hui the opportunity to get out of the car in front of the branch before driving into the parking area himself. Sister Yun, who was standing in the lobby of the branch, saw Li Lingfeng's dazzling Mercedes at a glance, so he quietly walked out, just in time to bump into Li Lingfeng parked his spot and got out of the car. Seeing Sister Yun come over, Li Lingfeng was also curious and opened his mouth and asked with a smile, "Looking for me for something?" Sister Yun. Yun blushed slightly shyly. "It's fine. Are you going straight home after work later?" Sister Yun asked next. Li Lingfeng nodded. "There's nothing else, so I'll go back. So can I be your ride?" "It's okay." Li Lingfeng didn't even think about it and agreed to the side trip. "By the way, where do you live?" Li Lingfeng asked. "Zhangyu Huafu." Li Lingfeng. What the hell kind of hitchhiking is this? One South Pole, one North Pole. Star River Bay and Riverview are at the east and west ends of S. This is the rhythm of running out of steam. What's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? The face looks so ugly. Well, the eggs hurt a little. Do you want me to rub it for you then? Sister Yun asked hurriedly. Li Lingfeng looked at her in a million different ways. That expression. Silly and cute. After the two of them went back to the branch, Yun was in a sweet mood and combed her hair left and right in the bathroom in front of the mirror. Taking a deep breath, she was going to show her best self. In the office area, Li Lingfeng sat down in his own card seat, and now it was almost time for him to leave work. "Wait for a card and you can dragon into the sea. Uninhibited. Will you come over to pick me up later?" Han Shuiying messaged. Li Lingfeng picked up a look, almost forgot about it, so he returned. "Tonight took a wind order. May not be able to pick you up." "Ah, and you're doing dropshipping on the side? Drop your head and send your coworker home. Male or female?" "Female. Overnight kind?" Li Lingfeng's eyebrows were twisted into a line. "Lousy is at least your boyfriend. Can you have a kind of being a human girlfriend? My girlfriends would like to ask you out to dinner as well." The time came to 5:30, and Li Lingfeng clocked in fairly on time and waited for Sister Yun in the car. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Sister Yun hurriedly arrived. "In the restroom just now." She checked herself again. "Jiangyu Huafu," Li Lingfeng voice inputted into the navigation system. It coincided with the evening rush hour after work, and that intermittent red line was spread throughout. Li Lingfeng looked at the time needed. 2.5 minutes. Thinking about it was a bit heartbreaking. Could have been home in 20 minutes or so by myself. Driving slowly along the way, Sister Yun sat in the passenger seat in silence. Shyness, perhaps, or nervousness. The bored Li Lingfeng broke the silence and asked curiously, "Is Sister Yun going back and forth like this every day?" Yun shook her head. "No, I bought a house near the branch and usually live there." "Oh, so now it's just a visit to Mom and Dad's house?" Sister Yun still shook her head. "The Zhengguo Huafu I'm going to now is also the house I bought. I haven't been there for a long time, so I went over to take a look." Li Lingfeng. "This day is halfway to chatting. Then why don't you buy a car?" Li Lingfeng then asked. "I get carsick. Vomit." The entire body shook momentarily in the center of the road, and Li Lingfeng hurriedly reminded. "There's bags on the side. Quick, quick. Don't worry. I'll prepare it myself." Sister Yu lifted to show off the already heavy bag. Li Lingfeng, surprised face. Luckily, Yun was only momentarily seasick. Not for long, and she was much better after throwing up. The fresh scent of the air conditioner also lightens the odor in the car. "I'm sorry, I've made you look at the joke," Sister Yun said with an embarrassed look on her face. "It's fine. Motion sickness isn't something unusual." Li Lingfeng smiled bashfully. "By the way, have you married yet, Sister Yun?" Yun blushed. "Not yet." "Really? Seeing as you're not too young?" Sister Yun didn't reply this time, but chose to remain silent. Li Lingfeng glanced at Sister Yun with his afterglow, though all in one well-kept figure. But after all, they are older, and the traces of age are still visible on their faces. In order to ease the embarrassment, Li Lingfeng continued to make small talk. "Sister Yun, what's your full name?" "Don't even know it yet." "Liang Shiyun. You can call me Shiyun. That's a good name," Li Lingfeng complimented. Do you have a girlfriend?" Sister Yun asked in a thin voice. Li Lingfeng didn't even know how to answer this. He couldn't count it on 10 fingers. "One that's currently in talks." Sister Yun froze when she heard this, a few moments of loss evident on her face. Then he smiled. "She's nice, isn't she?" Li Lingfeng nodded. "It can only be described as impeccable. Sometimes I don't even believe if she really likes me." "Sister Yun? I don't know what to tell you about that. But anyway, it's very comfortable with her." Looking at the happy smile on Li Lingfeng's face, Sister Yun knew that he had found the right person. Somehow. Instead, Sister Yun now felt more relaxed, an indescribable serenity. She knew that the place where she belonged was still far away. Pull over. Li Lingfeng was very doubtful. Still, he listened to Yun's arrangement and slowly pulled over. Sister Yun got out of the car and smiled at Li Lingfeng inside the car. Thank you. Go back. She must be waiting for you at home. Sister Yun finished waving goodbye towards Li Lingfeng and stopped a cab to leave. Li Lingfeng watched it leave and shook his head with a smile. Some people who have not married by this age either have problems of their own. Either that or they've been holding on to that fabled goodness. Li Lingfeng is not a pure love warrior. But love is the only thing he doesn't dare to make fun of. It was 8 o'clock when we got back to the Stargazer. As soon as Li Lingfeng entered, Han Shuiying, who was sprawled on the dining table, got up and smiled. You're back. Looking at the table full of meals that hadn't moved at all, Li Lingfeng felt as if there was something stuck in his heart. Why don't you eat first? Li Lingfeng opened his voice. Didn't even know when you were coming back. Didn't think to wait for you. You didn't ask me to spend the night. Li Lingfeng stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Han Shuiying's small waist. Isn't it fatter? Han Shuiying asked with a smile. There is? Let's see. After saying that, this hand began to measure Han Shuiying's waistline. It tickles. Han Shuiying dodged. Well, it does seem a little bigger than before. Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng with a panicked expression. What should we do then? Li Lingfeng gave a bad smile. It's fine. I'll help you lose weight. Since the beginning, the big sister next door who heard the commotion started punching her watch to time the whole 2.5 hours. Tickled to hear it, she came to the room with a spring in her step, but he saw that at that moment, Wang was already huffing and puffing, snoring noisily. Mom, I can't sleep. Dad's snoring is so loud it's bothering me. The waif in the next room came over to me sleepily. The older sister walked up to the bed and kicked it twice in quick succession. And finally, not relieved, she added another kick. Kicked Wang right under the bed. Come on, mommy will take you to bed. After saying that, she picked up her son and went to the next room. After a long time, Wang, who woke up under the bed, touched his head, very puzzled. When did I sleep on the floor? Ouch, why does this whole body hurt a little? Wife, this gout of mine seems to be acting up again, Wang shouted. After eating, Li Lingfeng came to the balcony and lit a cigarette to give this evening breeze a puff. I also wonder how that Lin Sudong is doing this afternoon. Li Lingfeng thought about it and said, I see that Sister Yu has cleaned up and gone out again after work today. Li Lingfeng. The words just fell, only to hear the ding sound. The cell phone screen popped up 2 messages. It's that loser Lin Dong who sent it. A photo of a hotel room, followed by the phrase, you'll just have to wait for the live stream to beat the Shang. Li Lingfeng's cigarettes are pinched half. Heck, forget who fished you out of the bureau yesterday. And who, again, introduced you to this girl. And after all I've done for you, you heartless bastard. Immediately followed by another message from Lin Dong. How do I get the feeling that this Xiaoyu is more than 18 years old? Li Lingfeng. It's impossible. She says she's 18. Look harder. It's clear to see. The sagging is so bad it doesn't hold up. Especially after removing the makeup just now it's even less like being 18. The weak-minded Li Lingfeng hurriedly returned a sentence, in the drive not chat. You ask again clearly under the ha. Talking to who? Han Shuiying asked. Lin Dong. He should be with Sister Yu. How can he have time to care about you and get arrested by the police station again? That's not true. He said you doesn't look 18 with her makeup off. Puffing, Han Shuiying didn't hold back her laughter. Is he stupid? Does he still need to remove his makeup to see this? Who let you girls with that foundation smeared like putty powder on the wall and frosted beauty photoshopped photos? Who says so? I've never used it. That's natural beauty for you. Just your sweet mouth. Han Shuiying stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Li Lingfeng's neck. Li Lingfeng had a light forehead touch with her, and their laughter resounded through the balcony. What are you doing at work today? Han Shuiying asked, snuggling into Li Lingfeng's arms. Went to meet a client with our vice president, but unfortunately it didn't work out, and he asked us if we knew the head of Unison. Lian Shang, the electronics factory? Right. You know? Han Shuiying shook her head. I don't know them, but they have business dealings with us, and our old boss is very familiar with them. Really? Then can we get your old boss to make a connection? Li Lingfeng asked in surprise. I'm sure our boss doesn't care about me. We don't see each other much. But what? Sister Yu can help. Our old boss holds Sister Yu in high regard. With her out there, she might be able to talk her way out of it. Li Lingfeng lowered his head and contemplated for a while. If he wanted to start from Sister Yu, right now Lin Sudong was a very good breakthrough. Now that it's time for love, how can we give him face? At the hotel, Lin Dong, who had taken over another handful, lay on the bed breathing heavily. This time it was the 3rd time, and next to her, Sister Moon's face was like a red tide. I have to say, young people are just great. Especially young people like Lin Sudong, who have just seen the world, have inexhaustible energy in exploring new fields. A few minutes later, Lin Odong, who was gradually regaining his strength, turned his head to look at Sister Yu beside him. Just at that moment, Sister Yu also opened her eyes, and the two of them smiled at each other. Sister Yu took her cell phone and looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock late at night, so she got up and said, I should go back. The child is still waiting for me at home. Lin Sudong had a horrified expression on his face and said incredulously, a child? Yeah, didn't I tell you when we were talking before that I had kids and you said you didn't mind? Lin Sudong. In the past, it was Li Lingfeng who controlled the disc in that chatting session. So how did he know? Oh. In order not to reveal any cracks, Lin Sudong could only reluctantly respond, and then carefully asked, You? How old are you? Sister Yu looked at Lin Odong with a puzzled expression. 40. Wasn't this all told to you before? Lin Odong. You bastard Li Lingfeng. You still tell me it's 18. Now double it all. What's wrong with you today? Sister Yu asked curiously. Lin Sudong hurriedly shook his head. No. Wasn't it too much movement just now that gave the whole thing a daze? Sister Yu smiled down. Lin Sudong. Sister Yu also did not expect that she could meet this kind of tender boy again. Originally thought that life was just like that. Relieved, he rolled over and wrote again. Lin Sudong, who had not yet regained his senses, glanced at Sister Yu, and between reason and desire, he chose the latter. After all, even though Sister Yu was over 40 years old, that body was definitely still seductive. Early in the morning, Li Lingfeng came over to the branch early to play a card, and without anything to do, he drove to find Lin Sudong. The two of them picked a spot at the nearest milk tea store, and you looked at me and I looked at you, all waiting for the other person to scan the code and place an order. In the end, it was Lin Sudong who couldn't resist and scanned the code. What to drink? Passion fruit lemon, please, in a large glass. Lin Sudong, who placed the order, chose a small one between the large, medium and small options. If there were still an extra small cup, I believe Lin Sudong would have chosen it without hesitation. What's it to me? Facing Lin Sudong's questioning, Li Lingfeng frowned. If there's nothing to do, can't I look for you? Have you ever looked for me when there's nothing else to do? Li Lingfeng thought about it for a while, and there really wasn't one. There's really something I'm looking for you this time. What is it? There's something I want to find that Zhao Yu to do a favor for. You give it a go? Li Lingfeng said with a thieving smile. I'm sorry, that doesn't help you. How many meanings? Divided. Split up? Li Lingfeng couldn't believe it and looked at Lin Sudong. Last night they were still together, and now they are telling me that they have split up? Yes, divided, Lin Sudong said again. What's the point of splitting this up? And you have the nerve to say that. Not only are they 40 years old, they even have kids, and you're telling me 18? Facing Lin Sudong's questioning, Li Lingfeng's eyes flickered from side to side. But just older? What about the kid? What does it say? Li Lingfeng, who knew he was at a disadvantage, had to persuade, it's not for you to marry her. What's the point of caring about this? Why should I fall in love with her if I'm not going to get married? Let two lonely hearts collide and comfort each other. Lin Sudong, how can I refute what you said with so much sense? You think I'm you, so shameless, playing with a woman's heart. Yes, you're noble, you're holy. Li Lingfeng nodded his head and praised. Your milk tea, sir. At this time the clerk brought over 2 cups of milk tea and smiled, temporarily interrupting the argument between the two. There were sips of their respective drinks. Right, where were we talking about just now? Li Lingfeng looked up and asked, begging Zhou Moon for help with an errand. I'll wait for your news then? Li Lingfeng sucked on a passion fruit lemon. I'll try as much as I can. There's no guarantee it'll work amount. No, you can work harder. Love to the high place is still not your decision. Lin Odong contained a smile without showing his teeth and nodded. That's true. After the matter was over and on his way out, Li Lingfeng looked at the passion fruit lemon in his hand. Are you sure you ordered me the extra large cup? Sure. Let's go, urged Lin Sudong. After parting ways with Lin Sudong, Li Lingfeng had planned to go back to the branch when he received a call from Su Xiaolu halfway. Call over and join us for dinner. Cooking at home today on vacation. So Li Lingfeng turned around and drove towards Su Xiaolu's residence. The car has not yet driven into the neighborhood. Li Lingfeng left and right calculations. At least it is to go to people's homes to eat. Should we buy some fruit? Forget it. Get insurance. It might come in handy. It's a lot more sincere than bringing fruit up there. Parking his car in the underground parking area, Li Lingfeng looked for the direction of the exit. Which building is this coming from? Li Lingfeng asked himself. The cell phone signal in the basement was so bad that the message didn't go out for a long time. Li Lingfeng explored left and right, finally finding the corresponding exit with his only remaining memory. Just as the elevator door was about to close, Li Lingfeng took an arrow step forward to hold it down. Good color in time for the last minute. On the elevator, a group of people, a cute little sister stared at Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng even made a special face to tease her. Brother, you dropped your disposable gloves. The Durex in the red suit on the floor was exceptionally dazzling, and the gazes of the group of people in the elevator looked at Li Lingfeng in unison. Surprised face. Sister, you're looking at it wrong. It's not brothers. For the first time in his life, Li Lingfeng felt that this elevator was so slow. When I came to Su Xiaolu's residence, the door of the room was a fingerprint lock, and Su Xiaolu had specially recorded a fingerprint for Li Lingfeng, although this was what Li Lingfeng had asked for in a dead heat. Inside the house, Su Xiaolu was busy in the kitchen, with several plates of delicately finished dishes on the table. This made Li Lingfeng quite surprised. During the time he spent with Su Xiaolu, he had never seen her cook. The only scrambled egg fried rice back then was still raw. It's the kind where you just scramble rice with eggs. Luckily, I didn't put enough oil in or I would have almost fried it in popcorn. Li Lingfeng came to the kitchen door. Is this a turnaround or did you take the wrong medicine? Su Xiaolu turned around and blanked Li Lingfeng. Come over and give me a hand. Li Lingfeng went over to help with the plate, and Su Xiaolu fished the vegetables from the pot into the plate. Don't say that. It's got a real chef's demeanor. Okay, let's eat, Su Xiaolu said happily. At the dinner table, the two men sat opposite each other. You still haven't answered my earlier question. Why are you learning to cook properly? Su Xiaolu smiled down and paused for a long time before saying, I have a boyfriend, Li Lingfeng. So did you call the wrong people for dinner? Su Xiaolu looked up at Li Lingfeng with such sincere eyes. This is my first time cooking, and I want you to be the first to eat it. Li Lingfeng was very skeptical with his eyes. You're trying to use me as a test subject, aren't you? Su Xiaolu glared at Li Lingfeng without any good humor. You love to eat or not? After smoothing out his breath, he then added to Li Lingfeng. You know, I've never flirted with a guy, except for you, a girl's first meal, and God knows how much time she spent studying and researching. What this means to a girl can be imagined, and is feared to be nothing less than her first blood. Li Lingfeng looked at the wrapped hemostatic patch on Su Xiaolu's hand, and felt a few moments of guilt in his heart. So he picked up his chopsticks, picked up one of the dishes and put it into his own mouth, chewing on it. How's the flavor? Su Xiaolu asked with great anticipation. Only Li Lingfeng's face changed a dozen expressions in just a few seconds. Finally unable to top it, he picked up the bowl of soup at his heels and just drank it. But the soup mixed with a dozen or so flavors sprayed directly on Su Xiaolu's face. What are you doing? Su Xiaolu hurriedly picked up a tissue to wipe her face while shouting. Li Lingfeng, who has half a life left at the moment, definitely has reason to believe that Su Xiaolu is PUAing herself. What, the first time you cook for your most important person? I believe you. That's using yourself as a test case. Wiping clean, Su Xiaolu looked at the dying Li Lingfeng. Is it that bad? When he finished, he took a taste for himself. Had 2A. Su Xiaolu's brows furrowed into a line. It's a bit hard to eat. Sis, do you call that a little hard to eat? That's simply killing people, Li Lingfeng said with deep feelings. What then? I've been so hard and busy all morning. The deflated Su Xiaolu's eyes were suddenly red. A wave of suppressed emotions no longer had a limit, and the tears could not be held back. Seeing this, Li Lingfeng's heart felt as if it had been stabbed by something. He knew that Su Xiaolu was also just trying to preserve the innocence that was once there. Actually, it's not that bad. Li Lingfeng smiled as he picked up the dish on his plate and put it in his own mouth, holding his breath as he chewed and swallowed. Looking at Li Lingfeng's awkward appearance, the pearly Su Xiaolu broke into a laugh, going forward and hugging Li Lingfeng. I also want to cook for you like her. By the way, you haven't told me what this boyfriend of yours does? It's worth learning to cook for him. On the sofa, Li Lingfeng asked as he wrapped his arms around Su Xiaolu in his arms. The head of a small real estate company. Li Lingfeng, this is not a bad condition you find every time. That's natural. You're the poorest one, Li Lingfeng, but it's the one who lives the best, probably because he's poor and his energy goes that way. Li Lingfeng, surprised face. Fortunately, it's not useless. Su Xiaolu giggled and gently pinched Li Lingfeng's chest. What to do? My stomach is a bit hungry. Li Lingfeng rubbed his belly and said, not having eaten. Su Xiaolu naturally knew. Why don't you go out and I'll treat you to something? Li Lingfeng shook his head. There's no need to go to that trouble. I'll go cook some noodles to eat together. Su Xiaolu's eyes burst with joy. Yes. Within minutes, 2 steaming servings of noodles were placed on the living room coffee table. Each serving of noodles was also topped with a round poached egg. Su Xiaolu casually picked up clothes to cover her chest and sat over. Still the original flavor. Su Xiaolu beautiful shivering a mouthful. Your level of noodle cooking hasn't dropped at all? Su Xiaolu complimented. You too, that cooking hasn't grown at all. Cough. Su Xiaolu choked and coughed several times. I just missed you being nice. Why are you so annoying now? Hurry up and leave after eating. Slowed down. Su Xiaolu said. Li Lingfeng, the noodles have just been eaten and you're ready to smash the bowl? Packing up his things and heading out the door. Li Lingfeng first went back to the branch to clock in. I ran into Rocky Row at the door. Luo Xing turned his head to look at Li Lingfeng. How's your drinking ability? Accompanying a client tonight? Male or female? Rock walk? Female. Here's the thing. I have a problem with drinking. I can't help but think about women when I drink. Luo Xing sucked in a breath of cool air. I'd better do it myself then. After walking away, Lu Hui behind him laughed at Luo Xing. You believe that kid's bullshit too? People don't want to go. Why do we have to force him? Luo Xing paused. Do you think female clients also think about men when they drink too much? Lu Hui, is that why you went in person tonight? Li Lingfeng, who had finished punching his card, called Han Shuiying. Should I go over to pick you up from work later? If you don't want me to squeeze the bus and get taken advantage of, you're coming over. Can I not go now that the word is out? By the way, stop by and drop off my bestie later. Lin Xiaoning? Who else but her? You have a big heart. Okay, wait for me. I'll be there in a minute. Hanging up the phone, Li Lingfeng turned around and left the branch. Downstairs of Bai Xiang Company, Li Lingfeng parked his car at the curb and waited according to his usual practice. Han Shuiying and Lin Xiaoning came down surprisingly on time, and usually they had to wait for a while. Why are you so swift today? Li Lingfeng asked with a smile. Han Shuiying had a happy face. Because sister you left early. Hearing this, Li Lingfeng knew in his heart that hitching a ride on that matter was 80% secure. Han Shuiying got into the car, and behind her, Lin Xiaoning glanced at Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng smiled and snorted. Get in the car. Lin Xiaoning returned a gentle smile and sat in the back seat of the car. Why don't we go for a meal first? Li Lingfeng proposed. It's fine. Xiaoning, come along. Han Shuiying turned back to Lin Xiaoning. Oh, I'm not going. You guys eat. I have some things to do back there. Okay, Han Shuiying sat upright. Let's go then. The road is not in very good condition, with lots of traffic and congestion. Going at turtle speed, Li Lingfeng only felt that the car next to him was familiar, so he took advantage of the gap in the traffic light to lean over, lowering the window to see that it was Rocky Row. Li Lingfeng waved his hand in greeting, and when he didn't respond, he pressed the horn. Scared, the cell phone in Luo Xing's hand fell out of the car window onto the ground outside. Seeing the bad, Li Lingfeng hurriedly pulled up the window and took advantage of the green light to throttle over. The front and back wheels rolled impartially on the cell phone screen. Looking at the cell phone that was full of sparse pieces, Luo Xing was dumbfounded. After reacting, Li Lingfeng saw his mouth full of nationalism in the rearview mirror. I'm afraid I've greeted all 18 generations of my ancestors. Did you recognize that person just now? Han Shuiying asked curiously. I don't know. I just reminded him that he dropped his phone on the floor. Han Shuiying nodded. It's good that you reminded me, or else what a disturbing thing to drop your cell phone. Li Lingfeng, he sent Lin Xiaoning downstairs, said goodbye, and watched Lin Xiaoning go up the stairs. The building is a self-built house, the kind that is specifically designed to be rented out, so don't underestimate it. Just this single room can be rented for thousands of dollars in Est City. No wonder Lin Xiaoning always wanted to find a good condition, who wanted to stay in this hard environment. Li Lingfeng drove away from the city center village. The road was still so congested. The vehicles on this road today are just like the bicycles back in the day. Where are we going to eat? Li Lingfeng asked. Just grab some roadside food. Don't break the bank. Just the two of us. This isn't even a marriage yet. And you're just saving it for me? Han Shuiying glanced at Li Lingfeng. I'm afraid I'll have to pay for it. Li Lingfeng, could I do such a shameless thing? Is it less? I've got it all in my book. And when we break up someday, all this will have to be accounted for. So you pushed your bestie over here to break up and count this number. Ha! Han Shuiying blanked Li Lingfeng. Which I did you see me push my girlfriend to you? You don't know your best friend digs you, and you're asking me to send her? Han Shuiying turned a wry smile. So have you moved yet? Not for now, but we won't know later. At night, the two lay in bed each playing with their cell phones. Li Lingfeng stole a glance at Han Shuiying's cell phone screen. Surprisingly, I was reading the general outline of martial arts. Puzzled, Li Lingfeng asked one more time. Are you learning wolf prevention techniques? Han Shuiying shook her head. With you around, why would I defend myself against wolves? Are there any bigger wolves than you? That's true. Then why are you reading the martial arts general program? Learn martial arts. Do what? Make sure I can beat you, and when the day comes that you have to leave, break your legs. Li Lingfeng felt a chill at his back. Then is it still too late for me to follow the practice now? Don't you have the slugger's secret? Look there. Just between the two verbal arguments. Lin Xiandong called. It's so late. What's the point of looking for me? Li Lingfeng was puzzled. After the phone was connected, I could only hear a smug look on the other side and said, things are done for you. Really? Li Lingfeng's face burst with joy. It'll still have to be you. Brother Dong. If it doesn't work out, does it have to be called a gripper? Don't you have any idea? You, Li Lingfeng said. Well, at least it's out of the way. And it's still not completely slowed down. So what does that say? Facing Lin Sudong's invitation for credit, Li Lingfeng frowned. Tell you what. Send me your address and I'll order 2 nutritional supplements for you. Lin Sudong couldn't believe his ears and happily sent the address to Li Lingfeng, waiting with anticipation for the next late-night dessert with the 2 Xiaoyu Red Heart. Half a bell later, after Lin Sudong saw the 2 neatly packed cow whips and cow joys in front of him. Damn you, Li Lingfeng. In the hotel corridor, Lin Odong's angry roar was heard. The cleaning master and aunt in the utility room were startled, and they were busy lifting up their pants and walking out one after another. Once he was sure it was nothing, his hanging heart dropped. A few minutes later, well, it tastes pretty good. You try it too. Lin Sudong couldn't get enough of taking another bite and said to Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu also took a shallow taste and nodded her head repeatedly, putting aside pure prejudice. It was also a masterpiece in terms of taste alone. Still not very well done though, Lin Sudong commented. Zhao Yu revealed a hint of puzzlement. This was clearly already delicious. Ah, salted sauerkraut fried cow joy. This department law to come? There is no salted sauerkraut? After saying that, Lin Sudong once again took his chopsticks and turned them over to make sure that they were not there. Zhao Yu nodded, adding a little more to the useless knowledge. Don't go back tonight, right? Lin Sudo said. Ha? What am I going to do when you leave after such a tonic? Zhao Yu's cheeks reddened and she said in a thin voice. I'll think about it. 3 o'clock in the morning. Zhao Yu got up and looked back at the sleeping Lin Odong and covered him up. Get dressed and grab your bag. After taking one last look at Lin Xiandong, Zhao Yu turned around and left. A child, for a mother, is an eternal bond. Wherever she is, whatever she's doing, there were not many cars on the street, and the sky was whitening as one passed by. Star River Bay. That familiar alarm clock bell rings on time. It was a miracle today, and Li Lingfeng followed Han Shuiying and got up together. What are you doing? Going to work. Watching Li Lingfeng get up and out of bed, Han Shuiying still couldn't believe her eyes. Anything particularly important today? Han Shuiying coiled up her long hair, so that it would be convenient to wash up later without getting wet. Go set up a business deal. The one that Lin Odong slept in last night. Puff. Han Shuiying couldn't help but laugh and blankly glared at Li Lingfeng. People are at least helping you, and you're still talking about them like that. Is it hard on him? Those stocks of his are not used, and must not be settled by hand. Han Shuiying. The 2 men got up and went to the sink, picking up their respective washing utensils to catch the water. Lean over a little, Han Shuiying demanded. Li Lingfeng looked at the space on his side. There's no room. Where to lean? Who made your ass so big? Why don't you think it's too big when you use it? Li Lingfeng, who had no choice, had to move further to the wall, allowing Han Shuiying to lean over a bit. Still feeling a bit cramped, Li Lingfeng then proposed. Why don't you stand in front and I'll be at the back, so it won't be much more spacious? Han Shuiying turned her head to look at Li Lingfeng. Seems reasonable. The 2 switched places, one in front of the other, looking at each other in their glasses. Each smiled. There is no better couple than this. Not only is it mutually pleasurable mentally, but it is also, what are you doing? It's gonna be late. Rushing down the stairs in a hurry, the 2 men quickly got into the car. It's your fault. You know you have to go to work and you're still making noise. And deadbeats are so persistent. It's a waste of time to get up so early. Seemingly complaining, Han Shuiying had a satisfied smile on her face. It made Li Lingfeng think that he was praising himself. There's no way. The strength is there. After sending Han Shuiying downstairs to her company, Li Lingfeng rushed to the branch. After driving Lu Hui, the vice president of the bank, and meeting Mr. Xiang, the general manager of Qinghua Industry, they arrived at the agreed place, Lianshang. At this moment, Zhao Yu and her old boss had arrived inside first. For the sake of this multi-party symposium, Zhao Yu still spent a lot of words to persuade her old boss to do this favor. After all, more than 10 years of competent generals, this face still have to give. The talks between Qinghua Industry and Lianshang were very cordial, thanks to the great efforts of Sister Yu's boss. Even set a single business deal on the spot, which is completely beyond the expectations of Mr. Xiang. Excitedly embraced the person in charge of the other party, and at the same time state that the quality of 100% excellent rate is guaranteed. Finally, Mr. Xiang hosted the event and invited the group to a restaurant for lunch. It's also a way to celebrate the powerful combination of Qinghai industry and Lianshang. After 3 rounds, Li Lingfeng looked at the several people who were each sprawled out with a disdainful expression. Not a single one who can fight. At this time, those who were still awake in the room, other than Li Lingfeng, there were only females left. Sister Yu was looking after her old boss, Mr. Xiang's wife was looking after him, and the head of Lianshang was being looked after by his secretary. As for his own vice-governor, Lu Hui, Li Lingfeng brought his finger close to the tip of his nose. Well, there's still gas. If you're alive, you're alive. If you want to take care of it yourself, no way. Li Lingfeng got up. Next to him, Sister Yu saw and hurried over. Where are you going? You didn't drink too much, did you? Looking at Sister Yu's concerned look, Li Lingfeng smiled. Don't worry, it's okay. Li Lingfeng paused. But this time, thank you, Sister Yu. That sincerity in the eyes can't be fooled. Zhao Yu froze for a moment, then smiled and said, small thing, thanks for nothing. Li Lingfeng nodded. Take care of them. I'll go to the restroom. After leaving, Li Lingfeng came to the restroom. After washing his face, which was even more sober, and going to put water on it, Li Lingfeng rejoined the dining table. The person in charge of Lianshang would have been slightly awake and saw Li Lingfeng at a glance. Alright, Manager Li, such a huge amount at a young age. The head of Lianshang complimented. How can it compare to you, Mr. Jia? Li Lingfeng smiled and came to Mr. Jia, the person in charge of Lianshang, with a half-zip jug of wine in his hand. Mr. Jia was busy shaking his hand. I have to work in the afternoon. Don't overdo it. Li Lingfeng looked at his 2 blushes and spoke as if he could work now. But Li Lingfeng didn't advise alcohol. This thing was risky. This Mr. Jia is better than Mr. Xiang. Not only has his business become even bigger, but the key is not bald. The secretary next to him wasn't bad either, with a snowy neckline. Looking at Li Lingfeng, that flirtatious look, the soul was hooked a few points. Where is Manager Li looking? Mr. Jia's words caused Li Lingfeng to return to his sight, and Mr. Jia continued. Manager Li, I quite liked you the first time I saw you. Li Lingfeng immediately chrysanthemum tightened and frowned. I don't have the spirit to dedicate myself to business. Don't get me wrong. I didn't mean it like that. Mr. Jia laughed. I see that you're a talented person. Are you interested in considering coming over to my place? Li Lingfeng smiled playfully and did not reply. I've only just joined the Agricultural and Commercial Bank of China. Do you think I'm Lu Bu, the slave of the 3 families? I'm Guan Yu, the one who rides alone for thousands of miles. The sky and the earth can tell the truth about your loyalty to the Agricultural and Commercial Bank of China, ACBC. A lowly, what about the pay package? Mr. Jia patted Li Lingfeng's shoulder. Come in for an unaccountable base salary of 2,800, with performance counted separately. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. There is a lot of room for promotion later. Li Lingfeng nodded. That's what he said back then when the electronics factory was recruiting. TM's LV Bu stabbed Dongzhuo and got a marquee of 1. And for 2,800 you wanna pull in a Guan Airmaster? Get the fuck outta here. Even if it's an extra 2,000, it's still good. Seeing that Li Lingfeng was not interested at all, Mr. Jia laughed. There is no rush. Take your time to consider. This is my business card. Feel free to contact me at any time. Turning around, Li Lingfeng then threw the business card into the trash can. It wasn't until after the fact that Li Lingfeng learned that his side of the performance pay bottomed out at $10,000 to start. Too bad that business card is already in the trash transfer station. After the banquet was dispersed, Li Lingfeng telephoned Luo Xing to send someone over to drag Lu Hui back. When he saw that the person coming was Liang Shiyun, his entire body was dumbfounded. Sister Yun, how come it's you? Where are the others? Out and out. Busy. I'm the only one who's more available, so I got called over. Liang Shiyun was also quite innocent. She hadn't even completed her financial targets for this month. To come over again to deal with these trivial matters, those lines of self-coming customers are not all going to let Sister Xin snatch them up. There was no other way. Li Lingfeng could only help together with Sister Yun to help Lu Hui downstairs. I'm a drunk too. Why don't I see anyone caring about me? Li Lingfeng also specially stopped a cab for the 2, to ensure that the 2 safely on the car to leave, which called the chauffeur. Going straight back to his residence, Li Lingfeng laid down on the sofa and rested for a little while. When I woke up again, I was in great spirits. Li Lingfeng seriously suspected that what he drank at noon today was a blended wine without much ethanol content. Recovering his energy and having nothing to do, Li Lingfeng casually picked up the fierce man's secret that was placed on the sofa, followed the instructions on it and practiced it, because I remembered that last time I practiced this was especially good for falling asleep. Half an hour later, instead of having a trace of sleepiness, Li Lingfeng's whole body was hot. It only felt like an inexplicable force was about to crack out of his body. No! Li Lingfeng realized that he had to hurry up and release this power before he could do so, or else. Looking at the time, it was just over 3 p.m., which would still be a while before Han Shuiying got off work. I can't wait for her. I can't rush to her company. Can I? The dry heat was continuing, and the whole Dantian was burning like fire. So the anxious Li Lingfeng got up and knocked on the door of the big sister next door. When she saw that it was Li Lingfeng, the big sister next door smiled sweetly. Why? Is there something wrong? No. You, what are you doing? Wait, I'll do it myself. 2 hours later, the big sister next door with messy hair was in a trance. What I just went through just made me feel like the sky was falling. It's still a red-hot trance when I think about it. The feeling, though, was a flying high like nothing I've seen in 40 years. The heavenly kind. Thinking of this, the big sister next door couldn't help but shyly bite her lip like a little girl. This knowledge exchange was even more rewarding than the last. Li Lingfeng returned to his own place, shook his head inside. His guilt towards Wang increased a few more points, but then he remembered that his kid wasn't his own either, and his mind was relieved. At least I haven't gone too far. Li Lingfeng went to the bathroom and comfortably took a cool shower. The current Li Lingfeng feels is all light and fast. This state is afraid to be able to crush Bolt. After taking a shower and coming out, Li Lingfeng came to sit on the sofa for a while, only hearing a burst of door opening behind him. He didn't need to think to know that Han Shuiying was back from work. Li Lingfeng got up and went forward to greet him, only to see Han Shuiying holding a bouquet of flowers in her hand. Which guy gave it to you? Is it handsome? Li Lingfeng asked. Han Shuiying smiled and looked at the flowers in her hand. Pretty? Li Lingfeng beamed. Average. What? Jealous? Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng and teased. What do I have to be jealous of? Yeah? Then why do I smell something so sour? Looking at Li Lingfeng without saying anything, Han Shuiying cupped the flowers in her hands and handed them to Li Lingfeng. For you. Happy birthday. Li Lingfeng was stunned for a moment. Me? Han Shuiying nodded. Well, today is your birthday. Is that so? Li Lingfeng only felt that the word birthday was already so far away. The last memory lingers on the year when both parents were still separated. Or maybe, it would have been a long time ago, and it would have just been a birthday for myself. But that was one of the few times Li Lingfeng was happy, because that was the only time he could experience the feeling of home, the taste of home. What's wrong with you? Han Shuiying asked curiously. Nope, probably got sand in my eyes. Here, let's see. After saying that, Han Shuiying came forward, while Li Lingfeng did not pay attention to a kiss up. Li Lingfeng froze for the first time, and Han Shuiying shyly lowered her head. And I bought you a present, Han Shuiying said as she prepared to turn around to get the gift, and Li Lingfeng hugged her tightly. Thanks. Han Shuiying similarly reached out and hugged Li Lingfeng, her eyes filled with love. The eyes don't lie when it comes to liking and hating someone. Just like the look Xisha Fairy gave to the Supreme Being. Maybe you and I never had it. It happened to be open, and I made you some soup. The big sister next door came in with a bowl of soup and saw the two men in a tight embrace. Oops, accidentally went to the wrong door. He walked away as if nothing had happened, and added in the end, you guys carry on. Han Shuiying glared at Li Lingfeng. It's really not what you think. Why are you rolling up your sleeves when you're fine? Help! The big sister next door listened to the commotion. Her eyes closed timidly for a moment, and she hurriedly took a mouthful of soup to suppress the shock. Then a low gasp followed, sending her back into an endless reverie. This Li Lingfeng is really something. Big sister sighed secretly in her heart. At night, the spirited Wang touched his big sister's shoulder to signal. With that waited the words, get lost and don't disturb the old me in my sleep. Wang, how did it change tonight? Wang touched his head. Reluctantly, he tried touching his big sister again. Finally threw out the man with his bedding. Dad, what are you doing? Daddy's messing with mommy. By the way, how about daddy sleeps with you tonight? No, I don't want to hear you snore. After saying this, Xiao Wang hurriedly entered the door and locked the room. Even the windows were closed tightly. After confirming that not a single mosquito could fly in, Xiao Wang laid down to sleep without worry. You dead boy, born with a rebel bone. The helpless Wang had to pick up the futon and head for its final destination, the couch. Over here, with the beauty in his arms, Li Lingfeng looked down at Han Shuiying, who was plastered to his chest. It's a nice weekend. Why don't I take you to the stargazer to look at the stars? Han Shuiying used those slender fingertips to draw circles on Li Lingfeng's chest. Both. After thinking for a moment, he continued. It doesn't really matter if you go or not. Don't you want to see the stars? Han Shuiying raised her head to look at Li Lingfeng and said, you are my starry night. Early in the morning, Han Shuiying just rushed to the company. The butt has not even sat down. Its mother called. Han Shuiying hurriedly hid in a secluded spot. Mom, what's the matter with calling me so early? There was a pause on the other side of the phone for a while before she said, Mom has thought and thought about it all these days, but she still can't promise you to be with that Li Lingfeng. Mom, listen Mom, that Auntie Li of yours introduced better conditions. So what does Li Lingfeng have? Not even a job. He's got a job now. Where do you work? Bank. He works hard. And he even met with a big client yesterday. Han Shuiying sold her explanation. There was another moment of silence on the other end of the line. That won't do. He has a house and a car? Yes. Couldn't we have had a Mercedes-Benz at our house last time we were there? It was his. Han Shuiying mom eyebrow a wrinkle. How also with the fight does not die like a small strong. That room. Always should not have it? Han Shuiying froze and didn't say anything. Her mom over here has a smug look on her face. She can't believe you can still afford a house. Where is that? City. A place of gold everywhere. Yes. He has a suite. Han Shuiying's mom instantly froze there. You don't joke with Mom. He really has a suite. Han Shuiying's tone became calm. It was something she didn't want to bring up, because that was a place that Li Lingfeng didn't want to go back to. In that case, I'll come to your land in a couple of days to stay some days and cook for you on the way. What? I'm not welcome to come over? No, you're welcome to come over. Mom, Han Shuiying returned with a reluctant face. Nowadays, young people are seeking to have their own independent space. Don't you know? How can we let go of the game when you're here? Han Shuiying's inner heart is full of monologues. Li Lingfeng parked his car and looked at the time. A couple minutes late. Just stepped into the door of the branch, only to hear a bang. Scared Li Lingfeng almost on the spot on the past. I thought I'd met a robber. This is the 21st century. Only to see a sky full of ceremonial flowers floating down. The crowd applauded thunderously. Li Lingfeng was puzzled. This has only been here for a few days. I shouldn't have been promoted to governor so soon? Luo Xing grandly walked up and thickly patted Li Lingfeng on the shoulder. Okay, it's true that heroes come out of youths. Once they step out, they pull in such a big order for the branch. Big order? Lian Shang. Qinghe Industry have all opened public accounts in our branch. Lian Shang has come in with $30 million, and Qinghe Industry has come in with $20 million. Luo Xing was so happy that more spittle flew out, at least double the usual amount. Li Lingfeng wiped his cheeks, not realizing that such a big event had happened yesterday afternoon. At this time, Vice Governor Lu Hui also walked up. This is all thanks to you, Ling Feng. No, how can this performance be accomplished without the pressure from you, Lu Xing? Though he was the first to go down yesterday at noon, and on the first drink at that. Alright, everyone should look up to Li Lingfeng more in the future and strive to make the branch's performance bigger and stronger. All go to work. Luo Xing exhorted the crowd. That's it? Li Lingfeng gently pulled Luo Xing over and came forward. What does that performance say? Luo Xing smiled with the cunning face of an old fox. Say it again. Besides, your sister. I come to work to make money. You think I'm doing charity? The crowd dispersed. Li Lingfeng looked up and unintentionally saw Lu Hui and Liang Shiyun looking at each other. Intuition told Li Lingfeng that the eyes were not right. Did I miss some exciting part yesterday afternoon? The two left each other with affection, leaving no trace of dog food behind. Li Lingfeng came to his card seat and was surprised to find an extra computer on the desktop. Seems like this has a track record and the treatment comes up immediately. I remember when I first joined the company, I wondered why I didn't have an office computer. Is the unit poor? Or is it because I don't deserve it? Pressing the on button, he waited a full 3 minutes before the computer turned on. This configuration, I'm afraid, is older than I am. I guess I don't know which corner of the warehouse I moved it from. But better than nothing. Li Lingfeng, who had nothing to do, then played the computer's own solitaire minigame. It so happened that Luo Xing came out to get something and moved Li Lingfeng's computer screen over a bit. Warned, there's surveillance video over here, so be careful of getting caught on camera. It's hard to disagree with such a cozy leader. Not long after, Luo Xing walked in with a brand new unopened cell phone case. The sharp-eyed Li Lingfeng saw it at once. Yo, Luo Xing got a new cell phone? Luo Xing's face darkened and he said in a bad mood. I don't know which son of a bitch honked the horn the day before yesterday, causing me to drop my cell phone on the ground. You know what? That bastard even drove his car straight over. Rolled over. Luo Xing gritted his teeth. Li Lingfeng, appearing to be the very same son of a bitch, he weakly asked, can't we just use it again? Guess why I got a new cell phone? If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Li Lingfeng comforted. I just bought that one new too. Li Lingfeng, surprised face. Lo Xing, it suddenly occurred to me that I have something else to go out for. After saying that, Li Lingfeng wiped his feet to avoid the wind first. Pleasant tea. Li Lingfeng and Su Xiaolu sitting opposite each other, talking and laughing very happy. Do not know also thought that the two are a couple. I'm getting married. Li Lingfeng looked at Su Xiaolu in surprise. How long have you two known each other? Su Xiaolu guffawed. Seeing the right eye on the line, it's hard not to be as young as that. We'll talk about a 3 years and 5 years? Li Lingfeng nodded. That's true. The key person is also many gold. Such a good condition where to find? When do you plan to have a reception? What? You want to give me a gift with it? Su Xiaolu curiously said. Don't. I almost pawned my panties at my last wedding to get you some money. Su Xiaolu blankly eyed Li Lingfeng. Is it excessive to give me a gift? The point is I don't know if you're going to get married again next time. Li Lingfeng. Su Xiaolu glared fiercely. Can't you wish me well? Li Lingfeng sucked a mouthful of milk tea. How can I say that you are also my ex? Can I balance my heart if you are doing well? Su Xiaolu thought about it. Is a bit reasonable. This gas a moment to subside. Don't worry. This time he and I are traveling to get married. So you don't need to accompany the gift. Where are you going to go? Li Lingfeng asked. Switzerland. That place is beautiful. Gee, rich people getting married is so plain and simple. Why don't you give me a ride? Su Xiaolu propped her hands on her jaws as her eyes turned to Li Lingfeng. Why don't I replace him with you? Ahem. A mouthful of milk tea almost didn't choke Li Lingfeng to death, and he was busy picking up the drawing paper to wipe his clothes. Where did you say you were going to go? Switzerland. Su Xiaolu had a puzzled look on her face. What's the fun in that little place and country? I wouldn't go there if I were you. Su Xiaolu whitened her eyes at Li Lingfeng. See how scared you are. I'm still not happy that you promised. Li Lingfeng hemmed and hawed. But then again, if I want to have his conditions, where else would it be his turn to marry you? These words are the best way to finalize this past relationship between the two. Su Xiaolu smiled gratefully after hearing this. Actually, you're not so bad. Li Lingfeng instantly came to be interested, unable to imagine that he still had redeeming qualities in Su Xiaolu's eyes. Yo, what's not bad? Certain aspects are still unique. After saying that, Su Xiaolu's gaze moved down a few inches. Li Lingfeng's chrysanthemums tightened and he immediately sat a few degrees off to avoid the hot gaze. Su Xiaolu gave him a disdainful look. Che, which place up and down the old lady has not served it? Li Lingfeng. That's no way to be so grandiose in public. Su Xiaolu stood up and said carelessly, bless me. Then he said, let's go. No more bullshit with you. Been out too long. When we get back we're going to get told off by the manager again. Turning around and leaving 3 or 2 meters away. Li Lingfeng, in the future, if you are unhappy, remember to come find me. Instantly, the soundtrack to the Stars movie King of Comedy, Here We Are Again, plays. To Su Xiaolu, Li Lingfeng's words were tantamount to, I'll feed you. Su Xiaolu's eyes instantly warmed up. Happy tears slid down her cheeks, biting up her lips with a slight smile. I'm willing to be the man in your closet, Li Lingfeng said with a straight face. The music in her head came to an abrupt end, and Su Xiaolu, who had clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and the eyes that wanted to knife someone could not be hidden. Why did you throw your bag at me? No, help. Standing on the side of the road with a black eye, Li Lingfeng saw an arguing couple. The woman, despite the man's agonizing pleas, eventually turned away with determination. Marriage, what does it give a man? As I see it, it's just a way to add a little blockage to the mundane and make the time go by a little more choppy. Li Lingfeng walked over, patted the man's shoulder, and comforted. Look on the bright side, buddy. There's no hurdle you can't get through. The man hides his face and recovers. Li Lingfeng continued to comfort. It's fine not to want such a woman. Maybe the next one will be better. By the way, what caused you two to fight so much? The man sniffled. She's got 3 dogs and 2 cats and I didn't even say anything. Li Lingfeng nodded. Indeed, I also quite hate cats and dogs, but I just raised a vixen, and she's clamoring to divorce me. You say this. Li Lingfeng gave a kick towards the prospective man's ass. Dead scumbag. The man who staggered out looked back at Li Lingfeng and roared. What are you doing? That kick was for your wife. Scumbag. At that moment, a small white fox ran towards the man and quickly pounced on his arms. The man stroked it lovingly. Just ran off somewhere. Whitey. Li Lingfeng never tried to have run so fast in this life, and even left a residual shadow on the side of the road, determining that it was a place where the man couldn't be chased. Li Lingfeng then stopped to rest in peace. Before he could even catch his breath, he received a call from Chen Yashin. Gasping, he said, Hey, what's it to me? What's the matter with you? Being chased by a dog? Fiercer than a dog. In a nutshell, today is my father's birthday. According to our previous agreement, you have to act as my boyfriend and go home with me, Chen Yashin said. Ah, what? You want to break the agreement? I'm transferring the money from the agribusiness bank. Don't. Where did I say I didn't want to? Okay then, I'll meet you at the usual place. Driving to the internet cafe, Chen Yashin was waiting at the door early. Li Lingfeng pressed the horn and greeted Chen Yashin inside the car, who jogged over. It's natural to sit in the backseat boss seat. I didn't buy a gift, Li Lingfeng said. You are the greatest gift. Only Chen Yashin smiled meaningfully. Looking at Li Lingfeng's back was cold. This is not going to break into the dragon's den, right? Li Lingfeng looked back at Chen Yashin. How are you going to show me the way sitting there? Chen Yashin thought about it for a moment, as if it was then he got out again and resumed the passenger seat. Let's go. Drive all the way to the old gathering area of the village. A 2.5-story bungalow with an elegant outside courtyard of flowers and plants. Li Lingfeng didn't dare to be sure and looked again. This is it? Chen Yashin nodded and confirmed. That's right. This is the place. This is completely different from what Li Lingfeng thought. Your family strength. How can it be a villa? Park the car and stand in front of the door. Li Lingfeng looked at the splendid villa next to him, and then looked at the Qingya courtyard in front of him. What are you waiting for? Come in, Chen Yashin reminded. Following Chen Yashin into the courtyard, there was surprisingly a small self-circulating stream inside, with a few fish swimming lightly. A man of about 50 years old was feeding the fish with great interest. Chen Yashin happily walked up and cheerfully shouted, Dad! The man looked back and happily threw the whole packet of fish feed in, causing the fish to grab the food and eat it up and turn white at the surface. Alas, my precious daughter, you finally bothered to come back to see your old father. After saying that, he also hugged Chen Yashin hard and tightly. I only saw Chen Yashin hold in a burst of red. I can barely breathe. Dad! The man then relaxed just in time to catch a glimpse of Li Lingfeng. This is my boyfriend. The man's two eyes instantly glowed, and he busily walked over. This is my future son-in-law. Hello, hello. Li Lingfeng's heart was a few minutes hairy, really afraid that he would slap over at the drop of a hat. Hello Uncle Chen. The two came to a deep handshake. Why are you still called Uncle? Call Dad. Uncle Chen corrected promptly. Chen Yashin was not happy. Don't listen to my dad. Just call Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen nodded repeatedly. Listen to ya xin. Listen to ya xin. Okay, Uncle Chen. By the way, what do you do? Uncle Chen asked Li Lingfeng. Bank work. Banks not bad, not bad. My daughter's vision is not bad. Just afraid to find a yellow hairback. Li Lingfeng. At what bank? Our local agribusiness bank. Li Lingfeng politely returned. Wait for me. Only Uncle Chen dialed the phone. By the way, our 273 million yuan of demolition money is not going into ICBC. Where does that go? Put it there at the Farmers and Merchants Bank. You go to the Farmers and Merchants Bank tomorrow and open an account for my son-in-law. Li Lingfeng, surprised face. Wait, what's going on here? The riches of the world just came to us? Father-in-law is above. Accept my son-in-law's bow. Li Lingfeng bowed with both hands. Uncle Chen hurriedly held Li Lingfeng. His face was a satisfied energy. This kid will come to things. Why are your eyes dark? Uncle Chen then realized that Li Lingfeng was wearing half a black eye, but even with dark circles under his eyes, he is still so handsome. Come, drink tea inside. Uncle Chen hurriedly greeted. Li Lingfeng. Is this being satisfied to the point of even accommodating the flaws? No. How long has it been since this Chen Yashin brought a boyfriend home? Unbeknownst to him, Li Lingfeng was the first man Chen Yashin brought home. Turning his head to look at Chen Yashin. Our father is also a man of nature. Chen Yashin blankly eyed Li Lingfeng. Don't take a bite out of our dad. We're just pretending to be a couple. You know, fake can also become real. Depends on your willingness. By the way, who owns that villa next to it? Your relatives? That was my dad's 18th present to me. Li Lingfeng. My birthday is only 2 days. Is not also with Uncle Chen said it. Li Lingfeng looked at the next door villa infinite reverie. Come on in. The tea is all made for you. Uncle Chen shouted. Oh, here we go. Tea room. Simple and elegant. Full of ancient atmosphere. A little attention can feel the aroma and flavor of tea. Li Lingfeng and Uncle Chen were sitting opposite each other, while Chen Yashin, who was not interested in tea, was playing with the teapot next to him. Come on, try it. Top-notch bird's tongue. It's hard to just get it. Uncle Chen introduced. Li Lingfeng looked at the tea, clear and transparent in pale yellow, emitting a faint fragrance, picked up a fine sip, sweet and refreshing. Well, good tea, sweet and mellow in the mouth, worthy of being the finest bird's tongue. Li Lingfeng nodded his head and even praised. That cup is my chrysanthemum tea. This cup is your bird's tongue, Chen Yashin reminded. Li Lingfeng? Chrysanthemum tea is also tea. I didn't realize that Xian's son-in-law is also a good tea person. Uncle Chen helped to relieve the situation. Dad, these 8 characters haven't even begun yet. Don't call your virtuous son-in-law with every mouthful. Chen Yashin glared at Uncle Chen. Well, look at my mouth. I can't hide it when I see something I like. Uncle Chen laughed. Come on out to the dining room and eat. The food is ready for you. At this time, a woman who was about the same age as Uncle Chen came in and opened her voice. The woman's complexion was very fair, and at a glance, she knew that she usually took good care of herself. It's the dress, plain as can be. Look at the skin and looks like the mistress of the house. Look at the dress like a servant. Li Lingfeng, who couldn't hold a tune for a moment, turned his head to look at Chen Yashin. That's my mom. Chen Yashin gave a solution to the doubt. Li Lingfeng hurriedly greeted. Hello auntie. Chen Yashin's mother smiled and nodded. You're Xian's boyfriend. Right. What's your name? Li Lingfeng. Auntie just call me Little Li. Chen Yashin's mother looked Li Lingfeng carefully up and down, inside and out. Finally satisfied, he smiled. Well, not bad. Much more handsome than your father was back then. You say that? Back then I was also the #1 backwoods boy in the village. Uncle Chen said unconvincingly. Okay, I know you're the handsome young man in these 10 miles. Chen Yashin's mom's words were more or less perfunctory. Well, let's hurry up and eat. I'm starving. Chen Yashin did not have a good temper. This has a good son-in-law. Feel that there is nothing I do? When they came to the dining room, the group sat around the table. Chen Yashin's mother warmly reminded. These are all homegrown vegetables. Don't worry about eating them. This Chen Yashin mom knows at a glance that she is a virtuous lady. All this family conditions, but also cooks by herself. The bones inherit the excellence of our classical women. Have a couple sips. How can you eat without wine? Uncle Chen said. Hearing this, Li Lingfeng busily explained. Driving? Uncle, just don't drink. That's something. I'll have the master driver take you back later. With great hospitality, Uncle Chen fixed a bottle of Maotai. 92. The flying kind. Wine quality is character. Uncle will test your character today. After saying that, Uncle Chen poured 2 glasses of wine and shared one with Li Lingfeng. 3 glasses first at the table. That's the rule. Come on. The two of them muffled 3 cups in a row, and Li Lingfeng only felt a mellow aroma rushing down his throat. Chen Yashin hurriedly tugged on Li Lingfeng's coat corner and said in a thin voice, Can you do it? Yo, this girl even knows how to protect men. I don't see you caring about dad me, Uncle Chen said jealously. Chen Yashin blankly eyed her dad. Who doesn't know that your nickname is Chun Wine Barrel and that you can't get drunk from 1,000 cups? Just this stupid kid dares to clink glasses with you. Chen Yashin was angry and concerned. Li Lingfeng, surprised face. You didn't tell me anything before coming here. It's not a problem. There's room to rest here if you're drunk. Big deal. Chen Yashin's mom smiled and said something, arranging things in a clear way. In fact, she also wanted to see what this Li Lingfeng looked like when he was drunk. After 3 rounds, Uncle Chen hugged the bottle and sang, You carry the burden. I'll lead the horse. After the song, he even picked up a broomstick aside and rode it as a horse, shouting, Giddy up, giddy up. Chen Yashin's mom and Chen Yashin both looked at each other. Take a look at the several empty wine bottles on the table that had fallen to the east, and then look at Li Lingfeng, who was calmly flicking his cigarette ash next to him. This Chen keg, is it defeated? Uncle Chen wasn't done riding the broom. Carrying the rest of the white wine in the ziaju, he came over and put his arm around Li Lingfeng's shoulder. Come on, today we will be brothers. In the future you will call me uncle. I will call you brother. We will call each other. Chen Yashin's mother, who couldn't stand to watch anymore, rushed over to help Uncle Chen up. You've had too much to drink. Let's take a rest first. I'm not drunk. I'm sober. I'm fine. Ling Feng, later on, Uncle will take you to the bathing center to pinch a couple of handfuls. Uncle Chen was very bold, but the handsomeness didn't last more than 3 seconds before it was given straight to the ear. Well, how many bath centers have you been to behind my back? You tell me. Being intimidated by this from Chen Yashin's mother, Uncle Chen instantly sobered up a few points. Grinning, he said, Just kidding. It doesn't look like it to me. It is said that one spits out the truth after drinking. This is in all probability telling the truth. Chen Yashin supplemented at the right time. Let's see if I don't clean you up later. Chen Yashin's mom finished by bringing a hot, wet towel to wipe Uncle Chen's face, poured him another glass of warm water to quench his thirst. Young couples in their old age, even if a lifetime of nagging, but should care for you. One did not fall. Li Lingfeng looked mesmerized. Perhaps this is what marriage should be like. What are you doing? You're not about to have a seizure too, are you? Chen Yashin looked back at the dazed Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng smiled and took out a small square box from his pocket. Happy birthday, Uncle Chan. Didn't you say you didn't bring any gifts? Chen Yashin looked at Li Lingfeng incredulously. Not only Chen Yashin, but Uncle Chen's entire body was also stunned. picking up the small square box in front of him and opening it. Inside is a beautifully carved wooden pipe with an agate inlay mouthpiece. For a person of Uncle Chen's caliber, it might not be worth a few dollars at all, but at this moment, when he saw such a gift, he was glowing with both eyes and caressing it lovingly, nodding repeatedly, "Not bad, not bad," so much so that later on, I would brag about it in front of everyone, saying that it was a gift from my daughter's boyfriend. "Dad, I have a gift for you too." Chen Yashin followed with a smug smile. Uncle Chen looked up at Chen Yashin. "Other than Ling Feng, you came with other gifts, ah?" Then came another. "No gift is better than this wise son-in-law of mine. Uhsin Chen, take it or leave it as you like." After saying that, he threw a bag in front of Uncle Chen's heel. Uncle Chen curiously picked it up and saw that it was a scarf. Unbelieving eyes looked at Chen Yashin. "You knitted it yourself?" Chen Yashin nodded aggrievely. "You heartless one." Uncle Chen, a big man of nearly 180, was actually moved in this moment, and his two eyes could not stop rolling. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" Chen Yashin said with heartache. Uncle Chen wiped his nose. "Dad is happy. Happy. Let's show Dad. Did you hurt this hand?" After saying that, he pulled over Chen Yashin's fingers to take a closer look at them one by one. Fearful of the slightest stabbing of his precious daughter, Li Lingfeng lit a cigarette, took a deep breath and spat it out. Where are my desperate parents at this moment? After the meal, Li Lingfeng was idly walking in Uncle Chen's courtyard. He did not have the poetic taste, but he was fascinated by what he saw. As you can see, Uncle Chen has put a lot of thought into this courtyard, and every part of the regulation is just right. It's like a realm of ink and water. At this time, Chen Yashin also walked out and came to Li Lingfeng's front. "Thank you for today. My parents haven't been this happy in a long time. These are the things I should do. Uncle are resting, right? Well, my mom babysat him and put him to bed. Then it's almost time for me to go back." Li Lingfeng looked at the time on his cell phone and said, Aren't you going to eat dinner before you leave?" Chen Yashin asked hurriedly. "No, one more dinner and I'll really have to lie here." Li Lingfeng smiled bitterly. "Is Uncle Chan at least resting for a while and then blowing a bottle with him later when he's a dragon?" "Okay." Chen Yashin seemed to have a few moments of fondness. Li Lingfeng frowned. "We were acting. You wouldn't be unaware of that, would you?" Got it. Chen Yashin blankly glanced at Li Lingfeng. "A whole log. By the way, here's the small check for the gift for Uncle. Remember to transfer it to me later." Why did you leave?" "What do you mean?" Back at the residence, Han Shuiying had already arrived home, sitting on the sofa seemingly with some unhappiness. Looking up and seeing Li Lingfeng returning, he said, "The food is all cooked on the table. Go eat." Li Lingfeng came in and looked at Han Shuiying. "What's wrong? Another bad day at work?" Han Shuiying shook her head. "Since that last incident, sister, you hasn't even been harsh on me. Then is there anything else you're not happy about?" Li Lingfeng asked. "Let me discuss something with you. Don't get mad." "Huh?" Li Lingfeng looked solemn. "You have a Hanyu outside?" Han Shuiying threw a pillow over. "Can my mother be that kind of person?" Li Lingfeng, who caught the pillow, nodded his head repeatedly. "That's good. If there's anything you want to say, why don't we move into a house?" Li Lingfeng had a questioning look on his face and walked over to sit next to him. "Is this place bad? Why did you move?" After that, the hand started to be unruly again. "My mom said she wanted to come over and stay with us for a while, and there's not enough room here for one." Han Shuiying smoothly removed her underwear to facilitate the movement of Li Lingfeng's hand. "Then why don't I just rent another apartment? Why do I have to go through the trouble of moving?" Han Shuiying looked back at Li Lingfeng, a little timid. "My mom wants to stay at your place." Li Lingfeng froze for a moment, stopped moving and withdrew his hand. "It's okay, we don't live there. I'll just tell my mom to come or not," Han Shuiying said hurriedly, stroking Li Lingfeng's cheek, not wanting to make things difficult for him in front of her. Li Lingfeng smiled faintly. "It's fine. I'll go over and clean it up later." Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. "You promised?" "I understand, auntie." Li Lingfeng laughed. Han Shuiying's two eyes instantly moistened as she hugged Li Lingfeng tightly. "Thank you, silly woman, telling me that." Han Shuiying, whose eyes were moist, looked at Li Lingfeng with both eyes full of love. Li Lingfeng only felt that this moment she was even more moist. This jackass. It's not even 7 o'clock yet and it's starting. Is it a fucking nuclear-powered donkey? Don't pussyfoot around if you're not capable yourself. If you're capable, you'll let me fly to the sky once too. The next morning, Li Lingfeng came to the branch early in the morning. The lobby manager was busy welcoming Li Lingfeng when he saw him come in. "You finally came over." Li Lingfeng had a questioning look on his face. "What's wrong?" "A couple of guys came in and insisted they wanted to see you and wouldn't answer anything they asked." Li Lingfeng's chrysanthemums tightened. I'm afraid it wasn't the man who gasped yesterday who came over to seek revenge. 36 plans. Walking is the best way to go. Li Lingfeng, who was just about to turn around and leave, was pulled by the lobby manager. Where are you going? The guests are inside. At this time, a few people inside also walked out when they heard the commotion. You're Li Lingfeng. Manager Li, right? Seeing that he couldn't escape, Li Lingfeng stabilized and smiled. It is exactly under me. What do you all want to find me? The man at the head of the group was instantly beaming with joy and was busy walking forward, stretching out his enthusiastic hands. Hello Mr. Li, I'm the one sent by Village Chief Chen to open an account to deposit the demolition money. What? Chen Yashin's father is the village chief? No wonder. So posh. So the bottles of flying mutai we drank yesterday weren't fake? Fuck. Yesterday most of the wine was given to Wen Chai at his feet. At the moment, the family Uncle Chen is staring at his family that Wen Kai wondering, this dog has been sleeping for a day and a night. How not yet awake? Try your nostrils. Luckily, there's still air. So slap that dog's face hard in the face. The guy who eats and doesn't work. The dog jerked up. Where is this? Where am I? Who am I? On the same day, Li Lingfeng's branch bank came in with another 273 million yuan of demolition money. The branch leadership decided to go down to the branch research, named to see Li Lingfeng. Luo Xing office hung up the phone and frowned. At this rate, do I still want to do it? Who cares? If there's money to be made, that's all that matters. Isn't that why we work? Now there's a god of wealth gifting himself. Why not? You know, he gets a big chunk of the performance rewards here. Thinking of this, Luo Xing immediately cocked a 90-degree smile. Ling Feng, look, does he look like the dog? Pantry. Li Lingfeng looked at the cleaning auntie with a deep look on his face. Just help out. You really can't get this one for 200 bucks. They're charging 300 out there. For 300 bucks I could bag her for the day. Tell you what, I'll raise you another 50. I'm in a real hurry. Auntie shook her head. You bank employees are paid so much, and you're still bothering me with this $180. Who told you I was overpaid? Didn't I just come in on our line? I've heard it all. You've saved yourself over $3 million. Li Lingfeng frowned. Okay, 300 is 300. So come now? Now. Auntie put down the cleaning tools in her hand as soon as she could and took off the light blue workman's coat jacket. Remember to bring a few extra rags. I'll wait for you outside, Li Lingfeng reminded. Leaving the pantry, he happened to bump into the oncoming sister Yun and greeted her sheepishly. Immediately behind him, Vice Governor Lu Hui also walked out. Li Lingfeng? Coughed Lu Hui. That Luo Xing, he's looking for you. Couldn't care less. With doubts, Li Lingfeng came to the branch business hall to find Luo Xing. Seeing Li Lingfeng walking, Luo Xing was busy opening his voice. Where did this go? Looking for you for most of the day without a trace? Looking for me for something? Luo Xing, it's like this. The leader of the branch is coming down to our branch for research in the afternoon. You and I will entertain them. You can take care of this on your own. What am I doing? I have things to do this afternoon. The branch leader asked to see you by name, Luo Xing emphasized. Just tell them I went to see a client. Pretty boy, are you leaving or not? The doorway cleaning aunt shouted. Why do you bring housekeeping with you when you meet a client? Luo Xing asked in disbelief. That client had too much seafood and said he wanted to try river food. Lohan? This path plays so wild? Seeing Li Lingfeng leaving the gate with the cleaning lady. Royal garden. The cleaning auntie looked at the 4-bedroom suite of hundreds of square meters. Came the line, gripping the north of Yami, and speaking 80 flat. Li Lingfeng? What did you say? Auntie, greetings. I thought you said it was only 80 square feet. Pretty boy, it's more than 120 here. 80 square feet is the equity area. I didn't say add the bonus area. Auntie cleaning, you can't do this without 500. Didn't we agree on 300? How come the price went up again? Li Lingfeng said. And I'm just telling you about the cost of labor. I didn't include a surcharge in there. Li Lingfeng, I don't even make as much as you do in a day's pay. Li Lingfeng sighed. Then I don't care. If I don't get 500 bucks, I'm leaving, Auntie insisted. Fine, then I won't send you back. Li Lingfeng was also gambling. I'll take the bus back myself. After saying that, he picked up his things and was ready to leave. Okay, I'm really impressed. 500 is 500. Get moving. Auntie exhibited the collection code. Transfer me the money for the work first. I'm afraid you won't keep your word. Li Lingfeng, can I be that kind of person? You're a mouthful. You don't have a word of truth. Auntie doesn't believe you. Li Lingfeng, who had no choice, transferred $500 to the aunt for the cleaning fee at that moment. The aunt who received the money didn't dawdle, rolled up her sleeves and just got right to work. Li Lingfeng, on the other hand, strolled around a few rooms, and everywhere were once familiar memories. Here, too, has held that laughter, although it eventually fell apart and ceased to exist. Looking at that family group photo, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but snort. By now, all should have their own family photos. One thing to say, this aunt's work ethic and quality is still okay. The entire house was refreshed by her efforts. Branch. Lohan led the staff who stayed in the branch to welcome the branch leaders with the highest level of etiquette. The branch president's surname is Yao, and everyone calls him De Yao Xing in private. What about that outstanding employee who pulled in $273 million in demolition money? Yao Xing asked. Oh, he went out to meet a client to try to get another performance. Luo Xing was busy explaining. Yao Xing was instantly surprised, and he was busy nodding his head repeatedly in admiration and approval. You see, good people are always on the way. And we all need to learn more from this colleague. Young people, don't be afraid of a little bit of suffering and tiredness. These will all be your wealth in the future. Before the words were finished, Luo Xing's first applause rang out fiercely, and the group followed suit. Sensei, whether you believe it or not, happy or not. Yao Xing held up his glasses and continued. It was decided by our bank team. Pausing for half a second. Employees as good as this should go through the special talent introduction channel and be given an immediate transfer to Z encouragement. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Luo Xing. Turn around and tell Ling Feng about this decision and tell him that I think highly of him and hope to build on his success. Luo Xing nodded repeatedly. Okay. After the explanation, Yao Xing's words turned. Luo Xing is also good. Discerning eyes to recognize the pearl. Credit is not small. Hearing this from De Yao Xing, Luo Xing's tail went up. Serving as farmers and merchants is what I do. De Yao Xing nodded. This kind of ideological awareness of yours is good and worthy of praise. The crowd applauded again and the group was energized. After the meeting, Luo Xing came close and whispered, Yao Xing, so we're still at the same place tonight? Don't break the bank. Just keep it simple. Also, that dish last time was a little heavy on the flavor. Understood. After all the hygiene was cleared, it was already the end of the day. During this time Li Lingfeng wasn't idle and dealt with a bunch of messy things. The entire suite instantly became organized and much more soothing. Pretty boy, the hygiene is done for you, so why don't you send me back? Li Lingfeng frowned. This has charged me a surcharge and still wants me to send him home? I'm going to pick up someone later and not go back to the branch. Auntie looked at Li Lingfeng with a surprised expression. What about me? Take the bus. What to do? Isn't that what you said? There's a huge traffic jam at the end of the day, and you're asking me to take the bus? And what else? How can you be so irresponsible to a girl? Li Lingfeng, surprised face. What do you want me to do? It's okay if you don't drop me off. Vini 100 and I'll call my own cab back. Li Lingfeng. Gross nothing. In that case I'll have to call the police. Alone. To see if the police believe you or me? Had to play that big, didn't you? Come on. After saying that, Li Lingfeng took off his top. The cleaning aunt was so scared that she backed away. What are you doing? You dead pervert. Seeing that Li Lingfeng was about to take off his pants further, Auntie hurriedly grabbed the door and fled. It was a quick run downstairs that brought a sigh of relief. Looking back upstairs. What are you running for? You don't lose anything on this one, do you? Maybe we can even make another 300. Thinking about it that way, the pattern opens up. Why don't we go back up? Taking one last look at the group photo, he opened the drawer and snowed it in. Li Lingfeng took his things and got up to leave, and after looking back at the door to make sure it was in order, he locked it. Stairway entrance. Little wind. When did you come back? Li Lingfeng looked up and a familiar and amiable figure came into his eyes. Master Go hobbled up with a large and small bag of vegetables. I thought I was looking at the wrong person. After saying that, he took a closer look at Li Lingfeng up and down. Skinny, where have you boys been all these years? I don't see you coming back to see me? Li Lingfeng was busy taking the bag in Ge's hand and carrying it himself, assisting Go with the other hand. It's not like I've been wandering around society since I graduated from college, and I didn't make a name for myself, so I didn't have the face to come back. Go shook his head. You young people, career-minded, unlike us old people, talk about life. By the way, are you married? Go asked at last. Which is so fast. If you can't feed yourself, how can you dare to drag other girls down? Li Lingfeng laughed. It's also true that girls nowadays either want a car or a house. Gu sighed. It's not like when we were there. A certificate was for life. Helping Gu into the door of the home. Inside the furniture has been replaced, but the general furnishings still have the shadow of the year. In those days, my parents were often unavailable for work, so I left myself in the care of my neighbor, Grandpa Gu. A large portion of childhood was given to Gwen, Moncler's sale outlet. Li Lingfeng took the things into the kitchen to put them away, while Gu made a pot of aged tea. Sit, Have a cup of tea first, Master Gu greeted. Where's Uncle Goer? Did he go to work? Li Lingfeng asked as he sat down. Having moved out earlier in life, how many other people nowadays would want to live with their own parents? Gu Moncler Outlet Store. This is a bit of helplessness, but it also reflects the facts of the moment. Li Lingfeng nodded with no consolation. You drink your tea. I'll cook. Stay and have a meal with me. Li Lingfeng was busy getting up. I'll do it. Gu waved his hand. I'm a person who usually do not have a hobby. Cooking is part of my life. You, just don't take it from me. After saying that, Gu got up with a smile and headed for the kitchen. With that wisp of a back, Li Lingfeng seemed to see his own old age. What is the meaning of life? Man, let me give you a hand. Li Lingfeng got up and followed him in. Simple. 4 dishes and 1 soup. The way this mundane fireworks should taste. Grandpa, I'm back. A crisp shout from the doorway caused the kitchen pair to stop their movements. Gu let out a laugh. I forgot to tell you that Xiaomei came over to see me today as well. Xiaomei? The granddaughter of that Master Gu who was often bullied and cried by herself as a child? The three sat around the dining room table, and Gu looked at the 2 men who were both silent. Didn't you guys used to be so close? Now why don't you say a word? What? Are you all shy? The 2 looked at each other. And now Gu Xiaomei has long been standing, a pair of glasses Sven elegant and quiet, a schoolteacher since she was a child. She grew up to be what she should be. Remember? You guys used to play house and all of you even paid your respects. Ha ha, Gu Xiaomei instantly blushed, never imagining that this old embarrassing story had been brought up. Couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Still, Li Lingfeng broke the awkwardness by saying, it's all just childhood nonsense. By the way, where does Xiaomei work now? The institute works. Li Lingfeng, surprised face. It's not going to be studied again, is it? Which field With a doubtful Li Lingfeng asked. Quantum mechanics. Li Lingfeng. The meal was stretched to heights it shouldn't have been. What about you? Rule rectangular space mobility engineer. Gu Xiaomei looked at Li Lingfeng with a confused expression, commonly known as moving bricks. But, Gu Xiaomei smiled down. Her 2 pair swirls were very moving. In Li Lingfeng's perception, grades and looks were generally inversely proportional. Gu Xiaomei is the exception. Looking at the 2, Gu also smiled along with them, although he could not understand what the 2 were talking about. But companionship is in this moment what it should be. In the evening, the living room of the residence, Li Lingfeng had his arm around Han Shuiying as they watched the stale old movie Mama Love Me Again together. A crying Han Shuiying kept wiping off her nose with a tissue. Li Lingfeng looked at his clothes that could wring out half a kilogram of tears. Why don't we stop looking? No, I want to see it. Oh, Li Lingfeng, why do you have to watch this kind of drama? Doesn't Maria Ozawa's action movies smell good? Is she up to date? Han Shuiying stopped crying at once and looked back at Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng opened the software and flipped through it. There seems to be one. Come on, hurry up and change. Within moments, the sound of decadence resonated throughout the living room. This movie with practical exercises lasted more than 2 minutes, and finally came to a converging close with the credits in order to pay homage. After experiencing both visual and physical enjoyment, Han Shuiying kissed Li Lingfeng vigorously. Are you going to continue to watch Mom Love Me Again? Li Lingfeng asked. Han Shuiying shook her head. My love is now flowing full. Li Lingfeng. Well, why did you suddenly remember to watch that movie? Isn't my mom coming over? What does that have to do with watching this movie? Han Shuiying glanced at Li Lingfeng. I'm trying to awaken that few motherly loves. Li Lingfeng, surprised face. Auntie's been treating you okay, I guess? She grew up with a penchant for dominating me and arranging everything in my life, including choosing a spouse. Isn't that for your own good? Li Lingfeng laughed. I don't think so yet. That kind of good. It's suffocating. Han Shuiying sighed. I'm really afraid that if I live together, I get into a fight with my mom. After saying that, Han Shuiying hugged Li Lingfeng. Maybe, Auntie just doesn't know how to show her love. No more than you think. If I get into a fight with my mom, will you help me? Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng. Sweep Auntie off her feet? Are you stupid? Angry. Han Shuiying slapped Li Lingfeng's chest. You wouldn't say anything for me, and then get yelled at along with it? Han Shuiying. Well, that won't happen. I'm sure you're so gentle and virtuous. After saying that, Li Lingfeng picked up the naked Han Shuiying. What are you doing? Scared. Han Shuiying tightly wrapped her arms around Li Lingfeng's neck. A bath. How could I not have a back rub without you? Right. Tomorrow happens to be the weekend. Let's move in time. Li Lingfeng thought of it and said, Ha, that fast. The next morning, the 2 of them, Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying, packed their things. Furniture and appliances are the landlord's original allocation. Is to take away? I am afraid that the landlord will not agree. Looking at the large and small bags, Han Shuiying frowned. Why don't we call a moving company? No, It's not very far. It's just a little bit of distance. Just do it yourself. Call the moving company shall not be 1,000 or 800? Han Shuiying wore a skeptical look. Are you sure? No problem. I even called Lin Sudong over to help together, Li Lingfeng said confidently. Tinker, tinker. The doorbell rings. Speak of the devil. Lin Sudong, who came in, saw a scene of a house full of people. Is this the house being burglarized? What about moving? Just waiting for you to come over and help out together, Li Lingfeng said. Lin Sudong, didn't we say we'd come over to celebrate your job transition together? Yeah, it's not a conflict. We'll celebrate after we move. Come on, don't dawdle, Li Lingfeng urged. Lin Sudong's inner OS, your uncle. I wouldn't have come if I knew you were moving. Walking over and seeing the pile, which was quite a lot, Lin Sudong was contemplating whether or not to pretend to have a stomachache. Before he could think straight, Li Lingfeng picked the biggest bag and carried it on his shoulder. Lin Sudong gritted his teeth stably and looked back at Li Lingfeng. What's yours? Li Lingfeng casually carried 2 pouches. Let's go. Seeing this, Han Shuiying hurriedly followed up and helped Li Lingfeng carry it together, fearing that he would be exhausted. Lin Sudong, next time I'll come back I'll be a turtle. It was hard to carry it downstairs step by step holding onto the wall, both legs shaking. Lin Sudong looked up and Han Shuiying was wiping the sweat from Li Lingfeng's forehead. Come over here. I bought water, Li Lingfeng shouted towards Lin Sudong. Lin Sudong used his last strength to carry the stuff to the car, and joined forces with Li Lingfeng to place it in the trunk of the car. Here's your water. Li Lingfeng handed over the mineral water. Lin Sudong, who was so tired that he could not breathe straight, took it over and looked at it. How come there's only half a bottle left? You drank it? Just now Han Shuiying's hands were a bit dirty. I poured some for her to wash her hands. Don't worry about being clean. Lin Sudong, Lin Odong, who was so thirsty, smothered the half bottle of water in one gulp, and even licked the droplets from the mouth of the bottle with his tongue. There really wasn't enough to drink, and Lin Odong looked helplessly at the empty bottle. Don't drink it first. That half bottle of water seems to be mine. This half bottle is yours. Just took the wrong one, Li Lingfeng, who had only just realized it, reminded. After saying that, he turned back to look at the empty bottle held in Lin Sudong's hand. That's okay, consider that half a bottle yours. Vomit, said Lin Odong, who was busy leaning to the side to pick his throat hard. To think that he had just added the bottle mouth drops. That was touched by Li Lingfeng's lips. Vomit. A couple of trips back and forth, and the trunk of the car was so stuffed that it couldn't be covered. Let's transport these over first, and we'll come back to move the rest, Li Lingfeng proposed. It could only be this way. The 3 of them got into the car and Li Lingfeng drove towards the Royal View Garden. So there was this image on the road. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of brand new Mercedes pulls like a pickup truck with a full load in the back. The tailgate lid opens and closes under the bumps of the vehicle. Bored traffic police saw. Instantly 2 eyes to the spirit, but also worried about this month's indicators are not in place. A throttle chased after him, waving his hand to signal Li Lingfeng to pull over. Give it a chance. Sir. Li Lingfeng tried to redeem himself. Do you know how dangerous this is? What if it falls and hits the oncoming cars or pedestrians behind us? Yes. Lack of consideration. Pay attention next time. Li Lingfeng was smiling again. No points will be deducted. You'll get a warning and a 200 fine. Looking at the ticket, Li Lingfeng dumbfounded. What he had worked so hard for. Not to save those hundreds of dollars. Now that's good. Moving their stuff up to the Royal Garden Suite, all 3 of them collapsed on the couch in exhaustion. Why did you think of moving when you were fine? Lin Sudong asked under his breath. Han Shuiying's mom is coming over. There's not enough room over there. How much is the monthly rent here? No need. Lin Sudong got up and looked up at Li Lingfeng. Landlord, your father. No need for money? The house is mine. Why do I need money? Lin Sudong. So how come you didn't say you had a suite when I slept under the overpass with you back then? If I don't let you suffer a bit, how can I know the hardships of this society? Li Lingfeng followed suit and got up. Alright, don't talk about this. Let's go back. There's still a big pile to move, Li Lingfeng then urged. Just as the 3 of them were about to leave, Lin Sudong suddenly covered his stomach with a slightly pained expression. I can't. I've got a bit of a stomach ache. I've got to get back. After saying that, he took an arrow step and grabbed the door and left, all without any trace of lingering. Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng, puzzled. Shouldn't you go to the restroom for a stomachache? It's spacious outside in the open air? Li Lingfeng. People that are running away. Less a main cadre. Li Lingfeng really cannot afford to move again, so had to call the moving company. Professionals do professional work, efficiently and quickly, just one step at a time. At the end Li Lingfeng looked at the moving boss who took the lead. Slightly familiar. Then the 2 of them looked at each other. earthquake high heights, 1,000 West Mountain shows, the door faces the sea, and the three rivers flow together for 10,000 years. The dormitory ciphers all matched up, and Li Lingfeng called out in surprise, Zhengjiu? The same surprised moving boss walked up. I'd still like you to call me by my full name. CC Fan. Okay. Mid-jump. Fan Zhengjiu, Li Lingfeng's college roommate, is suspected to be the nth generation descendant of Fan Jin. There's no way to tell if it's true or not, but that's what he said himself anyway. How did you change your profession to do this? Aren't you working in a securities company? Li Lingfeng asked. It can't be helped. That big A can't afford me, Fan Zhengjiu said helplessly. Nowadays there are fewer and fewer leaks in the game. And it's a cold winter in this industry. Li Lingfeng nodded. Have you contacted anyone else? Once you get your diploma, you go back to your own class and who cares about who? Fan CJ laughed and continued. In college we were just waiting for a stoplight together. This was something that Li Lingfeng couldn't answer. It was considered a default. Handing him a cigarette, Li Lingfeng lit the fire for him. Calculate how much? Even if you're a housemate, you can't beat that hard-earned money. Bro again give you a discount. Count 800. I have to pay their salaries too. I'll take 1,000 for everyone else's. Li Lingfeng immediately transferred 1,000 to him, and was afraid that it's polite not to accept. Gave a transfer to PayPal and it went straight to my account. At this time, Fan Zhengjiu's cell phone rang, presumably another incoming business. I'll take a call first. Li Lingfeng nodded his head. It seemed that his housemate's business was okay. Yeah, it's hopscotch movers. Our rate is 500. Li Lingfeng turned around violently after hearing this. After hanging up the phone, Fan Zhengjiu waved his hand towards Li Lingfeng. I have an urgent order to leave first. I'll contact you again when I have time. After saying that, Fan Zhengjiu greeted his few workers and left. Li Lingfeng's eyebrows flew up. Whoever contacts you is a grandson. A short while later, ding sound. The cell phone screen popped up the message from Fan Zhengjiu. Li Lingfeng frowned. Not wages are transferred to you. What else? But still clicked to take a look. Brothers came in a hurry. Did not know you moved to a new home. Did not bring any gifts. Wrapped a red envelope for you to put on the table. Congratulations on the housewarming. Li Lingfeng froze and came to the table to pick up the heavy red envelope, feeling a heaviness he had never felt before. It carries with it a 4-year friendship with CJ Fan. Li Lingfeng's heart is full of emotions. No words to express the feelings inside at this moment. It seems to be his own little man's heart to measure the gentleman's heart. With a sour nose, Li Lingfeng again seemed to see the laughter of the dormitory back then. Li Lingfeng unconsciously followed the smile, reached out to open the red envelope. No matter how much inside, it is full of brotherly love. Reaching into his fingers and touching them, Li Lingfeng had a look of skepticism on his face. Rushing to pick it up and glance inside, it was empty of anything. Li Lingfeng thought he was wrong, and then turned the red envelope upside down and shook it vigorously, and still did not see a boy. Li Lingfeng, surprised face. The sparsely touched moments ago instantly dissipated, and it was ultimately a mistake to pay. Just when Li Lingfeng was disappointed and ready to throw the empty red packet into the trash can, another message from Fan Zhengjiu rang out. Brother, I'm sorry, that red envelope was taken by mistake, and the empty one was left with you. It was followed by a transfer of $888, meaning, Harry. That's the cheesiest, most sincere blessing a brother can give. The move was rearranged, and the family came to life. Han Shuiying looked at it dutifully. Although it was not a mansion, it was the warmest place in her heart. Think about it. I'll work hard to make money in the future so that you can have a good life. Li Lingfeng came over and said. Han Shuiying leaned her head on his shoulder. Just do your best. Don't put pressure on yourself. Li Lingfeng stroked Han Shuiying's hair with relief. This woman is just so heartbroken. Han Shuiying looked up at Li Lingfeng. I've got hands and feet. I'll run by myself if I don't get by. Li Lingfeng, viciously pinching Han Shuiying's cheeks. Are you willing to run away? No sheesh. Han Shuiying gave a lovely smile. Because you're my man. Han Shuiying once again tenderly leaned her head on Li Lingfeng's shoulder. But, I have a lot of women, right? Ah, pain. Let go. The balls are going to be crushed. In the evening, Han Shuiying went out of her way to make a large table of delicacies and treasures, called Lin Sudong and Zhao Yu, as well as her best friend Lin Xiaoning to come over for a get-together. Sort of a first meal in a new home. When Lin Xiaoning saw that her manager Zhao Yu also appeared here, the whole thing was a bit confused. It wasn't until Lin Odong came in on Zhao Yu's hand that Lin Xiaoning seemed to understand. No wonder Sister Yu's attitude towards Han Shuiying had changed so much during this time. So it was because of this. Lin Xiaoning's heart instantly hated that this Han Shuiying had concealed herself for so long. Not even telling yourself that you just don't consider yourself a BFF at all. After 3 rounds, the alcohol started to kick in, the crowd started to get disoriented, and the voices talking at the table went up a few decibels, especially Han Shuiying, probably because she was happy. She all drank straight down. Can't hold my liquor. Li Lingfeng carried him to his room and covered him with a blanket to let him rest first. Coming out of the room, Lin Xiaoning, who was trailing behind, pounced on her and wrapped her arms around Li Lingfeng's neck for a wild kiss. Perhaps it was out of revenge against Han Shuiying, or perhaps it was because of his resentment towards Li Lingfeng's previous rejection. All of the factors come together to erupt into a now intense emotion, especially still under the influence of alcohol. Li Lingfeng felt a warmth on his tongue and hurriedly pushed Lin Xiaoning away. Lowering his voice, he said, "Are you crazy?" Lin Xiaoning looked at Li Lingfeng with misty eyes. "I'm not crazy. I can give you whatever Han Shuiying can give you." After saying that, he took Li Lingfeng's hand and pressed it to his chest. Li Lingfeng broke away to stop Lin Xiaoning's movements. "I think you're drunk." After Lin Xiaoning took a deep look at Li Lingfeng, she slowly squatted down and cried in aggravation. To be rejected again and again by the man in front of you, not even knowing whether to be sad or angry, or helpless. Li Lingfeng squatted down together and used his hand to wipe the tears from the corners of Lin Xiaoning's eyes. A pearly Lin Xiaoning looked up. "Why?" "Because you're Han Shuiying's good friend. I don't want to hurt you, and you know I won't leave Han Shuiying, so why bother?" At that moment, Sister Moon walked over, and neither of them realized when Sister Moon appeared here. Of the several people, just Sister Moon didn't drink because she had to go home to take care of the kids. Just when Li Lingfeng was at a loss for words, Sister Yu gave a look that signaled Li Lingfeng to leave. It was also to help Li Lingfeng out, and from beginning to end, Sister Yu was watching. After Li Lingfeng left, Sister Yu gently patted Lin Xiaoning's back and handed her a tissue. "You should know how to let go of things that don't belong to you, not to mention you're still BFFs." Lin Xiaoning took the tissue to dry her tears and coldly threw down. "We are not bosom friends." When he finished, he got up and left, grabbed his things, and headed out the door. Li Lingfeng and Lin Sudong, who were drinking tea in the living room, looked at each other in dismay, and then Sister Yu, who followed them out, also shook her head with a helpless expression. Balcony, Lin Sudong handed Li Lingfeng a cigarette. Li Lingfeng took a look, but it was soft china, so he flirted, "Yo, recently got rich. Likun changed china?" Lin Sudong gave an embarrassed smile. It was bought by Sister Yu, saying that cheap cigarettes spoil the body. At the moment, the virtuous Sister Moon was cleaning up the wretched table. "Li Lingfeng, isn't smoking all bad for your health?" It was just a matter of comforting her heart, but it was enough to show that Sister Yu cared about Lin Odong into her heart. "I really envy you, having a car and a house, and so many girls surrounding you," Lin Sudong said enviously. "Don't you also have Sister Yu?" Li Lingfeng inhaled a mouthful of china and exhaled a gust of clouds. Lin Sudong looked back at Sister Yu, who was busy, and smiled gratefully. "Indeed, meeting her is my blessing in this life." Li Lingfeng froze. Lin Sudong's eyes did not look like he was joking. "Think carefully. Sister Yu has a baby," Li Lingfeng reminded intolerantly. "Buy one, get one free. Isn't that an even better deal?" Li Lingfeng. Sure enough, when the idea changed, the pattern came up immediately. "I'm going to start my own business." Lin Sudong sighed and extinguished his cigarette in the corner. Scalded an ant passing by. The little ant didn't realize until he died that he just came out to defecate, and he couldn't go back. "Planning to keep pulling intestines? Or do you want to open a moving company as well?" Li Lingfeng flicked his cigarette ash. Lin Sudong. Back then, he pulled down 3 consecutive intestinal noodle stores, and that unsold stock ate until Li Lingfeng saw intestinal noodles and wanted to vomit. So much so that now Li Lingfeng still has more or less a shadow over the intestinal noodles. Being an HR agent, while you have accumulated some resources on hand, cash in quickly and keep it for your boss to squeeze. Seeing that Lin Sudong didn't look like he was joking, Li Lingfeng flicked his cigarette on the small bucket on the balcony. Zip, sound, instantly extinguishing the starburst. "It's like a moment of dashed hope." "What? You don't support me?" Lin Sudong asked. Li Lingfeng let out a laugh and nodded. "Support, definitely support. Inside, you don't have any fucking idea how much you weigh. You're a money loser." Back in the day, from street stalls to pulling sausage noodles, nothing was ever successful. Lin Sudong looked at Li Lingfeng suspiciously. "I heard you cursing me in your heart." "Li Lingfeng, you've changed your fucking profession to become a fortune teller, and you can still hear me cursing you in my heart." Lin Sudong disdained. "Think what you want. Anyway, Zhao Yu invested 300,000 in me." Li Lingfeng, surprised face. "No wonder it is said that a woman who is a big woman is a big man. But I have to remind you, the other Sister Yu has a child. She gave you her savings. Have you thought about the future?" Lin Sudong's eyes were resolute. "Don't worry. As long as I have a mouthful of food, I won't starve her mother and son. Big deal. I'll go back to pulling sausage. Cough, said Li Lingfeng, choking on his saliva in shock. Alright, I have to go back. Later after 10 o'clock Xiaoyu has to go home to bring up the kids, Lin Sudong said. Li Lingfeng looked at the time. It was now 9:25. Back at Lin Odong's place, it would take about 30 minutes, minus the foreplay. Which means, Li Lingfeng frowned, it's only been 3 minutes. Ah, do you want to see a Chinese medicine practitioner to regulate your kidney function? Lin Sudong, who was poked at a sore point, turned red. You're only 3 minutes. Your whole family is 3 minutes. After sending Lin Sudong and Xiaoyu away, Li Lingfeng glanced at his home, which was cleaned up by Xiaoyu. This Xiaoyu is definitely the virtuous wife and mother type of life. Lin Sudong, you've picked up a treasure. Just steal it. Li Lingfeng came to the room to see how Han Shuiying was doing. Reaching down, he touched her forehead and body. Slightly warm, all normal for alcohol. Drinking alcohol causes adrenaline to rise, triggering the heart to beat faster and blood vessels to dilate, allowing the body surface to dissipate heat and sweat. Water, Han Shuiying said in a blur as she opened her eyes slightly. Why do you want to drink water and pick my pants? Li Lingfeng hurriedly protected his pants. I'll go out and get water for you. Li Lingfeng, who had managed to break free, brought a cup of boiling water. Han Shuiying took gulp a drink. A slightly sober Han Shuiying smiled. Just sorry, get used to it. Which man got you used to? Oh, Han Shuiying blanked Li Lingfeng. Not you, dog. Who did I give my first time to? Don't you have any points? Right. Have they all gone back? Han Shuiying then asked. Li Lingfeng nodded. Won't you go back and wait here for the night? Is it too much? It's not like we don't have a room to sleep in. Do you want to come up in the middle of the night and have a simultaneous resonance? Li Lingfeng asked. Han Shuiying? A blush, after figuring it out. If you're so nasty, how did I ever see you in the first place? Oh, my God. I'm so sorry. Who said it was cold in the first place and came under my covers in the middle of the night? Han Shuiying hurriedly covered Li Lingfeng's mouth with her hand. You're still talking. Still talking. Li Lingfeng gently bit Han Shuiying's delicate hand. Ah, you're a dog? Han Shuiying hurriedly retracted her jade hand and slapped Li Lingfeng. Then a pair of eyes full of endless love and tenderness looked at Li Lingfeng. So what do you say? Love me or not? Well, hesitated Li Lingfeng, causing Han Shuiying to stare anxiously. This expression, this posture, if you dare to say that you do not love, immediately give you frustrated. Li Lingfeng swallowed. This definition of love is very broad. There is big love and small love. I only want selfish love. Han Shuiying replied back earnestly. At this moment, it was as if Li Lingfeng saw the person she once was. Love. I'll let you know if there's a change. And less talk like this that isn't conducive to unity. Li Lingfeng smiled gently, his previous endeavors completing the closing of the loop at this moment. 2. The once ignorant. Love and promises. Han Shuiying stepped forward and hugged Li Lingfeng tightly, her eyes indisputably moist again. Drop by drop, it fell on Li Lingfeng's shoulders. Silly woman, what's there to cry about? Aren't you afraid I'm lying to you? Touched to tears, Han Shuiying wiped away her tears. If you can lie to me for the rest of my life, I'm willing. Early in the morning, Han Shuiying, who had woken up, only felt a burst of fire in her cheeks. Looking at Li Lingfeng, why did you slap me last night? Last night you dreamed, no? Li Lingfeng asked. Han Shuiying nodded. Well, I dreamt that a couple of big men were going to molest me and I yelled no. You fart. I heard you yelling. More. I want more. Or guess why I slapped you? Han Shuiying. Not a bad slap in the face at all. It's Sunday, oh, take me out for a walk? Han Shuiying hurriedly changed the topic. Well, take you to the water cloud. I've booked the tickets. Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. Water cloud room? That ticket would cost more than 1,000. If it's too expensive, then I'll just return it. Don't. I haven't been here either. Han Shuiying pouted. Then don't get up and brush your teeth. Wait. Han Shuiying got up and headed for the closet, half of her unbuttoned underwear falling off. Bewildered, Li Lingfeng asked, what are you looking for? Go get the clothes for the blind date. Ah, this occasion does not wear a little more formal? Li Lingfeng. Downstairs, encountering Go walking with 2 black circles under his eyes, Li Lingfeng warmly greeted him. Go nodded and watched the 2 men leave with delight, sighing, it's good to be young. No matter how you toss and turn at night, you'll still be in high spirits the next day. On Monday, Li Lingfeng lazily came to the branch. Yesterday the level of that technician at the Water Cloud Wellness Center wasn't usually on point. It was pretty much on point. Even though I passed out once in the middle of the program, it was hard to stop my little sister's enthusiasm. A few times, he was buried in his chest and gave a choking roll to wake up. On the way out, He was also dragged to the built-in restroom by the thrill-seeking Han Shuiying for a loving ovation. If it weren't for the spirit of love and dedication, I wouldn't even be here today. Entering the door, the oncoming cleaning auntie hurriedly ducked aside and walked around far away, as if seeing the big bad wolf, leading Li Lingfeng to a moment of puzzlement. The cleaning auntie who had gone around glared at Li Lingfeng. "You big collar anon. Next time you play a hooligan, see if I don't call the police." Gripe. I thought, why? So auntie can't get over what happened last time. When he came to his card seat, it just so happened that Luo Xing came out of his office and walked over when he saw Li Lingfeng from afar. Late again. Stepchildren, don't be so arrogant. Got it. Later remember to help me approve the application for going out on official business. Hanging so much late, your face as a leader is not honorable. Li Lingfeng reminded and handed Luo Xing a cigarette. Luo Xing simply took the whole bag from Li Lingfeng's hand and put it in his pocket. You weren't at the morning meeting today, and we unanimously passed a resolution. Li Lingfeng? You're not trying to sweep me off my feet, are you? What's the big deal about being late a couple times? Don't worry, it's a good thing. In order to celebrate your successful transition, we decided to add a lunch today and ordered a crispy roast goose from Goosewang Chai. Oh, someone was treating him. Li Lingfeng was busy smiling. Thank you, Luo Xing. When the food delivery comes over later, remember to settle the money for the person, Luo Xing reminded. Li Lingfeng, it's hard to celebrate your conversion without me having to pay for it. It's not appropriate, is it? Luo Xing patted Li Lingfeng's shoulder twice and proceeded to leave. No, did you guys ask me for my opinion on the resolution? That one crispy roast goose big couple hundred amount. Punt. Angry Li Lingfeng picked up a teacup and went to the pantry, ready to brew a pot of black tea to calm his mind. Before this person could reach the pantry, he saw Vice President Lu Hui and Sister Yin sneaking out again. Li Lingfeng, 0. You're going to say it's okay that my last name is written backwards. You guys? Lu Hui, illusion. What you're looking at is an illusion. Li Lingfeng. But this love comes. Who can stop it? Men love women love people. Auntie, accidentally poured some tea on the floor. Come and wipe the floor here. Auntie came over with the floor mop. Get out of the way. Li Lingfeng. You directly come over to drag on the line. Get out of the way. Auntie insisted repeatedly. I'm not in the way of you mopping this floor. Why do I have to get out of the way? Li Lingfeng was puzzled. Who knows if you'll take your pants off later? Li Lingfeng. No. Do I look like that kind of unsavory person to you? Li Lingfeng asked back in a good-natured manner. Tell me instead. What part of you is decent? Well, I'll get out of the way alright. After saying that, Li Lingfeng turned around with the tea and left. Don't look at auntie, I'm old. Back then my first love was more handsome than you. Just as she returned to her card seat and sat down, Sister Xin came over. There's a customer here asking for a loan. Do you want to go over and take a look? Li Lingfeng understood that this was Sister Xin pushing business to herself. Like this kind of self-coming customers, whoever receives the first, counts the performance of whoever. Of course, if it is made, Li Lingfeng thought. Anyway, also idle nothing to do. Just can be used to practice. Why not? So followed Sister Xin to the reception room, where a middle-aged man in his 40s sat. The face is slightly thin, but as shrewd and competent. Especially those eyes. A thief. As soon as he came up, he first got up and shook hands with Li Lingfeng. What's your name? Surname Li. Li Lingfeng returned. So it's Manager Li. Nice to meet you. I'm exempt from your surname Huang. This is my business card. Oh, Mr. Huang. Li Lingfeng took the business card. Wholesale sales of adult products? Li Lingfeng, surprised face. Sorry, got the wrong business card. Mr. Huang immediately gave Li Lingfeng a different business card and took the original one back. Li Lingfeng looked at it again. Tianza Recycling Resources Company. He's a junk collector. Then you guys chat. I'll go out first, Sister Xin said when she saw that the two had struck up a conversation. After Sister Xin left, Li Lingfeng looked at the smiling general manager Huang and knew that this guy was definitely desperate for money. How else could you smile like that? Have a seat. Mr. Huang, Li Lingfeng greeted. After taking his seat, Li Lingfeng then asked, Mr. Huang came over to handle the loan business? That's right, Mr. Huang nodded. How much of a loan do you want to apply for? 5 million. Li Lingfeng looked at General Manager Huang with slight surprise. This wish is not small. Seeing this expression on Li Lingfeng's face, Mr. Huang smiled. If you really can't, 3 million is fine. Li Lingfeng. It's not that I can't. I have to see if there's a property mortgage on your side. Li Lingfeng explained. Is it okay to build your own house? Li Lingfeng frowned slightly. Self-built houses do not even have property rights. Not for nothing? How is your company doing? We can do tax loans on our side. Li Lingfeng introduced. Mr. Huang embarrassedly touched the back of his head. That's just a registered company name for me. I just ride a three-wheeled skate by myself when I have time. Li Lingfeng. Solidly self-employed. Seeing Li Lingfeng's hint of difficulty, Mr. Huang slightly moved forward and lowered his voice. If it can be approved. Mr. Wang rubbed his thumb and forefinger back and forth. And the benefits were immense. Li Lingfeng's heart is more cold a cut. This first time to do a single will be pulled down? I can be that kind of person? Get your information ready and I'll be over there later. After saying that, Li Lingfeng forwarded some information needed for the loan to Mr. Huang, who saw the hopeful Mr. Huang winks. So I'll wait for your message? Li Lingfeng gave an okay gesture, and Mr. Huang left the branch with satisfaction. When you look at the industry, there are not many banks that do self-build home loans right now, and that's a big market. As long as you control the risk level, you may be able to make a good deal of money out of it. Li Lingfeng walked out of the hall with longing, and the doorway rang. Which one is Li Lingfeng? Your crispy roast goose has arrived. The crowd looked at Li Lingfeng in unison, and Li Lingfeng, who was turning around and trying to sneak away, helplessly stopped in his tracks. The takeout clerk handed over the crispy roast goose to Li Lingfeng in a very sharp manner. The total is 368 yuan. Please pay. Reluctant Li Lingfeng gave a turn to the past. The old man cannot even add 95 gasoline. A dry me 368. It's all paid for, and all I'm asking for is an extra 2 pieces to chuck in for lunch. Li Lingfeng put the crispy roast goose away, and his cell phone rang, shaking the roots of his thighs with a few tickles. Taking it out, I was surprised to see that it was Fan Zhongju calling. Hey, Nokju, what's so good about benefiting me and buying dinner? How do you know? Come over to me for a casual dinner. The last time the housewarming money transfer you and confiscated. Should be embarrassed. Li Lingfeng, glancing at the eye-crusted roast goose. Hey, no need to be so polite. Already preparing to cook. Just waiting for you to come over. I'll send you the location. Unable to push away Fan Zhongju's enthusiasm, Li Lingfeng had no choice but to respond. Hanging up the phone, Li Lingfeng gulped towards the crispy roasted goose. My 300 plus oceans. Leaving the branch, Li Lingfeng followed the navigation given by Fan Zhongju and ended up in an urban village. It's still very run down and outdated, waiting to be demolished kind of urban village. Before he could park his vehicle, the landlord, uncle, hurried out. This doesn't allow parking. I'm your tenant. I live here. It doesn't matter if you're my dad. You can't stop is what you can't stop. Looking at the landlord uncle's forcefulness, Li Lingfeng tried to ask, is it okay to pay? Come on, I'll move it a little more for you. These motorized carts are getting in the way, and I don't know how to put them better. Looking at the very diligent and enthusiastic landlord uncle, Li Lingfeng, parking the car, Li Lingfeng paid the 20 yuan parking fee, but only promised to give parking for 2 hours. 2 bells later, his son is driving back. Uncle, where are the fruits for sale here? Li Lingfeng asked. I have it right here. The landlord's uncle rushed to greet him. Li Lingfeng? Then the landlord uncle into the house to bring a large bunch of bananas. Homegrown, natural pollution-free green fruit. Li Lingfeng looked at the still unripe banana. It was indeed quite green. How about selling it to you for $5 a pound? Uncle landlord said. A tricycle drove by and the speaker shouted. Bananas imported from the Philippines. 3 pounds for $10. 3 pounds for $10. The two looked at each other and crowed. The landlord's uncle gritted his teeth. Okay, $10 for this bunch all for you. Li Lingfeng hesitated for a moment. Although the bananas were not ripe yet, they would always be ripe after a few days. The key to this is a huge bunch for $10. A huge deal. A big bunch of bananas like this will save yourself from having to buy other fruit. Carrying the bunch of bananas, Li Lingfeng went upstairs to room 503. The door to the room was open, and from inside came the rattling sound of stir-frying and an occasional whiff of peanut oil. Fan Zhongju, who had come out of the kitchen, saw Li Lingfeng's arrival and was busy welcoming him. When it saw the bunch of bananas in Li Lingfeng's hand, it looked puzzled. Where did you get these bananas? I bought it. I can't come to your place for dinner empty-handed. Can I? Just as Li Lingfeng was still proud of his large bunch of bananas, Fan Zhongju came up to take a look. I gave this bunch to the landlord, didn't I? The cuts are all the same on that one. Li Lingfeng? Look, I still have 2 big bunches there. Fan Zhongju pointed to a corner inside the hall. Li Lingfeng looked over and 2 large bunches of identical bananas were lying on the ground. Your honor, or I'd go down and whack you right now for being an old man. Do you believe that the amount hammered you to death? At this time on the TV the Northwest Hammer King Sun Shoan said to his wife Sholian, that's the spiritual food of Fan Zhongju, the ordinary world. Take a seat. The rice will be cooked soon. Fan Zhongju couldn't greet him in time, so he went back into the kitchen. Li Lingfeng put the banana in the same place to reunite the 3 of its brothers. Taking advantage of Fan Zhongju's busy schedule in the kitchen, Li Lingfeng took a general tour of his living bedroom. It's not very neat, but it's not dirty in middle of the road either. Instead, one point greatly attracted Li Lingfeng's attention. That is, the public examination materials piled up visible everywhere. After all these years, he's still as persistent as ever. Li Lingfeng casually flipped through 2 books, which were filled with densely written problem-solving text. You can see how many nights, struggling to write. Fan Zhongju came out with the dishes. Come over and sit down. Get ready to eat. A simple home-cooked meal. When the meal was served, Li Lingfeng looked at the 2 veggies and 1 soup and was slightly dumbfounded. It is indeed quite homely. Why don't you serve a meat dish? At this moment, Li Lingfeng remembered his crispy roast goose. Fan Zhongju slapped his head lightly. Oops, forgot there was another dish. After saying that, he hurriedly got up and went to the kitchen, brought a pot of casserole, and happily said, "Waterfish stewed chicken. Absolutely great tonic. Place it in the center of the dining table and the moment you open the lid, the aroma hits your nose. Try it. I've studied this dish for a long time. It's not as good as the restaurants, but it's definitely not bad." Li Lingfeng picked up the bowl and chopsticks and served some soup and tried it. Well, it's really good. Li Lingfeng nodded his head repeatedly, and Fan Zhongju, who had gotten the affirmation, was happy like a child. Hastily, he served himself some and took a sip. A frown. Salty and too much pepper. Li Lingfeng then took a sip. It's not bad for a first time. It's not soup. It's the friendship between you and I. Just the fact that you cooked this meal yourself is better than any delicacy. Still continue to struggle to take the public examination, Li Lingfeng asked. Definitely. It's our family motto to worry about the world before anything else and to be happy afterward. Li Lingfeng. Wasn't your family's ancestor Fan Jin? That seems to have been said by Fan Zhongyan, right? It's not all the same then. It's all in our old Van's family. Li Lingfeng, surprised face. According to your logic, then Tang Tai's only Shimen is still my family? If I still fail the exam this year, I'll go home. Fan Zhongju came in coldly. Li Lingfeng? Just now you were talking about your family's training, and your family doesn't support it anymore? In the first half of the year, my dad was diagnosed with terminal liver cancer, or I wouldn't be tossing this moving company. Fan Zhongju paused. There's always money to be made, isn't there? Living with ideals isn't enough. Li Lingfeng looked at Fan Zhongju. This moment of memory returned to that year. That night, a few people in the dormitory were drinking on the edge of the playground, thinking about each other's future. Come on, with soup instead of wine. Brother, I wish you a gracious high school. Any words are superfluous, only you know how to walk your own path? After the meal to send away Li Lingfeng, when Fan Zhongju cleaned up the table to see the $10,000 left by Li Lingfeng, powerlessly, he sat down, his eyes red and wet with tears. There may be a lot of people coming and going in the rush of life's journey, but it's only the 1 or 2 that can break into your life. Cherish it, it's a lifelong love affair. Back at the branch, Li Lingfeng saw the old Citroën of Luo Xing parked next to it. Thinking that I should be returning from my outing, I got out of the car. Entering the branch, Li Lingfeng went straight to Luo Xing's office, and it so happened that Lu Hui, the vice president, was also there. What's the matter? So dusty. Is there another big order? Luo Xing asked. Li Lingfeng came to the sofa chair and sat down. Lu Hui poured him a cup of tea. Tell you something, can our bank do that self-build home loan? Li Lingfeng asked. Luo Xing frowned. Self-built houses. Haven't engaged in the amount before, but I heard that the above intends to liberalize this piece. Now that the market environment is bad, if you don't think of change, are you waiting to be squeezed? Try it then? Li Lingfeng spoke up. Luo Xing pondered for a moment. Okay, you first make the information come. I'll go and communicate with the top. See if we can fight for a pilot. But first things first, it may not always work. Luo Xing reminded. Li Lingfeng nodded his head. Willing to push is good. Planning is in the hands of others. By the way, how come I didn't see you at lunch today? Going out? Why don't we get together again tonight? Luo Xing, the man-eater. Why don't you be more generous yourself? No, there just happens to be something else tonight. Li Lingfeng righteously refused. That's a pity. Tonight the branch will have a gathering and Bank Lu will treat everyone to a beef hot pot. Luo Xing sighed. Li Lingfeng, your uncle, did not say earlier? Now change the word is a bit loose face. Just remembered. Actually, there doesn't seem to be much going on tonight. Li Lingfeng added. That's fine. Get the hot pot going tonight. Lingfeng, I'll leave the drinks to you. That Dao Yutai tastes pretty good. No, it's not. You're giving me hundreds of bottles of wine? Why don't you do it yourself? Ugh, just remembered. It seems like it was tonight, Li Lingfeng said. Luo Xing looked at Li Lingfeng. Sure, Li Lingfeng nodded his head. Sure, as well as certain. Luo Xing stroked his chin. Then there's no choice but to contribute my treasured Wulianye. Wulianye? Li Lingfeng looked up at Luo Xing. After work, Li Lingfeng drove and prepared to go home. Next to him, Luo Xing, who had also just gotten on the bus, finally reminded. Really not going? Not going. You guys eat well. Li Lingfeng maintained his last stubbornness. Returning to his residence, Li Lingfeng entered and saw Han Shuiying busy cooking in the kitchen from a distance. So with interest, he walked over and hugged her from behind. A common exchange between the two. Li Lingfeng clearly felt a stunned look from the other party. Lingfeng, you're back so early? Han Shuiying's familiar voice rang out from outside the kitchen door. Li Lingfeng looked back to make sure it was Han Shuiying, right? And who is this person he's holding in front of him? Just as Li Lingfeng was doubting his life, Han Shuiying asked suspiciously, why are you holding my mom? Your mom? Li Lingfeng's eyes widened. Waking up, Li Lingfeng took several steps back in a row, still staggering in a staggering kind of way. At this time, Han Shuiying's old mom also turned around, her serious face carrying a touch of scarlet. Auntie, I really didn't know it was you. I thought it was Ying. Li Lingfeng was embarrassed to death, and did not forget to look at Han Shuiying. Auntie came, how you did not inform in advance? Han Shuiying eyes, I don't know. I just came over myself. Cough cough. Auntie, you get busy first. I'll go collect the clothes. Li Lingfeng was busy leaving the scene of this social death in a puff of smoke, leaving Han Shuiying alone. Mom, do you want me to help you? Li Lingfeng, who ran back to his room, took a deep breath, and ran a little slower for fear that he would be torn apart by hand. During the entire dinner, Li Lingfeng didn't dare to look at Han Shuiying's mom in the eye. Ying, accompany me down for a stroll after dinner. At this time, Han Shuiying's mom spoke up. She didn't seem much upset about what had just happened. The mode of getting along between young men and women nowadays has long been less formal than it was for them back then. Yes, why don't you accompany Auntie for a stroll? I'll clean up the dishes, Li Lingfeng said in strong favor. In the past, Li Lingfeng, which dabbled in these household chores, all rely on Han Shuiying's virtuous. Then I'll work hard for you tonight. Han Shuiying smiled at Li Lingfeng, and gave Li Lingfeng a little look. I'll repay you properly tonight. Li Lingfeng, Auntie is watching. Let's be more restrained, okay? Ahem. Mom. Han Shuiying coughed twice and lowered her head to continue eating. After the meal, down to the first floor of the green recreation area, there are quite a lot of people, basically dragging their families to walk after dinner. Mom, why didn't my dad come over? Han Shuiying asked. What's he doing here? And who's watching that store for him? Han Shuiying's mom had a cold tone. Seems to be more or less unhappy with this husband of his. Can't we just close for a couple days? A convenience store isn't a big supermarket, and my dad's been stuck there for how many years? He deserves to be stuck for as many years as he can. Who made him incompetent? Han Shuiying stopped talking. Her mom's strength was not something she could fight against. Are you really going to stay with this Li Lingfeng and not consider the one your Auntie Li introduced to you? Mom, how many times have I told you? Han Shuiying pouted. I can tell you this. You'd better think it over some more. Marrying someone who's no good like your father, there's going to be a lot of suffering for you. What's wrong with my dad? Han Shuiying returned unconvincingly. If he was good, he wouldn't have spent his life cowering in that square inch. Han Shuiying's mom snapped. Whenever this happened, Han Shuiying chose to stop talking. I can only say in my heart, if my father is not good, he can take care of you all your life to live, dress and eat. Have you also forgotten that he was once a spirited teenager? He who smoothed his edges today. For what? It's not for our sake, is it? If I hadn't chosen your father in the first place, maybe your mom wouldn't be where she is today. Looking back at Han Shuiying, this is what happens when you marry love. Han Shuiying still didn't say anything. If even marriage has to hang on to worldly utilitarianism, so what is the point of life? Really? People, they can't live just for the sake of living. Seeing that her daughter didn't say anything, Han Shuiying's mom didn't press further, knowing that this matter couldn't be rushed. Over here, Li Lingfeng was still in the kitchen carefully cleaning various dishes. Looking at the stack of dishes, Li Lingfeng realized how hard Han Shuiying worked on weekdays. Got to cook for myself and still have to clean up these messes. In the future, you'll have to help out yourself. Li Lingfeng smiled and secretly said in his heart. Mother and daughter came back. Li Lingfeng saw Han Shuiying like a wilted flower. What's wrong? Did you run into something? Han Shuiying shook her head and entered the room breathlessly. Han Shuiying's mom also followed and went back to her room, leaving Li Lingfeng alone in the entire hall. Li Lingfeng? It was fine when we went downstairs, but when we came back, it was a different day? Li Lingfeng entered the room, and the lights weren't on, only to hear Han Shuiying lying on the bed sobbing in a low voice. Walking over, he sat down and stroked its hair. What's wrong? Han Shuiying got up with tears in her eyes and hugged Li Lingfeng. Will you leave me? Li Lingfeng patted Han Shuiying on the back. Don't tell me. I'll notify you in advance if there's a change. And what if I have to leave you one day? Li Lingfeng. The next day, sleepy Li Lingfeng came to the branch and fell asleep. Slept until more than 10 o'clock. Woken up by the ringing phone, he answered impatiently. Who is it? Manager Li. I'm Huang Tianzi. I've prepared all the loan information. When are you free to come over? Li Lingfeng jerked his head. Okay, I'll go over there now. You send me the address. Okay, then I'll make some tea and wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Li Lingfeng went to the restroom and washed his face to clear his head. The cleaning auntie standing at the door of the restroom had been waiting for Li Lingfeng to leave. You come in to clean. I'm not going to the restroom, Li Lingfeng reminded. I'll go in after you go out. Who knows if you'll defecate and pee in the middle of it? Auntie cleaning insisted. Li Lingfeng. Leaving the branch, Li Lingfeng drove his car to the address given by Huang Tianzi. It is an 8-story self-built house, covering an area that is feared to be more than 140 square feet by visual estimation. In S City, you have one of these self-built houses and you're basically worry-free for the rest of your life. Keep in mind that single rooms here go for nearly 1,000 in rent. Knowing that Li Lingfeng was about to arrive, Huang Tianzi was waiting in front of the door early. As soon as Li Lingfeng's car came in, he arranged a parking spot for it. Come, let's go upstairs and drink tea. Huang Tianzi warmly entertained. Although there are only 8 floors, Huang Tianzi added an elevator that goes all the way to the 7th floor. When you get to the 7th floor you have to go up the stairs and above that is the landlord's owner-occupied. The stairway has a stainless steel door that locks. Huang Tianzi took out a key and opened the stainless steel door, leading Li Lingfeng up the stairs. Changing into slippers, he entered the spacious living room, which was decorated in a rather grand manner. Full European style, high-end atmosphere. Li Lingfeng couldn't see that a person who was a recycler was so arrogant. Greeting Li Lingfeng and sitting down, Huang Tianzi busily brewed a pot of good tea. Then he took out those prepared loan documents and handed them to Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng checked. The property right is naturally not there. Only the village committee issued a certificate of historical legacy. There is more to seeing if this self-built home is owned by the lender than just these certificates. You also have to check the monthly utility payments, and where the rental income ultimately belongs. These are extremely important pieces of supporting evidence. Li Lingfeng flipped through the entry record of that rent and simply totaled it. Pfft, a mouthful of tea nearly spewed out. Nima's nearly $130,000 a month in rental income. Robbery doesn't pay as well as this. If it wasn't for the screenshots of those transfer records, Li Lingfeng would not have believed it. Do you have that much rental income from a self-built house? Li Lingfeng questioned. I have another building. These are combined. Li Lingfeng. In addition to these, there is a Mercedes-Benz and a Porsche in Huang Tianzi's name. On those terms, borrowing $3 million is genuinely no problem. I should have known it was so easy to get started with this renewable resource. I'm going to collect scraps too. You don't lack cash flow either. How come you need a loan? This loan usage we still need to understand, Li Lingfeng said. Huang Tianzi hesitated for a while before finally deciding to say it. And I'm not hiding it from you. Shanjia village Fatum that piece is going to be ready to be demolished. I plan to buy another building there. Demolition. Li Lingfeng looked at Huang Tianzi in surprise. Are you so sure? This one self-built house isn't cheap. In case, the information came from a trusted friend, and nothing is ever so sure as a bet. Besides, even if the demolition doesn't work, there's still a monthly rent, so it's not a loss. Huang Tianzi glanced at Li Lingfeng mysteriously. I've negotiated the house. Li Lingfeng nodded. Also, demolition cannot be nothing more than a slower realization. As long as the house is there, it will keep generating revenue. There will come a day when the cost is covered. Alright, I'll take back these loan documents first, but as a reminder, it's not always possible to approve them, Li Lingfeng said. No problem, just do your best to get it, and if you need to hit anything you just say so. Huang Tianzi, who is a social mixer, naturally knows the ways of this. On the occasion of leaving, Huang Tianzi hurriedly told Li Lingfeng to wait for a while, and then held out a fully wrapped mannequin from inside, came to Li Lingfeng's heel, smiled and said, 1-to-1 simulation silicone, absolute sense of realism of the top grade. The market sells more than 10,000. Li Lingfeng looked at Huang Tianzi, then at the fully wrapped mannequin. How do you want me to take it down? Realizing this, Huang Tianzi hurriedly nodded and went to fetch the ultra-rectangular carton again. This was foolproof. And Huang Tianzi looked at Li Lingfeng. Is this a bribe for you? Full of Li Lingfeng, a heart itching to see that model, helpless in public, to face. Li Lingfeng, who had wanted to go straight home, suddenly thought of something. Han Shuiying's mom is still at home. It's, inconvenient, isn't it? There was no choice but for Li Lingfeng to go back to the branch. It's a good thing I have an anti-peep film on this car, or I would be embarrassed to park in front of the branch. Back to the branch, Li Lingfeng proceeded to organize Huang Tian's loan application. Do table recorded system? Luo Xing, who was passing by, saw that Li Lingfeng was so engaged and curiously probed to take a look. He who thought that Li Lingfeng was playing the game again was surprised to see Li Lingfeng recording the loan system. Not bad. Which client is this? Luo Xing said with relief. The self-build home loan one I told you about yesterday does have pretty good qualifications. Li Lingfeng gave his approval. It's not up to us to say. You report it for approval first. I'll try to communicate as much as I can. Luo Xing patted Li Lingfeng on the shoulder as a sign of motivation. After Luo Xing left, Li Lingfeng continued to record his system. When writing about the use of its loan, Li Lingfeng remembered Huang Tianzi said he wanted to buy a self-built house in Shanjia village. Fadong that piece of wrestling demolition. Shanjia village, isn't it Chen Yaxin's dad's territory? Why don't you go to inquire about this? Or also side verification of the words of Huang Tianzi. Having made up his mind, Li Lingfeng contacted Chen Yaxin by phone. Why? Contacting me all of a sudden? It's bound to be something bad, Chen Yaxin said. See what you're saying, can't it be that I miss you? Li Lingfeng is full of oil. Stop, we agreed to be just partners. Don't cross the line, Chen Yaxin reminded. I know. I don't want to go to our father's house to sit down. I don't see him for a few days and I miss him. You're thinking of my dad's bottles of collector's edition Mao Tai, aren't you? Yes. Then it's a deal. I'll come over to pick you up. After saying that, Li Lingfeng hurriedly hung up the phone, not giving Chen Yaxin a chance to veto at all. Angry Chen Yaxin stomped her foot. I haven't even promised you to go back yet? Li Lingfeng drove to the internet cafe and even went to Chen Yaxin a few times before he arrived late. After sitting in the co-pilot's seat, he glared at Li Lingfeng. Did you know we're fighting a group battle today? No. Li Lingfeng, who was concentrating on driving, casually made a perfunctory remark. Knowing that you still came to disturb me? Chen Yaxin questioned. Don't know. Li Lingfeng hurriedly changed his words. Uhsin Chen. Alright, calm down. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Li Lingfeng compensated. I want ice cream. Li Lingfeng immediately parked his car, went to the kiosk, and bought 2 ice creams. Chen Yaxin was happy and joyful. A carefree girl like this was purely adorable. For Li Lingfeng, 2 ice creams in exchange for a few million single. It was worth it anyway. When he came to Uncle Chen's house, he was quite happy and enthusiastic about Li Lingfeng's arrival again. Just the last drinking thing. How can I get back this time? Unable to do anything else, Li Lingfeng had to agree to stay for dinner. In this way, he could also slightly avoid Han Shuiying's mom and go back later and go straight to bed. After 3 rounds of wine, Uncle Chen put his arm around Li Lingfeng's shoulder with great emotion. After this girl and you go out, home is also diligent. We have to thank you Chen Yaxin on the side was not happy. If you say so, I really won't return in the future. Don't. Your father, I wasn't joking. Uncle Chen hurriedly apologized to Chen Yaxin. A few moments of drunkenness, Li Lingfeng glared at Chen Yaxin. How do you talk to Uncle Chen? Is it excessive to go home to see your parents? Chen Yaxin is still stunned. She has not seen Li Lingfeng like this. Said good, just partnership. This is not a little wide tube. Hurry up and apologize to Uncle Chen. Seeing Li Lingfeng's serious and earnest appearance, Chen Yaxin's heart to really a few points of chaos. Bowing his head, he said, Dad, I'm sorry. This directly stunned the second old man. No. What is this? Uncle Chen looked at Li Lingfeng with disbelief. Ever since he was a child, there was no one who could control Chen Yaxin. How did you kid do that? In the face of his daughter's apology, Uncle Chen's tears were wet. It's okay, as long as you can come back to see Mom and Dad more. We are happy. It was only at this moment that Chen Yaxin realized how capricious her previous self had been. Chen Yaxin's mother was busy stroking her daughter, who seemed to have grown up. Chen Yaxin looked back at Li Lingfeng with a forlorn face. Looking at this man in front of me, it was surprisingly heartbreaking for a few moments. In the tea room, Li Lingfeng and Uncle Chen both sipped tea and chatted. Tonight's alcohol control was quite good and just right. No one drank more than 1 point. Slightly sobered up, Li Lingfeng chatted about the key point. Uncle Chen, there's something I'd like to ask you. Is the piece of Feidong in Shanjia village going to be ready for demolition? Uncle Chen frowned. Who did you hear that from? A loan client who wants to buy a self-built house over there to wait for demolition. So I just dropped in to ask. Said it was all said very early on, but there's been no follow-up. Uncle Chen was truthful. Will there be the latest move? Li Lingfeng guessed. Uncle Chen thought deeply for a moment. It's not impossible. I heard that the newly appointed leader is preparing to engage in S-City's eastward strategy. These words woke up the dreamer with a single word, and Li Lingfeng seemed to realize something. By the way, uncle, why haven't you thought of getting a few more of these self-built houses there? In case you really have to demolish them then. Uncle Chen shook his head and smiled carelessly. To put it mildly, with my current possessions, I wouldn't be able to spend it all even if I had 10 more lifetimes. Besides, I only have one daughter. Why do I need so much money? Facing Uncle Chen's soulful question, Li Lingfeng was nothing but shocked. How do you expect me, an ant, to live with myself? Perhaps anyone who reaches that realm is beyond the comprehension of mundanes like me. After continuing to chat for a while, Li Lingfeng got up and hit the road. There's still a mother and daughter waiting for them at home, and I wonder how they're getting along? I can't stop worrying. Before leaving, Chen Yashin said to Li Lingfeng, I won't go out to stay at home tonight. Li Lingfeng nodded. It's quite good. There's time to spend more time with your parents. After a moment's reprieve, I'm sorry about earlier. I drank a little too much. Chen Yashin smiled. You crossed the line. Yes? Li Lingfeng smiled a sunny smile. By the way, I've been meaning to ask you, what's that long box you keep in the back seat? Li Lingfeng almost choked to death on a mouthful of saliva. No, it's nothing. Chen Yashin looked at Li Lingfeng with a suspicious face. Really? Just toys. Li Lingfeng hurriedly explained. A toy? Chen Yashin looked disbelieving. Are toys that long? Bartlett's sniper rifle. Yes, Bartlett's sniper rifle. Li Lingfeng hurriedly thought of an object. What's that? The world's largest sniper rifle. So it looks long. Li Lingfeng further explained. Oh, nodded Chen Yashin. It was normal for a man to collect mold guns, but this was normal. After all, how many men have not been hot? The valet is here. I have to go. Li Lingfeng hurriedly sat on his feet, until the car drove away from a distance. Li Lingfeng only a long breath of relief, really afraid that Chen Yashin dead to open to see. It would be a social death scene to realize that it's not a gun and it's for getting shot. What's in that box of yours? The valet master asked curiously as he saw it in the rearview mirror. Why do you care so much? Just focus on driving the car. This Li Lingfeng is not afraid. You a chauffeur driver handpipe so long for what? Taking advantage of the moment when Li Lingfeng dozed off, the chauffeur master had a throttle all the way through the red light. I'm not going to be a chauffeur after tonight anyway. You're out of luck. Holding that rectangular box in my arms, I took the elevator straight up from the underground parking lot. Fortunately there weren't many people there late at night to avoid embarrassment. Back to the residence, Li Lingfeng fingerprint unlocked the door, and it was dark inside. Li Lingfeng? Is this all going out again? But looking down at the entryway shoe cabinet, it seemed like all their shoes were still there, right? Not so much as to go down there in slippers. Are you? Li Lingfeng couldn't care about that much for the moment. The most important thing at the moment was to first take this thing held in his hands into the room. Otherwise I'll run into Han Shuiying's mom and it'll be hard to ask questions. With that temperament, she designated to get to the bottom of the matter. Unlike Chen Yashin who was so easy to fool. So Li Lingfeng hurriedly changed his shoes and took his things and quickly walked towards his room. The moment he opened the door, he almost startled Li Lingfeng. So you were there? Seeing Li Lingfeng, Han Shuiying put down her cell phone and immediately swooped up. You're back? Where's Auntie? Why is it dark outside? Probably sleeping? It turned out that in order to avoid an argument like the one last night, Han Shuiying had gone into her room early after dinner to stay there. It's not easy for Auntie to come here. Don't you spend more time with her? Han Shuiying beamed. Accompanying her was all talk of persuading me to break up with you. Li Lingfeng, surprised face. Then it's better not to have more company. Auntie is just the right age to need more clarity too. Han Shuiying whitened her eyes at Li Lingfeng. You say everything. What's this thing you're holding? A gift for me? Han Shuiying asked curiously. You can't use this one. It's for men only. After saying that Li Lingfeng also hurriedly put down, very excited to unseal. Under the combined efforts of unsealing with Han Shuiying, a beautiful beauty silicone model was soon revealed in front of them. Huang Tian's words are not false at all. Absolute 1-to-1 ratio. Quite realistic. Li Lingfeng tried his hand and it was no different from a real person. Saying that the market price sells for more than 10,000. Li Lingfeng does not doubt it at all. Han Shuiying also looked up and down curiously, then touched the key spot and instantly blushed. He was so angry that he hit Li Lingfeng's arm. Don't you have me? Why do you still buy this thing? This customer gave it to me. Do I need to buy this? Li Lingfeng explained. From a client? That's what your clients do? Li Lingfeng nodded. It should be a part-time side job, right? This thing isn't cheap. It can buy over 10,000. Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng with a surprised expression. Really? What's the point of lying to you? If you don't believe me, do an internet search. Do not believe in evil. Han Shuiying immediately bring their own cell phones. Open the electronics store to find up. There are all sorts of price points, but the good ones are really over $10,000. Han Shuiying looked up at Li Lingfeng. You won't be able to use it anyway, so why don't you sell it and make some money? Li Lingfeng thought about it and it seemed a bit reasonable. Why don't you ask in your circle of friends? Han Shuiying immediately said happily. Okay, then I'll take a picture first. Picking up her cell phone and just about to take a picture, Han Shuiying stopped and glared fiercely at Li Lingfeng. Do I still need to be ashamed? And send a circle of friends? Innocent Li Lingfeng returned. You said yourself that you wanted to resell it. Han Shuiying, then you can't be so stupid as to let me send it to my friends to sell it. Isn't that how you usually operate when you resell those cosmetics? Can it be the same? You just play me on purpose, don't you? Han Shuiying came over and pinched the fine flesh of Li Lingfeng's waist, hurting Li Lingfeng and shouting to let go. Li Lingfeng is also not willing to show weakness. A pair of hands straight to the two targets, round and full. The sound of the two people's playfulness reached the next door, and Han Shuiying's mom's brows furrowed round and round. After some jostling, Han Shuiying sweetly stuck to Li Lingfeng's arms. What kind of weird clients are you getting? Sending you this stuff? Don't underestimate him. He has 2 self-built houses and collects more than $100,000 a month in rent alone. Han Shuiying's jaw dropped in shock upon hearing this, and said with eyes full of envy, if we had this to collect rent, how nice it would be. A word woke up the dreamer. Li Lingfeng instantly woke up. Yeah, why can't you get a set for yourself? It is certainly best to be able to demolish and relocate, and get rich overnight. And even if you can't, as Huang Tianzi said, how can you collect rent? It's never a loss. It's just a matter of time. What are you thinking about? Han Shuiying asked as she glanced at the bewitched Li Lingfeng. I'm thinking we'll go for a self-built house to rent out as well. Han Shuiying looked up at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. Are you nuts? Where did we get this money? Yeah, where's the money for a self-build? Brain turned around. Li Lingfeng two eyes showed a flash. His account is not lying in 10 million? Now that the transfer has been completed ahead of schedule, there is no need to save the $10 million. Li Lingfeng smiled happily, looking at Han Shuiying who couldn't make sense of it. It's just that the 10 million isn't all his own. Most of it is still Chen Yashin's. In order to make this happen, we still need to discuss it with Chen Yashin. Stop gawking. I have something good to show you. Han Shuiying broke Li Lingfeng's contemplation. Looking at Han Shuiying's mysterious face, Li Lingfeng curiously said, what is it? Han Shuiying took out a maid's outfit from the closet, along with the foxtail. Those were the ones she secretly bought last time, all of which were Li Lingfeng's favorite styles. Li Lingfeng's eyes lit up. Not containing but standing is the biggest respect I have for you at this moment. Early in the morning, the two stepped out the door and went. Han Shuiying's mom, who hadn't slept well for another night, came to the two's room. When she saw the maid's outfit, foxtail, and all those proper aids strewn about the bed, the shocking blow came down from the sky. She knew that young people were open, but she didn't expect them to be open to this extent. If he stays on this side any longer, he's going to die of a heart attack one day sooner or later. She also understood that her daughter was inseparable from this Li Lingfeng, so he turned and gathered his own things and prepared to leave. As quietly as he had come, Li Lingfeng came to the branch, then recorded after Huang Tianzi's loan system. Are missing Luo Xing's shadow. Curious, he then asked Lu Hui, the vice president, why didn't Luo Xing come over today? Lu Hui had a stony face. He's hospitalized? Hospitalized? Li Lingfeng was a million times more puzzled. His bottle of 5-grain liquor, fake wine came in, and he was the one who drank the most yesterday. Li Lingfeng, good color himself, did not go. Let you fool this time the street it. However, out of humanitarianism, Li Lingfeng still asked with concern, nothing serious, right? It should just be some fluids. It's only one bottle too. It's hard to tell if it's more than a couple. Li Lingfeng nodded his head. Fortunately he could not die. This loan of his own was still waiting for him to push it. At this time, the phone rang. Surprisingly it was Su Xiaolu who called. Li Lingfeng's face was full of questions. Didn't she go to Switzerland to travel and get married? Come pick me up at the airport. Leaving a message, the phone simply hung up. Beep beep beep. Li Lingfeng? I'm your ex-boyfriend. Ex-boyfriend? I'm not your husband. Why should I pick you up? That, Lu Xing. I'm going out. When Luo Xing comes back later, tell him that the loan went to him. As long as there's breath left, this job has to be done with vigor. Driving all the way to the airport at a fast pace, he saw Su Xiaolu waiting by the door from afar, dressed in a yellow battle dress. She shone brightly and drew a lot of attention. Honestly, this Su Xiaolu's confidence also radiates from the inside out. No wonder so many rich people surround her. This side of Su Xiaolu also saw Li Lingfeng's vehicle. This car or she helped to buy. How could not be clear? Dragging the suitcase, He came over, and Li Lingfeng got out of the car and opened the trunk. After taking the suitcase from Su Xiaolu's hand, he put it into the trunk of the car. Where are we going now? Straight back to your house? Li Lingfeng closed the trunk lid of the car and said. Su Xiaolu took off her sunglasses. Take me for a drink. Don't want to go home. Li Lingfeng nodded and the two of them got into the car. The vehicle drove on the road at an even speed. Li Lingfeng asked curiously, where's your husband? Leaving. The vehicle swung in the middle of the road. I thought you guys went to Switzerland for your honeymoon? Don't mention it. That stupid fool ended up taking me to Africa. Su Xiaolu had a look of displeasure on her face. Li Lingfeng? What for? Going to Africa to have dinner with cannibals? You'll have to ask him that. You guys are really divorced? Li Lingfeng asked again with some disbelief. After all, this is a marriage, not a casual joke. 3 views don't match. Save it for New Year's? Su Xiaolu whitened her eyes. Then aren't you losing a lot of money? Li Lingfeng was a bit upset for Su Xiaolu. Su Xiaolu sighed, a little depressed. Cannot lose. The old lady at least has also invested feelings into it. How much weight can this relationship of less than a month of acquaintance carry? But it did give $1 million in breakup fee, Su Xiaolu added. The car shook again. Owner of the car behind, I'm afraid it's not a dumbass in front of me, right? Either that or it's a female driver. Stay away from it. So he swerved and changed lanes in a hurry to get far away. Li Lingfeng gripped the steering wheel tightly and looked at Su Xiaolu from the rearview mirror. Do you have any more friends of this kind? Sensei, male or female? Introduce me to one of them. The main one is sincere. Okay, really down to have a bosom friend. The person is not only beautiful but also much gold, Su Xiaolu said. Li Lingfeng's eyes instantly glistened. Hurry up. Send me the contact information. There's a bad spot. Though, Li Lingfeng? It's not like she's a tough bitch or a tank type, is it? She's a husband killer. Li Lingfeng's eyes widened. Kahwa? Where else do you think she gets her much gold from? Li Lingfeng sucked in a breath of cool air. People want a wealth she wants to life. This is. But people die for money and birds die for food. Li Lingfeng smiled. It's fine. I have a hard life. Maybe I can carry it. Su Xiaolu whitened her eyes at Li Lingfeng. I'm still not happy if you want me to. If you're really poor, I'll share half of my $1 million breakup fee with you. How can I take your money? Eating soft food to the X. Say it out not to give people laugh off. Cut. Su Xiaolu returned. But since we're exes, it's better for us to figure out who's going to pay for the drinks later. And please subsidize my gas bill when you get there. The price of gas is going up so much right now. Su Xiaolu, straight face hashtag. Instead of going for a drink, let's go straight to the room. And I'll pay for the room. The vehicle shook for the 3rd time, which would have caused the surrounding cars to move 3 or 5 meters away. Hotel. After some clouds and rain, Li Lingfeng sparingly admired Su Xiaolu's seductive carcass. It's something that many men dream about. Su Xiaolu's cheeks were flushed at the moment, and the ecstasy in her eyes hadn't all dissipated yet. The phone rang. It was her ex-husband in Africa. Su Xiaolu wanted to not answer. Li Lingfeng signaled him to answer it. After all, it's a great feeling to watch someone else's ex-wife lying next to you. Hey Lulu, I'm surrounded by a couple of lions in a tree. I'm afraid it's going to be bad this time. Su Xiaolu didn't rush to reply and listened to him finish. If anything happens to me this time, all the assets in my name will be yours. Li Lingfeng's eyes were glowing, and he couldn't wait to answer for Su Xiaolu. Good, good. The tree is tired to hurry down. Su Xiaolu returned with a calm face. Do you have a gun in your hand? Yes, but if you hit one, the other will pounce on you, too, and there's no escape. No, you shoot in the air. The other man froze. Is it to scare those lions away? No, it's convenient to attract more lions over. Su Xiaolu returned. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Su Xiaolu directly hung up the phone. Looking up at Li Lingfeng, she pouted. Don't pinch so vigorously. It hurts. It wasn't as lofty and spectacular as Han Shuiying's, but it wasn't anywhere near as bad. After all, it's an ex-girlfriend you've got your eye on. You really don't care about him, do you? Li Lingfeng asked. Men's mouths lie to ghosts. You believe? If you want to get back together, find a more reliable reason, right? Seems to make sense. What do you care? It's not like you're going to inherit the property anyway. With you to discuss a thing, on the mountain armor village Fatum that block seems to be ready to demolish. Interested in going together to buy a self-built house back? Buy it for what? Su Xiaolu was puzzled. Li Lingfeng, have you got the wrong partner? Buy it and wait for the demolition. In case it's really demolished. It's not developed? And what if it's not dismantled? Su Xiaolu asked rhetorically. Big deal. Waiting to collect the rent isn't a bad idea anyway. Fine. With this $1 million breakup fee, I have $2 million in my account. I'll transfer it all to you. Li Lingfeng looked at Su Xiaolu. Don't think about it? Not afraid that I will run away with the money? Why don't you take me with you when you do run away? And I'm sure you won't just ask me to partner up? Li Lingfeng sucked in a breath and frowned. How can I say this back to you? Su Xiaolu smiled. Not the first day to know you. You Li Lingfeng, what kind of person? Sister can not know? Li Lingfeng nodded. That's also true. Think back then. My bank card password is not also on reserve to you. The balance in your place has never been in double digits. And you still have the nerve to say that? Su Xiaolu came on disdainfully. Li Lingfeng, I mean trust. So what's your current bank card PIN? Tell me that too? Ugh. This stomach suddenly hurts a little. I have to go to the restroom first. Su Xiaolu, so, a man's mouth deceives a ghost. At the moment, a man is surrounded by several lions in a tree in a pristine forest in Africa, waiting to be rescued. In the afternoon, Luo Xing dragged his weak body back from the hospital to the branch. Made myself a pot of 1,000-year-old ginseng tea in the office. When I bought this 1,000-year-old ginseng from a charlatan, I said it would renew my life. Now he has an old man on top, a young man underneath, and 4 or 5 in-laws outside, so he can't fall down. As for the bottle of fake Wuliangye, Luo Xing knew deep down which loan customer had given it to him. Cut off the loan. We must cut off the loan for him next year, Luo Xing said fiercely in his heart. At this time also returned to the branch of the Li Lingfeng, heard that the Luo line back to the hoof to the office of the Luo line. Seeing Luo Xing, whose face had weakened a few points, Li Lingfeng greeted. Is everything alright? Luo Xing gestured for Li Lingfeng to come over and sit. I put in 4 in the hospital. It's much better. Li Lingfeng pulled out a locket from his pocket and placed it in front of Luo Xing. Luo Xing picked it up and looked at it, quick-acting heart-saving pills. A frown. I just drank fake wine. Not enough to go into the crematorium. It's expensive. Imported, Li Lingfeng reminded. Hearing this expensive word, Luo Xing's eyes immediately came to light. Quietly put it into his pocket. I can't use this stuff myself, but I can take it to my old father-in-law, so I can save another amount. Heart pills hang life. Now we should talk about business. So Li Lingfeng took advantage of the situation to remind, that loan. You let me rest today, and I'll do it for you first thing tomorrow. Luo Xing returned. No, it's got to be urgent, before the market reacts and rips a hole in it. Luo Xing waved his hand. No harm done. There are any number of banks that would be willing to make such a loan. It's precisely because not many lines are willing to do it that we have an advantage. Is this in a way an exclusive channel? Luo Xing seemed to understand something and his face turned serious as he looked at Li Lingfeng. Worthy of being a veteran of many years, Li Lingfeng went on to point out. Isn't this intermediary circle still rushing to cooperate with us? To this Luo Xing eyes have revealed a ruthlessness, as if to see the banknotes like snowflakes flying toward him. Okay, I'll go up to the branch and communicate. When the guys saw Luo Xing wind up going out again before his butt was even warm, they thought the fake alcohol had kicked in again. There was a lot of rejoicing, and if he hadn't been mean enough to grab a drink, one person would have drained most of the bottle. Then he won't be the only one going to the hospital. After getting off work and picking up Han Shuiying, Li Lingfeng drove back to his place. Just after opening the door, Han Shuiying shouted very smoothly, Mom! Seeing that no one responded, Han Shuiying shouted again. Could it be that Auntie went out? Li Lingfeng said as he took off his shoes. Where could she go in this unfamiliar place? The two changed into slippers and entered the house. And Han Shuiying, who didn't see anyone in the living room, then went into the room. The room was neatly tidied up, just missing his mom's clothing items and all that. It doesn't take much to figure out that she went home. Li Lingfeng, who came in after him, asked, Auntie isn't in the room either? She went back. Han Shuiying didn't know if she was happy or sad as she returned. Li Lingfeng was stunned for a moment. This mother Han Shuiying was really a woman like the wind, coming and going without a trace. Unbeknownst to him at the moment, Han Shuiying's dad was leaning back and sighing, missing the 2 days of freedom he once had. Han Shuiying picked up the phone and dialed. Mom, why did you go back without saying anything? Not coming back and waiting to be pissed off at you? Han Shuiying, look at all the stuff you've got organized in your room. Han Shuiying faced a burst of crimson. Rushed to work this morning, did not have time to clean up. Didn't find my own mom, actually ran to check the room. Surprised face. Do yourself a favor. I don't care about you. The other person was so angry that he hung up. Li Lingfeng on the side was also dumbfounded by what he heard and hurriedly ran back to his room. It was slightly reassuring to see that his package of silicone beauties hadn't been touched. If Auntie sees this, she'll tear the world apart. Han Shuiying, who had been scolded, wilted and walked in, glancing at the maid's outfit and foxtail on that bed. Li Lingfeng stepped forward and hugged Han Shuiying. It's aggravating. Why don't we throw it away? Han Shuiying looked up at Li Lingfeng. I still have my nurse's outfit? On the other side of the Star River Bay, The original next-door big sister looked at the motionless Wang beside her with a look of extreme resentment. What do you mean you came in for a cold shiver and went out, when I'm taking my temperature here? Wang waved his hand and said breathlessly. I'm really too tired. Come some other time. You're not even 1/10,000th of Li Lingfeng. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, big sister realized that she had said the wrong thing. As expected, Wang, who had just been dead calm, jerked up. What did you say? Don't you know what I'm talking about? Wang looked at big sister with a scrutinizing look. If it wasn't for that Li Lingfeng moving away, I really suspect that you guys are having an affair. What do you mean by that look? No, maybe I got confused just now. Wang was busy explaining. Big sister kicked him down with a shadowless kick. Get out. Sleep on the couch. Forced to do so, Wang had to pick up his quilt and walk to the couch. That's when little King came out of his room. Dad, do you want to sleep in my room? Brother Wang looked at his fake son with a look of disbelief. Why did he turn around today? Just when he was about to enjoy this few filial piety, Xiao Wang took out a test paper. Will you sign it for me? Told you it was no good. Wang picked up the test paper and looked at it, and almost didn't pass on the spot. 13 points? You just filled in more than that score with your eyes closed, didn't you? Xiao Wang hurriedly told Wang not so loud. Be careful to give the big sister inside heard. Exasperated, Wang continued. You're top of the class, aren't you? Bottom? Second. The young king returned cautiously. There are lower than you? The young king nodded. He copied mine and left out the only question he got right. Wang seriously looked at this son of his. Then you guys are really a pair of difficult brothers. I can't help you with this. Go to your mom. Being rejected by Wang, Wang's whole body panicked. If his big sister knew that he scored 13 points in the exam, could he still live? The consequences of this were clear to little King, and he was busy crying out in aggravation. Dad, you don't want to lose me, do you? Wang turned his head and went to sleep. The consequences were clear if he did this favor. In the spirit of dead teammates, this is better for you to carry. Well, at least you're a little man on top. Seeing that Wang was unmoved, Xiao Wang sighed deeply. I saw you with an ant. Wang snapped his eyes open and covered his son's mouth. I'll sign. After signing with a broad brush, Xiao Wang was satisfied and picked up the test paper and went back to his room. Behind him Wang picked up the quilt and followed. Dad, what are you doing? I don't have anything to sign. Little King turned around. Didn't you promise me to sleep in your room? Wait a moment. As soon as Xiao Wang entered, the sound of the room's door being unlocked rang out. Hey, you dead kid. Having eaten the closed door, Wang's mouth broke and he went back to the sofa with the quilt in his arms. It would be the family dog still taking over the couch. Even you bully me. Wang reached out and patted the dog's head vigorously. The dog woofed twice and then left, probably greeting Wang's ancestors. Wang brother relayed down, accompanied by a ding sound. The cell phone screen in the darkness lit up. Bring it to see. Instantly scared to death, Wang was busy hiding the phone into the quilt. Only after making sure that no one was indeed around did he slowly take it out again. Though at that moment, the PPO above his head poked down as well. The message was from Afong of Dreamseeker Footbath. Brother Wang, do you want to come over to wash your feet? Wang's mouth warmed with a smile. In the end, he could still find people in this world who cared about him. It's so late. Let's do it some other time. To control the volume, Wang even put the buttons into silent mode. Come on, I miss you. When Wang saw the reply, his eyes were indescribably gleaming, but when he thought of his current situation, he wilted when his heart was already leaping. Now night not to mention. The key hand no money hard to save the private money last time to spend. Only helplessly returned. Next time. There are no customers in the store now, so come over here. Wang, it's really late. Next time, come over now and I'll give you a 50% discount. 50% off? You'll feel guilty for the rest of your life if you miss this one. Wang slammed together and sneaked over to the cabinet to gently prop it up. He knew his son would often press his allowance under this. As expected, a bunch of bills, in denominations as large as 100 and as small as $1, were fished out from under the cabinet. Wang counted through and totaled $309, enough to buy a clock. Not to mention it's 50% off right now. That's just the right time to add more bells. Changing out of his pajamas and putting on his own jacket, Wang made sure there was no movement and left quietly. It wasn't until she went downstairs that she sent a message to her big sister in the room. I'm going back to work late. It's kind of a report, and it's not suspicious that working late at night is the norm. Who knows? Big sister doesn't even bother to look at it and goes wherever she likes. It just grumbled. This Li Lingfeng left without even a squeak. 2 days later, Shanjia village Feidong area. A self-built house cellar was found under the lead of Chen Yashin's dad, Uncle Chen. Li Lingfeng looked at the self-built house in front of him, covering an area of about 120 square meters, with a total of 5.5 floors. The floor area is calculated to be more than 700 square feet, because since the second floor, the front part floats out at a distance of 1 meter. This invariably adds quite a bit of floor space per level. Unfortunately, the location is rather backward and the first floor cannot be used as a store. But there is an upside to this in that the overall sale price is not as inflated. The whole building was quoted at 7.23 million. And out of the face of Uncle Chen, the village head, the other party wiped out the zeros. Just 7 million round numbers. This is considered to be the right person. Li Lingfeng did not talk much, and immediately signed the contract of sale. After completing the village certificate, lawyer witness and other formalities, Li Lingfeng will be 7 million as transferred to the other party. Of the 7 million, 3 million is Li Lingfeng's own funds, 2 million is Su Xiaolu's, leaving the last 2 million to fool Chen Yaxin into the game. The self-constructed building is now fully rented out, with the entire building rented out for about $37,000 per month. That works out to over $400,000 a year, and the ROI can go as high as 6%. The whole reason for such a high return is that the other side undersold. I heard Uncle Chan say that the son of the other party was trapped in a gambling game and lost several $1,000,000 before he had no choice but to sell his house in a hurry. This is a gambling game specifically for the second generation of demolition, or the sons of those who have become rich. Suddenly rich. The cultural cognitive level has not kept pace, coupled with the strong and competitive. Not to cheat you who? After completing the transaction, Uncle Chan asked with a puzzled look on his face. How did you remember to buy this self-built house? What I told you last time, betting on demolition. Uncle Chen nodded. Have you seen the self-built houses in that area? Following Uncle Chen's direction, Li Lingfeng looked up to see a dozen or so self-built houses passing side by side. Those are all mine. When I get old, they'll all be yours and Xian's. Why do you think you're in such a hurry? Li Lingfeng looked at Uncle Chen. Back at the branch, before my butt was even warmed up, there was good news after good news. After the tireless efforts of the Lowe's Bank, the top finally agreed to pilot a self-build home loan. Let's start with Li Lingfeng's branch and make a batch of customers to try. Consider a bank-wide rollout if customer quality and risk control are okay. And naturally, the interest rate pricing on this self-build home loan is higher than the typical property mortgage borrowing rate. A wider spread means that the bank's ability to increase revenue has been strengthened. And in a way, that's good for the bank. Li Lingfeng hurriedly went to call Huang Tianzi. Mr. Huang, your $3 million loan was approved. I thought the other party would be happy, but I was greeted with a face-splitting scolding. TM don't know which turtle grandson bought away that self-constructed house in Feidong. He big man, rob with me. Li Lingfeng, what's it to me that you've been preempted? I just wanted to scold back, but then I thought, could you be the one who bought it? It can't be that coincidental, can it? Manager Li, this isn't addressed to you ha. I'll just scold that bastard. The guy who gave birth to a son without an asshole. Li Lingfeng, by the way, you just said that the $3 million loan was approved, right? Oh, yes, thank you, Manager Li, you're really serving me in the snow. That self-built house is not for people to buy away. You still need this loan dry? Li Lingfeng asked curiously. There's another set, and it's almost $1 million more expensive. And if it weren't for that turtle, I wouldn't have spent that extra $1 million. Huang Tianzi sighed deeply. Through the phone Li Lingfeng could feel his heartache. So when are you coming over to sign the release contract? I'll be right there, Manager Li. Hanging up the phone, Li Lingfeng prepared the loan contract. As long as the contract is signed, this first business of his own is a success. 20 or so minutes later, Huang Tianzi appeared at the branch as promised. In the VIP reception room, Li Lingfeng, who was half a bucket of water in process operation, guided Huang Tianzi to sign the lending contract. After getting a couple of copies wrong in a row, Rocky Row, who couldn't stand to watch, went online to work on it himself. A third party was entrusted with the payment and the $3 million loan was successfully disbursed. When it was confirmed that the money had arrived, Huang Tianzi simply laughed his head off, immediately called a friend and went over to buy the house this afternoon. Manager Li, it's been hard on you all afternoon. Go out for a drink? Huang Tianzi, who had finished talking on the phone, turned around and said. Li Lingfeng gestured to the surveillance on the wall and said, it's our disciplinary principle not to drink a mouthful of water from our clients. Mr. Huang. Oh, your bank is really incorruptible and clean. Next time, I will definitely send a banner to Manager Li, said with a wink. I'll wait for you outside. Li Lingfeng also returned with a look that said, okay. Huang Tianzi walked with the wind and left the branch. Just happened to come out of the Luoxing saw, just like that. Right behind him, Li Lingfeng also packed up his things and came out from the VIP room reception room. Luo Xing looked at Li Lingfeng. Gone? Ah, gone. Li Lingfeng returned. Right, Luo Xing. I'll go out later. Luo Xing's eyes lit up after hearing this. Fine. Talk slowly. Not far from the branch was a beverage store. Li Lingfeng and Huang Tianzi sat down on its small outdoor chairs. Inside, the clerk looked on with bated breath as the two men came over to order. But there didn't seem to be much movement. Here, Manager Li, a small token of appreciation. After saying that, Huang Tianzi pulled out a thick envelope and handed it to Li Lingfeng. Mr. Huang, what are you? I understand the rules. Don't worry, I've also turned off my cell phone. Huang Tianzi also gave a special show of his cell phone in its switched-off state. Li Lingfeng smiled, reached out and touched the thickness of the envelope. It should be $30,000. Sure enough, Huang Tianzi saw this and hurriedly said, the market price. 1 point, Manager Li, do you think it's appropriate? I have long heard that the financial industry is deep enough and fat enough. I did not expect to let myself meet today. Their own little financial workers are still so. It is difficult to imagine those at the top. You're welcome, Mr. Huang. Li Lingfeng pushed the envelope back to Huang Tianzi. In ancient times, there were also 3 resignations and 3 concessions. And today one must not pretend to look less ugly eating. Manager Li, you have to take this. Let me put it to you this way. As long as your line is willing to do it, our cooperation will be more than just this one time. Huang Tianzi's eyes narrowed into a line as he smiled. That was clear enough. The wool comes out of the sheep's body. Huang Tianzi will be through the referral of customers to act as an intermediary role to collect commission to earn back the 30,000. No more, no less. This was a win-win result. Li Lingfeng smiled and reached out his hand. Then we have a good cooperation. Huang Tianzi, happy cooperation. By the time we returned to the branch, it was after 6 p.m. and the money trucks were gone. Colleagues of the branch are basically almost gone. Li Lingfeng came to his own card seat position. Saw Luo Xing's office is still open lights. This is waiting for himself. Ah, Li Lingfeng slightly smiled. Old fox. So he came to Luo Xing's office. You're still not off duty at this late hour? Luo Xing. It's not like the above agreed to pilot the self-build loan in our branch, and I'm trying to figure out how to expand this line of business. Luo behavior is really exhausting our business development. Li Lingfeng's rainbow fart clapped loudly. How's your talk going? Luo Xing asked with a smile. It's just this lewd smile that smells like copper inside and out. Not bad. Li Lingfeng nodded. After waiting for a moment and seeing that Li Lingfeng had no more follow-ups, Luo Xing was confused. No more? Ah, Li Lingfeng looked at Luo Xing. By the way, these Huang Tianzi's loan information, do you help to look at it again for any mistakes? I have things to do so I'll return first. Putting down the information, Li Lingfeng got up and left. You want me to read the loan information when you don't have a single hair on your head? Luo Xing angrily picked up the pile of information and casually flipped it down, frightening him so much that he immediately covered it with his hand. Looking at the door to make sure no one was coming in, he felt around with 2 fingers and checked, and there was an envelope clipped inside that was of a decent thickness, at least 10K, judging by years of experience in the Lowe's line. Then a delightful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said in his heart, this kid will come to things. This side Li Lingfeng has come out of the branch, driving to an address given by Lin Sudong, not far from the original company. That's the new company that Lin Odong is ready to roll up his sleeves and get to work. Li Lingfeng did not expect, but also really came out to do it alone. It seems that behind a strong woman to do rely on is not the same. At least 20 years less struggle. When can I find a rich woman to adopt? Do not have to come out all day to show their faces. Li Lingfeng lamented. There are still so many cars on this rush hour road that it's not as fast as riding a motorcycle. Just as Li Lingfeng was about to put on a piece of music to get high, the phone placed in the center control rang, and when he picked it up, it was Luo Xing. Picking up, he said, Hey, Luo Xing, what can I do for you? As far as the self-build home loan business that we are piloting in our branch is concerned, here's what I'm thinking. You're the only one who can get in during the pilot period. When Li Lingfeng heard this, his eyes lit up. That's a good feeling. Exclusive monopoly of the channel. What this means, do not even need to explicitly say. Of course, this is a well thought out decision I made to facilitate the control of risk. The risk piece you must grasp. Li Lingfeng's mouth smiled. The old fox name played so well. Don't worry, Luo Xing. You don't need to worry about that. Long-term sustainable development is our ultimate pursuit. That's right. Short-sighted behavior is never desirable. Luo Xing even agreed. On this point, both men share a high degree of common understanding. Right. You have to promote this business urgently. After all, the pilot period won't be given for too long. Luo Xing finally reminded. Of course not for long. You have to let other colleagues eat meat and have soup, or else you cannot suppress things? Benefits are all in a chain, and something is bound to happen to a solo. Understood. Lo Xing, hang up and drive first. Li Lingfeng put down his cell phone. A car on the side while Li Lingfeng talking on the phone step by step squeeze in. Hey, everyone's lining up in traffic. What are you doing? Li Lingfeng skillful close to the front car. Is not allowed to ding inch. Life driving most hate two kinds of people. One is to insert my team. The second is not allowed to insert my team. Arriving at the entrance of Lin Sudong's new company, I saw Lin Sudong's busy figure inside from the car. The store is okay, and spacious enough for the main road, with a red cloth covering the top sign. Li Lingfeng observed. Forget it. I'd better wait for him to finish his work before going in. Pulled over for a half-hour break, so this should be about as busy as it gets, right? Li Lingfeng rubbed his face, got out of the car and came to the door of the new company. The first foot has not even stepped in. I heard Lin Sudong shouting through the glass door. Finally, you're here. Hurry and come in for a hand. Li Lingfeng frowned. Cam, I should have waited another half hour before coming in. Coming inside, the basic furnishings were already in place. Li Lingfeng was curious. Is there anything else you need help with? There's just this piece of Shoptown Tarzan stone left. I can't do it alone, so I'll wait for you to come over and move it out together. Lin Sudong laughed. Li Lingfeng looked at the stone. Good guy. At least 300 pounds to start. Wait, are you sure that just the two of us can move this Tarzan stone? Li Lingfeng looked at Lin Sudong with skepticism. Don't worry, it's hollow inside. Really that big guy? I can't afford it? Li Lingfeng nodded. That's right. It doesn't look like you're that generous with your money. And you're still buying stones. Lin Sudong. I just started my own business. Can you save a little? When I make money later I'll buy 1,000 pounds of stone and send it to your house. The two of them worked together to move this hollow fake Tarzan stone to the right of the store entrance. A direction that was specially looked at by Mr. I'm not sure if it's professional or not. Anyway, I pulled it from that stall under the flyover. The main one is affordable. After putting it right, Li Lingfeng scrutinized it left and right. Domineering is domineering. It's just that this quality. Do you think you'll get up tomorrow and get a hole smashed out? Li Lingfeng asked. Think what you want. Even though I'm hollow, it's not so much made of foam. Don't believe me? I'll give it a try. After saying that, Lin Sudong raised his hand and then discreetly pounded it lightly. Pala, it's really made of foam. Li Lingfeng frowned and looked at the concave Tarzan stone at the top. You're still there with your sarcasm. Why don't you hurry inside and get 502 glue for me? Lin Sudong pulled a long face and said miserably. It's again you yourself who want to try to show me. Li Lingfeng turned around and went into the store. It took half a bell of tinkering to fix the dented area, and you wouldn't have noticed it without looking closely. This time Lin Sudong only slightly happy again over. The company has not yet opened. How unlucky this ah. After finishing his work, Li Lingfeng handed Lin Sudong a cigarette. Afraid of accidentally burning that Tarzan stone, both of them purposely walked away a few meters away from each other. Otherwise, I'm really afraid of a few more little holes in that Tarzan stone. Lighting up their cigarettes, the two men inhaled deeply, showing off their respective skills at hitting smoke rings. I think back in the day, a pack of lickin' under the flyover was a happy day for both of them. Do you think I can succeed this time? Lin Sudong asked with a face of anticipation, unable to help but smile. You can tell he should be happy, or at least looking forward to the future. Li Lingfeng flicked the ashes of his cigarette. Let go and do it. What are you afraid of? The big deal is that if you lose, you can smoke a cigarette and then struggle again. Lin Sudong nodded. Right. Then is barefoot afraid of a hammer? Cannot be mixed to the time you that give me a room. It won't be unsuccessful. I mean if it doesn't work out. No, it will definitely succeed. Li Lingfeng shook his head. What are you talking about? This time sister you also rushed over with a multi-layered lunchbox. I made you some soup. That smile on Lin Odong could sweeten a dog to death. Li Lingfeng. No, what about me? I didn't eat either. Sister you brought the rice and soup to Lin Odong's face before she seemed to realize that there was only one O. Turning to Li Lingfeng, he said, have you eaten yet? Why don't I go next door to the fast food restaurant and hit one up for you? Lin Sudong, no, don't bother. I'll just split it with him. On this side, Li Lingfeng is happily preparing to get up and take a spoon. This soup smells good and is definitely good material. Sister you shifted her orientation slightly and glared at Lin Shendong. Turning to Li Lingfeng, he smiled again and said, I'd better go to the store next door and get you one. This isn't enough to eat. Realizing this, Lin Sudong hurriedly nodded his head and agreed. Yes, play an extra portion. Li Lingfeng looked at the womanly too. No, you two have forgotten who fished you out of the police station in the first place, right? This station has learned that the city will take the P area as a strategic bridgehead to promote the in-depth implementation of the city's strategic eastward advancement and construct. The sound of a TV news report coming from inside immediately attracted Li Lingfeng's attention and hurriedly walked in. District P? Isn't that the district I'm in now? And with strategic eastward movement being on the agenda, doesn't that mean? Li Lingfeng happily clapped his hands and shouted. Steady, steady. The two of them, Lin Sudong and Zhao Yu, looked at each other. It's just a bowl of soup, what's the point? So Lin Sudong hurriedly carried the soup inside. Come on, I'll share half of it with you. Alright, you can drink a little more from Sister Yu's heart. Otherwise how can you output at night when you're all so tired today? As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, Lin Sudong looked at Li Lingfeng, who looked at Sister Yu. Yu shyly lowered her head. Since none of you have prepared my meal, I'll go back to Han Shuiying. After Li Lingfeng finished speaking, he turned around and waved his hand to leave. Remember to come over tomorrow. The new company is opening. Lin Sudong shouted. Li Lingfeng basked in an okay gesture. When she returned to her place, Han Shuiying was sitting on the sofa holding potato chips to cook a drama. You're back. Ha? Li Lingfeng walked over. Have you eaten yet? Han Shuiying showed Li Lingfeng the chips in his hand. It's being eaten. Li Lingfeng frowned. So bleak. Just eat a chip. Ha? Han Shuiying turned around and wrapped her arms around Li Lingfeng, blinking her eyes. What? Are you going to treat me to something? What do you want to eat? Han Shuiying, who had her arms around Li Lingfeng, rolled her eyes. Well, why don't we go to a barbecue? Okay, let's go then. Barbecue stalls. Boss, a dozen oysters, a dozen squid whiskers, an eggplant, and get half a dozen old Tsingtao. After Li Lingfeng placed his order, he turned to Han Shuiying and continued. See what else you want to eat? After the two of them sat down, Han Shuiying picked up a paper towel and wiped the table. That book of yours, Slammer Secrets, is quite effective. Yeah, don't think so. Li Lingfeng was unimpressed. What else could it do besides increase the quality of sleep? Of course you don't think so. Usually it's mostly you attacking and me defending. How could I not know the changes in your attack speed and power? Han Shuiying said. The big brother next to him perked up his long ears and the beer in his hand stopped in midair. I'm going to the restroom. So wipe the table again. It's oily, Han Shuiying explained and then got up to leave. Li Lingfeng was just about to wipe the table with his hands when the big brother next to him got up and leaned over. Brother, let's take a step to talk. When Han Shuiying came out, she glanced curiously at the big brother behind her who was paying the bill. You know him? Li Lingfeng shook his head. I don't recognize it. Then why are you still chatting so hotly with him? Han Shuiying had a puzzled look on her face. He said the jerk-off was on him. Han Shuiying was even more puzzled. Why did he invite us to jerk off at a good time? Intellectual property pays. Li Lingfeng returned. Intellectual property? Ugh. You don't understand. Hurry up and eat. The boss just brought it up. It won't taste good when it gets cold. At that moment, the airplane slowly swept by in the dark night sky with a roar. Han Shuiying looked up at the flickering bright spot. I also want to take an airplane. I've grown up so much. I haven't taken an airplane once. Li Lingfeng glanced at Han Shuiying's eager eyes. Do you have any other ideas besides airplanes? Han Shuiying looked down and beamed. I've never seen snow either. Li Lingfeng smiled. It just so happens that tomorrow is the weekend. Why don't I take you to Changbai Mountain Tianxi? There should be snow even in this month. Han Shuiying looked up at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. Are you serious? Really? The pearls are all so true. After saying that, Li Lingfeng pulled out an envelope and placed it in front of Han Shuiying. Han Shuiying? What's this from? Picked up and opened a look. Instantly scared Han Shuiying little heart thumping. Inside is a thick pile of banknotes. Where did you get that much cash? Han Shuiying asked in surprise. The first gold from working for money. And believe me, there will be more to come. So feel free to have fun. Li Lingfeng explained that it was thanks to Mr. Huang Tianzi Huang. Han Shuiying was overjoyed. Then, let's go? Let's go. No, isn't tomorrow the opening ceremony of your buddy Lin Sudong's new company? Han Shuiying suddenly remembered. Don't worry, I've got it all set up and out of the way. The next morning, when Lin Sudong saw the flower baskets and the two waking lion processions that stretched for 10 miles down the street, he was instantly confused. I don't remember inviting you guys? Lin Sudong looked at the leader of the lion team. The leader smiled slightly. Are you Boss Lin? Hello, I was invited here by Mr. Li to celebrate the opening on your side. Mr. Li? What Mr. Li? I don't know any Mr. Li. Lin Sudong thought for a second. Could it be that guy Li Lingfeng? So he hurriedly went to call Li Lingfeng. Before he could open his mouth, Li Lingfeng's voice came first. How is it? Still satisfied? Brother, it's still true that you fixed it. Ha? Lin Sudong said. What else? Who else would be so good to you? Li Lingfang laughed. Then there's no need to be so grand. I'm just opening a small company. Make it seem like it's like the Fortune 500. Lin Sudong said no on his lips, but the corners of his mouth were curled in such a way that even AK couldn't suppress them. Count me in as a small token of my appreciation. I won't be there for the opening ceremony today. Why? Is something wrong? Lin Xiandong asked. Now people in the airport. Ready to go to Changbai Mountain to go to the little brother's 10-year appointment. Hang up ha. Do. Auspicious time has arrived. Instant firecrackers and fireworks ringing in the sky. The two lion team to make every effort to compete for a colorful. Hello, this is the city's comprehensive law enforcement. On the first day of the new company's operation, Lin Sudong received a ticket from the management. At the airport, Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying completed the registration process in an orderly manner and found their seats. The location is good. The kind by the window was specially chosen by Li Lingfeng. After an ear-splitting takeoff, the airplane soared through the blue sky as usual. So beautiful. Han Shuiying looked at the snow-white clouds outside the window and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Like it? Li Lingfeng asked with a smile. Han Shuiying turned her head to look happily at Li Lingfeng. I like it wherever you are. Arriving at the destination will take some time. Repeatedly looking out the window at the same scenery. Aesthetic fatigue. Han Shuiying leaned against Li Lingfeng napover. Attention all passengers. Attention all passengers. There is a strong air current in front of the airplane. Please fasten your seatbelts and place your hand luggage properly. A continuous reminder came over the radio, waking up many sleeping travelers. Everyone looked up and watched as the flight attendants mobilized, checking all the security while reassuring the passengers. What's wrong? Han Shuiying asked as she woke up. Fasten your seatbelt. We're going to pass through strong air currents. Li Lingfeng reminded and fastened it for her. Originally thought to be just a normal air current, the plane was not expected to be greeted with a succession of violent bumps, coupled with the constant sirens. Everyone realized that this draft wasn't that simple. Even the flight attendants, who were usually commonplace, couldn't help but show a hint of nervousness on their faces at this moment. However, out of their own duty, they continued to comfort the travelers. Suddenly, a violent shudder completely shattered the crowd. Some yelled out in fear, others began to bawl their eyes out. The whole atmosphere was in chaos, drowning out the soothing voices of the flight attendants. Han Shuiying, who was trembling more than a little at the moment, looked up at Li Lingfeng. Are we going to be alright? Li Lingfeng hugged her tightly and comforted her. It will be fine. With another shudder, Han Shuiying fearfully burrowed into Li Lingfeng's arms and grabbed Li Lingfeng's clothes, saying, If there is an afterlife, will you still be willing to come back to me? Tears soaked Li Lingfeng's clothes. Han Shuiying looked up at Li Lingfeng, and that love to the bone look made Li Lingfeng unable to refuse. Yes, I will. Turning my head to look out the window at the black clouds. Am I really going to perish here? At this time, Li Lingfeng how hoped that the fierce man's secret book is a metaphysical kung fu. Then at this moment can get up and shout, with the thunder to break the darkness. The air currents eventually swept peacefully over the long white mountains. Han Shuiying cupped a handful of snow and sprinkled it into the sky, turning her head to look at Li Lingfeng. It's not the snow that I like, it's the winter with you. Across the street, a test-fired intercontinental missile flies into the Sea of Japan. Japan, for its part, expresses its strong condemnation and protest over the DPRK's new round of missile test firings, urging, Hey Kiyu. Li Lingfeng hurriedly drew a tissue and wiped his nose. Weekend on that Changbai mountain had wanted to show Han Shuiying a fierce man style, also a bare-chested snow rolling. I didn't expect to catch a cold. Li Lingfeng crumpled the tissue paper into a ball and almost pitched it into the trash paper basket at the next cardinal position. Sam looked up at Li Lingfeng and raised his international middle finger. Bored Li Lingfeng pulled the next news. The city in order to promote the implementation of the eastward strategy. The proposed plan to invest 600 billion. Li Lingfeng instantly came to life and looked at the news content word by word. A noise came from outside the branch door. I'm looking for your manager, Li. The lobby manager rushed in. Brother Feng, there are people outside looking for you. More than a dozen people. Li Lingfeng. I don't think I'm a loan shark. Should I take shelter first? Lobby manager pulled Li Lingfeng's hand as to drag out. You do not go out, I can carry it alone? My shoes. Arriving at the hall, Li Lingfeng half covered his face for fear of recognizing him to the other party. Manager Li is here, the lobby manager shouted. A dozen people hooted and hollered as their eyes looked over in unison, and one person fought to pivot out of the crowd. Manager Li. Li Lingfeng looked over. Mr. Huang, I told you to come. I thought you were a rival for revenge. Huang Tianzi walked over with great enthusiasm and took Li Lingfeng's hand and held it tightly. I've come to pull business for you. Look, these are old country friends, each one a couple of buildings to collect rent for self-build. Li Lingfeng looked at the crowd. T-shirts and casual pants with sandals, and a set of keys on the back of his ass. Porsche, Audi, Mercedes keys hang on it like a toy. Huang Tianzi looked at Li Lingfeng meaningfully. Happy cooperation. Li Lingfeng greeted these people to the VIP reception room and asked them to fill out the loan application form first. Huang Tianzi pulled Li Lingfeng to one side and said with a fluttering brow, "Manager Li, have you paid attention to the news? The government is going to invest $600 billion to promote the strategic eastward advancement." Speaking of this, Huang Tianzi's eyes glistened. RP District is the bridgehead of the strategic eastward advancement. Thanks to my early start, Li Lingfeng smiled. So the self-built house you got your hands on a few days ago made a profit? Huang Tianzi held back his smile and nodded. There is now a bid of $9 million. Li Lingfeng sucked in a breath of cool air. Only a few days to make $1 million. What does this make those laborers think? It's thanks to the loan you made for me, Manager Li, that I was able to scrape together the capital. I'll be the host some other day, so be sure to come. Li Lingfeng was not in the mood to listen to him, but was thinking about the one he bought. It's stepping into the wind right now. Hold it well, and I think it's going to fetch a good price. Manager Li, shouted Huang Tianzi, awakening Li Lingfeng's contemplation. Good, Li Lingfeng answered. Are these people friends of yours also preparing to rob the self-built houses over there? Some of them are. Some of them are loaned for other investments. All of them. Li Lingfeng nodded. Money begets money. This is not true at all. Hard work you can have this harvest? It's good to get 3 meals a day, not to mention the mortgage and car payments. After finishing the basic process, Li Lingfeng asked Huang Tianzi to greet his group of friends and leave first. Go back and prepare the listed loan information, when you will come to your home to do a loan survey. Before leaving, Huang Tianzi waved his hand towards Li Lingfeng, with a smile that could charm 108 good men of Liangshanhua. But no, this group is shiny gold. What's the worry about getting that $30,000 back? After sending off this wave of people, Li Lingfeng came to Luo Xing's office at a fiery pace. What's wrong? Young people should be calm when things happen. That's the style of doing great things, taking risks. Luo Xing lectured. Li Lingfeng poured himself a cup of tea. Discuss something with you. Just say it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely fulfill you. Luo Xing swore. Now this self-build loan opens up a ring. A dozen single pieces come in at once. It can't be done. Luo Xing looked grave. Young people, you should know how to suffer. Then you're half done with me. Before Luo Xing could finish his sentence, Li Lingfeng replied back. You're in on it anyway. It's not too much to ask for a contribution, is it? Rockwalk. Seeing that even your old fox would only slide his tongue, Li Lingfeng then continued. I want to match myself with an assistant. After Luo Xing heard this, that face instantly pulled like a donkey's face. Don't worry, I'll pay for it myself, Li Lingfeng added, rolling his eyes and smiling like a flower. Luo Xing squinted. Okay, good talk. As long as it does not move my interests, anything can be negotiated. And this business good account manager, with their own personal assistant is not uncommon. Li Lingfeng was ready to get up and leave when he was stopped by Luo Xing. Come here, I'll give you something good. After saying that, he took out a long box from the cabinet and opened it with a large ginseng inside. Seeing that you kid is so good at things, I'll give you a hand. Luo Xing looked at Li Lingfeng smugly. Then he cut off a piece of ginseng beard and gave it to Li Lingfeng. Business is busy. Replenish your body more. This is life renewing. Li Lingfeng took it and smelled it, then looked at the greatly long ginseng in the box, and could not help but frown. What's wrong? Luo Xing asked curiously. Li Lingfeng brought his cell phone and searched it, and after comparing it left and right, he handed the phone to Luo Xing to see. This ginseng, it's fake. Luo Xing froze and hurriedly took his cell phone, and the headline read, Our city has uncovered a major ginseng counterfeiting case, and look at the picture of the guy in handcuffs in there. Isn't that the same jungle ginseng man who sold his own ginseng? Luo Xing looked up at Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng patted Luo Xing's shoulder. Be calm when things go wrong. After saying that, he took back his cell phone from Luo Xing and went out to leave. Leaving the branch, Li Lingfeng drove to Lin Sudong's new company. Recruiting this thing is not his business item. In the car, Li Lingfeng was calculating in his head that he must get himself a beautiful personal assistant, preferably the kind that just came out of college, innocent and shy, and can't even think about it without feeling a few thrills. The mind is already picking out people. No one who can wear makeup. No one who is overly voluptuous. No one who has a boyfriend. Preferably the kind that's veiled and pretty with a touch of shyness, and speaks in a fine, delicate voice. He. Li Lingfeng wiped his saliva. On second thought, he is not a serious person. Every day opposite such a beautiful assistant, it's easy to make mistakes of principle. Oh, no. Li Lingfeng shook his head, and then heard a bang. Looking up, there was a motorized cart sunk into the right side of the car. No! I'm driving along and you're swooping in without brakes. What do you mean? Like Changshan Jiaozi Long's 7 entries and 7 exits? Li Lingfeng got out of the car in a rage, and a man came down from the electric car with a scarred face and several blue dragons coiled on his chest. Without looking closely, I thought he was Chan Ho Nam from Causeway Bay. The man glared at Li Lingfeng, and without speaking, he picked up his cell phone and dialed. Li Lingfeng's heart tightened. Heck, this isn't coding, is it? It's hard enough to deal with one of him, but a bunch of them, aren't they being held down? Without delay, Li Lingfeng hurriedly took out his cell phone as well and dialed Fan Zhongju's number. Hey, Zhongju, call all your gang of workers to come here. I'll count the money for today's work. What's going on here? What's wrong? I'm being bullied. Stop it and call someone. Fine. Send me your address and I'll bring someone right over. After the two confronted for 10 minutes or so, rushed over 7 or 8 Wuling Hongguang, some of the body-moving logo was clearly visible. Hooting and hollering, a dozen or so men got out of each car, clubs in hand. The leader, Fan Zhongju, hurriedly ran towards Li Lingfeng. Are you alright? It's fine for now. Li Lingfeng looked at almost nearly 100 people. I remember your company doesn't have that many people? I'm afraid there aren't enough people. I've called a few of my peers over. Which puffer bullied you? Li Lingfeng looked at the man with the green dragon tattoo not far in front of him, and the other man took a few steps back in fear. Don't think I wouldn't dare to beat you up just because you damn well have 2 dragons tattooed on you. Fan Zhongju picked up his stick and pointed at the other party and cursed. Li Lingfeng tugged at Fan Zhongju's clothes and whispered, "It's not a fight yet. Don't be ruthless first. I don't know how many people the other side is going to come." The two parties were thus quietly confronting each other, when an old woman over 70 years of age came over on her crutches. Li Lingfeng was busy shouting, "Granny, go away. It's dangerous here." The old woman also ignored Li Lingfeng, only to see her walk slowly to the tattooed man and mutter a few words, then lovingly touched the man's head. "My son, leave it to my mother." The old woman turned to the front of the car, looked at Li Lingfeng, then threw the walking stick in her hand and rested there to lie down. "Somebody, the car hit someone. Ouch." Li Lingfeng instantly widened his eyes, and the two of them looked at each other with Fan Zhongju. "No, it's not." Due to the excessive battle, the crowd of onlookers gradually increased, and many people began to have called the police. If this goes on, it will be hard to get away later. Li Lingfeng looked at the man. "There you go. Is this your 1,000 troops?" Turning to Fan Zhongju, he said, "Let's go." Fan Zhongju looked at Li Lingfeng. "You won't let him pay for that car of yours?" "No, it's better to hurry. Just find a place to crash next time and report it to the insurance." Fan Zhongju nodded and was about to greet the crowd of workers to evacuate when loud and clear sirens wailed. Unsurprisingly, nearly 100 people were all in the police station, suspected of mobbing. Fortunately, things did not happen. After figuring out the original cause, the police will Li Lingfeng and his entourage severely educated and criticized. Yes, I will be a good and law-abiding citizen, and I can't lose face for the country, Li Lingfeng repeatedly assured. After educating this side, the cop turned to the tattooed man and said, "What happened to those 2 dragons on you?" The tattooed man was a few moments timid. "I drew these on fake. Don't believe me." After saying that, he hurriedly wiped his chest with his shirt and vigorously wiped his chest, and sure enough, the color came off in the twinkling of an eye. "That scar on your face then, it's also fake." The man even removed the piece of fake skin from his face, revealing his real face. The cop frowned. "Why are you dressed like that?" The man's head shrunk. "It's not that I'm afraid to go out and get bullied. Who knows, they really called more than 100 people." Li Lingfeng, "Then what do you mean by calling as soon as you get off the bus?" Li Lingfeng asked rhetorically. "It's not that I can't afford to pay for the car that hit you, so I called my mom to come over." The man had an innocent look on his face. You didn't tell me that either. Then you didn't ask me." Okay, you two stop arguing." The policeman stopped it in time. "Come over here and sign the papers. You can leave. At least for the crash you get the traffic police to deal with it. It's not in our area of responsibility." The people went up and signed. The man turned his head to Li Lingfeng and said, "Brother, I really don't have any money." "That car of yours?" Li Lingfeng looked at him. "The whole image of a triple amputee. Forget it, I'll handle it myself." "Thank you, brother. If there's anything you need in the future, just call me," the man said happily. Finally, his elderly mother was helped to leave the police station. Fan Zhongju came over. "Really don't want him to compensate? Look at the way your car was hit. It's estimated that it will take tens of thousands of dollars to repair. He'll pay for it, blat, and in the end it'll be his old mother who'll have to carry it. Can you bear it?" Fan Zhongju didn't say anything else. It was really not a good idea. Li Lingfeng turned back to prepare to say goodbye to the police. Looked left and right just a little familiar. Have we met before? The cop nodded and laughed. I've seen it before. Last time your buddy was suspected of violating public order and decency. Not just you coming over to fish it out. Oh, I said no wonder it looked so familiar. I'm really giving you a hard time. Li Lingfeng hurriedly went over to shake hands with the person. I'll treat you to tea some other day and make amends to you. Duty bound. That tea of yours is out of my reach, and it would be nice if we didn't meet in this manner again in the future. That's. Haven't asked the officer what's your name? Li Lingfeng asked. My name is an Xin. So it's Officerin. That's fine. Then we'll leave first. Li Lingfeng waved goodbye to Officerin. At the entrance of the police station. All the workers have been waiting at the entrance first. Li Lingfeng stopped his steps. To Fan Zhongju, he said, you count the workers' wages for today and send me to transfer them to you. No need. This is a matter of lifting a hand. Besides, if a brother is in trouble, it's only right. Fan Zhongju excused himself. I'm a brother to you. Obliging. But they're not. They're all men who are begging for a living. So don't let anyone get cold feet. Fan Zhongju nodded after hearing this. Understood. Also, I'm transferring another $30,000 to you. Arrange for the workers to go to a nice dinner, and thank them for me. After sending Fan Zhongju and his party away, Li Lingfeng dialed Su Xiaolu's phone. What is it? Looking for me at this time? Su Xiaolu on the other side of the phone asked. Can't I find you if there's nothing else? Li Lingfeng asked rhetorically. You're so bad. I still don't know you. If there's nothing to do, you'll come to me? Long ago in your girlfriend's gentle land. Indeed. So smart. That's all you guessed. My car gave out. What about filing an insurance claim? Give a bump. Then you asked him to accompany you. The man ran away and wasn't found. Su Xiaolu. Alright, then leave it to me. Where are you? I'll go over to pick you up. Su Xiaolu gave the arrangement. Police station. What are you doing at the police station when you crash a car? I can't tell. Just come on. Oh, wait for me then. It took a while to deal with the car. And Li Lingfeng, who was already hungry, looked at Su Xiaolu. Buy me something to eat? Su Xiaolu looked at Li Lingfeng with a skeptical face after hearing this. Shouldn't it be you who invites me? Look at your expression. Unwilling? Li Lingfeng pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Li Lingfeng, I owe you. Ha? Nah, you said it. Hong Kong style tea house. The two ordered a set menu each, and Li Lingfeng asked for an extra cup of Hong Kong style milk tea. Taking a shallow sip, it still had that distinctive flavor. You've been out here helping me for so long. Will your manager talk about you? Li Lingfeng asked. What's there to say? It's the failure to sell the car that's the problem. Any recommendations for friends who want to buy a car? You don't know what I've got. Do my friends look like they can afford your car? Su Xiaolu nodded. That's also true. Otherwise I would have married you long ago. By the way, how's that ex-husband of yours doing last time? Su Xiaolu smiled down. He really was surrounded by a pack of lions in a tree in Africa. Li Lingfeng. But that's what he deserved. Letting him go to Switzerland in favor of some Africa. Saying he wanted to experience the beauty of the wild. A faint depression surfaced on Su Xiaolu's face after saying that. What's wrong? Li Lingfeng asked curiously. Su Xiaolu held her chin with both hands and sighed. In the past, I wanted to find one with good conditions, but now that I have the conditions, how come it's so hard to find one that I can talk to? Li Lingfeng laughed a little, picked up that Hong Kong-style milk tea and drank a mouthful. Just like that unique bitterness of life. Su Xiaolu looked at Li Lingfeng. What are you laughing at? By the time you learn to cherish something, it's long gone, so it's only regret that makes it memorable. Su Xiaolu thumped. So you like your current girlfriend a lot? I'm very flamboyant. Su Xiaolu white eyes Li Lingfeng. Enough to know. Wedding wine that will. Please your ex-girlfriend two surroundings cannot sit. No. By philandering I mean I love every aspect of her. Su Xiaolu in her OS, if not for the fact that my mother has also talked to you, but also really believe in your evil. Knowing that Su Xiaolu was enough to not believe, Li Lingfeng smiled and continued. Have you ever tried on the footbridge? Turning back and looking down at the human world, not seeing the feeling of life's long road? That's not because you're poor. Su Xiaolu beamed. That's true too. But it's when this is so spiritually and materially barren that it's superfluous to even breathe, that a silly woman laughs and bursts into your world. Speaking of which, Li Lingfeng had a sweet smile at the corner of his mouth, a side that Su Xiaolu had not seen before. She was like a candle flame in the house, lighting up a world that belonged only to me. Xiao Charu, so what? Her poop smells good? Li Lingfeng. No, it's not. I've just got this emotion brewing. Can you be polite? Su Xiaolu blanked Li Lingfeng. Looking at you so happy. As an ex do I still have to applaud you? Okay, Okay, no more bullshit with that. I have to go out for a while. Why don't you give me a ride? Don't get ahead of yourself. You want me to buy you dinner and you want me to give you a ride. You really think I owe you? After saying that, Su Xiaolu got up and took her bag. Why are you still sitting and dawdling? Where are you going? The new company, Li Lingfeng, who got out of the car, looked at the signboard, Dongyue Human Resource Agency. Hey, that's a name that's nothing but dog food that's flat. If I were to name it, it would be East Moon Dickhead HR Agency. It's so dominant and powerful that it can hold down the fort wherever it goes. Entering inside and seeing Lin Sudong busy as a dog, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but frown. How come you don't even have a receptionist here? Just starting out. You think it's not the boss employee on the side. Lin Sudong Dao. You can't get big by doing everything yourself. The owner's position is to consolidate resources for his own use. That's easy for you to say. Why don't you see yourself soaring? That is the unity of knowledge and action is not in place. Someday like Mr. Wang Yangming that the dragon field enlightenment from the rich is not far away. You just blow it. Lin Sudong even despised a glance. Newly opened. How's the war record? Li Lingfeng asked. It's not bad. Thanks to Sister Moon's blessing. I've hooked up with an electronics processing factory that wants 200 temporary workers. How much is the offer for a clock? The manufacturer gives a price of $28 a bell. And this side gives up to $23 a bell for temps. That's making a $5 difference. Li Lingfeng roughly calculated that 200 people counted 8 clocks a day. Nima can make 8,000 a day? And deduct insurance and all that. Brother, Lin Sudo said. I said that year you introduced me into the factory is not also 8 the difference in price. Just to say that the wages are so low? Lin Sudong white eyes Li Lingfeng. You girl do not mention okay. Every time into the factory less than 3 days to run away. Just to you to compensate for the breach of contract I have advanced how much? Is it bleh? Li Lingfeng dug his nose and flicked his booger into a corner. You only care about your own dashing and don't care about your brother's deaths. Li Lingfeng scratched his head. That's not the way to put it. Wasn't it me who set up the line for you to get into that HR company back then? That, or eat my 500 referral fee kickback. Li Lingfeng. Without further ado, first order of business. No celebration tonight? I was just about to call you to come over to my place tonight to cook and eat when you came over. Speaking of this, Li Lingfeng suddenly remembered the purpose of this trip. Right. You help me find an assistant. Just know how to use the computer. It's mainly about entering the system and organizing the information. Alright, let you know when there's a suitable one. Lin Sudong returned. Go grocery shopping with me? At the food market, Lin Sudong was carrying large and small bags of things. Almost there? Go back. Li Lingfeng frowned. You didn't even order hard food here? So it came to the seafood stall that Lin Odong had been circling around and couldn't even pull. Boss, how do you sell this little green dragon? 150 a pair, both alive and well. You see, the owner fishes them up. Tonight it's just you, me, Zhao Yu and Han Shuiying 4 people right? Li Lingfeng turned around and asked. Lin Xiandong nodded. Boss, give me 5 of them, 1 for each of me, and a pair for me. Lin Sudong, what are you waiting for? Go pay the bill. Quick. Boss, how do you sell this flower crab? Boss, how much do you charge for a caddy of these flower snails? When I'm done, I pass by a famous beef ball store. Boss, a caddy of beef balls, KJ sack. Cheaper. Turn around. Hey, where's Lin Ojidong? In the evening, the 4 sat around the table and raised their glasses high. To the future. Laughter fills the tiny rental room, as much as humanly possible. Outside the house, the bright moon was high in the sky, and the evening breeze brushed through the lights of all the houses. At this moment, the wind and the moon share the joy. The unsleeping Gu got up in the middle of the night and came to the living room, opened the bottle of wine and poured a glass of wine. A frown tightened his brow after a mouthful, and a low gasp from the next door gushed out. More uptight than this hookah. Your brother Lin Odong cooked quite a sumptuous meal tonight, Han Shuiying said. He's making 8,000 a day now. Can he not be rich? Han Shuiying nodded. That's true. I can't imagine that Sister Yu was so fierce right out of the gate, coming straight to a big order. That Lin Odong kid has picked up a treasure. Li Lingfeng exhaled a mouthful of clouds. People that's called running in both directions. How come Sister Yu didn't pick up the treasure? Your brother Lin Sudong isn't bad either. Li Lingfeng extinguished the cigarette in his hand. That thing is harmful to health. Smoking it is purely to contribute to the construction of national defense. Let me ask you putting aside looks and body, what kind of girls do you boys like? Han Shuiying asked. Li Lingfeng frowned. These 2 points I can't throw away. Han Shuiying, why are you sleeping in there? Why would a girl like you, who is both at the same time, put aside her own strengths? Early in the morning, the alarm of the cell phone rang over and over again. And finally it was the call from the lobby manager that woke up Li Lingfeng. Hey, Windy, where are you? There's another client looking for you, designated as another one of those self-billed home loan customers. You tell him to wait a bit, I'm meeting a client outside, I'll be back later. That's fine. You don't roll over and fall asleep, haha, the lobby manager reminded Li Lingfeng. The old man said he was meeting a client. Meeting a client, got up, washed up, and had a breakfast, and dawdled over to the branch. As soon as he entered the door, the lobby manager who saw Li Lingfeng's figure was busy walking up. Brother Feng, why are you just coming? People have been waiting in the VIP reception room for almost an hour. Li Lingfeng nodded. Okay, got it. Turning to the reception room, I saw a young man sitting in it, his suit straightened, a successful man. Li Lingfeng knocked politely on the door. You're looking for me? The young man looked up at Li Lingfeng, then busied himself by getting up. Your manager Li Lingfeng Li? Li Lingfeng nodded. What is your name? Coming to the sofa, the two of them sat down, and the young man handed Li Lingfeng a business card of one. General Manager of Tongchang Loan, Chen Ziho. Li Lingfeng read. So it's General Manager Chen. What is it that you are looking for me for? Chen Ziho smiled. It's like this. I heard that our agricultural and commercial bank started to pilot the credit business in the area of self-built houses. I want to see if I can seek some cooperation in business. Look, I know a drink store that's not bad. Why don't we go out and talk? Then said, Boba Drinks. Li Lingfeng looked at the front desk cashier's lowered head not to see the tip of her toes. Boss lady. Well, it is good. Ordered 2 cups of QQ and a good tabapoof tea. 2 people choose to a window seat. That's right, Manager Li. Our company also has such a group of self-billed home loan customers on hand right now. There's no problem if the conditions are met and the quality is okay. Li Lingfeng said back. Chen Ziho smiled in a darkly meaningful way. This condition and quality, what it takes we can fulfill too. Li Lingfeng frowned lightly. How did this not sound like that? A fine taste. Woke up the water. Li Lingfeng looked at Chen Ziho. UTM should not mean to do false information, right? At this point Chen Ziho held out 5 fingers. We can give up to this number of points. Li Lingfeng smiled disdainfully. You couldn't do it even if you doubled it for me. How silly is this exhaustive approach, where platforms and individuals are symbiotic and mutually beneficial? Would I betray the farmers and merchants bank for a few taels of silver? It's a fool's errand. You're underestimating me. Li, I read the spring and autumn annals. We can still talk about the points, as long as Manager Li is interested. Chen Ziho hurriedly redeemed himself. Come on, we have nothing to talk about. The paths are different. Li Lingfeng refused, pulling out $20 in cash from his pocket. This is my milk tea money. Don't look for that $2. After saying that, he got up to leave, passing by the cash register, his eyes unconsciously looking at it a couple more times. This milk tea store. I made a note. Before he returned to the branch, Lin Sudong called and said he had found someone. Just that assistant. You have opened your own new company. Efficiency is not the same. That year to find a job for me. Do not see you so fast. How can you satisfy your clients if you don't have the right service? Come over later and remember to pay the agency fee. A month's salary. Half for you and half for him. Li Lingfeng. You're doing business with a brother? Hang up the phone. Li Lingfeng is worried about how to go over it. The car took to repair. Called the drop slightly expensive. Thinking about it, I eventually got on a bus. Wearing a Patagonia hand, driving a Land Rover, with a super wow body and a short skirt girlfriend in the passenger seat, and then a smooth hand on those white legs at the red light. This life. TM's Li Lingfeng looked down from the number 8 bus. It was hard to swing by Lin Sudong's new company, and when I entered, I saw a man in his 40s sitting on the sidelines. I guess it's another uncle who came over to work in the factory. Li Lingfeng came to Lin Sudong and knocked on the table. Where's the person you found for me? Nah. Lin Sudong looked up at that uncle. Li Lingfeng looked over with a face of disbelief, and said with a frown on his face, Are you misunderstanding my words in some way? Lin Sudong was puzzled. Didn't you say to find someone who knows how to use a computer? A man will do? So uncle knows how to use a computer? 80 words per minute. Absolutely qualified. Lin Sudong returned. Li Lingfeng sucked in a breath of air. Nima really low-end enterprises can only provide low-end services. But right now there was an urgent need for someone to record information. So Li Lingfeng came to the man with a stiff upper lip. Uncle, what's your name? Fang Jimian. The man extended his hand. Li Lingfeng shook hands with him. Do you mind if I call you Uncle Fang? Don't mind. I'd like you to call me Fang if you can. It seems less old-fashioned. Li Lingfeng nodded. Can you show me some of your resume? Fang opened his briefcase and took his resume out and handed it to Li Lingfeng with both hands. Li Lingfeng also received it with both hands and looked down with curiosity. Fang Jimian's temperament doesn't look like a factory worker. It's a shock not to see that he was a college student 20 years ago. Although I didn't want to recruit Zero Ling Admiral Ding Daorong, I didn't think about Wulong either. You know, the gold content of college students 20 years ago is not something that can be compared to the crappy streets of today. At that time, many of them were still assigned jobs, and they are basically the mainstay of society now. So how could they be reduced to looking for a job? Li Lingfeng then went on to read. This Fong Jinian graduated from the university, but also entered the civil service system. Surprised to look up at Fong Jinian. This to do it by heart. Good are able to mix a division level above it. No matter what. It's also a deputy section level. So even if you stay in the section for the rest of your life, it's still better than coming out to look for a job now. Li Lingfeng for Fong Jinian feel pity. So a good life froze to go waste. So he patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't regret your former self. At that time he, standing alone at the intersection, was also confused. Fong Jinian nodded inside. Yes, with my mind and experience at that time, if I were to choose again I would be like this. Okay, you this person I want to set. In the future follow me, although I cannot guarantee that you are rich and famous, but at least will not let you starve. Li Lingfeng cheered it up and then asked, by the way, where did you go after you got out of the civil service system? Come out to the sea to do business. Fong Jinian replied with a smile. Winning and losing is a common thing. Han Gaozu Lubang only started his business when he was more than 40 years old. There are plenty of opportunities. Don't be discouraged. Fong Jinian yo-yoed her head. No, I'm quite successful in business and made $100 million. Li Lingfeng raised his head. His hand holding the resume stopped in midair, and he looked at Fong Jinian. Uncertainly, he asked, are you losing money back here? Why else would you be out looking for a job? Fong Jinian a relaxed face. No, in the 08 bull market that will. I invested in stocks high out of the money. Will be 100 million funds rolled over to more than 300 million. No. Li Lingfeng's eyebrows twisted into a rope. Our temple is small. Why don't you find another place? Aren't you recruiting? Fong Jinian asked with a puzzled expression. It's recruiting, but I can't afford you either. Li Lingfeng helplessly said back. Fong Jinian nodded. How much did you originally plan to drive a month? Li Lingfeng, 5,000. Would you look at that? In this case, I don't want to be paid every month. Is it okay if this job is given to me? Fong Jinian offered. Lin Odong, who was busy in the back, looked over. Did I just hear something wrong? No, you have this family money. Can't you live well? Go out more if you have nothing to do, Li Lingfeng advised. I have. Having traveled to all 233 countries and territories around the world over the years. Li Lingfeng. So you're as close to outer space as you've ever been? Now just wait for Musk's Mars immigration program to succeed. I hope I can visit that Mars in my lifetime, Fong Jinian said. Li Lingfeng was actually speechless for a moment. Why did you choose my site for so many jobs? I don't know. Maybe it's more compatible with your magnetic field. It's comforting to look at you. Besides, do you need a reason to do something? Yeah, need a reason? Need? In the end, Li Lingfeng still accepted Fong Jinian. After all, a laborer who doesn't want money. TM where to find? Leading Fong Jinian out of Lin Sudon's agency. Lin Sudon looked up and shouted. You haven't paid the agency fee yet? Brother Fong said he doesn't want a salary, which means he doesn't have to pay your agency fee. Li Lingfeng walked out the door without looking back. Lin Sudong? After reacting, he was busy chasing after them. I can do it here without wages. I just happen to be short of people. The two ignored it and walked a distance. Li Lingfeng turned back. My car broke down. I'll have to take public transportation later. Fong Jinian, no need. I have a car. Li Lingfeng lowered his head and smiled. How can that be a good idea? Not to use the salary but also you to pace the fuel cost. Where is your car? For someone with this kind of family background, the car is either a Maybach or a Ferrari, right? Haven't been in a luxury car yet. Thinking about it was exciting. Li Lingfeng couldn't wait to look at Fong Jinian. It's right over there. Fong Jinian pressed the car key, and the taillights of the Fido boy not far away flashed twice. Li Lingfeng looked over. Or the kind that was older. The vehicle was traveling at a speed of 60, and Li Lingfeng looked at the interior of the car that was about to lose its paint. Are you trying to ask if I'm so rich that I still drive this car? Fong Jinian laughed. Li Lingfeng, I don't want to. No, you want to. Then if you don't mind, you can tell me about it. Li Lingfeng said. Who says that being rich means you have to drive a luxury car? Is there an inevitable connection? Fong Jinian asked rhetorically. Lingfeng Li, I told you I didn't want to ask. Where are we going now? Fong Jinian asked. Li Lingfeng took out his cell phone and opened the navigation to search for an address. Let's go here. Fong Jinian looked at it. I'm familiar with this place. You turn off the navigation. It's not useful. Li Lingfeng retrieved his own cell phone. Can we hurry up? This road has no speed limit of 60. Fong Jimian smiled unhurriedly. Life is but 100 years in a hurry. Why do you step on the gas so fast? Come on. You can drive however you want. You will eventually get to your destination anyway. Li Lingfeng simply leaned back and closed his eyes to rest. More than half an hour later, Li Lingfeng opened his eyes. At this time the car had already driven into an alley inside. Are we getting there? Li Lingfeng asked with a yawn. I'm not sure exactly. I've been around here a couple times now and haven't gotten out. Why don't you turn on the navigation again and take a look? So Li Lingfeng took out his cell phone and navigated the address he had entered before. Nima's blood pressure barely came up. 17 kilometers before I left. 38 kilometers after more than half a minute. Fong Jimian glanced at it. It's yawed a little bit. It's fine, I'll correct it here. You put your cell phone on it. Luckily, life is 100 years long, or else you wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of consumption. The road was a little farther, but eventually arrived at the destination. Li Lingfeng contacted the loan customers to collect information to do due diligence. Manager Li, hello, been waiting for you for a long time. Oncoming a young man in his early 30s waved and greeted. Is a few days ago Huang Tianza pulled the dozen or so self-build housing loan customers in one. Hello, Mr. He, Li Lingfeng politely returned. Are all those loan application documents ready? It's ready, just waiting for you to come over. Mr. He said. Sit inside. On the first floor he opened his own convenience store. Mr. He made a pot of tea to entertain and then went inside to bring a bunch of information. It's all here. You guys see. Li Lingfeng picked it up and roughly flipped through it. There's a lot of information, so I'll have to go back and scrutinize it, especially the rent accounts and receipts, which are a thick pile. Mind showing me? Fong Jimian asked. Li Lingfeng smiled. How can it be inconvenient? Later to go back but also want you to slowly nucleate it little by little. Fong Jimian took it over and flipped through the pages. His fingers clicked a few times like a fortune teller, and frowned. You're not getting the data right. Cross-validation doesn't work. Yes? Mr. Ho brought it over and looked at it. Oh, these 2 pages of rent receipts are from my brother's set. Clipped in. Li Lingfeng twisted his head and looked at Fong Jimian with wide eyes. After collecting the information of 3 self-build home loan customers in a row, Li Lingfeng saw that the time was almost up. It's time to get off work, and a minute longer is disrespectful to the paycheck. In the car, Li Lingfeng, who had fastened his seatbelt, turned his head to look at Fong Jimian. Do you need to navigate back to the branch? Fong Jimian pondered for a moment. Theoretically speaking it is not necessary. What about practically? Li Lingfeng asked. Fong Jimian contemplated for a moment longer. Well, you might as well navigate then. Li Lingfeng immediately opened his cell phone navigation, not wanting to delay a moment more, lest Fong Jimian regret it. Then wanted to find a conspicuous place to put it. You also do not have a cell phone holder in this car, how inconvenient. Someday I will send you a. Fong Jimian shook his head and busily refused. No, I don't need anything extra. Li Lingfeng looked up at the Hello Kitty hanging below the rearview mirror. When we get back to the branch later, you can go back first. I'll take the information back to the branch, Li Lingfeng said. No, I'd like to stay at the branch and organize the information. Li Lingfeng once again looked at Fong Jimian. Who doesn't need to be paid for his labor and still fights so hard? Don't you have a home? Don't you have to go back to your wife and children? Fong Jimian still maintained his calm 60 speed. Didn't you see that I wrote unmarried on my resume? So undisciplined? Li Lingfeng frowned. All this age, but still learn from others' wave. Not married and have children. What will you do in the future when you are old? Live in a nursing home when you're old. Fong Jimian answered with exceptional ease. Living in a nursing home? When other people's children come to visit and you don't. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Fong Jimian's head tilted slightly to one side. This should be me laughing at them. Having children and still living in a nursing home. Li Lingfeng lowered his head to think about it. It seems to be so a little bit reasonable. People always have to be trapped by one thing, either a woman or a house, or else stocks. Fong Jimian shook his head and glanced at Li Lingfeng with a look of disdain, as if the king's contempt. It was a long time before he spoke. Marriage is a bond between 2 people. Is rationality telling me that one person is bad? Your life, you make the decision. Love it. Li Lingfeng is lazy to compete. Returning to the branch, parked that Fido boy in the parking space in front of the door. Li Lingfeng led Fong Jimian into the branch. He bumped into Luo Xing, who happened to be off duty, and looked at the 2. Who is this? The assistant I recruited. I did mention it to you last time, Li Lingfeng explained. Fong Jimian. Oh, nodded Luo Xing with a few questions. Can't you find a younger one? Get an uncle back. I'm in a nursing home at my branch. On second thought, it seems that the bank does not have to spend money. Oh. After Luo Xing left, Fong Jimian's expression was a hint of gravity. Li Lingfeng, what's wrong? I see that Luo Xingxian Tang is black. I'm afraid it's not advisable to go out today. Feng Jimian returned. Li Lingfeng was very curious. You still have research on feng shui fortune telling? Feng Jimian shook his head. That thing is too metaphysical. I judged it based on the essence Luo Xing displayed. Li Lingfeng whitened his eyes. Feng Jimian. You just blindly a few guesses. This seat is mine. You can sit here when you work overtime to straighten out the data. The computer doesn't have a password. It's just slow. Words just finished, only to hear the door of the branch bang sound. Luo line out of the car to check. The old Citroën Tail Pro on the guardrail. Exasperated, Luo Xing kicked the wheel. Sooner or later, I'll have to replace you. Li Lingfeng, who came to the door and watched all this, looked back at Feng Jimian who was working overtime with his head buried inside. At this time the cell phone message sounded. It was from Han Shuiying. Open it. I'm not cooking tonight. Pack me a conch chowder, right? Li Lingfeng frowned at that thing. Can it be replaced with something else? No. I just want to eat conch chowder. Come on. You can satisfy me once. Okay. I'm going to pack it. But the word is out. You stand on the balcony and eat it. Li Lingfeng, you've gone too far. I just remembered. There are still clothes drying on the balcony. Why don't you squat inside the toilet? No. I'm going to eat with you. Ha! I can't do it. Li Lingfeng returned with a bitter face. Be obedient. Tonight sis will let you experience what it means for a king to never have a morning court. Li Lingfeng. After going inside and greeting Feng Jimian, Li Lingfeng prepared to leave work. Do you want to drive my car back? I can do without. Feng Jimian looked up and reminded. No, I always feel like your Hello Kitty is laughing at me. Leaving the branch, Li Lingfeng took the bus to South 2nd Road, where a conch lion powder is super authentic. Old cousin, pack me a conch lion noodle. Before entering the store Li Lingfeng twisted the tissue paper into strips to stuff his nose. Haven't seen you in a while, pretty boy, the older cousin greeted. By the way, my cousin asked when you're free. When I have time, I work all day long to earn a living. Like a dog. The old cousin smiled. Gripe. Who in our miles around doesn't know your Li Lingfeng's reputation? My cousin said that she saved enough money. Li Lingfeng's eyes lit up, but thinking about that 150 height with 160 weight, he chose to live decently. After packing the conch chowder, Li Lingfeng passed by a convenience store, so he went in to buy 2 bottles of chilled old Qingdao. In front of the store, the clamor caught Li Lingfeng's attention. It was a few huddled laborers, struggling to slap cards together, and the CBA League was playing on the television overhead. A glass of hookah and a deck of cards. That's the cheapest binge for the underclass. Li Lingfeng smiled. Boss, get me 2 packs of salted and dried peanuts for them. Count them all together as mine. If I'm on the street one day, remember to give me a cigarette. Stranger. Hey, where are you? Why aren't you back yet? Han Shuiying curiously prodded on the phone. I'm still on the bus. I've missed my stop, and the driver is driving old and slow. Han Shuiying frowned. Sitting through the station you will not get off in time to transfer up. The old lady's stomach is almost hungry. Then why don't you hurry up and get off the train and change? Han Shuiying reminded. I can't. Why? There's an older woman in the car who's on the phone with whoever is directing the scene to catch the rape. And it's not just me. The whole car hasn't gotten off yet. What business is it of yours if people catch adultery? So gossipy. This is not a big group of people to discuss to give out the opinion. First of all, is to the wonderful part. Go back to tell you again. As soon as Han Shuiying got up, she excitedly said, don't hang up. Where are you guys? I'll go over there too. After hanging up the phone, I heard the crowd saying, block the door. Hurry up and block the door first. Li Lingfeng fought to set aside the crowd. I have experience in this matter. Let me do it. All the way to the bus terminal. The crowd has been reluctant to get off the bus scattered away. Li Lingfeng looked up and looked around. This fucking is in which corner of the nook and cranny of the remote place. Even a street lamp did not have. After a short walk, there are basically self-built house buildings and few properties. The dimly lit street was illuminated by the faint light bulb in front of each self-built house. Come in and play, pretty boy. Li Lingfeng raised his head and looked with a very critical gaze at the heavily made-up big sister in her 40s who was following him. When a man stands between heaven and earth, he should cultivate the righteousness of heaven and earth, and do bright and upright things. Can I do such a degrading thing? Turning her head, a tall, fair-skinned woman in her early 20s came into view. Especially those blue eyes, as if they hid a mystery for people to explore. How much does it cost for one night? Li Lingfeng couldn't help but ask. Guliang, how much does it cost a night? The woman looked at Li Lingfeng in surprise, and only after a long time did she come to her senses. Old lady TM is not for sale. At that moment, a man with 8-pack abs stepped out behind him, his gaze looking towards Li Lingfeng. Vaguely feel wrong Li Lingfeng. The first time to turn around and run. This situation does not run waiting to talk to someone about ideals. The man behind him reacted by grabbing a nearby stick in his hand and chasing after him. Good thing that this thing Li Lingfeng also has experience. Used to run a lot. There are still 2 efforts. Seeing that the man couldn't catch up with him, Li Lingfeng looked back. Hey, you can't catch up with me. Ha ha. Turning around and throwing his hands, the bag of packaged conch fritters fell to the ground through a hole. Stunned, he looked at the spilled half bowl of conch lion powder, then looked up at the man chasing after him and remembered Han Shuiying. Li Lingfeng eventually risked his life to snatch back the remaining half bowl of conch lion powder. It wasn't until he ran a safe distance away that Li Lingfeng called for a car to go back to his place. TM charged $87 for the ride, dozens of times the cost of that $2 bus fare. Residence. In the end, did that big sister succeed in catching the adulterer? Han Shuiying, who was eating the conch lion powder, prodded the question. Li Lingfeng, whose 2 nostrils were stuffed with strips of tissue paper, looked at Han Shuiying smugly. Of course catching the adulterer was successful. When we people in this car ate for nothing Humph. I told you not to hang up. I'm going over there too. And you're still hanging up, Han Shuiying said angrily. How do you make it in time for that kind of emergency? Li Lingfeng explained. That too. Han Shuiying nodded and turned her head to continue eating the conch lion noodles. Why does it feel like this conch lion noodles are a bit scarce today? Li Lingfeng looked sheepishly. Really? Maybe the boss cut corners? And this packing box too. How it deflated one side of the bottom, as if it had been dropped. Is that so? Then next time I'll never pack at his store again. It's not like that's necessary. After eating so many, it's his store that feels the most authentic. Han Shuiying, who had finished eating, hurriedly packed up. By the way, I had a dream last night that felt so mysterious. Han Shuiying got up and took the conch lion powder away. Yeah? Where is the mystery? Tell me. Li Lingfeng vigorously fanned the surrounding air to make the smelly mitt faster. Han Shuiying, who came back from rinsing her mouth. I can't tell you how that feels. Li Lingfeng nodded. Can understand. Understand? Han Shuiying glanced at Li Lingfeng curiously. You've had such dreams too? Huh? Yeah, it's really quite mysterious. Li Lingfeng said back. Han Shuiying, who had become interested, sat in Li Lingfeng's arms and looked at him. Then tell me about it. Li Lingfeng fought back. Just that time in college, I dreamed of a child. Han Shuiying couldn't help but tremble in her heart when she heard the word child. Then she lowered her head with a red face. Is this a reminder to give him a monkey? The kid kept saying to me, Dad, help me, and then what? I wondered how to save it. And he said, if someone borrows money from you should never borrow it. Did someone really borrow money from you? Han Shuiying's eyes widened. Li Lingfeng nodded. The next day, one of my brothers called me and said that he borrowed $2,000 from me to give his girlfriend an abortion. You say, isn't this amazing? After saying that, Li Lingfeng looked down at Han Shuiying. Han Shuiying was still reeling. So whose baby is this anyway? Li Lingfeng, rushing to get up. Oops, my beard seems to be getting a bit long. I forgot to shave this morning. Wait, Han Shuiying shouted, thinking that she was going to continue to delve deeper. Who knew that she then sheepishly said, I'm going to shave too. Li Lingfeng glanced at Han Shuiying, his gaze unconsciously shifting downward. I'll get the razor. Good times always pass easily, which reminded Li Lingfeng of what his former language teacher had taught him. Time flies like an arrow. Early in the morning, Li Lingfeng came to the branch and came in to see Fang Jinyan sitting in his seat. Walking over to me, he asked, how did you do on yesterday's information? Done. This morning I gave check again. You see under there is right? After saying this, Fang Jinyan took the information to Li Lingfeng. Surprised Li Lingfeng received the information. Cannot help but wonder, 3 loan information you do it in one night, and still a novice? Turned over to take a closer look. Neat and tidy. Li Lingfeng brow a wrinkle. To know that on the Huang Tianza that their own are engaged in a few days. It doesn't seem unreasonable that people can make hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay, so I'll teach you to record the loan system today, and then I'll record all of this later to run the batch. As he spoke, Luo Xing also walked in. Yes, that's right. Help me see which model is better, economical and affordable. Li Lingfeng perked up his ears and listened. This Luo Xing is ready to change his car. Thinking of Co Halu. Isn't this business? So Li Lingfeng said to Brother Sin behind him, Brother Sin, teach Brother Fong to record the loan system. I have something to find Luo Xing. As a veteran bull of the branch, Sam naturally couldn't be happier. Luo Xing had just entered the office with his front foot, and Li Lingfeng followed him in with his back foot, turning around and almost not scaring Luo Xing to death. And what do you boys want with me? Next time can you knock first? Li Lingfeng came to the sofa and started to make tea. I heard you're getting ready to change your car. Ha! Luo Xing put down his briefcase and came to sit in the seat next to Li Lingfeng. Yes, it's time for my old buddy to retire. Li Lingfeng made a pot of tea at fire speed and poured a cup for Luo Xing. It just so happens that I have a friend who sells cars. I can introduce you to them. Luo Xing picked up his teacup and became interested. Yo, is that so? So you should be able to give a lot of discounts, right? That's natural. Just my car. Give cheap tens of thousands of dollars. Luo Xing's face is shocked. Go, take a look then? The two of them shot the finalization and went out the door. On the way out Luo Xing asked, what brand of car does your friend sell? Mercedes. It definitely fits your status. Hearing this, the smile at the corner of Luo Xing's mouth was so natural. Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Hearing that Li Lingfeng is going to bring a potential customer over, Su Xiaolu was a little surprised and greeted him at the door early. When she saw the two men coming down from that old Citroën, Su Xiaolu couldn't help but frown, sure this was coming over to buy a Mercedes. If it wasn't for the name of a bank president, Su Xiaolu wouldn't even bother to look at this greasy man with a straight face. Luo Xing's performance is also really obscene. From the meeting to the showroom, his eyes have not moved away from Su Xiaolu. In the A-class car exhibition area, Luo Xing strolled over and over again, looking closely at the configuration of each model. The most important thing is the price. Look at it. Will turn around and ask Su Xiaolu a sentence. Do you price discount? Discount how much? After answering more, Su Xiaolu chose to remain silent. So Luo Xing turned to Li Lingfeng and asked, what do you think of this Class A? I feel it's quite affordable. Li Lingfeng couldn't help but laugh. Luo Xing, do you want to have an inferiority complex while owning a Mercedes? If you drive this car on the road, the Camry won't even let you. Luo Xing looked down and thought for a moment. It seemed to make so much sense. Why don't we take a look at the C-Class? Li Lingfeng frowned. An employee of mine is driving an E-Class. Is your line manager worse than me? The provoked Luo Xing was just about to say that he would then go to the E-Class to take a look. But on second thought, he immediately woke up the water. Look at Li Lingfeng with a very defensive gaze. Well, you kid is afraid that you are here to sell cars for your friends, right? Sure enough, fortresses are breached from within. U-250. Li Lingfeng glanced at Luo Xing's witty little eyes, so adding more fuel to the fire. You know, Tan Bank of the South Side branch just traded in a 7 Series 2 days ago. Luo Xing cackled after hearing this, remembering his title as a 10,000-year-old dick, and his eyes showed a fierce light. Since ancient times, losing is not losing. His mother's performance can't beat you. The number of second wives can't beat you. Does the car still have to lose to you? Next to her, Su Xiaolu, who would get the idea, immediately added in. Yes, a successful person like you with such a temperament and poise should be matched with a better one. Luo Xing took a look around and said with a furious haircut of bravado, let's go. Let's go to the S-Class car exhibition area and take a look. Ended up settling on a black S400 that landed in the early $900,000 range. Luo Xing looked at the quotation and looked up to Su Xiaolu. Can you give a discounted price this time? Su Xiaolu revealed a smile that was very intoxicating. Of course, I'll go in and fight for it with the manager. Wait a moment. So she turned and went into the inner office, took a sip of water and touched up her makeup in the meantime, and walked out when it was about time. My manager said he could give up to 95% off, which is tens of thousands of dollars cheaper. Luo Xing's eyes narrowed into a line. No way. I'm buying you a $900,000 car only to give me this much of a discount? Su Xiaolu smiled. Of course it's more than that. We're additionally giving you another month of Black Diamond membership to Violet Spa. Finished. Taking a slight step forward. You can go anytime. With excited hearts and trembling hands, Rocky Rowe paid 70% in one fell swoop, leaving 30% for the mortgage. It was only then that Li Lingfeng was surprised to find that Luo Xing, the old fox, was so rich. During the period of waiting for Luo Xing to do the formalities, Li Lingfeng turned his head to look at a woman outside the door and asked, is that your coworker? He's been on the phone since he came in. Su Xiaolu followed and looked. It's not last night went out with friends to drink tea. The bottoms disappeared, and was explaining it to her boyfriend. Li Lingfeng, by the way, did me a big favor? I'll buy you dinner later. Li Lingfeng looked at Su Xiaolu. Will you lose your bottoms after eating? Are you fucking serious? I'm serious with you. Su Xiaolu whitened her eyes at Li Lingfeng. No, I have to go to a loan client later to collect information for a survey. Su Xiaolu looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. This is not like your style. Sure not to go. Li Lingfeng shook his head. Really not going. Alright then, a waste of 2 vouchers from my Violet Spa. Su Xiaolu sighed. That, I've recruited a new assistant. He'll just go. Su Xiaolu lowered her head and smiled. Alright, you sit in the waiting area for a while. I'll come over to you after I'm done. You still haven't told me what the Violet Spa is for, have you? You'll know when you go. A man's paradise. Su Xiaolu waved her hand and didn't turn around. Returning to the branch after a comfortable afternoon, the hard-working and capable Fong Jimian had already finished the due diligence of 2 nearby loan customers, gathered and organized the loan approval information and recorded it in the loan system as well. Li Lingfeng patted Fong Jimian's shoulder. Okay brother Fong, let's go. Take you out for a drink and a treat. Fong Jimian looked up at Li Lingfeng and shook his head. I only drink the source of life. Li Lingfeng was very curious. That's cold white wine. Li Lingfeng, surprised face. Then you might as well just drink fresh water. More of a life source. Science tells us that fresh water contains a number of microorganisms, some of which are harmful to the human body and should not be consumed directly. Fong Jimian explained to Li Lingfeng in a serious manner. So stop. You know how villains usually die? Fong Jimian pondered for a moment. It's because of doing something that violates moral justice. Wrong. Villains die from talking too much. Eventually, the two arrived at the boba drink store and looked down at the owner's wife, who was not seeing her toes. Feeling anything? Fong Jimian couldn't make sense of it. I have a feeling that a gust of wind just blew by. Li Lingfeng looked back at the innocent Fong Jimian. Okay, you sit here and wait for me. I'm going to sell milk tea. Came to the front desk and stared at the button that was about to burst. Give me 2 cups of QQ and a good Tabapoof tea. Yes sir. Do you have a membership to our store? The sweet Taipei tones interrupted Li Lingfeng's gaze, and he looked up at the boss's wife. No, is there any use for membership? It's like this. Members get points for spending $1 to a point. Li Lingfeng nodded. Oh, are the points of any use then? Or can they be exchanged for anything? The owner's wife shook her head sweetly. No. Oh sir. Li Lingfeng took a deep breath. How can you say chutzpah in such a refreshing way? But you can buy me dinner when you fill one. 000 points. The boss's wife added. It's a loss any way you count it. Li Lingfeng shook his head. Do you know how I met my first love? The boss's wife became interested when she heard the topic. How do you know each other? That's a senior sister 2 years older. I confessed my love to her and she said you don't take the piss out of yourself. So what? You actually peed? Li Lingfeng nodded. I just took off my pants and she said she could try again. The boss's wife's eyes widened and her eyes unconsciously shifted downward. After 50 or so minutes, Li Lingfeng returned to his seat with 2 cups of milk tea. The boss's wife invited us to drink it. The boss's wife's heart is really kind. By the way, how did you guys go inside the store when you were just chatting? Fong Jimian asked curiously. Li Lingfeng choked at the sudden questioning. Helped the boss's wife to pass the drain. Fong Jimian, I know this job too. How do you say? Our perceptions are not in the same direction. In the next 2 days, Li Lingfeng and Fong Jimian finished exhausting the remaining self-billed home loan customers. The approvals were also quite smooth, with all 15 of the 16 loans approved except for one that had questionable qualifications and was not approved. The combined loans amounted to $32 million and made a name for themselves in the community. At Huang Tianzi's residence, the heavy environmental bag was placed in front of Li Lingfeng's heel. Manager Li, 320,000. Count it. Li Lingfeng picked up a small sip of the finest pu'er tea. How much is how much, Mr. Huang says? Is it hard to have no trust at all in this kind of establishment of a long-term relationship? Ha ha, Mr. Huang laughed with satisfaction. There's one more thing I want to give to Manager Li. Li Lingfeng's eyes moved slightly. Yo, is this preparing to send me some good tea and wine? Only to see Huang Tianzi take out a box-shaped thing, came to the front and lowered his voice. Top quality new goods. Absolutely beautiful. Li Lingfeng took a look. Almost did not vomit blood. Is not just a box of insurance clothing? Upon further inspection. No, it's an upgraded version of the Wolfsbane battlesuit. Li Lingfeng took a deep breath and looked up at Huang Tianzi, and from his eyes, it was as if he had seen efficacy. No, Li Lingfeng eyebrow a wrinkle. You girl always send me these strange things do? That silicone simulated beauty from last time is still dusty in the cabinet. What's wrong? Is Manager Li not liking it? A puzzled Huang Tianzi asked. Li Lingfeng smiled. Mr. Huang, this recycling and wholesale of adult products, which one is your main business? Huang Tianzi sat down and refilled Li Lingfeng's tea. Which one makes money, which one is my main business? Li Lingfeng looked at Huang Tianzi and nodded. I like to be friends with people like you. You know what? Huang Tianzi looked at Li Lingfeng smugly. I put in half of the adult stores in RP district. I can't see it. Li Lingfeng smiled. No wonder he gave me all these. I'm afraid that it's not unsellable, right? Thinking of this, Li Lingfeng suspiciously looked at Huang Tianzi. It seemed to read Li Lingfeng's heart. Don't worry, Manager Li, what I give you is definitely the latest and greatest. Li Lingfeng nodded reassuringly. Okay, but I'm afraid I won't be able to use these for you, so I'll send my banker later. Huang Tianzi froze upon hearing this. You're forwarding this to your governor? Li Lingfeng nodded. Yeah, what's the problem? Huang Tianzi scratched his head. This way, I'll change it for you to go. Li Lingfeng, surprised face. Didn't you say you'd give me the latest and greatest? Coming out of Huang Tianzi's residence, it was already getting late. Li Lingfeng, who was walking on the street, suddenly heard a shout behind him. Help! Chopper! Turning back, he saw a man running up at a 100-meter sprint. Frightened Li Lingfeng busy also followed the run-up, afraid to run slowly that a knife on his body. As the two men drove side by side, the man turned his head to look at Li Lingfeng. What are you running for? Can I not run if you're talking about chopping? I'm the one who got cut. Big guy. So don't get in my way. Yeah, so why am I running? Who knows? Get out of the way. If I'm really cut up, go to your house and lay board me. Li Lingfeng hurriedly gave way, and the man disappeared in a puff of smoke. Look at this stance. It should not be once or twice. The leg strength is too much. Li Lingfeng, who hadn't yet smoothed out his breath, then saw another man with a knife catching up. Did you see anyone running past? Li Lingfeng nodded. See, where did he go? The man in front of him asked in a huff. Ran off to the left. Li Lingfeng looked at the left fork in the road. Why play so big? He screwed your wife? He fucked my old mom. The man glared. Just remembered that he ran straight through. Li Lingfeng hurriedly corrected. How can you stand this? He must be cut. Only until he also disappeared into thin air did Li Lingfeng pick up the phone to dial Luoxing. That old fox is still waiting for himself. Place of appointment. Li Lingfeng, who had arrived late, carried the bag containing 100,000 in cash to Luoxing. This one's for this round. Luoxing tried his best to suppress a smile as he glanced at the bag of cash money and hurriedly put it under his feet for fear that someone would notice. Though there was only one clerk left here besides Li Lingfeng, who was still far away at the cash register. Not ordering something to drink? Li Lingfeng asked. No, lately my stomach digestion isn't very soothing, Luoxing said as he touched his stomach. Alright, Li Lingfeng turned to the clerk and said, hello, please give me a cup of mango sago. I want one too. Luoxing followed closely and called out as well. Li Lingfeng looked back. Luoxing smiled. Sago helps with digestion. By the way, that Tan Xing you mentioned he didn't change the 7 series Li Lingfeng shook his head. Is that so? Maybe I remembered it wrong? Rockwalk. It doesn't matter if Tan Xing changes the 7 series or not. We can't lose our momentum. Li Lingfeng cheered. Luoxing laughed bitterly. Bought it all. Can it not be? Getting up. My portion of sago is packed. Seeing that Luoxing was about to leave, Li Lingfeng was busy stopping him. Right, Luoxing? There's something else for sister-in-law. Luoxing held down his old glasses. You kid is to come to things. Laughed. So polite to do what? And eat and take. What Li Lingfeng sent the wolf's tooth battlesuit that Huang Tianzi had brought there. Go back and unwrap it. It's definitely a surprise. Luoxing took the beautifully wrapped box and nodded. Okay. Tried the feel. This is not a gold bracelet or afraid of silver bracelets, right? Just tonight, the powerless Luoxing received a hard slap from his wife. Things are often not what they seem. Hey, you're not back so late. Are you catching adultery in the car again? Han Shuiying asked over the phone. Nope. Fell asleep on the bus and the driver just told me to get up. So where are you now? Li Lingfeng looked at the dark surroundings and opened the navigation to look at the location. I seem to be in D City. Han Shuiying frowned. You idiot. You couldn't have taken M497 to the terminal, could you? Li Lingfeng was slightly surprised. How did you know? That's Cross City Transit. Cross City Transit. What about now? Li Lingfeng searched the navigation. This was more than 80 kilometers away from his residence. Take a taxi back. What else can I do? Han Shuiying said. Li Lingfeng frowned. But the fare is so expensive yet. Looked at it and it's nearly $200. Han Shuiying. Li Lingfeng thought for a moment. I remember an ex-girlfriend who was also over here. And then? Han Shuiying on the other end of the phone whitened her eyes. Why don't I just go to her place and make do for one night and take the bus back tomorrow? That'll save me a fortune too. There was a pause. Do you think his husband would approve? After getting a vehement refusal from the other party, Li Lingfeng had to spend a large sum of money to call a car back to his place. The money spent on just hailing a cab these past 2 days has far exceeded the money saved by taking the bus. So it's true what they say, poor people eat expensive rice. You're back. Upon hearing Li Lingfeng's door opening sound, Han Shuiying greeted him early. Staying home alone is really boring. Are you tired? Han Shuiying took the environmental bag in Li Lingfeng's hand. What's this? Li Lingfeng smiled. You won't know if you open it up and take a look. With skepticism and curiosity, Han Shuiying slowly opened the environmental bag, almost blinding her eyes. Shocked, He looked up at Li Lingfeng. Where did you get that much cash? Second bucket of gold earned from work, Li Lingfeng said smugly, taking off his shoes and changing into a large sandal. You're not afraid of being robbed when you come back from D-City with such a bag of cash? You're silly. What era is it now? There are security camera systems everywhere. Who still uses such primitive means? They all play with high technology. High tech? Han Shuiying asked with a puzzled expression. The stock market cut leaks. There is this good money? Li Lingfeng nudged. Han Shuiying nodded her head as if she understood, followed by a pang of melancholy on her face. You said you're getting better and better now. Will you leave me someday? Why did you leave you? Li Lingfeng looked sideways. Because I haven't progressed. I've been standing still. And when we've gotten further apart, I won't be good enough for you. Li Lingfeng held Han Shuiying over in his heartache. You silly woman. All day long you even blindly think about what you eat? Han Shuiying wiped her tears. Not yet. We'll eat together when you come back. Li Lingfeng looked up at the snacks scattered on the sofa and was speechless for a moment. No one to stand with me at dusk. No one to ask me if the porridge can be warmed. There are always too many regrets in the world. May all of you meet a good man. Why don't you go ahead and take a shower? I've put your clothes in the bathroom for you, and I'll go heat up dinner so you can eat when you come out. The pressurized stream of water sprayed out of the shower and drenched the upturned face. There was nothing more comfortable after a day's labor. Li Lingfeng sprayed water and then applied the shower gel to his body. By the way, does that stuff really rejuvenate the skin? There was a knock on the door in the shower. I forgot my cell phone in there. Help me get it out so it doesn't get wet. The door is unlocked. Come in and get it yourself, Li Lingfeng said to Han Shuiying outside the door. Han Shuiying stood at the door and hesitated for a moment. Could this go in and come out again? Taking a gamble, Han Shuiying said with a crossed heart. Hey, she really bet on it. The next door watching the news broadcast Moncler outlet online once again flooded with frowns. The war in Syria on TV are not as tense and violent as this. It was night, and then Han Shuiying, after a renewal, fell into a deep sleep. In front of the bed, Li Lingfeng carefully studied the book in his hand, The Secret Book of Fierce Men. Dipping his finger in his mouth, he turned to the next page, the title of which read, The Ultimate Oeuvre of the Fierce Man. Li Lingfeng's mouth turned into a circle in shock. This nigga didn't tell me earlier. If I had known I would have practiced this Ultimate Upanishad from the start. Li Lingfeng hurriedly lifted up his 12 points of spirit to read it carefully, fearing that he might miss a word by mistake. The so-called ultimate ayahuasca means to rise out of the lower body to the spiritual realm and capture the opponent at a glance. Li Lingfeng paused. This was the Uchiha family's sharpening wheel eye? Moving on to the first realm of the ultimate Upanishad, the realm of the eye of the beholder. This is the most basic realm. As long as the growth is okay, can enter the eyes of the beauty of the power will be accomplished. This was no pressure on Li Lingfeng and was directly skimmed over. The second realm of the ultimate Upanishad, the realm of ecstasy. Imagine if Daniel Wu wrapped his arms around you and gave you a deep look. Wouldn't that be especially mesmerizing? Not knowing the West from the East. Yossi, this is the vertigo realm. Li Lingfeng nodded. At this point in time, their own charm, that is, the face value of the rightful heyday of Wu Yanzu have to avoid 3 points. So this realm is skipped. So Li Lingfeng flipped to the third realm of ultimate Upanishad, the soul regeneration realm. A single glance will hook the soul of the beauty. This is not bad. Li Lingfeng came to be interested. Although he thought that at this realm, he had already accomplished a small amount, he was still not hindered from further improvement and consolidation. So Li Lingfeng practiced according to the Gongfu phrases on it. 1 bell later, Li Lingfeng patted the sleeping Han Shuiying awake. Come on, look at my eyes. Do you feel like your soul has been hooked? Han Shuiying squinted. I see a pile of eye poop. Li Lingfeng. No, look at me seriously for a moment, Li Lingfeng said as he ruffled Han Shuiying's eyelids with his hand. Han Shuiying knocked off Li Lingfeng's hand and fell back to continue slumbering. I forgot to tell you that tomorrow is my mom's birthday. I have to go back for dinner. Hurry up and go to sleep. When Li Lingfeng heard this, his entire body froze there for a long time. Can I not go? Han Shuiying sat up with a clang. You try? Just try it, Li Lingfeng said stiffly. I'd rather starve to death at home than go to your mom's. Han Shuiying glanced at Li Lingfeng. In that case, I'll bring an executive professional outfit back. Li Lingfeng's eyes lit up. Deal. Han Shuiying gave a wink. Be obedient and rest early. You go to sleep. I'll read a little more. After Han Shuiying went to sleep again, Li Lingfeng concentrated even more on his research. Ultimate Upanishad 4th Realm, Soul Entry Realm. I understand this one. It is the kind of thing that can make you shiver just by looking at it. Li Lingfeng excited too. So it was sleepless all night. The next day Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng who had 2 dark circles under his eyes with a puzzled face. Is this from watching too many movies last night? Li Lingfeng yawned. With you around, do I still need to watch movies? You're not 100 times better than those women. That's true. Han Shuiying nodded. Hurry up and get up and brush your teeth and wash your face. We'll set off back after breakfast. Downstairs, the two men going out of the door meet the beautiful woman on the third floor just in time. Li Lingfeng instantly got up in the spirit. This is not the role of last night's cultivation is now coming. So he gathered his whole body's strength and came to a ferocious confrontation. It was just that 0.1 seconds short of the time when anti-cleaning blocked the middle of the two and came eye to eye with Li Lingfeng. 3 seconds later, the entire cleaning ant, who was down with a cold shiver, froze there. This feels like 30 years ago. This pretty boy. Frightened, Li Lingfeng hurriedly pulled up Han Shuiying's hand and ran outside. What's wrong? Han Shuiying asked in disbelief. In a hurry? You've been rushing me, haven't you? But we came down? Why are you so nagging? Are you in charge of this family or am I? Li Lingfeng begged. Han Shuiying smiled. Of course it's your call. Then why don't you get in the car? Okay, hubby. Han Shuiying kissed Li Lingfeng. Watch your seatbelt. Can I untie it after the photo point? I can't eat with it on. Rushing back to Han Shuiying's home, the door is still open to greet Han Shuiying's father. Uncle Han, you've arrived. Quick, come in. Uncle Han greeted warmly. When Li Lingfeng came in, the whole person was completely dumbfounded. The inside of the living room was filled with 7 great ants and 8 great ants. Li Lingfeng turned his head to look at Han Shuiying, his eyes asking, what's going on here? Han Shuiying eyes back, I do not know did not hand over beforehand? There is no way Li Lingfeng had to greet one by one. A circle down just that seniority title all forgotten. After scanning around the crowd, Li Lingfeng's gaze finally landed on Auntie Li, who was sitting next to Han Shuiying's mom and knocking on melon seeds. I vaguely remember that it seems to be the sister of the second great aunt of Han Shuiying's aunt's cousin's family. From the looks of his face, he doesn't seem to be a good catch. Sure enough, only to see Auntie Li poo-poo the melon and pull the plug. Ing, this is your boyfriend? Han Shuiying nodded with a trembling heart. Yes, you guys see, let's just say that he's not as tall or handsome as the guy I introduced him to. After saying that, he proceeded to kowtow a melon. Li Lingfeng slightly frowned. I have compared myself to Daniel Wu. But there are even more handsome than Daniel Wu? I'm telling you. Ing, I'll introduce you to that guy or a graduate of a major 911 school. By the way, young man, what school did you graduate from? Han Shuiying's mom, who was sitting on the side, had long since turned iron blue at this point. Hearing Auntie Li's question, Li Lingfeng's brows tightened even more. 911? University? Is this a 985 split or a 211 cheating? Auntie, are you sure the guy you introduced is a college student and not a terrorist? Li Lingfeng's words just fell. The sight of the Han Shuiying immediately put a laugh out, hurriedly biting his lips. You see, the boy has never heard of this university. That's the gap, Auntie Li said with a sense of superiority. No, you don't have to step on me even if you're praising him, do you? This is what you forced me to do. So Li Lingfeng stared into his eyes, his irresistible gaze looking straight at Auntie Li. Auntie Li, who had fought with Li Lingfeng's eyes, instantly had a cold shiver, and the acidity issued a command from her brain to quickly flow throughout her body. The whole man just froze in place, his shrill speech coming to an abrupt halt. Everyone looked at Auntie Li, and Han Shuiying's mom opened her voice and asked, what's going on here? Waking up. Auntie Li's face flushed for a moment. No, it's fine. Smiling to cover it up, Auntie Li then proceeded with the topic she had just talked about. Li Lingfeng didn't wait for her to open her mouth and gave another look. Sourness went straight down from the sky. You guys talk first. I'm going back to the house. And without waiting for the crowd to react, Auntie Li quickly got up and left, question marks hanging all over the faces of the crowd. As soon as he got home, he locked the door behind him and shouted as he took off his pants. Old man! Old man! The crowd was instantly quieter with Auntie Li missing. At this time, Uncle Han said, you guys sit down for a while. I'll go cook, and we'll all have a meal together later. The fat auntie in the center who had gotten a little too fat looked at Uncle Han. Still cooking for yourself after all that hard work? Yeah, my husband took us down for my last birthday. Another auntie chimed in. Han Shuiying's mom sat there without speaking. Her face couldn't be more green. I guess this is not to mention how much I resent Uncle Han, hating him for being such a loser and incapable. Li Lingfeng, as far as possible to see in the eyes, took a deep breath. This TM can be relatives, enemies, right? So he opened his voice and said, yes, Uncle, don't go to all that trouble. Let's go out to eat. Uncle Han looked up at Li Lingfeng, who smiled. Just now when we came we saw a restaurant that's good. It's called Huaihua Restaurant. The eyes of the crowd swiped at Li Lingfeng. Huaihua Restaurant? I'm afraid you don't know. It's a 5-star hotel. Uncle Han also froze for a moment, and Li Lingfeng held his hand. Let's go there to eat. Just in time to issue a performance. Auntie Fatty looked curious and inquisitive. Performance was issued. How much? Not much. Just a little over 200,000. The crowd was silent. Nothing but dismay. Only after a long time did Han Shuiying's mom laugh. Then let's all go. This was the first time Li Lingfeng had seen Han Shuiying's mom smile. The banquet went on for a long time, with the crowd laughing and enjoying the delicious cuisine and service of the five-star restaurant. On the occasion of leaving separately, Li Lingfeng also sealed a 1,000 yuan red envelope for each person. Since then the legend that Han Shuiying's boyfriend was a rich man had circulated in her circle of relatives. One wave was higher than the other, and it finally evolved into Li Lingfeng being a rich second generation. At night, Uncle Han simply made 4 dishes in one soup, and the 4 of them sat around the table. Li Lingfeng ate the home-cooked food on the table, which was more flavorful than any hotel delicacies. Here, eat more. Uncle Han gave Li Lingfeng a dish. Watching Li Lingfeng eat with great relish was very loving and fascinating to watch. Once upon a time, Uncle Han also wished to have such a son, so that the two of them could drink wine in their leisure time and share each other's views on life. After the meal, Han Shuiying went out shopping with Li Lingfeng wearing a neat administrative uniform. Uncle Han couldn't make sense of it. Is Ying going back to work overtime? Han Shuiying's mom blanked Uncle Han. The world of young people. You understand? The night scenery along the Yujiang River is beautiful, and the towering TV tower with its twinkling lights is the landmark of G City. On the Cross River Bridge corridor, Han Shuiying snuggled into Li Lingfeng's arms and softly said, "Thank you." As Fang Jimian said, life is only 100 years. Go slower. Early the next morning, the two didn't rush back to S City, but went to Li Lingfeng's college alma mater. Since it happened to be a weekend, the teacher's building was just empty except for a few study halls. Li Lingfeng, who was still thinking that he could dabble in a class, had his plans fall through, so he took Han Shuiying for a stroll around the campus. Ling Feng, a clear voice interrupted the two laughing. Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying looked up, and before them was a tall and slender woman with straight, black hair. Academic Sister Yao. Li Lingfeng called out in surprise. Why are you here too? Sister Yao, who looked like she sure, leaned in and smiled. I'm going back to school to serve tenure as a counselor? Yao Shuijie nodded. Where have you been all these years? Nowhere to be found. You don't reply to messages. Han Shuiying, who was bursting with jealousy on the side, pulled on Li Lingfeng's clothes. Who is she? Academic Sister Yao. Formerly my brother's girlfriend, Li Lingfeng introduced. Oh, just borrowing money to fight his girlfriend. Before Han Shuiying could finish her sentence, Li Lingfeng covered her mouth. After sidetracking Han Shuiying, school sister Yao smiled and asked, Your girlfriend? Ha? Li Lingfeng nodded. Right. What about hi? How has it been these past few years? Hearing the word hi, school sister Yao froze slightly before her eyes went blank and she lost her flowery face slightly. It was a long time before he said slowly and heavily, He's sick. Seeing this look on school sister Yao's face, Li Lingfeng had already foreseen a hint of misfortune. A hint of gloom filled the sky not far away, as if the two were in a mood at the moment. The breeze rustled the leaves on either side. A yellowed leaf falls with the wind, like the dying of life. I can't imagine that after only a few years apart, you and I are going to say goodbye forever. Li Lingfeng was not very good at comforting people. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to forcefully suppress the pain in his heart and said, Look on the bright side. Everyone's destiny may be arranged by the heavens. Academic Sister Yao nodded approvingly, her eyes lowering slightly. The only thing left now is to look around for a doctor. Li Lingfeng nodded his head, thinking that perhaps he could also help find a good doctor. So he asked, By the way, what's wrong with him? Hi. Senior Yao looked up at Li Lingfeng and paused for a long time before she returned. Premature ejaculation. Li Lingfeng, surprised face. Flowers will bloom. You fucking premature ejaculation. Do you have any good doctors over there? Academic Sister Yao asked sincerely. It was a matter of her sexual well-being. Li Lingfeng scratched his head. This is something I have no experience with. Okay, I'll go back and ask around for you to see if there are any specialized hospitals. Li Lingfeng had to answer and said, Well, nodded schoolmate Yao. Where are you now? Over in Est City. Over there after graduation. Oh, you're not in touch with me anymore. And you're not in touch with Hai either? I remember you two used to be very close? Li Lingfeng turned his head to the side. 2 years ago gave a loan of 500. Pulled black. School sister Yao was surprised for a moment, then embarrassed. I'll pay you back 500. Don't hurt your feelings over this. No, I borrowed his 500. Li Lingfeng explained. Yao Shuijie was even more puzzled. You borrowed 500 from him. Why did he pull the plug on you? Li Lingfeng touched his forehead. I pulled the plug. Sister Yao, why don't you tell Sister Me when you're in trouble? Afraid that I won't be able to help you? No. How bad is it to ask a girl for money? Though I haven't done it much myself. But in front of senior sister Yao, one had to maintain such an ironclad persona. In the end, you just don't put me at ease. Academic sister Yao returned sadly. Li Lingfeng looked at it. I would like to put you at ease, but I am afraid that he will not agree. You know what? As soon as I first saw you, when that side of your face caught my eye, I actually felt a little like crying. Facing the wet-eyed senior sister Yao, Li Lingfeng stood there, letting the breeze pass by, sighing, go with the breeze. I'm moving forward. So our relationship is all about getting closer, walking in, and going all the way, right? Senior Yao looked at Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng stepped forward and slowly embraced senior sister Yao into his arms, glancing fondly at her. It seems to have crossed 1,000 years of time and space, from the opening of Panga to the Qin Emperor and the Han Emperor, and then to the founding of New China and the hosting of the Soccer World Cup. It wasn't until Yao Hokage's bout of spasms that the gaze that spanned 1,000 years came to an end. When someone from the past is leaving, even if they are not happy to leave, they have to smile and wave and say goodbye. Instead, academic sister Yao looked down and said, "Are you free tonight? I'll wait for you at the Old Place Hotel." At this time, Hai is being introduced by an acquaintance of an old Chinese doctor, looking for folk remedies. When Li Lingfeng went back to find Han Shuiying, the other party was hiding as far away as possible. Li Lingfeng raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with you again? Break up. Let's break up. Which hand to split? Left or right? Li Lingfeng asked with a smile. I'm serious with you. Han Shuiying was angry and couldn't get angry. No points. And bear with me if it doesn't fit. Han Shuiying glanced at Li Lingfeng. Oh, day by day less irrational. Don't make me slap you in front of Noah's happiness. Han Shuiying subconsciously touched her butt. Going forward and wrapping her arms around Li Lingfeng's hand, she asked, will you domestically abuse me in the future? I can learn if you like. Nasty. Han Shuiying's cheeks flushed scarlet as she leaned on Li Lingfeng's shoulder. Are you still going back to your parents' house later? Li Lingfeng asked. Not going back. Are you? In that case, we'll go straight back to S City after dinner. Aha, take me where to eat? Han Shuiying asked with an expectant face. School cafeteria. After driving around, it was already after 8 p.m. when we got back to S City. Back at their place the two immediately lay down on the couch. Li Lingfeng picked up his cell phone, clicked on the circle of friends, and almost choked on his own saliva. So powerful? Li Lingfeng got up violently in surprise. Seeing this, Han Shuiying followed suit and sat up. What's wrong? Sister Yun actually made an official announcement with Lu Hui. Sister Yun? Which Sister Yun? It's not your ex-girlfriend again, is it? Li Lingfeng whitened his eyes. That's a colleague from my branch. Sure enough. I told you that the two people after that afternoon were not simple. Li Lingfeng had a smug look on his face. It's human nature for a man to love a woman. Besides, they're both single. So what's wrong with that? Besides, Lu Hui is not bad. So Li Lingfeng clicked to take a closer look, only to find that Nima is directly the official announcement of the license. This, so bombastic? Li Lingfeng had a hard time accepting it for a moment. But when you see the way the two look at each other in the photo, this is the moment I believe in love again. Kudos. Must be. Li Lingfeng refreshed his circle of friends to see how many people replied to this powerful message. A page refresh and that official friend announcement was gone. Gone. Li Lingfeng searched up and down and froze. I looked up and thought, damn, this is blocking me from the friend zone. Later, Li Lingfeng realized that the same branch does not allow couples to both work there. But the photo was still screenshotted for someone who was interested. Han Shuiying, who couldn't read it, got up. I'm going to take a shower first. I'll cook afterward. Let's cook some noodles tonight? No need for you to work so hard. I'll order 2 takeouts up. Han Shuiying smiled. Yes, I want crayfish. Only after receiving Li Lingfeng's promise did Han Shuiying take a satisfying bath. 10 minutes later, Han Shuiying came out wrapped in her bathrobe. Has the takeout arrived yet? Li Lingfeng shook his head and turned down the book in his hand. Han Shuiying was very curious. Aren't you going to read that fierce man's secret book? The higher up that Gong method goes, the more practiced senses are needed. And at the moment it can't reach a more advanced level. Oh, said Han Shuiying, lowering her coiled hair. Come here and turn down the book for me. Han Shuiying stepped forward and lifted her robe. Early in the morning, I held down the alarm, but I couldn't avoid the life-threatening urges of the Rocky line. Where are you, kid? Don't come over to work yet. Waiting for you to have a meeting together. Come on. Got it. Meeting a client outside. We'll be there later. Hanging up the phone, Li Lingfeng looked at the time. Wasn't it just more than half an hour late? Pushing that hard? On the table was a soup noodle cooked by Han Shuiying, with a sunny-side-up egg fried to 1/8 of a degree on top, and a bottle of milk on the side. Li Lingfeng then looked at the messy cup of water. This silly woman is afraid that she cannot catch up with the time herself did not eat. A quick drink of water and I'm rushing off to work. Coming out of his house and driving down the road, Li Lingfeng turned the music to the appropriate volume. We are now past the heat of summer and gradually welcoming the crispness of fall. Li Lingfeng lowered the car window door slightly to feel the pleasant early fall wind. Looking up, I saw two men of about 50 walking ahead of me, one of them carrying a bamboo basket on his back. Upon closer inspection, I realized that there was a senile old man sitting in the bamboo basket. Li Lingfeng slightly frowned. What era is it now? It's not so bad that you can't afford to take a car, right? Otherwise, the $2A passenger bus is very convenient. So why do we have to work so hard for the elderly? So he stepped on the gas and drove forward. Big brother, where is this going? Give you a ride if it's on the way. This car is empty. The two men turned their heads and smiled at Li Lingfeng. The eldest brother at the head of the group spoke up. Thank you, brother. The old mother can't sit in the car. The boarder will be dizzy. She can only rely on people to carry her. Li Lingfeng then realized. I said, why not take the car if you can? Where are you going? Li Lingfeng asked curiously once again. We're coming from Shiping, ready to go to the center hospital to see our old lady. Hearing Shiping, Li Lingfeng is a little incredulous. That is more than 20 kilometers away from the central hospital. Just two brothers taking turns carrying in a bamboo basket and walking on two legs? So you guys came over early, right? The two nodded. We left this morning after 5 a.m. Afraid we wouldn't make it back in time. Not with you, brother. We have to hurry. The two men continued to walk forward at a grueling pace, but supported each other, the old man sitting quietly behind them. Li Lingfeng smiled and looked up at the sky. Lini's table of Chen emotion came to his mind. Without my grandmother, I would not be here today. Without my grandmother, I would not be here for the rest of my life. This moment of education is best illustrated in reality. Behind him, the horn blared furiously and the man poked his head out. You're fucking horny. Are you leaving or not? Li Lingfeng left with a throttle. This kind of road rage crowd. Avoid the point of designation is correct. Arriving at the branch, he was met just as he entered by the Lohan who was making his rounds in the lobby. Here we are. So hurry up and have an impromptu meeting. Except for the tellers, who stayed open for normal business. The rest of the group was centralized in the conference room. Luo Xing nodded the heads of the people and spoke after making sure they were all together. The main thing today is to announce an appointment. As soon as Luo Xinggang's words fell out of his mouth, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Who was going to be promoted? Everyone should probably know that our Lu Xing and Shi Yun have officially announced that they have received their license. Congratulations to the two of them here first. Led by Luo Xing, the crowd applauded. Some still unaware of the confusion. Many people's gazes had already looked at the two, and Liang Shiyun shyly lowered her head. After the blessed applause, Luo Xing continued. According to the bank's regulations, a husband and wife can't work in the same branch, so Bank Lu is transferring to the South City branch. The crowd did not show too much surprise at this result. Instead, I'm curious who will come over to replace Lu Xing. It has been decided by the deliberations of the leaders above that Li Lingfeng will temporarily act as the vice president of our branch. The crowd looked at Li Lingfeng. But think of the $273 million in deposits you've pulled back and the recent $32 million loan. It's true what they say, everything starts from a position of strength. This time, before Luo Xing could applaud, the crowd applauded and congratulated him first. Rockwalk. Immediately, he signaled the crowd to be quiet, and that wasn't even the end of the conversation. Originally, it was the leader in charge of our line who came down to announce the appointment, but he didn't come over because of a temporary meeting, so I passed it on behalf of him. The official document will be sent away today, and all of us should learn more from Bankly in the future to create another brilliant future for our branch. When he finished speaking, Luo Xing clapped vigorously all by himself, and the crowd just looked at him. So what if TM's branch has a record performance? When it's time to share the pork, you won't even be able to drink the soup. Snap, snap. Luo Xing's applause gradually dimmed. Alright, let's adjourn. Lu Xing, you do a handover with Ling Feng. After the meeting was adjourned, Li Lingfeng came to his card seat. So what if the vice president is still the same sitting outside? Subconsciously, he looked up at Luo Xing's office. There's a chance. No need to rush. Feng Jimian in the position came faintly. Li Lingfeng looked back at Feng Jimian. I won't pay you a salary even if you become the governor. Feng Jimian also turned his head to look at Li Lingfeng and said with his lips, you collect the money. Li Lingfeng. A corner outside the branch door is a dead blind spot for determining surveillance. No. Who the hell did you hear that from? That's not something to make up. Feng Jimian, I just want to tell you that your kind of practice is very low end. Low end? Li Lingfeng asked curiously. You should set up an agency and all the business goes through that agency and then to you. Of course, That agency has nothing to do with you and no financial dealings whatsoever. Li Lingfeng's eyes lit up after hearing this. Really love you, old boy. This TM not only avoids a series of risks, but also additionally opens up more business. Ling Feng, why are you here? Was looking for you everywhere. Lu Xing walked over. I've got the information files and all that organized. Just waiting for you to hand it over. Li Lingfeng smiled and waved his hand at him, then handed over a cigarette. Lu Hui smiled. You know, I don't smoke. When to give you a send-off? Over the south side of the city. In the future go rich, do not forget each other. Lu Hui took it for the first time in his life, took the lighter and lit it for himself, and took a sharp drag. Ahem. Frowning. It's a little choking, but it's very topsy-turvy. Li Lingfeng patted Lu Hui's shoulder. Doesn't this smoke look like that woman? Ha ha. Fang Jinian was puzzled. Smoke is smoke. What does it have to do with women? Li Lingfeng looked at Fang Jinian. Remember what I asked you before? How do villains die? Death by talking too much. Fang Jinian was pretty sure he definitely got it right this time. Then know not to shut up and organize the information to go, Li Lingfeng said. After Fang Jinian left, Li Lingfeng extinguished his cigarette. Sister Yun is not bad. Cherish her. Lu Hui looked at the departing Li Lingfeng and froze. How do you know she's not bad? Back inside the branch, Fang Jinian, who was organizing the information, looked up at Li Lingfeng. Just Luo Bank is looking for you. Did it say anything? Li Lingfeng asked. No. Why don't you go find him yourself? Fang Jinian gave a suggestion. Li Lingfeng nodded and walked towards Luo Xing's office. Knocking on the door and entering, Luo Xing revealed an amiable smile. Quick, quick, come in and sit down. There was no rush to talk, and first he busily made a pot of tea. Looking at its stance, it can be described as a pot of tea for 1,000 years of domination, albeit a cheap green tea. Li Lingfeng looked under the tea table. Westlake Longjing, this tea is good. Oh, why don't we try this? Luo Xing. Before he could stop it, Li Lingfeng had picked it up and opened the can directly. Yo, still unopened new guy. Luo Xing's hand that wanted to stop it stopped in midair, the muscles in his face jumping. Seeing that there was no way to undo it, I had to painfully fake a smile. That's fine. That's fine. Quickly, pour out that green tea and I'll make a fresh pot. Luo Xing looked at the green tea that had been brewed, then looked at the dragon well that had just been opened in Li Lingfeng's hand, and thought of an optimal solution. Don't pour it. I'll take this green tea. I like the flavor. Li Lingfeng looked at Luo Xing. What about me? This way, said Luo Xing, leaning down and pulling out a disposable paper cup and placing it in front of Li Lingfeng. You put in some Longjing. I'll pour boiling water for you. It's just bubbling out. We'll each drink our own. This way, you won't waste freshly brewed green tea, and you'll save on overconsumption of dragon wells. Li Lingfeng nodded. That's fine. So put close to a cup of tea in for myself. Luo Xing was dumbfounded on the spot and asked, are you drinking tea, or tea leaves? Li Lingfeng looked up and smiled. Oh, I like stronger tea. Longjing is too bland when you put in less. Rockwalk. No, you like strong tea? Green tea it's not strong enough? By the way, what are you looking for me for? After saying that, Li Lingfeng took the boiling kettle from Luo Xing and poured it for himself. Luo Xing held up his presbyopic glasses. Calling you here is mainly to congratulate you. Really young and talented. Make persistent efforts in the future. Sooner or later you can sit up in my position. Dare not. Dare not. Li Lingfeng smiled politely. I'm so young. I still need more polishing and practicing. That's not the way to put it. Since ancient times heroes have been young. With your ability, I believe in you. Thank you for your compliments. Luo Xing. I'll have to look up to you for more support in the future. Good to say. Good to say. Luo Xing nodded repeatedly. Right. There's something I have to remind you of. Well, the focus came. Congratulations, polite is false. Li Lingfeng pretended to raise the spirit. You say. You know, the whole market environment is not very prosperous right now, and the competition among the major banks is fierce. Especially the big four banks are squeezing the space very hard. So what? Li Lingfeng waited for Luo Xing to get to the point. Recently, I have heard that quite a number of joint stock small and medium-sized banks have begun to prepare to get involved in the piece of self-built housing loans, and even some village and town banks, microbanks, are also eager to give it a try. Speaking of which, Li Lingfeng had already guessed the purpose of Luo Xing calling himself here. Sure enough, Luo Xing's words changed. Your self-built home loan business must also be stepped up. We want to capture the market ahead of others. Li Lingfeng nodded. Enough to know that you buy Mercedes-Benz now lack of money in hand. Don't worry, Luo Xing. It is our duty and obligation to develop business for our agricultural and commercial bank. Luo Xing nodded with satisfaction. Well, it's quite good that you have this realization. It's material to be a bank president in the future. Alright, then if there's nothing else for Luo Xing, I'll leave first to expand my business. No, nothing else? You go and get busy. Luo Xing laughed. Before leaving, Li Lingfeng picked up that paper cup and took a small sip. Well, it's a bit thick. Got up and dropped it in the trash by hand. Rockwalk. Coming out of the office, Li Lingfeng greeted Fong Jimian. I'm going out. When I exited the branch, I saw a dog peeing under the wheels from a distance. Li Lingfeng approached to take a look. Yo, new car. Oh, taking a closer look. I'm afraid this isn't the Mercedes-Benz that Luo Xing just bought. Is it? You brought it back so quickly? No wonder this business is rushed too. Turning to Puppy Dog, he said, go on, call your brother over and pee some more. Lam Su Don's agency. Li Lingfeng parked his car on the side of the road. The checkered spots were full. He shouldn't get a parking ticket here, right? In front of the company's door, Li Lingfeng looked at the Tarzan stone that was scalded and filled with smoke holes, and could not help but frown, muttering, Lin Sudong how hated this agency is, designated as squeezing the workers too much. Pushed the door to go in, very surprised. These days did not come over how to recruit the company's receptionist? Upon closer inspection, it was an aunt who was nearly 50 years old. Sure enough, a bargain for recruiting. You came over? Lin Sudong, who saw Li Lingfeng enter, hurriedly greeted. And no phone call in advance? What? Now that you're the boss, you have to make an appointment in advance to find you? Li Lingfeng walked over and said, it's not that time yet. That's why you called ahead so I could go grocery shopping. Li Lingfeng looked at Lin Sudong suspiciously. Fire in the company now? Lin Sudong nodded. It's not a good idea to eat takeout all day. Besides, it's more cost-effective to fire your own food. She's eating with you too? Li Lingfeng turned to look at the aunt. Auntie flashed a standard smile at Li Lingfeng. It looks like the kind of thing you'd get from a pheasant technical school. No, I don't pack meals here. Lin Sudong returned. Then how much salary do you offer? Li Lingfeng asked with interest. Lin Sudong came forward and whispered, 2,800. Fixed salary without commission. Li Lingfeng took a deep breath in surprise. 2,800 and not including meals. No wonder that Tarzan stone in front of the door gave so many smoking holes. Li Lingfeng took 2 seconds of silence for his aunt and went to the refrigerator in the corner and took out a bottle of iced tea. Opened it and took a sharp drink. Having not had a sip of water since morning. The only Luo Xing that cup of dragon well is still steeped too strong. Then after drinking several mouthfuls in a row, Li Lingfeng looked at the cap of the bottle in his hand and his eyes instantly lit up. Excitedly, he said, jackpot, jackpot. Lin Odong, who had heard the cries, also rushed over, both eyes glaring. Li Lingfeng picked it up and took a closer look. First prize, rewarding a 35-year-old young woman. Li Lingfeng, who hadn't turned his brain around, turned back to Lin Sudong and asked, does iced tea still have this activity? Lin Odong, who was also stunned, shook his head. I haven't heard of it. Ha! So Li Lingfeng hurriedly picked up the iced tea drink and took a closer look. The tiger's body shook, and it was clearly written on it, icy red tartan. Turning my head, where the hell did you get this? Lin Sudong, who didn't react, said in disbelief, shopping Yuzua, special promotions, super cheap, do you want one? It was not too late to pick his throat. Li Lingfeng ran to the restroom at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. After coming out, Lin Sudong poured Li Lingfeng a cup of cool boiled water. As for that, it doesn't kill you. Li Lingfeng took the cool boiled water. Then why don't I see you drinking it? Just drank 3 bottles just yesterday. Lin Sudong calmly returned. Li Lingfeng, by the way, what did you come over to see me about today? Lin Sudong picked up the TV remote and turned off the TV. It's a waste of electricity to keep it on when no one's watching. Here's the thing. I'm also going to want to start a financial intermediary services company, and I'd like to hire you as the owner. Hearing Li Lingfeng's words, Lin Sudong's wise little eyes looked down at Li Lingfeng with an expression that was nothing but caution. Li Lingfeng frowned. How many meanings do you have? Are you still afraid that I will sell you? You're really right. I'm really afraid that you'll sell me and I'll count the money for you. Li Lingfeng smiled. It won't be. With your intelligence, I can pick you? Lin Sudong turned his head and thought for a moment. That's true. You know, there are some things that are not very convenient for me to come out, so I need you to back me up. Li Lingfeng explained. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. I'll give you 20% of the shares. Lin Sudong flashed a bright light in front of his eyes. He didn't have to do anything to get 20% of the shares. This is not a bad deal. Looking up, he said, I'm not going to be the legal representative of the company. Definitely not. How could you be asked to do such a pitiful thing? I'll hire another person. Lin Sudong looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. Is it really that good? Li Lingfeng's eyes smiled. Really? The two men shook hands cordially and reached a consensus on strategic cooperation. Remember, find me a reliable person to come over. At the end Li Lingfeng reminded. What? That Fong Jimian you found last time is not reliable? Lin Sudong asked. Li Lingfeng nodded his head slightly. Dependable. A little too dependable. Lin Sudong glanced at the wall clock. It's almost lunchtime. Let's go. Let's eat. Li Lingfeng looked up at Lin Sudong. What are you eating? Lin Sudong smiled. A bowl of Longjiang pig's feet rice? Eat the romance of a man. Your treat? Li Lingfeng confirmed. My treat. My treat. How can I make you pay for it when it comes to me? Li Lingfeng nodded. Forget it. It's better for me to treat you. At least I came over to ask you to do something. It's okay. Lin Sudong revealed a satisfied smile. I know a snack street that's not bad. Li Lingfeng? Aren't we going to eat Longjiang pig's feet rice? Eat that every day for a change, Lin Sudong said. Then just now you said that you went to eat Longjiang pig's feet rice to eat out the romance of a man? Li Lingfeng asked rhetorically. Then now you don't say you please. Lin Sudong turned his head. Sister do. Later I'll call dinner back to you. No need to go back to eat. By the way, this watch the store. Okay, Mr. Lin. Sister do laughed, thinking that this Mr. Lin strange good, but also invited me to dinner. Li Lingfeng looked at Lin Sudong. Can you still have some face? Let's go. What are you waiting for? Lin Sudong touched his nose and pretended not to see it. The snack street is not far from the company, and it's only about a 10-minute walk. Passing by the parking place, Li Lingfeng looked at it again and asked. This place shouldn't be cited, right? Lin Sudong followed and looked. No. What kind of license plate is copied from this nook and cranny? Are you sure? Li Lingfeng was skeptical. Don't worry. It won't be copied. I'll pack it if I copy the license, Lin Sudong said with conviction. With Lin Sudong's words, Li Lingfeng instantly dispelled his concerns. After all, he had been in the area for a long time and was more familiar with the situation. And besides, he had his packing slip. The two walked to the snack street, which was unusually busy as it was mealtime. Li Lingfeng looked at the eyes. Really should be the words, the city of long alleys, gathered together is smoke and fire, spread out on earth. Eyes sharpened on an unattended stall. The distinctive young owner was at that moment holding a holy book in his hands. It was a stark contrast to the stalls that followed it, with life on one side and ideals on the other. He's the only one, how can he not help out? So Li Lingfeng led Lin Sudong to this young boss's stall. Give us 2 octopus dumplings. The young boss looked up and panicked, hiding the book inside his bag. Yes, please wait. Taking advantage of the young boss's busy schedule, Li Lingfeng glanced at the books that were half exposed. Instantly on the head, straight through the years of cerebral thrombosis. The cover book title is written, Pan Jinlian War Simon Ching. Li Lingfeng looked at the young boss. On the way, Li Lingfeng was holding that freshly purchased octopus dumplings in his hand. Looking at the creamy, gooey salsa on top, strange images instantly flashed through his mind. Unable to help but frown, he handed it to Lin Odong. I'll give you this one as well. Lin Sudong, who was eating happily, looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. Really? He hurriedly took it over, fearing that Li Lingfeng would regret it, and hurriedly ate one, the creamy white salad dressing staining the sides of his mouth. Ha! Li Lingfeng unconsciously pulled away a few steps. Returning from a full meal, Lin Sudong carried a packed box and the two of them went to the parking spot. Across the distance, a ticket clutched in the windshield wiper could be seen waving in the wind, as if beckoning to the two men. Li Lingfeng incredulously came to the front of the car, took out the note, and made sure that it was a parking ticket correctly, and the ticket was issued shortly after the two left. Li Lingfeng looked back at Lin Xiandong. Ugh, I suddenly remembered that there's still some urgent matters in the company, so I'll go back first. Lin Sudong turned around after saying that and accelerated his pace by a few moments. Come on, the lunch today was not as expensive as this ticket. Li Lingfeng sighed. Back to the branch. In addition to the counter business, account managers are basically out to expand business. KPI assessment pressure tight. Do not complete the task indicators. Where to eat, especially those who sell financial services, credit cards, which is not every day as tired as a dog around to seek business. Is the information done? Li Lingfeng said to Fong Jimian, who was sitting in his seat with his eyes closed. That's a self-starter self-billed home loan client. Fong Jimian, who opened his eyes, looked up at Li Lingfeng nonchalantly. It's done. Just waiting for the back approval. Li Lingfeng nodded. Fong Jimian's efficiency and quality of this work could not be described. I want to go back. I'm slightly tired today, Fong Jimian said to Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng smiled. I thought you were a saint. So capable. But it turns out that you can be tired too? A saint is also a human being, and as long as he is not separated from his mortal body, he will get tired. Okay, hurry back. If it's not enough, take another day off tomorrow, Li Lingfeng said, Fong Jimian gathered his things and got up, turning his head. Why don't you go sit at my place? Li Lingfeng was also curious as to what this Fong Jimian's accommodation should be like. So he answered, getting into the Fido Boy. The two of them drove down the road for nearly a bell before the vehicle pulled into the remote, unnamed mountains. Li Lingfeng cannot help but chrysanthemum tight. This girl would not live in the deep forest. Back to basics, right? Rounding a bend, a 2.5-story building came into view not far away. Only then did Li Lingfeng's hanging heart completely relax. Fortunately not living in a cave. Upon closer inspection, the 2.5-story building was fronted by the sea, with many flowers and greenery dotting the landscape. The building is slightly older, but more reflective of its age. On the whole, a strong literary flavor comes out, which is also in line with the characteristics of Fong Jimian. Alright, this house of yours isn't bad. Li Lingfeng laughed. Fong Jimian drove seriously. Which building do you mean? That 2.5-story building in front. Ah, isn't it your house? Li Lingfeng curiously said back. Fong Jimian shook his head. That's not it. You're looking at it wrong. Li Lingfeng. Then where is your house? It really won't be a cave, right? Fong Jimian looked doubtful. Why do I live in a cave? Is that place comfortable? I'm not sure. Never lived there. But the bridge is fine. Cold in winter and cool in summer. You live there? Fong Jimian asked. It's been a while. No. You haven't told me where your home is? Li Lingfeng hurriedly turned back to the topic and said, did you see that villa halfway up the hill? Li Lingfeng listened to look up and looked over. Really halfway up the mountainside is located in a very luxurious villa. Looking at the scope, it's not a bad size, and it's a better location than the 2.5-story building. Li Lingfeng joked. You're not going to tell me you live there, are you? Fong Jimian nodded. That's right. That's my house. Li Lingfeng glared and turned his head to look at Fong Jimian. The vehicle traveled to the entrance of the villa halfway up the hill and the two men got out. Li Lingfeng glanced at the grand villa gate, a combination of modern art and technology, very much in line with Fong Jimian's style. And look at no less than 10 electronic cameras. This security system is not also lazy. Not bad. You this, Li Lingfeng praised. Fong Jimian smiled faintly and explained. I'm using the most advanced AI intelligent security system here. Li Lingfeng naturally nodded without any doubt. Looking at that door lock was cool. This is iris recognition, right? Yes. Fong Jimian stepped forward to align the scanning port. After half a minute passed without a single response from the recognition system, Fong Jimian adjusted his stance, and there was still no response. Li Lingfeng. It's fine. Besides iris recognition, you can also use fingerprint recognition, Fong Jimian said. After saying that, Fong Jimian put his finger on the fingerprint identification interface. After half a minute, there was still no reaction. Fong Jimian tried 10 fingers in a row. Li Lingfeng waited for Fong Jimian to try his footprints, but the other party was slow to move. You shouldn't have recognized the wrong home, right? Li Lingfeng reminded. Fong Jimian looked grave, and only after a long time did he say, these days I'm researching and learning the programming language, and last night I got my hands on perfecting the programming in it, and it might be down. Li Lingfeng. It's fine. You can still open the door with a mechanical lock. Fong Jimian touched his pants pockets left and right. After realizing there was none, he turned back to the car and searched for a while, poking his head out. Left it in the branch. Li Lingfeng took a deep breath. Then we go back? Fong Jimian shook his head. No need. I also left myself a channel. Li Lingfeng in believe once more, followed Fong Jimian half-circle around the villa and came to the back door. It was a small door for one person only to enter and exit. Fong Jimian pulled the bolt and pushed the small door open. Li Lingfeng froze in place at that moment. Your door bolts don't seem to be locked, right? Also, where's your security system? Fong Jimian looked back at Li Lingfeng and smiled smugly. The most dangerous place is the safest. If you were a thief, would you come in through here? Li Lingfeng short-circuited his brain and asked himself, won't I? So will it? Entering, in front of him was a big wolf dog barking furiously on his face, scaring Li Lingfeng to take a step back. It was a relief to stand still and realize it was on a leash. No wonder. There is a last line of security. The two of them walked towards the villa, the big wolf dog behind them still barking furiously. Doesn't he recognize you as his master, and barks when he sees that he has you? Li Lingfeng asked in disbelief. This dog is inhuman. Why else would I keep it on a leash? Oh, Li Lingfeng nodded. Then thought of something. You can't play a security role tethered like this? Who says I wanted to play a security role? I have state-of-the-art AI. Li Lingfeng remembered the down recognition system. Then why are you feeding a wolf dog? Wasting food? No, raising an army for 1,000 days. At the critical moment, I closed the door and let the dogs out. Fong Jimian returned blandly. Li Lingfeng stopped in his tracks. No wonder your bolt was mounted on the outside. Remarkable wisdom. What are you waiting there for? Go! Fang Jinian reminded. The two came to the front of the villa house, and the elegant decoration of modern art dazzled Li Lingfeng. It was only now that Li Lingfeng believed that this guy might really have a few $100 million. What? You wouldn't even forget your house key, right? Li Lingfeng asked as he looked at Fang Jinian, who was standing there dumbfounded. No. Wait a moment. Fang Jinian finished stretching out his arms and looked up at the main entrance. Face recognition successful. After the system prompt, the lights of the doors and windows on the first floor and up gradually and slowly opened in turn. If he didn't succeed again, Li Lingfeng would have reason to suspect that the two were trespassing. When he entered the hall of the house, he directly shook Li Lingfeng. The only thing you could see was that the lobby was a huge library with 3 floors of pickups and countless books displayed on wall-like shelves. In the center, there is a movable ladder for easy access to the books. Shouldn't this be the living room where the sofa was placed? The dismayed Li Lingfeng inwardly asked himself. It subverted his regular perception. Can you show me your ID card? Li Lingfeng said. Why are you looking at your ID? I suspect you're from the stars. There is also a small exhibition area on the inner side of the hall with aged antique ornaments. One of the sets of bright light armor stood out. Li Lingfeng went up and took a closer look. It was quite new. So he asked, this shouldn't be an unearthed artifact, right? I recovered it on my own and went through quite a bit of information. Fang Jinian returned. Li Lingfeng frowned. Are all rich people so idle? The tour goes all the way up to the roof of the building, where a large astronomical telescope is installed. A photograph of the moon taken was placed on the instrument table next to it, and the craters were clearly visible on it. You have quite a wide range of interests. Li Lingfeng laughed. Behind him, Fang Jinian brought up 2 glasses of wine, a fine tequila imported from Mexico. Try it. Li Lingfeng had just received his glass of wine when the phone rang. It was Lu Hui calling. Isn't the basic information all handed over? There are other things? With questions, Li Lingfeng answered the phone. Lingfeng, Luo Xing was just called in for an interview by our discipline inspection, and an internal employee has reported Luo Xing accepting gifts from customers in real names. Rushed back to the branch, after some understanding, only to learn that the former staff Zhang Chuchu reported. The reason is that Zhang Chuchu accompanied the food and drink with great difficulty to pull a large deposit, but the result in the distribution of bonuses to the Luo Bank took the big head. These bonuses are packaged and negotiated by the branch president for distribution and then reported to HR to finance for disbursement. Obviously, Luo Xing had robbed people of their cake, which was very much in line with Luo Xing's usual style. Zhang Chuchu did not leave his job before he was still holding back, which did not leave his job directly backhandedly reported to him. The good thing is that the nature of the matter is not very bad. Just photographed Luo Xing accepting gifts from customers. Just a few boxes of tea. This time Luo Xing is considered to be in the gutter, thinking that he can pinch a little girl, but did not want to meet a ruthless. Alright, I'll leave work first if there's nothing else. Shi Yun is still waiting. Lu Hui, who was at the side, opened his voice. Not far from the hall, Liang Shi Yun smiled at the two. When do you plan to set up the banquet? Li Lingfeng asked with a smile. Still picking a date. Don't worry, if you can't escape then, just get ready to go along for the ride. Ha ha. Okay, go with a 9,999 when you get there. Lu Hui instantly solidified his smile. No, why do you follow so much? Li Lingfeng was puzzled. Doesn't it mean the sky is the limit? Then you can follow 999 ah. Lu Hui looked at Li Lingfeng with a hint of skepticism. Did you and Shi Yun know each other before? Li Lingfeng swallowed his saliva. This male sensitivity is also so strong? Or is it that the deeper the love, the heavier the jealousy? Don't think too much. Hurry up. Sister Yun is still waiting for you outside. Lu Hui then remembered. Okay, then I'll get off work first. Come over to the Nanchang branch for tea sometime. The two left the branch holding hands and lovingly, happy as a young couple who had just fallen in love. Li Lingfeng didn't rush home, but sat in his seat and waited for a while. At least now he is also the acting vice president. As the second in command of this branch, a hand accident must not sit in the middle of the army. One by one, everyone left from work, and finally the hall manager Xiao Wu shouted towards Li Lingfeng. Li Xing, aren't you going home from work yet? You go back. I'll sit for a while. Li Lingfeng said back. Wu stood there in embarrassment, trying to speak and swallowing. Li Lingfeng looked up. Why? Is there a problem? No. If you don't leave, who's going to pull the gate and lock the door later? Do you have a key? Wu asked. The subtext is that you don't get in the way of me pulling the gate and locking the door after work. To sit outside to cool off. Li Lingfeng. So late and still not waiting to come back. Luo Xing. I am afraid that the situation is not optimistic. Li Lingfeng inwardly thought for a moment. On the way back to the car, Li Lingfeng received a notice to go to the office of the branch department Danielle Line tomorrow morning. I can't help but frown. It's hard to believe that, brother, I'm going to be in danger? Or is that going to be pulled for a cautionary tale as well? Back at home. At this time Han Shuiying was doing yoga and saw Li Lingfeng, who came back. The rice is in the hot pot for you. Li Lingfeng glanced at Han Shuiying on the yoga mat, the strangulation marks of her yoga pants appearing and disappearing between her raised legs. Stop. Just hold that movement. Li Lingfeng came to the rescue. It was a long time before the words then popped out. That's fat. Han Shuiying, who thought she was instructing her movements, turned back and picked up the small pillow and threw it. You asshole. Li Lingfeng caught the pillow with a smile and placed the car keys on the liquor cabinet. I've also placed a change of clothes in the bathroom, so see if you want to eat or take a shower first, Han Shuiying reminded. The proctor added, do I have to keep up the act? No need. Come in and give me a back rub. Take a bath first. After saying that, Li Lingfeng walked towards the bathroom room. Han Shuiying got up with a start. Good. I just happen to be sweating, so I'll take a shower too. Frosted glass lit up with a pair of car headlights. After dinner, sitting on the sofa, Li Lingfeng carefully studied the employee management regulations. Curious, Han Shuiying hooked her head to look at it. What's going on that you're reading the employee management regulations? Luo Xing has been interviewed by our disciplinary inspection, and tomorrow Dai Jiaoxing is looking for me to talk. Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng in surprise. How many days have you been doing this? And you just blew up? Crisis. It's a crisis and an opportunity, Li Lingfeng said unhurriedly. Forget it. If you can't make it, just quit. Don't you still have sister me? I'll always be your solid backing. Han Shuiying leaned over, her face pressed against Li Lingfeng's shoulder. Go watch your soap operas. Pussy whipped messing with my Dao. Li Lingfeng returned. Han Shuiying huffed as she sat upright. No, Li Lingfeng, how many times do you mean? Li Lingfeng turned his head and looked disdainfully. A swallow sparrow can know the will of a great swan. A vertical sun is not enough. Han Shuiying. No, why are you picking my pants? Li Lingfeng looked down at Han Shuiying below him. I'll see how firm your Dao heart is. Han Shuiying finished with a smile. It's not much firmer, so I'll just get up. That's why it is said that since ancient times, kings have mostly failed on this red face. Jiangshan is this neck-hugging and waist-hugging. One gear to give you a shake without. Since he had to go to the branch to meet the big Yao Xing, Li Lingstyle woke up extraordinarily punctually early in the morning. The thoughtful Han Shuiying brought out breakfast, a simple big bowl of thin meat porridge, and the two of them took a bite out of you and a bite out of me. As they ate, the two little mouths even came together. After finishing and sending Han Shuiying to his company first, Li Lingfeng then turned around and ran to the branch department. After about 40 minutes of driving, Li Lingfeng looked at the building in front of him, which was the branch department. The entire building consists of 18 floors and is owned by Farmers and Merchants Bank. Li Lingfeng frowned, thinking, when can I own a building this building? Every month just collect rent on the line, on the gross shift. On the first floor is the branch business department. Li Lingfeng with a work permit from the side door into the internal hall. The elevator goes straight up to the 17th floor, which is where the offices of the big Yao Xing are located. It was still the first time that Li Lingfeng had come to the branch department, but there were quite a few people who had already heard of Li Lingfeng's great name. When I came to the door of the office of the Dayao Bank, it just so happened that someone was there, and I waited at the door for a while before I went in. Inside the office, the two men sat opposite each other, Li Lingfeng hand in hand to make tea. This job is of course a small role to do la. De Yao Xing had a righteous look on his face. You should also know about Luo Xing's matter. Li Lingfeng nodded and continued to make tea. Although the nature is not bad, but the impact is bad, especially now during the period of strict crackdown. De Yao Xing paused. Then he said, therefore, it was decided by the branch team to demote Luo Tianxing from branch president to senior account manager. Li Lingfeng bashfully served a cup of tea to De Yao Xing. All of today's everything. Last night Li Lingfeng had already deduced it in his mind. Good or bad? De Yao Xing picked up the teacup and took a sip, glancing at Li Lingfeng with his afterglow. Wet his throat and continued. Line team deliberated. By you temporarily acting as a branch president. How do you think? Li Lingfeng tried his best to suppress the curled up corners of his mouth. What the fuck else can I have an opinion on? It seems like things are going in the best direction for everything. I was going to talk to you when I asked you to act as vice president. This is just the right time to talk together. Big Yao Xing laughed. Li Lingfeng interestingly hurriedly renewed tea. Big Yao Xing satisfied nodded. You're in danger of being ordered to take the burden is not light. Do a good job. Also, be sure to always remind yourself with the mirror of Latte's behavior, and keep in mind strict discipline. Li Lingfeng nodded. Don't worry Yao Xing. I've memorized this employee management regulations. After saying that, He took out the book of employee management regulations that was filled with notes from last night and placed it in front of Yao Xing. That's fine. Young people have a lot of opportunities. Work with your heart. We all look favorably on you, Big Yao Xing encouraged. After Li Lingfeng left, Yao Xing picked up the book of employee management regulations and flipped through it with interest. The notes spread out inside received successive compliments from the Dayao line. After flipping to the bottom in a row, Yao Xing could not help but frown, and then quickly flipped through it again. So much so that it ended up swinging upside down a few times with only the wind blowing through. You're testing the cadres with this? Which cadre can't stand such a test? It was not easy to come to the branch trip. Li Lingfeng blindly around. Do not say here eye-catching really quite a lot. Sooner or later, I'm going to have to work this branch. No reason. Just figure this out. Leaving the branch, driving back Li Lingfeng's mind wandering. Before this thought to find a decent job to muddle through. Hey, I didn't expect to make it all the way to the governor's position. It's a bit of a game. Still jumping several levels in a short period of time. Li Lingfeng couldn't help but wonder if he was like Uncle Lu, specializing in the life of the boss. Thinking of this, the corner of the mouth smiled Geijai loud, and strive too early to the Big Yao Xing also down. Rumor has it that he started quite a harem at the branch, just waiting for the day to strike a blow. Think about it, this day is all getting better and better. LOL, what a heavenly thing to do. So is it going to be a little bit of pain and hard work? Raising his head, the noble Princess Bath Center came into view, and Li Lingfeng immediately turned right and drove in without hesitation. Just because of the name, how to get drunk next to the Huaqing Pond. At the doorway, he met an old-looking uncle who cautioned Li Lingfeng, this place is better to come less often. You'll go deaf. Li Lingfeng? The first time I came to this bath center back then, I went back and got slapped by my wife, and I still can't hear out of my ears. Li Lingfeng looked at Uncle solemnly and paid his respects. Just as Li Lingfeng was about to go in, Uncle snatched a step ahead of him and walked in with a quick stride. Li Lingfeng. I was just saying that there are fewer places here. What's wrong with this? Hurry up and follow. Your wife did not let you come here? Uncle turned his head and glared at Li Lingfeng. It's all been said. Deaf and unable to hear. Taking out that black diamond VIP card, Uncle immediately gave the receptionist a welcome in, leaving Li Lingfeng alone frozen in place. Sir, would you like an oil push? Or a foot massage? Or you can look at our other packages. No need. Give me a foot massage, Li Lingfeng said. Okay, so sir, do you know a mechanic? Give me point number 88 technician. Li Lingfeng blindly guessed a wave. Usually the designation with this number wasn't bad. Sure enough, the receptionist revealed a smile full of sweetness. Sir, our technician for this number is a price increase. No problem, as long as the service is good. The price is good, Li Lingfeng said with a bold face. Don't worry sir, you'll be satisfied. The little girl at the front desk came with a charismatic electric stare. Under the guidance of the staff, Li Lingfeng came to a private room. Looking at the decoration was still good. After serving tea and a fruit plate, Li Lingfeng changed his clothes and lay down to rest his eyes for a while. Hello, Technician 88 is pleased to serve you. Crisp and sweet voice. The moment Li Lingfeng opened his eyes, he knew that the price was not added for nothing. First look at the height. 170 out of her with 7 centimeters of black high heels, but also barely tall and slender. And then look at that, a tight black package hip skirt work uniform will body curve perfect to show out the snow-white thighs exposed under the wraparound skirt. All want a hate to go up and squeeze. Finally, the eyes were bright under a delicate face, and that calmness and composure flowed from the brow. It is thought that there is a fair amount of experience in the field. Well, this one can have 90 points, Li Lingfeng said with satisfaction in his heart. Looking up, an innocent white moonlight tech girl walks through the door with a suitcase, stunning the secular booth. It ruthlessly hooked Li Lingfeng's eyes, causing Technician 88 to say with jealousy, she's time booked. Li Lingfeng shook his head with a sudden sense of pity. What's her number? Number 888. The technician girl number 88 came to one corner and put down the pedicure kit in her hand. Li Lingfeng. Just know that calling it 88 is still conservative. While serving and chatting, Li Lingfeng learned that this sister had a miserable life. The family has a father who is a good gambler, a mother who is always bedridden, and a younger brother who is in school. To help her family, so she came out to work early. In one moving word, it really breaks the heart of the hearer and brings tears to the eyes of the hearer. The small hand of massage went up the calf and slid into the pant leg, and Li Lingfeng added an extra bell right then and there, knowing full well that it is not the feet that are washed, but the mud of walking in the world, the misfortune behind all life. Thinking that Li Lingfeng felt that it was still not enough, so he tipped another 1,000. The warm sunlight shone into the heart of Technician 88's little sister, and in this moment, she lifted the hair on her cheeks and tied it up high. Out of the store, a car horn sounded behind him. Li Lingfeng brow a wrinkle. This road is wide enough to pass a semi-trailer. What the hell do you beep ah? Looking back, just a moment ago, the 88 mechanic girl sitting in the driver's seat of the Porsche waved and greeted Li Lingfeng. Then, with a smile, he spilled off with a kick of the gas. Li Lingfeng. What happened to the promise of a family where the father gambles, the mother is sick, and the brother goes to school? Also at that moment, a 120 ambulance rushed in and rolled out a resuscitation bed from inside the store in a panic. Good thing Li Lingfeng stopped to take a look. This is not the uncle met at the door? Hey, how come they even use a defibrillator? I wonder if he'll come back next time. On this side, 120 is on fire to save lives. And on the other side, the marketing speakers of the supermarket next door are getting high with a hot DJ. Sure enough, life is not all about sorrow and joy. Reward giveaway. Spend 200 or more and get a free horoscope prize pack. Li Lingfeng, who was just about to leave, stopped his steps and looked up before walking over. In front of the piles of gifts, a youthful girl in her 20s welcomes customers to check their tickets for redemption. Seeing Li Lingfeng's coming over, he revealed a youthful smirk. Greeting, sir. Find out that if you spend 200 or more, you get a gift bag according to your horoscope. Afraid that Li Lingfeng wouldn't understand, the girl went on to explain. For example, if you are a Cancer you will send a hairy crab, and if you are a Pisces you will send 2 carp. Li Lingfeng nodded. This method of promotion was still quite novel. Then he asked, it means that whatever the zodiac sign is, it corresponds to what gift pack is given, right? The girl smiled sweetly. You could say that. I'm a Virgo. The girl froze and her smile froze. Ha! Afraid that the girl didn't hear, Li Lingfeng repeated. I'm a Virgo. The sister and Li Lingfeng exchanged a glance. Brother, calm down. In the end, Li Lingfeng received a box of Golden Dawn pure milk, turned his head to look at the back seat of the 2 barrels of Hujihua oil. This is considered fraudulent marketing. The business sector does not care about a little? Back at the branch, everyone was going about their own business. The conversation was ahead. The official appointment of the OA hadn't been issued yet, and everyone was still unaware that Li Lingfeng was about to take over Luo Xing's position. Except, of course, for certain people who are well informed, such as lobby manager Wu. Just as Li Lingfeng arrived at the door, he hurriedly greeted him and opened the door for him. Li Xing is back, returning to his card seat position. Fong Jinyan did not come over today. Li Lingfeng sat down as soon as he could. Well, it does get a little hard to sit on. So he got up and went into the office of the Lorax Bank, and now that his life was lost, he didn't even know which of his in-laws he was buying a drink from. Coming to sit down on the leather seat of the desk, Li Lingfeng instantly felt a burst of comfort. Sure enough, it's not in the same league as the staff chairs outside. Crossing his legs, he turned his head to look at the slut-like candor hanging on the wall and couldn't help but frown. Some other day must let the office director changed. How unlucky ah! No wonder Luo Line will fall into today's like this. Speak of the devil. Office director Yi Mujuan came in to get some things and saw Li Lingfeng sitting in the governor's seat with a suspicious face. Why are you sitting there? Do you want to be a banker too? Li Lingfeng smiled. Don't you want to? Napoleon once said that a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Yi Mujuan shook his head. I'm not that ambitious. Before leaving, remind you a word. Don't give old Luo C. His small-minded designated wore you small shoes. After leaning back and sitting for a while, Lin Sudong called. This side for you to find a person. You look at the suitability resume I send you. Then there was a reminder. If it's a good fit, contact him directly yourself. Li Lingfeng was still wondering. What? You won't charge me for intermediary services this time? I've taken 20% of your shares. Besides, I'll still be the apparent boss of this company in the future. How inappropriate it is to charge you a service fee. It's rare that you have this realization. Li Lingfeng was satisfied. I'll tell you the good news. I'm going to be the bank president. Ah, a pang of surprise was clearly felt from Lin Odong. Isn't that a big raise in salary? I don't know. I heard there's a $30, $400, 000 a year salary. I think. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, and Li Lingfeng asked curiously, what's wrong with you? It's more heartbreaking to hear about a brother being a banker than a brother driving a Mercedes. Subsequently, Li Lingfeng received the applicant's resume sent by Lin Sudong, as well as the academic certificate on the school credit network. Li Lingfeng read it briefly, then picked up his cell phone and dialed the applicant's number. Hello, is this Xiao Hongfei? I only heard the other party's overbearing reply. Which one are you, and why are you looking for me? Li Lingfeng frowned. I received your resume for the interview. The other party immediately shifted 180 in winks. Yes, drop. So tell me, what do you think about this post? Li Lingfeng asked. What position am I applying for? The other party came to a question. This is a little too many resumes submitted. Can you give a hint? Li Lingfeng. You voted for the sales position. Li Lingfeng reminded. How much do you pay in wages? Unresponsible base salary of 2,000. We can talk about it in person. Li Lingfeng returned. Talk about 2,000 sales still want to talk to me. You also do not go to the school letter online to check what my resume. A bachelor's degree to open 2,000. Joke. Li Lingfeng yo-yoed his head. I just checked. College student. Part-time. He, that didn't even fool you. The other laughed a little. So when's the interview? Are you free now? I'll send you an address. Meet me there. Yeah, the other answered with a full mouth. And at the end asked, what do you see in me? Li Lingfeng took a deep breath and said back, look at your shamelessness. That's what you need to do in dry sales. Opponent. What kind of face would put in the hobbies section? Young model. McDonald's. The two men arrived as promised, and Li Lingfeng took a closer look at the man in front of him. A professional suit straightened, hair gel shiny and textured, completely different from the phone. Li Lingfeng was very skeptical. You are Xiao Hongfei? As in fake? Here's my ID so you can check it. Li Lingfeng took a look. Nima. The photo on the ID card is even more exaggerated. Handsome than Du Mingjun. You used to sell insurance, right? Li Lingfeng asked with a frown. This is all for you to discover? Xiao Hongfei laughed. Li Lingfeng. With this outfit, you're either in real estate or selling insurance. However, it also fully illustrates that this Xiao Hongfei's experience in doing sales should be quite colorful. Do you have any other questions about this job? Li Lingfeng asked. Xiao Hongfei shook his head. No problem. When can I go to work? Anytime. It's just that the company isn't set up yet. Waiting for you to come over and open up the land. Li Lingfeng returned. Xiao Hongfei looked at Li Lingfeng with wide eyes. Are you playing with me? To make you the legal representative of the company, plus another 10% of the company's dividend shares. Deal. Xiao Hongfei gripped Li Lingfeng's hand tightly with a kind smile. By the way, can that base salary be increased a bit more? It's really a bit low. Li Lingfeng frowned. Alright, I'll give you 500 more. Thank you. Thank you. Xiao Hongfei was very touched. You are truly my reinvented parents. Hearing this, Li Lingfeng immediately reacted to this TM to give more. You used to sell insurance base salary how much? 1,000 for transportation and food allowance, Xiao Hongfei said with tears in his eyes. This piece is still the capitalist play. I do not have that black heart courage. So he picked up his cell phone and transferred 2,500 over to Xiao Hongfei, saying, this is this month's salary. Xiao Hongfei looked at Li Lingfeng with a look of disbelief. I haven't even gone to work yet? It's called prepayment of wages, and it's what regular conscientious big business does. Our company isn't even established yet. What kind of big business is it? But we're formal. Conscientious, Li Lingfeng said righteously. Even Xiao Hongfei, who had seen great storms, was momentarily confused. With a hint of skepticism, it's easy to go out of business that way. Li Lingfeng, you can return it to me if you don't want it. To be, Xiao Hongfei was busy nodding his head repeatedly. It's just that it's the first time I've enjoyed such good treatment. I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. Alas, wild boars can't eat fine chaff. Xiao Hongfei sighed continuously. You won't be a boar after you follow me. Xiao Hongfei looked up. What's that? House pigs. After being speechless, Xiao Hongfei asked. Aren't you afraid that I'll take the money and run away? It's not a bad idea to get a good look at someone for 2,500. And besides, you're willing to give up a great career for 2,500? Xiao Hongfei hesitated for a moment. The great future was not seen for the time being, and a 250% who suspected that he had too much money was sitting in front of him. More than the illusory future. This 2,500 is real. Li Lingfeng stared. You wouldn't fucking really be thinking of running away, would you? Xiao Hongfei grinned. No, it won't. How could I be that kind of person? Hongfei has been drifting for half a lifetime, hating the fact that he has not met a bright master, and now that he has been recognized by the public, he is willing to do the work of a dog and horse, mentally calculating. Nima, even if you run away, you can't tell you explicitly. Li Lingfeng frowned. Drifting for half a lifetime? You're only in your early 30s now. So what? You're only going to live to be 60? Xiao Hongfei. This will order 2 burger set meal came up. Li Lingfeng is ready to start eating. You're not eating? Li Lingfeng looked at Xiao Hongfei. Xiao Hongfei shook his head. I've asked my girlfriend to join me, so eat slowly. After that, he waved and got up to leave. Li Lingfeng? You can even get a girlfriend on a $1,000 salary. So it seems like you've got the right guy. An extra serving of the set meal just happened to walk by a little boy who stopped to look at the burger in Li Lingfeng's hand. So he smiled at it and beckoned over. Uncle's got a burger for you. Want one? The little boy hesitated for a moment, but in the end he couldn't resist the temptation of the burger. Taking the burger from Li Lingfeng, Li Lingfeng smiled and said, "Say thank you." "Thanks." Looking up, a young woman in a fresh dress walked briskly toward the little boy. After fixing his eyes to see clearly, the pair of G-class headlights almost didn't blind Li Lingfeng. "Why is it so shocking?" Li Lingfeng couldn't help but swallow his saliva. "I'm sorry for disturbing you with a naughty child." The young woman came to the front and apologized. "Mommy, Uncle gave me a burger," the little boy said. The young woman squatted down, and the overwhelmingly plump buttocks even made Li Lingfeng's nostrils nearly sore with blood. "Whether it's up or down, it's better than Han Shuiying ever was. Ah, it's a masterpiece. It's a fucking masterpiece." Caressing the little boy's face, the young woman smiled charmingly. "So did you say thank you to Uncle?" Said. The little boy nodded repeatedly. The young woman got up and smiled as she said to Li Lingfeng once again, "What a trouble for you." Li Lingfeng smiled faintly as he passed by, his afterglow glancing at the neckline, snow white. "Come on, say goodbye to Uncle. When you grow up, be as loving as Uncle," the young woman taught the little boy. "Bye, Uncle." The little boy waved. After the two left, Li Lingfeng pondered and said in his heart, the so-called growing up. It's that when you hear the word rough, you don't think of the ocean anymore. Then again, with that level of volume, what's the point of having a burger? If it was me, I wouldn't want to eat it, Li Lingfeng muttered. Shanjia Village. Uncle Chen, who was trimming the flowers and plants, received a message 2 days ago. In order to promote the eastward strategy of S-City and give full play to the role of bridgehead, P-District government decided to bring in Van Hong Real Estate to create a new commercial center area in Feidong area of Shanjia Village. It is also seen as a new growth area for the economy in the P region. This means that the Feidong area and even the entire Shanjia village are facing expropriation. This makes Uncle Chen cannot help but think of Li Lingfeng. This kid not only has vision, but also bold and really dare to do quite that style of his own back in the day. And remembering the billions of dollars he now owns. "What did you cut? Don't you see?" At this time, Chen Yashin's mom came over and reminded her. Uncle Chen looked down and realized that he had cut the 100-year-old pine-potted plant in half. A sweet is gone. This is not important. The key TM raised more than 10 years of beloved things. Rush to call a professional to come over and salvage it and see if it can be renewed. After handling it, he turned his head to look at Chen Yashin's mom. Do you think Ling Feng hasn't come to our house for a while? Did you miss your daughter? Didn't she just come back 2 days ago? Chen Yashin's mom was curious. No, I mean Ling Feng, our future son-in-law. Chen Yashin's mom thought about it. It's been a while since he's been here, and I've missed this kid. Why don't we ask him to come over and sit at home tonight? Uncle Chen pretended to test the question. Alright, then I'll prepare the meal and go. Chen Yashin's mom happily said. Then I'll make a call to Ling Feng. Uncle Chen hurriedly picked up his cell phone. You told your daughter to call Ling Feng. What do you call it when you contact him directly yourself? He's not your son-in-law yet. Right. After Chen Yashin's mom reminded him of this, Uncle Chen immediately woke up the water. Then I'll call my daughter. Hey, Dad, what's the matter with calling me? Uncle Chen smiled happily. Daughter, come home with Ling Feng for a meal tonight. Your mom cooked the meal. Chen Yashin couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. It wasn't like this was a special holiday. It wasn't good to open up. Dad, there's no need to call Ling Feng. I can just go back by myself. No, you call up Ling Feng, Uncle Chen hurriedly said, afraid that his daughter would really come back by herself. Why must we call on him? Chen Yashin asked rhetorically. Isn't he your boyfriend? It's normal to call on him. Boyfriend, not husband. Why do you have to take him with you when you go home? If it works out, then you should hurry up and make him your husband. Uncle Chen didn't forget to remind. Uhsin Chen, is it true that if I don't bring Ling Feng, I don't have to go back either? That's not true, but there's not much point in coming back. Uncle Chen returned weakly. Dad, you've changed, Chen Yashin said sadly. Obedient daughter, Mom and Dad are at home waiting for you to come back. Remember it's you. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yashin beamed and looked up at her own beautiful black hair in the glasses. Li Lingfeng's figure couldn't help but flash in his mind. Over here, Li Lingfeng, who had just come out of McDonald's, received a call from Chen Yashin. Those who signed the agreement should naturally agree to dinner tonight. Traveling to the side of the road, just as the traffic light came on, a group of riders in yellow robes fishtailed past. It's like one of the camel's nest in Lao she's riding. Driving to the internet cafe store where Chen Yashin was based, Li Lingfeng parked his car on the side of the road. Picking up his cell phone, he was just about to call Chen Yashin when he looked up and saw a teenager standing stupidly in the distance. The eyes gazed forward motionlessly, and the whole man had sunk. Li Lingfeng followed the direction of the teenager's gaze. and a young girl in a white shirt and dress stood on the side of the road. At this time and the wind whisked by, white shirt and skirt danced in the wind, as well as the strand of hair, swaying in the wind. You can be sure that this moment the wind has a mold and hits the teenager's heart. Li Lingfeng hurriedly clicked on his cell phone camera, wanting to freeze this beautiful moment. But in a flash, the young girl entered an approaching Porsche. Li Lingfeng couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and when he turned his head again, he had already lost sight of the teenager in the distance. Returning to his senses, Li Lingfeng let out a soft sigh, followed by the sound of two children arguing. My dad's 6'8". My dad's 2'7". My dad makes 20,000 a month. My dad makes 50,000 a month. The first kid, his anger level drawn to full capacity, growled. My dad dares to eat shit. Does your dad? I wouldn't dare. You son of a bitch. Then came the familiar call of sour joy from the cane casserole. Fang Jiahan, you're 7 years old and you still wet the bed. As the women came downstairs, it gradually evolved from singles to mixed doubles. Li Lingfeng's muscle nerves involuntarily jumped, and he seemed to have felt the pain from a distance. The other kid watched what happened to his brother, perhaps rejoicing. It's a good thing I didn't follow that up just now. My dad dares to eat shit too. Li Lingfeng was busy remembering that he had come to pick up Chen Yashin, so he hurriedly dialed the phone. I'm in front of the internet cafe store. Come on out. I wasn't at the internet cafe store. Chen Yashin returned. It's been a while since I've been there. Ha? Li Lingfeng was a bit incredulous. If you're not at the internet cafe store, then where are you? Where I live. After receiving the address, Li Lingfeng drove to the Great Eastern City, which was a mixed high-rise and villa neighborhood. Chen Yashin came out from the entrance of the neighborhood, and Li Lingfeng stayed in the car at a glance. Walked over to Chen Yashin. What's wrong with you? Where's your yellow hair? Li Lingfeng asked as he looked at Chen Yashin's shiny black hair. I'm back to my original hairstyle. Ah, Chen Yashin laughed, then got into the passenger seat. Li Lingfeng revisited Chen Yashin like he had discovered a new continent. It was hard to imagine a world of difference from the past. Now all plain and elegant, she was like a classical beauty coming out of a book. It's not in any way connected to the wild capriciousness of the old days. She really inherited her mom's temperament. What? Don't I look good like this now? Chen Yashin asked in disbelief. Li Lingfeng frowned. It's nice to look at, but I'm still used to that yellow hair you used to have. Chen Yashin looked at Li Lingfeng. Didn't you say you didn't like yellow hair before? Yeah, did I say that? Royal Garden. Han Shuiying, who had learned that Li Lingfeng wasn't coming back, cooked herself a bowl of noodles in lotus egg clear soup. Eating noodles while watching a serial was one of her few pleasures. Drinking the bowl of soup cleanly, Han Shuiying drew a paper towel and wiped down her mouth. The thought of a phone call to my parents, though more often than not it only leads to annoyance. Hey, Mom, have you eaten yet? Eat? Where's my dad? Is he still watching the store and not back? Why don't you watch the store? Do you want to go out and play cards with your friends? Hearing her own mom's icy tone in her mouth, Han Shuiying tried to smile to ease the atmosphere. My dad doesn't have many friends, so it's okay for him to relax properly. Relax? Other people get pensions. Your dad doesn't watch the store and drink the wind out of his sails? Don't you have a pension too? What's he got to do with me having a pension? What? Thinking I'm going to support him? Han Shuiying, after all, you're two couples. Why do you have to be so clear? To be supported by a woman. You also have the nerve to say it. In vain to pay for you to read so many books. Han Shuiying stopped making a sound, knowing that if she kept talking it would be another war. By the way, where's Li Lingfeng? Oh, he went outside and hasn't come back yet. Han Shuiying was surprised that her mom would suddenly care about Li Lingfeng. Ever since the last time Li Lingfeng made her earn face in front of her many sisters, Han Shuiying clearly felt that her mom's attitude towards Li Lingfeng had changed. At least it won't be as repulsive as it used to be. Alright, nothing much going on, you get an early night. You have to work tomorrow. Okay, Mom, Han Shuiying answered. By the way, I got paid this month. I'll transfer 2,000 to you to buy some clothes. It's almost fall. There was a pause on the other end of the line. No, I have it. Just as Han Shuiying was ready to hang up in disappointment, the caller said, take care of yourself. Han Shuiying's nose instantly turned sour, and she couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her face. After easing her emotions, Han Shuiying sent a message to Li Lingfeng, I miss you. After 3 rounds of drinking, Uncle Chen patted Li Lingfeng's shoulder. Good boy. You have a sharp enough eye. Li Lingfeng looked at Uncle Chen in disbelief. What does this mean? You mean you have a good eye for your daughter? You know what? You really got the bet right. The government in that area of Feidong is preparing to build a new commercial center. Li Lingfeng relaxed his breath. So he was referring to this. By the way, Uncle Chen, I'd like to trouble you to inquire if there's an underling to take over. I'm going to take advantage of the trend to cash out at a high level. Uncle Chen looked at Li Lingfeng questioningly. You're not waiting for demolition compensation? Li Lingfeng smiled. That's too slow. When a process is finished, compensation is in place. I'm afraid it's a few years later. This money in hand has to flow to create its value. Uncle Chen was a little surprised after hearing this. Your kid is more capable than I thought. Okay, Uncle will help you pay attention to it. Thank you, Uncle. Li Lingfeng returned, with him out to help. It wasn't a matter of smooth sailing. Moreover, the Feidong area is now on the crest of a storm, and there are a lot of people waiting to enter the market. It's nothing more than the acceptance of higher or lower asset prices. Uncle Chen looked up at the two mothers and daughters who were cleaning up the dinner plates and came forward to Li Lingfeng. Tell your uncle how far you and your Xin have progressed. How come I haven't seen you two holding little hands? Facing Uncle Chen's question, Li Lingfeng was dumbfounded in place. How should he answer? You two aren't working together to fool us two old men, are you? Li Lingfeng. Uncle Chen sighed. You know, Uncle has fought for most of his life. His life's work is all here. It's like a work of art carved out of Uncle's life, and I do want it to be passed on to the ideal person. After saying that, he looked up at Li Lingfeng. Do you understand what Uncle means? Li Lingfeng was speechless. He could gain life, but in the face of this honest flow of Uncle Chen's voice, he would weigh the weight of love and righteousness. It's true. No one with a heart of gold can get rich. Li Lingfeng smiled. Uncle, you're joking. Uncle Chen froze for a moment. His gaze hesitated for a few moments before looking at Li Lingfeng. Yes, Uncle was joking. Come on, let's keep drinking. Uncle Chen picked up his wine glass and said. Chen Yashin's mother looked at Uncle Chen. The table is all cleaned up. What are you drinking? Make tea. Uncle Chen smothered a mouthful. Yes, make tea. Drink tea to wake up. Li Lingfeng's heart was like overturning a condiment bottle. Mixed flavors, and then he picked up his cell phone and scanned it. I saw a message from Han Shuiying. I miss you. This is the intersection of life. To the left or to the right. 0.1 seconds of silence. My heart only looked to you. Li Lingfeng got up and said towards Uncle Chen and Chen Yashin's mother. Uncle, Auntie, it's very late. I'll go back first. Chen Yashin's mother turned her head to look over in surprise. Or else, don't go back tonight. There are plenty of rooms at home. Chen Yashin on the side also followed and looked over, seemingly expecting something. Li Lingfeng smiled. No, I still have to get up early for work tomorrow, so I won't bother you. Chen Yashin's mom still wanted to continue to stay for a bit longer, but seeing that Uncle Chen didn't say anything, she couldn't say anything else. Then I'll go with you as well. I'll go back to live over in the Great Eastern City, Chen Yashin hurriedly said. Li Lingfeng looked at her suspiciously. Aren't you going to spend more time with your aunt and uncle? Ugh, I just came back 2 days ago. Let's go. Chen Yashin came to Li Lingfeng's side and pulled up his wrist and said. Chen Yashin's mom. This girl, she really forgets her mother when she has a man. After the two left, Chen Yashin's mother looked back at Uncle Chen. Why didn't you open your mouth to stay? Uncle Chen picked up the freshly brewed tea. We don't understand the young people's world. This happiness have to rely on our daughter to grasp by herself. These words rather made Chen Yashin's mother remember something. Have you noticed that our daughter has changed a lot? Not only has this dyed her hair back, but I heard her say she's going to study for graduate school to further her education. Uncle Chen smiled. This is because he's afraid that he's not good enough to keep up with others. On the way to the Great Eastern City, Li Lingfeng turned his head and said curiously, if you have a good home and don't live there, why do you come out to live alone by yourself? Speaking as if you're not a young person, are you willing to live with your own parents? Chen Yashin asked rhetorically. Li Lingfeng didn't even hesitate for a second. Willing. Uhsin Chen. The Great Eastern City is also very close to my house. It's in the same village, so it's not a matter of a moment if I want to go back. Li Lingfeng nodded. That too. Sure enough, it was close. Only 5 or 6 minutes to the entrance of the Big East neighborhood. Looking at the villa area inside, Li Lingfeng asked with interest, the villa you live in, or the high-rise suite at the back? Chen Yashin smiled wryly. You won't know if you go in and take a look. Li Lingfeng looked at the time. Some other day. It's already late. Okay. Chen Yashin was like a deflated leather ball. Getting out of the car, he turned around and waved to Li Lingfeng. Villas, suites are available. Come in and sit down next time you have time. Li Lingfeng, do you know how we poor people feel? And villas, suites are available. Returning to his residence, just as he entered the door, Han Shuiying pounced up and hugged Li Lingfeng. Why are you back so late? Went to visit the mayor of Shanja village. This is not your man. I am about to be promoted to the position of line chief. Must not expand some resources. Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng incredulously. Promoted to governor? Right. Li Lingfeng nodded proudly and took off his shoes. Han Shuiying still couldn't believe it. Seriously, You've only been on the job for a month. A helicopter ride? When people are lucky, they can't even be stopped. If you don't believe me, ask your father, Li Lingfeng said proudly. Speaking of her dad, Han Shuiying deflated her mouth a bit. You really believe in fate? Believe it, otherwise how would I have met you? At this moment, Li Lingfeng's eyes that would smile looked at Han Shuiying. Han Shuiying gave an airy humph. That's right. When he finished, he squatted down. Li Lingfeng looked down at Han Shuiying who was coiling her hair. What are you doing? Han Shuiying, who had coiled her hair, raised her head. The words have been said to this point, and the old lady shall not weld this red thread a little more firmly. Late at night, Li Lingfeng looked at the sleeping Han Shuiying and turned his head to light a cigarette. A wisp of clouds dispersed, and Li Lingfeng leaned his head to meditate for a while. The more I think about it, the more energized I am, and with the stimulation of the smell of smoke, I don't feel the slightest bit of sleepiness. So he got up and went out onto the balcony, where the late-night wind was a little cooler. Li Lingfeng looked up and saw that a bright light across the street was afraid to greet the poor people who did not know which night shift. Just taking another look, Li Lingfeng, who felt slightly wrong, frowned both eyebrows. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, women in front and men behind, raging like waves after waves. Li Lingfeng, who normally had 5.0 eyesight, instantly raised it to 5.4, but he still couldn't see a clear picture. Li Lingfeng hurriedly jogged in to bring the telescope purchased online not long ago, which shall not be 4K quality. I had just squared up my looking glass to look over, when the other guy pulled the curtain right back to cover it up. Li Lingfeng. I was just about to spit out a broken sentence when I heard the other building shout, "What are you pulling the curtains for in the middle of the night?" This shouting led to some more lights coming on one after another. Li Lingfeng hurriedly put down the looking glass. This kind of sordid thing peeping things is not a gentleman. I pull the curtains to do you hang thing. Why not look at your mother-in-law to go? The other side of the curtains threw the air back. If I had a wife, why would I need to squat late at night to smell the meat? Li Lingfeng yo-yoed his head. It seemed that he was another self-reliant traditional craftsman. It's so late, why aren't you sleeping? At this time, Han Shuiying came out wrapped in her pajamas and hazily said. Li Lingfeng turned around. Why are you up? You can't sleep on the balcony to get some air. Breathable, what are you doing with the binoculars? Han Shuiying stepped forward. Li Lingfeng smiled as he picked up his looking glass. Studying human movement under microscopic vision. Watching people's good deeds again. Aren't they all on the movies? Han Shuiying whitened her eyes. How can it be the same? One is live and the other is broadcast. Which is different? Come on, show me. Han Shuiying extended her hand and said. Li Lingfeng handed the binoculars to Han Shuiying, who picked them up and scanned the surroundings. Apart from the lights, where is there anything? Aren't those lights beautiful? Li Lingfeng wrapped his arms around Han Shuiying from behind and whispered in her ear. Han Shuiying froze for a moment and turned back with a happy smile. Beautiful, because it's home. A ray of sunlight in the early morning shone through the window and shone on Li Lingfeng's face. Li Lingfeng opened his hazy eyes and used his hand to block the soft sunlight, which was slightly harsh. Fetching his cell phone and checking the time, he rolled right out of bed in shock. I can't believe it's past 10 o'clock, and today the DYB is coming over to the branch to announce their own notice of appointment. Hurriedly, he got up, washed up, and changed into his straight professional clothes. Going out, I happened to see Gu at the entrance of the porch, accompanied by an old woman in her early 60s, whom I had never seen before. Li Lingfeng went forward to greet him. Who is this? Oh, my new old partner. Gu Moncler Sunshine smiled. That happiness in his heart cannot be hidden. Li Lingfeng. You know, it's really lonely living alone, so it's good to have a companion to rely on, and the children are often away from home. Li Lingfeng agrees with this kind of rhetoric from Gu, except that you an 80-plus-year-old man looking for a 60-year-old female companion. It always felt like something was wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. A look at the time is even later. So Li Lingfeng hurriedly said, I'll rush to work first. I'll talk again when I have time. Moncler. After saying that, he turned around and entered the elevator. And once he looked at the floor buttons, the whole thing was dumbfounded. What kind of loser pressed every floor? And this elevator is still an old model that can't be cancelled. It was hard to wait until the negative floor. Li Lingfeng ran out with the speed of a 100-meter sprint and got into the car. The rush to the branch was unusually uneventful. Li Lingfeng exhaled and instantly relaxed. It seems that the great Yao Xing has not arrived yet either. So he slowly pushed the door and entered. And when he came to the inner office area, 10 pairs of eyes turned their heads in unison to look at Li Lingfeng. What's going on? What's with all the people? Li Lingfeng looked up and saw that the door to the former Luo Xing's office was left open. And Big Yao Xing was sitting on the sofa inside with a smelly face. The scene goes without saying, and any fool knows that people and others are not happy about it. So Li Lingfeng came into the office and smiled. Good morning, Yao Xing. How come you didn't tell me in advance? Big Yaoxing still had a stinky face. It's still early. Don't you see what time it is now? Is it usually like this? Li Lingfeng came and sat down across from Di Yaoxing and made tea. This is not rushing to meet a client. Di Yaoxing bent closer. This client's surname is Zhou. A single name. Gong, I believe. Alas, this has all been discovered by you, Yaoxing. Surely nothing can be hidden from your eyes. A leader is a leader. After saying that, Li Lingfeng hurriedly served a cup of freshly brewed tea. Try this tea, Yaoxing. The old Luo collection of Westlake Longjing in the past. De Yaoxing picked it up and took a small sip, savoring it. It seems like it should be pretty good, or else how could it get into the picky mouth of De Yaoxing? I must hide this box of Westlake Longjing before I go back, lest Lao Luo take it with her when she moves out of the office. Okay, now that you're here, let's get down to business. I have to rush back to the branch for a meeting later. Hearing this from De Yaoxing, Li Lingfeng knew that this prime minister could hold a boat in his belly. Rushed to convene a group of people to open a brief meeting to announce the appointment. The big Yaoxing in the meeting that is a generous speech. The words were fierce, and every sentence criticized Lao Luo for that violation of discipline. Turning his head, where's old Lo? Didn't he come over here? Look at just how undisciplined he is. At this time, De Yaoxing's assistant came forward and whispered in his ear. Luo Xing has already submitted his resignation. Big Yaoxing slapped the table. So what if you submit your resignation? As long as you haven't left S Agricultural and Commercial Bank for one day, you have to abide by the discipline of S Agricultural and Commercial Bank. You call him and tell him to come over or don't quit. The assistant nodded and hurriedly got up and went out to call and contact the old Luo to go and get him to come over with all guns blazing. We have absolutely zero tolerance for this kind of disregard for discipline. That's why the branch has decided to remove Luo Tianqing from his position as branch president. When these words came out, everyone was more or less surprised, not realizing that this old Luo had mixed up to this end today. You know, he is also considered a veteran employee of S Farmers and Merchants Bank for more than 10 years. But it was only a matter of time before he dismounted with that kind of character that takes advantage of everything. At the moment, everyone is more concerned about who will take over the position of president, which is related to future integration and business development. After all, who doesn't want to be with a good leader who can drink and eat? With a no performer, you'll be drinking the wind month after month. Just as everyone was waiting for Di Yaoxing to announce his appointment, Di Yaoxing was in no hurry instead, he spoke eloquently about the evolution of S Farmers and Merchants Bank. You see, this is the pattern of leadership. And then the conversation turned to current management, business model exploration and future outlook. Then the conversation turned to the current S Farmers and Merchants Bank is in dire need of training a new generation of young cadres, bringing the conversation back to the developmental aspects of young people, finally setting a benchmark. The topic ended up in Li Lingfeng's body. To benchmark what to do it, give rewards stretches the role of demonstration so Li Lingfeng will take over down the branch president post. By this point, everyone finally knew that Li Lingfeng was going to be their bank president. Li Lingfeng couldn't help but yawn and hurriedly led the applause, and the crowd hurriedly followed the rhythm. If we let him go on, we'll have to take out the one about Pangu's opening of the heavens. Big Yaoxing had no choice but to temporarily suspend his speech, and when the applause quieted down, he wanted to talk some more. At this point, Lao Luo's appearance saved the day and instantly drew all of the firepower from Tai Yaoxing. Just seeing that expression on old Luo's face, it was even more black-faced than it was when he was just a big Yaoxing. It was said to be a brief meeting, but it turned out to be watery for over an hour, and the morning was just wasted. After the meeting was adjourned, when everyone had left the conference room, Li Lingfeng got up and came to the side of Di Yaoxing. Yaoxing, it's already past 12. Let's go have a casual dinner. Di Yaoxing pulled up his sleeve slightly and looked at the time of that watch on his hand. A frown. There's a meeting later. Li Lingfeng looked around to make sure that there was no one else except for the assistant waiting outside the door. So he gave a wink to Big Yao. I have a client that's harder to chew on, and I also hope that Yaoxing can step in and push it. De Yaoxing's eyes lit up. This business matter must be taken seriously. It's about the development of our bank. Right. So that's why I thought of bothering Yaoxing. Li Lingfeng laughed. Bank Dayo nodded. Xiao Lua, you go back to the branch first and tell the other bank leaders that that meeting is postponed until tomorrow. Half a bell later, I received a call from Su Xiaolu. Hey, I received the consumption record of the Violet Club. What are you doing? Accompanying a large client. Li Lingfeng smoked a cigarette and said, next to the young lady in a wrap was gently pressing her calves. Remember to charge back the money you spent, Su Xiaolu reminded. Li Lingfeng flicked the ashes of his cigarette. Say it again. Then he looked at the young lady with the burgeoning career line. You bend down a little more. Obediently, The young lady leaned forward at an angle to take in all the sights. That's right. If it's an advantage you have to show it, that's your capital. Who are you talking to? Su Xiaolu asked. Ah, the massage lady. Is it the one I recommended to you last time? Su Xiaolu laughed. Hey, how do you know? Front and center isn't your thing. How's that? Okay? Not bad, but not as warped as you. You say that. I love it. Are you free tonight? Li Lingfeng touched his forehead. It shouldn't be anything. What's wrong? Treat you to dinner. I found a newly opened Western-style restaurant that's not bad. Su Xiaolu gave a recommendation. Li Lingfeng frowned. You're afraid you want to sleep with me. Is it hard to believe that I'm treating you to dinner tonight for nothing? Li Lingfeng. Sis, let's not be so forceful in our purpose. A simple dinner among friends is good. Okay, then how about sis asks you out for a less purposeful dinner tonight? Li Lingfeng exhaled the last mouthful of smoke and extinguished the cigarette in his hand. We'll see what happens then. Without further ado, a call came in. After hanging up Su Xiaolu's phone, Li Lingfeng looked at the incoming call. It was from Xiao Hongfei. Hey boss. After thinking about it all night last night, I don't think I can do you wrong. Listening to the other party's sincere tone, Li Lingfeng slightly stunned. Feelings of this old boy really thinking of running away? Ah? What time did it start? Boss, I'll go over now, Xiao Hongfei said. In this case, you go directly to Lin Sudong from East Moon Human Resources. I'll send you the address later, and work with him to finalize the office space first. Ha? Your company is really new. Ha? Pearls aren't even that real, or could they be made for your legal representative? Say no more. You go to him. Okay, send me the address. After hanging up the phone again, Li Lingfeng then sent Lin Sudong's address to Xiao Hongfei. Sir, let me give you a back rub. At the end of the clock, Li Lingfeng was satisfied and loaded his clothes ready to leave, and casually gave the young lady a tip of 300. This is necessary because next time she will work harder. The manager walked in at this time and said to Li Lingfeng, the gentleman next door said he wants to add bells. What do you think? Li Lingfeng. Then he smiled evilly. Add bells to him. And in addition, you call one more technician over, with better skills. The manager nodded. Okay, that's on it. So your side? I don't have to. Sit here and wait for him for a while. Li Lingfeng laughed. Okay, then I'll get you a new tea and fruit plate. You sit down for a while, the manager arranged. Expensive has its perks and this service can't be beat. Finished. DIYAO line gave high praise to this customer visit. After sending off Big Yao Xing, Li Lingfeng drove to the boba drink shop. Looking at the still flavorful boss lady, too, please. The boss's wife leaned forward slightly. Her gully became even deeper. Looked meaningfully at Li Lingfeng, and laughed. Do you want free or paid? Li Lingfeng twisted his sore tendons. Next time, call for a freebie. The boss's wife lowered her head and smiled. Ready to go and get busy. Making drinks for Li Lingfeng to go. Wait, I'll give you a present. The boss's wife looked up and just happened to come eye to eye with Li Lingfeng, who was gazing deeply. An instant cold shiver ran down his entire body and his spirits were lifted 1,000,000%. The boss's wife, whose face was as red as a flush, looked at Li Lingfeng in surprise, as if she was still reminiscing about the sensation she had just experienced. It was unknown how cool it was. Li Lingfeng only knew that those 2 cups of milk tea were spiked with double the amount of ingredients. He brought the milk tea to Lin Sudong's agency and handed Lin Sudong the cup of milk tea that he hadn't drunk. Conscientious. Bringing me milk tea and spicing it up, Lin Sudong said in relief. It's not worth my hustle to rent you office space on the 2nd floor above. How did the talk go? Li Lingfeng asked. Well, got you down to $50 on top of your expected price of $60 per square meter, and about $10,000 in rent for about 200 square meters. Utilities, those are calculated separately, and since it's a self-built house, there will be no more property charges, Lin Sudong added. Li Lingfeng nodded. Where is that old boy Xiao Hongfei? He went back, saying that his girlfriend was waiting for him. Lin Sudong returned. Not to mention, he's really capable. One person reorganized the 2nd floor. He's not afraid that I won't rent it. Then Tiger? Li Lingfeng frowned. Lin Sudong yao head. Who knows? I only heard him say that one should not be ungrateful. By the way, didn't this go beautifully for you? Lin Sudong then invited credit. Li Lingfeng whitened his eyes. If it wasn't for the landlord promising you to help him rent out the 2nd floor and give you a 10% discount on the rent, would you have been that hardworking? I don't like what you're saying. Feelings that I'm the one who counts so little profit? Lin Sudong shot back. This is when the landlord calls. Hey, can your friend come over tomorrow to sign the lease? Lin Sudong hurriedly nodded his head and replied. Yes, this will be while he is in my store. Take him to have another look. Okay, send me a message when you're sure. Okay. Lin Sudong then winks. You see that rent of mine? As long as the lease goes through tomorrow, I'll give you a 10% discount when all is said and done. Good grin. Lin Odong smiled happily. Li Lingfeng. What's with the feeling of being sold out? A long time later, Li Lingfeng learned that the second floor of this even opened and closed down 5 companies, was regarded as a place to break the bank. That's why landlords are in a hurry to get out, even if the price is lower. Let's just say, how this Lin Sudong's bargaining power has gone up a level. Lin Sudong brought Li Lingfeng to the second floor, and the two of them once again took a good look at the front and back. What makes Li Lingfeng most satisfied is that there is a whole set of office furniture, left behind by the previous family. It's pretty new overall, and it looks like the last one should have gone out of business without being in business for long. Now it is equivalent to directly move into the office, as long as the purchase of some office equipment can save a lot of trouble. Checked again, there were no mouse holes, rotten ceiling hangings, and the bathroom wasn't clogged. That street in the back has recently opened a new foot bath store. Why don't you try going? Lin Sudong, who was in a good mood, said with bravado. Li Lingfeng looked at Lin Sudong in disbelief. What? Got rich? Negotiated a deal 2 days ago, for Hangli Electronics Factory, for 50 temporary workers. Happy written on the face of Lin Sudong, although it is a small single, but that is his own talk down, the main one of the sense of accomplishment. Fine, but, said Li Lingfeng, moving his slightly sore tendons. Lin Sudong revealed a puzzled expression. But what? Li Lingfeng paused for a moment, thinking of the principle of not taking advantage of a son of a bitch when there is a bargain. He was busy returning. Nothing. Walk. Finally arrived at the newly opened foot bath store. Li Lingfeng looked at the boss, who was called, and calmly said, You said you don't have a parking space. I'll find a way to get over it. No fruit plate, then I'll eat at home. No drink, I'll have a cold one. But we have to be honest in business. Right. Facing Li Lingfeng's questioning, the store owner nodded his head repeatedly. Yes. This store is not well entertained. Li Lingfeng reached out to stop the boss. Just tell me where you found the 50-something part-time college student. Under the coordination of the owner of the store, Li Lingfeng was given a new mature woman technician. This time it's honesty in place. And 40-something is years younger than the last part-time college student. The look of the main one is familiar with the kind of blonde. For the sake of money, Li Lingfeng tearfully endured this $89 a clock bath foot massage. All else aside, the technique is still spot on. Old craftsmanship. Coming out of the foot bath store, Li Lingfeng looked at the time. I have other things to do, so I won't go back to your store. Lin Sudong? How am I supposed to get back? You could at least drive me back to the store in a circle. Li Lingfeng looked up at Lin Sudong. It's so close. You can walk a few steps and you'll be there. Or you can't take a car. No, Li Lingfeng, you've gone too far. I'm excessive? Li Lingfeng revealed one side of his face covered with 5 fingerprints. Which grandson just ate auntie's tofu? I carry this slap for you. Li Lingfeng threw his voice. At that moment an era walked by and looked at the two with wise eyes. No. Without waiting for Lin Sudong to say more, Li Lingfeng turned around and went to fetch his car without looking back. What brothers with 2 ribs can't carry a slap from auntie? Lin Sudong muttered. Turning his head, he looked down at the era. You silly dog. Who knew that era was just squatting there, looking at Lin Odong with the eyes of a king's contempt. Even if he was not of the same kind as it, Lin Sudong could tell from that dog god that it was mocking himself. Hey, you stupid dog. Lin Sudong was about to roll up his sleeves to scare it when a large figure shone through. Lin Sudong looked up and a big bladdered man stood in front of him. What the hell? You want to bully my dog? The Hanyu growled in a rough tone. As the saying goes, you have to beat the dog. This is the main person Lin Sudong can't afford to mess with. Hurriedly smiled with him. No. With that said, he quickly left the scene and prepared to cross the trail back to his store. Suddenly, a car braked and stopped in front of him, and when he looked up, it was Li Lingfeng. Didn't you leave? Lin Sudong was surprised. Li Lingfeng unlocked the car door. Come up here. TM conscience can't stand it. It's better to give you a ride. Lin Sudong, who smiled happily, got into the car, and before he even fastened his seatbelt, he came to say, Look, that girl is nice. Where? Raising his head, Li Lingfeng's gaze quickly locked onto his target, followed by a shrill whistle. A shoe print hangs from the rear windshield of a car that is speeding away, accompanied by a man in pursuit of the car. It was a good thing that the two ran fast, or else that shoe print would have to be slapped on their faces. After all, the other boyfriend looked a bit like elder brother Broken Stream. After sending Lin Sudong back to the agency, Li Lingfeng drove to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store where Su Xiaolu was. Receiving the call that Li Lingfeng was waiting outside, Su Xiaolu hurriedly picked up her bag and left work. A female co-worker called out, Lulu, you're not going to the potluck tonight? Not going. You guys eat, haha. Su Xiaolu turned around and smiled, waving goodbye. The woman co-worker had a questioning look on her face. Where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? You didn't see her ex-boyfriend's car waiting outside? Another female co-worker laughed. Oh, it's that handsome guy from before. Ha! Su Xiaolu got on the passenger side, and Li Lingfeng turned his head and asked, where are we going to eat? I'll send you the location. Following the navigation, Li Lingfeng arrived at a seemingly upscale Western restaurant, parking the car in the proprietary parking space. Li Lingfeng and Su Xiaolu entered the Western restaurant, and the moment they pushed open the wooden door, a light smoky fragrance greeted them. The dining room is softly lit with a warm and romantic atmosphere. The waiter's uniform was straight, always with a professional smile on his face, and his demeanor was polite and humble as he communicated with Su Xiaolu. Soon, the waiter led the two to a private room on the second floor. An unintelligible piece of foreign lyrical music was playing in the booth, and a vintage chandelier shed a warm yellow light on the high ceiling, reflecting on the polished mahogany tabletop. It reflected a fascinating luster. Tabletop elegant Western-style tableware displayed among them. Look at this configuration. Li Lingfeng knows certainly not cheap goods. After the waiter left, Li Lingfeng frowned. Are you usually this extravagant? Su Xiaolu put the bag down, laughed. Where do you want to go? This is not afraid of you or not accustomed to eating. Sister shed blood. If you say that, I can't do you justice if I don't eat more than a couple bites tonight. After saying that, Li Lingfeng came to that European-style sofa and sat down, crossing his legs. The old saying is that your car is not good for sale now. Can you stand it with spending so much? Su Xiaolu followed over, sat down next to Li Lingfeng and leaned in his arms. Don't you worry, just rely on the monthly salary, shall not drink the wind. Yo, you have other income? Li Lingfeng looked down at Su Xiaolu and pinched her chin. In dividing the property with my ex-husband, there was a central area store with title awarded to him, but the proceeds of the proceeds went to me until it was demolished. Li Lingfeng's eyes widened. Then how much is the monthly rent collected? More than 30,000. Su Xiaolu faintly returned. Then why are you still going to work for the wool? Li Lingfeng sweated. It's boring not to go to work. What are you doing alone? Besides, it's only when I go to work that I have a chance to meet my good man. Su Xiaolu looked up and said, that's true. Li Lingfeng nodded. By the way, I'll discuss something with you. What is it? Borrowing money is out of the question. I invested all my money in buying you that self-built house or whatever it is. That's exactly what I was discussing with you. Now that it's basically confirmed over there that they're going to condemn it to build the new commercial center in P. Su Xiaolu's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. Really? Then aren't we betting on the right thing? Waiting for the demolition to get rich? Well, I'd like to take advantage of the current windfall to cash out early and leave the market, and wait for that demolition to come down without knowing how long it'll take. Su Xiaolu leaned back into Li Lingfeng's arms. I don't understand this. Just watch what you do. That's not the point. The point is that I want to set up a company to develop the business with the money I've cashed out. Doing business? Su Xiaolu sat up. Can it work? Oh, don't trick the old lady out of her money. Li Lingfeng. I'm at least a bank president now, and you still don't believe me? Su Xiaolu looked skeptically. When did you get promoted to bank president? Didn't you just join the company for a month? Yeah, didn't I tell you? You did? Oh, so it's not telling you now? Su Xiaolu, get to the point. How about it? Will you continue to invest in me with that money? Li Lingfeng pulled back to the topic and said. Su Xiaolu smiled wryly. Investing money for you to start a company. So do I count as your angel investor? Li Lingfeng nodded. It can also be understood that way. It's not that simple to pull a venture capitalist, in which case you have to show your sincerity out. After saying that, Su Xiaolu got up and came to the door, screwing a lock on the door handle. I checked the online reviews of this store, and the soundproofing is quite good. Su Xiaolu turned around and said. At this point, the lyrical music changed to a symphonic march. Coming out of the Western restaurant, Li Lingfeng first sent Su Xiaolu back and turned his head to pick up Han Shuiying, who was still working overtime. Downstairs at the company, Li Lingfeng went to Han Shuiying and replied that he would have to wait for a while longer. Bored Li Lingfeng then get off the car and wander around casually. The evening breeze of early fall has been a little cool. Passing by a street-side barbecue stalls, saw a few young people there clinking glasses. Looks like it should be just graduated out of a short time. Only one of them was heard shouting, come on, do one. The dry heavens are yet to be decided. You and I are both dark horses. The crowd cheered, as if there should be a big, bright future. Over here, Li Lingfeng felt embarrassed to be able to gouge out 3 rooms in one hall from a distance of a few meters. Or are you and I the dark horses? A look at the no has not experienced the social beatings. Later we'll understand. The world has been set. You and I are? Dude, lend me a light. A man at the nearest table said towards Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng took out a lighter and lit the fire for himself, and the man politely and hurriedly came forward. After taking a deep breath, He waved his hand and said, "Thanks bro, how about a drink? It's inconvenient to drive later." Li Lingfeng smiled and politely declined the goodwill. Continuing to walk for some distance, LED electronic screens flashed on both sides and the streets were filled with the rush of people coming and going. Everyone has that cold and uninteresting story written all over their faces, day after day. Only the bar not far away was high, and that was one of the few places where you could indulge your soul in thrill-seeking. Li Lingfeng stared for a moment. Why don't we go over and wait for the lost girl? It's better to save one than to be picked up by someone with ulterior motives. After all, there aren't many men as pure as me. The ringing of the phone disrupted Li Lingfeng's wishful thinking. It was Han Shuiying calling. "Hey, where are you? Why is there no one in the car? Out for a walk outside to come." "You wait, I'll go back." After Li Lingfeng hung up the phone, he saw a man helping a drunken girl to leave. "When you come out to play, you are responsible for yourself. Don't use caprice as an excuse." Back downstairs at the company, Han Shuiying, who was standing by the car, happily waved and greeted Li Lingfeng, just short of pouncing on him. The two of them got into the car. Li Lingfeng turned his head and asked, "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." Han Shuiying deflated. Li Lingfeng frowned. "What the hell is your company up to? Working overtime and not caring about meals? Rushing to ship? What can I do? It's good enough to finish the job. How can I care about eating?" Han Shuiying sighed. "Why don't we just quit?" Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng in surprise. "If you don't go to work anymore, you'll support me? Fine. Then you can stay at home." Li Lingfeng laughed. Han Shuiying beamed after hearing this and shook her head. "No, you're a bank president now. How can I keep up with you if I don't go to work? Then you can change your job." "Ha?" Li Lingfeng suggested. Han Shuiying looked down and thought, "I don't know anything else. Besides, I've been here for a few years, so I'll try to get a small position." "Alright, let's not talk about this. First take you to dinner. What do you want to eat?" Li Lingfeng started the vehicle. "Spiro." Li Lingfeng frowned. "Can we eat something normal? Or we can eat better." This is not thinking of saving some money to spend. In the future there are still a lot of places to use money. Han Shuiying whispered. Li Lingfeng smiled. "Have a bowl of kanji then, the one we used to go to." "Yeah." Han Shuiying smiled sweetly. And that was where the two had their first dinner date. At that time, Li Lingfeng could only afford to treat Han Shuiying to kanji, or the street stall kind. Think of the old days, when there was no pennies, and you were still so happy as a thief. When I drove to the kanji stall, the two old men were still busy as usual. Uncle was in charge of making the kanji, and the wife was in charge of serving it to the guests and cleaning up those small folding square tables. Li Lingfeng picked a seat for Han Shuiying to sit first, fearing that someone would come later. Although this uncle is a street stall, but the craftsmanship is no doubt, and still real and fresh, so there are a lot of repeat customers. Are almost eaten into the network red card spot. Li Lingfeng came to Uncle. 2 bowls of salted bone porridge. "Uncle, alright, you sit down and wait a bit, the next one is yours." Uncle took notes on a piece of paper. Returning, Li Lingfeng glanced at Han Shuiying. "Would you like something to drink?" "Hand-pumped lemon tea bar." Han Shuiying looked across the road, which was a row of mobile beverage stores. There are wheelbarrows, 3-wheelers, and least of all, those who carry an insulated bag and come out to sell. Flexibility and variety. The market is here. To each his own. Li Lingfeng crossed the road to the opposite side, swept down once, his eyes fixed on a delicate young lady stall. The reason why I looked at her house was definitely because she made it more to the taste of young people, nothing else much. When he came to the stall of the young lady, Li Lingfeng's line of sight never left the hidden neckline. "Sir, what would you like to order?" the young lady asked sweetly. Seeing that Li Lingfeng didn't respond, he called a second time. "Sir." Only then did Li Lingfeng look up at the young lady, simply a replica of Milk Tea Girl. Li Lingfeng, who was once again entranced, was woken up again by the young lady. "Sir." Li Lingfeng stroked away the harumph. "Give me a cup of hand-beaten lemon tea." The young lady smiled awkwardly. "I'm sorry sir, the hand-pumped lemon tea was just sold out." "Oh, so what do you have?" The young lady looked down. "Just these 3 passion fruit lemon teas left." "Okay, give it all to me," Li Lingfeng said with bravado. In such a slightly cool night, how could he give up the young lady to keep guarding the stall and blowing the wind? "Really," the young lady said happily, and then packed the remaining 3 cups of passion fruit lemon tea for Li Lingfeng. When Li Lingfeng finished paying, the young lady happily picked up the phone. "Baby, come over and pick me up. I'm done selling and closing the stall." Li Lingfeng, who was carrying 3 cups of passion fruit lemon tea, looked up at the young lady, just wondering which toad is the TM holding out. Returning to the kanji stall, Li Lingfeng handed Han Shuiying the hand-beaten lemon tea that he had bought at another stall. There were also 3 cups of passion fruit lemon tea placed in front of themselves, and Han Shuiying asked suspiciously, "Can you finish 3 cups? 1 cup for me. Those 2 cups are for Uncle's old couple," Li Lingfeng strongly explained. After saying that, he took 2 cups of passion fruit lemon tea to Uncle. "Uncle, please drink passion fruit lemon tea." Uncle turned around and smiled. "Thanks. A pretty boy bought us a cup earlier too." Li Lingfeng looked at the passion fruit lemon tea with the same label. It seems that the fools are not the only ones. Salt bone porridge served up. Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying each a bowl, although has eaten dinner, but also may wish to add some flavor. Delicious, Han Shuiying said with satisfaction. Li Lingfeng looked at it. What an easily satisfied woman. No wonder she followed me in the first place with a bowl of porridge. Han Shuiying, who was choked, looked up and blanked Li Lingfeng. "You still have the nerve to say, whose mouth was like it had been smeared with honey back then. That's because you yourself have no emotional experience and are stupid enough to be cheated." Li Lingfeng laughed. "Say, am I really your first love?" Han Shuiying instantly blushed and lowered her head to drink kanji without replying, admitting that he was his first love. Wouldn't that make him look like a white guy? But he's really his first love, Han Shuiying's inner OS said at this moment. Looking at Han Shuiying not replying, Li Lingfeng smiled even more smugly. "I don't know if it's the first love, but the first time is definitely real." Han Shuiying was even more flushed, glaring at Li Lingfeng. "What? Is the porridge not enough for you?" "Enough is enough." Li Lingfeng, who was almost bursting with food, waved his hand busily. At that moment a small young couple came over, equally smiling, and asked for 2 bowls of salted bone kanji, demeanor playful. As the 2 looked that year, Han Shuiying, who was looking dazed, sighed softly. "The pie you drew for me that year is still undigested now." After saying that, he turned his head to look at Li Lingfeng. "Have you ever thought about marrying me?" Li Lingfeng, drinking a bowl of kanji. "Do we have to elevate the topic to such heights?" Li Lingfeng said with a few moments of sweat. "It's also true that the person you marry in the future won't necessarily be you anyway." Han Shuiying then spoke. "Being in love and getting married don't seem to be a natural pairing or a necessary cause and effect relationship." At that moment, Uncle came over and smiled at everyone. "I'll add a bowl of kanji for everyone here tonight, and we won't be opening any more stalls starting tomorrow." "Why?" the crowd asked. Uncle's face was filled with a happy smile. "This is not a little child, a bit of success. Called me 2 mouths to go home to enjoy their old age." As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a clamor of blessings from the crowd, and many people applauded. "Yeah, how is that not another meaning of marriage?" After leaving the kanji stall, the 2 of them, Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying, wandered around the street for a while. Han Shuiying took Li Lingfeng's arm and leaned on Li Lingfeng's shoulder, seemingly thinking about something. Li Lingfeng did not break this tranquility and allowed this to stroll. Suddenly, Han Shuiying bit Li Lingfeng's arm. "Ah, pain, pain, pain," screamed Li Lingfeng, trying to break free but being bitten to death by Han Shuiying, until it left a deep ring of teeth marks. "No, you can say what you can't think of. Why did you bite me for a good reason?" Li Lingfeng puzzled. "Bite you negative man." Han Shuiying puffed up her cheeks in indignation. Li Lingfeng touched the painful teeth marks and blew out his breath. "I didn't say I won't marry you. You have to give me some time." Hearing Li Lingfeng's words, Han Shuiying instantly became happy and said, "When will that be? Until I have your child? Let's talk about it when we have it." Li Lingfeng whitened his eyes. Han Shuiying's eyes flashed with a hint of evil. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's come now." After saying that, Han Shuiying took Li Lingfeng's hand and scurried inside. Li Lingfeng had a look of horror on his face and hastily drew it back. "This is on the street. Sis. Oh, there seems to be a bush over there." Han Shuiying had an innocent look on her face. Li Lingfeng hurriedly turned around to fetch his car to go. Infuriated Han Shuiying stomped her foot. "Li Lingfeng, you can't run away even if you go back." The next day, at the agreed time, signed the lease with the landlord's old man on the 2nd floor. Li Lingfeng pretended to look left and right again, full of hesitation. It's just mentally calculating to cut the old man again. Sure enough, the old man finally could not sit still and said, "Pretty boy, this place is smooth with the god of wealth. Rent it to ensure that you earn a lot of money." Li Lingfeng still didn't make a sound, just looking here and there. The old uncle then got up and walked over with a compass. "Nah, check it out. You're a positive wealth position." Li Lingfeng stuck his head up. "Really? Let's see." When he finished speaking, he tried to reach for the old man's compass, but unexpectedly the old man dodged it. Li Lingfeng frowned. "Is that compass of yours not going to move? Oh? How do you say this little guy's words? What I compass will not move. Can I still cheat you?" The old uncle held back his red face and shook the compass in front of Li Lingfeng for a moment, then hurriedly put it back. The compass at this time of the year shows a broken fortune position. Li Lingfeng didn't understand those runes. Anyway, his mind was full of thoughts about how to press the price again. Both of them had their own ideas, and eventually they both gave in to each other. The rent price couldn't be any lower, but they had to give a half-month rent-free period. Once finalized, the lease was quickly signed, with both men fearing the other would back out later. Li Lingfeng gave a deposit of 10,000 first, and then formally paid the rent after the half-month rent-free period. After this side was finished, Lin Sudong immediately and cheerfully walked over with a paper of supplementary agreements. That was the landlord's promise to give him a 10% discount on the first floor rent once he rented out the second floor. You can't prove it with words. You have to write it down in black and white. The landlord old man hatefully glanced at Lin Sudong. Inwardly was extremely reluctant. Helpless words out of his mouth. Everything is done. Li Lingfeng got the key. Lin Sudong gave a 10% discount. The landlord old man happily left to play mahjong. This disturbing second floor is finally rented out again. Just don't know how long this unlucky guy can support. I hope that God will bless this young man more. The landlord's old uncle prayed to Li Lingfeng in his heart. That way, you can at least stabilize your rent for a few more months. With the venue, the next step is to register the company, which Lin Sudong has experience in. He recommended an accounting firm, the same one that helped Lin Sudong register his company, and the service was okay. Xiao Hongfei hurriedly wrote down the contact information and address. Next he had to go to promote this work. Li Lingfeng looked at Xiao Hongfei. No need to rush. Bring the information over for registration again in the afternoon. Now let's have a meal and go. Xiao Hongfei's eyes instantly lit up, but then dimmed. No, have to go back to accompany my girlfriend. Can't go. For Xiao Hongfei to have a girlfriend this thing. Li Lingfeng is always skeptical. Now that this was mentioned again, I didn't realize that my eyebrows were furrowed. Your girlfriend is not inflatable, right? Xiao Hongfei, who was wearing a shiny suit and a 3/7 comb, blushed to the root of his neck. Lousy really has a girlfriend. Okay. Really? Li Lingfeng held a truth-seeking spirit and pressed on. Then show me a picture of her. Unconvinced, Xiao Hongfei took out his cell phone and flipped out a photo and handed it to Li Lingfeng. Lin Xiaoning? You guys know each other? Xiao Hongfei looked up at Li Lingfeng with great surprise. Li Lingfeng busily shook his head. No, don't know. How could I know your girlfriend? Really? Then how do you know her name? Xiao Hongfei still hadn't solved the doubts in his heart. Li Lingfeng, this. Forget it. I won't talk to you guys. I still have to rush over. Xiao Hongfei looked at the time and said, by the look of his anxiety, he knew that he was certainly not dominant in their relationship, and with Li Lingfeng's understanding of Lin Xiaoning, this Xiao Hongfei is not a dog licker. I'm afraid, rather curious as to how these two met. Some other day we have to get some words in Xiao Hongfei's mouth. Li Lingfeng pondered in his heart. Lin Xiaoning isn't Han Shuiying's best friend. Why are you pretending you don't recognize her? Lin Sudong walked up and said. Li Lingfeng looked at Lin Sudong. My old granny downstairs was over 100 years old. Do you know why she lived so long? Why? Lin Odong had an inquisitive look on his face. Because she does not blind a few bar to get together to pipe in on people's gossip. Lin Xiaoning's affairs less prying. Lin Sudong. Why do I have an urge to hammer someone? It's extremely hard to suppress internally. Why are you still staying here? Don't you go down to work? Li Lingfeng packed up the contract information. Didn't you say you were going to dinner? Waiting for you. Lin Sudong returned. Li Lingfeng took the contract information. You please? You damn me for doing you such a big favor and you want me to treat you to dinner? Lin Sudong even wondered if he had heard it wrong. Don't I save you thousands of dollars a month in rent by not treating you to a gross dinner? Lin Sudong, surprised face. Next time I help you, I'll be your son. Go. Why are you still standing there? Li Lingfeng, who had walked to the door, turned around and said. Lin Sudong grinned and hurriedly followed his footsteps. Okay, Dad. After dinner, Li Lingfeng returned to the branch, and Su Yalan, the director of the sales department, found Li Lingfeng. Li Xing, there's a reward fee that you need to allocate. It's 17,500 in total. Li Lingfeng was first stunned, and then he quickly reacted, almost forgetting that the governor had this power. Now that the head and vice president are both themselves, management is still left with the director of the sales department, Arian Su. You guys figure out how to divide it up. Just bring it to me for signature when you're set. Su Yalan looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. We'll discuss and divide it amongst ourselves? This used to be decided by Luo Xing, which consulted other people, and directly passed the meeting. Ah, what's the problem? Li Lingfeng said. Su Yalan had a difficult look on her face, and only after a long time did she stifle a sentence and say, then how much is your side share? This is the cost of your previous performance incentives, which would have been before my time, so you don't have to split it with me. Su Yalan was even more dumbfounded. This changed the previous Luo Xing, designated to go big head. The remaining several thousand everyone share a few $100 to drink soup, which eat a bite of meat. I'm afraid this isn't right. You're our bank president anyways, Su Yalan said. There's no harm. Just do as I say. Li Lingfeng gave it a pat on the back. By the way, you tell Yin Mujuan to come in for a moment. Su Yalan answered and turned around to leave. The plump buttocks twisting on her back made Li Lingfeng unconsciously look twice more. Married young women are just that. Awesome. Su Yalan, who went out, casually brought the door with her, and Li Lingfeng leaned his back against the seat and crossed his legs. A few minutes later, Yi Majuan knocked on the door and walked in. Li Xing, you're looking for me? Remembering that a few days ago, he had reminded Li Lingfeng not to sit in that governor's seat, he didn't expect that he would really become the governor. Li Lingfeng looked at the calligraphy and painting hanging on that wall. Didn't I tell you to change it? Yi Majuan looked at the word painting that was no longer a slut, and a question mark was written all over his face. Hasn't this already been changed? Yi Majuan returned in disbelief. Li Lingfeng frowned. Changing is changing. What's with you getting a women's treasure? Yi Majuan's eyes widened in disbelief after hearing this, and he once again looked over carefully, and even made a point of correcting his glasses. After making sure it's okay, well, isn't this, a home away from home? Li Lingfeng. Change it for me to Unity 4. Yi Majuan nodded. Okay, then turn around and I'll return it for another one. Is there anything else? Li Xing, Yi Majuan then asked. Nope, get busy, Li Lingfeng said back. Yi Majuan, who was ready to leave, stopped in her tracks. By the way, Li Xing, I just heard Director Su say that we'll split that 17,500 reward fee amongst ourselves? Yeah, what's the problem? Li Lingfeng thought Yi Mujuan was trying to remind him of something. Yi Mujuan smiled. No problem, it just feels like you're extraordinarily truthful, and the people outside are overjoyed. Li Lingfeng laughed it off. The most important point of leading a team, that is to know how to make profits. With the benefits in place, the so-called unity and loyalty are naturally out of the question. Besides, Li Lingfeng didn't care about this reward fee, just Uncle Chen's 273 million yuan deposit performance. It would be enough for him to get a fairly sizable paycheck for the month. Remembering something, Li Lingfeng asked Yi Mujuan, do you know which bank Luo Xing went to? Well, I heard it looks like it went to be Merchant Bank. Li Lingfeng nodded. It seemed that this old Luo still had some connections. There are two ways to turn a rudder smoothly after carrying a penalty. I'll have to pay a visit someday. At least it's my first leader and mentor. Out of the money to take the green channel, Xiao Hongfei followed the accounting firm to register the company in the afternoon. Li Lingfeng named the company Zaiho Investment Company Limited and transferred Fang Jinian over as the general manager. Now that he or she is a bank president, naturally, he or she no longer needs to do the chores of organizing loan information into the system. Let Fang Jinian sit in Zaiho Investment Company Limited. Li Lingfeng Hart also assured. The company's main activities are credit services, short-split bridging of funds and investment in projects. Li Lingfeng's current account, in addition to the $3 million used to buy a self-built house, left $920,000 in cash money, limited to the size of the capital. The company's registered capital is only reported 500,000, and so on the future of self-built houses to cash after the transfer of additional registered capital. Li Lingfeng found Huang Tianze, and after learning that Li Lingfeng was promoted to branch president, Huang Tianze was even more eager. Taking out the top-quality pour that he had treasured for many years, he brewed a pot of good tea for Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng carefully drank a mouthful of really good, put down the teacup, said, you put out the wind in the market. In the future Farmers and Merchants Bank's self-built house loan business will always be reported to the Farmers and Merchants Bank through the Heian Investment Company Limited. Huang Tianze nodded. Since he understood the reasoning behind this, he was busy answering. Understood. No problem. These days teaming up to push the self-built home loan business, Huang Tianze is also opening up a channel. Become the third pillar industry after his recycling, wholesale and retail of adult products. Huang Tianze refilled Li Lingfeng's tea. Recently another batch of new products have been put on. Do you want to try them? Li Lingfeng frowned. I can't use all those things of yours. Really want to send you this pour? Send me well? Huang Tianze froze for a moment, glancing at his freshly opened century-old pour. I'd better send you new products. Li Lingfeng. This pour was intended to be saved for my grandson's daughter-in-law, and was specially opened today to celebrate your promotion to bank president. Huang Tianze was slightly embarrassed. Li Lingfeng laughed it off. Naturally he was not the one to take away someone's love. In turn he had to thank him for having a heart. It just says it's for when my grandson gets married. How many years from now? So Li Lingfeng curiously asked in passing, how old is your grandson? 16 years old, talking about his grandson. Huang Tianzi's face is full of joy, the fragrance that has been passed down from generation to generation. Li Lingfeng looked at Huang Tianzi with some fried eyes. Nima grandson is already 16 years old? I think you're only in your early 50s, as I recall? Huang Tianzi nodded. Yes, but I got married early in those days and had my first son at the age of 18. Oh, so the freshly minted baby I saw you holding last time was your grandson too? Huang Tianzi smiled. That's my son. Li Lingfeng only felt a sudden burst of thunder. His brain was a bit not very flexible. Sister-in-law can still give birth? Harm. Her old bitch is long past menopause. Can you count on her? Li Lingfeng. No. Li Xing, are you pretending to be stupid or do you really not know? Nowadays there can't be more than a few rich men out there? After finishing, he didn't forget to stare at Li Lingfeng and added, You didn't? There is, said Li Lingfeng pretending to be imposing. This face was given by himself. He could not lose. This is not right. Huang Tianzi pulled out a box of things. Strong version of Indian God oil, the latest product listed. Personally tested effective. Li Lingfeng looked at Huang Tianzi. No wonder his son was only a full month old. Accepted Huang Tianzi's good intentions. It's happy to say, tell you what Li Xing said before Feidong demolition that thing? The program has passed. What was expected? Li Lingfeng smiled. Congratulations then. You've made the right bet again this time. Huang Tianzi was very proud. But without the help of your loan, I wouldn't have been able to get the money together to make it happen. I still have to thank you. I heard that this project is the government pulling in Wanhang real estate to invest, right? Li Lingfeng remembered saying. Huang Tianzi nodded. That's right. The expropriation working group formed by the government and Wanhang real estate will move in these 2 days. After saying that, Huang Tianzi looked at Li Lingfeng one more time. Li Xing, you also pay attention to the movements over Feidong. What? You also bought the self-built houses over there? Li Lingfeng froze for a moment and was busy shaking his head. No, how could I have that capital? Li Xing is really joking. You're in the financial business and you still lack money? Huang Tianzi laughed. Li Lingfeng frowned. See, this is the inherent impression of you laymen, thinking that those who work in finance must be full of pots and pans. We are also workers. Joking aside, Li Xing, Huang Tianzi returned with a disbelieving face. Li Lingfeng knew enough to know that he didn't believe it and laughed. Why don't you and I change our identities? Huang Tianzi waved his hand busily. I'm used to freedom. The rules and regulations of the unit don't suit me. No, money and women are enough. Some people are different, though, and want power and status in addition to the 2 points mentioned above. Coming out from Huang Tianzi's place, Li Lingfeng went to old Luo to make a phone call. Anyway, there was nothing to do. Contact the feelings. Don't let him think that Li Lingfeng is a thinly veiled person. This business transaction is still a crossroads. Passing by a fruit stall, Li Lingfeng got off the car and swept a glance at all kinds of fruits. Sample oranges were chosen not only because of their good intentions and great luck, but especially for the likes of Lao Luo, who had just climbed out of the pit. More importantly, another point. Oranges are cheap, $10 for 4 pounds tube. Boss, weigh me how much? Li Lingfeng picked up a bag of oranges and carried it to the boss. The boss took one on the weighing. 5 pounds, 2 tails, a total of $13? Want to order something else? No. Can you wipe a zero? Li Lingfeng asked. The boss blankly eyed Li Lingfeng. It's yours for nothing. Want it or not? That's a good sentiment. Li Lingfeng instantly became interested. This was the first time he had seen such an enthusiastic boss. Boss, those eyes that want to knife someone can't be hidden. Not a penny less. Take it or leave it. The boss didn't have the good sense to say. No, you just said you'd give it to me for nothing. But now you're backing out. I knew it wasn't going to happen. How is it? Give me a zero. So big business. Not bad to give me a little discount. Li Lingfeng said. It's only $13 in total. And you're wiping out the change. What were you thinking? The boss finally couldn't help himself. Li Lingfeng looked at the boss. In that case, I'm going to take the metric scale over. Okay, I'll give you $1 cheaper. No, wipe the zeros. The owner stomped his foot. I'll give you $1 more cheaper. Okay? No, wipe the zeros. The boss looked straight at Li Lingfeng, and the sign of the 100-year-old reputable store was hanging above the door. In the end, it was the boss who compromised and only charged Li Lingfeng $10. Li Lingfeng, who took the orange, drove to the B Commercial Bank where Lao Luo was located and parked his car on the curb in a checkered space, just next to a fruit stall. But Li Lingfeng took to go over the weighing again. 3 pounds and 7 taels. The female owner of this fruit stall gave a reading and said, Li Lingfeng only felt the blood pressure straight to the brain. Walking in the Jianghu so many years, still cannot fight them. Well, it is not folded a lot. Li Lingfeng carried the insufficiently weighed oranges into the bee merchant bank. Seeing that it was Li Lingfeng who came over, Lao Luo initially boarded up his face, thinking that the other party had come to laugh at him. It wasn't until the humble attitude shown by Li Lingfeng that old Luo completely let go of his guard and resumed his usual eloquent conversation. Character aside, Lao Luo has been able to hang around in this industry for so long, and must have precipitated more than Li Lingfeng. This is his redeeming feature. You said you came just as you came. Why do you still need to carry fruits? It's too outgoing, isn't it? Old Luo said with a smile on his face, busy making tea to greet Li Lingfeng. Transferred to this bee merchant bank, the old Luo is still the position of branch president. I'm just not completely done with the separation process right now, so I'm going to come over here and report to my seat first. This branch is new to bee merchant bank in the last 2 years and the previous branch president never made it work. The introduction of Lao Luo this time is to make use of Lao Luo's network of connections to make this outlet. Luo Xing, you like to play chess too? Just realized. Li Lingfeng looked at a chessboard on the table and asked with a smile. Old Luo shook his head. It was all learned from my neighbors when I was a child, and it was puzzling to watch them play chess in those days when they were always thinking about it again and again. Then I realized that it wasn't just chess they were contemplating. It was our city's development plan. The air was silent for 3 seconds. Come, drink tea. Old Luo put the brewed tea in front of Li Lingfeng with a very relatable smile. Li Lingfeng picked up and drank a mouthful. Not that collector's edition of the Dragon Well palatable. Did you see the Dragon Well in that office of mine before? I didn't find it when I packed up my office last time. Old Luo queried. Heart a little guilty of weakness. Li Lingfeng then drank a mouthful of tea. Not themselves to hide it. Is it? Did not see the amount. A bag of tea is not worth much money. Disappeared on disappeared. Li Lingfeng relieved. Old Luo had a defiant look on his face. Who said my Longjing was worthless? I bought it myself, originally intending to give it to my neighbor. Ha! Li Lingfeng looked at old Luo. How much did you buy? Old Luo painfully held out 3 fingers. 30,000 plus. The tea sprayed out. Li Lingfeng hurriedly drew paper to wipe it. Old Luo looked at Li Lingfeng suspiciously. What are you doing? It's not like you're hiding it, right? No, you all know. It's not like I like tea. Li Lingfeng laughed. Old Law nodded. That's true. By the way, the tea was bought. Why didn't you send it out? Li Lingfeng asked in disbelief. As the words left his mouth, Lao Luo shook his head sadly. No, that went in a while ago. Li Lingfeng. That's why it's important to follow the right path to be a man, to stand up to heaven and earth. Old Luo said with righteousness. Li Lingfeng looked at him. Who was the one who was reported by name a few days ago? Then after chatting for a while, Li Lingfeng intended to prepare to leave. It was time to get off work. Lao Luo, however, called out to him. Go, visit a friend with me? He has a lot of self-build resources on hand. The old fox. Li Lingfeng smiled. Yes, the sky is getting dark. The project department of Wanhong Real Estate is responsible for this Feidong Area Acquisition Working Group Office. A woman in executive professional attire with a pencil-thin, dimpled figure stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. There was a dossier on the desk, and at a closer look it was actually printed with Li Lingfeng's avatar. The woman looked out at the traffic and her memory was pulled back a few years. Sister E, I've put all the information involving the levy payers on your desk. If there's nothing else, then I'll leave work first. Chen Jiai, the person in charge of this collection work in Feidong area of Wanhong Real Estate, pulled back to reality. Chen Jiai turned around and smiled. Okay, didn't go back. After her subordinates left, Chen Jiai came back to her desk and picked up that file of Li Lingfeng. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile slightly. After all these years, it really hasn't changed at all. After saying that, then he put the file into his bag and walked out of the office, extinguishing the lights in the process. Here, unable to resist the hospitality of Lao Luo's friends, the three of them went to a restaurant to have dinner together. I was in the middle of my drink when a number labeled X23 called. Li Lingfeng, who picked up the cell phone, frowned. What is this situation? The sudden call from the X, designated as no good. It's not possible that you've brought a child to identify yourself, is it? Is it better to answer, or not to answer? Li Lingfeng was wondering. The old Luo face drunkenly slightly red looked at Li Lingfeng. Girlfriend urged you to go home, ah? Li Lingfeng got up. You guys drink first. I'm going out to take a call. In the spirit of responsible mentality, out of the outside Li Lingfeng connected to the phone, in order to explore the situation. Pretending not to know. Hello, which one ah? The other party was silent for 3 seconds, then sneered and said, what a dog that can't change, forgetting all about it so quickly. Li Lingfeng frowned. How come this is still cursing? Okay you, now that you're a branch president you're a nobleman. Meet me at your branch in 10 minutes. With that, he hung up the phone, And Li Lingfeng was there with a dumbfounded look on his face. Who's this? Do I have an ex who's so draggy? Exasperated, Li Lingfeng shattered a bite. But then thinking about it, it seems like quite a few. I just can't remember. Li Lingfeng pondered for 3 seconds and finally decided to go to the meeting. Not because of old feelings. I'm just worried about actually bringing a child to identify. Think of a lonely child, waiting for his father to show up on a lost and helpless night. Granted, the child may not be his or her own, but what if it is? After bidding farewell to Lao Luo and his friend too, Li Lingfeng called a chauffeur and rushed back to his branch. On his way out, he passed on the bottle of Indian divine oil given by Huang Tianzi to Lao Luo. Thinking that tonight must be a happy night for his sister-in-law, Li Lingfeng rushed to the branch and saw a tall woman standing in front of the branch from a distance. At this moment, the branch has already closed for work and all the colleagues have left. Li Lingfeng got out of the car and stared for 3 seconds, but still didn't see the other person's face clearly due to the night color obstruction. But it's safe to assume that she's the only one without any kids. This makes Li Lingfeng's hanging heart instantly relaxed. This situation is good. The big deal is to blackmail some money to the ex. Li Lingfeng walked over and did not see the other party's face until he was in front of him, and was even shocked for a moment. The person who came was none other than Chen Jiai, only to see Chen Jiai smile. Remember who I am now? Li Lingfeng looked at such a stunning beauty in front of him and nodded. I remember you. Wang Wenjing. Chia Yi Chen. The anger value was pulled all over her face. My name is Chen Jiai. Chen Jiai. Really? Does the name matter? What matters is that you are all my exes. Li Lingfeng returned with a crooked head, only to see Chen Jiai's fists clenched and creaking. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a camera on top of this, she really wanted to swing her fist over, forcing down her anger. Chen Jiai sneered. That's true. You have many ex-girlfriends that can line several streets. Seeing that the visitor was not good, Li Lingfeng tentatively asked. You? What are you looking for me for? Haven't seen you in a few years. You're not going to buy me a drink? Chen Jiai said. Things have to sit down and talk slowly. Li Lingfeng looked at Chen Jiai with wariness. It seems that the other party again seems not to blackmail money? After thinking for a while, seeing as the other party was so good looking, Li Lingfeng then answered. Remember you weren't that pretty before? Li Lingfeng asked in disbelief. Chen Jiai blinked her eyes. Back then, you couldn't even eat after you. Could you be pretty? This made so much sense that Li Lingfeng was actually speechless for a moment. The two of them went to a nearby drink store, ordered 2 drinks and found a seat by the window. With the help of the lights in the store, Li Lingfeng took a closer look at Chen Jiai, more beautiful than the hazy beauty in the night. All cannot help but let Li Lingfeng doubt a little self. So beautiful you won't let go? There's no reason for that. Have you seen enough? Chen Jiai glared at Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng frowned. There are some details that I can't recall. By the way, did you get a butterfly tattoo? Chen Jiai instantly blushed to the root of her neck. Back then, she was fooled into getting a tattoo by this dog Li Lingfeng. Say what you will, rainforests should have butterflies blooming. Li Lingfeng even then seemed to remember something. I remembered. There is also a beauty mole underneath your chest. Bang! Chen Jiai slapped the table and stood up, and several pairs of youngsters in the neighboring seats turned their gazes. How old are these two guys and they're still playing up a breakup? Taken aback, Li Lingfeng was busy leaning back a bit and looked at Chen Jiai close to the back of the chair. Realizing that she had lost her temper, Chen Jiai took a small breath and calmed herself before sitting down again. From his own bag, he took out that file and threw it in front of Li Lingfeng. Inexplicably Li Lingfeng could not help but feel a tightness in his heart. This could not be some kind of paternity certificate, right? Picking up and flipping through it, the cold sweat only instantly dispersed, but it was just a record of information about his own self-built house in the Feidong area. No! How did she get this information? Li Lingfeng looked up at Chen Jiai with a curious gaze. What are you? Chen Jiai then took out a business card from her bag and handed it to Li Lingfeng. Wanheng Real Estate Project Manager. Li Lingfeng read it word for word, then frowned. Didn't you do real estate sales before? Chen Jiai picked up her drink and took a sip, returning with a look of contempt. You don't look at how many years ago that was. That's true. Li Lingfeng nodded. How did I realize that every one of you women left me to soar? Shouldn't you ask yourself this question? Chen Jiai sneered back. Li Lingfeng pondered for a while. Then it must be because I am too good. Covering your light. But, Chen Jiai's mouthful of drink almost didn't spray Li Lingfeng's face. The shameless habit is always never changed. Chen Jiai deeply glared at Li Lingfeng. But then again, still as handsome as ever. But that doesn't stop me from hating this face. Chen Jiai inwardly exploded at this moment. Then what do you mean by looking for me tonight? Li Lingfeng asked in disbelief. Chen Jiai took a deep breath. I'm now in charge of the Feidong area's expropriation work. Oh, so you came over to negotiate with me? Li Lingfeng instantly snapped out of it. Chen Jiayi's face was covered in black lines. You could say that. I can't imagine that after only a few years of being away, you guys have a self-built property, and you've become a branch chief of S Farmers and Merchants Bank. This god is really ungrateful. Why did not a thunderbolt to split you? Then how do you want to talk? Li Lingfeng spoke nonchalantly. The chips were now in his hands. I hope you can cooperate with us and take the lead in signing the expropriation compensation contract to give everyone a demonstration. Chen Jiayi explained. Li Lingfeng's eyes stared for a while. Good point, but in this way, I compensation do not want to relocate the house, as long as the cash. Chen Jiayi didn't dare to give an immediate reply for fear that Li Lingfeng had dug some kind of hole, and tried. Then how much do you want? Not much, 10 million will do. Li Lingfeng returned. I bought the self-built house for $7 million. It's not too much to ask you for 10 million, right? Chen Jiayi looked at Li Lingfeng in surprise. The floor area of his self-built house totaled more than 700 square feet. According to the current market price is indeed far more than this number. Even if the levy is based on the government's record price, it's still over $10 million. He answered so easily. It's hard to. Thinking of this, Chen Jiayi couldn't help but look at Li Lingfeng with deep affection. The playfulness of the past dotted with memories in her heart. After all these years, I'm sure I haven't forgotten. Looking at the dumbfounded Chen Jiayi, Li Lingfeng's face hung a few question marks. You girl will not disagree. Then talk about a hair? Waving his hand in front of Chen Jiayi, why don't you say something back? Li Lingfeng said. Returning to her senses, Chen Jiayi, oh, this shouldn't be a big problem. Although now it's all about the compensation package of relocated houses plus cash. But it can be fought for. Hearing Chen Jiayi's words, Li Lingfeng only nodded with satisfaction. In fact, it was not bad to ask for a relocation house, just that he could not wait that long. In these days when cash is king, having money makes money make babies. Then let's make an appointment tomorrow to sign the expropriation compensation contract? Chen Jiayi said with some happiness. I didn't expect this journey to be so smooth. Until this moment it was beyond Chen Jiayi's expectation. When he came, he also calculated that if he really couldn't do it, he would let Li Lingfeng see the butterfly again. Don't. I'm only talking about the compensation package. I haven't mentioned my conditions yet. Li Lingfeng interrupted Chen Jiayi's delight. Sure enough, a scumbag is a scumbag. And Chen Jiayi felt like she had fallen from heaven to the ground. He was busy collecting that excitement and said with a cold look, what other conditions do you have? Li Lingfeng pouted and looked at Chen Jiayi's up and down curves. I have to say, the executive suit is simply deadly. Chen Jiayi was busy sidestepping to one side to avoid Li Lingfeng's stern eyes. Although she was wearing clothes, she always felt as if she was being looked at. Clasping his arms to his chest. What are you doing? Li Lingfeng touched his chin. Cough. Don't even think about it, Chen Jiayi said as she once again slapped the table, and the surrounding youngsters once again looked over. Li Lingfeng frowned. Calm down. Sit down first. I haven't even spoken yet? Chen Jiayi sat down, full of exasperation. Her face once again flushed with a burst of redness, as if she had been drinking wine. You are at least a manager of the project department of Wanhang Real Estate. Why are you doing things in a hurry? Li Lingfeng reminded. Chen Jiayi blanked Li Lingfeng. That's not because it's you on the opposite side. My condition is simple. It's that Wanhang Real Estate's levy for the Feidong area this time should be put in our branch. Li Lingfeng smiled wryly. Hearing this, Chen Jiayi was able to breathe a sigh of relief, blaming herself for overthinking. I don't have that much authority. I'll have to go back and consult my superiors. Chen Jiayi said back. Alright, then I'll wait for your news tomorrow. Li Lingfeng laughed. Chen Jiayi looked at Li Lingfeng and it was gone? Sure, right. I just drank some wine. Do you mind giving me a ride? Li Lingfeng thought of it and said. Chen Jiayi nodded. This was since no problem. A show of hands. Gathering their things, the two left the drinking establishment, watched by several pairs of youngsters in the store. Older brothers and sisters are still out in love. And the Otts couldn't help but laugh a little. Drive to the royal garden where Li Lingfeng lives, and pull over at the entrance of the neighborhood. Chen Jiayi looked at Li Lingfeng, who had gotten out of the car, and finally couldn't help but ask. You're married? Li Lingfeng turned back. Only a fool would touch that. Chia Yi Chen. You dead scum. You're so scummy that you deserve to be single. Recall to the year. In Li Lingfeng nothing, Chen Jiayi unhesitatingly proposed marriage. As a result, Li Lingfeng the same answer as today. This is the reason why the two broke up. Chen Jiayi glared. May you die alone. I've got a girlfriend. She's upstairs taking a bath and is waiting for me to go back. Li Lingfeng returned seriously. Chen Jiayi hated so much that she clenched her teeth and cackled. And Li Lingfeng, who was about to leave, turned back again. Want to go up and sit down and work on the double-slit interference experiment together? Chen Jiayi whistled away with a throttle, leaving Li Lingfeng with a wisp of trailing smoke. Li Lingfeng frowned. Why is this bitch so strong? Looking at the vehicle that disappeared in the darkness, Li Lingfeng shook his head and turned around to enter the neighborhood. The security guard at the door gave Li Lingfeng a greeting. Li Lingfeng threw a cigarette over in his hand. You're on duty again tonight? The big brother security guard who caught the cigarette smiled and rubbed the back of his head. It's not like the owner, Dan, happens to be on the evening shift as well. Li Lingfeng glanced at this silly big naive man and shook his head. Another amorous man. Patting the big brother security guard's shoulder, Li Lingfeng wandered his feet into the neighborhood. Under the dim light, Li Lingfeng marched along the trail, always feeling that heavy shadows popped out of the trail in front of him. Damn, this is not going to drink fake wine, right? Only a few taels of the amount. Not to drunk Shaking his head, he turned his head to see a male and a female student-looking middle schooler on a bench in a dark corner. Hey, what are you guys doing? Why don't you hurry home and study? Li Lingfeng drank from the head. The two who were frightened immediately made birds and beasts, each running away. You're too young to learn how to have an early crush? Li Lingfeng sighed. Although the cardamom age is the time of love, but as a teenager in China, there should be more lofty ideals and goals. It is important to know that a strong youth makes a strong nation. Don't think about men and women all day long and lose your good years. Alas, it's just a shame I'm no longer a teenager. Back at her place, Han Shuiying looked up at Li Lingfeng. Drinking again tonight? Well, a friend from the old rock walk had dinner together. You're also getting more and more socializing. Try to drink less if you can, Han Shuiying said with heartache for the man in front of her. Li Lingfeng smiled. Isn't it good to drink, to relieve your sorrows? Han Shuiying instantly blanked Li Lingfeng, but after thinking back for a moment, it seemed to be that way. Right, did you know that Lin Xiaoning has a boyfriend? Li Lingfeng thought of it and asked. Han Shuiying beamed. Since last time, I've rarely spoken to her again, and she ignores me. This bosom friend of yours, don't want it. Li Lingfeng stroked Han Shuiying's arm to comfort her, but from what I've heard from other co-workers, it seems like she's been clubbing lately, so it's not unusual for her to have a boyfriend, right? Hearing Han Shuiying's words, Li Lingfeng roughly guessed the reason. Perhaps Xiao Hongfei and Lin Xiaoning met when they were bar hopping. Maybe the two had a one-night stand. Otherwise, with Lin Xiaoning's character, how could she fall in love with such a down-and-out boy like Xiao Hongfei? But even so, I'm sure Xiao Hongfei will only be a life of being a licking dog. What? You know her boyfriend? Han Shuiying asked curiously. Li Lingfeng smiled. Recognize. The first person I recruited for my new company was her boyfriend. Ah. Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng in surprise. Is the road that narrow? Li Lingfeng. Why don't you take her in, lest she wander around and get cheated? Han Shuiying was still worried about her bosom friend to this day. Li Lingfeng stared wide-eyed. I still exactly is not your boyfriend. How no point to be valued feeling. I just need to make sure that the one who ends up wearing the wedding dress is me. That's all. Han Shuiying winked at Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng. In fact, your best friend Lin Xiaoning is not bad looking, and quite a durable kind. Especially those eyes. No more, no less. Just two. Well, you truly moved Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng in a good mood. Li Lingfeng hesitantly remembered the restricted photo. It should not have been deleted yet, right? So I took out my cell phone and found it and zoomed in again for a closer look. What? Show me, Han Shuiying said as she took the phone and looked at it. Li Lingfeng laughed and pinched Han Shuiying's tender face, saying, now that you know what kind of person your BFF is, do you still dare to laugh at me for accepting your BFF now? Han Shuiying beamed. I wasn't afraid she'd be cheated too. Are you stupid? There can be a few people who can fool your girlfriend. That Xiao Hongfei is designated to be led by your girlfriend to play, Li Lingfeng said. Han Shuiying slapped Li Lingfeng's chest. Why are you talking about her like that? Then have you seen her publicly announce that Xiao Hongfei is her boyfriend? Li Lingfeng asked. Han Shuiying shook her head as she thought about it. That's not true. Maybe it's because they just met not long ago? Li Lingfeng a sweaty face. There are guests in the cab, but the driver does not put out the empty license plate. Guess why? For carpooling to pull in more customers. Now Han Shuiying's witty little brain was comparable to Einstein's. So now do you understand why your bestie doesn't go public with her relationship? The great and wise Han Shuiying smiled and shook her head. I don't know. Li Lingfeng gazed at this silly woman. Was she really stupid or pretending to be stupid? Or perhaps she was keeping the last shred of decency for the relationship between the two. Early in the morning, Li Lingfeng, who slept until he woke up naturally, stretched his back and looked at the time, which was just over 9 o'clock. Not much more than that. Since I've been on the job, all of this sleeping until dark habit is slowly changing. Li Lingfeng, who was not in a hurry to go out, carefully cleaned up after washing up. Looking at the man in the mirror who would have to avoid even if Daniel Wu came, Li Lingfeng smiled with satisfaction. Driving to the branch, The door will see the lobby manager Wu drooping brain a listless look. In the spirit of humanism of caring for his subordinates, Li Lingfeng walked forward. What's going on here? Xiao Wu looked up at Li Lingfeng. Li Xing, let me ask you a question. You say, Li Lingfeng returned. What would you do if, and I say if you found out that someone you liked was having sex with someone else? Li Lingfeng frowned and thought for a moment. Well, I'll ask around like you did. Looking at Xiao Wu's forlorn eyes, Li Lingfeng only had to hurry to get out of it. This thing is probably not even Einstein came to set it right. Because his theory of relativity couldn't calculate the gravitational field between a man and a woman either. Of course, if the mass, wealth, of one party is strong enough, the probability of that causing space bending between the sexes is a given. Why worry about the gravitational effect? But for Xiao Wu's situation, Li Lingfeng could only shake his head. The conditions were not hard enough to only start from the spiritual level. The Buddhists have said that the only thing you can do is to seek your own fulfillment. Coming to his office, Li Lingfeng first brewed a pot of tea. It was the dragon well of the Shuezan Luoxing. It was really good. Just sip a cup of tea. The director of the sales department Su Yalan walked in with the 17,500 bonus distribution program. Li Xing, please see if this is alright. If you can, please sign here. Li Lingfeng looked up at Su Yalan. Today she put on a little light makeup. Her already good model was even more beautiful. So he poured an extra cup of tea. There's no rush. Sit down and have a cup of tea first. Su Yalan handed the distribution plan to Li Lingfeng and sat down, picking up a cup of tea and taking a sip. Li Lingfeng, who received the distribution program, glanced at it briefly, and did not expect that he would also assign himself 2,000. I said I didn't have to before, but I still gave it a go. However, Li Lingfeng is very satisfied. This money I cannot want, but you cannot not allocate me. This is a matter of attitude. Very good. This cadre can be cultivated. Li Lingfeng looked at Su Yalan. Big Pan Wave immediately signed the word. Su Yalan reclaimed the distribution plan and got up. Then, Li Xing, there's nothing else, I'll go out first. Li Lingfeng nodded his head, and after savoring a few cups of tea, he looked at the time and thought about going to the new company. There were only Fang Jimian and Xiao Hongfei over there at the moment. Having made up his mind, Li Lingfeng got up and picked up the car keys and prepared to leave. But unexpectedly Xiao Wu walked in. With an expression of self-motivation, Li Xing, I would like to apply for a transfer. Transferring to a new position. Which position do you want to transfer to? Li Lingfeng was curious. Wu's determined eyes. I want to switch to public account manager and make something out of it. Li Lingfeng looked grave. It's good that the young man is motivated. It's just that. Why don't you reconsider? This pressure to switch to a public account manager is no joke. Hearing Li Lingfeng's words, Xiao Wu instantly wilted a few more points. And now the final elimination system is being implemented in full swing. You might turn around and be eliminated within a year, and end up being sent to some marginalized corner of the country, if not leaving. Yeah, well, it's not like you're determined enough. You don't have the resources. You don't have the will to fight to the death. So why do you need you? You've been turned around to serve you? A little excitement and you think about how to do great things and make a name for yourself. You don't recognize yourself first, whether you're good or not. Patting Wu's shoulder. Go back and think about it. It's hard to come back when you're out of your comfort zone. Leaving the branch, Li Lingfeng went to the new company, the address where Lin Sudong's agency was located. Li Lingfeng, who was not in a hurry to go up to the second floor, went into Lin Sudong's agency on the first floor, looked at the crappy Tarzanite on the way in. This smoke hole is many times more than before. This Lin Sudong in the end how hated by the workers are. Lin Sudong is receiving the job-seeking workers. A mouthful of selling misery to make hard to pressure the price of their work. The essence of this black-hearted traders show all. There's rent, utilities, and labor to pay, as well as a dozen or so sows that have given birth at home and are waiting for postnatal care. Li Lingfeng, who couldn't listen to it, turned around and went to the second floor, instantly clearing up a lot. Inside, Fang Jimian is concentrating on organizing the loan information. That is a new batch of customers brought by Huang Tianzi. Xiao Hongfei is the other side of the desperate call marketing. I do not know where it got a large stack of customer contact information. As for Li Lingfeng walking in, Xiao Hongfei didn't even notice. For that work ethic, it's still worth recognizing. Even though he's got quite a bit of commission for marketing a successful client. Only after Xiao Hongfei finished his phone call did he realize Li Lingfeng behind him. Yo, boss, you came over. Li Lingfeng smiled. How's the battle record? On the contrary, there are a few intentional customers. The specific landing is not available now. Xiao Hongfei shook his head. Li Lingfeng patted his shoulder. There's no rush. It's not just opening. No, it is because only opened. More to grasp. This is not thinking of opening the door, Xiao Hongfei said cheerfully. This momentum is good. Li Lingfeng somewhat wondered. On this work attitude how to mix bad. Can't According to reason before you sell insurance performance should be good Li Lingfeng asked. Xiao Hongfei looked at Li Lingfeng. It's good, but I've sold my clients to other insurance companies to make more that way. Li Lingfeng. You ain't gonna do that in my place, are you? Xiao Hongfei giggled a bit. How can I? Boss, you are different from them. Which is different? Li Lingfeng was filled with curiosity. Xiao Hongfei touched his head. You're the kind of person who can give everything but his wife. It's right to follow you in the designation. Li Lingfeng looked at Xiao Hongfei who was smart and not so smart. No more chit-chat. I've set a goal of 100 calls today and I'm not leaving work until I'm done. After saying that, Xiao Hongfei turned around and continued to fight to go. Properly a fierce general Before he could go to the general manager's office to greet Fong Jimian, Li Lingfeng received a call from his predecessor 23. Where are you? The conditions mentioned last night are no problem. If you can now come over to Fly East our resident office this side to sign the contract. After hearing Chen Jiai's words, Li Lingfeng was delighted. I'll go over there now. After hanging up the phone, Li Lingfeng hurriedly came to the general manager's office and greeted Fong Jimian before going downstairs. Downstairs, I met a wonderful woman in her early 20s who was looking at a job advertisement posted by Lin Sudong. The age, the body, the looks, couldn't resist the urge to go up and say hello. Beauty, looking for a job? Li Lingfeng smiled. The woman who thought Li Lingfeng was the owner of the agency nodded. Take a look. Oh, nodded Li Lingfeng. Any boyfriend? The woman looked up at Li Lingfeng and reluctantly replied back on the basis of his handsomeness. I have a boyfriend. Thank you. You're so pretty. You deserve 2 boyfriends. That's 6 already. And with 1 day left I'd like to take a break and rest. Like a lightning strike. Li Lingfeng was dumbfounded. You have so many boyfriends. Do you still need to come out to look for a job? Who said I was looking for a job for myself? The woman returned. I'm looking for them. Li Lingfeng inhaled a breath of air. Good guy. You wishes to find a boyfriend. Is simply to find 6 livestock Do you have a job here that pays better? It doesn't matter if it's tiring, as long as it doesn't kill you to do it. The woman asked. Li Lingfeng, who was also a man, took a 3-second moment of silence for the 6 of them. Ask that boss inside about this. So you're not the boss here. The woman said as she woke up. Li Lingfeng looked at the woman inexplicably. I didn't say I'm the boss here? Then what are you talking to me for? The woman questioned. Li Lingfeng's mouth smiled. It's not because I saw how pretty you are and thought of coming over to strike up a conversation. But I didn't expect to meet an expert. Get the hell out of here, dumbass. The woman glared at Li Lingfeng and turned around to enter Lin Sudong's agency. Yo, this little nymph is quite strong in nature. Li Lingfeng shook his head. Drive to the office of Wanheng Real Estate in Feidong, specializing in this Feidong area expropriation work project department. Parking his car while outside, Li Lingfeng got out and took a look at a self-built house that was more characteristic of an office building. The sign hanging at the door is quite eye-catching, and there is a red cloth on it. It should have just been hung not long ago. Just as Li Lingfeng entered the door, he was greeted by a staff member dressed in administrative attire with a smiling face. Hello, is this Mr. Li? Li Lingfeng looked at it. It should be a female college student who just graduated out of school, with a green face. You know me? It was Sister E who instructed me to greet you. Mr. Li, she's up there preparing the appropriate materials. Li Lingfeng nodded. What's your name? My last name is Zhao. With a single Qian character, Zhao Qian smiled back. Li Lingfeng took another close look up and down. 168 or so in height. Moderate body and appearance. Is considered to be more than 80 points of the kind. But those eyes were extraordinarily clear, and seemed to be rare in that they hadn't been exposed to an ounce of society's sauce. Where are you from? This Mandarin of yours is not very standardized, Li Lingfeng said in a serious manner. Zhao Qian looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. His own serious Chinese language major graduates. Putonghua exam grade 1A, you say my Putonghua is not standard? Facing Zhao Qian's face of skepticism, Li Lingfeng smiled. Come on, try biting your lips and pronouncing 2 out loud through your nose. Zhao Qian tried lightly, and Li Lingfeng then encouraged. That's right, a little louder. The next moment, the hall was nothing but laughter. In the face of the crowd of colleagues, Zhao Qian, who had woken up, blushed to the root of her neck. At this moment, she could not wait to find a crack in the ground to drill in, but also for the first time to experience the viciousness of the hearts of this society. Luckily at this time, Chen Jiai appeared and relieved her. Is flirting with little girls what you're capable of? Li Lingfeng looked up at the approaching Chen Jiai. No, chasing you before was also my skill. These words were like a heavy bomb, instantly exploding in the crowded circle. It turned out that this man was actually the ex-boyfriend of his own manager. Sister E. No wonder Sister E has been single all these years, so she hasn't gotten over it yet. However, Chen Jiayi's psychological quality is not a star and a half stronger than Zhao Qian, and she did not change her color at all. Let's go up to the second floor conference room. The contract information is ready. Li Lingfeng nodded and followed the two of them, Chen Jiayi and Zhao Qian, up to the second floor conference room. A projection backdrop was placed inside, and another staff member stood by with a DSLR specifically for the occasion. It seems that Chen Jiayi is ready to take Li Lingfeng as the first expropriation signing object to publicize a good deal. To take the lead in the demonstration effect, Li Lingfeng naturally did not care. Otherwise, how would the other party, Wanhong Real Estate, agree to the conditions he proposed? Deposit levy compensation funds in your own branch bank. Watching Chen Jiayi ordering before and after, Li Lingfeng could feel that she attached great importance to this Fei Dong's levy work. I guess if you succeed in taking it down, you will get a big boost when you go back. Li Lingfeng sat down and turned over the contract information to roughly scrutinize it, determining the amount and key terms. After a short while, staff from various parties arrived one after another. In addition to Wanhong Real Estate and government personnel, Chen Yashin's father, Uncle Chen, was also among the attendees, as the Feidong area is under Shanjia village. When Uncle Chen came in and saw Li Lingfeng, he was also quite surprised, and wondered who in the world this first signing levy was. I didn't expect it to be my future son-in-law. This kid just does things one step faster than others can. Coming to Li Lingfeng's heel, so can't wait. Uncle had wanted to sell you a good price. Li Lingfeng was busy pulling out a chair for Uncle Chen to sit down. Cough. This is not to meet a former old acquaintance. Always have to give a facer. Uncle Chen followed Li Lingfeng's gaze and looked at the busy Chen Jiayi. You guys don't still have lotus roots, do you? Uncle, what are you talking about? She promised to put Wanhong Real Estate's compensation for this levy in Feidong in our branch. Uncle Chen turned around and smiled. You kid. You are really not bad. You have the same flamboyant style of my youth. After saying that, he didn't forget to remind. You and your Xin hold on tight. Finally, under the witness of many staffs, the first expropriation contract of Feidong project of Wanhong Real Estate was successfully signed. The news media reported the incident, and when he saw the report, Huang Tianzi was instantly dumbfounded. There is a feeling of being sold and counting the money for the help. After signing the contract, Li Lingfeng drove Chen Jiayi and Zhao Qian back to the branch, bringing the information to open a public account for Wanhong Real Estate. On the same day, 210 million yuan of levy compensation was transferred in. In addition to the 10 million of Li Lingfeng's account has also arrived. With this 210 million yuan boost, Li Lingfeng's branch deposit size quickly scaled up to more than 600 million, far exceeded the performance record of any previous branch president. After finishing the business and sending Chen Jiayi and Zhao Qian back, he looked at Li Lingfeng, who drove away. Zhao Qian asked, Sister E, is he really your ex-boyfriend? Chen Jiayi was silent for a moment. Does it matter? What matters is that our work opens up a situation. Looking at Chen Jiayi, who turned to go in, Zhao Qian secretly said in her heart, is it? How do I feel that you still have him in your heart? Li Lingfeng is ready to go to find Chen Yashin. This 10 million in which she also has a share. Su Xiaolu's side has been sleeping to convince her to vote for their own company. Now it's up to Chen Yashin's side to see what opinion she has, and if that doesn't work, she'll return her portion to her. Traveling to a stoplight intersection just as a red light sidewalk bursts with people, Li Lingfeng looked up to see a fully young woman twisting her shapely body as she walked past the car. Only then did I realize that the most helpless thing in the world is to see other people's daughters-in-law dangling in front of them, but I can't do anything about it. Beep. The horn-urging sound of the rear car broke Li Lingfeng's immersive appreciation. It turned out to be a green light. Finally, hard to part with a look at the young woman has been far away. Li Lingfeng, a foot gas pedal, pulled out of the stop line. When I came to the entrance of the big East City neighborhood, I wanted to ask Chen Yashin to come out and have an afternoon tea for a face-to-face meeting. I didn't expect Chen Yashin to say to go and sit at her place. It just so happened that she had been studying various kinds of pastries in recent times, so it was just the right time to taste them. After registering at the door and reporting the owner's name, Li Lingfeng drove into the Great Eastern City neighborhood. What came into view were rows and rows of villas, or the detached kind with courtyards. Inside the courtyard, the well-designed horticulture is a sight to behold, especially the unique floral features and fake rocks. All of them show the villa owner's understated luxury, and his love and enjoyment of life. The Big East Side, no less, is known as a residential area for the rich. This Chen Yashin couldn't really be living in a villa by herself, right? Li Lingfeng, who was driving the car, muttered in his heart. But it didn't look like it by the room number she sent, and followed the navigation until she drove out of the villa area. At the back, there is a row of high-rise residences in a semicircle, like a moat for a road. driving the vehicle into the underground parking lot and coming to the nearest exit to park it. Li Lingfeng got out of the car. Chen Yashin was living on the 18th floor of Building F. Li Lingfeng came to the elevator door and pressed the button to go upstairs. The moment he opened the door and saw the two absolute beauties kissing obliviously there, his brain short-circuited in place for a moment. No, if you guys really can't find a guy, you can find me. What a waste. The two absolute beauties also seemed to have noticed Li Lingfeng's presence and turned their heads. One of them smiled charmingly. Won't you come in? Oh, Li Lingfeng, who had come back to his senses, hurriedly entered the elevator and pressed down the 18th floor. At the same time, they saw the lit-up 17th floor, and it turned out that the two of them lived just downstairs from Chen Yashin. The two were talking and laughing and seemed to be discussing their shopping experience for the day and comparing their purchases. Li Lingfeng slightly glanced sideways. The two men were each carrying a branded bag in their hands. It looked like they should have bought clothes. The two again seemed to have noticed Li Lingfeng's gaze and lowered their heads with a smile. Li Lingfeng, who has always been cheeky to women, did not feel embarrassed, but instead used this as a breakthrough and laughed. Isn't the three kingdoms gone? How come there are still two chows? Big and small? Unexpectedly, one of the beauties flirted with Li Lingfeng in return. Then do you want to be Zhou Yu or Sun Tzu? Li Lingfeng turned around and blew on his tilted bangs. I wouldn't mind being the two of them together. Double pleasure is not something as Zhou Yu or Sun Tzu can experience. The other beauty laughed and blanked her eyes. I see you like Dong Zhuo, a treacherous minister. Really? Then will you be my sable? I will gladly fall for your beauty tricks. Puffing, the two absolute beauties laughed so hard that they couldn't straighten up, cupping their bellies and bending over for a moment, lighting up their perfect career lines. The three of them chatted. The elevator went all the way up to the 17th floor without stopping, and after waving goodbye to the two absolute beauties, Li Lingfeng closed the elevator door reluctantly. Oops, forgot to take their contact information. Li Lingfeng lightly slapped the back of his head before he remembered and said, "This superb lily is definitely a rare work of art." After exiting the elevator and arriving in front of Chen Yashin's door, Li Lingfeng rang the doorbell, and Chen Yashin's voice rang out from the sound transmission port next to him. Who? Li Lingfeng pressed the reply button. Me, Li Lingfeng. The door to the room was automatically unlocked, and Li Lingfeng pushed the door in and changed into indoor slippers at the entrance hall. At this time Chen Yashin, who was wearing an apron, walked out and smiled happily. You're here? Li Lingfeng looked up at Chen Yashin and never thought that she would have such a virtuous side. Apron aware. Live a virtuous wife image. And under the apron that a white dress more elegant. It's hard to relate to that image she used to have. Looking at the stunned Li Lingfeng, Chen Yashin said suspiciously, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Nope. Li Lingfeng shook his head and returned. I just wanted to ask, what kind of mindset were you in before? Chen Yashin looked at Li Lingfeng even more puzzled. What? Can't even understand what you're saying. Ugh. My pastries are going to burn the pot. Thinking about it, Chen Yashin busily turned around and went into the kitchen. If it wasn't for the fact that he had known Chen Yashin for so long, he really suspected that the one in front of him was her twin sister. You dyed your hair back, and you're cooking pastries? Li Lingfeng walked in and looked at the spacious, clean and artistically furnished living room, further refreshing his perception of Chen Yashin. Chen Yashin came out with the pastries and busily shouted towards Li Lingfeng, "Come over and try my handiwork." Li Lingfeng walked over, and there were 4 plates on the dining table, each holding various pastries. Looking at the appearance, it kind of looks like a palace Chinese pastry, the kind that royalty used to eat. Li Lingfeng nonchalantly picked up one of them and tried it. It does taste good. Yes? Chen Yashin was happy like a child and hurriedly took one herself to try it out. The two of them talked and laughed as they savored a taste that would not have been enjoyed in ancient times. Sure enough, I have an imperial destiny. Eating a little choking throat, Chen Yashin hurriedly brought Li Lingfeng a cup of his own fruit tea from the refrigerator. After taking a sip to smooth things out a bit, Li Lingfeng said, "By the way, this time I came to find you because I want to discuss something with you. You name it, I can do it with no problem. Last time, didn't I ask you to join the joint venture to buy that self-built house? Now that side has been expropriated. Compensated 10 million. The money has arrived." Chen Yashin cast an adoring look. "I knew you were good. Here's the thing. I want to invest the 10 million in a development company and continue to let that money roll in." After saying that, Li Lingfeng glanced at Chen Yashin, observing what kind of performance it had, only to see Chen Yashin with a puzzled face. "This is something you can just decide on your own. Asking me won't help you. And I don't know anything about this." "No, you have a share of the 10 million. You're 2/7 of it, and you'll have to be consulted on this. Of course, if you don't want to, I will transfer your share back to you," Li Lingfeng continued. Oh, it was only then that Chen Yashin remembered that she had indeed chipped in. I had forgotten that there was this amount of money if you didn't say so. Li Lingfeng. Why do you say that with the urge to hit someone? Are all rich people so forgetful? Now that you know, how about it? Continue to invest in me or not? Li Lingfeng smiled cheekily. Well, said Chen Yashin, pretending to hesitate for a moment. Li Lingfeng eyebrow a wrinkle. You girl would not do not believe that brother this money-making strength, right? Then is the agreement between us still in effect? Chen Yashin smiled wryly. Li Lingfeng looked at Chen Yashin thoughtfully, and nodded his head in response in order to pull in the investment. As long as you're willing to continue investing, it's in effect continuously. Deal. Chen Yashin said back just as Li Lingfeng's words fell. At this moment, for Chen Yashin, it was as if the air was sweet. Was this the taste of love? Li Lingfeng, who had eaten his fill, got up and went to the floor-to-ceiling window. A lazy couch and small round table with a few relationship romance books on the table. Li Lingfeng could not help but laugh. This thing has to rely on practice to get true knowledge. Just relying on theoretical learning will not work. Chen Yashin, who would have packed up the dishes, unclipped the apron on her body and walked over. Seeing Li Lingfeng flipping through his books, he hurriedly walked up and snatched the book from Li Lingfeng's hand with a blushing face. Why are you messing with other people's things? Chen Yashin said in shame. With that, he took another closer look, and it was good that Li Lingfeng did not turn to the page where the notes were written. Li Lingfeng was puzzled. Isn't it just a book? Why? What secrets are hidden here? It's up to you. Chen Yashin took the book to the bookcase aside. A breeze blew in through the window screen, hitting Chen Yashin's body, her white plain dress swaying gently in the wind. Likewise, dancing with the wind were strands of her black hair. Right, there's a pair of lily beauties living downstairs from you. You know? Li Lingfeng thought of it and said. Chen Yashin, who put the book away, turned around. I know, they are still classmates with me. We are from the same village. Li Lingfeng. Looking at Li Lingfeng's surprised expression, Chen Yashin was curious. What? Did you see them when you came up? Li Lingfeng nodded and turned his head to look at the scenery outside the window. Well, you have quite a nice view here. Come often in the future. Chen Yashin followed and looked away. Two bare hills. What's there to see? Baishan Limited. Han Shuiying stretched out at the moment. Busy day really did not even drink water. But remembering that tomorrow is the weekend instantly energizes me again. Zhao Yu, who was in the office, walked out and came to Han Shuiying's card seat, handing her the shipping slip. Hurry up and ship it out. Get done and get off early. Han Shuiying took it with both hands and smiled. Okay, Sister Yu. Zhao Yu, who had just turned around and was ready to leave, turned back and looked around to see that no one was there and said in a thin voice, do you want to go to Fengming Temple together tomorrow? Ha! Han Shuiying, who didn't react for a moment, looked up at Zhao Yu. Just the two of us? Why don't you ask Lingfeng? The four of us will go there. I heard that wishing there is very spiritual. Han Shuiying smiled happily. Good grin. Also, I've applied to my boss for an additional assistant manager position. Hearing this, Han Shuiying's heart tightened and she was busy looking at Zhao Yu, only to see her reveal a smile. Recommended for you. Cheering her. Thank you, Sister Yu. Han Shuiying was on the verge of flying with excitement, which meant she had been promoted as well. Shu, don't say anything around yet, lest someone trip you up. Hurry up and ship out. Zhao Yu gave a reminder. Han Shuiying powerfully took the shipping list to the warehouse, and it was not easy to finish the work at hand, so he couldn't wait to call Li Lingfeng. I'll tell you good news. Oh, what good news? Happy like that. At this time, Li Lingfeng, who had just left the great eastern city, was driving on the road. Han Shuiying smiled beautifully. I'll soon be promoted to assistant manager. Yes? This did surprise Li Lingfeng slightly. Isn't that just what you had in mind? Congratulations, Zhu. I have to thank Sister Yu for giving me the opportunity. Han Shuiying was grateful. Li Lingfeng followed with a smile. Then you don't treat people to a meal to thank them properly? Sister Yu said she's looking for us to go to Fengming Temple with her on the weekend. How are you doing? No problem. For the sake of your great future, not to mention going to Fengming Temple, let me her accompany to the Padala Palace is also willing to Han Shuiying over here whitened her eyes. Not afraid of high-altitude sickness, are you? Fear not. You'll have given me mouth-to-mouth artificial oxygen by then. Good thinking you. Han Shuiying pouted. By the way, to celebrate your promotion, what do you want to eat tonight? Li Lingfeng asked. Are you inviting me? Han Shuiying's eyes rolled and she wryly returned. Li Lingfeng frowned. No, you want me to treat you when you've been promoted. It doesn't make sense? Whoops, my treat. Oh, Han Shuiying beamed. I know of a Western restaurant where the soundproofing is not bad. Li Lingfeng remembered the one he ate with Su Xiaolu last time. Yeah, you're set. Come pick me up. I'm almost off work, Han Shuiying said. After hanging up the phone, Li Lingfeng unconsciously accelerated the gas pedal. Han Shuiying re-entered her card seat and saw that not far away, Lin Xiaoning was on the phone. Looking at her expression, she seemed to be losing her temper. Han Shuiying hadn't spoken to Lin Xiaoning since the last dinner at home. The main thing is that the other person ignores them. Seeing Lin Xiaoning hang up the phone, she angrily dumped the phone on the desktop and looked up to meet Han Shuiying eye to eye. Then, in Lin Xiaoning's indignant eyes, the two of them had each left each other's sight. Han Shuiying packed up the information on her desktop, and when Li Lingfeng called, she carried her bag to get off work. It happens to be another two people share an elevator. Good thing there are other companies up and down, or all the way to speechless, especially embarrassing. After exiting the doorway, Han Shuiying caught a glimpse of Li Lingfeng waiting for him at the curb, so she hurriedly walked over. Lin Xiaoning, who was walking behind, also seemed to have noticed Li Lingfeng and looked over. Han Shuiying, who was seated in the co-pilot's seat, fastened her seatbelt. Alright, let's go. After saying that, he looked up at Li Lingfeng and realized that he was staring straight ahead. When Han Shuiying looked over, it was none other than her good best friend Lin Xiaoning, and the three of them seemed to freeze in their sight at this moment. Lin Xiaoning took the lead and turned away, interrupting the delicate atmosphere. Your BFF still seems to be angry with you, oh, Li Lingfeng teased. Han Shuiying disdained. What qualifications does she have to be angry? I didn't blame her and that's good enough, but she's still angry with me in return? Li Lingfeng also shook his head. This girl's logical world, he himself did not understand. Starting the car, Li Lingfeng was just about to put it in gear and leave, when Xiao Hongfei called. Boss, is it possible to get an advance of one more month's salary? Li Lingfeng froze. This has not just given wages? That was also an advance. Are you in some kind of trouble here? Li Lingfeng asked. That side stammered for a long time before Xiao Hongfei said. Girlfriend accidentally got pregnant. Girlfriend pregnant? I remember your girlfriend is Lin Xiaoning, right? So that means Lin Xiaoning is pregnant? Is this a one-night stand leaky bag? Or is it a pressurized condom? No, your girlfriend is pregnant. What's the connection with an advance on your paycheck? Li Lingfeng asked in disbelief. Only after a long time did Xiao Hongfei return. This child, she doesn't want it. Through the phone, Li Lingfeng could feel the sound of Xiao Hongfei's heart cracking. Who wouldn't want to have a family when you're this age? Have a child of your own. Li Lingfeng held the phone in his right hand. His left elbow pressed against the edge of the car window, and his fingers stroked his chin. This advance of 1 month's salary is not enough. After the abortion, you have to buy some supplements to regulate your body. The key TM of this Lin Xiaoning stomach child to determine is not Xiao Hongfei. Oh, do not give when the wrongdoer to pay the bill. So Li Lingfeng asked one more time. Is that child sure it's yours? What do you mean? These words ignited Xiao Hongfei's anger. I respect that you're the boss. If you don't want an advance that's fine, but don't insult me. No, just as Li Lingfeng wanted to do further explanation, Xiao Hongfei hung up the phone. Han Shuiying, who was listening in bewilderment next to her, couldn't help but ask, is something wrong? What child? Hello BFF, Lin Xiaoning is pregnant. After saying that, Li Lingfeng exhaled. Hearing this, Han Shuiying was also momentarily surprised, recalling the manner in which he answered the phone before he left work. No wonder. Han Shuiying looked up at Li Lingfeng. No, why are you sighing when Lin Xiaoning is pregnant? It won't be like that, Yao schoolmate. Another sin you made, right? At this moment, Han Shuiying's wise brain was like a famous detective Conan possessed. Li Lingfeng, don't force me to slap you. Don't you have any idea how I am with your best friend? Han Shuiying came over with a dragon claw hand. Can't you talk properly? No, isn't your BFF Lin Xiaoning's boyfriend Xiao Hongfei? He just called to get an advance on his paycheck. Let go. Han Shuiying retracted her delicate hand. What's with the salary advance? Lin Xiaoning doesn't want that child. What else do you think you can do with an advance on your paycheck? Li Lingfeng returned. Han Shuiying didn't say anything, just fumed for a moment, remembering how the two of them had talked and laughed earlier. It really hurts to scratch you. Li Lingfeng spat. Returning to her senses, Han Shuiying looked at the place she had just scratched. Really? Then I'll rub it. Li Lingfeng dodged out of the way as soon as he could. Stop it. This is your company's entrance. After saying this, Li Lingfeng picked up his cell phone and transferred 5,000 advance salary to Xiao Hongfei. Not long after, Xiao Hongfei returned. Thank you. Do you think Lin Xiaoning's child can be Xiao Hongfei's? Li Lingfeng put down his cell phone and turned his head to ask Han Shuiying. Does it matter that much if it is or not? It's a one-way street now. Li Lingfeng nodded. Looking incredulously at Han Shuiying, I realized that you're really smart sometimes. Han Shuiying just wanted to be happy, but it seemed like something wasn't right. What do you mean sometimes smart? What does that mean? Sit still and come. I'm getting ready to drive. Li Lingfeng hurriedly diverted his attention. By the side of the road, Lin Xiaoning broke down and sat on a bench, covering her face with her hands and sobbing. In fact, that day, the one who had a one-night stand with her was not Xiao Hongfei at all, but another dashing young man. Only the other guy hasn't been heard from since that night. Coupled with this period of self-abandonment and frequent change of pillows, Lin Xiaoning could not be sure whose this child in her stomach actually belonged to, but the only thing I can be sure of is that I am innocent with Xiao Hongfei. The cell phone rang. Lin Xiaoning stopped sobbing, wiped away the tear tracks on her face, and picked it up to see that it was Xiao Hongfei calling. Lin Xiaoning, who didn't want to take his call, couldn't hold the emotions of the moment's collapse and really needed someone to comfort her. Ning, I got an advance on my paycheck. Where are you? I'll come over to you. Lin Xiaoning told Xiao Hongfei the address, and 10 minutes later, Xiao Hongfei arrived in front of Lin Xiaoning as fast as he could. She also brought her a special serving of cut fruit. Have some, it's all cut and fresh. He also didn't forget to hand Lin Xiaoning the bamboo stick. Lin Xiaoning glanced at Xiao Hongfei, still with that cold expression, and took the bamboo stick to pick a piece and put it in her mouth. Facing a man she didn't have a problem with, Lin Xiaoning really couldn't be gentle. Heartbroken by Lin Xiaoning's pale face, Xiao Hongfei hurriedly smiled and said, "Why don't I feed you?" Lin Xiaoning then glared at Xiao Hongfei. "I have hands." Xiao Hongfei, who was afraid of annoying Lin Xiaoning, had to shut up and stop talking, and only after a long time did he say, "Why don't you give birth to the child?" Seeing that Lin Xiaoning didn't reply, Xiao Hongfei then gathered his courage and said, "Now that I've found a new job, this boss is not bad. I'm sure I'll be able to take care of you both." Lin Xiaoning still didn't reply, just coldly chewing on the fruit. Her eyes glazed over as she stared into the distance. "Give me a chance to be responsible, okay?" Xiao Hongfei almost begged. Lin Xiaoning put back the bamboo stick in her hand. "Let's go." "Where to?" "Home," Xiao Hongfei asked with anticipation. He always believed that Lin Xiaoning wasn't that determined. Lin Xiaoning got up without looking back. "Go to the hospital. The sky is gradually darkening. Thick clouds cover the moon. Look so hazy and confused. Not the former bright and bright. Han Shuiying is holding the wall from the Western restaurant out." Uninformed people thought it was not seen in the world to eat propped up. Instead of going back after dinner, the two strolled through the streets filled with fireworks. "I also wonder what's going on over at Lin Xiaoning's side right now?" Han Shuiying asked, holding Li Lingfeng's hand. Li Lingfeng looked back at Han Shuiying. "Should I make a call and ask Xiao Hongfei?" Don't. It's too risque and people don't necessarily want us to know more. Besides, even if we know, what can we do?" Han Shuiying then spoke up and said, "Also, do you want me to carry you? It's hard to watch you walk." Li Lingfeng laughed. "Who let you have no mercy at all just now?" Han Shuiying blanked Li Lingfeng. Seeing this, Li Lingfeng squatted down and patted his shoulder, signaling Han Shuiying to come up. Han Shuiying blushed and hesitated in place for a while, never able to take a step up. "Are you sure you don't want to carry it? Then I'll get up." Li Lingfeng pretended to get up and said. When it was too late, Han Shuiying was busy pouncing on her. "No, I want you to carry me." So Li Lingfeng picked up Han Shuiying on his back as soon as he could, and Han Shuiying happily pressed her face against Li Lingfeng's back. Walking down the street, I passed a large stall. A pungent smell of fumes came with the wind, and Li Lingfeng hurriedly dodged to one side. Not far ahead, 3 or 2 middle-aged men over 40 years old gathered around a table to raise their glasses and clink drinks. This happy life is so good. Han Shuiying was filled with envy. Li Lingfeng followed and looked over. Really? A group of middle-aged men gathered around a cheap table. How does this cup clinking sound like the sound of a broken dream? Well, it's been security audited again, so I'll see you all in the jungle. Han Shuiying froze for a moment, then slapped Li Lingfeng's shoulder. What's the point of pretending to be deep? Where do you get your dreams when you're displaced and wandering every day? Li Lingfeng turned his head and glanced at Han Shuiying. Did I say it was myself? No? Han Shuiying returned. Yes? Who knows you? Yeah, who knows? Li Lingfeng smiled and shook his head. Or you might as well put me down. What's wrong? I'm not even tired of carrying you, but you're not happy about it. Li Lingfeng asked in disbelief. Han Shuiying beamed. It always feels like a piggyback carrying a daughter-in-law. Li Lingfeng, you've had enough. Have you ever seen a piggyback as handsome as me? Besides, you're not my daughter-in-law. Who knew that? Once Han Shuiying heard this, she was immediately unhappy and directly slipped off of Li Lingfeng's back, walking forward gamely. Li Lingfeng's face immediately spread a frown. This woman's face is truly a dog's, changing at the drop of a hat. Stop right there. Give you face this is. Li Lingfeng drank. Han Shuiying stopped in her tracks at once, turning to look at Li Lingfeng in a stifled manner, teardrops seeming to swirl in her eyes. Get your ass over here. Han Shuiying bit her lip and very obediently walked over, making the group of buddies next to her look dumbfounded. All of them raised their eyes to Li Lingfeng. and their family status could be concluded from that crowd of surprised eyes. Han Shuiying rejoined Li Lingfeng, full of grievances. Li Lingfeng reached out and wiped away the tears from the corner of Han Shuiying's eyes. If you want to be my daughter-in-law, you should have the likeness of being my daughter-in-law. Han Shuiying was instantly happy upon hearing this. What's that like? Is that it? After saying that, he immediately came up and kissed Li Lingfeng's cheek lightly, and then reached out to Li Lingfeng's arm and leaned his head on Li Lingfeng's shoulder. Wow, the group of buddies were dying to throw the bottles in their hands at the moment. After leaving the crowd with a load of dog food, the two happily went home arm in arm. At the residence, after taking a bath, Li Lingfeng lay comfortably on the bed as soon as he was done, holding the book The Secret of Fierce Men in his hand. At this time the same Han Shuiying who had finished her bath wiped her hair and walked in, her loose pajamas revealing a large portion of her body. Li Lingfeng glanced at him and reminded, "Hurry up and put your pajamas on." A puzzled Han Shuiying busily pulled her pajamas up and looked up in disbelief. "What's wrong? Have you changed sex? Recently, the investigation is strict. You do not have a little bit in your heart, and then show down believe it or not and shut you in a small black room." Han Shuiying, that's true. It's not easy to come out. It's better to stabilize and not make waves. Come on, wrap this sheet up as well and cover yourself tightly. After saying that, Li Lingfeng threw the air-conditioned sheet to Han Shuiying in passing. Han Shuiying caught the sheet and said incredulously, "As far as that goes, it's always right." Hearing Li Lingfeng say this, Han Shuiying wrapped herself in another layer of the sheet, and now not even a mosquito could fly in. "No, how am I supposed to wipe my hair like this?" Han Shuiying, who was wrapped into a dumpling, asked. "You can cool off on the balcony. It's windy there." Han Shuiying threw the bandana over as soon as she could. "I'm going to go run naked on the balcony. Come back, brother, I'll always rub it for you." Li Lingfeng hurriedly surrendered. Han Shuiying guffawed and happily plopped down on Li Lingfeng's heels, winking. "What are you waiting for you? Bring the windsock. You expect me to dry you off with this bandana? No way?" Han Shuiying gambled. "Then you'd better go to the balcony." The next day, early morning, Li Lingfeng drove that Mercedes E300 to the bottom of Fengming Mountain. Passing by that familiar viewing platform, the scenes of the past couldn't help but come to mind, and a light smile played at the corner of his mouth. "What are you laughing at? Remembering your ex-girlfriend?" Han Shuiying, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but ask when she saw Li Lingfeng's weighty look. Frightened, Li Lingfeng's hand shook, and the entire body shook with it. "Cough cough, what are you blindly saying?" Li Lingfeng forcefully pretended to be calm and gave a counterattack back. Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng suspiciously. "Not what are you nervous about?" "Am I nervous? Where do you see me being nervous?" "Not nervous about how your car got in the opposite lane?" Li Lingfeng realized that he took up space, but fortunately the opposite side of the car did not come, and hurriedly skimmed back, then looked up to see the rearview mirror above. The back row of Lin Sudong and Jiayu snuggled with each other sleeping like a dead pig. "I guess the car overturned, do not know." Needless to say, these two must have gone off to do something shady behind the audience's back again last night. This would be Han Shuiying grabbing her ass and scratching it. "What's wrong?" Li Lingfeng asked with concern. Han Shuiying continued to scratch a few times. "It's nothing. My butt was bitten by a mosquito in 2 packets. It's a bit itchy." "Li Lingfeng, you really did go naked on the balcony last night." As soon as these words fell, the two people in the back row, Lin Odong and Jiayu, who had been asleep a second ago, opened their eyes and leaned over. Han Shuiying couldn't wait to kick Li Lingfeng out of the car right then and there. If it wasn't for the fact that he was now holding the steering wheel, Lin Sudong and Jiayu both stared for a while, and finally Lin Sudong couldn't help himself. "So Ying, did you run naked on the balcony or not? Get out." Waiting with anticipation for Han Shuiying's roar, the two of them obediently sat back in the back row and continued to sleep. You two enough still sleep, almost there." Li Lingfeng saw rushed to give a reminder. The car came to the parking area of Fengming Temple on the hill, probably because it was a weekend and there were more cars. After driving around, Li Lingfeng managed to find a parking space and just wanted to park in it. When it was too late, a fire-red Audi drove in instantly, giving the seat in advance. "Hey, you dead boys don't talk about martial arts." I obviously saw this position first. Angry Li Lingfeng just wanted to get out of the car to theorize, but saw the owner coming down from the fire-red Audi. Nima, it was the former 23 Qinjai. This time Li Lingfeng only had to obediently stay in the car. After all, next to the Han Shuiying sitting, this will go up to identify with the former. The night will not be peeled off their skin, to a dry put all. Why is this bitch so unqualified? It's obvious that we got to the seat first. Han Shuiying spat in exasperation. Li Lingfeng turned his head to Han Shuiying. "What? Scolding your ex-girlfriend with this expression?" Han Shuiying, who was still not relieved, spoke to Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng hurriedly shook his head. No, it just doesn't look like the usual you. Ha, why don't you look like that? This is bullying me to my doorstep and I'm not allowed to spit on it? Forget it, let's find another location. Zhao Yu laughed. So Li Lingfeng drove around again. Frozen did not find a parking space, so he had a heart, parked the car on the lawn. Li Lingfeng, who got off the bus, glanced at the warning sign, "Do not trample the lawn," and turned it over. Fengming Temple Incense. Just arrived at the door will see a large group of devout believers in incense and prayers. But this prayer is not expected to be a prayer for good weather and prosperity, but the kind of prayer that burns a few dollars of incense and makes millions of wishes. Let's go buy some incense as well, Zhao Yu suggested. Coming all the way here, the process definitely needs to go through. Otherwise, how can we show our sincerity if we are empty-handed? Coming to an incense stall, Lin Sudong picked up a packet of incense and asked, "Boss, how much is this?" 100. No bargaining, the stall owner calmly returned. Holy shit, why don't you go grab it? Lin Sudong couldn't help but dislike it. Zhao Yu was busy pulling Lin Sudong, signaling him to lean back and go up to pick the incense himself. How can you be so calculating in front of the Buddha? So the two of them, Li Lingfeng and Lin Sudong, retreated to the stove where the straw paper was burning and lit a cigarette in the process. Lin Sudong exhaled a mouthful of immortal mist and glanced at Zhao Yu, who was paying the bill. What a loser bitch. Li Lingfeng smiled and shook his head. She used your money? Lin Sudong fiercely huffed and spat out. When we get married in the future, what's hers isn't mine. Li Lingfeng. But it seemed like such a thing. Li Lingfeng flicked his cigarette ash. Two women bought and carried the incense and came over, of which Zhao Yu smiled with satisfaction. Let's go in. Lin Sudong threw the cigarette in his hand to the ground and stomped it out with one foot, holding Zhao Yu's hand and turning around to walk inside. Let's go in as well, Han Shuiying reminded Li Lingfeng, unable to throw away the unfinished cigarettes. So Li Lingfeng hurriedly took 2 more puffs before finally pressing it to go out by that stove. Flicking the cigarette into the incense burner is truly human. Turning around and seeing Han Shuiying carrying 2 portions of incense. Heck, this bitch is even more of a loser than Zhao Yu. After entering the main gate and passing through the corridor selling jewelry and magic weapons, the main hall, the Maharishi Temple, comes into view. A huge statue of Sakyamuni Buddha is enshrined in the hall, with solemn and Buddha-like appearance. A crowd of good men and women knelt reverently in front of the Buddha statue, burning incense and praying. People, after all, most of their lives are ordinary. In fact, peaceful and healthy and family reunion is the best situation. As for the money, of course, it is also necessary, otherwise the wife cannot marry. Ha ha. Behind the main temple there are several other idols scattered around, with different functions, such as seeking a son, holding wealth, writing fu. Where shall we start worshipping? Zhao Yu asked casually as she couldn't decide. Then he and Lin Sudong exchanged a glance, and the two of them coincidentally said, "Let's send the sun to the goddess of mercy first." Li Lingfeng was petrified in place. What was this? Before he could come back to his senses, the two of them, Lin Sudong and Zhao Yu, had long since gone hand in hand towards the hall of the goddess of mercy. No, it's not necessary to bother the gods. If you can't, you can find me. This kind of relief for people's worries of things I am still very happy to serve. After the stew 2 cups of soup to make up for it. Let's go worship the goddess of mercy as well. Han Shuiying followed. Li Lingfeng, scram. I'm a staunch materialist. Who knew that Han Shuiying wasn't angry, but instead smiled. So I'm the only one, and you're hoping for an afterlife, aren't you? In the end, unable to argue with Han Shuiying, Li Lingfeng was dragged to the hall of the goddess of mercy. Not to mention, the incense here is also quite strong. It seems that the demand market is quite big. Someday I'll switch to infertility and maybe even make a killing. After worshipping the goddess of mercy, Han Shuiying and Zhao Yu yelled out to worship several other idols. Li Lingfeng looked at the lightning rod on the roof of the temple from a distance. Forget about it, or better to seek your own. You guys go ahead. I'm going to beg for 2 lots to solve my confusion. Li Lingfeng broke away from the few people after he left his words. Alone, he came to the place where he asked for a sign, and without too much formality he blindly drew one directly from the bucket of signs. Unable to solve the sign is to add incense and oil money. Li Lingfeng touched the empty pockets, only to realize that he did not bring any change. It would be unrealistic to turn around and go back to them. So he said to the master who was interpreting the sign, "Master, for the sake of the Buddha, could you first universalize the world?" The master casually pulled out a collection QR code and stuck it on top of the merit box, and put his hands together in a gesture of invitation. Li Lingfeng looked skeptically at the collection QR code. You can't be a private person here, can you? The Grandmaster looked at Li Lingfeng for a moment. Monks don't lie. No. So Li Lingfeng opened his cell phone and scanned the QR code and transferred the incense oil money. Upon completion, he handed the sign in his hand to the master. Who took it and looked at it? Which piece is this that the monk is seeking? Li Lingfeng's eyes twinkled and he laughed. Guess. The Grandmaster took a calming breath. Although the poor monk is a sign interpreter and interpreter of texts, he also practiced boxing and kicking slightly in the Dharma Academy. Li Lingfeng. Seeking in-laws. Then he thought of a reason to return. The Grandmaster nodded and looked at the signature on the bamboo stick, flipping to the corresponding parsing page. To Li Lingfeng, he said, "This marriage of yours is bumpy and uncertain, and I'm afraid that it will be difficult to be with your beloved in the end." Li Lingfeng frowned. On paper, there is experience to have a say, so he said to the master, "Master, have you ever had a first love?" The master froze, then returned. Monks have long since purified their 6 roots. No, just answer me yes or no. Monks don't lie. The maestro tried to deliberate for a moment and nodded. This way, you try to relive the best feeling the two of you ever had. The poor Taoist's mortal heart has been broken, so he has no more thoughts of his own. Li Lingfeng nodded his head in agreement. Since Master's mortal heart has been broken, why would he be afraid to face it again, right? After hesitating for a few moments, it seemed that what was being said made some sense, and it wasn't just enough to test his own cultivation. So the master tried to remember what was once good. As Li Lingfeng had said, the memory was so deep that the corners of his mouth did not feel like smiling. Li Lingfeng could be sure at that moment that he had found the right person for this emotional matter. So he said to the master again, "It is only with experience that we can talk about letting go and enlightenment. So could the master tell me about your path of letting go? Or could you let me take the road less traveled?" The Grandmaster put away his sweet smile and thought about the journey, gradually looking grave. With these few changes of expression, the master's mortal heart was afraid to be broken to the 9th cloud, until the 3 of them found Li Lingfeng and saw that the master was hugging Li Lingfeng and burying his head in tears. The 3 of them have looked at each other in dismay. What is this? The so-called enlightenment is not actually letting go a lot of the time, but simply because time washes everything away, or the unpleasant flashbacks that are overshadowed by the busyness of what's in front of you, whether it's family, friendship, love, or the many rules of this world. More often than not, you're just painting yourself into a corner. It only frames your incapable self. At noon, a few people came to the temple's fasting hall to have a meal, clear of vegetarian dishes. I thought it would be hard to come out and get everyone together for a good meal, but that guy Lin Sudong was reluctant to do so, saying that at least you have donated incense money, you can't lose too much. In the Lenten hall, a few people each took their own Lenten meal and found a place to sit. Li Lingfeng looked around, and a familiar silhouette instantly caught his eye. It's Chen Jiayi who grabbed the parking space with herself in the morning. It's really a sinful fate to meet her everywhere, only to see Chen Jiayi sitting next to a young woman, looking bursting with aristocratic temperament, with excellent clear cheeks under a slightly veiled face. Although Chen Jiayi looked a bit younger, that temperament definitely couldn't be compared to it. Something that comes from the bone from the inside out. What's it called? Culmination. Chen Jiayi got up and smiled at the young woman before turning to leave, looking at the direction as if she was going to the restroom. So Li Lingfeng put down the chopsticks in his hands and followed suit. "Where are you going?" Han Shuiying asked curiously. "Li Lingfeng, I'm going to the restroom." Without turning back, he left straight away. Don't mind him. He shits and pees a lot when it's time to eat. I guess this meal isn't to his liking. Go add more food. Lin Sudong laughed. Han Shuiying instantly blanked Lin Sudong. His own man himself said it was okay. How much did others mean? Lin Sudong, who had gotten Han Shuiying's size, immediately lowered his head in a sensible manner and hurriedly ate his own fasting food. Women are creatures that no one can fathom. You can't joke with your life. Zhao Yu on the side laughed and picked up a vegetarian dish in her own bowl to give it to Lin Odong. Eat more. You won't talk nonsense when your mouth is chewing rice. Lin Sudong. Li Lingfeng, who came to the restroom, specially waited for Chen Jiayi at the sink outside. Yo, so coincidental. Meeting you here again. Seeing Chen Jiayi come out, Li Lingfeng greeted. Chen Jiayi didn't rush to reply, but came to the sink to wash her hands first and dry them before turning to face Li Lingfeng. What? You robbed your parking space this morning and are waiting for me here specifically? Chen Jiayi smiled. Li Lingfeng shook his head. In your heart, I'm such a petty man. I don't know if you're petty or not, but I'm quite aware of your scum. Li Lingfeng frowned. Is there some misunderstanding between us? Misunderstanding? Chen Jiayi instantly let out a cold laugh. Don't talk about the misunderstanding in the past when I was dating you and you went and hooked up with another woman. No, that's completely true, Li Lingfeng admitted painfully. Who let us be poor back then? You. Chen Jiayi instantly lost her temper. Dead scum. But we have to be conscientious about what we do. The hard-earned money we earned from the rich woman back then, not all of it went to buy you a necklace. Hearing this, Chen Jiayi instantly went from angry to blushing. Didn't I return it to you after we broke up? Then you did accept it at the time. But I didn't know about that meeting, Chen Jiayi explained desperately. Come on, these old sesame rotten grain things have been turned over. Let's not mention it, okay? Li Lingfeng interrupted the topic and said. Chen Jiayi was so angry that she crossed her arms in front of her chest and tried to calm her breathing breath. Right. Who is that young woman next to you? Your friend? Li Lingfeng took advantage of the situation and asked. What do you care? It didn't affect you, did it? Chen Jiayi returned. Li Lingfeng lit up a cigarette. Look at what you're saying. Can't you care about caring about you? Thanks for the weasel to the chicken. Li Lingfeng slowly inhaled a mouthful of smoke and flicked the ash. At least I helped you in the Feidong levy matter. There's no need to still hate me that much, right? That's what I traded conditions for. Knowing that our program has $210 million in eminent domain compensation deposited in your branch. Chen Jiayi thought to herself that she did not owe Li Lingfeng for this matter. Li Lingfeng laughed and shook his head. Silly woman. You really think I care about your little savings? Then he spat out another mouthful of fairy mist. I've got $10 million in demolition money alone. You think I'd care about this bank performance? Hearing these words, Chen Jiayi couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This was something she had never thought of. After a few seconds of silence like this, Li Lingfeng put out his cigarette. Alright, I'm going back. Throwing the extinguished cigarette into the trash can next to him, Li Lingfeng turned around and prepared to leave. But she was stopped by Chen Jiayi. She's the wife of the director of the city's state-owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. So I'm accompanying her out for a walk today. Li Lingfeng nodded. Sure enough, the source was not simple. Alright, then you guys have fun. Chen Jiayi once again called out to stop Li Lingfeng, who wanted to leave. Tomorrow we have an appointment with the director to report on his work. Do you want to come along? Li Lingfeng looked at Chen Jiayi with slight surprise. Was this an intention to pull the strings for himself? You should know that the SASAC is in charge of a large number of state-owned enterprises under it, and there is no lack of powerful ones. If you can pull these companies to their own branches to walk the flow of funds, the deposit is not rubbing upward. That position on the big Yao line is just around the corner. Li Lingfeng pondered a little. Alright, then I'll follow to see the world. By the way, the girl in the passenger side of your car this morning, is she your girlfriend? Chen Jiayi finally asked. Well, smiled Li Lingfeng. My girlfriend. A hint of loss could be seen flashing through Chen Jiayi's eyes. Oh, after finishing the fasting meal, several people left Fengming Temple, and at the entrance, they met the same master who had interpreted the sign before, carrying a traveling bag. Li Lingfeng stepped forward and greeted him. Is master going on a business trip? The master folded his hands and slowly said, the poor monk is going to return to the world. And you are right that experience is the best Zen enlightenment. Li Lingfeng glanced at the master and nodded his head. Everything was in order. Is this enough for the plate? Do you want me to add some more incense money for you? I appreciate the kindness, and I've saved up some of the money for the sheets of clothing issued by the temple over the years, so it's enough. So where is the master planning to go on this first stop? Go home, the master smiled. Also, go home and see your parents and family first. Li Lingfeng recognized. Then what? Accept the family estate and marry Su's daughter. Li Lingfeng. Seeing the master leave, Lin Sudong walked up with a toothpick in his mouth. And Li Lingfeng glanced at him. Fuck, you have to use a toothpick to eat a fasting meal. If you don't know, you think you're eating some kind of mountain food. Lin Sudong spun the toothpick twice. You can't say that. What mountain food can be healthier than this fasting rice? That's true. And you're the one who has to be the one to even talk about being poor in such a refreshing way. What are you talking about? I can't afford it? Yo, so when are you going to take us to try it? Li Lingfeng came over and hooked a hand on Lin Sudong's shoulder. Hey. There will be time for sure. Lin Sudong hurriedly prevaricated, inviting the group to eat mountainous delicacies. It was not better than taking his life. Li Lingfeng smiled. No need to change the day. Let's do it tonight. I'll order you 2 more oysters then, to help out. Seeing that Li Lingfeng was dead set on not letting go, Lin Sudong hurriedly changed the topic and said, what did I just want to say to you? Right. We've come all this way. Let's go to the top of this Phoenix Mountain and take a look. Do you mean, or did sister you mention it? Li Lingfeng asked with a smile. Lin Sudong wondered. What difference does it make? No, I just heard that this Fengming Mountain is a holy place for wild battle at night. It just so happens that I have a tent in the trunk of my car. Do you want to lend it to you? Sister Yu in the back quietly turned her face to the side when she heard this. Lin Sudong was busy coughing twice in a row. What are you talking about? Can we be that kind of people? No need to forget it then. Lin Sudong looked around and whispered slightly lower. How's the privacy of that tent of yours? Li Lingfeng smiled evilly. Quite good. Just not soundproof. Protest. Who are you protesting this amount with? This time the side of Han Shuiying heard quit. Busy up to question. Li Lingfeng frowned. Not with you. That night the surrounding area is you shouted the loudest. Han Shuiying's face instantly turned red. On the other side, Sister Yu was trying her best to control herself from bursting out in laughter, while Lin Odong had a look of dismay on his face. Feelings are all left over from your kid to play. Fengming Temple is in the middle waist of the mountain, and the good thing is that you can drive right up along the mountain highway not far from the top. There is a pushed parking lot there. If it is in the peak period of holiday play, in order to protect the access and safety of tourists, is restricted to drive on the mountain. Fortunately, there weren't many tourists today, so Li Lingfeng and his party drove to the parking lot at the top of the mountain and put the car away. A few people got out of the car and looked down at the top of the mountain that was right in front of them, just a few hundred meters away. So in company, they climbed the steps up towards the top of the mountain. Don't look at the distance of a few hundred meters, but also consumed most of the physical strength of a few people. After all, going up the mountain is to overcome gravity to do work. Along the road is also sparse a few silhouettes. Once up to the top of the mountain, the good guy Black pressurized a piece. It turned out that people had gathered at the top of the mountain. What kind of great scenery was it that warranted the crowds crowding here? Besides, it's not even nighttime here yet. The top of the mountain was a rocky structure, and above a raised boulder were three large characters. Phoenix Mountain, carved and stained with red paint. Next to it was a sign erected that read, "I'll be waiting for you at Phoenix Hill." A few people climbed to the top of the rock. A fresh breeze is very pleasant. Just on the mountain road is inevitably a few hot. Lin Sudong hurriedly took out his cell phone and handed it to Li Lingfeng. "Take a picture of Zhao Yu and me." Li Lingfeng took the cell phone. Lin Sudong was busy posing with Zhao Yu in a lovey-dovey pose, and Li Lingfeng casually pressed the shutter. After shooting, Lin Sudong rushed over to see the effect, only to see the photo of a beautiful girl, great as a peak. "Won't you be allowed to take pictures of us? What about me and Zhao Yu?" Lin Sudong asked. "Not in the photo?" Li Lingfeng took his cell phone, enlarged the photo, and found the two in a side corner. "Lin Sudong, you damn well hurry up and take a retake for me." "What is this?" Lin Sudong said unhappily. "Good." Li Lingfeng took the cell phone as soon as he could. "Then this one I deleted amount? Don't. I have a 512G cell phone. What's wrong with this one picture?" After saying that, he ran to repose with Zhao Yu. "What's wrong? Didn't we just take a picture?" Zhao Yu was puzzled. "The effect is not good. Take another one. Come on. Let's look at the camera together." Lin Sudong reminded. The effect was immediately different after the flip, and although both eyes were closed, at least the two were in the center of the photo. Just as a few people were looking out over the city's landscape with interest, a burst of singing from below drew the crowd's attention. It turned out to be an electric guitar lover, playing his heart out on one of the flat rocks below. The electric guitar rang out with passion as he strummed it, and the group gathered around. "Let's go over and take a look as well," Han Shuiying proposed. A few people came to the crowd of onlookers, many of whom were already taking photos with their cell phones, uploading them to short video software. A song played down, harvested a lot of applause. "There is no lack of girls," whispered. "So handsome amount." Li Lingfeng looked at the playing little brother wearing a black mask. "Handsome you sister ah. You can still see through ah." But it looked like Li Lingfeng had some itchy hands. He hadn't touched that stuff in years, and the interest he once had long since given way to life. "Anyone want to come up and play a song?" Little brother asked enthusiastically. Han Shuiying turned back. "Would you?" "A little bit," Li Lingfeng casually replied back, not caring. Who knew that Han Shuiying raised her hand high at that moment? This way, this way." After saying that, she even pushed Li Lingfeng out with one hand. There was a burst of applause, not to mention whether the playing was good or not. It was courageous enough to stand out. Li Lingfeng. Little brother hurriedly gave way, removed his electric guitar and handed it to Li Lingfeng, and asked thoughtfully, "Which song do you want to play? I'll find you some accompanying music." Li Lingfeng took the electric guitar with a smile. "Come all the way here. So let's play a song. Once Upon a Time by Su Wei, please." Hearing that it was Su Wei's Once Upon a Time, the crowd once again broke into thunderous applause. "Youth doesn't have a selling price. Chance dry to lesa. Go to fucking work." The familiar melody played, and the crowd unconsciously waved their arms, closing their eyes as if they were already on their way. Li Lingfeng picked up the paddle and dialed down the first line. "I once dreamed of traveling to the ends of the earth with a sword." It was at this moment that the crowd also heard the most broken electric guitar playing ever. Han Shuiying couldn't help but frown. Well, this level is really only a little bit. The good man opened a live online broadcast at the same time. Many netizens have left a message, address send me. 40 meters of machete. Let him run 39 meters first. But this made Li Lingfeng completely burst into flames in a certain sound short video, becoming a phenomenal presence in the Chinese music world. Even Thunderbolt would have to back down a bit. After playing, Li Lingfeng returned to Han Shuiying in a dashing and handsome manner. How did I play just now? Was it okay? Well, it's okay. Han Shuiying nodded. Right. Wear a mask when you go down the mountain later. Li Lingfeng was puzzled. Why? She's afraid you'll get beaten up. At this time Lin Sudong added a sentence. Li Lingfeng. A few people left the top of the rock and went back to where they had parked and rested for a while. Han Shuiying and Jiayu went to the side in pairs to enjoy the scenery along the mountain, while Li Lingfeng and Lin Sudong took advantage of this gap to smoke a cigarette. I'm convinced of your shameless courage, playing like this and still dare to go up and perform. Really? Lin Sudong shook his head and despised this brother of his. Li Lingfeng had a laugh. You don't really think that this is the level of my brother, do you? I think that I was able to take down academic Sister Yao with this handicraft back in the day. Lin Sudong naturally had a look of disbelief on his face. Then she's also strangely pathetic, tone deaf. Seeing Lin Sudong's disbelief, Li Lingfeng busily found out the video he had recorded from his previous practice. Come on, let's show you brother's strength. Lin Sudong took a look at it, and yay, it was really played with style. It's not quite top-notch, but it's simply many times better than the one that played just now. Returning the cell phone to Li Lingfeng, Lin Sudong asked, then why did you blindly play it just now? You don't understand, do you? That's called claptrap. Li Lingfeng gave an explanation. After saying that, he took a drag on his cigarette. With my strength, even if I play as hard as I can it'll be just that. Mediocre and unimpressive. But, Li Lingfeng glanced at Lin Sudong. If I play unbearably badly, then the crowd will remember me. Remember there was once a man like me who played such a song. Lin Sudong pondered for a moment, putting out the cigarette in his hand and flicking it away. Does it make sense? Li Lingfeng looked into the distance. That depends on what you think. If you can't make a name for yourself in history, then you will be left behind. And I'm afraid you don't even have the ability to be left behind. Li Lingfeng followed suit and extinguished the cigarette in his hand, and looked at his cell phone time. It was more than 3 p.m. It was almost time to go back. So he said to Lin Odong, shouted them both back. I guess we should go back. Lin Sudong hesitated for a moment. Why don't you lend me that tent anyway? Jiaoyu said she wants to watch the sunrise. Li Lingfeng. After leaving that tent for Lin Sudong, Li Lingfeng handed over an opened box of Durex. Take it. Brother used the rest last time. We're worshipping the goddess of mercy. Why do we need that? Lin Sudong returned. Li Lingfeng had a look of disbelief on his face. Are you fucking playing for real? So what else? Rotate like you? Lin Sudong asked rhetorically. No, Li Lingfeng was actually blocked for a moment. I let you practice getting started. I didn't let you weld the lock. Li Lingfeng looked at this brother of his. No. You have to think about it. Falling in love and getting married are completely different, Li Lingfeng finally advised. Alright, brother, I know my own happiness. Lin Sudong smiled dashingly. Is there any 6 gods mosquito repellent? Are there many mosquitoes at night? Lin Sudong then asked. Why? You two still want to get out of the tent and perform. What are you talking about? Lin Sudong paused for a moment. But young people are also innovative, aren't they? In the co-pilot's seat, Han Shuiying tied up her safety and turned her head to look at Li Lingfeng. Your brother and sister you really aren't coming back? Just like you. Sister you also wants to see the sunrise. Li Lingfeng started the car. Han Shuiying instantly blushed. It's really 40 like a tiger's age. That's not a bad thing to say at all. The vehicle slowly drove off and away, leaving Lin Odong and Jiayu waving their hands behind them, and then the two of them smiled at each other. Just what Lin Sudong did not expect is that the top of the mountain simply did not have two people's tent position. Are given to people occupied. Ended up picking a grassy area that just happened to have a red ant nest. On the road, the real a little tired Han Shuiying slightly rested for a while, and so open your eyes again, has entered the door of the district. Parking the car in the underground garage, the two of them went to the neighborhood money mama and bought some groceries for tonight. It is to do dinner time. People are quite a lot. It is not easy to queue up to buy a single. Two people hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd. Li Lingfeng carried the bags while Han Shuiying put her arm around Li Lingfeng. Are we still going out tomorrow? Thinking of what Chen Jiayi said in the Phoenix Temple Lenten Hall today, Li Lingfeng returned. I have something to do tomorrow. I'll go to the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Okay. A man's career is important. And hearing Li Lingfeng say that he had something to do, Han Shuiying naturally didn't dare to bother him much. Tomorrow will be more rest at home by myself. On Sunday, Chen Jiayi drove her fiery red Audi to the entrance of the neighborhood to pick up Li Lingfeng. As soon as you enter the car, you smell a unique and refreshing scent that is comforting. When she was with Chen Jiayi before, she was also a woman with great taste in life. Hopelessly her own purse did not support her tastes. The two of them arrived at the agreed location, and when they got off the bus, they saw Zhang Su, the general manager of Wanhong Real Estate. Li Lingfeng had met him once before when he signed the levy agreement and knew each other. The reason why Zhang Su promised Chen Jiayi to let Li Lingfeng participate in the meeting this time is also because he thought of hitching a ride on the agricultural and commercial bank line through Li Lingfeng, to make some way for project financing to kick in later. Development loan financing is a roundabout way to go after the upfront funds are exhausted. Into the SASAC office building, to the third floor conference room. The conference staff has long been set up the conference room. According to the name tags placed on the table, each of them took their seats, and the center seat across the table was naturally reserved for Director Guo. The crowd waited for a short while before Director Guo led several staff members to the conference room and took their seats. What Li Lingfeng did not expect is that this Guo director is still less than 40 years old. The city's state-owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission director post how to say also have to be a division-level cadres. Right. This age on the division level. Properly able to people. If we don't make any mistakes in the future and build on our strengths, the future is unlimited. Li Lingfeng could not help but look at two more eyes. Slightly frosty appearance under a pair of eyes gaze like a torch, is indeed the kind of practical faction. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the meeting was officially on topic. As the general manager of Wanhong Real Estate, Zhang Su made a compendium report on this Feidong-related expropriation work. Chia Yi-chen, as the person in charge of this Feidong levy project, made additional remarks on the report. Let Director Kuo go back and forth in detail about the levy that is currently moving forward. One of the most concerned or the livelihood issues involved. The levy work involves a wide range of people. It is important not to mess up. To this end, General Manager Zhang Su specifically focused on the corresponding demolition and relocation compensation and related aftermath work. It also guarantees that the interests of the public will be taken as the basis and that forced demolitions will be eliminated in accordance with the law. This was used as an opportunity to introduce Director Guo to Li Lingfeng, the first owner of Feidong to sign an expropriation agreement. Since Li Lingfeng and Director Guo had their first official face-to-face, at the end of the meeting, Director Guo made several points of work deployment, put forward the corresponding work requirements. Mr. Zhang's accompanying secretaries all wrote them down one by one in their books. From the SASAC office building out, Mr. Zhang has something to leave first. This level of characters are naturally busy with things. Let's treat you to a meal at noon. As a reward for bringing me out today, Li Lingfeng laughed. Chen Jiayi looked at Li Lingfeng. Before her eyes, this former prodigal son always felt that something had changed. But then I couldn't say. Fine. I'll set it. You pay for it. No problem. Said please. Just don't make it too expensive. Li Lingfeng said back. The two of them got into the car, and the fiery red Audi drove straight into the city to the iconic building of S-City. The topmost floor there features a revolving restaurant, which is claimed to be the most romantic place in the city's downtown. Li Lingfeng looked dumbfounded at the iconic building in front of him. You don't think you want to eat at the revolving restaurant up there, do you? Is there a problem? Chen Jiayi smiled faintly. Li Lingfeng frowned. No, I seem to have remembered. The clothes drying on my home's balcony have not been confiscated, so I have to go back first. Chen Jiayi grabbed Li Lingfeng's hand and yanked it to go inside, not giving Li Lingfeng any chance to slip away. Inside the high-rise elevator, just two people were riding, and Chen Jiayi glanced at Li Lingfeng. You know, the farthest thing from my dreams when I used to be with you was that one day you'd bring me to this revolving restaurant. Li Lingfeng nodded. Then this dream of yours is really a bit of a bust. What? Weren't you the one who said you'd treat me? Chen Jiayi laughed. Is it too late to withdraw? Ding. The elevator came to the rotating restaurant floor, and the moment it opened, Li Lingfeng already seemed to smell the smell of money. Asked for a set menu for two and chose a window seat from which you could overlook the entire city. That pattern flopped open, and with a couple more whole drinks, you could plan the future of the entire downtown area. You know what? That Director Gui is not only capable, but also a rare polyamorous man. With his wife is simply a typical model couple. Lifting up the case. How did the two meet? Li Lingfeng asked curiously. With such deep feelings. Childhood sweethearts who have known each other since childhood and were in love for over 10 years until they entered into marriage. Chen Jiayi said. Her eyes are flowing with envy. After all, who does not want to have an ideal love? Unfortunately. Unfortunately what? Li Lingfeng immediately raised 12 points of spirit ready to eat melon. Firm love are much twisted. Chen Jiayi sighed. I don't know what the reason is, but his wife has never been able to conceive. Oh, so yesterday you accompanied Director Guo's wife to worship the goddess of mercy? Chen Jiayi nodded. His wife and I were roommates in college, and we knew each other early on, so we chatted more openly. Li Lingfeng. No, you've known her for a long time. Why didn't you give me a leg up when we were dating? Could it be that you're testing my self-struggle? Chen Jiayi looked at Li Lingfeng. What's that look on your face? Nope. Remembered when I used to slap you? Chen Jiai instantly blushed upon hearing this, and her buttocks were vaguely hot and painful. After coming out of the revolving restaurant, Chen Jiai first sent Li Lingfeng back to the neighborhood, and just as she got out of the car, the phone rang. Li Lingfeng picked up a look. Is an unfamiliar phone number? To do before will not hesitate to hang up, but it's different now. At least you're the head of the branch. What if some big client comes to you? Thinking about it, Li Lingfeng couldn't wait to pick up the phone. Hello, Grizzly. It's been a long time. Do you still recognize my brother? A bright laugh rang out from the other end of the phone. Li Lingfeng immediately frowned. Which fucking dog is this? You are the grifter. Your whole family is grifters. Just when he wanted to dislike it back, Li Lingfeng paused, but the voice did sound a bit familiar. When the other party saw that Li Lingfeng did not reply, he busily continued. I'm hi. Oh, hi. Long time no see. Long time no see. Li Lingfeng catered a perfunctory remark. Nima, didn't he black out this kid's phone? Why did he call with a different phone? For just a few $100. It's not so bad, is it? I didn't even let you pay back the $2,000 I borrowed from you for the abortion back then. I'm getting married. Come over tomorrow and have a few drinks. Brothers have not seen each other for a long time. Hai said happily. Marriage? Li Lingfeng was at a loss for words. Yeah, Sister Yao has agreed to marry me. Hai was happy as a child. Don't you have premature ejaculation? How did you cure it? Li Lingfeng subconsciously asked. There was a deathly silence on the other end, and it was a long time before a hysterical roar of rage came from the other end of the line. You're the one with premature ejaculation. Your whole family has premature ejaculation. Seeing that the other party hung up the phone, Li Lingfeng contemplated for a moment. Under such circumstances, Sister Yao still chose to marry Hai? But when you think of Hai's parents' multi-million-dollar fortune and Hai's being an only child, it all seems to make sense again. Anyway, blessings. Another couple entering the marriage hall. Well, no, it's walking into a marriage. Just after entering the neighborhood, Li Lingfeng received another message from Hai again. An electronic invitation. Inside is the content of the invitation, indicating the time and place of the reception, and a series of wedding photos of the couple. Well, Senior Sister Yao's body really has no excuse. Li Lingfeng scrutinized it with a critical eye. Back in the housing, Han Shuiying was doing yoga in the hall, with a body that was even better than that Yao's senior sister ever had. Seeing Li Lingfeng come in, Han Shuiying busily greeted him with a smile. You're back. What are you practicing yoga for if you don't take a break in the middle of the day? Li Lingfeng returned, placing the car keys on the foyer cabinet. Han Shuiying continued to do her yoga. I've slept all morning. I'm going to sprout if I lay in bed again. Li Lingfeng came over to take off his suit jacket and put it on the sofa, and as soon as he did, he sat down to admire Han Shuiying's yoga moves. I have to say, the tight yoga clothes are so damn lethally seductive. Right, tomorrow Hai gets married. Are you coming with me to the wedding reception? Li Lingfeng asked. Han Shuiying stopped moving. Hi, it's Sister Yao's boyfriend that I met last time in the university town. My former brother's best buddy. Oh, that's the brother who lent you the money for the abortion. Ha, Li Lingfeng. Han Shuiying thought for a while. Forget it, I'm not going. I'd better behave positively at work tomorrow. Monday. Li Lingfeng glanced at Han Shuiying and understood what she meant. It was the critical moment for her to be promoted, so she mustn't drop the ball. Alright then, I'll go by myself tomorrow. After saying that, Li Lingfeng got up and prepared to leave the living room. Where are you going? Han Shuiying asked hurriedly. Li Lingfeng didn't turn around. Go into the room and rest for a while. I'm exhausted. Then I'll rest as well. Han Shuiying hurriedly got up. Li Lingfeng saw this as soon as he quickly entered the room and unlocked the door. You come and I still have rest play? Humph. Exasperated, Han Shuiying stomped her foot outside the door. At night, the late autumn evening wind is particularly refreshing. Bright full moon hanging high in the night sky is very bright. Below Fengming Mountain, there are thousands of lights connecting pieces of houses. A picture of the world in full bloom. Unfortunately, Lin Sudong was not in that good mood to appreciate the beauty in front of him. Does it still hurt? Jiayu smeared some 6 Godflower eau de toilette on Lin Odong's, but that was red from the red ant bites. Red and swollen covered Lin Sudong buttocks on both sides. One side of the red ant's nest was sitting bad as if like a smiley face in mockery. Zhao Yu's heel was also bitten in 1 or 2 places. Lin Sudong couldn't care less about his own pain and looked at Zhao Yu's wounds with pity. Why don't we just go back? Zhao Yu proposed after thinking for a moment. This 6 Godflower eau de toilette can't cure red ants either. Indeed, it's hard enough to play yourself out of this situation with your ass today. Instead of continuing to stay here and suffer, it would be better to go back earlier. Perhaps there is still medicine to smear the redness of the bite. So Lin Sudong used his cell phone to call for a fast car. but there was no car on the top of the mountain to take the order in the middle of the night. Lin Sudong had no choice but to dial his good brother Li Lingfeng's phone. "You come quickly, if you don't come Lin Sudong, will be accounted for here," Lin Sudong said miserably on the phone with a snotty nose and tears. Li Lingfeng, who thought that Lin Sudong had been beaten up on this side, hurriedly drove to the top of Fengming Mountain in a hurry. The two of them, Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying, dressed in their pajamas, followed the directions on the phone and found the camping spot where Lin Sudong was. When Li Lingfeng saw the redness and swelling that covered Lin Sudong's buttocks, he subconsciously first took out his cell phone to take a picture. This spectacle of the ages can be a rare sight. "Are you damned if you're getting fireworks up your ass? Lin Sudong, don't make a scene there. Hurry up and send me to the hospital. I'm sitting in a red ant's nest." Li Lingfeng heard all. "Do not feel a burst of meat pain on the red ants of that ant acid are difficult to top, not to mention that Lin Sudong was bitten all over his ass." Li Lingfeng hurriedly set up Lin Sudong and headed for the parking area. Zhao Yu helped to support him, and Han Shuiying hit the lights in front. The road down the mountain is not easy to walk, and moreover, it is still at night. Every step of exertion Lin Sudong clenched his teeth. "Is your damn bear ass sitting in an ant nest, being bitten so badly? It's reasonable to wear pants not to That said, Zhao Yu's face flushed for a while. The exact situation was only clear to the two of them. Li Lingfeng 120 car speed straight to the hospital emergency room. The doctor was busy arranging an IV for Lin Sudong, and I applied some antacid relief cream to the bite. The consulting doctor couldn't help but laugh. "It's quite a peculiar place for your friend to be bitten. Most of the others are on their hands and feet, but he's got it all over his ass. Why? Your friend is shitting in the field in the middle of the night, getting everything done." Lin Sudong lay backward on the bed, the back of his hand hanging from the drip. Li Lingfeng glanced at it. "Is it better? If it's nothing serious I'll go back first. I have to go to G City tomorrow." Seeing this, Zhao Yu, who was next to her, was busy replying, "It's fine. You guys go back first. I'll be fine here." Li Lingfeng nodded. If not for the fact that this is a ward, high and low to give Lin Sudong a whole cigarette, that choking nicotine smoke is the best analgesic, and if that doesn't work, then smoke more. I'm really leaving," Li Lingfeng said to Lin Sudong on the bed. At this moment, Lin Sudong turned his head to look at Li Lingfeng. "Why didn't you tell me that there's still a red ant nest there?" Li Lingfeng smiled. "I didn't know you innovated to this realm either." Leaving the hospital, Li Lingfeng asked Han Shuiying behind him, "Are you cold? Just wearing a nightgown. Are you going to pull your clothes off and give them to me if I say I'm cold?" Li Lingfeng, "No. I'm just asking casually. It won't be cold when I get on the bus." Han Shuiying. The streets were sparsely populated with vehicles, but the hospital behind them was brightly lit and noisy, playing out the cycle of birth, old age, sickness and death. Back to make up a sleep. Directly sleep to more than 9 o'clock. This while Han Shuiying has long gone to work. After washing up, Li Lingfeng changed into a handsome suit and took the car keys out the door. Not far from the doorway met Mr. Gu next door, and that later aunt. Not to mention, looking at that GE's face, it really is a little bit younger and younger. Is this the nourishment of love? Li Lingfeng reached out to greet Master Gu, who asked with a smile, "Going to work early in the morning?" "A friend got married and went to G City." Li Lingfeng smiled back, looking at Li Lingfeng's back as he descended the stairs. Gu smiled warmly. "All grown up. It's your world from now on." The aunt next to her looked at her old partner. "Gu, you're still young, aren't you?" After driving out of the neighborhood, he happened to see a welfare lottery store on the side of the road, so Li Lingfeng pulled over. Entering the lottery store owner warmly greeted. "Buying a lottery ticket?" Li Lingfeng looked around and finally his eyes fell on the stacks of scratchers in the glass cabinet. "Boss, what's the highest winning amount of your single $20 100-shot scratchers?" The boss pointed his finger to the 100-shot 100-hit scratchers. "You say this highest prize amount of 1 million. Li Lingfeng nodded after hearing this. "Okay, give me all that stack." The lottery store owner looked up at Li Lingfeng in a bit of disbelief. "Just a reminder, this isn't a 100% packet win. Are you sure you want a stack?" "Yes, a stack," Li Lingfeng reconfirmed, finally paying the lottery store owner 600 yuan. Li Lingfeng stuffed the stack of scratch-offs into the red bag. Weighing the heavy red envelope, Li Lingfeng's mouth smiled slightly. This accompanying gift is sincere enough. So get back in the car and go straight to a hotel in G. The journey was smooth and unobstructed as it missed the morning rush hour. Soon, in nearly 2 chimes, Li Lingfeng arrived at the banquet location. The hotel staff guided the car into the parking area reserved for receptions. It seems that a Heis family has some shares in this hotel. Li Lingfeng in the car took out his cell phone and looked at the time, 11:47. The entry time was 11:30. There was still some time before the official opening of the banquet, so Li Lingfeng slowly came to the third floor of the hotel. After registering at the gift money office, when the uncle who received the gift money saw Li Lingfeng's thick bag of red envelopes, his entire expression was shocked, hurriedly more polite a few points. This dress, this handsome face, maybe which family's male son again, not to be neglected. Guided by the hospitality of the sisterhood, Li Lingfeng arrived at his seating area. It seemed that this table alone was the earliest. Li Lingfeng looked down at the lone seat. Good thing he looked around. Nima, that battle is really a bit scary. The whole 99 around. Does it mean that it will last forever? Then take a closer look. Good guy. Ah Hai's ex-girlfriend have given 3 rounds. This intensity play, no wonder premature ejaculation. The guests were seated one after another, and in the end, only 7 people were seated at Li Lingfeng's table. 2 of them were the ones that Li Lingfeng knew, and the remaining 5 had never even met. You say they are from the same university, right? Then they don't have a head full of gray hair. Is it possible that they are old senior brothers from the last few classes? Even the 2 people that I know are the kind of people that have played a game of werewolf before and their names are still unclear. Also said brothers, long time no see, together drink a few cups. Nima, this on the old man gift money to come. It's good that brother only bought a stack of scratchers. Li Lingfeng said in his heart. Never contacted for millions of years. And when they do, it's either wedding or full moon wine. And the dog shakes his head when he sees it. The wedding was being held in a grand manner. And on the stage, academic sister Yao appeared to be smiling. But in fact, she had a preoccupied demeanor. The eyes looked around, seemingly searching for something, until they saw Li Lingfeng, who was sitting in the back row. And only then did they reveal that smile from the inside out. Noticing school sister Yao's eyes, Li Lingfeng waved his hand and waved a greeting, still in his former appearance. So bride, will you marry the groom? The host asked with a smile. Willing. The moment she closed her eyes, her mind was full of Li Lingfeng's appearance just now. Heartless wedding process of Li Lingfeng vigorously opened it up. Nima spent old man 600 oceans. Cannot lose money. If I didn't have to drive, I'd give you a drop of that foreign wine on the table. But the good thing was that he was the first to come and pocketed the 2 packets of wazi on the table first, more or less saving some losses. Remembering that Lin Sudong is still lying in the hospital, why don't we pack some back for him later? So he took out his cell phone and took a picture of Lin Sudong and sent it to him. Who knew that the other party had a disdainful look on his face? I don't eat food handed out in contempt. At the end of the banquet, school sister Yao found Li Lingfeng in the name of a toast, and this time the guests had almost dispersed. While Hai is surrounded by a sea of relatives and friends, today's Yao schoolmate is extraordinarily beautiful, due to the fact that it's that career line in front of her chest that's extraordinarily obvious and mouth-watering. Has a Hai been cured? Li Lingfeng asked. Academic sister Yao shook her head and Li Lingfeng couldn't help but frown. You're willing to marry a Hai even like this? Won't you regret it? Schoolmate Yao looked grave. I'm pregnant. Li Lingfeng froze for a moment, but this time it was certain that it was definitely not his own. Hai searched for a famous doctor and instead of curing his premature ejaculation, he cured his infertility. Nani? Li Lingfeng's mind immediately remembered Director Guo's wife, so he hurriedly asked Yao Shuajie, quickly, send me the contact information of that doctor who treated Ah Hai. Yao Shuajie had a puzzled look on her face. What? You're infertile too? Thinking about that time in college. This can't be. Li Lingfeng frowned. You say this, believe it or not, I will let you get pregnant with another child into a twin birth. A friend of mine needs it. Li Lingfeng returned. Sister Yao, really? Don't make a big deal out of nothing. It's not something to be ashamed of. We need to treat it early. Li Lingfeng's face was filled with black lines. You don't need to care about that much. Just send me that doctor's contact information. I don't have a forehead. So Yao Senpai turned her head and called out to Hai. And Hai, who heard Yao Senpai's call, was busy taking the opportunity to escape the crowd. Ah Hai, who came over with a glass of wine, smiled with joy and said, I'm sorry brother. I'm really too busy to greet you well today. Tonight a few of us will gather again. Li Lingfeng once again looked at the several lords at his table. Well, it is indeed poor hospitality. Why don't you just put me at the kids' table next time? That's right, next time it's a second marriage. Come on, brother, let's drink a toast. Ah Hai raised the wine glass in his hand and said to Li Lingfeng again. Li Lingfeng waved his hand. Drive on. Let's drink another day. What are you afraid of? Do not rush back. Not to say that tonight we a few get together again again well. Li Lingfeng laughed. Our side of the work moving bricks and mortar, which is as free as you publicans. See how you say that. Ah Hai's mouth was polite, but his face was a smug smile. His family is well off, and he was self-conscious of his superiority when he was in college. Moreover, today this 99 surroundings of the battle indeed also let his heart doubly proud. Come guests and many local dignitaries. Hi. What's the contact information of that doctor you saw earlier? Send it to Ling Feng. Academic Sister Yao interjected. Hi. Who just had a smug expression on his face. Suddenly had a burst of red and green on his face. What doctor? Where's the doctor from? Kai maintains his last stubbornness. Don't evade it. I already knew about that bit of yours. Li Lingfeng also didn't forget to make up for it at the right time. Hai wilted like a frosted eggplant, took out his cell phone and gave Li Lingfeng the doctor's contact information. Why do you need that doctor's contact information? Hai then asked, and then seemed to think of something. Immediately, he changed his posture and laughed happily. It's not possible that you're also. Li Lingfeng smiled without making too much of an explanation and picked up his own drink on the table. I'll use this as a substitute for wine and wish you 100 years of good luck and an early birth. The three of them drank a toast, and then Li Lingfeng asked the two to leave. Academic Sister Yao lost her eyes and looked at Li Lingfeng. You're really not going to stay one more night? Yeah, bro, I'll get you a room. Hai followed up. No, S-City is not far from G-City. There will be plenty of opportunities to get together again in the future. Wait until you guys have some free time. Unable to keep Li Lingfeng's determination to leave, School Sister Yao had no choice but to say goodbye with reluctance. After Li Lingfeng left the field of vision, Hai turned to School Sister Yao and said with concern, Are you tired? Do you want to rest for a while? When he finished speaking, his eyes couldn't help but fall on Academic Sister Yao's slightly bulging stomach. The family was hoping for a male child. After all, the family's multi-million-dollar estate has to be passed on to the next generation. Li Lingfeng, who came to the entrance of the hotel, drew out a cigarette and was just about to light it for himself when a flame was handed over. Curiously, Lingfeng looked up. The person in front of him smiled slightly, as if he seemed to have met somewhere, but could not remember. The person in front of him signaled Li Lingfeng to light up, then laughed. Don't remember me? Brother Feng. The sound of Brother Feng immediately caused Li Lingfeng to freeze for a moment, and his thoughts returned to the year of the sophomore orientation. At the entrance to the school, an honest young man walked in slowly, dragging his outdated suitcase. The already dark complexion was even darker in the sunlight, but it also accentuated the clear smile. Knife boy, Li Lingfeng blurted out. Knife boy instantly smiled and looked at Li Lingfeng. It's really you. After making sure, Li Lingfeng rushed forward and put an arm around Knife boy's shoulders. How have you been these years? What else could it be? A child of a poor family, who can't starve anyway. Letting go of Knife boy, Li Lingfeng once again looked up and down. Although his complexion was still as dark as it was back then, his essence had matured a lot. Li Lingfeng pushed his fist against Knife boy's shoulder again. It's okay, it feels more mature. It's not for the social grind. Knife boy laughed helplessly. You're here for Kai's wedding too? Knife boy nodded. It wasn't thanks to your blessing of meeting senior brother Ahai in the past that we lost a few hundred in gift money today. Li Lingfeng. Did this Ahai invite all the people who used to say a word? And Knife boy came to have such a raw relationship with him? Blame me. Blame me. I shouldn't have dragged you to play that one game of werewolf killing in the first place. Li Lingfeng laughed. Just kidding, Windy. Back then. Thank you. Knife boy's eyes were nothing but grateful. When the most difficult time, it was Li Lingfeng who helped the Knife boy to advance the food expenses in January. Knowing that no one was rich in college that time. Why do you keep thinking about the past? Li Lingfeng smiled. Right. Your student loan is finished. Right? Knife boy nodded. Been out working for a couple years and saved up that student loan money. Li Lingfeng also sighed. Back then with your results, it's a pity not to go to graduate school. You're not unaware of my family's condition, and it's a great gift to be able to finish college. It was evident that despite Knife boy's cheerfulness, there was still a hint of resignation in his eyes. It is said that all roads lead to Rome, but some people are born in Rome, while others are born in the barrenness of that desert in Africa. Come on, a drink? Knife boy suggested. Li Lingfeng pondered for a while, and finally agreed to Knife boy's proposal. And the two of them found a small restaurant, 3 plates of fried vegetables, a pot of wine, and an afternoon of conversation. Until the Knife boy was called back by the company to work overtime, Li Lingfeng looked at the cell phone time. It was 7:51 p.m. Life is not a shackle. Li Lingfeng drank the wine in the cup. Get up and come to the boss. Count down how much money? The owner smiled politely. The young man just now has already paid his bill. Li Lingfeng frowned, remembering that Knife boy got up in the middle of the day to go to the restroom. Fearing that it was for the bill. Out of the small restaurant, the sky is drizzling. The street people come and go in a hurry. Some have umbrellas, some let the rain drizzle. Without an umbrella, Li Lingfeng naturally walked down the street in the drizzle, not knowing whether it was because of the wine he drank or the drizzle. All the lights were in a haze. Traveling to the intersection, Li Lingfeng saw a scavenger woman carrying a sack, a child in front of a jumping walk. Suddenly, The stopped child looked back at the woman with an innocent and most flawless smile and shouted, "Hurry up, Mom!" Only to see the women follow suit with a smile and quicken their pace. Li Lingfeng froze in place as the fine rain that drifted down from the sky showered on the mother and child who had no umbrella. For a moment it seemed to make sense. An ordinary life is one of leaping through the mire and laughing at the desolation of the backwoods. Not far away to find a hotel to stay. Drinking wine tonight is not to return. Li Lingfeng took the room card to the 502 room. Swipe the card to open the door. Insert the room card into the slot. And instantly all the lights in the room came on. It appears that the last tenant didn't turn off the switch. Just jerked the room card. This time Han Shuiying called and asked eagerly, "Why aren't you back yet?" Li Lingfeng smiled. "I just met a former schoolmate and drank a few cups together, so I won't go back tonight." "Ah," muttered Han Shuiying, "then I'll go over to you now." Li Lingfeng sucked in a breath of cold air. "I'm in G City. Sis, are you playing house here? You're afraid I'll go over there and ruin your day." "Ha," Han Shuiying said back. "Don't say that you didn't come over. Even if you came over you couldn't spoil my good deed." Li Lingfeng took off his jacket. "Have you eaten yet?" Han Shuiying asked with concern. "Well, I just got out of the diner to the hotel, and I'm a little disoriented from this wine, so I'm going to take a shower first. Well, I'm almost ready for a break from yoga. Well, good night." Li Lingfeng hung up the phone, came to the bathroom and took a beautiful shower. Instantly the whole person was much more refreshed. Wrapped in a bath towel and coming out, Li Lingfeng wiped his hair and threw the towel on the chair by hand, coming to the bed a handful of times and laying down. It was very barfy. A mechanic girl shrugging and squeezing her feet or something at the moment would be awesome. Unfortunately, the recent crackdown on pornography is strict. If you are not careful to go into the bureau to squat for 3 or 2 days will not be good. At least now as a little face of the branch president. The man has a face baggage is heavy. Not like back in the day. With a freshly paid paycheck in his pocket the major recreational field scurried all over the place. Li Lingfeng emotionally finished getting up to the window. A pull opened the floor-to-ceiling curtains. Under the fine rain foggy long night remaining fire into the eyes. "Well, this is a good mood," Li Lingfeng muttered before picking up his cell phone to capture this stunning night scene. On a whim, Li Lingfeng is ready to send a circle of friends. This photo has, what kind of copy should be matched? Thinking about it, Li Lingfeng typed, "The loneliness of one, the fault of two people." The friend circle had just been sent out for less than 2 seconds, and the first comment came, which was left by that dog Lin Odong. "It still has to be you. You can smell your sluttiness from almost 200 kilometers away." Li Lingfeng immediately replied back, "Still have energy to play with your phone. Looks like your ass is almost ready." This side just replied, followed by Su Xiaolu also followed up to comment, "Running to G City to find loneliness up?" It turned out that Li Lingfeng had also marked his location when he sent the circle of friends. No less than a moment's effort. The circle of friends gathered dozens of likes, comments to the surprisingly consistent, "Scum." Li Lingfeng frowned and looked closely at the avatars of those people. Almost all of them were from ex-girlfriends. "Hey, what's the deal with you coming next door and shouting scum?" At this time, the phone rang. It was senior sister Yao calling. Li Lingfeng was busy connecting the phone. What's the point of calling yourself at this point when you're not having a moment with her new husband? You didn't go back to S City ah? Just after she picked up the phone, she heard school sister Yao ask impatiently, and her tone seemed to carry a few moments of happiness. There's still a little something going on, so I won't be returning to S City for a while." Li Lingfeng casually found an excuse and said, "What about you? You haven't rested yet? It's only after 9 p.m. How can you go to bed that early?" Academic sister Yao said back. Li Lingfeng smiled at the corner of his mouth. "Tonight is your wedding night not making an exception? Forget it, just don't fool around for those 3 seconds." Academic sister Yao faintly replied back. Li Lingfeng, was sister Yao exaggerating too much? Or was Ahai really weak to this extent? But once you think of his 3-wheeled ex-girlfriend, it's not out of the realm of possibility. Academic sister Yao paused for a moment and then said, "Your place isn't very far from mine. Why don't I go over and find you?" Hearing this, a chill ran down Li Lingfeng's back. "Or don't. Ahai is next to you. Don't mention it. He's drinking with his friends and probably won't even know his last name later. Then it's better not to come over. After all, after today, you're a family man." Yao Senpai was silent for a moment. "Can't we just say goodbye one last time for us to end?" Li Lingfeng didn't say anything. It was a complete misunderstanding with academic sister Yao, due to a drunken mistake. Seeing Li Lingfeng's delay in replying, school sister Yao understood. "Remember, take care of yourself." As the call ended, Li Lingfeng took a deep breath. Thinking of school sister Yao's tall and full white body, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but frown deeply. What kind of a gentleman is this? Isn't it a waste? Ding 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 ding, the doorbell of the room rang. Li Lingfeng wondered. He didn't call for anything. Ah? Is it hard to check the room even with this clear soup? So Li Lingfeng walked over and opened the door to the room. And when he saw the person standing outside the door, for a split second the whole person froze. Ing, Li Lingfeng said incredulously. When did you come over? Han Shuiying smiled. I called a drop to come over after I finished talking to you on the phone. Ah, I just happened to see your location in my circle of friends again, so I found it. After saying that, Han Shuiying walked in happily, then asked, is there a golden house to hide a girl? Li Lingfeng smoothly closed the door behind him. One just came in here. Han Shuiying turned around, a bit timid. Will you be upset if I do this? Li Lingfeng picked up Han Shuiying in a hug. Will, don't be capricious next time. I'm afraid I'll lose you. Han Shuiying's cheeks flushed slightly, and her entire body instantly went limp. Li Lingfeng carried Han Shuiying to the side of the bed and picked up the landline phone at the top of the bed to dial the front desk. What do you want? Han Shuiying asked in disbelief. Li Lingfeng made a don't squeak gesture. Front desk? Change me to a trapeze erotic suite. Han Shuiying, after a cloud and rain. Before Li Lingfeng had time to savor it, the phone rang noisily again. I was going to toss it aside and leave it alone, but once I saw that it was Hai's new phone number, I couldn't help but hesitate. It couldn't be that Hoki called herself just now and made Hai realize it, could it? If you don't answer the phone, the misunderstanding will be even deeper. Besides, there is really nothing between you and Ms. Yao. So with trepidation to connect the phone of the sea, only to hear the other side instead of happy very excited. A word cannot say. It took a long time for the sentence to come out. You won the scratch-off in your bag. $1 million. Li Lingfeng was shocked and couldn't help but have his hands shaking a little. This was even more solid than school sister Yao sleeping naked next to Hai. Only school sister Yao smiled warmly. I knew you still had me in your heart. Looking at Li Lingfeng's out-of-place expression, Han Shuiying asked curiously, what's wrong with you? The scratchers I bought won the lottery. Li Lingfeng returned with a million painful words. Han Shuiying was even more puzzled. Isn't that a happy event? Why are you crying? I gave it to the bride and groom as a gift bag. Han Shuiying, that only means that people are really lucky. Maybe if you were to scratch it instead you wouldn't have one. After all, today is their big day. Li Lingfeng nodded. Although the words say so, but more or less a little pain is not a small amount. It's enough to charter a recreation center. How many little mechanic girls in the mud can this appease? By the way, what amount did your friend scratch out? Han Shuiying asked. 1 million. Han Shuiying froze there, then rolled over. What are you getting dressed for? Go get that scratch off you rapped out. Han Shuiying's eyes flashed gold. Li Lingfeng. Early the next morning, the skies had cleared, but the wet ground couldn't hide last night's rain. In order to not let Han Shuiying late for work, the two got up early in the morning towards the S-City back to rush, and finally reached Han Shuiying Company downstairs before 8:30. After sending Han Shuiying, Li Lingfeng first went back to the branch to clock in, followed by the Feidong Area Project Department. Seeing Li Lingfeng's arrival, Chen Jiayi was slightly surprised. What's the matter? Is this still wanting to invite me to that revolving restaurant? Come on, I won't steal this from your future husband. You go find him, Li Lingfeng said back. So what else did you want to see me about? It can't be that you want to reminisce about old times with me, right? Chen Jiayi then teased. Li Lingfeng shook his head. A good horse doesn't eat back grass. Besides, I'm still a 1,000-mile horse. You don't even have to think about this. Roll, Chen Jiayi blurted out. No kidding you. I met a famous doctor who specializes in infertility through a friend, and it might help Director Guo's wife. Li Lingfeng paused and then said, this should be much more useful than worshipping the goddess of mercy at Fengming Temple. Chen Jiayi with a skeptical look. Where did you find a famous doctor here? Reliable or not? Don't worry. My buddies all got married with their babies just yesterday. Chen Jiayi pondered for a while. If it was really useful, then why wasn't it a great thing? The issue of children has always been a hurdle between Director Guo and his wife. Li Lingfeng then sent that doctor's address and contact information to Chen Jiayi. Aren't you very good with her wife, Ba? Going to take a look won't be a disadvantage. Even if it doesn't work, at worst don't maintain this now. Rather, in case the treatment succeeds? Li Lingfeng gave a reminder. Chen Jiayi heard this since she understood the benefits. Being in a humane society, this worked better than a lot of things. Alright, then I'll try about. Chen Jiayi nodded. Leaving from the Feidong Project Department, Li Lingfeng called Lin Sudong and learned that the guy had already been discharged from the hospital and was at the company. So I went to the store and bought a line of calcium milk and stopped by Lin Sudong's labor agency. At the door, he was seen struggling to cut a deal with the workers. Not at all like being bitten by red ants. Sure enough, the only cure for all the wounds in this world is to make money. It seems that he also has no time to greet himself. Looked at the calcium milk held in his hands. Li Lingfeng went straight up to the second floor of his own financial intermediary company. Xiao Hongfei is desperately marketing his clients, and he can earn 3 points for his services by making successful loan financing programs for his clients, which Xiao Hongfei can commission to 1 point. Now advance 2 months of wages. Shall not work hard to pay back on. Is your girlfriend alright? Li Lingfeng asked with concern. What can be wrong with this small surgery? Xiao Hongfei laughed. Li Lingfeng placed the add calcium milk in front of Xiao Hongfei. Come, give your girlfriend a nutritional supplement. Xiao Hongfei, keep this boss for yourself. I've already stewed old hen soup for her. Li Lingfeng looked at Xiao Hongfei, although it always looks so a little unreliable, but this Lin Xiaoning can meet him, perhaps really a blessing. After all, it's not so easy to find a dead-licking dog as dedicated as that. Alright, then you get busy. Li Lingfeng left Xiao Hongfei's workstation and came to the general manager's office. Fang Jimian is dutifully sitting on the self-built home loan information. These are organized and forwarded to Li Lingfeng. Take a break. Drink a bottle of milk to replenish your energy first. After saying this, Li Lingfeng unwrapped a bottle of add calcium milk and threw it to Fang Jimian. Fang Jimian tried a mouthful of this add calcium milk, which was still a novelty for him. Well, it's not bad. Li Lingfeng didn't have eyes for this guy with no childhood. I see that Xiao Hongfei works quite well. We should no longer give him 2 personnel to form a team, to facilitate the expansion of business. Hearing Li Lingfeng's words, Fang Jimian pondered a little and nodded in agreement. Then you follow up this matter with Lin Sudong downstairs. It's best to recruit freshly graduated college students. Understood. Fang Jimian returned. These people are obedient and energetic, and the labor is still cheap, so they are the best mules. Li Lingfeng frowned. Look at what you're saying. We're giving this young man a chance to cultivate talent for society. Ding! A cell phone message popped up. Li Lingfeng picked it up and looked at it, but it was the bank that paid the salary. Clicking through, there's over $70,000 in salary plus performance, mainly in the deposit performance piece, which is quite substantial. In addition to the 200 million that Uncle Chan came in last time, more than 200 million has now come in from the Van Hong Real Estate's expropriation compensation. The deposit-denominated performance of these alone is scary because they are all liquid and deposited on call. The 70k plus I'm taking now is still after risk deferrals, payroll taxes, and a host of other things. Li Lingfeng sent a screenshot of his salary to Han Shuiying in passing, and compared to her salary of less than 10,000, Han Shuiying fell into doubt about her life. Let's go. It's meal time. I'll treat the gang to dinner, Li Lingfeng said. With Fang Jimian out of the office, called Xiao Hongfei and Lin Sudong downstairs. Several people came to a nearby mid-range restaurant for lunch. Seats. Looking at the table full of big fish and meat, Lin Sudong fist rubbing his hands. Hate to pinch to their own bowls. At the same time, he raked in curiosity and asked Li Lingfeng, what day is it today that you're invited to dinner? Li Lingfeng smiled, slightly mysterious, causing Lin Sudong's curiosity to grow even more. Tell me instead. It's payday. Yo, sent a few $1,000s. Ha! Lin Sudong got to the bottom of it. Li Lingfeng made a gesture of 7. Lin Sudong was slightly surprised. This bank treatment can be just went in for a month with a salary of more than 7,000. No, it's over 70,000. Lin Sudong. This bowl of rice was instantly unappetizing. In the afternoon, Li Lingfeng, who returned to the branch, was dealing with the OA system when the cell phone on the desk rang. Glancing at the fact that it was Chen Jiai calling, Li Lingfeng didn't dare to delay for a moment and immediately picked up his cell phone to connect the caller. As expected, Li Lingfeng did not expect Chen Jiai really took the wife of Director Gui to seek that famous doctor. Just that this seemed a bit different from what was imagined. Only to see Chen Jiai ask Li Lingfeng with a million doubts. Have you been to the famous doctor here beforehand? Li Lingfeng was also puzzled. Does it have anything to do with whether or not I've been there? It's not like I'm going to see a doctor? What? You were unable to find the place? Li Lingfeng said back. The place is found. It's just what? Wait. I'll take a picture and send it to you. Chen Jiai hung up the phone and took a picture of the clinic and sent it to Li Lingfeng. Received the photo of Li Lingfeng. Open wide look over. That frown simply twisted into a line. Just see the photo is a small red brick house. The exterior wall by the sun and rain for a long time has long moss black. If it were not for the small flag hanging next to it that reads, Old Hu Chinese Medicine Institute. Those who don't know think it's a dangerous house waiting to be demolished. In which nook or cranny would this have to be to find such a superb existence? It was evident how much painstakingly this Ahai had gone through in order to treat himself. After sending the photo to Li Lingfeng, Chen Jiai redialed Li Lingfeng's phone. Are you sure this is the place? Said Li Lingfeng as he looked at the photo over and over again. It should be correct, right? Hearing Li Lingfeng's tone of being so unsure, Chen Jiai became anxious. This is not a joke. I know, Li Lingfeng returned. So what to do? Go all the way without trying? Chen Jia also thought about it 3 times. Made up her mind to go and look at it first. Just looking and sniffing will always be fine. Do not touch the medicine on the line. Hanging up on Li Lingfeng again. Chen Jia led Director Guo's wife into the clinic. Good guy. Just such a shitty place inside is packed with dozens of people. A call is all to see the doctor. The key old Chinese doctor called old who was still fucking napping. And a group of people just lined up inside and waited dryly. There wasn't even a tea for hospitality. Just a pharmacy auntie dispensing herbs. The space to stand was too crowded. Let alone sit. Chen Jia led Director Guo's wife to find the empty space with great difficulty. Standing still, the two looked around inside once more. Except for the fact that people were still people. Chen Jia even are doubtful that these are not the other side invited to the trust. But a look at these were a variety of groups. And is not like. Because one of the men in a casual suit was carrying a multi-million-dollar Patek Philippe on his hand. It's not like being a part-time hitter. Chen Jia looked at the time. It was more than 3 p.m. This doctor who was even taking a nap. Keeping a bunch of people waiting here. Is he usually this capricious? As if she could see Chen Jia's impatience. Director Guo's wife had a subdued look on her face instead. Don't worry. Let's just wait patiently. So many people are willing to wait. This shows the doctor whose medical skills must be superior. Being said so by Director Guo's wife, Chen Jia also had to put patience together and wait slowly. She was right. Maybe this doctor who really had something to offer. In which case it wouldn't be a wasted trip. Over here, Li Lingfeng was also unsure. And was about to go to a phone call to Sister Yao to ask for some more clarification. I didn't realize that Sister Yao had actually taken the initiative to call at this time. And opened her mouth to ask. Lingfeng, are you at work? Li Lingfeng smiled. Definitely go to work. Who will support me if I don't? By the way, senior sister, is that Doctor Who that Ahai is seeing real? Seeing Li Lingfeng ask this question, school sister Yao inexplicably said, it must be true, or else whose child could the one I'm carrying in this belly be? Li Lingfeng, why is that clinic in a broken and dangerous house? The whole thing seems like a godly man who walks the streets. Sister Yao couldn't help but laugh out after hearing this. Didn't the language teacher teach you that people can't look like seawater? Don't look at the outside in everything. Having said that, the outward appearance of that at first sight is more or less unsettling to the mind. Just don't worry about it. I heard that as long as it's not a terminal illness, that doctor who is capable of curing it. These words really made Li Lingfeng a bit unconvinced. Is it really that awesome that the country didn't incorporate it long ago? However, with the mindset of giving it a try, Li Lingfeng naturally didn't make too many expectations. As long as he was sure that he hadn't made a mistake. What are you calling me about? Li Lingfeng then remembered to ask. I came over to S City. Academic Sister Yao happily returned. Li Lingfeng, who was not clear about the situation, was curious. Come over to S City to find girlfriends to play? No, it's just your pack of scratchers. Hai came over to S City today to cash in his prize. Hearing this $1 million, Li Lingfeng's heart couldn't help but ache. By the way, do you have time? Academic Sister Yao followed up with a question. Li Lingfeng smiled. Of course there is time. You came over, just don't have time. The other party is shy. Well, I'll be waiting for you at the courtyard. Room 406. Li Lingfeng. I thought it was as simple as just coming out for dinner and drinks. But I didn't realize. Li Lingfeng, who wanted to refuse, remembered the $1 million. Well, it balanced his heart again. Wait for me. I'll be there in a minute. The clinic. Chen Jia and Director Guo's wife, 2 people from more than 3 p.m. until nearly 8 p.m. time to line up in place. This would have been in the gentle land enjoying warmth over and over again before Li Lingfeng remembered this file. So a call went to Chen Jia. Hey, have you guys gone back yet? It's only been lined up for us. How can it be that fast? Chen Jia said back a little tiredly. What? Didn't you say it's just a shitty place? How come there's a line to see a doctor? This Li Lingfeng didn't understand. I don't know. Well, I won't talk to you. I have to accompany Director Guo's wife, Chen Jia said. Yao's senior sister, who heard the conversation from the side, rose slightly. That's good. I would have waited all night just to be in the front of the line. Li Lingfeng. It's true that 360 lines out of experts, in a field as long as you are willing to go deep plowing, precipitation and achievements, really do not worry about the problem of food. School sister Yao, who had left the hotel and was about to get into a cab, looked back at Li Lingfeng. I had a great time tonight. Thank you for bringing this relationship of yours and mine to a close. Beginning in error and ending in error is not another experience in life. In the future, be happy na, Li Lingfeng said. Academic Sister Yao guffawed and smiled. It was very touching. Yes, I will. I discussed with Ahai to use that $1 million to travel around the world. Li Lingfeng, waving goodbye to Yao Jie, Li Lingfeng drove back to his residence, with a box of several $1,000s of Chanel skincare products on the passenger seat. Traveling halfway, I received another call from Chen Jiai. Where are you? Can you come over and help me? Li Lingfeng frowned slightly. No, this kind of thing is still more convenient for you girls, right? It's inconvenient for us girls. Chen Jiai anxiously returned. Li Lingfeng? Then it's even more inconvenient for us boys. If you really can't, you'd better find her husband, Director Gua. Changing a spare tire. You want me to find Director Gua? Do you not want me to work at Wanheng Real Estate? Change the spare tire? Yeah, I got a flat tire and I'm parked on the side of the road. Why do you think? I thought you wanted me to go over and accompany Director Gua's wife for infertility treatment together. Li Lingfeng instantly released. Chen Jiai, what are you blindly thinking about? What can you do to help with this? Hey, you don't say. Maybe I can really help. You the hell get lost. After Chen Jiai disliked her, she then said, hurry up and come over. The two of us are still waiting. Are you stupid? Wouldn't you have called for a car to let Director Gua's wife go back first? After Li Lingfeng reminded her of this, Chen Jiai was instantly enlightened, and her entire head was instantly ventilated. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Chen Jiai muttered, only panicking when it came to things, so hurry to the director's wife to call a car, so as not to wait too long. This is the director of Gua still waiting for her to go home. Don't hang up yet. Send me the location. Before Li Lingfeng could finish speaking, a beep sounded on the phone. The helpless Li Lingfeng had to send a message to ask for the location, and did not dare to delay a moment to rush over. When Li Lingfeng arrived at the place of the incident, Director Gua's wife had already been sent back first by Chen Jiai's arranged vehicle. Seeing Li Lingfeng's arrival, Chen Jiai hurriedly got out of the car and came to the front of the busted tire and waved her hand. Li Lingfeng approached to take a closer look at the next Nima, which is a punctured tire. In front of this tragic is simply blowing up the tire. Open your back trunk, Li Lingfeng said. Oh. After Chen Jiai answered, she busily went to open the trunk of her car. Li Lingfeng then came to the back. You don't put up this warning rack either? I thought I'd parked them all on the side of the road, so I didn't get these. Chen Jiai also followed over and said, you bought this license, didn't you? Chen Jiai was instantly anxious. Who told you that? I took the test properly. It wasted a lot of my effort. I suggest you stay off the roads in the future to avoid hurting innocent people. Chen Jiai was unconvinced. What does my inability to change the spare tire have to do with whether or not I can drive? Li Lingfeng didn't bother to pay attention to her, took out the jack tool and then pushed it against the bottom beam, turned his head and said, come over here. After saying that, he got up and gave this jackhammering position to Chen Jiai. Chen Jiai, who was still unclear about the situation, was confused and said, what's wrong? I thought you didn't know how to change the spare tire. Now I'm going to teach you. You start by jacking up one corner of the body. Chen Jiai had to obediently squat down to operate the jack under Li Lingfeng's guidance. Who let this be her car? Exhausted milk strength top to half. Dry cannot be. Chen Jiai gambling in the hands of the tool thrown to the ground. As soon as he sat down he hugged his knees and cried. Filled with the smell of pent-up frustration, Li Lingfeng took out a cigarette and lit it. Came to the front. Not just a jackhammer. Not so bad, right? Who knows that Chen Jiai cried more and more. Li Lingfeng picked up the tool that was thrown out. Fine, I'll do it myself. For a long time, until Li Lingfeng jacked up a corner of the body, Chen Jiai gradually stopped crying. At this time, the tired Li Lingfeng also sat beside Chen Jiai as soon as possible. Who knew that Chen Jiai turned to use Li Lingfeng's clothes to wipe tears and snot? What are you doing? Li Lingfeng dodged, looking at the handful of snot and tears on his body. My clothes are expensive. Chen Jiai glanced at the sign behind her collar. Groceries, not on 300. Li Lingfeng, it's just telling you to hit the jackhammer. Why are you crying like that? Chen Jiai wiped away her undried tears with both hands, leaving a smudge. I was holding back. How? Li Lingfeng looked up and inhaled a cigarette. I've been working since the afternoon. I haven't even had a drink of water, just to serve people and hold them up. And at the end of the day, I have to pay for the tires on this car. If you don't like it, don't do it. Li Lingfeng casually returned. Chen Jiai was silent and didn't say anything for a while before she spoke. It's really tiring. Isn't this exactly the price you pay to move up the ladder? And now this will be a cry of tiredness? Li Lingfeng laughed. You say, what am I doing this for? Chen Jiai looked up at Li Lingfeng to come up with a soulful question. Everyone has their own way of living. How do I know what you're doing this for? Money and power? Chen Jiai bowed her head. In order to meet the person I love next time, I won't choose to break up because of material things. Because I saved enough. After saying that, Chen Jiai raised her head to look at the half-missing bright moon in the sky. After changing the spare tire, Li Lingfeng reminded, Tomorrow morning go to the auto repair store to change the original tire back. This spare tire can't be used for a long time. Oh, Chen Jiai said back, helping to pack up her tools and put them in the trunk of the car. After getting it done, Li Lingfeng flashed his cell phone collection code. 200 for the hours of work, thank you. Not counting your round-trip gas. Xia Yi Chen. This is also planned to invite Li Lingfeng to go to eat a midnight snack. This time even the fart is not. Get on the car is a foot gas pedal to leave. Smoking all over the tail smoke. Li Lingfeng patted his clothes. Come on. This nature is still so strong. Just as she turned around and was ready to leave, Chen Jiai reversed back and poked her head out of the car window. Do you want to eat a late-night snack? Li Lingfeng looked at Chen Jiai and reached forward. Chen Jiai was busy dodging away. What are you doing? Your face is dirty like a kitten. Don't move. I'll help you wipe it, Li Lingfeng said. Only then did Chen Jiai understand what Li Lingfeng meant. Perhaps she had soiled herself when she cried just now. So she closed her eyes and felt the light caress from Li Lingfeng on her cheek. The more he rubbed Li Lingfeng's eyebrows, the more he frowned, because Chen Jiai's face was even more floury. His own hands hadn't been cleaned in time after changing the spare tire, so no wonder this face was getting dirtier the more he scrubbed it. Is it done? After rubbing it for so long, Chen Jiai couldn't help but ask. Seeing that the genus could not be wiped clean, Li Lingfeng returned. Okay. Chen Jiai opened her eyes, full of happy looks. How about a late-night snack together? Li Lingfeng looked at the time on his cell phone. No. I'm in a hurry to go back. What? The girlfriend at home can't wait. Chen Jiai's tone clearly carried a hint of jealousy. Li Lingfeng smiled. I know you still ask. Saying goodbye again, the two drove off separately. Chen Jiai looked up at herself in the rearview mirror and was instantly confused. Who's that guy in the mirror with the dirt on his face? Chen Jiai busily parked the car on the side of the road, and then aligned the rearview mirror to take a closer look, and for a long time came a roar. Li Lingfeng, you asshole. Li Lingfeng, who had long been far away, sneezed. Who's this thinking about me again? At this time, Han Shuiying also sent a message. Why aren't you back yet? It's already very late. Oh. Li Lingfeng looked and then accelerated the gas. Back to the neighborhood. It was late at night after 12 o'clock. Li Lingfeng parked the car in the underground garage, took the Chanel skincare products ready to get off. Looking up, he saw a black BMW rocking very rhythmically in the corner not far away and froze momentarily. That's pretty bold, isn't it? Aren't you afraid of the security cameras? Thinking of this, Li Lingfeng curiously looked around once again. It seems that corner position just happens to be the dead center of the surveillance video. No wonder. It's so reckless. But it's better to get it later at least. Li Lingfeng shook his head and was just about to pull the car keys out. Then an idea came to his mind. With a lewd grin. How about I give you guys a boost? So unable to resist, he pressed the car horn, which instantly blared through the empty garage. The black BMW immediately stopped its rhythmic swaying, and after the horn sounded, the surrounding area was dead silent. Li Lingfeng didn't rush to get out of the car, but continued to observe the black BMW in the corner. After a long time had passed, there was still not a hint of any movement. Li Lingfeng? This will not be scared to shrink back it. Think of this. Li Lingfeng hurriedly get off the car to go, and then do not go to get beaten up, have a share. Until Li Lingfeng left, the car came down to Peachy good cool little pretty boy, upstairs in the house. At the moment, Han Shuiying was concentrating on a youthful romantic idol drama when she suddenly heard a burst of door opening. Han Shuiying was instantly alerted. Who would it be this late? And Li Lingfeng didn't return a message saying he was coming back? A series of home invasion, robbery and assault cases came to mind. The more she thought about it, the more scared Han Shuiying hurriedly picked up the fruit knife on the coffee table. When Li Lingfeng, who came in with Chanel skincare products, saw Han Shuiying holding a fruit knife to herself. I just came back a little late. You're not going to stab me with a knife, right? Li Lingfeng asked with a sweaty face. At this time, Han Shuiying, who saw that the visitor was Li Lingfeng, was instantly happy to throw away the fruit knife and pounced on him, unable to stop crying. I thought the bad guys were in the house. Li Lingfeng hugged Han Shuiying and patted her back. I've told you not to look at so many messy things in general, but you don't listen. Who told you to come back so late? Of course I was scared to be alone. Okay, I'm not coming back here. After saying that, Li Lingfeng smoothly turned on the lights in the living room. Also, scared and didn't know to turn on a light? It's in a potpourri. How much it detracts from the ambience to turn on the lights. What is that thing you're holding in your hand? The sharp-eyed Han Shuiying saw what Li Lingfeng was holding at once. Li Lingfeng handed it to Han Shuiying. For you. Han Shuiying, who took over and saw clearly that it was Chanel skincare products, looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. Really bought it for me? Li Lingfeng, is there a fake? What? You've been bagged by a new rich woman. No wonder you're back so late? The old man got paid today alright. Han Shuiying instantly recalled the screenshot of the 70,000 plus paycheck that Li Lingfeng had sent her today. Yes sir. And this is 20,000 cash. For your usual household. Li Lingfeng pulled out 2 piles of $100 bills. Han Shuiying looked at the $100 bill. I'm a little uncomfortable for a moment when you're like this, yeah. No, then I'll just put it away myself. As soon as Han Shuiying heard that Li Lingfeng was going to take it back, she hurriedly took the 2 piles of $100 bills. Yes, usually I'm the one who pays for the food and cooking. It's time for you to contribute. Looking at the $100 bill in her hand and looking at the Chanel skincare products, Han Shuiying couldn't help but say, why do I have the feeling that I'm being adopted? Li Lingfeng. You say, when will I receive a salary as high as yours? Han Shuiying instantly deflated again when she remembered her less than 10,000 salary. Let's wait and ask your boss about this. I can't answer. Li Lingfeng laughed. Han Shuiying whitened her eyes. Hurry up and take a shower. I've put the clothes and those in the bathroom for you. Li Lingfeng nodded. Okay, then you can watch TV for a bit longer. After saying that then walked toward the bathroom. Behind Han Shuiying hurriedly followed. Li Lingfeng, what are you doing? Didn't I let you watch some more TV? I'll help you rub your back. After receiving such an expensive gift, it's not solid in my heart to not put in some labor. Li Lingfeng looked at Han Shuiying suspiciously. Are you sure it's just a back rub? Sure as well as sure. Han Shuiying nodded. For a moment, the glass of the bathroom door reflected the curves of a beautiful body. When the bathroom came out, the two lay on the bed each playing with their cell phones. Han Shuiying turned her head to look at Li Lingfeng. I'll ask you something. Say, Li Lingfeng continued to look at his cell phone interface. How long do you think a guy and a girl can really talk for without dating, chatting, or pornography? Li Lingfeng sane turned his head to look at Han Shuiying, then still chatting shit jointly discuss the origin of human civilization? Han Shuiying's stunned expression. How did you know? The two talked about this, from Earth's civilization to extraterrestrial civilization. It's not supposed to be about your coworker, is it? Han Shuiying nodded. Just Xiao Hao. You've seen him before. Just the little boy who blushes when he even speaks. Ha. Aha, that's right. Li Lingfeng was full of skepticism and disbelief. With that character of his, he can find girls to chat with? Han Shuiying shook her head. It was another colleague of mine who introduced his cousin to him. How long have you known each other? Almost a month, Han Shuiying said. So no meeting, no date, and the two progress from talking about Earth civilizations to extraterrestrial ones? Han Shuiying nodded. But the two of them seem to be chatting like hotcakes every day. Can't figure it out. Then your other co-worker's cousin is also odd. Then you're wrong. Han Shuiying shook her head. Her cousin is a proper high achiever. A graduate student from a 211 school. Li Lingfeng white eyes. High education cannot be oddball. Not allowed to people reading brain read stupid? You're the one who's stupid. People now work at the institute. Proper social talents. Han Shuiying said. By the way, she also published a book. Han Shuiying added. Li Lingfeng was filled with curiosity. What book? Self-Mastery in Love. Li Lingfeng frowned. A person who has not even been in love, but ran to write a book, Self-Cultivation in Love? Why doesn't she go publish Postpartum Care of the Sow? What are you talking nonsense about? People's book is hot. After saying that, Han Shuiying found the book on her cell phone and brought it to Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng glanced at it. It is really on the bestseller list, clicked on it and probably swept around. All the pie-in-the-sky type of utopian fantasy, but many times, the world just prefers it. Because a life trapped in square brackets allows barren minds to dry up the soul and end up in impractical madness. For people like Li Lingfeng who have enough practice, experience is the best cultivation, the deepest enlightenment. Just like Mr. Wang Yangming's ultimate enlightenment, the unity of knowledge and action. People are in love beyond the physical. It's something we vulgar people can't understand. Go to bed early. Li Lingfeng returned the cell phone to Han Shuiying and said, it's that legendary kind of soul love, isn't it? Han Shuiying continued to relentlessly pursue the question. 2 weeks later, Li Lingfeng, who was clipping his nails in the branch office, received a call from Chen Jiai, Director Guo's wife, pregnant. Hearing this news, Li Lingfeng's entire body froze for a moment. Was this the manifestation of the goddess of mercy? Or was it the reincarnation of the divine doctor? Are you sure of this information? Director Guo's wife called and told me herself, and she and Director Guo even went to the hospital to verify that it was correct. Li Lingfeng nodded. It seems that this Director Guo's wish is fulfilled. Also, I've been transferred to the South China Regional Manager, and I'm going to report over to G City. Chen Jiai continued. Li Lingfeng's mouth smiled. Expectedly, after all, he had saved such a big favor. So, giving still pays off in the end, as long as one is willing to put their mind to it. highly promoted. Ah, congratulations, Li Lingfeng congratulated. Chen Jiai paused for a while before saying, thank you. Thank me for what? These are all your efforts in exchange for. Work hard. You have a bright future ahead of you. Well, goodbye. Outside the entrance to the branch, a fire-red Audi was parked on the side of the road for a long time, and finally did not see the people in the car down, until the vehicle finally drove off and disappeared at the end of the road as if it had made up its mind somehow. In the office, Li Lingfeng, who was holding a cell phone in his hand, leaned back in his seat, his eyes looking up at the ceiling. The corner of my mouth can't help but smile. Does this count as holding you up for the last ride? You and I will go our separate ways from now on. Li Lingfeng closed his eyes to rest and took a deep breath when the ringtone of his cell phone rang again. Lin Sudong, that dog, called. Li Lingfeng did not rush to pick up the phone, but lamented after the heart before picking up. This sentiment is 10 minutes of time. Is already Lin Sudong's fifth round of calls. Hey, what's the matter? So urgent? Li Lingfeng asked. The other party couldn't contain his excitement and said happily, Zhao Yu, what's wrong with Sister Moon? Zhao Yu has it. Mine. Lin Sudong's happy energy could be felt over the phone. What has? Yours? Zhao Yu is pregnant. It's mine, Lin Sudong emphasized again. What? People get pregnant. You get pregnant. What's going on here? They're a married couple in name only. So what are you going to do? What's going to happen? Should we let Sister Yu give birth? Or take her to have an abortion? Li Lingfeng was a few moments of exasperation. Lin Sudong on the other end of the phone was full of inexplicable. Why do you want her to have an abortion? Surely she should give birth to it. It's my seed. Li Lingfeng. You know what that means? Marry her? That's something I figured out a long time ago. Lin Odong returned in a jovial tone, seemingly not joking. Li Lingfeng frowned. Are you serious? Serious can't be more serious. You don't need to be persuaded on this matter. Brother, I know my happiness well. Listening to Lin Sudong so resolute, Li Lingfeng is not good to continue to say. Since the ancient persuasion and not persuade to leave. We are all adults and have the ability to discern things and make choices as well as carry responsibilities. Come over here to my rental tonight and have a few drinks together to celebrate. And without further ado, I have to get some nourishment to go. After saying that, Lin Sudong hung up the phone, and the clouds of worry on Li Lingfeng's face still did not dissipate. After all, there was a difference of about 10 years between the two. Whether it's hormones blinding the eyes or true love for true love, who the hell knows? Li Lingfeng got up and went outside to get some air. Passing by the entrance of the VIP room and saw a middle-aged man sitting inside. On the side of the lobby, manager Wu hurriedly walked over to explain, this is since the loan customers has called the account manager to dock. Li Lingfeng nodded. The branch opened the door to do business, and there must not be a situation where customers are left out in the cold. Just as he wanted to prepare to leave, the middle-aged man inside the VIP room also turned his head to look over, and the two of them looked at each other instantly and both froze in place. Xiao Wu, who looked puzzled, tried to call out, Li Xing? Li Lingfeng's eyes were a few moments of godlessness. You go and get busy first. I'll receive this customer. Seeing his own leader sent words, Wu naturally sensible and hurried to leave. But do not dare to steal customers with the leadership. The doorway lingered for a few moments before Li Lingfeng finally took a step into the VIP room. He came and sat down in front of the middle-aged man. I haven't seen you for so many years. Your elegance is still the same. Li Lingfeng's tone clearly carried a few moments of derision. The middle-aged man is over 50 years old. His head hair is a little gray, but combed neatly and meticulously, especially in a straight suit. He looked like a successful man. After so many years, you have grown up. The middle-aged man smiled back awkwardly. Li Lingfeng was silent and just sat there glaring at the other party, who avoided his gaze in shame. For a long time, seeing that Li Lingfeng was still silent, the middle-aged man popped out a sentence and said, divorcing your mom back then? I don't want to hear about you two shit. What's the matter with coming here today? Li Lingfeng interrupted him and said bluntly. The man looked at Li Lingfeng. I know you resent me, but I also have the right to pursue my own happiness. So, leave your wife and children behind? The man lowered his head inside. Your mom and I were a mistake. If we hadn't been thinking about you back then, we would have divorced. Then I'd like to thank you all for cooperating with my acting for so many years. The man shook his head. I know. There's no use saying anything now, and I don't expect you to forgive me. With that, he got up and prepared to leave. You still haven't told me what I came here for? Li Lingfeng continued to ask. The man turned his back to Li Lingfeng. The business operation is not very smooth, and I want to finance the turnover with the bank. How much of a loan? The man's mouth moved slightly, and the words were swallowed back before he spoke for a while. No need. I'll figure it out myself. It wasn't until the man left the branch that the account manager at the reception walked in with the information. What about the customer? Li Xing? Li Lingfeng looked at the information in the account manager's hand and signaled him to bring it to himself. Li Lingfeng, who received the information, took a look at the loan application and wrote 10 million. Li Lingfeng could not help but feel cold. This is afraid that really encountered a business crisis. Otherwise, how do you need such a large sum of money? As far as I can remember, his company is only a small to medium-sized business too. Can't do it for this customer. Just checked his credit. Too much debt. The account manager added. The debt is too high? Li Lingfeng looked at the account manager in confusion. And the account manager was busy handing Li Lingfeng the credit report that he had just printed out. At first glance, it's true that the account manager was right. And the financial conditions are straight out of the gate for declaring personal bankruptcy. I was just about to come out and talk to that client, so I just left on my own. Or it's not going to get done anyway. Alright, give me all this information, Li Lingfeng said. The account manager nodded and then gave all the information to Li Lingfeng. There's nothing else, then I'll go and get busy first. Li Xing. After the account manager left, Li Lingfeng looked at the information on hand, and the total amount of borrowing is afraid of more than 20 million. It's not clear if there is private lending, which is not reflected on credit. With his current qualifications, any bank would not dare to lend to him. This road is considered extinct. After finishing, Li Lingfeng got up and stuffed the information into the shredder, then walked out of the branch door and lit a cigarette. Lin Sudong, who bought several boxes of expensive nutritional milk powder here, came downstairs to Zhao Yu's company in a hurry. Zhao Yu, who had received the call down, looked at Lin Sudong, but she didn't seem as happy as Lin Sudong's. Seeing Zhao Yu come down, Lin Sudong immediately greeted him. Are you busy at work today? Why don't you take a vacation and rest for 2 days? Zhao Yu smiled and shook her head. It's okay. After saying that, she glanced at the milk powder carried in Lin Sudong's hand. I've been told that there's no need to waste it. Which is a waste. Now is not like before. If I don't care about you, I also have to care about my son. Lin Sudong rode. How do you know this is the son? Zhao Yu asked rhetorically. Lin Xiandong smiled. I have a hunch it is. Zhao Yu followed suit with a smile. And then the smile faded away. Do you really intend to have this child? As a person who had been there before, Zhao Yu did not think as simply as Lin Sudong. In fact, she herself was also afraid. Why are you saying the same thing as Li Lingfeng? This is my child, of course I want it. Lin Sudong was very firm. Lingfeng? Zhao Yu hesitated for a moment. Then have you ever thought about me? Lin Sudong, I've thought it over. Let's go get a marriage license tomorrow. These words were like a bolt from the blue that hit Zhao Yu straight in the head. Looking at the boyfriend in front of her, who was about 10 years younger than herself, with a stunned expression. Are you? Sure. Lin Sudong then pulled out a small box from his pocket, which was a ring he had just bought from a gold store. There were no flowers, no yells from passers-by, and Lin Sudong got down on one knee. Marry me, Joe Moon. Zhao Yu was pleasantly surprised but very hesitantly nodding her head in agreement. Lin Sudong was anxious at the sight. What's wrong? Are you unwilling to marry me? No. Zhao Yu hurriedly shook her head to explain, then lowered it to reveal a few moments of worry. Then why don't you say yes to my marriage proposal? Lin Sudong pursued. Zhao Yu looked at Lin Sudong with heartache, her eyes saying inexhaustible tenderness, and reached out to stroke Lin Sudong's cheek. Do you really not mind the age gap between us? Zhao Yu finally voiced the concern in her heart. This is a hurdle that must be passed. Lin Sudong was instantly relieved. He thought that Zhao Yu was unwilling to accept his marriage proposal because of something, but it turned out to be this. To Lin Sudong, it would be no big deal at all. So Lin Sudong directly removed the ring and put it on Zhao Yu's ring finger. If I minded, I wouldn't have proposed to you today. Zhao Yu was very touched and looked at the ring on. What about my past? Can you accept it? For you I'm a second marriage. I don't mind your kids. Would I mind your second marriage? Speaking of children, Zhao Yu instantly remembered the problem and couldn't help but laugh as well. If you want to marry me, you still have to solve one more problem. Lin Sudong looked puzzled. What else is wrong? Find time to talk to my kid and make him accept you. Zhao Yu finished with a low smile. This kid had a headache himself, let alone Lin Sudong. Lin Sudong thought for a moment. Not just a child, how big a thing. Want to buy a lollipop coaxed on the line? No problem. I'll come over to your place tonight and have a good chat with him. Zhao Yu looked at Lin Sudong and nodded. Alright, good luck with the negotiations. By the way, I've asked Li Lingfeng to have dinner with me tonight, so why don't I just go to your place to cook and eat? Okay, I'll talk to the GM about leaving work early then. After handing over the nutritious milk powder to Zhao Yu's hands, Lin Sudong left first and went to the food market to prepare tonight's food ingredients. Branch. After smoking a cigarette, Li Lingfeng called to ask Old Fong to come out and meet him at the old place boba drinking store. Li Lingfeng, who came to the drink store in advance, first ordered 2 cups of milk tea, and today's boss's wife was dressed in a canon girl outfit, which was particularly bright. Unfortunately, Li Lingfeng is not in the mood for anything. Let the boss's wife howl the dark eye since there is no response. The angry boss's wife directly raised the price of the milk tea by half to sell it to Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng looked at the payment record and always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. So he took the 2 bottles of milk tea and returned to his seat. Coincidentally, Fang Jimian also arrived at this time, and when he saw Li Lingfeng, he walked straight over. Here, have a cup of milk tea first. Li Lingfeng placed one of the bottles of milk tea in front of Fang Jimian. Fang Jimian picked up the milk tea and asked, "Another gift from the boss's wife?" "Nope, paid for today's." Li Lingfeng inserted the straw into the cap of the bottle, instantly sprayed milk tea. "By the way, you're in such a hurry to find me out. What's the matter?" Fang Jimian asked curiously. Li Lingfeng sucked on his milk tea. "Can you help me find information on someone?" "Who? Is it necessary to ask so clearly?" "Yes, breaking the law is not an option." "Li Lingfeng. That man is my old man. Li Yunhai." "No problem." Fang Jimian immediately agreed when he heard that it was Li Lingfeng's old man. "I've been learning programming quite a bit lately, and I can help you hack into the civil affairs system." Li Lingfeng was so shocked that the milk tea in his mouth flowed out. Just now he said that he would not do anything illegal? No. Wouldn't you ask your friends and connections to inquire about it? Why are you hacking other people's civil affairs systems? Showing off your skills? Fang Jimian thought for a moment. "It's fine. I just happen to know some friends in this area as well." Li Lingfeng looked at it with some skepticism. "Really? Well, right now I'm not sure. I can't tell if there's a level until I have them check it out." Li Lingfeng. Okay. Helplessly, he returned. Something is better than nothing, especially his company's business situation. "I want some details." Fang Jimian took out his notes and wrote them down. "Is there anything else? Do you want to focus on your personal life as well?" "This is not necessary." Li Lingfeng waved his hand. Fang Jimian looked up at Li Lingfeng. "It's really not necessary. You're not worried about him cheating on his wife or something?" Li Lingfeng. "No worries. He's in his second marriage now." Fang Jimian stopped the pen in his hand at once and put the paper away. "I'm sorry, this point is a slip of the tongue on my part. What's there to be embarrassed about? Both of them have been divorced for almost 10 years. Breaking the stale past." Li Lingfeng acted like he didn't care and said, "Are you sure you don't care?" Fang Jimian asked. Li Lingfeng nodded and continued to drink his milk tea. "That's fine. Then I'll add one more item. To understand one's private life." Fang Jimian re-pulled out a pen and paper to write it on. "No. How many times do you mean?" Li Lingfeng looked dazedly at Fang Jimian. "Divine operation. If you don't mind. I'm personally curious to find out more about his personal life and figure out why he's in a second marriage." Li Lingfeng listened to look at a serious answer Fang Jimian. "This nasty how there is a stock want to hammer people's impulse. I'll go back then if there's nothing else. There's a bridge business waiting to be processed at the company." Fang Jimian got up and prepared to leave. Not long before he turned around and took the bottle of milk tea in his hand. "Here, I'll take it back to the office and drink it." Li Lingfeng was still wondering. "I thought you don't even drink these drinks, ba. Where's your source of life?" Fang Jimian thought for a moment. Sometimes it's still quite good to try new things. Like today's milk tea store owner's wife is not bad either. After that, he got into his old Fido boy on the side of the road and drove off. "Hey, this old Fang, the prude," muttered and looked back at the milk tea store owner's wife. Viewing from this side angle, it's true what they say, look across the mountains. Li Lingfeng, who wanted to leave as well. Nay, his little brother did not agree. So he got up and came to the store owner's wife. Before the boss's wife could figure out the situation with a grimace in her eyes, she was picked up by Li Lingfeng and carried into the house. "In the meantime, I've reversed the today's business and today's closed on the door." Food market. Lin Sudong in the seafood area back and forth 3 times. Looking at the high price tag seafood froze hesitant to make up his mind. Took out his cell phone and clicked on the online banking to log in. Looking at the account balance of several $100,000. Lin Sudong about the calculation. Eventually walked in again and made the decision to ho once tonight as a nutritional supplement for my son. "Boss, what kind of fish do you have here that is better for the development of small children?" The owner of the fish stall enthusiastically greeted him. "There are a lot of them?" He hurriedly introduced various types of fish. "By the way, how old is your kid?" the fish stall owner asked. "Not born yet. Just conceived." The fish stall owner looked blankly at Lin Sudong. "Straight out the door and turn left. There's a mom and pop store there that sells cod liver oil. Boba drink store out. Go back to the branch of the road." Li Lingfeng heard 2 small couples on the roadside quarrel. In the spirit of a melon eater, Li Lingfeng immediately pricked up his ears and listened. Not to mention, Li Lingfeng had never felt that his ears were as sharp as they were today, and his hearing was unknown how many times more sensitive. Only heard the woman yelling furiously, "This cannot live. In this way, let us break up," or something like that. The boy who had been holding it in for a long time finally couldn't help but reply back, "I can even put up with you cheating on me. You can't put up with me playing a game. What's wrong with you?" Perhaps really pissed off, the girl offered the ultimate kill shot. "What's wrong with me spending time with my ex-boyfriend when he fell out of love? It's not like I didn't take safety precautions." Li Lingfeng instantly widened his eyes and cast an admiring gaze, having expected the excitement to continue. "I didn't realize that the back became a schoolboy fight." The woman cracked up and the man just said, "You're green." Li Lingfeng decided to give a proper push and shouted at the male, "She approached me the other day as well." The two were instantly quiet, and they turned their heads to look at Li Lingfeng, just when the woman was confused. "My ex-boyfriends do not seem to have this one in the group." "Ah," the male couldn't help but growl at that moment. "Well, just how many men have you been hooking up with behind my back?" A slap followed, and the two instantly wrestled. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Li Lingfeng hurriedly explained, "I recognized the wrong person." The two stopped and looked at Li Lingfeng again, and then such an image appeared on the road. A man in front of the hard run, after a man and a woman in the hard chase, the hands of the wooden stick swinging whirring. Finally chased by No Way, Li Lingfeng pulled out $1,000 to settle the matter. The two got their money and happily went into the hotel behind them, loving as ever. Back at the branch, Li Lingfeng packed up his things in the office and almost left work to pick up Han Shuiying. "Take the car keys." On the way out, Xiao Wu walked in. "Li Xing, just Huang Tianzi came over to look for you, not in. Do you want to turn around and contact him?" Li Lingfeng coughed with a dry mouth. Got it." Xiao Wu nodded and then said with concern, "Li Xing, I always hear you coughing lately. Pay attention to your health and smoke less." Li Lingfeng looked at Xiao Wu after hearing this and was very pleased. "Indeed, smoking is not good for health. Alright then, I'll take away that piece of china that Huang Tianzi just brought me, huh?" Xiao Wu turned around and left after saying that. Li Lingfeng froze in place. "Fucking hell, you're robbing me." Out of the branch door, happened to run into Lu Hui over to pick up Sister Yun from work. "Look at that you and I look." The night did not less warm coexistence. It was obvious to the naked eye that Yun was more moist than before. It seems that the size is also a few points larger. It seems that Lu Hui's technique is still powerful. The old craftsman. The two people who saw Li Lingfeng at the same time waved their hands this way to say hello and then drove away. Li Lingfeng also drove to Han Shuiying's company downstairs, and after waiting for about a while, Lin Xiaoning came out of it first. Curiously, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but look at her more. This just after the miscarriage doesn't take a good rest. Spoiling herself so badly? Seemingly sensing Li Lingfeng's gaze, Lin Xiaoning followed suit and the two of them exchanged glances. From her eyes you can see a trace of hatred. In her heart it is Li Lingfeng who has caused her to be in such a sorry state today. With hatred, Lin Xiaoning turned around and left. Han Shuiying came out immediately after, and at a glance, she saw Li Lingfeng on the side of the road and hurried over. "Why did your brother Lin Odong want to get up and cook for dinner tonight?" Han Shuiying, who had gotten into the car, asked. "Don't you know? Sister Yu is pregnant." "Ha?" Han Shuiying was like hearing a powerful piece of news, looking at Li Lingfeng with disbelief. Then came, "No wonder. I left work early today." At Zhao Yu's place, Lin Sudong and Zhao Yu both came back with a large pile of vegetables, followed by the little boy who had just picked up from school after class. The little boy showed considerable displeasure at the presence of an extra man today, puffing up all the way, coming in and dropping his book bag on the couch. He went straight into his room to go. Zhao Yu gave Lin Sudong a wink. "I'll cook. You talk to him." Lin Sudong nodded confidently and followed to the door of the room, not realizing that he directly ate a closed door. Seeing this, Lin Sudong had a plan in mind and pretended to scream miserably. "Oops, you caught Uncle's hand." At first there was no movement. Lin Sudong even continued to scream miserably, and even attracted Zhao Yu to attach herself to the side to help the formation. It was then that the uneasy little boy cautiously opened the door and peeked in, recognizing that it was Lin Sudong who had joined his mother in lying to him. He was just about to close the door immediately when he was held up by Lin Sudong. It was out of his hands now. How could he be a match for an adult in terms of strength? This hairy kid who was only in his early teens, relying on dishonorable means. Lin Sudong smoothly entered the room and then closed the door. The little boy hurriedly leaned back against the wall with the plastic version of the Chicken 98K in his hand. "Don't you come over." Lin Sudong smiled and grunted. "Little man, who are you scaring with a fake thing?" Ignoring it, he walked up and was immediately shot by the little boy. A jet of ink juice sprayed directly onto Lin Odong's face there. Lin Sudong touched his face, looked at the ink stained on his hands, and closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Mentally, I kept telling myself, for the sake of happiness, bear it. After slowing down then he changed his smiling face and came to the little boy. Come, sit down and talk with uncle. Deterred by Lin Sudong's pressure, the little boy had to obediently submit to sit down the two face to face. Lin Sudong pulled out a bunch of lollipops. Uncle gave them to you. The little boy looked down at Lin Sudong with a very contemptuous look and said disdainfully, do you still think I'm a 3-year-old who likes this? Lin Sudong looked at the lollipop in his hand breathlessly. It seems that he bought the wrong one. Then what do you like? Uncle will buy it for you. The little boy with a question. Are you serious? Lin Sudong nodded. Really? How could an adult lie to a child? Didn't you and mom just trick me into opening the door? Lin Sudong. This time it's designated that it won't, Lin Sudong assured. The little boy thought for a moment and nodded. I'll trust you again then. I want a ROG. ROG? Repeated Lin Odong. What's that from? Pocket Gamer. No problem. Lin Sudong then agreed cheerfully. How much could a handheld game console be worth? Then he took out his cell phone and opened the Chopping Eve software, and searched for the teeny-weeny Super Mario console. Is that right? The little boy shook his head as he grabbed the phone. I'll search it for you. After saying that, he changed the platform. Lin Sudong smiled and stroked the little boy's head. This is not very good to get along with. Have you searched? Lin Sudong asked with concern. Wait a little longer for me. The little boy looked seriously at making his choice. Okay, this is the one. Lin Sudong smiled as he took the phone and looked at the price. His eyes almost didn't fall off. TM over 20,000 for a handheld. The little boy looked at the hesitant Lin Odong. What's wrong? Are you unable to afford it? Lin Sudong. An old face reddened. Forced a smile. How could uncle not be able to afford it? So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and place your order? The little boy urged. Lin Sudong pretended to nod, but never clicked on the checkout page. Why don't we reconsider buying something else? The little boy thought for a moment. Okay then. Lin Sudong was busy and happy as he exited the checkout page and handed the phone to the little boy once again. Here, you choose again. In order to prevent the little boy from choosing that expensive handheld game console again, Lin Sudong then carried forward the lulling maneuver. Students have to focus on their studies. They can't be addicted to games. You know? The little boy nodded. Okay, then I won't pick a game console this time. Lin Sudong nodded with satisfaction. So that's why children are just easy to fool. And getting rid of him isn't a piece of cake. A few minutes later, the little boy once again chose what he wanted and brought the cell phone back to Lin Sudong. I want this. Lin Sudong took a look. This time even his heart trembled. The price list showed 95,000. What the hell is this nasty thing outrageous to this extent? Lin Sudong take a look at the shopping items. Iron Man 1-to-1 model. A sweaty expression glanced at the little boy. How about we scale this down a bit? No. I just want this 1-to-1 model. The little boy crossed his arms without giving in at all and said. Lin Sudong look at him this hanging, angry new mouth. If it were his own nephew, this will be early 7 wolves served on. However, for the sake of his own happiness, Lin Sudong still had to endure it, and I don't know how this Xiaoyu usually spoiled him. Bear with me now, and I'll come back to fix you up later when I'm rightfully your old man. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Odong then smiled at the little boy. Forget it. Let's go with the game console then. The little boy had a questioning look on his face. Didn't you just say that you have to prioritize your studies and can't play games? Well, the pressure of studying is so heavy. It's okay to relax appropriately. The little boy looked contemptuous. So it's just that everything is up to you adults. Hey, you carbolic dragon. Buy you something and you're still so whiny. You're comparing the game console cheaper, aren't you? The little boy suddenly and defenselessly stripped Lin Odong of his shading cloth. Lin Sudong was just about to get mad, but then he tried his best to suppress it. So do you want this ROG or not? The little boy had a grudging look on his face. Alright, I'll accept this one. So place your order. Lin Sudong looked at the little boy who owed a beating, then looked at the ROG, and finally bit his teeth and endured the pain to place the order, showing the little boy the interface after placing the order and settling the bill. Alright, the gift is bought for you. Call daddy. The little boy's incredulous expression looked at Lin Odong like he was a fool. Hey, what's with that look? I'm about to marry your mom. What's wrong with you calling me dad? You're afraid you're still dreaming. When did I ever promise you anything? The little boy returned. Lin Sudong was filled with astonishment. No brother. You've received more than 20,000 gifts from me, and now you're telling me no? That gift just now was just to make amends for you messing with my room, the little boy said stiffly. Lin Sudong's brows twisted into a rope. Say that again. That gift just now. Before the little boy could finish his sentence, Lin Sudong stood up as soon as he could and sharply drew out the 7 wolves at his waist. At once, mournful cries came from inside the room. Zhao Yu, who was cooking in the kitchen, was busy walking out and came to the door of the room, but the door was locked and she couldn't go in. Anxiously, she rapped on the door of her room and shouted, "Ogden, Ogden." A few minutes later, the door to the room was opened, and Lin Odong, who had half a black eye on his left side, walked out. Frightened, Zhao Yu took half a step back, and after seeing that it was indeed her man, she busied herself by saying painfully, "What's wrong with you?" Lin Sudong brushed aside Zhao Yu's upwardly moving hand, just accidentally gave it a bump. "This will be a stormy face of the little boy," also followed the walk out. Sought his mom instantly aggrieved cry more ferocious. With that, Lin Odong turned back with a glare, and the little boy immediately stopped crying. The expression that he was desperately trying to hold back was truly aggravated to the core. Zhao Yu couldn't help but smile down at the situation. This seemed like the wicked had to be wicked. "Hurry up and do your homework," Lin Sudong snapped, and the little boy obediently turned back into the room. Lin Sudong followed Zhao Yu to the kitchen. Zhao Yu painfully rubbed Lin Sudong's eyes lightly. "Does it still hurt?" Lin Sudong shook his head slightly and put his hand on Zhao Yu's hip. "What are you doing? The child is still inside the room," Zhao Yu said in a thin, petulant voice, but didn't have the intention of trying to push away. Lin Sudong increased his strength and, gaining an inch, began to swim. Zhao Yu's eyes were slightly closed and her breathing became rapid, a sensation that made her want to resist. "What are you doing?" At this time the waif who appeared at some point coldly spoke. The two of them hurriedly separated in shock. Zhao Yu hurriedly straightened her clothes. "Mom is giving uncle an eyeful. Do you have to go mouth to see the eyes, too?" At this time, the doorbell rang, and Zhao Yu, like she had grabbed a lifesaver, was busy getting away and said, "I'll go open the door." After saying that, he turned around and left the kitchen, leaving a small man and a big man. Lin Odong glared at the little boy, gesturing and clenching his fists. Scared, the little boy cowered back into his room. The visitors were none other than Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying, who walked in carrying large and small bags of fruit. This is not to hear that Zhao Yu is pregnant. Han Shuiying rushed to show it, knowing that if Zhao Yu is on maternity leave, that Han Shuiying another step up is not an ironclad thing, or else it's the acting Zhao Yu manager's position. Lin Sudong, who came out of the kitchen, greeted Li Lingfeng. "Came over so early? Li Lingfeng, you said you're invited to dinner. Can you not come over earlier? Come on. Anytime you won't be close to a good meal you come in. Afraid you'll have to help with the work." Li Lingfeng, after entertaining the group to sit down in the living room, Zhao Yu continued to fold back into the kitchen to cook. Han Shuiying couldn't bear the thought of a pregnant woman being busy, so she followed into the kitchen to help along, leaving Li Lingfeng and Lin Sudong to look at me and me to look at you. "Why don't we make tea and drink it?" Li Lingfeng proposed. Lin Sudong nodded. "I think it's okay." Li Lingfeng threw a pillow over to him. "You can really say that? Willing to let your pregnant woman suck fumes in the kitchen?" Being told this by Li Lingfeng, Lin Sudong, who was overjoyed in his heart, then also got up and went into the kitchen to replace Zhao Yu. As soon as Han Shuiying saw that Lin Sudong had arrived, she let go of her hand as well and went out of the kitchen together with Zhao Yu as the two of them talked and laughed, looking at the empty kitchen with only himself left. Lin Sudong, which felt wrong. The two women came to the living room to chat about some things during pregnancy. Naturally Li Lingfeng couldn't insert his mouth and didn't care about these things. It was Han Shuiying who chatted with great interest and seemed to be preparing for the future. Taking advantage of this gap, Li Lingfeng got up and visited Zhao Yu's residence. Not too big, just 3 rooms and 1 hall. But don't underestimate just the area of this point, in S City, enough for an ordinary laborer to struggle for a lifetime. This Zhao Yu is also some years ago. The price of housing did not rise that will. On the hand of this suite, there is no way who called people out to work early. Plus people work hard enough to be able to afford this house. And I've heard that the mortgage seems to be cleared. Lin Sudong, this kid is regarded as a big leg on the evening. Took Zhao Yu room or saved to buy again. Female big 3 hold gold brick really is not false. What's more, this Zhao Yu was more than 3 years older, and directly walked through the process of primitive accumulation of the family's capital for Lin Sudong. At the very least, if you can't make it in this S city, you can sell this house and go back to your hometown, which is definitely enough to live comfortably for the rest of your life. It's the kind of comfort where you don't have to work and just live on interest. Turning his head, Li Lingfeng saw that one of the room lights were on, so he curiously walked up to have a look. Inside, a little chubby boy was burying his head in his homework. This would be Zhao Yu's son. "Ha, why is there a reflection on your face? Is that knowledge shining through?" Li Lingfeng came forward, only to see a cell phone hidden in the middle of the textbook. The screen on the King of Glory is killing soundly. At this time, the little fat boy who was playing with his mind didn't even notice Li Lingfeng's arrival. "Clear a wave of troops on the upper road. The tower is about to collapse." Li Lingfeng gave a timely reminder. Startled, The little chubby boy closed his textbook as soon as he could and quickly turned his head to look over. Thankfully it wasn't his old mom. The little fat boy immediately questioned, "Who are you?" "Guess who I am?" Li Lingfeng smiled back. The little fat boy blanked Li Lingfeng. "I don't care who you are. It's rude for you to enter my room without knocking." Yes, I apologize for this, but does your mom know you have a phone to play King's Pride?" This instantly caught the lifeblood. The cell phone, but the little fat boy behind the back of Xiaoyu with the usual accumulation of spare change to buy. If Xiaoyu knew that he had bought a cell phone to play games, she would definitely have to cut off his allowance. So the little chubby boy was quite sensible and begged for mercy. "Uncle, please don't tell my mother, so that I'll marry my mother to you too." Li Lingfeng was dumbfounded on the spot. If this were to let Lin Sudong hear, he shall not serve another meal of 7 wolves. "I don't know. My own woman was sold to someone else. Don't you have a new old bean?" Li Lingfeng laughed. "You say that Kai Zia, just his stupid look. Still expect to be my old bean? By the way, uncle, do you play King of Honor?" Li Lingfeng nodded. "Play? I'll give you one of the latest skins." After the meal was ready, Xiaoyu came to the room to call for dinner and saw Li Lingfeng playing with the little fat boy. This? Xiaoyu looked frozen in place. How come it felt like Li Lingfeng was more suitable to be his father? The people gathered at the table, a table full of dishes, and quite a lot of seafood. So it is clear that Lin Sudong really put his money down on this meal. Raise a glass to celebrate Xiaoyu pregnant new life. Lin Sudong empty stomach on the first board 3 cups. The first time a father. Indeed a blessing on earth. During the period also constantly give Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying make eyes. Meaning you two behind have to speed up to catch up. Li Lingfeng lazily ignored him. A few people like him, bare arms on the battlefield, which does not broadcast the seed to come. To the side of the little fat boy a face confused. 20,000 ROG handheld just promised you to marry my mom, but did not say there are younger siblings. Those sorrowful little eyes looked at Lin Odong and Zhao Yu. But unfortunately, the crowd was in a state of euphoria and didn't care about the little chubby boy at all. At this time, Li Lingfeng's cell phone popped up a message from Fong Jingyan, which was undoubtedly the personal information data of Li Yunhai, Li Lingfeng's father. Li Lingfeng looked after a frown. This guy's so efficient. Information quasi-disallowed amount? Opened it up. And inside even went to the leisure club a few times or recorded clearly. Li Lingfeng also realized that his father Li Yunhai knew his current wife before he married his mother. In a sense, he knew his current wife earlier than his own mother, having made the acquaintance when he was a student. If that's the case, then why didn't you marry that woman in the first place? Li Lingfeng wondered in his heart. Unfortunately, the information did not give an answer to this aspect. Li Lingfeng continued to read on, followed by the recent operation of the company. It turned out that his own father had been developing overseas business in the past few years, but unfortunately, he had been made a fool of and lost a large sum of money. Now is basically no cash flow turnover, and the original business customers are slowly dispersing as a result. Typical step 2: big and rip your balls off. What are you looking at your cell phone while eating? Lin Sudong raised his wineglass and shouted in dissatisfaction. Are you coupling up with some ex again? Seeing that Li Lingfeng ignored him, Lin Sudong continued. If you ask me, Ying is better than any woman you've had in the past, so put your mind at ease. Li Lingfeng put down his cell phone. Why are you talking nonsense here before you've had 2 drinks? I'm wide awake. Lin Sudong staggered over and wrapped his arm around Li Lingfeng's shoulders. We've both been waving around for some years now. It's time to put a lock on ourselves. Li Lingfeng took the zapper in Lin Sudong's hand and poured a cup for himself and Lin Sudong. Drink this cup and hurry back to your room to rest. Perhaps you can still get sister you pregnant with another one, and lock up a little more securely. The little kids are still here, so watch your influence. Han Shuiying glanced over and reminded. The chubby boy's face is now even longer. Giving birth to one doesn't count, but you want to send me a pair of twin sisters? Good boy. Listen to uncle. Go back to your room when you're full. Li Lingfeng gave the little fat boy a wink. The little chubby boy immediately put down his chopsticks in understanding and turned to enter the room, ready to bask in the light of knowledge. Lin Sudong looked at the little chubby boy who had entered the room with a confused expression. Hey, how come this kid is so obedient this time? Is there a possibility that he's always been obedient? Just not to you. Lin Sudong. Li Lingfeng finished the wine in his cup in one gulp. I have something to go to the balcony to make a phone call first. You guys eat slowly. Coming to the balcony, Li Lingfeng dialed Fong Jinian's phone. Old Fong, is the information you just sent reliable? The other hesitated. It should be reliable. Courtesy of the NSA. The balcony. The wind blew Li Lingfeng's hair, and that burnt-out cup was directly in a state of downtime. Then came one cigarette after another. And now Li Lingfeng didn't care if his father's information was correct or not. Just fucking want to know. Who the hell is this Fong Jinian? Lin Sudong came to the balcony and saw a pile of cigarette butts on the ground. and then looked at Zhao Yu's personal clothes on the drying rack. Can't help but frown. This damn later in the mouth is not all your smoke flavor? Get a cigarette. Lin Sudong reached out toward Li Lingfeng and asked for it. Li Lingfeng handed the cigarette he was smoking in his hand to Lin Sudong. No more. Just this last one left. Lin Sudong took it and inhaled deeply, the intoxicated expression as if he had inhaled the most delicious thing in the world. After a long exhale, Lin Sudong handed the cigarette back to Li Lingfeng, remembering the time when he was so poor that one cigarette was smoked by two people. A slight smile spread across his face. A good brother for life. You smoked it. Don't want it. Li Lingfeng returned, bending down to pick up a cigarette that hadn't burned out yet and lit it for himself. Lin Sudong. I'm afraid of infecting you with AIDS. Why didn't I ever see you dislike it back then? Back then also disliked This is not endless, no way. Li Lingfeng inhaled a mouthful of cigarettes that he just picked up, or the fragrance of his own smoking. Lin Sudong this just brewed up brotherly feelings instantly to extinguish. Casually pinched off the cigarette filter. Looking at Li Lingfeng, I don't want to inhale what you've inhaled either. Li Lingfeng shrugged his shoulders and smiled contemptuously. I don't care. Anyway, you already sucked it just now. Lin Sudong hatefully pinched off another half point, and saw that there was almost a spark left. Li Lingfeng looked at it. You're smoking this to burn your mouth. Exasperated, Lin Odong threw it on the ground and stomped on it again and again with vigor. Li Lingfeng was stunned. No, it seems like you're only wearing socks, right? In an instant, the pain of the smoldering fire came from the bottom of the foot. Lin Sudong was busy lifting his foot, but fortunately there was still a layer of socks, just burned a little skin. As for the socks, they naturally left a hole, but this was no problem for Lin Sudong. Just go back and patch it up. He's had his socks mended no less than 10 times in total. Li Lingfeng also noticed Lin Sudong's darkened half-eye circle at this time, and queried, and what's with that eye circle of yours? Lin Sudong simply took off his socks and pressed the soles of his feet directly to the floor, the coolness instantly dissipating the slight pain. Just taught that kid a lesson to get it. Li Lingfeng looked more closely. It couldn't have been beaten by Zhao Yu's son, right? How can that be? Lin Sudong immediately denied in a long drawn-out tone. The actual thing that just came together, the little chubby boy was whacked with a return punch. Li Lingfeng shook his head. You're lying. If that small fist mark isn't Zhao Yu's son's, whose else could it be? That accidentally gave a bump. Lin Sudong insisted with a stiff neck. A man's dignity. Unshakable. Li Lingfeng then grunted. You have to be skillful in getting along with children, or else you'll have to suffer in the future. Well, that's turned over, and people who haven't brought up children themselves are here to lecture me. Li Lingfeng froze. That's true. Anyway, it's not me being the stepfather. Right. So have you guys still decided to have a banquet for your wedding? Li Lingfeng then asked and said. Lin Sudong looked into the distant night sky. I basically don't have any relatives over here besides you, so forget about the banquet. Besides, Zhao Yu's second marriage. Her side doesn't want to make too much of a fuss, so maybe she still has doubts? Lin Sudong finished with a slight sigh. Li Lingfeng patted Lin Sudong's shoulder. I was thinking of wrapping you up with a big gift money, but it seems that there's no chance for that now. Yes, you can transfer my cell phone account now. Lin Sudong turned around and pulled out his own cell phone. Ugh, why did you go inside again? Lin Sudong caught up with Li Lingfeng and said, re-entering the table. Zhao Yu looked at the two pulling and tugging. What are you two doing on the balcony? What else can I do? Men get together either to smoke or talk about where to wash their feet. Han Shuiying followed back. You said so. If you don't go to wash your feet tonight you'll be sorry for this wood of yours. Dong Zai arrange it tonight. Li Lingfeng told Lin Sudong Dao behind him. As soon as he heard that he had to break the bank again, Lin Sudong hurriedly put a stop to it. What's so great about washing your feet? Why don't we come together and play a game? Hearing this, both Zhao Yu and Han Shuiying seemed to be interested and looked at Lin Sudong. In the same breath, what game? Russian spin. Me and Ling Feng have a duel of kings. Just don't get involved in cheering you girls. What about losing? Lin Sudong raised his eyebrows with a few hints of a sinister smile. If you lose, you will take off a piece of clothing. The two women blushed instantly upon hearing this. But wasn't this game more exciting than foot washing? How about it? Play or not? Lin Sudong looked at Li Lingfeng to confirm. The two females waited to see what would happen, and they all turned their heads to Li Lingfeng again to see what his opinion was. Lin Sudong had an expectant look in his eyes, full of hope that Li Lingfeng would definitely respond. But who knew that he shook his head? Unwillingly, Lin Sudong then tried to provoke him by saying, What? Are you afraid? Li Lingfeng cast a look of kingly contempt and snorted disdainfully. I was afraid that you would run around naked later. Lin Sudong, humiliating himself like this in front of his own woman. The damn man's good nature was immediately ignited. Lin Sudong stretched his neck. If you're really capable, don't make empty promises there. 3 minutes later, stripped down to his underwear, Lin Odong covered his vitals with both hands. Li Lingfeng picked up the bottle. Still coming or not? The red-eyed Lin Sudong, who had lost, instantly spiked with adrenaline. Did I say I wouldn't continue? UTM turn off. With the spinning bottle top finally pointing at Lin Odong, that deathly expression could have been written into a northern film textbook. Li Lingfeng looked at Lin Sudong. What are you waiting for? Quickly take off. Next to him, Zhao Yu weakly said. Why don't I take one off for him? No, I'll do it myself. It's agreed that you girls are not allowed to participate. Lin Sudong hardened and refused without hesitation, then proceeded to take a deep breath, closing his eyes and preparing to rip his bottoms off at the drop of a hat. It was just that the hands froze as if they were frozen and didn't go down. I can't do it. Eventually Lin Sudong gave up and said. Li Lingfeng was imposing with a victor's stance. It's fine if you can't do it. Pose for me and take 2 pictures, and this will be over. Between running around naked and maintaining the status quo to take pictures, Lin Sudong thought twice before finally choosing the latter. At least, preserving that damn 8 centimeters of dignity. Striking a few flirty poses, Li Lingfeng gave the camera enough to take a close-up of Lin Sudong. It was good that Li Lingfeng took the one taken by Zhao Yu's cell phone, which slightly reassured Lin Sudong again. At least he didn't have to worry about the outflow. You don't see 991 abs this attractive just anywhere. After taking the picture, Li Lingfeng returned the phone to Zhao Yu and laughed. In the future, if that brat Lin Sudong treats you badly, use this to threaten him. Amused, Zhao Yu lowered her head and contained a smile. Alright, I'll go to the washroom. After saying that, Li Lingfeng, who had not touched a single strand, got up and walked towards the restroom. Taking advantage of the gap between Li Lingfeng's visits to the restroom, Lin Sudong pondered how to get his photos back to delete them. Turning to Zhao Yu with a warm look on her face. Honey, let me ask you a question. You said. The defenseless Zhao Yu quickly returned, not even aware of Lin Sudong's little mind. What kind of door is a door made of wood? You say? Zhao Yu looked at Lin Sudong suspiciously and tried to answer. A wooden door? Where are the doors made of iron? Iron gate? What about the door to happiness? Lin Xiandong finally asked. Zhao Yu? Lin Odong was soft. It's us. Han Shuiying beside her instantly got goosebumps listening to it, and if she hadn't been concerned about Zhao Yu, she would have already gone down with a plate. I see you look like an anus. At that moment Li Lingfeng, who came out of the restroom with his clothes on and walked up, said. Lin Sudong. The atmosphere that had been created with great difficulty was destroyed by Li Lingfeng just like this, and Lin Sudong looked at Li Lingfeng with a peculiarly unhappy expression. Li Lingfeng didn't have the heart to care about him and turned his head to Han Shuiying. It's getting late. We should go back. Don't disturb Sister Yu's rest. It's fine. It's only 10 o'clock. It's not a hindrance. Zhao Yu laughed. Lin Sudong, who was on the side, vigorously gave Zhao Yu a wink not to stop Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying, so that the two of them could withdraw. What are you doing with your eyes? Long pinhole, crooked like this? Li Lingfeng flirted. This kid's mind. Li Lingfeng how can not know? The meal ate, the wine also drank, and then stay in this in the way of people's good things is a bit unseemly. So Li Lingfeng led Han Shuiying to say goodbye and leave. After seeing the two leave, Lin Sudong and Zhao Yu were left in the room, and the atmosphere instantly became somewhat ambiguous. Lin Sudong looked at Zhao Yu with a lewd face. Why don't we try harder to try to conceive one more and make a pair of twins? Where's the baby in the room? Zhao Yu said with some concern. It's long since huffed and puffed at this point. Don't worry. After saying this, Lin Sudong wanted to go forward and hug Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu stopped it as soon as she could. Go take a shower first. I put the robe in the bathroom for you. This will be hormones on the head of Lin Sudong. How to wait for the bath. Despite Zhao Yu blocked a hug is ready to kiss forward, Zhao Yu followed Lin Sudong without doing anything further to stop him. She knows it well. To keep a man's heart on a leash, you have to keep a man's body on a leash. What are you two doing? Just as the two were about to kiss, Zhao Yu's son appeared in front of them at some point. Frightened, the two of them panicked and separated, and an exasperated Lin Odong glared fiercely at the dead boy who had spoiled things. Go take a bath first, Zhao Yu busily advised. Lin Sudong, who had no choice but to walk towards the bathroom resentfully, expecting a follow-up when he came out. After Lin Sudong walked away, the little chubby boy looked at Zhao Yu. Mom, do you really want to marry this thieving uncle? Zhao Yu laughed a little and stroked her son's little face. What? You don't like this uncle? The little chubby boy nodded. He's not a nice guy when I see him. He just wants to take advantage of you. Zhao Yu was speechless. It was obviously not appropriate to talk about adult feelings with such a young child. So Zhao Yu smiled and said, Mom will think it over herself. It's late, you go to bed early. Good boy. No, I can't sleep. I want mommy to sleep with me tonight. The little chubby boy pulled out of his pouting stance. Seeing that she couldn't argue with her son, Zhao Yu then had to decide to take her son to bed first, and then go back to her own room later. This will be in the bathroom. Almost washed. Lin Odong brought the hanging robe. Hey, why do I feel that this piece is a little wet? But I didn't splash water in the shower just now? Lin Sudong frowned slightly. Could it be that Li Lingfeng had wiped his hands when he went to the toilet earlier? After saying that, Lin Sudong cannot help but put his nose forward to smell. How there is a smell of urine. Nima, Li Lingfeng, your grandfather. Wiping hands on the tolerance. The key is not yet washed his hands. Directly wipe. Angry Lin Sudong in the bathroom with paper towels dipped in water to wipe the robe for more than 10 minutes, and finally used a blow dryer to dry it. After tidying up his hair slightly in the mirror, Lin Odong walked out of the bathroom with satisfaction. With a sense of impatience, Lin Sudong came to the door of his room and heard Zhao Yu telling his son a little bedtime story. Lin Sudong's whole body was dumbfounded. What's going on here? Being alone tonight? On the way back this way, Han Shuiying drove the car due to Li Lingfeng's drinking. Being new to the road, it was slow going all the way. But fortunately it was late at night and there weren't a lot of cars on the road. The neon lights of the street flashed, and Li Lingfeng opened the window slightly and blew the slightly cool evening breeze. You take it easy, don't get hit with the wine wind, Han Shuiying reminded with concern. Looking at the night scene outside, Li Lingfeng didn't care. After going to the restroom to take a piss, that wine has long since dissipated. Han Shuiying shook her head with a smile. Just you bull. After saying that she didn't care if Li Lingfeng would object, she directly pulled up the car window. She didn't want her man to freeze. Do you think that if I were to carry your child one day like Sister Yu, would you be as happy as your brother is? Facing Han Shuiying's question, Li Lingfeng smiled hopelessly. Wait until you're pregnant. That's what you say. I'll go back tonight and lose all your little raincoats. It takes money to buy it. Don't you feel bad? Li Lingfeng returned. Han Shuiying thought for a moment. That's right. Then I'll hide it first. Li Lingfeng. By the way, I heard Sister Yu gossiping tonight that our general manager seems to have gotten into a peach blossom mess and made quite a scene. Who's messing with him? Li Lingfeng wondered. Are you stupid? Of course it's my general manager's wife. I heard that it even went to the company's owner's side. Li Lingfeng was even more puzzled. No, your general manager cheated on his wife. What's it got to do with your boss? Why would his wife want to make a scene at his boss's place? I heard from Sister Yu that our general manager's wife is a bit of a relative of the company's owner. And it was the company's owner who pulled the strings in the first place. No wonder then. Li Lingfeng nodded. Then wouldn't it be difficult for your general manager to even keep his job? Can't say for sure, but it's probably pretty much up in the air. Han Shuiying wasn't sure either. You say? Our general manager looks quite refined. It does not look like the kind of person who will indulge in beauty. You say how can also be hit by the beauty plan? That's because you don't understand beauty too well. Li Lingfeng laughed. Han Shuiying had a disdainful look on her face. Isn't the beauty in your men's eyes the kind that scratches their heads and holds up their breasts and legs? Such a woman. As long as you are willing to pay not too much money. Just play. Guilty of getting to the point of divorcing his wife? That's why you're shallow. Li Lingfeng leaned his back against the seat and clasped his hands to the back of his head. A true beauty is one who is more righteously indignant than you are when someone targets you. And when you're in a bad mood, she goes out of her way to make you happy. What's so great about it? I can do it too. Han Shuiying was unconvinced. Really? So when your man says he likes history, can you chew up a boring copy of the 15th year of the Wanli calendar for him? The music of the piano and the phoenix. This is the love of a lifetime. Han Shuiying seemed to understand, and didn't continue to get to the bottom of it. Back at the residence, Han Shuiying was not busy collecting clothes and taking a shower, but browsed the online supermarket. Li Lingfeng's disbelief. Put together the money to look at. You are going to be ready to buy anything again. The home is piled up with you express. Buy a book. Buying a book? Li Lingfeng touched Han Shuiying's forehead. This doesn't have a fever either. What kind of book are you buying? Room arts? Han Shuiying, still searching on her own, brought back, in passing, the 15th year of the Wanli calendar. Li Lingfeng looked skeptical. Why did you buy that book? You said it. Be the beauty in your men's eyes. Han Shuiying looked back at Li Lingfeng. Then why don't you just buy a book on house magic? Which suits you better? Han Shuiying revealed an uncertain look. Don't you men all like Wanli 15? No, compared to the two, I prefer room arts, Li Lingfeng said rather definitely. Don't bother me, go take a shower, Han Shuiying urged. Li Lingfeng then turned towards the balcony and walked towards the balcony, not forgetting to remind on his way out. Remember to buy the room art. When you have time we'll practice together. In the end, Han Shuiying picked and chose and bought a copy of On the Road to Queen. What kind of woman is that? I want to be a queen. The next day, Li Lingfeng did not go to the branch to work, but first came to his Zaiho Investment Company. Now Zaiho Investment Company, Limited is much more lively. According to Li Lingfeng's last command, the company recruited 3 more college students, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman is pure and beautiful. The man is handsome and sunny. Each face value are top of the kind, compared to before when there were only 2 bad old men, Fang Jimian and Xiao Hongfei. Now the company finally had a youthful atmosphere. 3 newly recruited college students were included in Xiao Hongfei's marketing team to develop the company's credit service business under the leadership of Xiao Hongfei. The so-called credit service is to help customers in need of loan programs find the right bank and facilitate the loan landing. This can save the customer a lot of hassle in between, and the company charges a service fee based on the amount of the loan that is ultimately disbursed. To a large extent, it is actually similar to real estate agents, who earn commissions for their services. Do not say, this Xiao Hongfei seriously have 2 brushes. So far has been closed 3 credit services business. Combined, the successful disbursement of more than 3.9 million loans. Just this performance commission. This month's salary broke 10,000. Totally enough for Xiao Hongfei to offset the salary advance. And there is still a surplus. Watching Li Lingfeng walk in, the 3 newly recruited young people looked at each other. Thought it was a door-to-door customer, busy scrambling to serve. On this drive, the company wants to not make money are difficult. Li Lingfeng heart secretly smiled. This will come out to see the scene. Xiao Hongfei busy shouting. What are you all doing? He is the boss of our company. Called Mr. Li. Mr. Li. The 3 people laughed brightly and greeted Li Lingfeng one after another. Young people were just energetic. Li Lingfeng signaled them to continue working and came to Xiao Hongfei. You guys picked a good person. Xiao Hongfei grinned. As long as the money is in place, there's nothing that can't be fought. The company is our family. This realization, Li Lingfeng did not feel more high. Look at Xiao Hongfei 2 eyes. How is your girlfriend Lin Xiaoning doing? Li Lingfeng asked with concern. Xiao Hongfei showed some sadness. It's okay. It's just that the phone doesn't answer and people don't see. Li Lingfeng looked at Xiao Hongfei in surprise. The phone doesn't pick up and people don't see her. How do you know she's okay? I read the dynamics in her circle of friends. Xiao Hongfei explained. She didn't block you from her circle of friends? Xiao Hongplainwise smiled. I added her with another small number. She didn't know it was me. Li Lingfeng. Strangers don't block anyone but you. That's pretty damn refreshing. There were no longer any words to comfort Xiao Hongfei. Li Lingfeng had to pat his arm and turn around to go to the office to find Fang Jinian. Or maybe, Xiao Hongfei may not need comfort. Everything is worth it. Arriving at the office, Fang Jinian, who was not busy, got up to greet him and made an unprecedented effort to brew a pot of tea for Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng didn't say anything and just sat there dryly glaring at him. Say, last night's information about Li Yunhai, how exactly did you get it? Fang Jinian had a guilty look on his face. You crossed the line. Li Lingfeng eyebrows frowned. Just wanted to retort to come, but a thought and seems to be that way amount. I want to dislike the words and gave birth to stifle back, turn a face of skepticism. You really can't be from the stars, right? Just as both of them were competing with their chi, Fang Jimian's phone rang, displaying the contact person on it. Li Lingfeng a quick eye to get up and grab the cell phone, connected and put the external amplification, only to hear the coarse voice of an older woman ringing on the phone. You bastard, last night inquired about the matter said to give 500? Hey, you dead old Fang. Believe it or not, our group of sisters will make you lose your reputation tomorrow. Fang Jinian scrambled to snatch back the cell phone and hurriedly replied. Here, I'll transfer it immediately. It's that introducer who deducted your tip fee. After pacifying and hanging up the phone, the 2 of them looked at each other speechless. Big Mama's intelligence organization is not kidding. It can really make you lose your reputation. Where did you go to find this group of Amazons? Li Lingfeng asked, breaking the silence. Last night went to your fatherly Yunhai neighborhood that squatted for a night. The big brother of the security guards gave the introduction. All the big women in the neighborhood. No wonder. This intelligence gathering is so accurate. A neighbor who lives with you every day. Can you not understand? Hard work. This 500 I'll transfer to you. Next time don't brag about the National Security Bureau. Li Lingfeng transferred money to Fang Jinian and said, your father's hole. 10 million won't be enough to fill it. His liabilities are much more than that. Don't touch this muddy water, Fang Jinian reminded. Li Lingfeng drank a cup of tea. I have my own measure in this matter. By the way, find a place for our company to get together for dinner tonight. The young people are coming in. This atmosphere has to get going. Fang Jinian nodded. No problem. I'll arrange this. Looking at Fang Jinian's desire to speak, Li Lingfeng was curious. What's wrong? Is there something else you want to tell me? Fang Jinian hesitated for 3 minutes. No, your father's matter. Or the same sentence. Don't go into the muddy water. How big of a deal? Isn't it just owing money? Li Lingfeng laughed. I'll weigh it myself, I can't help without money. After Li Lingfeng left, Fang Jimian came to the desk and pulled out the drawer, which contained a file. That was the part that Fang Jimian didn't give to Li Lingfeng. At this time, Li Lingfeng, who had already left, turned back, and said to Fang Jimian, recruit another receptionist for the company. There is no facade at all. Any requests yet? Fang Jimian asked seriously. Do you know Lin? Fang Jimian nodded. Just find one similar to Lin Shiliang. Li Lingfeng made a simple request. What's the budget for salaries? A month. Well, said Li Lingfeng, stroking his chin, 2,500. No more than 3,000 at the most. So get a grip on yourself. 2,500. You're looking for a front desk that's almost as good as Lin Shiling's, and Fang Qimin doesn't count over in any way. Just as Li Lingfeng was once again ready to leave, Fang Jimian called out to him, that 500 informant fee you transferred just now is not enough. Li Lingfeng, wasn't it 500 on the phone? 500 yes, but that's per informant. Fang Jimian gave an explanation. Li Lingfeng frowned. How many people is that? 13. Fang Jimian did a silent calculation. A total of 6. $500 will be transferred. Li Lingfeng nodded. What's wrong with that outside the window? With Li Lingfeng's surprise, Fang Jimian turned his head to look over. It's nothing, just workers cleaning outdoor glass. After saying that and then turning back to look at Li Lingfeng, where there is still a trace of silhouette, just the door of the room is left hanging there. Quickly escaping downstairs, Li Lingfeng looked back to make sure that Fang Jimian was not following, and turned around to enter Lin Sudong's manpower agency. At this moment, Lin Sudong is sitting in his office seat with two black eyes, not knowing what he is wondering. It's nothing like that state of euphoria last night. Li Lingfeng, who walked over, knocked on the desktop in front of it. What's going on here? Did sister you treat you badly last night? Lin Sudong looked up at Li Lingfeng. Don't say it. Last night, I kept my eyes open until dawn. Li Lingfeng was skeptical. It shouldn't be. Just your 3 minutes of battle power isn't enough to toss and turn all night? Auntie of the front desk on the side heard. Want to laugh but do not dare to laugh. After all, how the other side is still their boss. Give some face. It would be great if I really tossed and turned for a night. Lin Sudong was filled with resentment. Unfortunately, I fucking spent the night hugging a pillow. So think not. Pillow also do not let go where on yet. Just don't get all snarky there. You know, I'm looking at my 50-something-year-old receptionist right now and she's all browbeaten looking. No. So what were you and Sister Moon doing last night? Having a heart-to-heart talk? Lin Sudong instantly had a bitter look on his face. Talking is right, but not with me, and it's with her son. That little fat kid Li Lingfeng smiled. Lost to him after all? Lin Sudong nodded. That kid didn't give us a chance at all, and froze until dawn with us. On the other side, even the little chubby boy who had been punished for standing was at the moment sleeping soundly, unaffected by the teacher. Coming out of Lin Sudong's labor agency and on the way back to the branch, a familiar figure flashed before his eyes. Li Lingfeng couldn't help but slow down his car and pull over. The man was none other than his own father, Li Yunhai. He was seen walking disheveled from a banking institution, and it didn't take much to figure out that he must have been rejected for another loan application. Right now, he is this condition. Certainly no bank is willing to loan. The bank only do icing on the cake thing. Don't think of the work in the snow to send charcoal. Unless, of course, there is a giant figure standing behind you. Li Yunhai, who came out of the bank, silently got into his car and waited for a few minutes before driving off. Li Lingfeng followed, keeping some distance between the cars, savagely thinking he would then look for the next bank. Unexpectedly, the car was parked in front of an elementary school, followed by a far stop. Li Lingfeng heart suddenly curious, until a little boy came out from the school gate. Li Yunhai's face suddenly swept away the disheveled look, revealing a kind smile. The little boy flew towards Li Yunhai, who held him in his arms and stroked his hair. That loving look definitely counted as a qualified father. Li Lingfeng looked in his eyes, but his heart was indescribable. His own memories are only his parents' quarrels. Li Lingfeng, whose elbow was propped up on the edge of the car window, bit the knuckle of his index finger, and the heart that had wanted to reach out was half-cooled. Or perhaps, one is not even qualified to reach out and help. So Li Lingfeng made a turn and drove away from the original place, and the vehicles on the road were running, and an inattentive person was surprised by a car that suddenly rushed out. Li Lingfeng urgently stepped on the brakes, only to see the other party poking his head out. You fucking drive without eyes. After cursing, he arrogantly took off. His own ghost probe suddenly rushed out. There is still reasonable. Li Lingfeng just wanted to throttle to follow up. It didn't take 3 seconds to see the other guy dive headfirst into the greenbelt with too much speed. Passing by the place of the incident, Li Lingfeng's hand stretched out of the car window and erected a large international middle finger. Returning to the branch, Li Lingfeng was stunned by a young woman who was doing business when he entered. One could only see that her face had a slightly matured flavor. Her eyes flashed with the unique charm of a young woman, and her whole body exuded a charming softness, especially her tight yoga pants, which showed off a pair of long and slender legs in a dazzling manner. Li Lingfeng's gaze unconsciously moved up a few points from his beautiful legs and realized that it was still a big family. Well, it was indeed good, and Li Lingfeng's fallen eyes gave full recognition. At this time, Su Yalan, the director of the sales department, busily walked forward and pulled Li Lingfeng to one side. Bank Li, Ms. Zhang wants to withdraw over $1 million in cash. Looking at Su Yalan's somewhat anxious expression, Li Lingfeng replied back, then fetch it for her. It's not like our branch is short of deposits right now. The problem is that the branch doesn't have enough cash for that much right now. Ha? Su Yalan pointed out the problem. No advance reservation? Li Lingfeng asked. Su Yalan shook her head. She came over temporarily and said she wanted to take it away, so it doesn't make sense how to explain it to her. Li Lingfeng frowned. Such a superb young woman doesn't look like an unreasonable person. She is the VIP account of our branch. This side doesn't dare to offend. Why don't you go out and explain to her? Su Yalan tentatively glanced at Li Lingfeng. This kind of tricky problem leader is willing to step in that it is better. Save the ease. Okay, go ahead and get busy. After receiving Li Lingfeng's affirmative answer, Su Yalan was relieved and happily smiled as she cheered on Li Lingfeng. Cheer up, Li Xing. Li Lingfeng straightened his clothes and came to the young woman. Ms. Zhang. Hello Ms. Zhang, I am the head of this branch. Seeing that it was the governor who came over to receive her, Ms. Zhang also collected her temper. Hello, mind if we go to the VIP room and talk? Seeing Ms. Zhang nod, Li Lingfeng shouted towards Xiao Wu, make 2 cups of tea to the VIP room. In the VIP room, Li Lingfeng and Ms. Zhang were sitting opposite each other, and the air was filled with the faint fragrance emanating from Ms. Zhang's body. Li Lingfeng once again looked at her full figure. Ms. Zhang had to withdraw so much cash. Is she in some kind of trouble? What? You have to explain to your bank to withdraw money now? Ms. Zhang asked rhetorically. Li Lingfeng was busy compensating for his smile. No, it's not that fraud has been rampant lately, so I asked you a few more times. Seeing that Li Lingfeng was concerned about himself and that he was so handsome, Ms. Zhang let down her guard. It's not like I'm in a hurry to use it or anything. I'm just a little worried, Ms. Zhang said with a voice full of worry. Worry? Li Lingfeng had a puzzled look on his face. Do you have anything to worry about when the money is in the bank? Ms. Chang shook her head. Not about that. I'm worried about my husband there. Sharply Lingfeng immediately recognized that perhaps the two couples have created some kind of rift between them, otherwise it would not be involved in the property? Your husband he cheated on you? Li Lingfeng asked tentatively. Miss Zhang looked up at Li Lingfeng, and those white and red cheeks could pinch out water. I thought so too at first, Ms. Zhang said. My husband was sitting in the living room in the middle of the night yesterday, constantly looking at his cell phone and smoking. That look, just like lost love, is heartbreaking to look at. No, your husband lost his love and you're still heartbroken along with him? Li Lingfeng was puzzled, looking at Ms. Zhang with such a sad expression. Such a gentle and considerate woman is hard to find nowadays. And what happened after that? Was your husband dumped by a mistress? Ms. Zhang shook her head. I walked over and comforted him for a long time, but he never said anything. I said that even if he had a woman outside, I would choose to forgive him. After all, I love him so much. Miss Zhang's pity instantly made Li Lingfeng righteously angry. What else is this dead scum not satisfied? It wasn't until I got up today that I realized that my husband was looking at my phone last night. Li Lingfeng? Clueless with a look of surprise. Around the circle of feelings are you play ah. So the purpose of your cash withdrawal today was actually to transfer your property in case your husband divorces you? Miss Zhang nodded, acquiescing to this statement from Li Lingfeng. Xiao Wu came in with 2 cups of tea, placing them in front of the two respectively, and Li Lingfeng picked them up and drank. Perhaps this would be, more than anything, a good time for you to keep an eye on your husband. Would he be transferring property as well, if he wants a divorce? Hearing Li Lingfeng's words, Ms. Zhang seemed to understand over in seconds, and her usually immobile brain was particularly flexible today for some reason. Right, my husband's property is the big one. If he transfers it in advance, I'll lose my money. Ms. Zhang was so anxious that she hurriedly picked up the phone to call her lawyer to consult some relevant advice. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say thank you to Li Lingfeng. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. If it wasn't for this reminder from Li Lingfeng, maybe Ms. Zhang would have lost thousands of W's this time. Watching Ms. Zhang leave in a panic, Su Yalan came to Li Lingfeng's front. What exactly did you say to her? Li Xing. Li Lingfeng looked at Su Yalan very playfully. Are you in love with your husband? Su Yalan nodded uncomprehendingly. Remembering last night's not so fun with her husband couldn't help but feel a blush. Li Lingfeng saw the situation. Do not even need to continue to ask more questions. The two sides' meat can be moistened out of the water. Still not love? Then there's no need for you to know more about this. Just go about your business and have a good time with your husband. Li Lingfeng turned around and walked towards his office, leaving a bewildered Su Yalan dangling in place. 1 a.m., 1 FM. Where is this conversation? Just came into the office before her but was even warmed up. The wealth management manager, Sister Xin, looked for her. Li Xing, I would like to take a day off tomorrow. Li Lingfeng with a questioning face. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Sister Xin's lips moved slightly, but she never replied. Li Lingfeng saw this. As you know, it's a busy time right now. I know, but Wang next door to my house is hospitalized. Brother Wang next door is hospitalized? Li Lingfeng looked at Sister Xin. No. Does his hospitalization have anything to do with you? Needing you to take time off? Xin lowered her head and blushed. That stubborn bastard of a husband of mine smeared rat poison on my breasts yesterday while I was sleeping. Wait, Li Lingfeng organized his thoughts for a moment. You smeared rat poison on your chest. So your next door brother Wang was hospitalized? Sister Xin nodded shyly once again. Right now both sides of the house are in a mess. If we don't get things sorted out tomorrow, we might have to go to the police station. Li Lingfeng sucked in a breath of cool air. The connection was no longer clear in one sentence. But it's come to this, and it's hard to justify not granting the leave. Remember, I only have one request. You guys can make a mess all you want, but don't involve the unit. After Sister Xin left, it was hard to have a moment of peace. Li Lingfeng sat in his office chair and closed his eyes for a while. Just this closing his eyes, his mind was the scene of his father Li Yunhai looking at his youngest son with compassion. Annoyed, Li Lingfeng went to the tea table and brewed a pot of Luo Tianqing's finest dragon well. The tea had just been brewed, and the office director, Yi Mujuan, walked in, and Li Lingfeng poured a cup for him as well in passing. Why? What is it you came to see me about again? Yi Mujuan looked at this freshly brewed dragon well. Everything is fake. Drink a cup first. This is that dragon well that Luo Xing treasured before, right? Yi Mujuan tasted it at once. Li Lingfeng smiled. That's right. When he moved out he said he left it for me. Yi Mujuan stared at Li Lingfeng with wide-eyed disbelief. He left it for you? I'm afraid you didn't hide it yourself. Did you? Li Lingfeng. I'm the head of a branch. How could I do such a dirty thing? Even if I did, I can't admit it. Drink as much as you like. If you don't drink, get the hell out of here. Li Lingfeng said. Yi Mujuan immediately closed his mouth with a sense of humor. How could he give up such a good tea when he usually loved tea? By the way, what exactly are you looking for me for? Li Lingfeng asked again. Yi Mujuan then remembered. Our branch is going to have a democratic evaluation. When do you think you'll find time for everyone to have a meeting? Li Lingfeng thought for a moment. I think we'll have all the people today. Why don't we open it now? That's fine. I'll go inform the group to gather in the conference room. Yi Mujuan cherished the tea in his cup then got up and went out to do his job. The conference room, except for the tellers on the counter. Everyone else has convened here for the democratic evaluation meeting. I'm the branch president. First start ahead. The guys have any opinions about me can feel free to expand on them. Li Lingfeng first made an example and said, really? Then I'll say it. Xiao Wu was the first to jump out, not feeling very comfortable after rejecting his transfer last time. Crackling said Li Lingfeng a pass. Li Lingfeng one by one to note down. Seeing this, Yi Mujuan hurriedly gave Li Lingfeng steps. Li Xing is just modest and listens to other people's opinions. This is all recorded. Li Lingfeng smiled charmingly. Yes, I just want to see who has a problem with me. When the people under the stage heard Li Lingfeng's words, they were silent, especially Xiao Wu, who was like a dead man's face. What's the matter? Say? The democratic meeting finally ended in a friendly and peaceful atmosphere, and Li Lingfeng made a concluding speech. Before speaking, Li Lingfeng first swept a glance at the crowd, and finally his gaze landed on Xiao Wu. The group followed suit, and a few of my co-workers were already stifling smiles. This Wu, after all, is still young. Li Lingfeng cleared his throat and opened his voice. Today this will be overall good. Like this kind of meeting we can organize a few more times in the future. At the meeting, the guys were able to speak enthusiastically, especially our comrade Wu, who was very interested in this word I. Li Lingfeng specially emphasized the volume of his voice a few times, as well as the branch. Many constructive comments were made. At this time, Wu immediately raised his hand to interrupt Li Lingfeng's speech. Li Lingfeng looked up. You kid is not finished, is it? However, in the spirit of democracy, Li Lingfeng still frowned and said, is there anything else you wish to add? Xiao Wu timidly stood up, held back for a long time then flattered a smile. Li Xing, I just that mention of the opinion cannot take back? Li Lingfeng put down the ink pen in his hand and leaned back on the seat. No, this big crowd is listening. Say it's retracted? And what if the guys didn't hear it? Wu asked rhetorically with a smile. Li Lingfeng listening to this immediately came to interest. Just curious how you can let the group did not hear it? So gave Wu a look. Please start your show. After receiving Li Lingfeng's acquiescence, Xiao Wu then looked around the crowd once more and clenched his teeth with a heart. I'll take care of everyone's breakfast next week. No repeats. And let's just say you didn't hear what I had to say. Did you? As Xiao Wu's words fell, a dazzling light suddenly shone in the eyes of the group. That's a week's worth of breakfasts, or one of those variations that isn't the same every day. So all of them, without waiting for Li Lingfeng to open his voice to confirm, turned their heads to Li Lingfeng and said 7 times, Nope, didn't hear it. Li Lingfeng was also surprised. It seemed that this week's breakfast portion was still quite heavy. No, it means getting up a few minutes later, being too lazy to make or buy your own breakfast, and those few minutes before you get up for work are pretty crucial. No, that Yi Mujuan book still has the minutes on it? Li Lingfeng gave a reminder. Returning to her senses, Yi Majuan hurriedly turned the page, tore it down without the slightest hesitation, and tore it up on the spot and threw it into the trash can. Now there's no more witnesses or material evidence. Seeing this, Li Lingfeng smiled with satisfaction. Remember there's a recorder. Wu grabbed the tape recorder placed on the table as a hand smashed on the ground, to fall a broken, completely scrapped. Then, said Li Lingfeng as he looked at the crowd, this matter will be turned over? The guys, including Wu, nodded their heads in unison, and the branch had never seen such a scene of democratic solidarity. Okay, then this matter is over. Turn around and Xiao Wu compensates a recorder to the branch. That's public property. Wu, I just remembered. I just got a little excited. Why don't you just delete the recording? Why do you want to scrap it? Today's meeting ends here. Li Lingfeng set the tone. Later on, Yalan will buy a cup of milk tea for the group. My treat for the dry mouth from the meeting. Also, in the evening, Mu Juan, you take the guys out for a get-together and report it back on the branch's marketing expenses. With 3 simple words, the crowd was instantly joyful, and the entire conference room was buzzing with excitement. It's almost like saying hooray 3 times. This would be the big brother of the branch's security walked in and found Li Lingfeng. Bankley, there's a woman outside looking for you. Woman? Li Lingfeng's face was puzzled. The big brother security guard looked like I understood. Yes, woman. I've led her into your office. Li Lingfeng looked at this resourceful big brother security guard and nodded 3 times. About to return to his office, Li Lingfeng is still wondering. This cannot be which ex-girlfriend to find the door again, right? Entering the door and looking up at the woman. She looked completely unfamiliar and looked to be nearly 50 years old. I don't think any of my ex-girlfriends are that old. So coming to the woman, with a question in his mind Li Lingfeng asked, You are? The woman in front of her smiled softly and introduced herself. My name is Feng Suiting. I am the current wife of your father, Li Yunhai. Li Lingfeng froze in place for a split second, not understanding the situation for a moment. No, I didn't even bother with you, and you're a home-wrecking interloper who comes to my door? Sit. Rather than having indescribable displeasure in his heart, Li Lingfeng still showed due courtesy. Feng Suiting sat down, placed the bag in her hand to the side, and sized up Li Lingfeng. This was the first time the two had met, and previously Feng Suiting had only learned from Li Yunhai's mouth that he had such a son. Moreover, Li Yunhai never took the initiative to mention this, so Feng Suiting knew very little specific information about Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng made a pot of tea and cleaned the teacups with boiling water. What is it that you are looking for me so suddenly today? Li Lingfeng's eyes didn't even look at him. In the face of Li Lingfeng's not-so-friendly questioning, Feng Suiting did not show any anger. Instead, she smiled. Nope, just stopped by. Li Lingfeng brought the tea to Feng Suiting. Not for this, right? So many years have not seen over to Xia? Feng Suiting was said to be a bit unreasonable and explained. I didn't stop your father from coming to you all these years. It's just that. Just what? Just no time? Li Lingfeng scoffed. Feng Suiting sighed slightly. It's just that he doesn't feel ashamed to see you. He messed up your life. The cup in Li Lingfeng's hand was pinched forcefully. Yo, are all the excuses so affectionate now? Seeing this, Feng Suiting stopped explaining. Some things that are wrong. No one can deny it. Is that the reason for your crowning presence here today? Feng Suiting looked at Li Lingfeng. I didn't come here today to pray for your forgiveness. What's that? To talk to you about your father, who seems to be having problems. Li Lingfeng sneered. Then it's not like he came over to find me to help. Why do you remember having me now? Trisha Feng. Indeed. I came today more or less with that much of a plea for help. Not really. You know, Your father's problems are far more than just financial problems, Feng Suiting said back. If it was just about being broke, I certainly wouldn't have come to you. I could have suffered with your father, even if I had to live on the streets. Looking at Feng Suiting with such a determined look, Li Lingfeng could not find a single reason to doubt. In Li Lingfeng's previous perception, Feng Suiting's appearance was agreed for her father's money. And which junior is not like this? You think I would believe that from you? Li Lingfeng said. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. I'm the one who accompanied your father, so I believe it. Feng Suiting's words directly caused Li Lingfeng to break his defense in place. It is possible that your father will spend the rest of his life in prison. Feng Suiting informed Li Lingfeng before getting up and preparing to leave. Traveling to the door, he stopped and finally said the words, I hope you can help him if you can. After Feng Suiting left, Li Lingfeng poured himself a cup of tea and drank it, took out a cigarette and lit it. Her words were still ringing in her ears, and her father, Li Yunhai's matter, was exempted from all discussion until she could figure it out herself. Looking back on how far I've come over the years, I don't owe anyone a damn thing. Except, of course, for the exes. Not much later, Su Yalan walked in, holding a cup of fruit tea. Look at the portion or material is quite sufficient kind. Coming to Li Lingfeng, Li Xing, the milk tea for the group has arrived. And this is the fruit tea for you. Li Lingfeng spat out the clouds in his mouth and hurriedly said, Thank you, how much in total I'll transfer you? Smelling the smoke, Su Yalan coughed lightly, and then slightly covered her nose area with her hand. Careful Li Lingfeng immediately found her this move. Memory of Su Yalan on the smoke but is not sensitive is it? With a question, Li Lingfeng asked, You're pregnant? Su Yalan looked a little stunned when she heard Li Lingfeng's words. How did Li Xing find out she was pregnant? She didn't say anything to anyone? Besides, he had just confirmed it himself in less than 2 days. With a slightly shy expression and surprise. Yes, Li Xing, how did you find out? Li Lingfeng immediately extinguished the cigarette, then smiled. If I say I have perspective eyes, do you believe me? Su Yalan looked at Li Lingfeng and immediately clasped her hands on her forehead, her clear eyes revealing a hint of lack of intelligence. Don't worry, my eyes are nearsighted and I can't see the specifics clearly, Li Lingfeng teased her. Su Yalan was still a bit skeptical. So, how come I don't see you wearing glasses then? I wear contacts. Look at my eyes if you don't believe me. Su Yalan took a serious look at Li Lingfeng's eyes that could smile, and instantly woke up to the fact that she had been tricked. Luckily I'd been married for many years. If I were a new girl like May, I would have been turned upside down by you. Contact lenses I did not see. That pair of hanging like full. Li Line, you at least have a leadership look, okay? Hearing Su Yalan's exhortation, Li Lingfeng even nodded his head in recognition and approval. By the way, did you knock when you came in just now? Li Lingfeng then asked and said. Su Yalan thought for a moment in confusion and shook her head. I don't think so. Why? Then go out and re-knock before you come in. Arlene Su. What? Is this lifting a rock and stoning yourself? Looking at Su Yalan's dumbfounded look, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but laugh. Alright, how much does the milk tea cost in total when you do the math? No, you're taking the guys to dinner tonight, and the guys are talking about how they should buy you a milkshake. One size does not fit all. If I said I treat you guys, I can't go back on my word. You guys can treat me next time if you want. Unable to argue with Li Lingfeng, Su Yalan finally accepted the money Li Lingfeng transferred for milk tea. Thank you, Li Xing, then I'll go out first if there's nothing else. Li Xing, it is said that a woman with a big ass is good to be born and raised. Li Lingfeng looked at Su Yalan's departing back. It is indeed a bit reasonable. Remember, this is her third child, and this time I'm afraid she's answering the call of the state. Can't help it. Who let the person's husband is a local man in S-City, and the family father-in-law holds a dozen sets of rental property in his hands. If there is no male child here, it's a shame to continue the ancestors' lineage. Thinking of this, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but smile and shake his head. To be honest, Han Shuiying's was bigger and more warped than this Su Yalan. After work, Office Director Yi Mujuan was busy calling to book a room and greeted the group to get together. Knocking on Li Lingfeng's office, Li Xing, let's go. Li Lingfeng, who closed the computer and took the car keys, smiled. Let's go. The restaurant I ordered was not far from the branch, but it was a bit of a walk, so it was a bit tiring. So Li Lingfeng decided to drive over. Yi Majuan saw this and shouted, Li Xing, take my car. I'm afraid it's inconvenient for you to drink later. Li Lingfeng thought about it, so he turned around and got into Yi Mujuan's car, enjoying being a leader being carried. Looking at Li Lingfeng who was sitting in his co-pilot, Yi Majuan laughed. Li Xing, shouldn't you sit behind me? That's the leader seat. After hours there is no distinction between positions. You and I are equal beings. Where is the leader? Yi Mujuan topped the bridge of his nose and was a little embarrassed. Li Lingfeng saw a slight frown. This what? The boar cannot eat fine chaff in the past by the old Luo oppression used to? Do you have to be slavish in show class? No. You're in my wife's exclusive seat. There's a car recorder here that records the vehicle as soon as it started. Li Lingfeng, being inexplicably driven to the back seat of Li Lingfeng, is a little bit of leadership flavor did not feel although the back row is the leadership seat. Preceding Yi Mujuan also did not forget to re-wipe the passenger seat cushion. This Nima still take me as a leader? It is simply a naked challenge to the majesty of the leadership, not to take the leadership seriously. No, Li Xing, don't think too much. My wife has a cleanliness fetish. Yi Mujuan gave an explanation. Only then did Li Lingfeng nod. Then thought of something. Isn't this car recorder of yours still on, so your wife can find out that someone has sat on it? Yi Mujuan thought about what seemed to be the same amount. So he turned his head. I have a cleanliness fetish as well. No more. This year, this excellent staff award competition is designated to be no more. Li Lingfeng only feel the heart of a million horses. Arriving at the hotel room that had been booked, the branch crowd gathered at a table. Taking advantage of the serving of food, Li Lingfeng took the lead and raised his glass. Come on. I'll toast to all of you and thank you for your dedication to the branch. The crowd celebrated by raising their glasses and following each other with a drink. Putting down his wine glass, Li Lingfeng smiled. Eat well all. I still have some things to do so I'll leave first. The crowd was stunned. Feelings Li Xing you this cup of wine just to start Mujuan, you watched to come. Not enough. Despite adding dishes. Come out to eat do not starve the group. Li Xing, are you really not going to eat with us? Xiao Wu said. I was thinking of honoring you a few more times. Afraid I'll remember the opinions you mentioned? Li Lingfeng laughed. But this is not the meaning of it. Xiao Wu a thief smile. No, just simply want to toast you. Something really came up tonight. Some other time I'll treat you all privately. Hearing that there was another meal invitation, the crowd cheered. Taking advantage of the fact that Li Lingfeng had not yet left they all came over to toast. The feeling was that he directly wanted to fuck Li Lingfeng on the ground here. After leaving the hotel, Li Lingfeng called a car to rush to the next one, which was the first staff dinner of his Xiehe investment company. When Li Lingfeng arrived at the location Fang Jimian had arranged, his entire body fell silent. A few people gathered in a humble, personal, private restaurant with a decor that could not even be described as unpretentious, but only Spartan. A proper staple of the Syrian style, even the white ash falling from the walls is quite distinctive. What looks a bit like the world's mountains and rivers distribution map. The environment and the branch just eat that restaurant is as different as the world. That's the difference between a big business and a small business. Not to mention the fact that you're just starting your own company. Really bitter everyone. Li Lingfeng some pain came to the crowd before punishing himself 3 cups. This wine's entrance is quite pure, and the flavor is familiar. Turning his head to Fang Jimian, he asked, what kind of wine is this? It's quite good. Of course it's good. It's Mao Tai. Xiao Hongfei smiled and replied ahead of Fang Jimian. Li Lingfeng. Mao Tai? Li Lingfeng froze for a moment. No wonder it tasted so similar to the one he drank at Chen Yashin's house last time. No. How can drinking mutai in this setting feel like laying a carpet in a thatched pit? Stinking preachy? And then look at the dishes on the table. Goodness gracious. So precious that it's almost like it's not on a national protected animal. Li Lingfeng looked up at the Strong Key Restaurant signboard that fell in half. This is sure that ordinary people open ordinary restaurant? Settling down in shock plus cluelessness, Li Lingfeng was already calculating how much money he would have to spend on the expenses for tonight's meal. Not to mention the rest. That bottle of mutai on the table just now is a couple thousand. The company broke the money did not earn. The first meal to smash into their own so much money. This old Fong does not know when the family firewood and rice expensive Taking advantage of the crowd's lack of attention, Li Lingfeng came forward to Fang Jimian's ear. Isn't it for you to arrange for everyone to have a meal in general? How come here? Fang Jimian was at a loss for words. Isn't this place just ordinary? Li Lingfeng whitened his eyes, and in his heart he could not resist ordinary your sister Seemingly seeing through Li Lingfeng's monologue, Fang Jimian smiled. Don't worry, we don't have to pay for this meal. Li Lingfeng's eyes widened. The owner of this store? I've helped him before. Fang Jimian laughed. Li Lingfeng nodded his head after hearing this. The feeling was to return the favor. No wonder the whole thing was so sumptuous. However, hearing that he didn't have to pay out of his own pocket, Li Lingfeng's heart immediately widened by a few points. No, all appetites were instantly better. Picking up one of the dishes on the table and shoving it into their mouths. Just this kind of down-and-out restaurant can hold this table as comparable to the state banquet dishes. Li Lingfeng is still a little bit inexplicable. This friend of yours used to run a restaurant all the time? With questions Li Lingfeng asked Fong Jimian. Fong Jimian shook his head. He used to carry a gun. Triads? Ha! Li Lingfeng almost choked. This Fong Jimian's friends were all something rare. Watch less Hong Kong movies. He is from a serious lineage and participated in the counterattack against Vietnam. Li Lingfeng took a deep breath and immediately cast a high respect for the heroes of that era. Don't underestimate this place. People military district leaders also come here to eat. All his comrades in arms. Fong Jimian introduced. Li Lingfeng held his breath, unconsciously looked at the ground again, remembered the word sweeper. No, the owner of this store is such a bully. What else does he need to ask you for? Eat, eat. Fong Jimian smiled and avoided saying anything. Xiao Hongfei stood up with his wine glass and said to Li Lingfeng, "Boss, I'll toast you with this glass. Thank you for taking him in." After saying that, he drank it all in one go, and naturally, Li Lingfeng smiled and hitched a ride. After finishing, Xiao Hongfei said to the three young cubs under him, "Why don't you guys take the opportunity to introduce yourselves to the boss?" The boy was the first to raise his glass. "Boss, my name is Su Jia. I'm glad to join our team." Li Lingfeng looked at it, nearly 1 meter 8 in stature, with a broken hair, but a few handsome. "Boss, my name is Xiang Ruoshan. Just call me Shan Shan." Xiang Ruoshan smiled and raised her wineglass. Li Lingfeng's gaze rested directly on her breasts, and it had to be said that some people were born in the C position. "My name is Ling Yao." Fine language with a few shyness, although not that to Ruoshan's proud body, but it is not the elegance of the oriental temperament. Not bad, each has its own flavor. Li Lingfeng nodded with satisfaction. "Raise the glass. Don't look at our company is not good, as long as you work with all your heart. The company up to ensure that not to treat you." Li Lingfeng gave a few people a chicken bloodshot. "This is something that I can definitely pat myself on the back for, and even in the future, you will all be shareholders of the company." With the tenderness of being fresh out of society, several people honored Li Lingfeng in unison. Perhaps they didn't even care what Li Lingfeng said, because no one could have imagined that after a number of years, this Zaiho Investment Company, Limited in which he was working would become the existence of the world's top capital. A few people's wine cups had just been put down when Xiao Hongfei's phone rang next to him. Looking at his nervous and excited appearance, he didn't need to guess that it was Lin Xiaoning calling. Xiao Hongfei picked up the phone and said to the group, "You guys eat first. I'll be back after I take a call." As it turned out, it was over 30 minutes of listening, and if I didn't come back, there would be leftovers. After saturating his stomach a bit, Li Lingfeng got up and came to the door to smoke a cigarette, and looked far away to see Xiao Hongfei still talking on the phone there. It was also curious. Usually you don't see Lin Xiaoning having such patience to talk to him on the phone, right? After a while, Xiao Hongfei, who had hung up the phone, turned around and just happened to see Li Lingfeng standing over here. So he jogged over, with a few moments of embarrassment. "Boss, can you pay me this month's paycheck in advance first?" "Don't worry, you deduct the previous advances and give me the rest of those." Li Lingfeng frowned. "What's the matter? I just had dinner and didn't hear any requests for money, but now I'm short of money when I receive a phone call? It's not that the girlfriend's side just needs it." Xiao Hongfei smiled honestly. "This is not the same as when I saw him before. Surely, falling in love will make people stupid?" However, on the basis of Xiao Hongfei performance is not bad, Li Lingfeng transferred a sum of money to him, the rest of the payroll in a few days before calculating. After getting the money, Xiao Hongfei excitedly said several times thank you, and then went in to accompany his 3 group members. Later, there's money to send over to Lin Xiaoning. At this time Fong Jimian also walked out and came to Li Lingfeng's front. "There's something I've been thinking about for a long time and wanted to talk to you about it." Li Lingfeng threw his cigarette on the ground and stomped it out. "What is it?" "About your father, Li Yunhai." Li Lingfeng looked at Fong Jimian and signaled him to continue. "You can't help your father in that matter, so I suggest you stay out of it. To tell you the truth, the men who set your father up were involved with offshore forces, and your father's funds flowed into a terrorist-related account. Maybe your father wasn't involved and doesn't know the details of it, but is more or less connected into it. The end result could be a couple of years in the kiln, or a year and a half out if it's better. This is another material of your father. See for yourself." After saying this, Fong Jimian handed the material in his hand to Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng, who opened the sealed bag, took out the information and read it carefully, and Fong Jimian was right. This matter was beyond his ability. After Li Lingfeng thought for a while, he turned his head to Fong Jimian and said, "I want all of Feng Suiting's information." Fong Jimian was stunned, but still nodded his head in response. Li Lingfeng did not believe that his father would be such a stupid person. There must be some kind of hidden agenda. "Why are you two still standing outside the door? Hurry up and come in." Xiao Hongfei in the house shouted towards the two. After the crowd raised their glasses together again, Xiao Hongfei said goodbye and left first on his own. Girlfriend Lin Xiaoning is still waiting for him. Think about it. Xiao Hongfei felt a pass full of happiness. Perhaps that's the motivation to try to move forward. And at this moment, Lin Xiaoning, who had just come out of the hotel, was holding a man's hand, her face full of redness from the aftermath. That was exciting, just calling your boyfriend. The man returned the flavor. It's good that you're happy. Lin Xiaoning looked at the man. I'll call you with the money later. I look forward to your good news. At the restaurant, the three youngsters also bid farewell and left, leaving Li Lingfeng and Fang Jimian at the table. Fang Jimian took out his cell phone and flipped through the photos. This is for the front desk of the company that is searching. Take a look. Li Lingfeng took a look and immediately frowned. Didn't you say you knew Lin Qiliang? Fang Jimian nodded. It's an acquaintance. Then what part of this receptionist you found resembles Lin Qiliang? Li Lingfeng asked, pointing at the hairy aunt in her 50s in the photo. The name's like that. She's also called Jilinglin. Fang Jimian looked at Li Lingfeng, who had a dissatisfied face. The price of 2,500 is for this kind of character. Every penny counts. If you really can't, mention it again in terms of salary, and give it a whole new one, Li Lingfeng said. So it's still by Lin's standards? No need. One like Xiang Ruoshan is fine. After saying that, Li Lingfeng made a weighing motion with his hands in front of his chest. Good. Fang Jimian took out a small notebook and wrote down Li Lingfeng's conditional requirements, and specially underlined the double line under the word chest large. Li Lingfeng, Baixian Limited. After recording the last order, Han Shuiying stretched the numb arm. Sister, you walked out of the office and smiled at Han Shuiying. Well, are you done? Aha. Han Shuiying nodded. The entire company was dark except for this one area which had light. Sister, you pulled a wheeled swivel chair and came to sit beside Han Shuiying. Tough on you. Accompanying me to work overtime. The fortunate one is you. You need to pay more attention at this time. After saying that, Han Shuiying couldn't help but reach out and touch Sister Yu's stomach. The little life inside is growing quietly. By the way, your assistant manager thing is on hold, Zhao Yu said. Han Shuiying froze slightly after hearing this, her eyes flashing a hint of disappointment. That was something she had been looking forward to for a long time, but still pretended to be indifferent. It's best if you can go up, and you can't force yourself if you can't. I know that, Sister, you did your best. Sister, you couldn't help but smile when she looked at Han Shuiying's appearance, because you're about to become the manager. Then the assistant manager naturally has to be put aside to choose someone else. Han Shuiying looked at Zhao Yu in surprise and said with a bit of difficulty believing it. Sister Yu, what are you talking about? I said, you're about to become a manager. Zhao Yu repeated. Warp, manager? Yeah, talked to the boss this afternoon about promoting you to the manager position. What about you? Han Shuiying was puzzled. She was only just pregnant now, so she didn't need to take maternity leave that early, right? Besides, I can act even if I'm on maternity leave. Do I need to give the manager's position directly? Remember what I told you last time? Our general manager cheated on his wife, ironically enough, to get a divorce. When things got to this point, how could our boss still leave the company in his hands? And he had the good sense to tender his resignation. Only when Zhao Yu said this did Han Shuiying gradually come to her senses. So, you're going to be promoted to the position of general manager? Zhao Yu shook her head. It's only a temporary proxy. Whether or not it's a success is still another matter. Han Shuiying was happy to hear this and wanted to hug Zhao Yu. Congratulations, Sister Yu. With your ability you'll definitely have no problem. Zhao Yu also embraced Han Shuiying with relief, and the two women's hearts were comforted by each other. In a city like S, where the pressure of competition is strong, a promotion in the workplace is not a blessing. It means you've climbed slightly further in the midst of 1,000 canyons. The chances of being eliminated are a few points smaller, and the lifelong ability to put down roots in this city puts future generations on a higher footing. Zhao Yu gently patted Han Shuiying's back. Alright, let's pack up and get off work. It was after 10 p.m. The two men packed up and turned off the lights and appliances in the office. After exiting the doorway, Zhao Yu looked at Han Shuiying and said, how are you going to get back? I call drop back. Li Lingfeng today accompanied by business dinner and drink. Cannot come over to pick me up. Okay, then you take care of yourself. I'm close by and I'm driving my own electric car back. Han Shuiying couldn't help but wonder, where's Lin Sudong? Isn't he coming over to pick you up? He's at home with the child. Don't say that. He's been fighting with the child quite a bit lately, and his relationship has gotten a lot better. Zhao Yu laughed. It was indeed fiery, and at the moment, the little fat boy was holding both fists in his hands, and Lin Sudong was wielding the 7 wolves belt, and the two of them were dueling at the top of their game. Downstairs, waving goodbye to Zhao Yu, Han Shuiying was about to call DDT when she inadvertently looked up, seeing Li Lingfeng standing on the side of the road with a packing box and giggling. Without the slightest defense, tears slipped from the corners of Han Shuiying's eyes. Crying with joy, stepping forward, he said, "Why are you here? Didn't you say you had dinner and drinks with your coworkers? I called the car to come over." Li Lingfeng laughed. "I brought you some delicious food along the way." After saying this, Li Lingfeng just wanted to unlock the bag. Who knew that Han Shuiying hugged up as a burst of passionate kiss? The evening breeze carried some coolness, but it blew up two hot hearts. In a subconscious action, Li Lingfeng's hand touched it, and Han Shuiying hurriedly separated it. "Stop it. There's surveillance here." "Then find one without surveillance?" Li Lingfeng looked around. It seemed like none of them were very safe now. Han Shuiying whitened her eyes. "Drunk are you? In public? Then you still kissed me?" Li Lingfeng licked his lips, which were still silky warm and moist. "The evening breeze has dried and cracked my lips, and I'd like to rub in a little more lip balm." Li Lingfeng continued. Han Shuiying flushed in place and changed the topic. "What kind of delicious food did you bring me?" "Right, it's definitely your favorite flavor." Li Lingfeng hurriedly opened the packing box. "It's still slightly warm." "Quick!" The two sat at the edge of the greenbelt by the side of the road. "Taking a bite of your food and a bite of mine. Didn't you eat, and you're still grabbing food from me?" Han Shuiying said. Li Lingfeng gave Han Shuiying a piece. "How can I eat without you around?" "Really? Then I'll go back tonight and I'll feed you." Han Shuiying smiled with a flushed face, a pair of lustful eyes as captivating as they could be. Li Lingfeng nodded. "Okay, you eat up and save some strength. I want to hear proofs tonight." The next day, Li Lingfeng, who had not yet woken up, was woken up by Fong Jinian's phone call. Generally Fong Jinian is seldom to take the initiative to harass people. This call must be something important. So Li Lingfeng wiped his face, picked up the phone and said, "What's wrong?" "I got the Fong Suiting information you wanted." Fong Jinian spoke. "There's also a case filed on your father." Li Lingfeng sat up violently, which meant that at this moment he should have been arrested. It was a long time before he asked, "Where is the detention?" "Your father has not been arrested. The person in custody is Fong Suiting." Fong Jinian's words instantly made Li Lingfeng feel like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, and the whole person was confused. "It's hard to say on the phone. Come over here. It'll be clear after you read the information," Fong Jinian said. Hanging up the phone, Li Lingfeng didn't stay a moment longer, packed himself up and left the door, not even having time to eat the breakfast Han Shuiying made. Arriving at the location where he met with Fong Jinian, Li Lingfeng couldn't wait to take the dossier in Fong Jinian's hand. Holding his breath he scrutinized it from beginning to end and the whole thing instantly fell apart. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible," Li Lingfeng murmured to himself in disbelief. It turns out that in a sense, her own mother, He Ching Emmer, is the interloper. Back then, my father knew Feng Shui Ting long before he met my mother, Emmer Ho, and they were already in a relationship before he met my mother, Emmer Ho. It had even gotten to the point where they were talking about marriage, when her mother, He Ching Emmer, appeared and snatched her father, Li Yun Hai, from Feng Suiting, just because of a drunken night. A mistake there is now Li Lingfeng, due to the pressure from his family and his responsibility to his mother, Li Yun Hai, his father, eventually chose to marry his mother, He Ching Emmer. The reason for their divorce is also not because of Feng Suiting, but because the father, Li Yun Hai, realizes that the misunderstanding back then turned out to be a setup by his mother, He Ching Emmer. The marriage was a mistake from start to finish, and Li Yun Hai, the father who broke up the deception, was filled with disgust for his mother, He Ching Emmer. This extends to Li Lingfeng as well, but for the sake of his father this responsibility waited until Li Lingfeng was 18 years old before choosing to leave, and all these years, Feng Suiting has chosen not to marry, waiting once again for a second hand-holding with her father, Li Yun Hai. It was only later that the birth of the two men's child came about, and there was the scene that Li Lingfeng saw at school. To this day, Feng Suiting took the initiative to take all the blame in order to protect her father, Li Yun Hai, and chose to go to jail for her father, because she didn't want her man to have any stain in his life. The good news is that the circumstances were not serious and it was also an uninformed involvement, resulting in a 1-year sentence. Li Lingfeng powerlessly put down the archive materials in his hand, recalling the past. No wonder his mother, He Ching Emmer, had a cold face. Fong Jinian stepped forward and patted Li Lingfeng's shoulder as a sign of comfort. However, he understood that what Li Lingfeng needed most at this moment was tranquility rather than disturbance. So after consoling Fong Jinian chose to leave. Li Lingfeng brought cigarettes and lit them, and the smoke exhaled dissipated with the autumn wind, while the fallen leaves threw themselves on the ground. After a cigarette, Li Lingfeng threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stretched his foot to step on it. The sanitation enforcement officer on patrol came over and said to Li Lingfeng, "You can't throw garbage anywhere here. Do you know that? The fine is 50, said the law enforcement officer. pulling out the ticket in broad strokes. Stunned, Li Lingfeng looked away. "Ah, sir, did you see that I'm sad now?" The law enforcement officer handed the ticket to Li Lingfeng. "I can't help it if you're sad. What should be punished is still punished. This is a management regulation. It is said that people's sorrows and joys are not connected. I can't feel your sadness, and you won't know my joy." Finished, not forgetting to add a sentence. Li Lingfeng, who had no choice but to obediently pay the fine. "Is that parked patrol motorcycle by the roadside yours?" "Yeah. Is there a problem?" The law enforcement officer returned. "No problem. Except it looks like it was towed for a parking violation." The words just fell out of his mouth. The law enforcement officer turned around and looked over. No sooner said than done. Pulling his leg and going after that traffic police trailer. You're fucking sick. Looking at the law enforcement brother who didn't catch up with the angry and jumped straight to his feet. In fact, sometimes, people's sadness and joy can be common. Li Lingfeng drove to the neighborhood where his father, Li Yunhai, lived and saw a scene of a man down in the dumps. As a result of debt settlement, the house where his father Li Yunhai now lives was auctioned off by the court for compulsory execution. Now he is busy moving downstairs in the neighborhood. And is it a bit ridiculous for a man to be at this point in his life at this age? Seeing Li Lingfeng's arrival, Li Yunhai stopped his work and carried out a seat. "Sit. This is the situation now. Don't laugh." Li Yunhai patted away the dust on the seat and said, "There's no tea. Have a bottle of mineral water." Li Lingfeng took the mineral water in his father Li Yunhai's hand. "Did you find a place to stay?" Li Yunhai shook his head. "All bank cards are frozen now." "Then what are the next plans?" Li Lingfeng continued to ask. Li Yunhai smiled and showed a relaxed face. "First go to a friend's house to board for a while. I can't let Xiaofeng follow me to the streets." Li Lingfeng looked at this downtrodden man. "Now where there are friends people see you do not avoid like the plague is good. You left me a sweet when you left, and I can't afford to give one back to you now, but it's not like you're being left in the lurch." So Li Lingfeng gave a set of rental rooms in this neighborhood, called Fan Zhongzhu's moving company, and moved the furniture back in. Rent was paid for a 1-year period and enough was given for pre-deposit for utilities and property costs. The first floor of the district sugar water store. Busy, 2 people sitting face to face. Li Lingfeng ordered 2 sugar water. No one moved. Li Yunhai, who usually didn't smoke, asked Li Lingfeng for a cigarette and coughed. "I came over today mainly because I wanted to figure out one thing." Li Lingfeng looked at his father, Li Yunhai, and said. Li Yunhai nodded and continued to take a drag on the unfamiliar cigarette. "Why was He Ching Emmer so adamant about marrying you in the first place? Even going so far as to play tricks?" Li Lingfeng's words just fell. Li Yunhai is the whole person a stun froze. It seems that Li Lingfeng has also known that year's grudge. Hearing Li Lingfeng call his mother He Ching Emmer's name, Li Yunhai deeply felt the coldness from Li Lingfeng. Looking up at Li Lingfeng, "Perhaps you should go to her to find out." After saying that, Li Yunhai asked his boss for paper and pen, and wrote down an address for Li Lingfeng, a law firm. Seeing that his father, Li Yunhai, refused to say anything, Li Lingfeng did not continue to pursue the matter. After all, what father would want to expose the scars of his own unsavory past in front of his son, especially 2 people who are separated by a gulf? Leaving his father Li Yunhai's neighborhood, Li Lingfeng sat in the car and looked at the address he gave. His mind swirled for a while, thinking about his mother, He Ching Emmer's career as a lawyer, and then remembering that his grandfather had served in the judiciary. It seemed that everything was slowly surfacing. Li Lingfeng shook his head, unwilling to believe that this was the truth. In order to verify the conjecture in his heart, Li Lingfeng drove to the law firm according to the address given by his father Li Yunhai. Law firm in the center of the city in a towering modern building. Looking at the grandeur of the building, Li Lingfeng knows that his mother has long been different from the past. Those who can move in here are operating units of extraordinary strength. Taking the high-rise elevator until the 53rd floor, Li Lingfeng stepped out of the elevator and the dazzling signboard of Ching Emmer Law Firm was displayed in front of his eyes. Li Lingfeng stopped and watched for a while before finally walking in. "Hello, sir. Are you here to inquire about your business? Or do you have an appointment with a lawyer in advance?" the receptionist lady asked politely. "I'm looking for He Ching Emergency," Li Lingfeng returned. Hearing Li Lingfeng call his director's name, the receptionist lady was stunned. Do you have an appointment?" "No, just say that Li Lingfeng is looking for her." The receptionist lady smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, Mr. Li, there's no way to arrange an amount on my side without an appointment." Li Lingfeng coldly smiled. "Now you have to make an appointment in advance to see her?" It so happened that at that moment, He Ching Emmer returned from her outing and was right in front of the law firm, and the 2 of them glanced at each other. He Ching Emmer's eyes instantly showed a hint of surprise before quickly regaining their composure. To the receptionist, she said, "It's okay, we know each other." After saying that, He Qingyemer led Li Lingfeng to his office, which was nearly 60 square meters in size and very bright. The floor-to-ceiling glass on that side in particular takes in the entire downtown area. The administrative young lady brought the brewed tea and placed it in front of Li Lingfeng, while He Qingyemer had her own individual water cup. Perhaps it was because she had been running all the way. He Qingyemer picked up the cup of water with tea leaves and calmly took a sip. Neither one of them spoke first, and it was a stalemate for a while. He Qingyemer got up and took out a small stack of cash from her bag and came to put it down in front of Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng smiled disdainfully. So generous, giving money at the first meeting? He Qingyemer glanced at Li Lingfeng and sat down on the nearby sofa. I haven't seen you come to me for so many years. Not for money, why? Still a cold and lofty look. Not seeing even a single point of affection in the slightest. Tell me, why did you go out of your way to marry Li Yunhai even back then? Li Lingfeng didn't drag his feet and went straight to the point. He Qingyemer stared at Li Lingfeng. She didn't expect Li Lingfeng to ask this. Does this have anything to do with you? He Qingyemer coldly returned. Don't say that we're still your elders. You're not qualified to ask this. Where did you get the face to say you're my elder? You and I didn't have anything to do with each other when we turned 18. You picked it. Idle. He Qingyemer froze all over. She could not have imagined that the Li Lingfeng of today would dare to talk to herself like this. Is that all you've learned in society in the last few years? To show off your tongue? To this woman who was so calm that it sent chills down her spine. Li Lingfeng didn't want to say anything more. Just tell me, what do you figure? Facing Li Lingfeng's questioning, He Qingyemer gave him a faint look. If you're just here to fool around, then please leave. In light of your previous relationship with me, I can hold you blameless. He shook Li Lingfeng's head and let out a cold laugh. Don't dare to face your dirty side? You, He Qingyemer seemed to be somewhat irritated by Li Lingfeng. Then let me tell you. You went through all the trouble of marrying Li Yunhai in order to make use of Grandpa's network of connections and pave the way for your own debut in the law firm. Am I right? Li Lingfeng looked at He Qingyemer and said. At this moment, He Qingyemer's face was already a black cloud. In a desperate attempt to restrain her emotions, even marriages used to sell out to gain power. You're really pathetic. Li Lingfeng sneered. Have you said enough? If you don't leave, I'm going to call security up to evict you. He Qingyemer warned. Li Lingfeng got up. Congratulations. As a woman who did whatever she could to climb up the ladder, you won beautifully. Although He Qingyemer didn't admit it herself, all the manifestations had confirmed the conjecture in Li Lingfeng's mind. Turning to leave, he traveled to the office area and was greeted by a man in a suit who exchanged glances with Li Lingfeng. There were a few hints of hostility in the eyes, and the magnetic fields of both sides sensed each other's ill will. Until Li Lingfeng left the law firm, those eyes still lingered in Li Lingfeng's mind so clearly. Driving down the road, Li Lingfeng stared aimlessly ahead, all the time thinking that he was playing the game. I can't imagine that I turned out to be nothing more than a chess move for worldly interests. The moment he did not pay attention, the front car made a sharp stop, and Li Lingfeng could not brake in time and directly disliked it. The car came down a tall professional woman. A black suit straightened, but also could not hide the curves of the body inside, especially the glimpse of the white shirt wrapped around her chest. Calling out to her, the pretty girl came over to check out the damage, and looking at the front car it looked like it was new. So she would have been heartbroken. Li Lingfeng also followed and got off the car, calmly coming to the beauty's side. Regarding the fresh scent of the beauty's body, Li Lingfeng laughed. Just a little bump doesn't bother me. A few pairs of paints is no big deal. If not, there's still insurance to cover it. So what's there to be afraid of? The beauty didn't reply. Turned around and froze looking at Li Lingfeng. Only after a long time did he say, Li Lingfeng? Li Lingfeng looked back in surprise. You know me? Is your name Li Lingfeng? The beautiful woman begged again. Li Lingfeng nodded. Do we know each other? I'm Yushu, Mu Shue's younger sister. This beautiful woman called Yushu was very happy to say. Li Lingfeng still cannot think of what Yushu Mu Shue. Why do not you call Shishir Sable? Seeing that Li Lingfeng had no memory of it, Yushu said urgently, Mu Shue, my sister, the girl who tattooed LLF on her chest for you. Mentioning this, Li Lingfeng instantly remembered that because of this tattoo, that girl even fell out with her fiancé. Li Lingfeng looked embarrassed. Back then, I was young and unintelligent. I really can't apologize to your sister. How is she doing all these years? Speaking of that thing, also have to thank you. The original her fiancé is also a scum to come. And then my sister found true love. And now the child is a few years old. So fast? Li Lingfeng said with some surprise. In the past, he also said that he would only love me for a lifetime? Yushu smiled. Well, when fate comes, you can't stop it. Who told you not to hold on to it in the first place? Also, Li Lingfeng followed with a smile and turned his head to look at the car. Since we're all so familiar, then, this is something you should report to the insurance. If you don't want to report to the insurance, pay me in cash or transfer the money. It's your fault for tailgating. Fearing that Li Lingfeng would say even, Yushu hurriedly jumped ahead and said back, Li Lingfeng, your words don't contain any affection at all. Ha! Li Lingfeng laughed bitterly. My sister is familiar with you, but I'm not familiar with you, so let's not be ambiguous about what should be clear. Yushu said righteously. No, the way you say that, back when you bought the fat boy or I paid for it, Li Lingfeng reminded. Just the time you were in college. Yushu all of a sudden a burst of blush. How long have you been in the past? And not just that one time. Didn't your teacher ever teach you that a drop of kindness should be returned by a spring? Yushu gave a huff. Well, should I take it off now and give it back to you? Li Lingfeng immediately widened his eyes and was close to saying, good, good. After a few mouthfuls of tug-of-war between the two men, Li Lingfeng finally called for insurance and had both vehicles towed for repairs. This get down again is consumed more than 2 bells. Li Lingfeng is now hungry chest to back. Morning to now on the water did not enter. Both really wanted to go hypoglycemic as soon as they fell into Yushu's raging arms. It's rare to run into each other. Let me treat you to something to eat. Li Lingfeng spoke. Yushu thought about it, and since he wasn't in a hurry now anyway, he agreed. Let's go then. Li Lingfeng said. By the way, do you still like to wear the cartoon version of Chubby? Approaching the Hong Kong-style restaurant, Li Lingfeng ordered a whole bunch of refreshments. Yushu looked at Li Lingfeng with a surprised face. Why did you order so much? You can't finish it? It was only then that Li Lingfeng saw the work license hanging on Yushu's chest. You're a lawyer too? You forget. I majored in law in college. What else can I do if I'm not a lawyer? Li Lingfeng nodded. Then do you know about Ching Emmer Law Firm? Our nemesis. Yushu spat out. But people don't press us as opponents either. It's too strong. Seeing that Li Lingfeng was so interested in Ching Emergence Law Firm, Yushu then asked curiously, are you looking for the services of an attorney? Come to us, just as professional, and we can give you a discounted price. Li Lingfeng rinsed his dishes and laughed. Wait until I have a need. Lost in thought, Yushu placed the bag on her shoulder next to her, which still had many anime figurines hanging from its chain. Li Lingfeng has also been confused. This Yushu with her sister is clearly a royal sister style, but preferred the secondary yuan. It always feels like something doesn't fit. Is it childish? Ordered chrysanthemum tea. Li Lingfeng added some sugar to the teapot. How sweet do you want it? I'm all set. Yushu returned, rising to run boiling water over his own dishware. Li Lingfeng, who added the sugar, poured a cup of chrysanthemum tea for each of the two men. I forgot what your last name is? Yushu instantly blanked Li Lingfeng. Lost my sister also followed you for so long. In vain, old lady surname Chen. Remember. Li Lingfeng immediately thought of Chen Yashin and smiled. I have a friend who seems to be surnamed Chen as well. Male or female? Chen Yushu asked casually. Same as you. Li Lingfeng clamped a piece of beef fillet into his mouth and felt it go down without going past his teeth. Then another piece, sharp and fast, like a whole refugee. The sight stunned Chen Yushu. Slow down. I won't grab it from you. Only after slightly patting his stomach did Li Lingfeng put down his chopsticks and take a big gulp of the cooled chrysanthemum tea. Ah, sighed Li Lingfeng contentedly. What's wrong? Are you just coming out from doing hard labor in some woman's house again? Chen Yushu asked curiously. Li Lingfeng. This will Chen Yushu's cell phone video ringtone rang. Chen Yushu picked up a look his sister Chen Mushua sent video over. So he hurriedly connected, only to hear a familiar voice coming from the video. Xiao Shu, where are you? Chen Yushu smiled at the cell phone video. I'm at the tea house. Guess who I met? Who is it that makes you so elated? Chen Mushue returned. Chen Yushu turned the camera over to Li Lingfeng. Look for yourself. Li Lingfeng looked up, and Chen Mushue in the video just happened to see this scene, and her entire body froze in shock. Only the cell phone video was pointed at Chen Yushu, so Li Lingfeng couldn't see Chen Mushue's reaction at all. Only after a long time did Chen Mushue say with a surprised tone, Li Lingfeng? Chen Yushu handed her cell phone to Li Lingfeng, and from the video, Li Lingfeng saw Chen Mushue, whom he hadn't met for a long time. Now that she is a mother, she has long since lost her youthfulness, but has gained a bit more maturity. Li Lingfeng smiled and greeted. Chen Mushue smiled softly. Haven't seen you for so many years. Still so handsome. Haven't changed a bit. You've changed and gotten prettier. Li Lingfeng teased. Still as sweet-mouthed as ever. Come on. You're the mother of a child. How much prettier can you get? Every stage has its corresponding beauty, and it is important to have an eye for beauty. The opposite side of Chen Yushu heard Li Lingfeng this. Could not help but get goosebumps. Said just met that well how did not praise my beauty? I can't say I can't win you. By the way, have you gotten married yet? Chen Mushue in the video asked with a smile. It's just a conversation. It depends on what the girl across the street means. Why don't you help me persuade her? Chun Yushu immediately glared at Li Lingfeng after hearing this and snatched the phone. Don't listen to his nonsense. Sis, I told you that you should find someone to marry. You see that you are missed by wolves every day, right? Chen Mushuet also can laughed. Well, I'm not going to talk to you guys anymore. The baby is crying. The sound of a small child crying came from the video. Chen Yushu waved her hand in a bye-bye gesture before hanging up the video. That LLF tattoo on your sister's chest didn't get washed off? Li Lingfeng asked, having just noticed it during the video. I don't know about her. Maybe it was used as a reminder, Chen Yushu said. Li Lingfeng shuddered. Her husband doesn't know what those 3 letters stand for now, does he? If you didn't know, you'd still be sitting here. Her husband is the Southeast Asian free-for-all champion. Li Lingfeng swallowed his saliva, and the little thought that remained instantly dissipated. Tea restaurant out. The two said goodbye. Chen Yushu called for a cab, did not walk 2 steps back again. Accompany me to a comic convention. Chen Yushu, who poked her head out of the back seat, said to Li Lingfeng with a smile. Li Lingfeng's beautiful eyebrows were slightly frowned. Was it better to say yes to this request? Or was it better to say yes? After arriving at the Comic-Con, Li Lingfeng regretted it. The black pressurized piece of the ancient cosplay characters that he could not see clearly. Froze by Chen Yushu pulled the whole field to stroll around, squeezing in the crowd. Good thing is not nothing. Li Lingfeng looked at the cell phone photo of the fine branch hanging fruit of the secondary Yuan little sister. A pleased smile appeared. After staying at the Comic-Con for more than an hour, Chen Yushu left reluctantly under Li Lingfeng's urging, holding Li Lingfeng's arm. Happy One was talking about the Comic-Con just now. After sending Chen Yushu to the car, Li Lingfeng also called the car back to the branch. As soon as he entered the door, a few credit account managers surrounded. I haven't seen Li Lingfeng for a day, and I'm still waiting for his signature on the loan information and everything. After the busy, back to the office. OA system files are also still a bunch of waiting to be processed. I was just about to check how many points were coming up on my cell phone when a message popped up. It was Han Shuiying. When I clicked on it, it turned out to be her managers posting papers. Obviously, at this moment, she wanted to share this joy with Li Lingfeng. The corner of Li Lingfeng's mouth smiled. He knew that this was something Han Shuiying had always had in mind, and now it had finally landed. These days, as she watched Li Lingfeng's sudden progress, Han Shuiying had also been secretly competing in her heart, eager to gain further advancement. Li Lingfeng understood this sense, and now that the goal was realized, Li Lingfeng immediately sent a joyful expression. Congratulations, congratulations. I'll have to call you Manager Han from now on. At this moment, Han Shuiying had a haughty expression. Let's just say, am I awesome? But I think you were even better last night. At the back, Li Lingfeng didn't forget to add a shy expression. Get lost, I'm serious with you. Awesome, awesome. From the very beginning of knowing Manager Han, I knew that Manager Han was not an ordinary person. Don't call Manager Han Manager Han. What's that called? Call's wife. Li Lingfeng shook his head. Don't net try to take advantage of me day in and day out. The two of them were chatting furiously when Sister Xin knocked on the door and walked in. Li Xing, I'm here to cancel my vacation. Li Lingfeng ended his chat with Han Shuiying and looked up at Sister Xin. All taken care of, right? Xin nodded. It's a good thing the rat poison my husband bought was fake. It wasn't that strong, and it just washed my stomach. Signing the cancelled vacation slip, Xin took over and said, thank you, Li Xing. Before walking to the door, Sister Xin turned around and thought for a moment. If I say I have nothing to do with Brother Wang, would you believe me? Li Lingfeng. The other Xiaowu who was sneaking around at the door hurriedly proceeded into Li Lingfeng's office after seeing Sister Xin come out, carrying a bag of souvenirs in his hand. The vain head came to Li Lingfeng's desk and put it down. The thief smiled. Li Xing, this is a specialty of our old home. Take the time to try it. Li Lingfeng looked at the souvenirs placed on the table, then looked up at Xiaowu and smiled. This Wu is a typical representative of a person who has no background, wants to get ahead but refuses to work hard, and is bent on going through the back door. Li Xing, I've thoroughly reflected on what happened last time, and I won't do it again after learning from the pain. Li Lingfeng frowned slightly. Don't. I still like your untamed look. Yes, I can switch whenever you need me. Li Xing, you see that switching thing of mine? Li Lingfeng stared. Can't hinder people's young guy seeking progress? In this case, you find the credit account manager and see who is willing to take you. Xiao Wu's heart rejoiced. As long as they have someone willing to take me on, you're willing to agree to my transfer? Yes, Li Lingfeng replied cheerfully. Thank you, Li Xing. Xiao Wu was so happy that his mouth couldn't even close. I can't wait to rush out and ask the credit account managers one by one right now. Don't leave so quickly. You said last time that the person you liked had sex with someone else. What happened later? Li Lingfang asked. Wu turned around. Then I got up the courage to confess to her. Li Lingfang looked at Xiao Wu in surprise. So, it worked? Wu shook his head. It didn't work out, but he was quite concerned about me and asked if I was sick. Li Lingfang. Wu left Li Lingfang's office. Could not wait to find the various credit account managers to ask all over. The dead look on his face told me that no credit account manager would take him. After all, who wants to bring a drag along, and not work kind of thing? Are you my grandpa? Right now Han Shuiying had been promoted to the position of manager, and Li Lingfang wondered if he should find a place to celebrate her tonight. Should we call on both Lin Odong and Zhao Yu? Or would it be better to say we've had a two-person world? At this moment, Lin Sudong was also thinking about this issue, and this Zhao Yu also acted as the general manager position. After thinking a bit, the two hearts coincide. Call a hair. Two people world operation space is not more? At this point, the two men have a very tacit understanding of each other to complete the collabo. Li Lingfeng chose an extremely tasteful restaurant and bought a bouquet of flowers on the way for the runner to send over. After doing all this, Li Lingfeng looked at his cell phone time. It was almost time to get off work, so he sent a message to Han Shuiying. I'll come over and pick you up. Close the computer. Li Lingfeng took the desktop car keys out of the office. This will be the guys have been busy wrapping up off work. The money truck was parked in front of the branch, with security guards at gunpoint and others collecting boxes. Out of the door to smoke a cigarette effort. The runner will be a bunch of flowers sent over. Get the flowers Li Lingfeng looked at. Well, it's not bad. Li Lingfeng was very satisfied with the flower seeds he chose, then took it to the car. Su Yalan, the director of the sales department in the lobby, saw and wondered. This Li Xing is holding a big bunch of carnations. Is it for his mother? Arriving downstairs at Han Shuiying's company, the two of them, Han Shuiying and Zhao Yu, also had quite a tacit understanding to separate, and neither of them mentioned tonight's events. Han Shuiying happily sat in the passenger seat and winked at Li Lingfeng. Take me where to eat? You'll know when you get there. And with a mood full of anticipation, the vehicle eventually pulls up to a leisure club. Han Shuiying turned her head and asked with great suspicion. It can't be here, right? Li Lingfeng nodded. Well, here it is. We're here. Han Shuiying. Looking at Han Shuiying with this expression, Li Lingfeng laughed. Tell you what, men will come here to celebrate whenever they're happy. No, so is it a celebration of you now? Or is it a celebration of me? Li Lingfeng shrugged. It's not all the same. Your happiness is my happiness. Han Shuiying whitened her eyes. In the end it's just fattening yourself up under the guise of celebrating me. And besides, where's the food here? Li Lingfeng shook his head. You don't know about this, right? Tell you what, the buffet inside is no less than the money leopard. Han Shuiying? Ugh, come on. Just go inside and you'll see. Your husband and I spent a lot of money ordering it. The two got out of the car and were just about to walk towards the front door of the clubhouse. Guided by the suited staff, a pair of familiar silhouettes walked over at the same time. Li Lingfeng fixed his eyes on them. Isn't that the two of them, Lin Sudong and Zhao Yu? At this moment, Lin Sudong, who also looked over, was dumbfounded. This is not? How come the earth is so small? The four of them froze like this for a while, only to return to their senses and go up to greet each other warmly under false pretenses. Li Lingfeng and Lin Sudong, two of the ghosts of the two, looked at each other, holding his mouth with a broken voice plus some eye communication down. This information only on the right. It turns out that they both picked this place for a woman to celebrate her promotion, and the two of them smiled at each other in unspoken agreement. Zhao Yu and Han Shuiying on the side looked on, and Zhao Yu couldn't help but ask, you two couldn't have discussed this beforehand, could you? How is that possible? The two said in unison, and Zhao Yu and Han Shuiying looked at the two. Stepping into the clubhouse, you are greeted by a glorious lobby, with the top chandelier glittering brightly. The floor is covered with soft carpets. Every step is soft and comfortable, and the exquisite murals inlaid on the walls give off a slight cultural flavor. Han Shuiying and Zhao Yu both looked dumbfounded, unable to imagine that the pair of dogs, Li Lingfeng and Lin Sudong, could find this land. How many other things do you usually hide from the women around you? Seems to see the wrong. Lin Sudong busy smile and explained, usually cannot afford to come. This does not happen to be happy with your promotion. Sure burn a back. After registering at the front desk and being led by the waiter, several people walked along the lobby and inward to the buffet banquet hall. The hall is surrounded by beautiful sculptures and artwork, with a long table in the center, which is covered with a clean white tablecloth. It was decorated with delicate cutlery and crystal clear wine glasses and that wide array of edibles. Looking as if he was very noble, the waiter nodded and turned away after making a gesture of invitation. Let's eat first. Don't get too full. There's a program later. Han Shuiying and Zhao Yu both had question marks written all over their faces. What kind of program can't eat too much? Thanks to book club member heading south Q for the Great God certification. Early in the morning, Li Lingfeng turned on his side and seemed to hit softness, jerking his eyes open and realizing that Han Shuiying hadn't even gotten up yet, so he hurriedly reached out and shook her shoulder. What time is it? You're on vacation today? Only then did Han Shuiying open her hazy eyes, picking up the cell phone next to her pillow and sitting up immediately in shock. It's already 8:30. Why don't you wake me up earlier? I'm going to be late. Han Shuiying was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Li Lingfeng. Usually I'm still asleep when you leave. Expect me to wake you up? Han Shuiying, who lifted the quilt, got off the floor and trotted out to wash, and Li Lingfeng looked at the shaking. You should at least put on some clothes before going out. After saying that, he threw the clothes on one side to Han Shuiying in passing. Han Shuiying complained while putting on her clothes. I blame you. That essential oil massage last night was really too much on the head, and now I'm sore and overslept. Han Shuiying, who had put on her clothes, ran out without looking back. How bad would it be to be late on the first day of her promotion to manager? On the contrary, Li Lingfeng, who was not panicked, brought his cell phone and brushed today's financial news. After a while, there came Han Shuiying's shout. I'm leaving, you can take care of breakfast yourself. Got it. Li Lingfeng returned, followed by the sound of the door closing. Stretching his back, Li Lingfeng lazily moved off the bed and went to the sink to brush his teeth and wash his face. On the way, he put yesterday's change of clothes for the two of them in the washing machine and gave it a wash. The bathroom was full of traces of last night's battlefield. After all this, I thought of going downstairs to buy breakfast, but my stomach was really hungry. So Li Lingfeng went to the kitchen and fried 2 eggs, sandwiched the baked square bread and dealt with eating. There was a half bottle of bottled fresh milk in the fridge, so I took it out and just drank it. Cough. Li Lingfeng, who was in a hurry to eat, choked and coughed twice. Come to the balcony. I have to say that this fall morning wind is very cool and pleasant. Blowing people want to put the cloth on a cover to go peacefully. Xiao Feng ah, why haven't you gone to work yet? Master Gu from next door also greeted from the balcony at this time. Li Lingfeng smiled. How much money can I get paid at work? What's the rush? Hey, you young people just do not have a little motivation. They do not do a good job can expect the unit to give you a wage increase? Grandpa, times have changed. Times are different now. Li Lingfeng took a sip of milk. No matter how you spell it, a mule is a mule. Moncler Outlet Online is unconvinced. Mules have what is bad. Hard work can do. Carry materials on the mountain also count on it. In our day, this was to be judged as a labor model. Li Lingfeng nodded. That's true, but in our time, mules would not even have offspring. Okay Moncler, no more chit-chat with you. I almost have to go to work. I really envy your pensioner's leisurely life. Gus shook his head. This young man, all he thinks about all day long is lying flat. Changing his clothes, Li Lingfeng carried the car keys and whistled dashingly down the stairs, just in time to bump into Gu Xiaomei, who had come to visit Grandpa Gu. Surprised, Li Lingfeng curiously asked, You don't have to work today? Gu Xiaomei shook her head and smiled. Going to work? Quantum entanglement reveals that everything is predetermined. I want to try not going to work to see if I can change my fate? Li Lingfeng. Looking at Li Lingfeng's dumbfounded expression, Gu Xiaomei smiled down. Just kidding, I'm on vacation today. Li Lingfeng raised an eyebrow. I've noticed your soul is starting to have fun. Gu Xiaomei froze for a moment, looking at Li Lingfeng's departing back. More than 9 o'clock, nearly 10 o'clock. Li Lingfeng perfectly avoided the rush hour, all the way unimpeded to the branch. This just entered the door of the branch was followed by Xiao Wu, only to see him excitedly say, Li Xing, Brother Sam agreed to take me. Lao Sun. Li Lingfeng frowned and stopped to look at Xiao Wu, specifying that this kid is endlessly annoying people. As the old yellow year of the branch, Lao Sen is known for his good temper and his dedication, but this can't be pitched against him, can it? Li Lingfeng did not reply immediately, but came to the office first, and Xiao Wu followed him all the way in. The Xiao Wu of the office who came in had the sense to immediately make a pot of tea for Li Lingfeng. Served in front of Li Lingfeng blew on his breath and lightly drank a mouthful, the overflowing tea fragrance refreshing his nose. That's right, there's one thing I want to make clear to you in advance. Now that the business is not doing well, the bank is going to implement a final elimination system. Final elimination system? Xiao Wu looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. Li Lingfeng nodded. That's right. It's that if you can't complete the task at the bottom for a few consecutive months, you'll be eliminated. So what do you do after elimination? Wu immediately asked. Li Lingfeng shook his head. Then I don't know. Maybe dissuaded. Maybe transferred to other marginal positions. Discouragement? Xiao Wu looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. This was something he had never thought of. It's hard to get mixed up in coming to farmers and merchants. How can you be discouraged? Looking at Xiao Wu's worried and scared expression, Li Lingfeng was happy in his heart. It was to have this kind of effect of knowing what to do. So, I advise you to reconsider and think clearly, Li Lingfeng said at the right time. Xiao Wu a moment difficult in place. A long time before returning, then forget it. I still do not change jobs. Li Lingfeng smiled with satisfaction. Okay, just do a good job in your original position. There will be opportunities for upward mobility. As Xiao Wu was leaving, he didn't forget to turn around and ask Li Lingfeng. I shouldn't be eliminated at the end of this post, right? Li Lingfeng pondered for a while. Well, it shouldn't. With Li Lingfeng's words to set his mind at ease, Xiao Wu happily left the office. Wu left. Li Lingfeng this time can always comfortably drink a mouthful of tea. Looked at the desktop. How this newspaper is still yesterday's. So he picked up the landline and called the office director. Yi Mujuan, you have to replace this newspaper in time. Maybe the security guard forgot to distribute it. I'll verify it right away. After a while, Yi Majuan walked in with today's newspaper. Here, Li Xing, this is today's newspaper. Li Lingfeng took it and unfolded it and looked at it. There's tea in the coffee table bubble. Go pour it yourself. Good grin. Yi Majuan grinned. How could he miss this top-quality dragon well left behind by Luo Xing? Hurriedly came to the tea table and poured himself a cup. By the way, Li Xing, yesterday I picked up a genuine Wang Shishi painting in the antique market. Li Lingfeng put down the newspaper in his hand with an incredulous expression. You're serious? Bring it and take a look. Yi Majuan turned away to fetch the genuine Wang Shishi painting and carefully held it in front of Li Lingfeng. Afraid of the slightest damage, the eyes were extremely loving. Li Lingfeng also did not dare to be slow. Carefully took over. Looking at the old yellowed paper. It is really old stuff. Picking up and taking a closer look, his eyebrows were suddenly wrinkled. Yi Majuan saw this and asked in confusion. What's wrong? Li Lingfeng looked up with some doubt. Did simplified Chinese characters become popular in our Eastern Jin dynasty? Yi Mujuan shook his head, realizing that it was not right. He immediately took that Wang Shishi's real handwriting, and it was true that it was simplified throughout. Realizing that he was cheated, Yi Majuan frowned, blaming last night's lights were too dark to look closely. Focusing on identifying the year of the paper, Yi Majuan, who learned that he had hit his eyes, immediately slapped his thighs with a remorseful look. Hatingly, he said, the boss who sold me also said that if it wasn't an authentic copy of Wang Shishi's work, he'd kill his whole family. Li Lingfeng took a deep breath after hearing this. So poisonous oaths can be taken? Then it might really be Wang Shishi's real handwriting. After all, the whole family is vouching for it. So maybe the whole family will be rich and famous. So he raised his head and looked at Yi Mujuan. You say, is there a possibility that the boss is also right and that it is indeed Wang Shishi's real handwriting? Yi Majuan was puzzled. All through the simplified. But also Wang Shishi authentic? Do you think it's possible that this Wang Shishi is our 21st century Wang Shishi? Li Lingfeng gave an analysis. After Li Lingfeng's so mentioned point, seem to be a little bit of truth. Who says that nowadays people cannot be called Wang Shishi? Hey, does that mean I can't even find my boss to return it now? Yi Majuan said in exasperation. Li Lingfeng looked at Yi Mujuan like a fool. Have you ever seen any antique market where you can return a purchase? You hit your own eye and still rely on others? Li Lingfeng couldn't help but spit out. Say, how much did you buy? Saved up pocket money for 3 years. Yi Mujuan cried out. It's only 3 or 2 Ws. Hearing that it was this number, Li Lingfeng felt okay with it and considered it as buying a lesson. People, it's best to make what you can in the field you recognize. With the exception of accidental windfalls of course. Keep it. Maybe when your offspring's offspring, it might turn out to be antique calligraphy. Yi Mujuan. Do you think I could resell it? Li Lingfeng, which fool would be willing to take over being cheated by you amount? Just as the words left his mouth, a silhouette flashed through Li Lingfeng's mind. Maybe there is one. Why don't you ask old Luo to try it? He likes this stuff too. Li Lingfeng made a wink to give a reminder. Him, can it be done? With a hint of doubt, Yi Majuan added, should I try? Try? Li Lingfeng smiled. At that moment, Yi Majuan asked Li Lingfeng to go out on official business, and took his real Wang Shishi painting to the B Merchant Bank to find the old Luo. Shortly after this front footstep, a clamor rang out in the lobby of the branch. Bewildered, Li Lingfeng walked out and saw a full yoga pants lady looking very familiar from a distance. At this time, the lobby manager Xiao Wu immediately ran over. Li Xing, this Ms. Zhang said she was looking for you. Li Lingfeng went up to take a look. Isn't this the big family that was going to withdraw money that day? I still involuntarily glanced down twice. Ms. Zhang enthusiastically came over and shook Li Lingfeng's hand. I'm really thankful for your reminder on that day. Li Xing, my husband is really just transferring the property. Looking at Ms. Zhang's happy energy, I knew that her husband must not have succeeded in the transfer. That cell phone chat record of yours, said Li Lingfeng as he glanced at the nearly extremely well-built Ms. Zhang in front of him. Speaking of which, Ms. Zhang burst into laughter. After reading it that night, he didn't even save to my chat records. Ha ha. So, now I all give deleted. The phone also another changed the open screen password. No evidence now divorce. He will have to score me half of the property. This my lawyer taught me. At the end Ms. Zhang added. Li Lingfeng laughed along with him. It seems that this professional thing still needs to consult a professional. It's also thanks to your early reminder. Ms. Zhang was busy thanking her. Li Lingfeng was speechless. Just thinking that you don't have an appointment not to make a large withdrawal. But I didn't think that I really pushed a hand. If your husband knew, he would have to chase me with a knife. Then how is your husband now? Does he still want to divorce you? Li Lingfeng asked curiously in passing. Ms. Zhang shook her head. No, I don't dare now. But I still have to guard against him transferring his assets. Li Lingfeng nodded. Ms. Zhang then said, last time I said I'd treat you to dinner to thank you. Now go? I know a restaurant that's good. If you can't, just go to my house. After saying that Ms. Zhang looked at Li Lingfeng suddenly stared wide-eyed. So direct. Well, looking at the time on his cell phone, it was also still early for dinner time. So Li Lingfeng laughed. Dinner is not necessary. Really have the heart. Why don't you, Ms. Zhang, introduce a few customers to our bank to open some cards? Ms. Zhang thought about it and immediately agreed. That's fine. Then I'll take you to the place where I go to yoga. My sisters are there. Li Lingfeng looked at Ms. Zhang in surprise and turned his head to Xiao Wu. Hurry up and call the account manager to bring the machine and follow me. A crowd of rich women customer base. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and trot on the car. Which successfully opened a card shall not be deposited 1,000,000 or 800,000. Arrived at the yoga studio. Good guy, look at this inside the upscale decoration. No, this place charges should be very unusual. And look at the yoga instructors. Also wow, in shape and young and beautiful. The two account executives who were following behind them couldn't move their feet when they looked at them. Fortunately, Li Lingfeng had enough stamina and simply went straight up to talk to people. No other intention, purely to help Han Shuiying understand the market, and have the opportunity to let her come here to practice yoga as well. Eventually, with Ms. Zhang's great efforts, the rich women opened their cards enthusiastically. There are younger ones among them, but more of those half-aged women who look good with money. They are also people who have seen a lot. What kind of handsome and fierce men have they not seen? But the only one who saw Li Lingfeng, but there is an indescribable sense of affinity, especially that mouth smeared with honey, be pleasing to the eye, coaxed the sisters to laugh and close their mouths, but also did not forget to take advantage of the opportunity to open the card to touch the tender hands of Li Lingfeng too. After that, unable to resist the enthusiasm of the sisters, Li Lingfeng also accompanied the sisters to practice yoga for a period of time, under the careful guidance of the sisters. I can't say I'm proficient, but at least I seem to have touched the threshold. After saying goodbye to the sisters in a pleasant and cordial atmosphere, Li Lingfeng led the two account managers to leave the yoga studio. Driving back to the branch on the road, Li Lingfeng said in a serious tone, today I have dedicated myself for you to complete the performance, but there was a pause. You girls have to remember this favor of mine. Not Li Xing, we watched from the sidelines and were quite anxious to replace you, but you kept waving your hand to indicate no need. Li Lingfeng touched his head with one hand. Is that so? The two account managers nodded their heads in unison. Look at you. You still look like you're happy and enjoying yourself, and you don't find it aggravating at all. You can't just take it at face value. I'm actually struggling inside. Li Xing, do you want to rotate to drive off the car for you? I see you keep yawning there. One of the account managers kept an eye out. Li Lingfeng shook his head. It's not in the way. It's just a small distance back to the branch. Squint and you'll be there. Two account managers, grabbing the handles and carrying them back to the branch. The two men were relieved. Li Lingfeng was in the front. The two followed, and the moment they entered the branch, all three of them walked with the wind. No need to guess. The guys know that this is again under the leadership of Li Lingfeng to get some big order. As expected, the account was opened in the morning and the payments came in one after another in the afternoon. These sisters' count were quite trustworthy. Not in vain Li Lingfeng practiced this morning yoga class. Less hundreds of thousands of dollars. More than a few million. In total 10 or so households add up to almost nearly 10 million deposits. This time the two account managers are happy in their hearts, which are hanging in their names. The performance of Li Lingfeng does not compete, taking such a great advantage for nothing. This loyalty rubbed off on a few more points. It fully establishes the point of view that it is right to follow Li Xing, and he can eat meat. Yi Mujuan, who didn't come back for lunch, finally showed up at the branch in the afternoon. Back to the branch of Yi Mujuan first came to Li Lingfeng's office, without saying anything to make a pot of tea. Looked at that rubbing to the teapot pouring Long Jing, Li Lingfeng is very heartbroken. Okay. Also do not know to save a little bubble. Steep tea. Yi Mujuan first poured a cup for Li Lingfeng. See, it's that happy look, Li Lingfeng said. What? Your real Wang Shishi painting is out? Yi Mujuan smiled from the bottom of her heart. Thanks to you, Li Xing, for pointing out a clear path. Old Luo really didn't realize that it was a fake? Li Lingfeng asked curiously. With old Luo's shrewdness, he shouldn't have? How is it possible that he didn't find it? That old fox could have fooled him? But this paper does have a year of existence, and he said there is a way out. So you gave him the fake to sell on your behalf. Ha? Yi Majuan nodded. After it's done, I'll ask him for a 70/30th split as a little fee. I see. This old Luo is really a wild goose. But the more people like this can get rich, how much of a shot can you take? Speaking yet? Yi Majuan shook his head. That's unknown. With his nature, it shouldn't be too bad. Otherwise he'd earn a fortune? That's also true. No matter how much, it's better than smashing it in your own hands. It can more or less make up for some of the losses back. Li Lingfeng said. This Li Xing, can I borrow $1,000 from you first? And pay you back this month and next month's paycheck. Li Lingfeng instantly looked up at Yi Mujuan, buying a fake to the point of being at the end of his rope. And if you borrow $1,000, you have to pay it back in 2-month installments. Aren't you a little overregulated? Li Lingfeng stroked his chin. You don't have a cleanliness fetish for money as well, do you? It's all been given to your other half? Yi Mujuan was embarrassed and smiled down. This pocket was cleaner than even his face. I wondered how I could find a date and lose my financial freedom. First things first, we're all in the credit business. There has to be a fee for staging. At the very least buy me a milk tea. It's no problem. Yi Majuan was very quick to say. Li Lingfeng immediately transferred $1,000 to Yi Mujuan. The other party hastily said thank you and then received it. Right, Li Xing, what kind of milk tea do you want? I'll buy it for you right away. I'll have the Haagen-Dazs version of the Youngblood. Yi Majuan was confused for a moment. Usually do not see ordering this milk tea so he picked up his cell phone and searched. Li Xing, why don't I return the money to you? After Yi Mujuan left, Li Lingfeng crossed his legs and played with his cell phone for a while, remembering that he hadn't heard from Huang Tianzi in a long time. This guy's not moping around again, is he? People are wild. So Li Lingfeng dialed the phone to Huang Tianzi. Really want to have any lucrative project? Well, at least rub a hand. Hey, Mr. Huang, what kind of get-rich-quick projects have you been working on lately? Are you avoiding me? The other party sigh. Don't mention it. The hair bird's fortune was cheated more than $1 million. Li Lingfeng frowned slightly. What kind of project? Can this even fool you? A good friend introduced me to him, and if it wasn't for the fact that he'd been scammed too, I'd like to hammer him to death. Li Lingfeng. Right, Li Xing, do you know any more powerful lawyers there? Introduce me to them to help with this matter. Lawyer? Li Lingfeng's mind flashed back to Chen Yushu's figure, but it seemed that she was still an intern. Right? Yes. I have a very good friend who is a lawyer. Okay, then you can introduce me to them. Are you free now? Why don't I bring her to you? Li Lingfeng said back. I'll be at home, waiting for you there. After hanging up the phone, Li Lingfeng immediately called Chen Yushu. There's business on the doorstep. Dare you pick it up? Really? Chen Yushu was afraid that Li Lingfeng was teasing her. Of course it's true. Is it making fun of you? Li Lingfeng said. Who knows? You've done a lot less of this, haven't you? Say, you're just starting out. Have you ever taken on a case amount? Li Lingfeng asked with concern. There, I've handled 3 cases, Chen Yushu bullishly said. Yo, how's that war record? Chen Yushu instantly sighed. Both lost the case. Li Lingfeng. Then you really industry snake. So I do not dare to introduce to friends. There's my master. My master is awesome. Without a single defeat, Chen Yushu said excitedly, fearing that Li Lingfeng would not introduce himself to the business. As a law firm perennial tale, she is eager to change the current dilemma. Pull some business at least to save some face. Seeing that Li Lingfeng did not reply, Chen Yushu pouted. Well, you just introduce me. Then what's in it for me first? Li Lingfeng laughed. Chen Yushu thought for a moment. Well, I'll cosplay for you. The character is your choice. Okay, deal. Li Lingfeng agreed. Then bring your master along and meet me at my branch first. After hanging up the phone, Li Lingfeng sent the location address of the branch to Chen Yushu. Half a bell later, the 3 of them met at the branch and headed to Huang Tianzi's residence together. The 3 parties had an in-depth discussion on the issue of dispute settlement in a warm and friendly atmosphere. A unanimous agreement was reached on the issue of service charges, and the employer, Mr. Huang Tianzi Huang, made a concluding statement and put forward work requirements. In the end, after pitting Huang Tianzi for a meal, the crowd dispersed. Somewhere in the night, Xiao Hongfei, who was drinking a mulled wine alone, stared at Lin Xiaoning's phone number for a long time. After thinking about it all day, he kept telling himself that he had to resolve to break off the relationship, that the other person was just using him as a spare tire. But in the moment of drunkenness, remembering that face, Xiao Hongfei finally pressed that number. So daytime rationality always capsizes at night. After dialing several times in a row are not connected, Xiao Hongfei long sighed, ready to give up when Lin Xiaoning returned a message, busy, get back to you later. The lost soul was energized again in this moment, murmuring, I knew you still had me in your heart. The wait was another night. On this side, Li Lingfeng drove Chen Yushu to the downstairs of the rented room, and Chen Yushu, who got out of the car, looked at Li Lingfeng. Go up and sit down? Li Lingfeng smiled playfully. So can't wait and want to cosplay for me now? Chen Yushu, get lost. Hey, this is typical of you. Take the business down and turn around and turn your back on it? My sister just happened to come over to see me tonight too, so I'll play it for you some other time. Li Lingfeng was surprised with a face. Your sister is also there. Then I'd better withdraw first. What's there to be afraid of? Didn't you used to drill your head to create opportunities to be alone with my sister? That was before. Now don't you say his husband is the Southeast Asian free sparring champion? Chen Yushu covered her mouth with her hand and laughed. That's at most 2 weeks lying in the hospital. How can't you afford to get hurt? Li Lingfeng. After saying goodbye to Chen Yushu, Li Lingfeng came downstairs to Han Shuiying's company and looked at the open lights of the office building. Just know how many social animals are working hard overtime for those 3 taels of broken silver. Li Lingfeng pulled the car over and put on a song called Half a Caddy in the car and hummed along. We are wage earners, slaves to money all our lives. In fact, how much money does a person have to earn before it is enough? 2 days later, Li Lingfeng, who was looking at the newspaper in the office, received a call from Lao Luo, and the other party said that he wanted to come out to talk. A location was arranged and the two of them met there. And when Li Lingfeng went there, old Luo was sitting there waiting. This time the unprecedented old Luo actually took the initiative to be the guest to invite Li Lingfeng to eat. Li Lingfeng sat down with a cautious plus skeptical look. Since ancient times, it is either a traitor or a thief to offer something for nothing. Come on, eat, don't just look at me. I'm not a young 18-year-old girl. Luo Tianqing smiled. No, Luo Xing, there's something you'd better say first, or else I won't be able to eat here. Luo Tianqing shook his head. You kid. What? The old leader overdoing it by inviting you to eat? Li Lingfeng nodded his head. It is indeed excessive. So excessive that one is at a loss for words. Luo Tianqing. Okay, then I won't sell you short. I have a non-performing loan client from Shanjia village. The perceptive Li Lingfeng seemed to smell something, but still patiently listened to Luo Tianqing finish his sentence. Luo Tianqing sipped a mouthful of tea to moisten his throat and continued. You are not very familiar with the mayor of the village of Shanjia. Can you help me pull the strings to ask him to coordinate? Li Lingfeng slightly frowned down. You've been in the agricultural and commercial bank for so long before. This relationship is not more familiar than mine. Luo Tianqing looked up at Li Lingfeng. You kid, this is not sarcasm, and it is not unknown that the village head presses not give a damn about me. But Luo Tianqing still accompanied a smile. What you said, now that you're not the governor, people must be selling your face. And I've also heard that you seem to be very close to that village chief's daughter. Li Lingfeng, you're out of line. Luo Xing, pickpocketing people's privacy. No, nothing like that. The realizations are just pushing to keep up with this non-performing loan. Li Lingfeng looked at Luo Tianqing with that anxious expression. I recently heard that your B merchant bank doesn't seem to be doing too well. Luo Tianqing nodded helplessly. I didn't realize until I came here that there were a whole lot of bad debts, and I might have to go bankrupt. You've got to be kidding me. Have we ever had a bank failure here? It will definitely be dealt with even if it doesn't go bankrupt. And according to reliable sources, the B merchant bank bad can't be peddled anymore. This made Li Lingfeng a little surprised. The rumors were heard so much, but I didn't expect it to be so serious. So, you're not allowed to jump ship again? Where else can I go? If I can go I would have TM run away. Coming here is really regretting my death. Luo Tianqing lamented. Don't you have connections? Move around a bit. Last time I didn't tell you. My neighbor was sent in. And the dragon wells I bought haven't even been delivered yet. And I don't know which one of those bastards hid them. Li Lingfeng. Alright, I'll make an appointment to see when Uncle Chen has time. And bring you along then. Seeing as it was also Luo Tianqing who pulled into the agricultural and commercial bank in the first place, Li Lingfeng reluctantly agreed. Although it was more of just a transaction between the two, Luo Tianqing had also brought himself a lot of gains, especially before his friend, who opened up a new channel of customer resources. Now that's a hand up, and it's not unhelpful. That's really appreciated, Luo Tianqing said happily. This meal was not considered a wasted treat. By the way, Luo Xing, if the B Merchant Bank really closes down, what are your next plans? Li Lingfeng asked curiously. Luo Tianqing thought for a moment. The big deal is to quit. After half a lifetime of hard work, it's time to take a break. It's also true that with a dozen or so properties on hand and millions of dollars in savings, it's enough to live for the rest of your life. Li Lingfeng laughed. Luo Tianqing jerked his head up. You check me. Ltd. Han Shuiying stretched her back and was about to prepare to open the boxed lunch on the table to eat. There was a sharp knock on the door. Since becoming manager, Han Shuiying had moved into Zhao Yu's former office and had her own separate office space, and Zhao Yu, naturally, moved to the original general manager's office. Han Shuiying, who thought there was some kind of work emergency, immediately shouted, "Come in," only to see the receptionist open the office room door. "Manager Han, there's someone at the front desk looking for you." "Looking for me?" Han Shuiying was puzzled for a moment, but remembering that it might be a client or something, she added, "Okay, I'll be right out." After the receptionist left, Han Shuiying arose, the soreness of the body, climbed to Zhao Yu, the manager of the post, only to realize that the workload is large enough. It hadn't been a morning since she'd moved her muscles, so Han Shuiying got up and rubbed her shoulder blades. Incidentally, bend over and try to touch your fingertips to the bottom, pulling up your whole body. Just for a moment of bending over, a beautiful sight was revealed through the neckline. Changing into a confident look, Han Shuiying straightened her body and proudly left the office. Arriving at the front desk of the company, Han Shuiying saw an almost white moonlight girl standing at the front desk. "I don't seem to remember any clients like this, do I?" Holding a full of doubts, Han Shuiying went forward and greeted. "Hello, are you looking for me?" The visitor looked at Han Shuiying and looked her up and down carefully. "Are you Han Shuiying?" Han Shuiying nodded. "Yes. Which company are you from? I don't seem to have seen it before." "My name is Chen Yashin." Chen Yashin smiled. "A good friend of Li Lingfeng." "Li Lingfeng?" Han Shuiying slightly froze. This is again where he messed up the affair. Are looking for my company to come. Before Han Shuiying could get angry, Chen Yashin continued. "Would you mind going out for a meal together?" Han Shuiying thought for a moment about how making a scene outside was better than at the office, and besides, it was also lunch break. So he nodded, thinking about taking the conflict outside and not letting it affect him in the company. In the elevator going downstairs, there happened to be only two people, and Chen Yashin looked at Han Shuiying with a defensive face. Couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry, Li Lingfeng and I will really just be good friends, not what you think of." Han Shuiying looked up at Chen Yashin. "This is looking for the door, but still tell me it's a good friendship. Look who believes it." The two of them went outside to a rather classy restaurant. After ordering the dishes, Chen Yashin handed the menu back to the waiter and waited for the food to be served. "Coming to find you today is really a bit abrupt. I'm really sorry," Chen Yashin apologized. Han Shuiying took advantage of this to also take a closer look at Chen Yashin, seeing that the other party did not show any malice, and gradually let go of her heart. "Actually, I came to find you today because I wanted to talk to you about Li Lingfeng," Chen Yashin directly said. "Of course, not to take anything away from you. I just want to know what kind of person you see him as?" When the words came to this, Han Shuiying could naturally see that the girl in front of her was afraid that she was also interested in her man, so Han Shuiying fell to chatting with Chen Yashin, fully displaying her position as the main palace. "Hey Qiyu," the eating Li Lingfeng couldn't help but sneeze. "Which dog is this that's bad-mouthing me behind my back again?" Li Lingfeng's mouth broke. "I don't know who said bad things about you, but it's true that you sprayed me in the face." At this time Luo Tianqing was very speechless. Li Lingfeng looked up at Luo Tianqing whose face was covered in rice residue. "Sorry Luo Xing. Sorry. After saying that, he used the paper towel in his hand to help Luo Xing wipe the rice residue from his face. Luo Tianqing closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "If I remember correctly, that tissue in your hand just wiped your mouth too, right?" Li Lingfeng stopped his wiping motion, and at this moment, the tissue in his hand was pressing against Luo Tianqing's slight lips. "The tissue I wiped your mouth again. Does that count as an indirect kiss between the two?" Thinking of this, Li Lingfeng threw away the tissue in his hand in disgust. Luo Tianqing looked at Li Lingfeng with an innocent expression. "Hey, the one who should feel disgusted should be me, right? If eyes could kill, Li Lingfeng would have already been split into 5 pieces. If it weren't for the fact that I still have to ask you for help, I'd pick up that tissue and shove it in your mouth right now." No, it shouldn't be a gag. That strange and inexplicable image came to old Law's mind. After separating from Lao Luo, Li Lingfeng went back to Zaiho Investment Company Limited and didn't see Xiao Hongfei's silhouette today. Li Lingfeng also strange it. This desperation of people how to give up rest, do not want to make money? After asking Su Jie, he realized that Xiao Hongfei had taken the day off. Xiang Ruoshan and Ling Yao both went out to run business, and not being able to see the two beauties, Li Lingfeng had to come to Fang Jinian's office. Seeing Li Lingfeng's coming over, Fang Jinian immediately opened his mouth and said, "You're here just in time. The receptionist will come over for an interview later, so you can check it out. This one does need me to personally check it out. I can't trust your aesthetics," Li Lingfeng said. "Fang Jinian, how can I see this? Just because you're single now," Li Lingfeng returned. "By the way, have you actually touched a woman?" Fang Jinian thought for a moment and looked up. "This is a serious question." Alright, I'll take you to be a man some other day," Li Lingfeng smiled. Fang Jinian had a serious face. "I sense that you are mocking me. Li Lingfeng, isn't it obvious? Is a woman an honor to you as a man?" Fang Jinian asked. "Can't say yes, but at least it's one of the honors." Li Lingfeng sat down on the sofa as soon as he could. "It's true that women are like clothes, but there are some women who are also clothes you can't afford to wear." Fang Jinian brought the notebook on the table and jotted down the words by heart. Li Lingfeng looked at him in dismay. "Letting you learn, not letting you memorize? What's the use of memorizing? Who said I want to learn from you?" The written Fang Jinian faintly returned. "I'm just recording some miscellaneous sayings." Only then did Li Lingfeng realize that he was an unimpressive mongrel in Fang Jinian's eyes. "Say, when will that receptionist arrive?" Li Lingfeng changed the topic and asked. Fang Jinian looked at the time. "It should be about time. I'll make a call and ask about the situation." So Fang Jinian dialed the girl's phone. "Hello, may I ask where you are this way? I only saw a rush of voices from the other side." "No, sorry, I just fell. I'll be right over." "Fell down?" Li Lingfeng frowned slightly. It couldn't be the girl who just fell into a ditch on a shared bike when she came over, could it? 10 or so minutes later, a girl who was dripping wet appeared in front of Li Lingfeng and Fang Jinian. The soaked shirt clung to her torso, showing off the shapely curves to near perfection. Li Lingfeng looked at the rugged peaks. What else to choose? "Just you, girl, add another 500 to her salary." Then turned to Fang Jinian. Strong as Fang Jinian was also dumbfounded. "Are we going to listen to what this girl's name is and introduce herself first? Does it matter? A name is just a symbol. A resume doesn't mean anything later." "Girl, come over to work tomorrow. Welcome to our big family," Li Lingfeng said. "Now hurry back and change your clothes. Don't get cold." With a series of 3 dumbfounded moments, the girl stood frozen in place. "No, didn't you just get here yourself?" Determining that it was meant for her to go home and change her clothes, the girl turned around and was just about ready to leave. Added, "My name is Xia Yang, leaving Zaiho Investment Company Limited." Until Yang Xia, who was downstairs, had not yet realized what had just happened. "Then I got a call from my best friend." "Yeah, did you get the interview?" "Well, it seems like it should be on the interview." Yang Xia returned uncertainly. "So what kind of questions were asked?" The other asked with interest, as she was also facing a job search. "No, nothing was asked of me." "You're kidding, right?" Yang Xia's best friend was full of disbelieving tone. "And you're not the boss's relative?" "Really? He even gave me another 500 a month raise." Xia Yang's BFF. "You say, this company, is he decent?" Yang Xia finally asked the question in her heart. Fang Jinian, who was still puzzled over here, looked at Li Lingfeng. "So, what are your criteria for hiring people?" Li Lingfeng lazily ignored him and made a pot of tea for himself. So Fang Jinian found his notebook, opened it and searched for it, flipping to the page where the double line was drawn before. "Oh, big boobs." Li Lingfeng almost sprayed out a mouthful of old tea and hurriedly said, "The company has been open for nearly a month. Tell us about the specific business situation." "Wait a moment." Fang Jinian put down the laptop in his hands and came to the computer to print out an operating datasheet. Coming to Li Lingfeng's heel, "I had planned to report to your side about this month's operation. Now that you mention it, it's even better." Li Lingfeng took the business datasheet in Fang Jinian's hand and read it. To date, the company's credit facilities amounted to $14.21 million, of which $3.9 million was developed by the CEO Hongfei Credit Department and the rest came from the channel. The credit services segment had revenues of $426.300, net of fees due, attributable to the company of $142.100. Li Lingfeng nodded. "Not bad, it's kind of an open door." In addition, the company's own capital of $10 million. This month's short split, bridge and other business revenue totaled 193,200 yuan. Fang Jinian continued. "This is a piece that has its own funds that don't have to be paid for, so it basically goes to the company. So then, the company made 335,300 yuan this month." Li Lingfeng added up the total and said, "Strictly speaking, It's only after deducting the company's site rent, utilities, and employees' basic salaries that the company earns. Fong Jinian added his explanation. Li Lingfeng revealed a satisfied smile. Those are small heads. This month the company's income of 300,000 is proper. That's not bad. You can make $3 or $4 million a year. Theoretically it's possible, but ultimately it depends on the actual operation. And at the very least you have to make sure that the existing business doesn't decline. Li Lingfeng put down the operating data sheet in his hand. I am confident on Xiao Hongfei's side. As far as the channel piece is concerned there might be instability. Turning his head to look at Fong Jinian. That said, now that the company is starting to make money, you really don't want to be paid? Fong Jinian gave a rare smile. No need. If you really want money I'll just change the company's financial statement. Li Lingfeng. No, just wanted to admonish Fong Jinian. But the cell phone call rang. Picked up a look. It was Han Shuiying called. Focused on her work, she was all about rarely calling during work hours unless there was some kind of emergency. So Li Lingfeng didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly picked up the phone. Phone for me during office hours. Is there something wrong? The other party paused for a moment and smiled. Do you know Chen Yashin? The daughter of the mayor of Shanjia village over there. Why are you talking about her? She came to see me at noon today and said she was a friend of yours. Li Lingfeng's heart was instantly half-cooled. Sister, you wouldn't have offended her. Right. She's my big client. No. She's just curious about your past and has been asking around me for a lot of information about you. Hearing this, Li Lingfeng was only slightly relieved. No wonder I'd been sneezing this noon. So it's you, the dog, talking about me behind my back? Be honest, what bad things have been said about me? Who are you calling a dog? Say it again if you dare. Han Shuiying over there huffed. Li Lingfeng grinned. I'm a dog alright. Humph. Go find your old flame. I have to go to work. After saying that, Han Shuiying hung up the phone. Listening to the sound of the incoming phone disconnection, Li Lingfeng was puzzled. It takes 3 women to put on a show. How come these 2 women are singing? Fong Jinian, who was eating melon next to him, looked at Li Lingfeng. Do you still want to continue to talk about our company's subsequent development plan? Li Lingfeng looked at the time. It was almost time to go back to the branch. We'll talk about it next time we have time. But one thing is that the funding piece comes down to me wanting to set up a treasury department. By primarily operating the money business piece, you free up more energy to run the company. Fong Jinian was slightly puzzled. Do you really intend to be a shirker and not return to the company to preside over the work? Li Lingfeng smiled. In the short term it's a temporary return. I have to get this line of the bank open before the company can open up more channels. Also, Fong Jinian nodded with understanding. After all, at present the company is still mainly dependent on the value chain of the bank. Okay, I'll go first. Li Lingfeng waved his hand, took the car keys and left the office, and just met Xiang Ruoshan who came back at the door. Good day boss. Xiang Ruoshan greeted Li Lingfeng with a sweet smile. Li Lingfeng responded with a smile, thinking about Yang Xia who was still to be inducted tomorrow. The corners of Li Lingfeng's mouth grinned even more. Sooner or later, I think I'm going to lose myself and all the boss from these beauties. Li Lingfeng, who was happy, seemed to have thought of something else. By the way, I'm still missing a secretary. At the entrance of the branch, Li Lingfeng had just gotten down from the car and exchanged glances with Chen Yashin who had come. Li Lingfeng was very curious and asked, "Why are you here?" "Came over to look for you. Didn't want to bump into you." Chen Yashin returned with a happy smile. "Looking for me?" Li Lingfeng's heart thumped. This Han Shuiying really wouldn't sell herself, right? Chen Yashin nodded. "Yes. Are you free now? Why don't you buy me a drink?" Li Lingfeng agreed without the slightest hesitation. This person in front of him was his own angel investor. On that basis, one should be well entertained. Arriving at the boba drink shop, Li Lingfeng asked the proprietress for 2 cold drinks. The boss's wife glanced at Chen Yashin, who was sitting not far away, and asked Li Lingfeng, "That's your girlfriend?" "Ha?" Li Lingfeng smiled prodigally. "You guess." The boss's wife shook her head. "I don't think so. At a glance you don't deserve them." Li Lingfeng, how's business these days? Li Lingfeng turned to ask. The boss's wife was curious. "It's a lot worse." "Why do you ask?" "Definitely worse. Next time I won't even come to your place." After saying that, Li Lingfeng took 2 cups of cold drinks and turned to leave. The angry boss's wife stomped her foot, a tremor in her forehead. "If you don't come, you don't come. Who cares about you?" You haven't paid the bill yet?" The boss's wife realized at that moment and said. Li Lingfeng turned around. "I thought that with our friendship, we could talk about some feelings, but I didn't realize it was still a deal." Back to Chen Yashin. Chen Yashin asked, "Just now you and the boss's wife into the store, why?" She said her washing machine is broken and asked me to help look at it. Li Lingfeng sat down. Chen Yashin's face was filled with questions. You still know how to fix electrical appliances? Ha? What's there to know if you can fix it or not? You just need to know that vigorous miracles happen. Just shoot hard. Chen Yashin listened attentively and noted it down. Perhaps she would run into it herself in the future. By the way, what are you looking for me for today? It can't be that Han Shuiying has spoken a lot of bad things about me in front of you, right? How did you know I looked for Han Shuiying? Chen Yashin asked curiously. Li Lingfeng stayed and looked at Chen Yashin. Sister, what kind of person is she to me? Don't you know? Right. She is your girlfriend. Chen Yashin really didn't expect it. Moreover, she hoped that she wouldn't expect it. Picking up a cold drink and taking a sip, Chen Yashin smiled faintly. Just steal your joy. Finding such a girlfriend. How can I see that? Li Lingfeng returned. You know, when she talks about you, there's a light in her eyes, and I can even see your reflection in her eyes. Li Lingfeng froze for a moment, the cold drink in his hand hanging in midair. Yes? A chuckling offhand retort to cover up that behavioral display of his own just now. Talked all noon about how good you are. And if I didn't know you I might have been crippled by her. That's right. You're so smart and witty. How could you be easily deceived? Li Lingfeng smiled. No. Why are you asking for my information? Chen Yashin instantly blushed and turned her head to look elsewhere. No. After saying that, he picked up another cold drink and took a sip to calm down at the moment. Then said, let me tell you something. What is it? Li Lingfeng's heart calculates. It can't be to get back your $2 million, right? Chen Yashin maintained a mysterious smile. It's good news. You succeeded in your exam? Li Lingfeng casually returned. Chen Yashin was instantly like a deflated ball of skin, all without that sense of mystery just now. How do you know? I guessed blindly. It can't be that it's really true for me, right? Li Lingfeng was curious. Chen Yashin nodded, then resumed her happy smile. I've been accepted into a well-known institution abroad. Li Lingfeng carried a hint of surprise. Really? This completely broke Li Lingfeng's perception of Chen Yashin, and he really didn't dare to imagine that she used to be a non-mainstream person who mixed in internet cafes. It can't be some kind of pheasant university, right? Li Lingfeng was skeptical. Chen Yashin gave a blank stare. It's all said that it's a renowned and well-known institution. How well-known is it, compared to our Lanxiang? Uhsin Chen. I'm flying abroad tomorrow, came the sudden words. Unprepared. Li Lingfeng froze once again with disbelieving eyes. You? What did you say? I said, I'm flying abroad tomorrow, Chen Yashin repeated, glancing at Li Lingfeng. That fast? Li Lingfeng lost the mood of teasing just now. Then, congratulations. Chen Yashin nodded silently. Tomorrow, can you give me a ride? Yeah. This time it was Chen Yashin's turn to freeze for a moment. She did not expect Li Lingfeng to answer so quickly. Even she had thought about the scene of being rejected. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. I'll wait for you at Big East City? Chen Yashin said. Li Lingfeng nodded in response. Aren't you coming home tonight? Not going back. I said goodbye to my parents yesterday. Li Lingfeng looked up at Chen Yashin. So you came specially to say goodbye to me today? Accompany me to that original internet cafe later. Li Lingfeng looked at the time. I will go back to the branch to make a card. And when I come back, I will go over to the internet cafe. Looking at Li Lingfeng's back as he left, Chen Yashin was a little hesitant, but then smiled in relief. Li Lingfeng came back to the branch bank and played the card, and just wanted to send a message to Han Shuiying that he would go home later. I didn't expect Han Shuiying to come with a message first. You keep her company tonight. Li Lingfeng took a deep breath with his cell phone, then returned to Chen Yashin and smiled. Let's go. Arriving at the internet cafe, the two relived the old hustle and bustle, following the pals they once knew for one last gaming extravaganza. After coming out of the internet cafe, the two of them dined and shopped and watched movies, chatting freely together about their expectations for their future lives. Unconsciously, I have traveled to the entrance of the Great Eastern City District, the familiar scene, or the familiar words. Why don't you go up and sit down for a while? Li Lingfeng hesitated for half a moment, looked up and smiled. I'll come and pick you up tomorrow. Chen Yashin smiled and nodded, and the two of them each waved their hands and turned to walk away in different directions at the same time. Back at her residence, Han Shuiying was surprised at Li Lingfeng's return. There is no excessive language. There is only a more violent collision. This is the only way to express the deeper love hidden in the bottom of the heart. The exchange of two loves is a rapture that borders on soul mingling. At the boarding gate, looking at Li Lingfeng who waved his hand, Chen Yashin finally couldn't help but redden her eyes and shouted. 3 years? I'll be back in 3 years if you and Han Shuiying don't get together. Let's fall in love. Li Lingfeng smiled. Like back then when the two first met, Recently a lot of book lovers told my little brother that someone plagiarized this book. I looked at the opening is indeed a large portion of the carry, and then later copied another book. This believe the review. After all, they are so great. In addition, to tell you the good news, I have found a new girlfriend, 00 girls, and the neighborhood moved to a large factory. The rental phone to burst. Ha ha. Returning to his residence from the airport, Li Lingfeng came into the room and fell asleep, giving himself a refreshing sleep first. It just so happened that it was the weekend and Han Shuiying was home on vacation, so she came to the room to look at her man's tired appearance. So he thoughtfully covered Li Lingfeng with a quilt, tiptoeing away and losing the door to her room. Han Shuiying turned to look at the messy living room, last night's fierce battlefield between the two. Rolling up her sleeves, Han Shuiying prepared to do some serious sanitation. This sleep was directly to more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Lingfeng opened his hazy eyes. The afternoon sun shone through the cracks in the curtains, hitting the quilt in dappled light. Li Lingfeng rubbed his drowsy eyes, his body looking a little stiff from the long hours of sleep, so he got up and stretched, and sat for a while, with bits and pieces of the dream he just had echoing in his mind as if he'd experienced it himself. That said, why is it that every time you're just about to go in at a critical moment, you just wake up somehow? Moreover, this time, he was still dreaming about his encounter with Chen Yashin in a foreign country. My stomach started to growl, so I got out of bed and went outside to look for food. Seeing Li Lingfeng come out of his room, Han Shuiying happily greeted him. You're awake. Are you hungry? Li Lingfeng nodded. It was being woken up by hunger. Then why don't I get you a bowl of noodles? Han Shuiying's happy eyes looked at Li Lingfeng. Have you eaten yet? Han Shuiying shook her head. Not yet either. I just finished organizing the house. Only then did Li Lingfeng notice the clean and tidy living room environment and reached out to pinch Han Shuiying's delicate face. That's a lot of hard work. Better let me get my hands underneath. The sudden pampering caused Han Shuiying's eyes to overflow with the happiness of being loved, her watery eyes looking towards Li Lingfeng. I'll do it. Who made me your woman? You sit on the couch for a while. It could be predicted that at this moment, Han Shuiying must be very moist. Li Lingfeng nodded with a smile and obediently came to sit by the sofa, but his gaze kept following Han Shuiying's busy figure, watching her lightly pass back and forth in the kitchen. Li Lingfeng's heart was filled with serenity. Not long after, Han Shuiying walked over with 2 steaming bowls of noodles, the aroma overflowing. The two sat next to each other side by side, and before they started Li Lingfeng asked, Do you want to watch a movie? Is there a new one? Which teacher's work? Li Lingfeng frowned. Old look at those no nutrition dry. This time we watched the Oscars best movie. A random movie, Braveheart, was ordered and began to screen. With a large mouthful of noodles, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but sigh. You're getting better at this craft. Han Shuiying, who had a beautiful heart, returned. Eat more if it's delicious. Li Lingfeng turned his head to look at Han Shuiying's fluffy blouse, so his hands began to be dishonest again. What are you doing? Han Shuiying pouted. What's the point of groping blindly if you don't eat properly and watch a movie? Li Lingfeng withdrew his hand and sniffed close to his nose. It smells really good. I'm sure it smells good. I just took a shower after cleaning and now I smell like body wash. Then I'll have to take a good sniff again. After Li Lingfeng finished speaking, he came a little closer, almost sticking to Han Shuiying's body. Han Shuiying was busy reaching out to block Li Lingfeng. Stop it. Eat your noodles and watch your movie. If it wasn't for the fact that he was really hungry, Li Lingfeng definitely wouldn't have given up so easily. Sitting back down, Li Lingfeng continued to enjoy the delicious bowl of noodles. The atmosphere was warm and cozy as the two ate their noodles and watched the movie. After finishing eating sharply, Li Lingfeng brought some draw paper and wiped his mouth. Why don't we take advantage of the weekend to go out and relax? Where to? Han Shuiying asked back. How about some sea air? It just so happens that I bought a canopy and tent some gear 2 days ago, so I'll be camping on the beach tonight. Han Shuiying got up with a smile. You arrange it. I'll go wherever you go. After saying that they pack up the dishes to take to the kitchen to clean, Li Lingfeng checked the navigation route. Very smooth. So what are you waiting for? Get going. So the two of them changed clothes, picked up their gear, went downstairs to the supermarket to buy the ingredients for their evening meal, and drove off. The vehicle drove away from the bustling downtown and gradually entered a remote suburb. The seaside that Li Lingfeng chose this time was the kind of sea that was relatively pristine and had not been over-commercially developed. Usually it was the ones who played it through that would find this, and Li Lingfeng had also been here once before. After nearly an hour's drive to the destination, Li Lingfeng parked the car on an open ground. Out of the car. The time is already evening. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled in the sea sparkling extended to the sky. Li Lingfeng looked at the beach not far away. There were only a few scattered tents. At a glance, he knew that he had come to the right place. Bring the equipment. The two people chose a better location. Li Lingfeng began to put up the tent canopy. Han Shuiying, on the other hand, walked barefoot on the beach, feeling the touch of the fine sand under her feet and listening to the waves gently lapping at the shore. She turned her head to Li Lingfeng, who was busy, and an inexplicable happiness surged in her heart. The sea breeze messed up her hair, but it penetrated her heart. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and come over and give me a hand. Believe it or not, I'll hammer you later, Li Lingfeng shouted. Oh, Han Shuiying guffawed and walked over. The two men worked together to set up the canopy and tent, and set the stove ingredients on the folding table. Do we need to get food that fast? Why don't we go stroll around the beach first while it's still light? Han Shuiying proposed. Li Lingfeng thought about it is also very reasonable, so pulled Han Shuiying's hand. The two strolled on the beach under the setting sun. The sea was so clear that you could even see the bottom of the shallows. The shoeless pair then walked down to the sea, and in some of the shallows, even well messed up quite a bit of seafood. Just the thing to add to tonight's meal, especially those huge oysters, which are simply nourishing. Not far away there was also a couple playing. The man was taking pictures of the woman with great interest. Han Shuiying, who had come to be interested, smiled at Li Lingfeng and said, "Why don't you come and take a picture for me too? It's fine to take pictures, but you can't talk about me if you didn't take good pictures." Li Lingfeng very much understands the girl's psychology of taking pictures. Sure enough, a shot down. Angry Han Shuiying a jumping feet. "Let you take pictures of me. Focus all in the chest. How do I face long that ah?" The sky was darkening and the surroundings were shrouded under a blanket of darkness. Li Lingfeng lit the small lamp hanging under the canopy, and the warm yellow light looked especially cozy in the night. There were such lights scattered sporadically around the perimeter, like a star sprinkled on the beach. Preparing food and drinks for the evening, the two faced the ocean to welcome the sea breeze. "Will you be reluctant to part with Chen Yashin when she leaves?" Han Shuiying suddenly asked. Li Lingfeng smiled. "What's there to give up or not? She's not my woman." "Yeah, sleep that dream about her, right?" Li Lingfeng, unbelievably looking at Han Shuiying, "How come you can still spy on my dreams? Looks like I guessed right. No wonder you've been hugging and kissing the pillow there." Han Shuiying gazed out to sea. "You know, your world is colorful and mine is only you." After saying that, he turned his head to look deeply at Li Lingfeng. "Because you are my color. I bought some gear the other day and my girlfriend promised me a camping trip tonight, so I'm really going to be looking at rocking tents. Have a great weekend, everyone." "Ha, brother, do you have any extra gas canisters here? Even me a bottle. I just ran out." A man came over and asked with a smile. The man is about 50 years old, slightly bald, but the whole spirit is quite bright. "Feel like a businessman. I use a cassette stove gas canister. Does it fit your place?" Li Lingfeng reminded. "No harm done. I come with an adapter." The man smiled. Li Lingfeng took out a bottle of cassette stove gas canister from his box and handed it to him. The man took the hand. "How much?" "I'll transfer you. It's not anything valuable. Don't be polite. Take it." The man looked at Li Lingfeng in embarrassment. "All right then. Thanks, brother." The man then brought over a plate of freshly fried steak as a thank you. After this, the two gradually became acquainted, and at his invitation, Li Lingfeng visited his camp. Just a short distance away, a woman at the campground was busy cooking, and it turned out that the man was also out camping with his wife. It's rare for two people to remain young at heart at their age. The men's camp was equipped with a small refrigerator, from which a couple of beers were fetched and the two found a shallow boulder to drink. With a mouthful of ice-cold beer, this box gradually opened. The man, surnamed Zhang, is a coal merchant. When talking about the current coal market, Mr. Zhang predicted that coal prices will definitely see a significant increase this year. This instantly aroused Li Lingfeng's interest and asked him what the reason was, but he couldn't tell. But the perceptive Li Lingfeng did not take this as a joke about blowing off steam. A person who has been struggling in a certain industry for years, it creates a unique trait, especially for people in business. That is, market sense. Not in the abstract. It is the accumulation of experience, the mastery of the laws of the market, the subconscious reaction engraved in the brain. It's like a person who works out for a long time and develops a certain muscle memory. Returning from the chat, Han Shuiying had long since packed up her camp and was resting in her tent. Li Lingfeng fetched a folding chair, opened it and sat down, using his cell phone to search for some messages about coal. Unfortunately, one's layman can't tell much from within this superficial information. At this time, Han Shuiying, who had discovered Li Lingfeng's return, got up and came out of the tent. "Why don't you come in and sleep?" Looking at Han Shuiying's rosy cheeks, she knew that she must have been expecting herself to go in just now. "Can't sleep that early. Checking my cell phone for a while," Li Lingfeng explained. Han Shuiying didn't believe this nonsense. Why go out for a while? This is a sudden change of nature. Put a beautiful woman don't want. Beauty. Where? Li Lingfeng pretended to look around for it. Angry, Han Shuiying reached out and slapped at Li Lingfeng, only to be grabbed and yanked by Li Lingfeng. This time, the entire person was stuck in Li Lingfeng's arms, and Li Lingfeng could even feel the body heat from Han Shuiying. Want to show you a different view? A different kind of scenery? Han Shuiying was filled with curiosity. Go! Li Lingfeng took Han Shuiying's hand and then got up and walked out to a slightly elevated slope. After searching with those 5.0 plus night vision effect eyes, he then pointed a direction to Han Shuiying. Look at that! Following the direction given by Li Lingfeng, Han Shuiying looked over. The night vision was ineffective, and it took Han Shuiying quite a bit of effort to see clearly. I saw a tent not far away shaking in a very rhythmic way. It turns out that the so-called different scenery line refers to this. Han Shuiying's delicate cheeks instantly a petulant expression, but that didn't stop her from continuing to watch. Li Lingfeng this time also took out his cell phone and recorded the shaking tent, and turned his hand to send it to Lin Sudong. But in 3 seconds, Lin Sudong returned the message, "Where the hell are you? So powerful?" Li Lingfeng did not proceed to reply to Lin Sudong, so anxiously that Lin Sudong's side asked 3 questions in a row. "Old me hates people like you who are appetizing the most." Lin Sudong even went so far as to curse. Seeing that Li Lingfeng still did not reply, Lin Sudong was like an ant that had exploded in a pot, itching to jump up and break the brotherhood with Li Lingfeng. With the ding-dong message reply, Lin Sudong immediately resumed his bright smile. Isn't this where we've been before? I remember that night you were chased for a couple of blocks after you hit someone's tent with a rock." Lin Sudong was filled with the thought that Li Lingfeng would miss the silly lack of behavior of the two of them in the past, but he did not expect to be ushered in by ignoring it again. The lost Lin Sudong finally realized, the feeling faded. Ding dong, Lin Odong, who was about to fall asleep, received another message. At that moment, he got up. "Your Honor, Li Lingfeng." Picking it up and looking at it, it was from a nearby person adding a friend. "Little brother, are you free to come out and play together tonight? Let's go." Wait for someone to find out not to resist a beating. Han Shuiying tugged on Li Lingfeng's clothes and reminded him. "What are you afraid of? I'm looking at the stars and you still care?" Li Lingfeng didn't care. Han Shuiying smiled down. "Don't look. You might as well let your tent shake." Li Lingfeng turned his head to Han Shuiying. "That makes sense." The next day, Han Shuiying, who had wanted to play a little more, suddenly received a notice from the company to work overtime. There was no other way. The two had to depart back, and Li Lingfeng sent Han Shuiying straight to the downstairs of his company. Returning to the residence by himself, Li Lingfeng first comfortably took a bath and came to lie down at the sofa all cool. In passing, he brought in the slugger's secret that was sitting on the table. It had been a while since he had revisited the book and it was even dusty. After turning a few pages, the secret practice makes you drowsy, and in a trance-like dream world, you only see someone saying frown. Li Lingfeng cackled and got up, shaking his head, probably because he talked too much with that old Jun last night, and his dreams resurfaced. But what's the meaning of the word flamboyant? We didn't talk about it last night, did we? With curiosity, Li Lingfeng used his cell phone to search for some of the analysis of the dream, but it was useless, and the blind a few nonsense. Seeing that lunchtime was also up, without Han Shuiying at home, Li Lingfeng had to go downstairs to find his own food. Li Lingfeng, who had finished lunch, passed by a flyover under which a fortune-telling stall was set up. Look at that old man with a fairy-like appearance. Seems to have a few material. After hesitating for a few moments, Li Lingfeng turned his head and walked over. "Can you parse dreams here?" The old man smiled. "And tell me about it." Li Lingfeng then spoke of the fantastic dream of the fluttering eyebrows. "You're not browbeating. You're coal-beating. After saying this the old man wrote out. Li Lingfeng ate a shock. The original actually refers to the meaning of this, that the old Zhang said words are not exactly fulfilled. "You're a god, old man." The old man took off his glasses. "God my ass. I fucking lost my pension because of coalfly speculation. That's why I'm here at the stall." Looking at the old man who was full of grief and anger, Li Lingfeng took out a cigarette and handed it over, lighting it on fire. "Has the strong man broken his wrist yet?" Li Lingfeng asked as he also lit one for himself. The old man shook his head. "Coal and non-ferrous. Picked up at the peak. Now afraid of falling have 70%. Li Lingfeng frowned slightly. Most people speculate in the stock market is to take the ostrich policy. As long as a loss of money to bury the head down is invisible. "How long have you had this quilt cover?" The old man exhaled smoke. "Almost 2-3 years now, and kept filling positions in between. You shouldn't be able to lose as much as 70% if you cover your position at stage, right? Alas, I told you that is the very beginning. The problem behind the replenishment of the price of the position is also a loss now have not risen back." Li Lingfeng looked at the old man and mourned for him in his heart. Originally, While young, that will also save some money. Thinking of old age can also be a good dash. Who knows the full set of stock market? The old man burst out with emotion. Now I set up a stall every day and earn 3 melons and 2 dates as weekday pocket money. Li Lingfeng then wondered. What about your pension? Ahem. In our time, we were not cadres or state workers, just ordinary people. Where did we get a pension? Where are your sons and daughters? They won't say they ignore you, will they? That's not true, but they have their own lives. Car payments, mortgages, raising kids, and counting 3 meals a day. Sighing, how dare I add to their burdens? Trying to help them out a bit myself. You younger generation. To be honest, it's really quite difficult. Li Lingfeng nodded his head, agreeing with the old man's statement, but also mainly because this society is developing rapidly. Everyone is pursuing higher. Unlike in the old days, it was a blessing to have enough to eat. Li Lingfeng remembered the Samuelson formula he learned in college. Happiness equals material utility divided by desire. When we can't afford to expand our material conditions, perhaps lowering our desires is the quickest way to happiness. Therefore, the urban economy is the best natural contraceptive. A word of advice, young man. That stock thing, it's best not to touch it, the old man admonished. Li Lingfeng smiled, not taking the old man's words to heart. Do you think that it will be a while before all your stocks are unwound? The old man clucked and looked at Li Lingfeng. Did he sit up in shock in the dying disease? Here, for your fortune-telling fee. Li Lingfeng pulled out a 20 yuan denomination bill and handed it to the old man. The old man shrugged off the refusal. You've already paid for a cigarette, and I'd like to thank you more for nagging an old man like me. One size fits all. Keep it. Li Lingfeng smiled and put the money down, turning around and leaving the fortune-telling stall. Walking on the road, Li Lingfeng called Xiao Hongfei. Hongfei, go open a futures account for the company. Ahead of fog, Xiao Hongfei puzzled back. Open futures account dry? Don't ask so many questions. Just go drive. Okay. On Monday, Li Lingfeng did not go to the branch, but came directly to the company. Fong Jinyan was very surprised. What? Just call me to hand off anything and come over yourself. How much available cash does our company have on its books right now? Li Lingfeng asked. Almost 3 million or so. The rest of the bridge short split was put out. What happened? Leave me $2 million untouched. At this time, Xiao Hongfei walked in with the futures account opening information according to Li Lingfeng's instructions and handed it to Li Lingfeng. Boss, this is the company futures account you handed over to open. The account number, password and everything is in there. Li Lingfeng nodded and took the information bag in Xiao Hongfei's hand. Alright, you go out and get busy. After Xiao Hongfei left, Fong Jinyan came to Li Lingfeng. Are you preparing to speculate on futures? Li Lingfeng nodded and opened the information packet, glancing at the contents. Then he looked up at Fong Jinyan. What do you think of the coal market? Not sure. Fong Jinyan shook his head. I have paid little attention to this aspect since I washed my hands in gold. Li Lingfeng got up and came to the desk and sat down. Opened the computer and installed the corresponding futures trading software. Logged into an open corporate futures account and transferred $2 million to it. Exactly 9 a.m., the futures market opening time, Li Lingfeng searched for the main contract of power coal to add into the self-selection. At this time, the main power coal contract opening price of 707.4 yuan. Li Lingfeng did not think too much. Directly 2 million pike in. Put aside. Fong Jinyan look as dumbfounded. Do you know that futures are different from stocks? Is margin trading? Li Lingfeng nodded. I know. Knowing that, then you are still operating with a full position. Later a fluctuation will blow your position. Li Lingfeng smiled mysteriously. He wouldn't tell Fong Jinyan that it was the fierce man's secret that gave him the revelation. Just when Fong Jinyan was worried about whether Li Lingfeng would be bursting into forced execution, the official media suddenly announced an explosive news. For reasons of political relations, we stopped importing coal and iron ore from Australia. When Fong Jinyan heard the news, he looked at Li Lingfeng in surprise. Is there someone in the center? Li Lingfeng even smiled proudly. This time he finally understood that the so-called frowning turned out to be the reason for this. Nowadays, sitting in the wind, this opportunity is not just there. People many times get up on an opportunity. So bold and cross to the other, Xinyan said, you see, cannot as soon as possible back to the company's funds. All pressed into the opportunity to come to firmly grasp. And the disc was stimulated by the news. The main power coal contract rose to 3.78% on the spot. The trading margin is 12%, which is more than 8 times leverage. This will account for the 2 million floating surplus has reached 604,800. Li Lingfeng immediately compounded the surplus to buy. This almost insane bet is either the best of the best or a novice punter. The average person can't do it, so it's just the average person. Despite not knowing why Li Lingfeng was so savvy, Fong Jinyan still reminded, aren't you afraid that the policy will change the next day? After all, we are heavily dependent on Australian coal and iron ore, and I'm afraid that stopping imports will be unsustainable. Times have changed, brother. If a co can go, I can also go. Li Lingfeng's face was filled with confidence. The game is open, and the offense and defense have changed shape. I expect this will be a wave at the very least. Hurry back to the company's funds to bet. The rest is up to you. Remember, give me all in. Stud is a wise. After explaining to Fang Jinian, Li Lingfeng was ready to return to work at the branch when he received a message from Chen Yushu on the way. I'm so bored. Do you want to go to Comic-Con with me? You still owe me a cosplay? Then go to my house. I'll pay you back today. What do you want to see? Li Lingfeng smiled and said back. Fireless dance. Driving to Chen Yushu's rental downstairs. It was an apartment building. Compared to the old self-built houses in the neighborhood, it was considered a bit more upscale. Most of the people living inside are also white-collar workers working in the neighboring office buildings, not to mention that their wages are not high, but the conditions are demanding. As long as the conditions allow, most of them don't want to be crammed into the dirty self-built houses with the migrant workers, even if it is sometimes necessary to receive a subsidy from the family in order to maintain this decent life. Li Lingfeng circled around and managed to find a roadside parking space and hurriedly parked in. When I got out of the car, I looked up and saw the milk tea store across the street and walked over. 2 cups of signature milk tea, Li Lingfeng said to the waitress little sister. Normal ice? The little waitress smiled slightly, revealing 2 shallow pear swirls that were very touching. Li Lingfeng could not help but look at 2 more eyes, and actually found that the little sister is still quite pure kind. At a glance, it hadn't been polluted by society yet, so Li Lingfeng smiled and asked, are you a student doing part-time work? The service girl froze for a moment, amazed at how Li Lingfeng knew he was a part-time student. Yeah, I'm still in college, and I just didn't have class today, so I came out to work part-time to subsidize some of my living expenses. Oh, then give me 1 more cup. It's all normal ice. 2 cups packed. 1 cup to drink here, Li Lingfeng said. Okay, hold on a second. After saying that, the waitress little sister then helped Li Lingfeng settle the bill first, and then began to make the 3 cups of signature milk tea that he had just ordered. Waiting for the free interval, Li Lingfeng scanned the store furnishings, generally belonged to the literary style of the kind. There were 2 young couples in the corner sipping milk tea slowly, talking and laughing. Sir, your milk tea is ready, the waitress little sister reminded. Li Lingfeng turned around, picked up the 2 cups of signature milk tea he had packed, and prepared to leave. Sir, there's still 1 more cup left? The waitress little sister hurriedly reminded. Li Lingfeng didn't turn around. That one's on you. The waitress little sister froze in place, looking at Li Lingfeng's back as he went out the door and around the corner to leave. A little dazed, carrying the signature milk tea to the downstairs, without a door card, Li Lingfeng asked the management uncle to open the door. Uncle looked at Li Lingfeng with an impatient face. Which suite do you live in? I don't live here. Came over to find a friend. Li Lingfeng laughed, and saw that uncle pressed himself not to pay attention to him. Li Lingfeng was busy pulling out a cigarette and handed it over. No, the girlfriend just happens to live over here. Uncle took the cigarettes, no longer the impatient energy just now, laughed and said, young people chasing girls should be diligent. Go up. Thanks, uncle. Li Lingfeng waved his hand back and went upstairs to Chen Yushu's housing, knocking on the door of the room. I, Li Lingfeng, am coming over. Chen Yushu inside hurriedly ran over to open the door for Li Lingfeng, and what came into his eyes was a living unknown fire dance. Looking at the few pathetic pieces of red dress on Chen Yushu, Li Lingfeng hurriedly closed the door. Too bold. Aren't you afraid to show people the light? Li Lingfeng said. Who else is in this room besides you? Chen Yushu was full of unconcern, a look of great generosity. On the contrary, Li Lingfeng carefully scrutinized it, and although the above is not as magnificent as that of the fireless dance, it is not bad. If it had been Han Shuiying instead, it would have been a perfect 1-to-1 copy. Moving down to take another look at the fiery red skirt that was completely open, Li Lingfeng even smiled playfully. Not bad, not bad. After saying that, he handed Chen Yushu a cup of signature milk tea in his hand. So nice to bring me milk tea too. Chen Yushu took it and jumped happily. That completely open skirt inadvertently fluttered a few points, and the long snow-white legs were instantly in full view. This would be even more perfect if you had a fox tail, Li Lingfeng added teasingly. Chen Yushu instantly blanked Li Lingfeng, speaking as if you haven't seen it before. It's all ancient history. How can I still remember? Li Lingfeng picked up a straw and poked the cap of the milk tea bottle and sucked it. Chen Yushu followed suit and did the same thing again, taking a sip and saying, how did you get in without a door card? I was thinking about going down to pick you up, but dressed like this again. The management uncle downstairs opened the door for me. Chen Yushu had a look of disbelief on her face. It can't be. Our side is very strictly managed. It's really quite strict. I gave uncle a cigarette. Chen Yushu. When I think of how I forgot my door card earlier, and how I begged and pleaded for half a day, and even found a bunch of proofs to open the door for myself, I get even more pissed off. Come on, jump twice to show me, Li Lingfeng casually said. Chen Yushu had a questioning look on her face, not knowing what medicine Li Lingfeng had sold in his gourd, but she still did what Li Lingfeng wanted. Looking at the trembling waves, Li Lingfeng then nodded with satisfaction, instantly realizing that Chen Yushu's face was red. Bummer. You. Standing a little tired, Li Lingfeng came to the sofa and sat down, even scanned around. The entire interior of the house was in a secondary style, filled with various anime hand-me-downs. Chen Yushu issued a salary. Afraid to fill these? Go. Don't look at the hand puppet on a model. Some of the price cannot be expensive. Full of the thought that Li Lingfeng was admiring his own winning work, Chen Yushu happily walked over. Is it all good? Li Lingfeng shook his head with a smile. That I can't appreciate. Angry Chen Yushu beamed, followed by a handful of sits down and took a big gulp of milk tea. You are naked, Li Lingfeng reminded. The original just sat down. That will skirt to the side. Chen Yushu looked down and simply lifted her skirt. It's not like she's not wearing anything inside. Li Lingfeng almost choked over a mouthful of milk tea. Looking at the dingy red triangle, even coughed a few times. What you said is so reasonable. How can I refute you? So Li Lingfeng had to change the topic and said, don't you still have to go to Comic-Con? It's almost time. Let's get ready to go. Chen Yushu looked up at the clock on the wall and almost forgot about it. Wait here. I'll go put on a wrap and bottoms. Li Lingfeng. Then why didn't you wear it at first? It's not worn for you to see. How can it be the same when you go out? Chen Yushu whitened her eyes and said back. Chen Yushu, who changed into a wrap and bottoms, instantly changed her style. The two of them went downstairs and met the downstairs management uncle, who greeted Li Lingfeng with a smile on his face. Caused Chen Yushu heart a burst of upset. A cigarette to buy you, but also absolute security. Bah. Are we going straight to Comic-Con land? Li Lingfeng, who had fastened his seatbelt in the car, asked. No. First I'm going to pick up one of my manga friends. Li Lingfeng frowned. Male female? Oh? The male told him to take a taxi by himself. Female, go. Following the path pointed out by Chen Yushu, Li Lingfeng drove to an alleyway and looked up. Holy shit. Sexy Tsunade-sama. Chen Yushu waved his hand, only to see the Tsunade girl, who seemed to have truly stepped out of the anime, walking this way. Can't grasp it at all. Li Lingfeng lamented in his heart. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and open the door for someone, Chen Yushu in the passenger seat would remind. Oh, only then did Li Lingfeng reach out and unlock the car door, allowing Naruto's 5th generation Tsunade girl to sit in the back. Instantly, a fresh scent wafted through the car. The Tsunade girl seemed to notice that it was a new Mercedes-Benz and glanced at Li Lingfeng, who was preparing to drive. I can't imagine the people are as well matched as the car. The vehicle pulled away from the alleyway and drove toward the Comic-Con destination, the two girls yakking and chatting the whole way. All Li Lingfeng do not understand the topic. Otaku female secondary world. Who understands? Seeing that he couldn't interject, Li Lingfeng had to concentrate on driving. Arriving at the Comic-Con site, Chen Yushu was like a wild horse that had taken off its reins and plunged headlong into the crowd, leaving Li Lingfeng and the Tsunade girl behind. With her exquisite dress and beautiful face, Chen Yushu quickly circled a group of fans in the crowd and drew a lot of attention. Bored, Li Lingfeng then took the initiative to strike up a conversation with the Tsunade girl. Do you like the Tsunade character a lot? The girl smiled a little, then nodded without replying. Actually, I also like the anime Naruto, especially the character Akito Tingji in it. The girl looked at Li Lingfeng with a surprised face, seeming to be puzzled by the fact that the Flagwood Kakashi, Uchiha Sasuke, and especially that skunk. Of all the handsome characters, you prefer a fat guy? Looking at the girl's expression like this, Li Lingfeng knew that he had successfully aroused the girl's curiosity and interest, so he took the opportunity to take 2 steps forward, whispering to you. In fact, I also know the art of multiplication. The girl froze when she heard it. First she was in a dilemma. Then she woke up with a scarlet face. Tell me, if your slug technique is up against my doubling technique, which one is more powerful? The Tsunade girl glanced at Li Lingfeng in a dumb and droll manner. It just so happened that this would be the time when Chen Yushu finished dazzling and came back from the crowd, seeing a flushed Tsunade girl. Zoe, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? The Tsunade girl named Ro was busy shaking her head. No, not uncomfortable. Then why is your face so red? Chen Yushu then asked. It might be a little hot. Ro excused herself. Chen Yushu fanned the fan prop in her hand. Really? Why didn't I feel it? After saying that, he then looked at Li Lingfeng and questioned. Say, is it you who bullied someone? Li Lingfeng spread his hands, innocent like. Sister, people Tsunade Naruto 5th generation amount. Do you see that I have the strength to surpass the 3 ninjas? Finishing with an addendum. It's good that she doesn't bully me. I didn't expect that when Sister Xiaoro heard this. Instead of getting angry, she bowed her head and smiled. Poof, Chen Yushu turned around and pulled on Xiaoro. Let's go play. No need to pay attention to him. After saying that, the two of them dug into the dense crowd, leaving Li Lingfeng alone. After wandering around for a while, belonging to the uninterested, he came to a corner that wasn't as noisy, took out the cell phone just ready to want to look down. Looked up. I do not know when Xiaoro actually appeared in front of the heel. Aren't you with Yushu? Li Lingfeng asked curiously. She's gone to play with her other companions. Rose smiled. Didn't you just ask which is more powerful, the slug technique or the multiplication technique? Actually, I'd like to know. Zoe looked down shyly. Li Lingfeng. High-end hunters tend to come in the form of prey. After the hustle and bustle, Chen Yushu, who was looking around for the two men, eventually bumped into the two men coming out of the locker room door, full of curiosity. What are you guys doing here? Li Lingfeng, if I say ha, we are merely cutting the arcana of ninjutsu. Would you believe me? On the way back, Li Lingfeng first sent Xiaoro to her place, and then proceeded to send Chen Yushu back. This Comic-Con is really interesting. Remember to ask me to join you next time. Li Lingfeng laughed at the co-pilot Chen Yushu. How can it be uninteresting? The 5th generation Naruto was taken down for you. Chen Yushu teased. You can't say that. I'll sue you for libel. Chen Yushu turned her head to look at Li Lingfeng. Are you saying that you want to fight a lawyer? Wrong. Not a lawyer. Li Lingfeng paused. It's half. Exasperated, Chen Yushu slapped over, solidly hitting Li Lingfeng's shoulder, and the entire body swayed. The traffic police behind them saw this and were busy whistling after them. Vehicles ahead, please pull over for inspection. Look, it's okay to cause trouble. Li Lingfeng laughed. Chen Yushu spat her tongue out at it. I hate it when people say I'm half a lawyer. You can see that it's touching that little ego. Pulling over, the traffic cop uncle came over and held out a breathalyzer. Blow on it. Li Lingfeng obediently did as he was told. And it was clear that it was certainly not the drinking that had caused the vehicle to sway. Seeing that there are no abnormalities, the traffic police uncle looked twice at the car and saw Chen Yushu sitting in the passenger seat. Drive a hotel, or play when you get home. Be safe on the road traveling. Let's go. Chen Yushu's eyes widened when she heard. I'll really sue you for libel. Li Lingfeng waved his hand to indicate that he had received it, and hurriedly started the vehicle to leave, not giving Chen Yushu a chance to explain at all. Pissed off Chen Yushu faced cheeks bulging sack, hurriedly put down the window to let themselves through a gas-smooth heart. You say you a lawyer firm? All day obsessed with the second world for what? Hurry to find a boyfriend, or old no one want. It's up to you. Chen Yushu returned. If you can't, you can find me to make do. As an aspiring young man, I'm more than willing to help people. I wouldn't look for you if all the men in the world were dead. You think I'd be as stupid as my sister? I don't like hearing this from you. Li Lingfeng smiled. Ask your sister if she regrets liking me. Chen Yushu was silent and didn't reply. In her sister's eyes, it was all Li Lingfeng's good. The vehicle drove to the apartment building where Chen Yushu lived, and Chen Yushu, who got out of the car, didn't leave in a hurry, but was hesitating about what? Seeing this, Li Lingfeng asked, what's wrong? Is there anything else? Chen Yushu, can you give me $3,000? I'll pay you back when my paycheck is paid. There's a new Luffy hand puppet out recently. At that time in college, Li Lingfeng did not finance her, so he smiled and shook his head, and turned 5,000 over at that moment. That much? Chen Yushu, who received the transfer, was a bit surprised. That extra 2,000. Buy a toy for your little nephew too, as a small token of my appreciation. After the explanation, Li Lingfeng drove away, leaving Chen Yushu to look at the 5,000 transfer record. She muttered, no wonder my sister says nothing but good things about you. Zaiho Investment Company Limited. Fong Jinian stared at the closing price of the main power coal contract in deep thought. On the computer screen, the closing price of the main power coal contract was shown as $751, up 6.16% from the opening price. It's almost approaching an 8% increase. 2 million of the principal entry, compound interest operation. At the moment the surplus went to 1,099, 800 yuan. Li Lingfeng's this kind of fight is very stimulating to Fong Jinian. Think of when he was also the stock market started. But it has not been this crazy. It seems that Li Lingfeng has absolute control over this market. Fong Jinian's mouth smiled slightly. This person seemed to be more interesting. Then he sent a screenshot of the account situation to Li Lingfeng. At this moment, Li Lingfeng was driving back to the branch. On the way, And he was also shocked to see the screenshot of the account sent by Fong Jinian. I knew that futures are leveraged trading, but I didn't realize it was so violent. It's almost like stocks can't compare. Looking at the profit of millions of dollars, this thug's mind drifted a little bit again, feeling that he was the most beautiful boy in the world. Back at the branch, walking with the wind. Li Xing, is this pulling down some big business again? The sharp-eyed Xiao Wu immediately noticed Li Lingfeng's complacency. Business? Li Lingfeng then remembered that it seemed like he hadn't gone to expand business for the branch for a long time. No, something more enjoyable than business. Happier things? Xiao Wu was puzzled. The three fortunate things for a man are promotion, wealth and death of his wife. Governor, you did get rich naturally. Wu mind instantly a jolt. Li Line, you die wife ah? Li Lingfeng froze in his tracks. The entire branch lobby looked over in unison. Li Lingfeng turned around. Notify all of my colleagues in the branch. I'll treat you all to a nice meal tonight. By the way, you just don't go. At the end Li Lingfeng gave a special explanation. Looking at Li Lingfeng's departing back, Xiao Wu's entire body was dumbfounded. Where did I misspeak again? Returning to the office, Li Lingfeng sat down on the sofa as soon as he picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Han Shuiying. Will you get off work on time tonight and invite your colleagues from the branch to have dinner with you? It's time for you to show your face as wineswoman. The message was sent over for a long time before Han Shuiying replied. I can't tonight I have to continue to work overtime to catch up with the goods. Li Lingfeng furrowed his brows. You'll lose me easily like this. It's easier to lose you if you don't seek advancement. Okay, I'll make it up to you when I get back tonight. How to compensate? Li Lingfeng's mouth turned happy. Play as much as you like. Han Shuiying then accompanied it with a shy emoji. Li Lingfeng had an instant picture in this mind, and just as he was about to prepare to reply to Han Shuiying, another message popped up. Fixing his eyes, he realized that it was Director Guo who had sent it. A city director of the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission took the initiative to send a message to his own branch of the small Karami. It is rare With a very curious mind, I clicked on it and saw that it was a dinner date. Li Lingfeng heart suspicion. This Guo director afraid is not for his wife's pregnancy to thank himself, right? If that's the case, why don't you bring me some big clients? That said, isn't the SASAC in charge of a large number of state-owned enterprises, many of which are powerful, right? The deposits of one or two such enterprises would be enough to send our branch performance sky high. Eating, Li Lingfeng to really not very interested. After all, one is not a member of its system, and there is no desire for a natural god in one's heart. Only this Director Guo has taken the initiative to open his mouth. It seems like it's not reasonable for him to refuse, right? For better or worse, people are top bosses at farmers and merchants. Anyhow, Li Lingfeng hesitated for a moment, so he replied back, okay, Director Guo, then I'll send you when the location is arranged. No, I've booked the place, so I'll just have a casual dinner and chat. With that, Director Guo sent the location of the meal to Li Lingfeng, who clicked on it. The one shown is just a fast food restaurant, and it's really a casual meal. Going to the appointment of Director Guo, the branch side will not be able to go, but since the words have been said, or have to invite the guys, so Li Lingfeng called the office director, Yi Mujuan, in, to it handed over the matter of inviting the big group of the branch to dinner tonight. Finished. Li Lingfeng looked up at Yi Mujuan. Right, you go out and buy 2 bottles of mutai, one for you guys to drink at dinner tonight, and the other for me to take away. Yi Mujuan looked back at Li Lingfeng in dismay, unable to imagine that his own governor would be so discounted, inviting his own people to dinner with mutai. Why don't we switch over here? Yi Mujuan gave a reminder. Do as I say, and I'll transfer you how much when the time comes. Yi Mujuan nodded and led the task out, not forgetting to tell everyone the good news after walking out of the governor's office. After work, taking the mutai bought by Yi Mujuan, Li Lingfeng took a taxi to the location agreed with Director Guo. Well, it really is a fast food restaurant. The director of the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, SASAC, is no more than an entertainment star, so basically not many people will be able to recognize him when he sits down here. It's no different than a normal person. This is also the reason why Director Guo is assured to choose this place, and more crucially to show their own integrity. Before entering the store, Li Lingfeng first went to a nearby convenience store to buy a bottle of mineral water. After emptying the bottle of mineral water, he poured the mutai into it. Carrying the mineral water bottle in his hand, Li Lingfeng then turned back to the fast food restaurant. Leaning against the corner, Li Lingfeng recognized Director Guo at a glance, and the other party waved his hand in greeting at that moment. Li Lingfeng, who walked over, sat down next to Director Guo, and on the table was a simple 3 dishes and 1 soup. Li Lingfeng picked up the bottle of mineral water in his hand and smiled. All off duty, convenient to have a drink? Director Guo thought for a moment, then nodded. Li Lingfeng asked the boss for 2 wine glasses and opened the cap to fill the glasses. Poured a good glass of wine to the director of Gua. The old family with the clay cannon. The director to try to fit the mouth? Director Gua took a small sip and smiled. Next time, it's better not to do this. If it's really a claymore, maybe I'll have a few more drinks with you. Li Lingfeng nodded his head and smiled. Okay, with this from you, Director Gua, I will have a bottom in my heart from now on. Looking for you out tonight. There are 2 main things. Director Gua opened the door. First of all, it's to thank you. As far as my wife's pregnancy is concerned, thanks to the referral of good doctors from your side, but it's just a show of hands. You're welcome, Director Gua, Li Lingfeng said. Director Gua reached out to interrupt Li Lingfeng, but to be clear, this is not a favor that we bring between us in exchange for benefits. Li Lingfeng smiled with a genuine look of indifference. It seems that you still misunderstood me, Director Gua. Director Gua also took a tentative look at Li Lingfeng. The clear eyes did not look like dirty mercenary villains. Maybe, people really don't try to beg for anything? This, in turn, made Director Gua even more relieved. Then he said, the second thing is about your branch leader, Big Yao. Li Lingfeng cackled and raised his head. Is it possible that it is going to be regulated again? The heart thinks like this, but the face cannot say so. What happened to our Big Yaoxing? Is it ready to go to where the high rise? If stepping on a sewing machine is a high rise, it is, I guess. Li Lingfeng, glancing at Li Lingfeng, Director Gua smiled. What? It's not possible that you also offered him a bribe, right? Frozen for a moment, Li Lingfeng returned. Which can this illegal thing can do? There was a pause. Just took him for a massage. 2. Ahem. Director Gua choked on his wine and slightly straightened his breath. Looks like he's had quite a few flings. Ha? Li Lingfeng had a puzzled look on his face. Why? Is there any other melon-eating material? The report letters from the husbands of your lesbians in the Agricultural and Commercial Bank are now all over the desktop of the Commission for Discipline Inspection, reporting that you, Yao Bank, are promiscuously engaging in male-female relationships and destroying people's marriages and families. About these things, Li Lingfeng more or less heard some of the wind in the ears. Flies do not bite seamless eggs. Those women are not a good thing. But in the face of profit, a few can hold their own. After all, the temptation is so great. It shouldn't be enough to go in and step on a sewing machine if it just involves the lifestyle piece, right? That's right. Director Gua picked up a mouthful of food. He's also involved in economic issues, using his power for personal gain to embezzle and accept bribes. After chewing a few bites and then swallowing, it seemed like a delicacy on earth. It could be seen that Director Gua seemed to come here often and was right on the money with the food. And it's the kind with a huge amount of money, Director Gua added. Li Lingfeng slightly raised his wine glass. This situation is afraid that it is difficult for the gods to save. And it is being hammered. Eat, don't dawdle, Director Gua reminded with a smile. Li Lingfeng looked at Director Gua, asking me out to speak about this. I'm afraid it's not that simple, right? Seemingly seeing Li Lingfeng's mind, Director Gua smiled. If Dayo is regulated, then the position of branch leader will be vacant. So, are you interested? Here comes the punchline. From what I hear, your branch is doing well. Li Lingfeng frowned. Don't play so big. I just want to find a bank job to fill the face. That's a lot of carelessness, and it's on the verge of becoming senior leadership at S Farmers and Merchants Bank. But then I thought, that's not right. I'm just a little karami. No matter what, I won't be able to take this position. The only explanation that made sense was that this Director Gua seemed to be testing himself with this suite. It seems that he is really wrong, even if the biggest and most top in the agricultural and commercial banks. So what? It is still the same pedal sewing machine. And really, when you're in that position, it's up to you. Seeing that Li Lingfeng didn't answer, Director Gua put down the chopsticks in his hands. This all still needs to be considered. How many people dream of sitting in that position? In that case, you can just find them. Li Lingfeng laughed. This really made Director Gua freeze for a moment. What did you say? Li Lingfeng drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. I can't afford to be in a high place. What can I do with the position of branch leader? You'd better choose another one. Director Gua looked at Li Lingfeng seriously, with a look of no desire. There really seemed to be something special about this young man in front of me. You know, power and status are the most deadly aphrodisiacs for men. Spare yourself, read through the Book of Sages, but also cannot escape the whirlpool of power in which the struggle to pour. So Director Gua drew a tissue and wiped his mouth. What? You want to lie flat at such a young age? Just take me as a puddle of mud that can't be helped. The dangling Li Lingfeng casually laughed. But it is a powerful statement of the attitude of one's position. Director Gua nodded and put the tissue down. That's fine. I don't force people to do what they want. After saying that, he got up and was ready to leave. By the way, I've already paid for this meal, so I'll pay you back some other time after I've had a drink from you. After Director Guo left, Li Lingfeng sipped alone, and could not imagine that this Director Guo was so fond of his political feathers. Today's meal was all about testing himself, fearing that he would hold him hostage with a favor for his wife. Alas, so many times when people reach a certain position, they are really tired of living. Drinking alone is really boring, so Li Lingfeng carried a mineral water bottle of Mao Tai to the next table. Older brother, do you mind joining us for a drink? At the next table sat an old brother working at a construction site. Lao hurriedly made a seat and wiped the table clean with his hand propped up on his sleeve. Smiling, sit. Li Lingfeng smoothly took the dishes from his table and poured a glass of wine for his old brother. Here, try this one. An earth cannon brought from the old country. Older brother politely took a sip. Well, that's a nice clay cannon you have back home. Really? That's going to take a couple more drinks. Li Lingfeng smiled and refilled his old brother's cup. How much do you charge for a pound of this? And can you bring me some too? Li Lingfeng, Lao smiled sincerely. It doesn't have to be much. Maybe 10 or 20 pounds. Li Lingfeng's horrified eyes. 10 to 20 pounds? It just so happens that I'm planning to make some medicinal wine. And I got some bee pupae from the construction site the other day. Mutai soaked bee pupa? Come, let's eat the food first. Li Lingfeng hurriedly changed the topic and said, brothers, I would like to ask which stockings of concealment and breathability is better. Qingming incense on the head with a set of head. So many years to focus on picking up girls did not mix out of the personal appearance. No face to see the ancestors. Coming out of the fast food restaurant, passing by an empty square, the noisy music attracted Li Lingfeng's attention. Looking up, several groups of ants in various costumes were struggling to twirl and sweat their way through the dance. Auntie's dance is floating. My life is on the road. Li Lingfeng couldn't help but lament. Stopping to gaze, Li Lingfeng saw a pair of old partners in the center dancing with great joy. Just when I wanted to praise the old couple for having such a good time, I turned my head and saw another old man sitting in a wheelchair, staring and drying his eyes. Could it be that the old man in the wheelchair is the partner of the central dancing ant? Li Lingfeng took a deep breath of cool air. The realistic example in front of us tells us that male compatriots must know how to cherish themselves. When your body collapses, the old partner beside you will have to be someone else's. Frightened, Li Lingfeng hurriedly did a few chest expanding exercises to revitalize his muscles and bones. At the edge of the square, Li Lingfeng seemed to see a familiar figure. However, due to the dark vision, Li Lingfeng was unable to recognize it for a while, so he leaned over. When he got closer, Li Lingfeng realized that the other party seemed to be his former high school classmate. The other looked over at that moment, and the two hesitated for a moment with each other. Li Lingfeng. Ultimately, it was the other party who shouted out first. Xia Tianhao. The other party in embarrassment. I'm Ma Daji. Xia Tianhao was the neighbor of the classmate of Xiaodong, his cousin's first cousin from his cousin's family in the class next to ours. Oh, so it's Deji. Li Lingfeng immediately greeted warmly. I remember you. I even borrowed your pot that spring camping trip. That pot was lent to you by Huang Deji from our class. Li Lingfeng. What I'm lending you are bowls, plates, chopsticks, rice, oil, salt, seasoning bottles. That year was a real fucking thank you. Where are you high up now? Li Lingfeng hurriedly digressed. I was doing the online media piece before, especially for hot news. Not bad. Engaged in media big shot. Li Lingfeng marveled. Have operated what projects? There's a sea of them, but it's mostly with some of the stars. Li Lingfeng frowned. I can understand that it's a microblogging repost to buy hotspots, the kind that costs a few cents apiece. Well, pretty much. It can be interpreted that way. Ma Daji thought about it and returned. So you're the general contractor? No, Madaishi shook his head. I was making those few cents at the bottom, but I've got a dozen or so Twitter accounts going and I'm making pocket change. Li Lingfeng looked at Ma Daji. You're not going to take this as your main business, are you? How can that be? Daji Ma said. My main business is information technology, communications and peripheral services. Li Lingfeng nodded his head. So he was doing IT. Which piece exactly? On-site promotional sales of polymer compound extended treatment technology for the surface of intelligent digital communication devices. Li Lingfeng? Speak human. Cell phone sticker. Where's the booth? Over there. Ma Daji pointed to a cell phone film stall not far away. The two men came to the stall, which consisted of a wheelbarrow with slender lamps hanging on either side. Battery powered. A watercolor marker on a cardboard next to it reads, cell phone sticker. Do you have something to earn here? Li Lingfeng couldn't help but wonder. Don't underestimate this stall. Inside the doorway to go. Do you know how much this cell phone film into the price of a piece? How much? Li Lingfeng was also curious. It's only a few cents, but I charge 15 for posting one. So how many times profit is that? You do the math. It's true. It's no more profitable than speculating in stocks. So how many have you posted tonight? Ma Daji looked worried. It's not even open yet tonight. Li Lingfeng. That's fine. Why don't you stick one on me? Just as I'm about to change my cell phone film. Great. Dajima fully demonstrated his professionalism and posted it in less than a few minutes. It's covered in dense little bubbles in the center. But other than that, there's really not much to pick on. At least the film still has all 4 edges aligned to the phone's bezel. 15 total. Since we're classmates, I'll charge you 12, okay? Scan code or cash? Li Lingfeng froze. Didn't you just say this cost a few cents apiece? Yeah. What's the problem? In a trance. No. Li Lingfeng transferred $12. By the way, don't throw that old film away for me. I'll change it over myself later. On the occasion of parting, Li Lingfeng looked at Ma Daji. Listen to my advice. It's better to find a share of the class. One day, I will become Rebus. The defiant Ma Daji shouted at the departing Li Lingfeng's back. Call the cab to Han Shuiying Company downstairs. At this time Han Shuiying has been off work waiting at the curb. Seeing Li Lingfeng getting out of the car and walking towards him, Han Shuiying was busy and happy to go forward and hold Li Lingfeng's arm. Why are you so late? Oh, put a film on the phone. Let's see. Han Shuiying took Li Lingfeng's cell phone in one hand. Which puffer posted this for you? Hurry up and tell him to return the money. Looking at the screen that was full of bubbles, Han Shuiying fumed at that moment. My mother's tongue is better plastered than his. Li Lingfeng glanced at Han Shuiying, a point he deeply agreed with. But on second thought, that's not what I taught myself. It's half my own credit. In addition, Han Shuiying's hard work and good learning have led to today's achievements and self-confidence. Are you hungry? Do you want to go for a late-night snack together? Li Lingfeng asked. What? You didn't get enough to eat tonight? Li Lingfeng smiled. I'm full. This is not afraid of you starving. I knew you were good to me. Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng dutifully. If happiness had a model, at this moment Han Shuiying was the best model. Barbecue stand out front? Go. Han Shuiying took Li Lingfeng's hand and walked forward joyfully. The late-night barbecue stall was a popular time, leaving Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying with few spots to choose from. In a place by the corner, the two sat down. Li Lingfeng took a paper towel and wiped it carefully. It was full of greasy stains, and the owner was too busy collecting the leftovers to wipe the table. And the people were really a bit too many, too noisy. Li Lingfeng frowned slightly. Why don't we change to a cleaner place? Han Shuiying froze and thought for a moment. That's fine. I'll watch you. It's really a bit tiring to work all day, so it's good to get some fresh air in a clean place. Leaving the barbecue stand, the two went to a late-night kanji store not far away, which specialized in night spots. The decoration of the store and the design of the inside is a more literary kind, and has its own independent private room, suitable for city men and women who pursue the mood. The two entered the late-night kanji store, and the receptionist politely shouted, Welcome, give me a private room. Li Lingfeng said, I'm sorry, sir, the booth is full right now, so you'll need to wait a bit. No need, let's just eat outside. Han Shuiying said hurriedly. The two then had to choose a better spot against the wall in the communal dining area. The walls are plastered with passers-by who have come here to eat before. Turns out there's a Polaroid here, so you can take a picture of yourself and stick it on the wall and write a few sentences to remember it by. Li Lingfeng swept a glance. The longest surprisingly can be traced back to 5 years ago. That is a couple photo. Underneath, it says, Zhang Nan, I'll love you forever. Li Lingfeng smiled. I wonder what happened to that couple now. Did they split up? Why don't you wish them well? Maybe they're already married? Isn't there a saying that shows of affection die fast? Han Shuiying, I was just about to take one with you. So you're saying I'm not a good shot? Don't. Why, such a handsome face hanging here must attract the greed of many girls. No. Where did you get this fanboy confidence? Only a blind girl would look at you. Han Shuiying sneered back. Handsome. Can I take a picture? As soon as Han Shuiying finished speaking, two girls walked over and laughed. Li Lingfeng suddenly had his tail up, and looked at Han Shuiying with great complacency. Straightening his clothes, he got up and came over to the two girls and struck a perfect pose. The two girls froze, and the girl who had just spoken up was embarrassed. I mean, can you take a picture of the two of us? Sorry, I may not have made myself clear earlier. The sight of Han Shuiying could not help but put a laugh, making Li Lingfeng very depressed. After taking a picture of the two girls, they said thank you. On the way out, by the way, you should still try not to take pictures of people in the future. I'm afraid you'll get beaten up. In the photo, the two girls' nostrils are facing upwards, with a look of IQ deficit, and it's rare for Li Lingfeng to capture this action. After the two left, Han Shuiying got up and came to Li Lingfeng's side. Let's take a picture too. It was impossible to argue with Han Shuiying, so Li Lingfeng had no choice but to cooperate. Han Shuiying held the Polaroid camera herself and reached out to point it at the two men in reverse. Just lean over a bit, Han Shuiying reminded Li Lingfeng. Eventually the two got closer and closer until they were snuggled up against each other. Han Shuiying took the opportunity to press the shutter and freeze the moment. The photo came out from underneath the Polaroid, and Han Shuiying couldn't wait to pick it up and take a look. Not to mention, Han Shuiying's photo-taking skills are awesome, and the two of them look like a young couple in love for the first time. But for Han Shuiying, how could Li Lingfeng not be her first love? Her first man. Han Shuiying happily stuck the photo on the wall and wrote, "I hope you can always be happy and be the free wind." Li Lingfeng looked over. "You're not going to make yourself a wish?" Han Shuiying smiled sweetly. "I'm happy when you're happy. My world is enough with you. I can't imagine if you don't get to be with you in the future. Will you cut me with a knife?" "No way." Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng seriously. "But I'll hide in a corner and cry in secret." After saying that, Han Shuiying smiled again and said to Li Lingfeng, "Do you want to see me cry? I prefer to hear you scream than cry." Li Lingfeng returned in a serious manner. Han Shuiying's cheeks instantly rose in a blush. "Then tonight you cut your nails." The next day, He Hawed Investment Company. The main power coal contract opened at $745, $6 lower than yesterday's close of $751. Due to the full compounding method of play, there is simply no extra money left in the account, so the account immediately went negative. The futures company's phone call to the Xiho Investment Company Limited and asked for a margin call, otherwise it will easily be forced to close the position. But the good thing is that the company got over $1 million back today, without having time to notify Li Lingfeng. Fang Jimian decisively transferred $1 million to the company's futures account to reverse the negative account problem. With that $1 million, it's no problem at all to hold out for margin swings as long as there aren't extreme market conditions. The overall market didn't seem to move much either, just repeatedly bouncing back and forth sideways around the opening price. Fang Jimian saw that the market had stabilized, and only then did he call Li Lingfeng. At this time, Li Lingfeng was still sleeping. After last night's 9981 style of love with Han Shuiying, this would be recuperating. Rao was sleepy, but seeing that it was Fang Jimian's call, Li Lingfeng didn't dare not to answer it. Today's main power coal contract opened $6 lower than yesterday's and the account margin went negative, so I transferred $1 million. It's okay, it is estimated that yesterday's rise is fierce. These 2 days storage period, I believe the back will continue to pull up. Li Lingfeng confidently optimistic. Fang Jimian didn't reply. To a certain extent, he recognized this viewpoint of Li Lingfeng, but only if the trade war at the national level continues to be contested. Our country is already a big consumer of coal and steel, so it is very hurtful to continue this way when no alternative is found. Only what Fang Jimian did not expect was that our country had gone beyond the usual toughness. By the way, it's the same old principle. You can keep a certain amount of money, but don't hesitate to intervene with the full position if the market once improves. Li Lingfeng explained. For Fang Jimian's manipulation, he is confident. After all, people's billions of property are earned from the trading market. Before the two could finish their call, Li Lingfeng received another message on his side, so he hurriedly said to Fang Jimian, "That's it. You make your own choice in due time." After hanging up the phone, Li Lingfeng hurriedly clicked on the message. Surprisingly, it was from that Tsunade girl yesterday. Today, on the other hand, she switched to another anime character, but it's also pretty awesome. Li Lingfeng took a closer look at the photos sent to him and couldn't help but think of the scene in the locker room yesterday. The G-class headlights, as reflected in the full-length mirror, are long-lasting. "Are you going to the Comic-Con again?" Li Lingfeng asked in a very concerned message. "No. In the dormitory? Boring to play a little." "In the dormitory? Yeah, I'm still a college student." Li Lingfeng took a deep breath. "Which university? College of Finance and Economics. Finance and Economics College. Not just their own neighborhood, that one." So Li Lingfeng immediately gave to send a message again to confirm that it is no error. Thinking that he didn't have anything important to do today, he said, "Why don't I go over and find you to play? It's been a long time since I graduated out and went to the university." "Good. I'll wait for you then." The other party seemed to be very happy. Li Lingfeng, who had no more sleepiness, then got up sharply to wash up and carefully cleaned himself up before going out satisfactorily. Before going to the College of Finance and Economics, Li Lingfeng first came to the auto repair store and cleaned the car, instantly like a brand new one. Remembering the picture that the Tsunade girl named Ro had sent herself, she went to a stocking store. The shopkeeper is the boss's wife. More than 1.7 m figure is very tall, especially that a wraparound skirt is particularly attractive. "Do you have black silk for sale in your house?" Li Lingfeng asked without looking away. The boss's wife smiled movingly. "Yes, there are. Cheap 15, 20, expensive 50. 100 as well. Get me the expensive ones, finished Li Lingfeng then said. You help me try it on. Sis. The boss's wife stared blankly at Li Lingfeng, which was the first time she had encountered this request since opening the store. Nothing else? I'm just afraid that the stockings won't be sturdy. Li Lingfeng added his explanation. So are you still buying it if I try it? It's fine. I'll take it if you try, Li Lingfeng assured. The boss's wife looked at Li Lingfeng and hesitated for a while before finally nodding her head and answering. Beautiful legs with stockings. That was simply impeccable. Li Lingfeng looked up and down at the boss's wife with satisfaction. Lamented. It's a shame you don't go into modeling. The boss's wife guffawed. I just came from modeling. How about this? Do you still want this lace-trimmed black silk? Yes. Get me a new pair, Li Lingfeng said. Boss lady. Looking at the boss lady's skeptical expression, Li Lingfeng smiled. I want the pair you're wearing now, but it's for you. The price did not cut. Paid $200. Li Lingfeng left the store turned into the brand new Mercedes-Benz. The owner's wife, who saw all this from a distance, sighed slightly. It's sold cheap. It's so hard to meet a kaiju and not get slaughtered. After sighing he took 2 pairs of stockings out of the box to restock the shelves, the outside of which said the price of entry was $2. Li Lingfeng happily drove to the Finance and Economics College and followed the navigation address sent by the tsunami girl Xiaoro. The vehicle traveled to the downstairs of the Academy's girls' dormitory, and the tsunami girl, Xiaoro, specifically instructed Li Lingfeng to wait for her downstairs. She just had to let the girls in the dorm know that she had a handsome male companion who drove a Mercedes. After sending a message to the Tsunade girl, Xiaoro, Li Lingfeng got out of the car and waited. Handsome face, brand new Mercedes-Benz, really attracted the attention of many girls' eyes one after another. Discussion grew in the crowd. Was this another male that classmate had hooked up with? Last week a Maserati was unveiled downstairs, and the melons in this dormitory are simply too much to eat. But this one downstairs today seems to be more in line with what girls judge handsome than the Maserati one. Even if you don't have any money, you can still be in a relationship without getting married kind of thing. It can provide full emotional value to a girl, and it's a joyous day to watch him get his period. In the dormitory, the Tsunade girl Xiaoro, who had changed into her normal dress outfit, saw Li Lingfeng who was waiting from the balcony, sweeping over the crowd of girls mingling on the balcony. The vibe was about ready to brew, and it was time to show up in full view of the crowd. So, Ro turned around and left the dormitory. The roommate in the same dormitory hurriedly shouted, Xiaoro, where are you going? It's not even mealtime yet. The 2 housemates who didn't get a reply looked at each other, and one of them was very skeptical. Do you think that handsome guy downstairs is waiting for Zairu? As soon as the words were out of their mouths, the 2 quickly ran towards the balcony, joining one of the eating crowds. Sure enough, in full view of everyone, Xiaoro gave Li Lingfeng a hug and turned around to enter the Mercedes. Envious to the point of skepticism, the 2 housemates looked at each other again from the balcony. Do you think we count as 2 golden flowers? One of them thought for half a second and looked at the 2 men in the balcony mirror. Well, it barely adds up to 1. Oh, you can add some points for your boobs. After a pause, virginity should work too. The vehicle drove away from the girls' dormitory, and the moment he turned the corner, Li Lingfeng seemed to see a familiar figure. Isn't that the part-time girl from the milk tea store? She's from the College of Finance and Economics. What? You know her? Zoe, who was sitting next to her in the passenger seat, asked curiously. No, by the way, I brought you a gift. It's in that storage compartment in front of you. Li Lingfeng laughed. Yes? Xiaoro happily opened her storage compartment and took out the so-called gift, which turned out to be a pair of lace-edged black silk. Xiaoro smiled gently, a mischievous glint in her eyes, and shook the black silk in her hands, slightly lifting up her dress to the base of her thighs. She then elegantly put black silk on those long and well-proportioned legs in front of Li Lingfeng. This operation almost did not let Li Lingfeng sprayed nosebleed. This driving recorder will be sure to copy down to save properly. Xiaoro's movements were skillful and captivating, every nuance exuding a unique and seductive charm. Those legs, too, are really white. After putting it on, Xiaoro turned to Li Lingfeng and said, How is it? Does it look good? It looks good. So good I can't help but get my hands on it. Where are we going to go next? Let's go to the back of the school. It's a nice day for outdoor relaxation. The back of the mountain. Wasn't that the legendary mecca of every university's wilderness? Li Lingfeng looked at Xiaoro. What's wrong with you? Relaxing? Seemingly seeing Li Lingfeng's inner monologue, Xiaoro laughed. It's just to go there to get some fresh air and feel nature. Don't overthink it. The backcountry wasn't far. The car was just a short turn out the back door and parked in the parking area. The 2 got out of the car, and since it was a weekday, there wasn't a lot of foot traffic, and only the bottom of the hill was slightly more popular. The higher they went, the more they couldn't see a single figure. As if this environment was tailor-made for the two today. Li Lingfeng and Xiao Rou walked side by side, and the fresh breeze from the mountains brought gusts of coolness. The sunlight poured through the gaps in the leaves, creating dappled light and shadows on the ground. You know, I've always felt that when one gets close to nature, one's mind becomes purer as well, Xiao's was said. Really? So are we doing something to show our love for nature and make each other's hearts a little purer? I know a nice place up ahead. Zoe bowed her head. Afterward, on the drive back to the branch, Li Lingfeng had been wondering. It was Rou who said she was bored and came to her to play. It was Rou who said she wanted to go to the back of the mountain to take a break. And in the end, it was Rou who even chose the place. As if, one has never taken the initiative, right? Obviously she was still acting so dainty and shy. And in the end the whole thing felt like she was the big gray prong. Hi, really hi. Li Lingfeng couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. Returning to the branch, Li Lingfeng entered the door and saw a group of people in the black. What? Is there a promotion today? Free rice when you deposit money, or free oil? But seeing that group of suits didn't make it look like Big Mama. Li Xing, you're finally back. I've been told to look for you, Xiao Wu said as he came forward in a hurry. Looking for me? After some exchanges only to learn, is a few of the state-owned enterprise units. To this side of the account, Director Guo's figure instantly flashed in Li Lingfeng's mind. It seemed that last night's meal seemed to have initially gained Director Guo's trust. Li Lingfeng hurriedly explained that the branch staff must serve these large customers. It is well known that these powerful state-owned enterprise units are important customers of the bank. If they can establish a long-term relationship with them, then it would undoubtedly be a great asset for the bank. After some hectic pleasantries, Li Lingfeng returned to the office. His legs still a little weak now. Thinking about that image of the backcountry almost gave Zoe a shake to the point of motion sickness. This will be the old Luo called. Li Lingfeng just remembered to help ask Uncle Chen to meet that thing. To the whole forgotten. I just wanted to find an excuse to prepare to muddle through. Who knew that old Luo himself spoke first, saying, that thing about the mayor of the village of Yamagata, that won't be necessary. Li Lingfeng was curious. What's the matter? Didn't you say that the collection was tight? Don't mention it. The merchant bank is confirmed to be going bankrupt and is now ceasing all business and H merchant bank is taking over. Li Lingfeng. What about your original employees? The probability is that they will merge over together. And it's not clear exactly. Old Luo returned heavily. There was a pause. I've handed in my resignation. Really not waiting for the reorganization to finish arranging the work? Li Lingfeng asked. No more waiting. As I told you before, it's time to enjoy life. That's not bad. Have you read the news? Our former Big Yao has been double-crossed as well. It's only a matter of time before he'll have to go in. With that style, old Luo said with a bit of indignation. Looks like he hasn't been squeezed by Big Yao in the past. How about this? Are you interested in coming over to our Xieha Investment Company Limited? Li Lingfeng asked with a smile. I'll give you a position as department head. Seeing that old Luo didn't reply for a long time, Li Lingfeng smiled. There's no rush. Take your time to think about it. It's not too late to tell me when you've thought about it. After hanging up the phone, Li Lingfeng gazed and knocked on the desktop. Luo Xing itself was a chain of resources. If he could be absorbed into the company, it would definitely help the development of the company's business. As long as the money is in place, it's naturally no problem to make him sell out. And Lao Luo is still the one who gets paid to do the job. Li Lingfeng opened his office computer and browsed through the current major financial messages. The trade situation with Australia was still tense. A subsequent look at the trend in the main power coal contract didn't show much movement. I think there will definitely be action in the next couple of days, either up or down. Li Lingfeng has always believed that the probability of going up is greater than the probability of going down. Not only because of the tips from Boss Zhang and the secret of fierce men. More importantly, nowadays, as our country's strength grows, it is gradually moving towards a tough stance in the face of external problems. Everything starts from a position of strength. A month later, the main power coal contract closed with a halt, with the price set at 113.2 yuan. As it turned out, this time Li Lingfeng stepped on shit again and gambled right. Zaiho Investment Company Limited. Li Lingfeng and Fong Jimian, two people, looked at nearly 17 million more than the profit, said faintly, throw it away. Never eat the last bite of meat. Let's take what we can get. Following Li Lingfeng's instructions, Fong Jimian immediately threw them all out to lock in the profits. Tell everyone that the company is treating the guys to a high tonight. After a new round of expansion, the company has gradually become formalized, and now has credit 1 and 2 departments, Capital Business Department, Investment Department and Comprehensive Department. Credit Department I will be headed by Xiao Hongfei. Credit Department 2 will be headed by Luo Tianqing. Capital Business Department and Investment Department will be concurrently headed by Fong Jimian, and General Department will be selected Unable to dismiss the crowd of second wives, Lao Luo finally chose to succumb to the He-Ho investment company. Unlike the common man's lust, it's all about poor guarding. Poverty makes us of good character. Alright, I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Li Lingfeng got up and took his cell phone and car keys. Don't forget about inviting the gang to a potluck dinner tonight. All the notices are in place. Seeing that Li Lingfeng is about to leave, Fang Jinian shouted, now the company's account can lie 27 million. You do not consider the follow-up direction Besides, allow me to think about it. Li Lingfeng waved his hand and left the office. In the public office area, a lot of new faces have been added, including the group members of credit department too, all of whom were brought by Lao Luo. The said not to say, this is to do this line of work is fast. The old Luo came into the company not long. That business is dilly-dallying to pull over, for no other reason than that the reward split is high and more substantial than a bank's, or at least a bank wouldn't dare to explicitly charge a service fee. Instead of saying that Lao Luo works for the company, it would be more appropriate to compare him to a partner of the company. In that less than a month, the performance of Credit 2 led by Lao Luo surpassed that of Credit 1. This is the explosive power of resourcefulness, which also makes Xiao Hongfei's side more open to rush forward. There is a good and progressive atmosphere of competition with each other. In order to give the two more comfortable office environment, Li Lingfeng equipped with an independent office for the two. After all, at least it is also the department boss. It has to be given the appropriate treatment and status so that it can establish its authority in front of the group members and lead the team forward. In addition, 2 professionals have been recruited in the funding business department to carry out the company's short-split bridging and other businesses. Over at the general department, there was just one person at the front desk, Yang Xia, the girl who fell into a ditch on a shared bike the last time she came in for an interview. Li Lingfeng came to the front desk and looked at the familiar waves. Very concerned, she asked, how is it, Xiao Ya? Is the work hard? Do you get used to doing it? Yang Xia smiled slightly sheepishly. Want to tell the truth, boss? If you don't tell the truth, do you still want to tell me lies? Is it true that nothing you usually say to me is true? No, it's not. Yang Xia hurriedly shook her head and explained. Actually, it's a bit of an idle job. I've been here for over a month and I don't seem to have done anything other than order water for afternoon tea. Li Lingfeng frowned slightly. Is that bad? No, I just want to learn something. Boss, you know I'm a fresh graduate out of school and I haven't learned a lot of things. Li Lingfeng nodded. Not bad. You're quite motivated here. Let's do it this way. You find me another receptionist. Yang Xia froze for a moment. Looking for another receptionist? So where do I go? What do I do? It can't be that you don't want me anymore. Yang Xia was in shock. Boss, did I say something wrong? I'm sorry. No, employees as solid as you are hard to find these days. So you're hiring an extra receptionist taking your place. Yang Xia, whose heart was instantly like ashes, begged. Boss, I really know I'm wrong. Give me another chance. Don't fire me, okay? Why would I fire you? Li Lingfeng looked at Yang Xia and laughed. Aren't you going to hire an extra receptionist to take my place? If you don't fire me, then what am I going to do? Well, don't you want to learn more? I'm going to promote you to be the oldest in the general department. Xia Yang. Li Lingfeng then took out $2,000 and put it on the front desk. The company is not equipped with uniforms for the time being, so go buy 2 sets of tops for yourself first. The set you're wearing is too big and ill-fitting. Get something tighter. You know you're the face of the company. Okay. Yang Xia, who was still in shock, hurriedly nodded and said. Only after Li Lingfeng left did Yang Xia go to the restroom and call her best friend. Hey, Xiaoting do you want to come to my company to work as a receptionist? Don't you have a job yet? The other party was stunned at first, then returned. Are you the receptionist? Why do you need to recruit one more? No, our boss said he's going to move me to be the head of the general department. Opponent. Is your boss interested in you? Shouldn't be able to, right? Yang Xia was also a bit confused. How could this kind of rich boss look at himself according to reason? Is it just because you have big boobs? I advise you to be more careful. BFF Xiaoting hurriedly warned with kind words. Let's not talk about that. Are you coming or not? While we have this opportunity. Go why not go? BFF Xiaoting busy back. This time is looking for a job, looking for fear. The family also nagging tight. Then get ready, and I'll let you know when it's time to come in for an interview. After hanging up the phone, Yang Xia then considered what her best friend Xiaoting had just said when she reminded her boss that he might be interested in her. Then a slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Li Lingfeng, who left Zaiho Investment Company Limited on this side, did not rush back to the branch, but first came under the flyover before. Sure enough, I saw the old man who set up a fortune-telling stall from a distance. Only strangely enough the stall was not open today. After Li Lingfeng parked his car, he got out and walked over. Greeting. What? Is it that the stock is back in the money and you don't even want to do this business anymore? The old man smiled. You're finally here. Been waiting for you for days. Wait for me? The old man nodded. Yes, waiting for you. You're my man of honor. Really giving you the benefit of the doubt. Eyebrows raised. So it's all back in the money, as we just said? The old man shook his head. I didn't keep it. I gave it away early, but it's a lot less than the 70% I lost before. Sighed. Our kind of people are not suitable for stock speculation. The loss of money on the dead carry. Back up the Ben did not have time to rise back on the can't wait to hurry to go. Ugh. I'm kind of admitting defeat and I'm never touching this stuff again for the rest of my life. Li Lingfeng handed the old man a cigarette and laughed. The stock market is a legal casino. If it's really that easy to make money, who would still want to work and move bricks? No more speculation. Does not affect your stall fortune telling. How not to open the stall. The old man inhaled a mouthful of smoke. Now the stock is retired. The hand also has a little money. Ready to go back to the countryside. A kind of return to the roots. Out so many years. Besides, staying here would only be a burden to the sons and daughters. Returning to the roots is false. Do not want to add to the burden of the children is true. People do things which is not from the interests of the consideration. Where home is, roots are. Saying that it's not easy for us young people. How have you, the older generation, ever had a day of cozy living? The math goes to fucking life. The two of them sat under the overpass without too many words and quietly finished the cigarette in their hands. Getting up. Come on, old man. I'll see you again if it's meant to be. The old man smiled. I wouldn't dare to hope for goodbye. This book and compass are for you. I wish you a bright future. After bidding farewell to the old man, he drove back to the branch on his way, just passing by the Traffic Police Brigade Service Center, thinking that the violation from a few days ago had not yet been dealt with. So Li Lingfeng simply tried to make it easier now and drove the car in. Office hall. The scene for business is not many people. Li Lingfeng hurriedly took a number to line up. Right in front of us was an older guy about 50 years old. The kind of guy who looked a little tigerish. I only saw Lao nod and smile at the traffic police clerk at the window first. The traffic police clerk also responded politely and asked, "May I ask what kind of business you're doing? Violation payment?" Lao shook his head while looking around to make sure there were no other people, and asked weakly to the traffic police clerk, "Comrade, I don't have enough points. I would like to ask how to buy points here. Or is there any channel introduced?" The traffic police clerk looked at his oldest brother in disbelief. Older brother thought the traffic police clerk did not hear clearly. Busy even gesticulated, "Buy points. Is that the points of the license? Not enough to deduct." Li Lingfeng in the back was also instantly confused when he heard his old brother's words. "Old brother, you are a real tiger." Only to see a dumbfounded traffic police clerk pointing at Lao and chortling, "I'll give you 5 seconds to get out of here, and I'll pretend I didn't hear you. When you're done, you don't forget to add, why don't you go up to the police station and buy a gun?" "Ha?" Lao looked at the traffic police clerk with a serious look on his face, then came up with something even more thunderous. "And how do I get to the police station?" Li Lingfeng saw the situation, hurriedly turned around and walked away. The violation of the law is not dealt with. It would be bad if the innocent are affected. Returning to the branch, Li Lingfeng asked the office director, Yi Majuan, to type up a copy of the latest data of the branch's various data for himself. Sitting in the office chair, Li Lingfeng looked at the branch operating data over and over again. The size of this deposit RTM dry to 4.6 billion. It's a little hard to imagine a branch with a volume that's drying up to $4.6 billion. The reason why it has popped up so vigorously is due to the full support of the state-owned enterprises that have come over to open accounts in the past few days. Li Lingfeng knew that it was all Director Guo's magical powers. This society, in the final analysis, is still a society of human kindness. It's just that by messing with it so much, the whole thing stands out a little too much and falls into the overly glaring category. Since ancient times, there is a saying that the gun is not so good to sit in this first position, although at the moment, one is not yet in the first place. This was when Yi Majuan noticed the art of numerology and the compass sitting on Li Lingfeng's desk and instantly became interested. Opening his mouth, he asked, "Li Xing, you like to study these two?" Li Lingfeng followed Yi Majuan's gaze and looked at the art of numerology and the exquisite compass on the table. "Didn't study it. An old man I knew not long ago gave it to me and he closed the mountain." "I thought you liked research too?" Yi Majuan smiled. "Since Li Xing doesn't like it, how about giving it to me?" Li Lingfeng looked up at Yi Majuan. "What? You have a study in arts and numbers? Interested, have had recent exposure to pondering." "Oh," Li Lingfeng nodded, full of the thought that Li Lingfeng would give something to himself. Yi Majuan happily said, "I wonder if Li Xing is willing to give up his love." Look at my mouth. Li Lingfeng spelled out a silent gun. Roll. To Yi Mujuan. Yi Mujuan. Very feebly, he left the governor's office. Li Lingfeng in the office opened the OA system and began to process the documents. In a research notice, it is clear that the new branch leader, President Huang Keming, will visit Li Lingfeng's branch on a certain date for research. Li Lingfeng frowned. It is true that this performance is good is a lot of shit. The eyes are just staring at this place. Shit. When this channel opens up some more, I'll quit this shit job too. The office door was knocked on and Li Lingfeng shouted, "Come in." Su Yalan, the director of the sales department, brought over a document. Li Xing, this is last month's performance incentive distribution plan, drawn up according to your requirements. Li Lingfeng took a cursory look. Generally correct will be a big pen. Sign his name. All you can see on Su Yalan's face is a happy smile, because this time she was able to allocate more than 5,000. Since following Li Lingfeng dry, performance is rubbing upward sore. Naturally a variety of rewards are also coming. Li Lingfeng, on the other hand, is not greedy for this small profit, and all the colleagues of the branch were fattened. Some colleagues have even reached the end of their rotational years and are still dragging their feet in laziness. Finally, it was only after the HR department of the branch compelled me to leave that I hated to part with it. Realize how important it is to follow the right leader. Li Lingfeng's reputation has also gradually spread throughout the branch, and many of his colleagues in the agricultural and commercial bank want to rotate to this side. Li Lingfeng handed the signed document back to Su Yalan, the director of the sales department. Su Yalan smiled and took it. Then I'll report it to the branch, and the branch's finance department is waiting to do this month's payroll. Good. Li Lingfeng nodded. On the way out, Su Yalan didn't forget to praise. You're great, Li Xing, since you've taken over. It feels like we got out of poverty and became rich very quickly. Really? You guys have such a low demand for affluence, huh? Li Lingfeng teased. Su Yalan looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. Now all the colleagues in the branch basically have tens of thousands of dollars in salary. What else do you want? Not enough. When this month's performance incentives come down, find a free weekend and take everyone to rent a yacht to the sea for a sea day feast. Hi, Haitian feast? Su Yalan had a horrified expression on her face, and Li Lingfeng hurriedly changed his words. No, sea party. Alright, then we'll wait for your good news. Li Xing. Su Yalan happily turned around and left. Speaking of making money, Li Lingfeng thought of Su Xiaolu, who has not been in contact for a long time, and there is still her share in the 10 million company book. So he picked up the phone and dialed Su Xiaolu, and it took a while to connect. Li Lingfeng frowned. You damn well deliberately didn't answer my call, didn't you? And that's it, having a new love and forgetting the old one. What? Just remembering me now? Su Xiaolu said with a slightly resentful tone, just like a complaining woman. All this time I've been busy making money. Where's the new love? Li Lingfeng grinned. Just make it up. Where's the money? Where did you earn it? Su Xiaolu questioned. In the account. Just wanted to talk to you about this today. Do you want to take back the $2 million you invested before? Li Lingfeng asked. With the profit, the total is now 4 million, Li Lingfeng added. Su Xiaolu obviously froze for a moment. $4 million? You're afraid you're not lying to me, right? Why would I lie to you? Send me your account. After receiving the account sent by Su Xiaolu, Li Lingfeng turned around and sent it to Feng Jinyan, informing him to transfer 4 million to this account. When Su Xiaolu received the transfer information of 4 million, the whole person was instantly confused. This completely subverted her perception of Li Lingfeng. It was unexpected that Li Lingfeng was still a little moneymaker. Then how come you were so poor back then? For a long time, Su Xiaolu, who had returned to her senses, sent a message to Li Lingfeng, buy me a cup of milk tea, iced. Afraid to death that Li Lingfeng didn't understand, he sent over a supplementary face text. It's like this, or 7. Sure enough, a man still has to be set off by money in order to exude the most deadly charm. Li Lingfeng smiled gently at the corner of his mouth and said back, what? Only 2 million makes you give your body to him? It's only $2 million. You're not floating even if you have money to talk now? Li Lingfeng. Okay, no more fooling around. I have to go out for a bit later, so I'll come over and buy you some milk tea when I have time. Okay, let's hope we don't have to wait until the end of days. After finishing his chat with Su Xiaolu, Li Lingfeng put down his cell phone and leaned back on the seat with his hands on his head. There's another 2 million, borrowed from Chen Yaxin. Li Lingfeng turned his head to look out the window, wondering how she was doing abroad now. After fuming for a while, Li Lingfeng packed up his things and got up to leave the governor's office. I went to a nearby Maotai store and bought 2 bottles of flying Maotai, the kind with some years of age. Carrying them on his car, he drove to Chen Yaxin's house. When Uncle Chen was trimming his beloved flowers and plants in the courtyard, Seeing Li Lingfeng's arrival, he hurriedly threw the shears away and came up to greet him. The thrown shears in turn just crushed the century-old pine where it had been accidentally cut and grafted back before. Little Wind, why did you come over today? Uncle Chen greeted warmly. Look at you. What gifts did you bring with you when you came? Mutai ah, home are boxes and boxes. You like to drink? Back to carry a few boxes back. Li Lingfeng looked at the 2 bottles of Maotai in his hands. In the tea room, Uncle Chen took out his million-grade good tea and brewed a pot for Li Lingfeng. Uncle, where's Auntie? Why haven't I seen her? Oh, went to her sister's house, got bored staying at home and went out to get some air. A burst of tea fragrance through the tip of Li Lingfeng's nose. Just smell this fragrance. Li Lingfeng know that the price is not expensive. Busy picking up and taking a sip. Good tea. Not bad, Uncle Chen said smugly. Picked from those 3 mother trees on Wui Mountain. In the old days, that was tribute. And only the emperor could drink it. After saying that, Uncle Chen hurriedly added more to Li Lingfeng, who once again picked up the teacup and laughed. So I'm talking about tens of thousands of dollars? Cough. You say this to Uncle. Like to drink later, we'll bring a few too back. Uncle Chen was very generous and said, as long as, you can visit me more often during the week. Li Lingfeng looked at Uncle Chen and nodded. In these words Li Lingfeng seemed to hear the old man's expectations for his offspring. For them, perhaps companionship is the longest filial piety. Did you come over to see me today for something? It can't really be that you just came over to chat with me, right? Uncle Chen asked with a smile. Li Lingfeng followed with a smile. Why? No, Uncle, it can be, but it's not like your style. Uncle still thinks highly of you. Say, what's the one thing Uncle I can help with? Sure enough, Ginger is still old and hot. Li Lingfeng was not polite. It's like this, Uncle. Recently, this side has made some money from speculating on coal. Hearing that Li Lingfeng was speculating on coal, Uncle Chen looked at him in surprise. Okay, you kid, keep up with the market. How much did you earn? Not much, just 1,000 or so. Uncle Chen nodded his head in satisfaction after hearing this. Worthy of being his favorite candidate for future son-in-law. Now on hand plus the original capital. About 20 million or so. I would like to ask Uncle Chen, which direction should be invested more appropriate? Uncle Chen's eyes lit up. Hey, you kid is asking the right person. Uncle Chen, who picked up his teacup, first took a small sip. Since you're asking me these questions, I think you also believe in me. Well, then, I'll say it liberally, and you can judge for yourself. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Let's just talk about this P district. Now the strategic eastward advancement of S City is in full swing. I'm sure it's going to be a new and refreshed P district in the near future. With the introduction of various high-end industries, have you noticed that our P zone has yet to catch up in the service sector? Especially in the hospitality industry? The best hotel in the current P district, the Maui Union Hotel, is still a product of a decade or so ago, and to put it mildly, that old antique has long since fallen out of fashion. Having said that, Li Lingfeng already understood the direction that Uncle Chen was referring to, and thought about it roughly in his head. This is not a bad way to go, but running a hotel is something you've never touched yourself, right? Seemingly seeing Li Lingfeng's stored concerns, Uncle Chen smiled. If you really have the intention to enter this industry, I can recommend relevant candidates for you. Li Lingfeng looked up at Uncle Chen as if he had already arranged it. To tell you the truth, I had planned to get into the hospitality business, and had plotted some of it beforehand. Can't help this getting older? Really don't want to toss and turn anymore. Besides I only have one daughter like ya xin. That's enough. After a pause, if you come, I'm willing to offer some financial support. Then what are you waiting for? The opportunity is not always waiting for you. Li Lingfeng shot a determination at that moment. The next step is to explore the hospitality industry. Uncle Chen pushed the contact information of the person he had previously identified to Li Lingfeng, and the next step was to see if Li Lingfeng could persuade the person to come and help himself. Right. In a few days, your aunt and I are going abroad to look for ya xin. Do you have anything to bring to her? Uncle Chen laughed. Being asked such a sudden question by Uncle Chen, Li Lingfeng looked a bit at a loss. Seeing the cat's meow, Uncle Chen kept his smile. You young people, I really don't know what kind of drugs are in your gourd. If you like it, don't give up. And if you don't like it, everyone has an explanation before it's too late. After all, this road of life, one never knows who one will end up with. Listening to Uncle Chen's words, Li Lingfeng nodded his head. Leaving Uncle Chen's house, Li Lingfeng drove down the road and stopped at a secluded intersection. Taking out his cell phone, he dialed the number that was thousands of miles away. You finally called me. On the other end, a familiar sweet voice came. What? You won't call me if I don't call you? I'm not a girl. Besides I'm afraid that Sister Shuiying will misunderstand. Chen Yashin laughed. I heard that Uncle Chen and Auntie went to look for you at your place the other day. Ha? How did you know? Went to my house? Chen Yashin said happily. I'm just guessing. Don't you know I know everything? Just blow it, you. Chen Yashin laughed giggling. By the way, recently I made money from my investment. Do you want your $2 million to be transferred back to you? And I'll pay you another $2 million in interest. Chen Yashin froze for a moment. What? You want to clear the air with me on this? Look at you. Have we ever had a relationship? Then, that friendship counts. Chen Yashin said unconvincingly. Then who told you that you can't be in a friendship relationship after paying back the money? Li Lingfeng asked rhetorically. Chen Yashin was dumbfounded. In the end, Li Lingfeng returned to Chen Yashin the 2 million. As for the interest, Chen Yashin wants him to owe a wish. Hanging up the phone on the verge of driving, Li Lingfeng turned his head and noticed that there seemed to be a pair of men and women at the end of the alley in a brawl fight. Very intense. The man was bruised, but not his arm. Hello, 110? I'd like to call the police. There's a fight at the end of lane 3 at Friendship Junction. Yeah, you guys hurry up and get the police out there. That woman is choking from the beating. I was holding the wall. Now I'm on my knees. After doing a good job, Li Lingfeng then drove away. I'm sure that girl will be very grateful to me. At this moment, Li Lingfeng's heart was happy. It was full of justice. Came to Han Shuiying's company downstairs. In and out of the crowd, Li Lingfeng froze and did not see the figure of Han Shuiying. So unable to wait, he called Han Shuiying. Aren't you not working overtime? Why haven't I seen you come down yet? Oh, Han Shuiying smiled over the phone. Wait for me a little while longer. I'll fix my makeup and come down. Li Lingfeng? What's with the makeup? Going to a gathering with my company's employees isn't a blind date. Then we can't disgrace you either? Han Shuiying said. Alright, get it done and I'll come down. After hanging up the phone, Li Lingfeng ran into an old acquaintance, Lin Xiaoning. Not far away, Xiao Hongfei came flying and handed the flowers in his hand, but Lin Xiaoning didn't even look at her square eyes, nor did she take the flowers, but walked straight ahead. Xiao Hongfei followed behind with a happy face. Li Lingfeng hurriedly sank down to cover himself to avoid letting the other party see him. Only after the two had completely left did Li Lingfeng sit up. That kid shouldn't have brought Lin Xiaoning to the company dinner tonight, right? Just wondering. The car window glass was knocked. Li Lingfeng looked up. Han Shuiying came down, rushed to unlock the car door and allow it to open and enter. Looking at a fresh-faced Han Shuiying, she does look a little more beautiful than without makeup. 3 points of talent and 7 points of dress. Not to mention that Han Shuiying herself had 9 points of talent. Well, it's beautiful. Li Lingfeng didn't mince words and complimented. Han Shuiying blanked her eyes and fastened her seatbelt. Can you look at me if I'm not pretty? That's true. Li Lingfeng nodded. Sit tight, I'm going to depart. Oh, a single gas pedal and the vehicle drove off quickly and away. Only the sound startled a nearby motorized vehicle. Driving a Mercedes babe is great. Let's go. Little electric boy. If you have the ability to catch up, behind the blocked Moncler outlet store, honked the horn to urge. Where are you guys eating? Co-pilot Han Shuiying asked. A farmhouse. The old party set it up. I'm not sure exactly. I've never been there before. A farmhouse? It's not in some deep forest, is it? Said Li Lingfeng in an uncertain tone as he hesitated. I don't think so. Until Li Lingfeng drove out of the noisy city and looked in the direction of the Golden Turtle Mountain. The more he walked, the more Li Lingfeng frowned. This nympho is afraid that it's really in the deep woods. The car went through the Golden Turtle Village and headed in the direction of the mid-mountain. Li Lingfeng's heart was considered completely cold now. Han Shuiying, are you under some misconception about deep forests? And that doesn't count? Halfway up the mountain, a squatter's cottage, without even a name on the door, had a few cars parked sparsely. A look at all their own company employees. Stood at the door froze, did not dare to go in. This bastard old Fong. He can find any strange place for him. Why did you come here for the company dinner? Get a little more upscale inside the city. And get it going again with karaoke after dinner. Counting stars here? Or play late night dare? Just don't be afraid of a zombie popping up halfway through. Seeing Li Lingfeng get off the car, the group gathered around, looking at Li Lingfeng with a face full of consternation, waiting for him to make up his mind. Li Lingfeng gave an impolite laugh. Go in. The crowd froze, one did not move. Li Lingfeng looked at the squatter cottage door, also swallowed his saliva. Busy dialing the old party's phone. Who knows, the other side just does not answer. After waiting for a while, old Fong drove up and got out of the car and smiled at Li Lingfeng. It looks like we're arriving. So I didn't answer your call. Just arrived? Li Lingfeng looked at the phone number he had dialed 20 minutes ago. How to have a mania that wants to hammer people. Don't just stand there. Everyone go in. At this time, old Fong hurriedly greeted towards the group. and led the way by being the first to walk in. Seeing someone setting an example, the group followed suit. Don't look at the outside of a squatter's cottage. The whole thing seems to be like a mountain bandit's nest, but inside there is a different kind of heaven. The whole space with the layout. Just an elegant word. There are pavilions, rockeries and water features, and the key is a lake with a lakeside pavilion in the center. I wonder if there will be a Chu maniac slave subdued down there. Through the garden corridor, behind is the guest room. The whole building is made of antique wood and stone, with few concrete products. Li Lingfeng pulled an old Fong and lowered his voice. This is your friend's business again. Ha! Old Fong's eyes lit up as he laughed. How come you're so smart this time? You knew it as soon as you guessed. Li Lingfeng's face was full of black lines. You wouldn't be a fake public charity. All used to help your friend's business, right? You say that, Old Fong said. Well, there's a little bit of that too, I guess. It's been a long time since we opened and business hasn't been good. Li Lingfeng. But don't worry, he promised us a 20% discount. Only the food will be slightly more expensive than usual by that much. The room was 2 tables around, and the group had chosen to be seated. The good thing was that the table wasn't very big, it just sat about the same, and together there were only about 10 people. I don't know whether it was because Old Fong had ordered the dishes in advance, or the speed was indeed fast enough, but as soon as the man was seated, the dishes were slowly served. But it's not the classical cuisine that shines, it's the waitresses in ancient Chinese dresses. Each is beautiful and elegant, as if they had stepped out of antiquity. The company's male compatriots were all dumbfounded. Even the girls, all of them had envious eyes. Where did the store owner find these superb classical beauties? Your friend shouldn't be a human trafficker, right? Li Lingfeng turned his head and asked Old Fong. Look, there's even a Persian cat? Old Fong smiled meaningfully. You'll see later. As soon as the dishes were served, Xiao Hongfei pulled Lin Xiaoning in. This guy stepped on the time really accurately. Now not only was Lin Xiaoning stunned, but Han Shuiying next to her was also stunned. She never expected her best friend to be there. On the contrary, Li Lingfeng smiled and greeted his right-hand man, Xiao Hongfei, saying, Come, sit with me. In the end, the two of them, Xiao Hongfei and Lin Xiaoning, were placed next to Li Lingfeng. Xiao Hongfei happily introduced to Lin Xiaoning. This is my company's boss, Mr. Li Lingfeng Li. Mr. Li, this is my girlfriend, Lin Xiaoning. Lin Xiaoning looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. It turned out that the General Li in Xiao Hongfei's mouth was referring to Li Lingfeng. I'm looking for a man, but I found his boy? Lin Xiaoning, who just couldn't help but want to get up and leave, finally held back when she saw a table full of dishes she hadn't even seen before. Xiao Hongfei turned to look at Lin Xiaoning. What's wrong, dear? Are you not feeling well? Your face looks so ugly. Lin Xiaoning still ignored Xiao Hongfei, and Xiao Hongfei could only smile awkwardly. And this, Li Lingfeng saw it all in his eyes. The relationship between a man and a woman must be reciprocal. Humility cannot be exchanged for love. This kind of zhou you beat Huanggai, a willingness to fight a willing thing, as an outsider himself is not good to say anything more. So Li Lingfeng got up and greeted the group. Come on, let's have a toast. This is our company's second collective gathering. I remember when we were just a few people at the get-together last month ago, and now in the blink of an eye the company has more than doubled in size. Next time we get together, I hope our company will be further along again. Come on, cheers. Led by Li Lingfeng, the old boss, the crowd raised their glasses in celebration. Although come to Zaiho this company, the base salary is not much attractive, but the performance commission that is absolutely the front row of the industry. That said, if you're willing to do it, you're guaranteed not to lose money, only to make more and more. One of them is Xiao Hongfei is a good example. From the beginning of the income of more than $2,000, flying straight tens of thousands, even his 3 group members followed with a bit of soup. For those just out of society, it is the best gain. How to make money and know how to make money will always be your best mentor to survive in this society. Han Shuiying, who was doing Li Lingfeng's side, looked up at the spirited Li Lingfeng. The man in front of him is taking one step towards excellence. Should he be happy for him, or should he feel lost? I never felt this way when we were together before, and now that feeling of growing distance always lingers in my mind. What's wrong with you? Li Lingfeng, who had finished drying his glass, sat down and asked Han Shuiying. Han Shuiying shook her head and laughed, raising her glass. Come on, I'll celebrate you one too. I wish you more and more. I also celebrate you and wish you to become the company president soon. Li Lingfeng laughed. Han Shuiying blanked Li Lingfeng. Sister Renyu is still sitting there. It's only a matter of time before she has to have a baby then, and you'll have to be the one to take her hand. And besides, who else can she trust besides you? Li Lingfeng was not wrong at all, but coincidentally, Lin Xiaoning heard it, and was so angry that her teeth itched, and her wineglass was about to be crushed by it. A mischievous plot instantly surfaced in its mind. What followed was a sinister smile at the corner of her mouth, which made Xiao Hongfei feel a little bit oozy when he looked at her. But fearing Lin Xiaoning's majesty, Xiao Hongfei didn't dare to ask more. The crowd started eating with chopsticks, and they came to toast with Li Lingfeng, and the bosses of various departments. Yang Xia trotted over with her wineglass in hand. Mr. Li, I'll toast you too. Li Lingfeng's eyes naturally fell on the bouncing sway. Good, good. Yang Xia drank it all in one go. Her brows instantly twisted into a line as she couldn't drink and choke twice in a row. Take it easy, Li Lingfeng laughed. We never force ourselves to drink. Just moderate it, don't overdo it. This is what Li Lingfeng said to everyone here, that drinking alcohol cannot be persuaded. For safety reasons, a non-drinking colleague is always left behind to drive each vehicle and is responsible for the safe transportation of the colleagues in the vehicle to their homes. Seeing that Li Lingfeng was busy with socializing, Han Shuiying would come to her best friend Lin Xiaoning's side, and the two of them hadn't spoken for a long time. Come on, I'll drink one with you too. Han Shuiying laughed. We've talked for a long time. Who knew that Lin Xiaoning was ironclad and directly twisted her head to the side. Xiao Hongfei, who was watching from the sidelines, was busy and embarrassed as he picked up Lin Xiaoning's wineglass and apologized to Han Shuiying. Xiaoning isn't feeling well. I'll drink it for her. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that this is Xiao Hongfei relieving his girlfriend from the stage. Han Shuiying shook her head. It's fine. Don't force yourself if you don't drink. After saying this, he also turned to leave. Face is given to you. If you don't accept it, then it will be pulled down. There's no reason I'd keep giving in to you. And a woman who steals her own man. Xiao Hongfei awkwardly looked at Lin Xiaoning. Finally couldn't help but whisper. Why didn't Mr. Li's girlfriend toast you? At least take a sip. I'm still working under someone's hand and feeding off of them. Who knew that Lin Xiaoning turned her head and glared at Xiao Hongfei. That's you. Fuck me. After saying that, she picked up her bag and flung it away, having eaten almost all of this meal herself anyway. Seeing this, Xiao Hongfei busily followed, not caring about the banquet. After all, she is a girl outside. Xiao Hongfei heart worried. Li Lingfeng looked at the two who left and came to Han Shuiying's side. What's going on here? Han Shuiying had a hopeless expression. I don't know. Thinking to ease the relationship between the two. Who knows that people simply don't appreciate it. Harm, why are you making a fool of yourself? You're the one who wants a toxic best friend like me to go as far away as possible. What's the point of keeping her? Coming to harm you in the back? Li Lingfeng laughed. There's no need to think so badly of people. Can't be girlfriends, we're still co-workers. Okay, you're right about everything. Li Lingfeng looked at the heartbroken Han Shuiying and said. At this time the receptionist Yang Xia, who had just returned after the toast, trotted over again with a wobble. Can't tell. You have such a good capacity for alcohol. Li Lingfeng laughed. Yang Xia hurriedly waved her hand. I'm not here to toast. Mr. Li, I forgot to tell you something. What is it? Li Lingfeng was puzzled. Just what you said about hiring another receptionist. I'll have my classmate come in for an interview. Is that okay? Yang Xia had a hint of hopefulness in her eyes. Li Lingfeng smiled. Just deal with this matter yourself. You're the commander when you recruit people. Thank you, Mr. Li. Excited Yang Xia went forward and hugged Li Lingfeng. That squeezed Li Lingfeng very comfortable. Or seeing Han Shuiying behind Li Lingfeng. Yang Xia hurriedly let go of Li Lingfeng as soon as she was startled. I'm sorry, Mr. Li. This is a moment of overexcitement. After saying that, he was busy walking back to his seat shyly and quickly. Li Lingfeng happy. This or not even drink 2 cups it. So like this, that if the dry on a few cups, shall not. Hey, I must ask Yang Xia to have a few good drinks alone some other day. Quite happy. Ha? Han Shuiying behind her asked with a smile. Li Lingfeng hurriedly turned around. With you by my side. Of course I'm happy. Han Shuiying frowned. I just want to ask what your company selection criteria are. Is that so? After saying that, Han Shuiying made a gesture with her hands in front of her chest. Li Lingfeng, how did you find out about something so confidential? Han Shuiying swept a crowd of girls. It's not obvious. Li Lingfeng also followed and looked around, and without looking, he was shocked. Except for Ling Yao's innocence, the rest all loomed large. No, they weren't chosen by me. Old Fong. Thinking he was being called, the old party busied himself by walking over. Are you calling me? Come on. You hurry up and explain to Shuiying what our company's hiring standards are. Big boobs. Old Fong instantly blurted out. Frightened, Li Lingfeng pointed at Old Fong with trembling fingers. Slander. I'll sue you for slander. Puzzled, Old Fong pulled out his notebook from his body, flipped out the page of the statement he had made, and handed it to Li Lingfeng to see. Doesn't it say clearly that you asked for it? And I even underlined the double line markers. Turn around and see that doorway? Li Lingfeng said to Old Fong. There's nothing, you can go first. Old Fong, who received a kick from Li Lingfeng, moved away to the side with his laptop. Where did I go wrong? Well, I did ask for that. Li Lingfeng smiled and confessed to Han Shuiying. Han Shuiying glanced at Li Lingfeng and followed with a smile. What? Mine isn't big enough? No. Each place has its own unique scenery. I just coveted 2 more eyes and couldn't let go of the world's beauty. My big boss. Does that make me your beauty spot? Li Lingfeng shook his head. No. You are my peach blossom garden, the place where my soul resides. Han Shuiying froze upon hearing this, then blinked her eyes full of love. I knew you had a sweet mouth. Don't be. I'm sweet to you in a really sweet way. A sweet to the heart kind of way. Okay. Stop it. Han Shuiying a petulant. Go back and talk. I like to listen under the covers. After the gathering, the crowd began to disperse, leaving most of them one by one, with the few remaining slumped over the table. Li Lingfeng came to Old Fong's side. Next I want to plan to invest in the hotel piece. Old Fong looked up at Li Lingfeng. Hotel? That's right. There's still a lot of market potential in the hospitality sector in District P right now, especially now with the government's strategic eastward push. Old Fong nodded. He didn't deny Li Lingfeng's point of view. Have you ever done a hotel? I haven't touched it. Oh. Uncle Chen, the village head of Shanjia village, recommended someone to me, so I'll pay him a visit when I find the time. You want the 3-guy kind? Old Fong laughed. Li Lingfeng frowned slightly. Shouldn't be that talented. Could it still be a crouching dragon? Wulong won't work. It'll have to be Gui Jia, because you're Chow Chow. Li Lingfeng looked at Old Fong in disbelief. So you think so highly of me? Don't get me wrong. I mean, you're like Chow Chow in terms of your lifestyle. Old Fong paused and came up with, good man's wife. Li Lingfeng, you're marvelous. You're puritanical. Li Lingfeng said, in this respect, I should be a bit more puritanical than you. Old Fong returned seriously. Okay, look at you that put together. Li Lingfeng, who knew he couldn't compete, said with disdain, about how much capital is needed to vote for the hotel. Old Fong asked. Li Lingfeng shook his head. I'm not sure. At the very least it must be tens of millions of dollars to start with. If you get it done right. We at He have over 21 million on the books now, minus the 6 million you paid out earlier. If you look at it purely in terms of revenue, it's actually not bad just for funding business. Old Fong continued. This point I thought about. Li Lingfeng drew out a cigarette. But the funding business is not very stable, and it's only when you run into one, lighting a cigarette and taking a drag. We have to think about long-term stability. The old party stared. This point Li Lingfeng did not say wrong. Short demolition bridge, these funds business are backed by the bank to carry out, and although the money is fast, but not all risk-free, in case of really encountered a muff, or perhaps a large sum of money will sink. If the hotel is done right, it will almost pay for itself in 3 years, and the rest is pure profit coming in for the company. Maybe reconsider and don't put them in the same basket. Old Fong said, I mean the money business. The hotels are spread out a little bit each. We'll see then. Li Lingfeng patted Old Fong's shoulder. Wait for the hotels program to come out. Old Fong nodded. Give me one too. Li Lingfeng's eyes widened. What? You learned to smoke too? No, but anything you can go and learn. Li Lingfeng grinned. Well, you're quite good in this spirit. I like that about you. Handing Old Fong a cigarette, he lit it up for him in passing. Tell you what, I'll book another recreational field tonight. Just the 2 of us, and we'll get it going in the second half. Old Fong shook his head, choking on the smoke and coughing twice. I won't learn that. I know you want to pull me down. Li Lingfeng, what the fuck are you so earthly sober for? This earthly world, you should live in confusion. Old Fong glanced back at Li Lingfeng. Is this the way of life you have realized? Li Lingfeng didn't reply, but silently took a drag on his cigarette. The 2 of them quietly finished a cigarette. Li Lingfeng turned his head. Tell your friend to come in and settle the score. We should almost go back. Aha! Old Fong dialed the phone to call the owner of this squatter's cottage. It was a lean man nearing 50 with a business-like smile, a computer held down and a broad brush. We're all friends, so I'll charge you 32,000 after the discount. Not far away. Han Shuiying heard 32,000. The whole person froze for a moment. Now Li Lingfeng's expenses are so big? A meal is tens of thousands of dollars. Knowing that the 2 used to hesitate to go to a better restaurant. Show me that price list of yours, Li Lingfeng demanded. Received the menu from the hands of the boss. Good guy. I'll look only to realize that just a few classical beauty waiter out of the fee accounted for half. You haven't even touched your hand and you're quoting this price. No wonder your friend is not doing well in this farm business. No, Li Lingfeng thought back. Could it be that we open up differently to these classically beautiful waitresses? After scanning the code and buying the order, Li Lingfeng said to old Fong, the ones on the plopped table will be yours. I'll take Shui Ying back first. Turning back, I saw that Yang Xia hadn't left yet either. Well, that's good sense. The general department is all about service, and on that basis, the general department was not the wrong choice for this old boss. So he said to Yang Xia, you and Mr. Fong, you are responsible for sending these colleagues home safely. Got it, boss. Yang Xia smiled. Calling for a chauffeur, Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying headed back to their residence, accompanied by dim streetlights along the way. Only when you get to the busy downtown area do you gradually get back to that lights' city. 2 is a nighttime paradise, because it's the only moment when the bottom feeders, who work overtime to beat the screws, get some real time to themselves. Big stalls, late-night snack stalls, crowded with lively people of all shapes and sizes. Most of them are young men and women, perhaps the best memories of their lives. It is at this late hour of the night that the clamor on the stall tables. Royal Garden. After returning, Li Lingfeng comfortably took a hot bath. This whole body of alcohol instantly dispersed 7 or 8. Originally did not drink much. The human sober Li Lingfeng came to the balcony. But unfortunately all the curtains are closed, there is not much scenery to see. So he turned around and went to the living room, and saw Han Shuiying still doing yoga there. Looking at the time, it's after 12 a.m. That's a lot of persistence for a yoga workout. It was no wonder that Han Shuiying's body was so top-notch. Go take a shower. You have to work tomorrow. Li Lingfeng laughed and came to sit on the sofa. Han Shuiying, who was stretching, arduously returned. One more set of movements to go. I'll take a shower when I'm done. Li Lingfeng turned his head to look at Han Shuiying playfully. Do you want me to give you a hand? Han Shuiying immediately got up. Yoga not even done. No, I'll take a shower right now. In particular, he remembered that once before, Li Lingfeng had stepped forward to help, allowing Han Shuiying to maintain a movement for nearly 2 bells. The scenes experienced during that time, thinking about them all made Han Shuiying blush with shame. Seeing Han Shuiying flee so quickly, Li Lingfeng shook his head. What? Is there some misunderstanding about my help? After his mouth was broken, he picked up his cell phone and browsed through the recent hot financial information. When Han Shuiying came out of the bathroom again, she was already fully wrapped in her bathrobe. Coming to Li Lingfeng's front, he held an air blower in his hand. Come, help me blow my hair. Li Lingfeng took the windsock, and Han Shuiying directly lay down and leaned against Li Lingfeng's thigh, removing the bandana and plugging in the air blower. Li Lingfeng began to blow dry Han Shuiying's soggy hair. Halfway through the blow, the hand started letting go again. Han Shuiying also did not have any obstruction. To help people blow dry hair always have to pay some money for labor. This meal wasn't cheap tonight. Han Shuiying lamented. Mentioning this, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but frown. That's right, it's not cheap, but unfortunately it's all spent on the back of the knife. It's a shame that if we went to karaoke and called some trippy little girls, we'd still be able to have a good time like we do now. Has your company expanded its business again? The scale is bigger than before, and the number of people has increased so much. Han Shuiying asked. Yeah, my old boss from before, Luo Tianxing, has come over to help me now, and he's bringing a team with him. By the way, I'm also telling you that my company made another profit from investing in coal some time ago, Li Lingfeng said proudly. How much did you earn? Han Shuiying opened her eyes and looked upward at Li Lingfeng. More than $17 million, and by the way, the money I borrowed from Chen Yashin and the girls was also paid back. Han Shuiying got up in a surprised manner and couldn't believe it. Really? You're making millions of dollars now? Li Lingfeng couldn't help but smile. Yeah, soon you man I might be surpassing Li Ka-shing. This cowhide of yours can't be covered by the entire city. Han Shuiying whitened her eyes. Right. So Chen Yashin went abroad. How is she now? Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng and asked tentatively. How could Li Lingfeng not see that little thought in his eyes and smiled? You're wondering if I'm still in contact with her, right? Humph. Who cares? Who cares if you have contact with her or not? Han Shuiying pretended not to care and said. Really? Then why do I smell a sour odor? Li Lingfeng joked. You're so annoying. Han Shuiying slapped Li Lingfeng's chest with a delicate intent. Who knows, was Li Lingfeng grabbed a hand and the trend yanked over up and down. A good deal before satisfied Han Shuiying into the arms. Of course there's a connection. How can I return the money to Chen Yashin if I don't? Li Lingfeng laughed. In a few days, it seems like her parents will have to go abroad to look for her. Li Lingfeng added. It's just nice for this rich guy to fly around. Han Shuiying casually replied. Li Lingfeng looked down at her. Do you want to? I can also take you flying if you want to. Han Shuiying shook her head. I already fly enough every night. Li Lingfeng pinched Han Shuiying's delicate face. Why don't you quit your job? Come to my company. and I'll give you a position as a boss. Don't. Han Shuiying balked with a haughty tone. Why? I don't want to be personally dependent on you. Li Lingfeng looked at the stubborn Han Shuiying and couldn't help but smile. You have to know that arrogant little princesses have a hard time. I'd be happy with that. It's better than being kept as a pet. Li Lingfeng is speechless. You make so much sense. I don't even know how to refute you. Well, go inside and go to bed without looking at what time it is. After saying that, Li Lingfeng got up and put away the windsock, then picked up Han Shuiying as he walked toward his room. Are we going to fly again tonight? 2. Han Shuiying said as she tightened her arms around Li Lingfeng's neck. On the following day, Li Lingfeng was urged to rush to a used car dealership early in the morning by his good brother Lin Sudong. Li Lingfeng, who had just gotten out of the car, looked far away and saw Lin Sudong waving past him. Slowly, he came to Lin Odong. You're not going to tell me you're trying to buy a car here, are you? What am I doing here if I'm not buying a car? Selling cars? I'd rather have a car. Lin Sudong said back. No, why don't you go to a 4S store to buy a car? I'm not looking for a newbie to practice. Just buy a used car. Scratching and bumping does not hurt. Li Lingfeng nodded. That made sense. Used cars are full of glitches, so think carefully. It's no bother. It's a referral from a very good friend. Alright, have you watched it yet? Li Lingfeng asked. Lin Sudong nodded. I looked at it yesterday, but I couldn't decide, so I asked you to come and look at it together. Boss, come out to see the car. With that, Lin Sudong shouted inside. A young man in his 30s came out of the store and greeted Li Lingfeng warmly. He knew that Li Lingfeng's words must carry a lot of weight. Otherwise Lin Sudong wouldn't have called him over. Yesterday it was a whole day of fooling around with Lin Odong, but he didn't succeed in taking it down. Lin Sudong chose a black Camry. On the surface there is about 80% new. Inside the interior has been refurbished to the shopkeeper. It is the head of those who do not know whether it is reliable. Li Lingfeng is not a connoisseur. A moment is not sure. So he offered to test drive a distance. That is, Li Lingfeng and Lin Sudong do not want the boss to follow. The car is equipped with a GPS locator system, so you can't drive it anyway without worrying about it. Li Lingfeng took Lin Sudong and drove on the road, feeling the condition of this used Camry along the way. It's nothing major, but it always feels like something's not right. After driving for some distance, pull the vehicle over and stop. With the river in front of you, Li Lingfeng bit his lip. Why don't we just buy a new one? If the money is not enough I can lend you some first. No, I just used it for pure practice. Lin Sudong laughed. Besides, you don't have to pay back the money you borrowed? Li Lingfeng. Then you can decide for yourself. I can't dare to express any opinion on this car, and you know I'm not a professional by nature. I see you're driving pretty well, so this is the car. No more choices. You'll go blind if you choose too many. Okay, used cars aren't bad. How many guys have never driven a new car with a liftoff film in their lives? Lin Sudong, who instantly felt offended, turned his head to look at Li Lingfeng. Back to the used car dealership. The three of them, Li Lingfeng, Lin Sudong and the young store owner, sat around that small coffee table. The shopkeeper poured tea for the two politely and smiled. If you sincerely want it, then I'll give you a discount offer. Give a 120,000 whole well. Here to 120,000. Li Lingfeng just drank the mouth of tea almost sprayed out. On this broken car but also 120,000. I'm afraid you're not asking for a lot of money, boss. Li Lingfeng put down the teacup in his hand and said. The store owner is not angry. Then smiled. Old fine. Open the door to do business. Our fair price. Do not believe you can also ask around. We all know. This Nissan car has always been more valuable. If you think it is expensive, that domestic car, I sell it to you cheaply. No, I'll take this one. Seeing that Lin Sudong was determined to buy it, Li Lingfeng couldn't say anything more. If you were on your own, don't even think about buying this shit for 120k. If you're sure you want it, then I'll bill you now. And after payment I'll take you next door to the DMV to register the transfer. Lin Xiandong nodded, and it was evident that he actually had a hint of happiness. The store owner then opened the bill, brought the POS machine, swiped Lin Sudong's 120,000 in one breath, only to see Lin Odong slightly so heartbroken as he entered his password. A one-time full payment. Line, ah, you kid. It seems that this labor agency business is doing well. Oh, Li Lingfeng smiled and teased. Lin Sudong smiled and didn't reply. Looking at his bird-like appearance, he knew that he had been hit by Li Lingfeng's words. Otherwise why did he suddenly say that he wanted to buy a car? Alright, since you've made the payment, there's nothing for me to stay here. Just go to the closing with the boss yourself. I'll withdraw first, Li Lingfeng said. Lin Sudong nodded. Okay, you go. Li Lingfeng got up, took his own car keys, and glanced at the store owner's secretly happy and treacherous face. Just know that this order is designated to earn Lin Sudong a lot of difference. Shaking his head, Li Lingfeng walked out of the used car dealership. The surrounding street is engaged in used car trading. It's just as well that Lin Sudong's character. It's good to ask a few more. The matter has been finalized. Li Lingfeng had to drive his Mercedes-Benz to leave the place and head to the destination that he had meditated in his heart. Traffic was pretty good, and I didn't run into any traffic jams along the way, except at stoplights. Arriving in front of a restaurant, Li Lingfeng pulled over to the side of the road and saw a familiar figure washing dishes through the window glass. That was none other than Li Yunhai, Li Lingfeng's father. I can't imagine that a former company president is now reduced to working in a restaurant washing dishes. Seemingly sensing Li Lingfeng's gaze, at this moment, Li Yunhai also looked over this way. The two happened to hit it off, but didn't greet each other. Li Yunhai lowered his head and continued to wash the dishes in his hands as Li Lingfeng got out of the car and came to its heels. Can you walk? Have a seat at the sugar water store next door? Li Lingfeng said. After thinking for a moment, Li Yunhai took off his gloves and got up to speak to his foreman about leaving the meeting. Then he and Li Lingfeng came to the sugar water store next door. The two of them sat opposite each other. Li Lingfeng asked for 2 bowls of sugar water. Once upon a time, Li Yunhai also often took Li Lingfeng to drink sugar water, especially in that scorching summer heat. Unfortunately, all of this is too old to mention. Li Lingfeng cleanly finished the bowl of sugar water, while Li Yunhai looked at Li Lingfeng without moving a bite. After drinking the sugar water, Li Lingfeng drew a tissue to wipe his mouth and pulled out $20,000 in cash from his own briefcase. This is for Chuanjia's living expenses. That kid is still young. It's the time to grow his body. Don't follow you to suffer. The current Li Yunhai account has been frozen, but any funds into the account cannot be taken out. So Li Lingfeng was clear that he could only give him cash. Li Yunhai looked down at the pile of $20,000. In the past, he might not even look at the afterglow, but right now, he really needs the money. Li Lingfeng got up. Alright, I have something else I have to go first. You can't be delayed too long at work. Li Yunhai still didn't reply. Li Lingfeng picked up his briefcase and car keys, paused, and turned around to leave the sugar store. In the car, Li Lingfeng once again looked into the sugar water store. Just a forlorn old man, there to hide his face. With a sour nose, Li Lingfeng started the vehicle and left. Looking at the road ahead, he knew that some things are ultimately difficult to turn back. Following the address given by Uncle Chun, Li Lingfeng arrived at an old residence. The 3.5-story building is still decorated in that 1990s style. Carrying a bunch of gifts, Li Lingfeng stood at the door and hesitated for a while before finally ringing the doorbell. The person who came out to open the door was an aunt who was over 50 years old and looked to be the maid of the house. Auntie didn't rush to open the door for Li Lingfeng, but asked through the iron gate, "Who are you looking for?" I'm looking for Mr. Su Hao Su," Li Lingfeng politely returned. "You're looking for Mr. He just went out and isn't home, so you can come back later," Auntie said. Li Lingfeng bit his lip. It seemed that he had come at a bad time, so he handed the gift in his hand to his aunt. "That's fine. I'll come back later then." Who knew that Auntie did not accept the gift, but said, "It is better for you to meet and take it to him personally." Li Lingfeng nodded his head, and did not make things difficult for people. "That's fine. Then please relay the message when you arrive. Just say that Li Lingfeng is looking for Uncle Chen, the village head of Shanjia village." Introduced him. After the explanation, Li Lingfeng turned around and left, muttering in his heart, "Emotion isn't going to make 3 visits, is he? But if we can really invite talents, then why not?" Li Lingfeng enlightened himself. Li Lingfeng, who didn't succeed in the first meeting, just folded his arms and went back to the branch. After the office took care of a bunch of chores, he crossed his legs and was thinking about things in a leisurely manner. It just so happens that this will be Huang Tianzi over to look for himself. Li Lingfeng let the lobby manager Xiao Wu Huang Tianzi brought to the bank president's office. "I am Mr. Huang. Long time no see. Long time no see." Li Lingfeng politely went forward to shake hands with him and said. Huang Tianzi's face was full of accompanying smiles. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I didn't run hard enough. Sit, sit. Make a pot of good tea for you, Mr. Huang." Li Lingfeng entertained, then looked at Xiao Wu who was standing to one side behind him. "Signal it to hurry up to make tea. Is this small thing still have to do my hands to do the president? That how disgraceful." Xiao Wu experienced Li Lingfeng's eyes. This was telling him to hurry up and leave and not to get in the way here, right? Well, that must be it. Understanding. Xiao Wu turned around and left the governor's office, not taking a single cloud. Li Lingfeng looked at Xiao Wu who left like the wind. "Next month's performance bonus allocation has your share." Idly word upside down. Steeping a pot of good tea, Li Lingfeng served it in front of Huang Tianzi. "Come on, Try the top quality dragon well. See how it is? You're welcome. You're welcome. Huang Tianzi hurriedly reached out and took it, taking a small sip. Well, not bad. The sweetness in the mouth is like the breeze of spring. Intoxicating. Huang Tianzi gave a timely pat on the back. Then he asked, I'm afraid this dragon well is very expensive, isn't it? Which is comparable to your 100-year-old poor. Li Lingfeng smiled. It's just a gift from a friend. Huang Tianzi's heart thumped when he heard it. Is this implying that he should also send some back to endure the pain and bring a cake of his own 100 years poorer? Huang Tianzi secretly thought in his heart. What are you thinking about? Sipping tea, Li Lingfeng reminded with a smile. Huang Tianzi nodded his head and smiled repeatedly, looking at Li Lingfeng's springy expression, which seemed to aptly validate the idea just now. By the way, did you come over to find me today for something? Li Lingfeng asked curiously. Huang Tianzi put down the teacup he was just about to drink. It's like this. Then the business development of self-built houses is almost done. Just wanted to ask if there are any other more advantageous businesses on our side that we could expand a bit? Li Lingfeng smiled after hearing this. Yo, Mr. Huang, this body is still so laborious to push the business harm. Who still thinks money is too much? Huang Tianzi lamented. That thing last time was thanks to your lawyer friend. Otherwise not a penny would have been recovered. And now at least some monies have been recovered. Li Lingfeng touched his chin. It seems that Chen Yushu law firm still has two brushes. Repent when I didn't listen to you. I should have known that the fate owned would levy in advance of the self-built houses out of the money back to the money. Not as tight as the hands so tight now. Looking at the remorseful Huang Tianzi, Li Lingfeng asked, isn't Feidong's expropriation not proceeding in an orderly manner now? It's in order, but by the time their process is finally done, the demolition money will come down for who knows when. That's true, Li Lingfeng nodded. In the beginning, he was thinking of getting rid of it earlier because it was too much trouble. Is there really money that tight? Li Lingfeng smiled and tested. Huang Tianzi waved his hand. Recently, it is also back. Casting anything is not good. Just the other day Cole, I thought that the top. You're not going to tell me you're short, are you? Li Lingfeng was surprised. Yeah, and a friend of mine swore to me that the government wouldn't restrict Aussie coal imports for a long time, designating the stimulated rush back down. As a result, said Huang Tianzi, his hands splayed out in a deadfish look. Li Lingfeng frowned slightly. How much was the loss? Huang Tianzi raised two of his fingers. Close to 2 million, I think, and it was directly blown up. Where are your friends? Not sure, but it must be 100% rooftop blowout going on. Li Lingfeng shook his head slightly. So that is why one must remember to only earn what they can in the fields they know well. Of course, that kind of wealth chasing after and feeding on a meal is a no-brainer. How about this? Li Xing, why don't you even out a little for me first? Huang Tianzi smiled faintly. Harm. How much spare money can I have as a laborer? You really think highly of me, Mr. Huang. Li Lingfeng laughed. Yes? Huang Tianzi revealed a meaningful smile. Just kidding. Just kidding. Don't you still have the adult products industry? That's very profitable. Li Lingfeng also changed the topic at the right time and said, me, I'm relying on that industry to support me now, and what little rent I have is just enough to pay off the interest on your bank loan. Speaking so exaggeratedly, Li Lingfeng laughed, and then he still had to remind a sentence. Then the bank loan your normal interest repayment amount. Huang Tianzi smiled upon hearing this. Don't worry Li Xing, this is the one where I sell the house I live in and will pay back your bank. Going out to do business is all about honesty. Not to mention that you and I are still friends. And this is something I definitely can't screw you over. Li Lingfeng picked up his teacup and took a sip. I definitely believe you on this point. Alright then, I won't bother you. Li Xing, remember to keep me informed of any new business. Li Lingfeng nodded and greeted Huang Tianzi as he left. After Huang Tianzi left, Li Lingfeng was busy calling Xiao Wu and hurriedly checked Huang Tianzi's credit record. It's good to see that there is nothing extra in terms of new loans and everything is showing normal. I remembered that Huang Tianzi had said before that he still had an account at ICBC and that was his main account. Li Lingfeng remembered that the former Vice President Liu Hui was very familiar with an ICBC counterpart, as if he was still a classmate. So he called Vice President Liu Hui and asked him to help trust that classmate to check Huang Tianzi's account. As a result, when I checked, the other party replied that there were tens of millions of regular funds lying in the account. Li Lingfeng's brows twisted into a line. That old boy Huang Tianzi. Not a word of truth came out of his mouth. With such a strong family background, he came to himself to pretend to be poor. I almost felt sorry for him and lent him $3,000 or $2,000. Determining the strength of Huang Tianzi's hidden strength, Li Lingfeng was now relieved. At least the money he borrowed from the branch was stable. He shouldn't be telling lies either. After all, he's a man who takes his credit very seriously. There was a knock on the office door, and Su Yalan, the director of the sales department, stood in the doorway. Li Xing, do you want to report for lunch today? Thinking that it wasn't going anywhere, Li Lingfeng replied back. Well, file one for me too. Okay. Su Yalan turned to leave. Li Lingfeng got up and came to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out the window with interest at the people coming and going in the traffic. Suddenly, a familiar figure came into view. Wasn't that Chen Yushu? Just when Li Lingfeng was curious, he only saw Chen Yushu pick up the phone and dialed the phone number of an unknown person. Only a moment later, Li Lingfeng's phone rang. A look at Chen Yushu. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile as he picked up the phone and said, "Why? What's it to me? I just happened to pass by your branch. Do you want to come out for a meal together?" Chen Yushu laughed happily. "I saw it." "Ah, you saw it? Where?" Chen Yushu looked around. "You look back," Li Lingfeng reminded. Chen Yushu turned around and through the floor-to-ceiling window, she saw Li Lingfeng who was smiling inside. Chen Yushu waved her hand hastily. "Then I'll wait for you outside." Hanging up the phone, Li Lingfeng turned around and left the office, coming to the lobby of the branch, where he happened to meet Su Yalan. "I'll share that meal with the rest of my co-workers. I'm not eating at the branch today." After the explanation, he left the branch and met up with Chen Yushu outside the door to greet him. Su Yalan looked at the silhouettes of the two men at the outer door and muttered, "This Li Xing's womanizing is really possible, and they're both not bad." There was a pause. "It's not a scumbag, is it? Even if it's a scumbag, it's worth it to be that handsome." Only after watching the two of them, Li Lingfeng and Chen Yushu, leave did Su Yalan return inside the business hall. Japanese sushi restaurant. The kimono-clad waitress at the door called out in that broken Japanese, "Iraska imusai." Li Lingfeng glanced at it. It couldn't be a fake foreign devil, could it? "Hello sir, how many please?" The sudden switch in Chinese caused Li Lingfeng to freeze for a split second. Then he returned. "Don't scare me. Do I have anyone else with me besides this lady over here?" Waiter, arranging a seat for two. Li Lingfeng and Chen Yushu both took off their shoes and sat in. It's kind of recessed in the center. The waiter was busy pouring water for the two of them. Li Lingfeng took the menu and took a general glance at it before handing it back to Chen Yushu. "You order." "I don't have any particular favorite." Chen Yushu took the menu and skillfully ordered with the waiter, asking for a sashimi boat set meal, plus salmon sashimi and various types of sushi and so on. Li Lingfeng swept through the surroundings. It was still considered superior, which could be seen through the price tag on the menu. Where else would the fucking charges be so expensive? The price determines the consumer group. So most of the people who come to eat here are elite white-collar workers and expensive young women. Few young men who come out to work hard, usually stingy to pay the mortgage, car loan, which spare unnecessary consumption. Because of this, it also allowed Li Lingfeng to feast his eyes, especially the few hot moms at the table in front of him. Once the tight yoga clothes were worn, the shapely curves were filled with the different flavor of a young woman inside and out. It could be that the sisters just finished their yoga class and came here for dinner. Sisters and girlfriends in 2s and 3s usually get together for dinner and yoga, focusing on maintaining and working on their bodies to maintain a youthful posture. This is the rich noblewoman's simple and unassuming life. Can a girl who works every day to destroy her work do this? So those heartless buddies don't mind that the person on their pillow is yellow. If you're that good, your wife can be just as much of a target for someone else's eyes to hunt. Why do you keep staring at people? Chen Yushu said with blank eyes. Beauty is an art, and you have to have an eye for it that knows how to appreciate it. As I look at you at this moment. Alright, don't disgust me. Chen Yushu lazily ignored Li Lingfeng. I'm not a love brain like my sister. That's why you're single. Li Lingfeng laughed. Is it bad to be single? Who says girls have to find boys to marry? What era is this? You are able to not look for besides your parents. It's not like anyone asked you. Li Lingfeng sneered back. Dislike of Chen Yushu a moment speechless. Not married toss the most bitter is not to do parents. But then again, since you're not going to get married, don't waste it by being so pretty, or benefit me. Get lost. Chen Yushu glared. Li Lingfeng snickered. Why so fierce? If you don't want to, you don't want to. I don't accept everyone. Dead scum. Chen Yushu said hatefully, when its cell phone rang. Looking at Chen Yushu who was busy answering the phone, Li Lingfeng raised his head and continued to look at the table of hot moms in front of him. It seemed that the other party had also noticed Li Lingfeng's gaze, and one of them whispered a smile and reminded. There seems to be a pretty boy over there peeking at us every now and then. Yeah. Where? The girlfriends immediately became interested and turned their heads towards Li Lingfeng. Don't be so obvious guys. You're scaring people's little pretty boys. A few people rushed to cover half of their faces with their hands after Glo glanced. Li Lingfeng looked at the clumsy acting skills of the few of them and waved his hand towards the few of them with a big smile on his light lips. I think he's saying hello to us. Ahem. We're both family men with husbands. Be serious. That's it. But he's really pretty. Several people looked up towards Li Lingfeng with a slight smile in response, a polite exchange of sorts. After greeting, a few people said in a chorus, that's why it's important to pay attention to maintenance and exercise in general. And look at us. We're not so bad either. Looks like it's holding up. Ha ha. Over here. Chen Yushu finished her phone call and saw Li Lingfeng glancing at Hot Mom's table with a shameless smile on his face. He kicked over. That's enough of you. I've been putting up with you for a long time. Li Lingfeng smiled and didn't care. Who called you? A client. Chen Yushu put down her cell phone and said. Li Lingfeng a surprised expression. Okay, now you can even pull your own business? Don't mention it. That's an oddball. Chen Yushu deflated. Why? What do you care if he's odd or not? Just have business to do. You don't want to be at the bottom of the law firm again, do you? That's only if you can do it. Chen Yushu said. Hearing Chen Yushu's words, Li Lingfeng a question. What case can not do? A man. His daughter-in-law, Sex Duine, just passed away some time ago and has a 43-year-old stepson who wants his stepson to support him. Li Lingfeng? What? The law doesn't clearly define a stepfather's duty of support? Chen Yushu shook his head. It's not that, the key is in the age. Age? Li Lingfeng was even more puzzled. What's age got to do with it? The man is 28 and his stepson is 43. So who do you think is supporting who here? 28 years old. Waking up. Li Lingfeng's brain suddenly dangled for a moment. Allow me to rationalize for a moment first. The woman is 69. The man is 28. And the stepson is 43. Is that right? Li Lingfeng restated. Chen Yushu nodded. After getting an affirmative confirmation, Li Lingfeng took a deep breath. In this case, ask for me. Does that woman have any sisters or anything else? Chen Yushu looked at Li Lingfeng. What for? Find me one too. Li Lingfeng said valiantly. Chen Yushu had a black line on his face for a long time before saying, I really fucking regret knowing you. The waiter will order the Japanese food one by one served up. Looking at the table full of their favorite dishes, Chen Yushu this only slightly eased the mood. Then will you take this case? Li Lingfeng pursued. Chen Yushu a professional smile. What do you think? Li Lingfeng thought for a moment and looked up. Tell him it'll have to be extra. The sashimi Chen Yushu had just eaten into her mouth almost thundered out. Luckily you're not in the lawyer business, or else you've really tainted the profession. Say it without me, as if your line of work is puritanical. Li Lingfeng chucked a piece of sushi and looked left and right. I don't care about the others. I uphold justice anyway. Chen Yushu was righteous. Is that so? Li Lingfeng looked at Chen Yushu. Come, let me feel if your conscience is right. Watching Chen Yushu gorging on the sashimi, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but frown slightly. Kindly give a reminder. You're a girl. Don't eat so much raw and cold food. Chen Yushu looked up. Why can't I eat it? It's not like I've come to relatives. You don't want to give me hints explicitly or implicitly. Li Lingfeng laughed. Chen Yushu, who was too lazy to care about Li Lingfeng, looked at him. Do you want the rest of that salmon? Don't want me to clip it away. Here. Li Lingfeng smiled and shook his head. That's when the store played an island music track that said it was expressing some kind of homesickness. Li Lingfeng perked up his ears and listened for a while. It is said that music has no borders. He would like to see how the island creation? After all, the island is still at the top of the heap when it comes to a certain art of action. Do not listen to okay? I'll listen to Li Lingfeng slightly suffocated a little hard. How to say this music? It just sings of the kind of village quintuplets who miss their widows and the hopelessness of not getting them. More than anything else, it sings of the retired old cadres, their deep disenchantment with their secretaries. As the last piece of salmon was eliminated by Chen Yushu, she contentedly picked up a paper napkin and wiped her mouth. I'm full. What about you? Li Lingfeng looked at the table full of contraptions he didn't like. Full. Let's go then. Chen Yushu smiled and got up. The two came to the cashier. Li Lingfeng took out his cell phone to call the receptionist to buy the bill. Just wanted to pay to come. Was interrupted by Chen Yushu. This meal is on me. After saying that, he aggressively paid the bill. Li Lingfeng, who hadn't reacted yet, looked at Chen Yushu in surprise. You got rich? Rich to know, but paid. You can do it. You still don't forget to treat me to a meal even after you've gotten your paycheck. Count yourself as having a conscience, Li Lingfeng said cheerfully. Then on second thought, no, there's no such thing as a free lunch, said very skeptical look to Chen Yushu. Chen Yushu, a smiling face, went forward is holding Li Lingfeng's arm, pouting. Ugh, don't you think so badly of people? Li Lingfeng hurriedly broke away. It's not that I'm thinking so badly of you, it's that your expression right now is just rather off. Chen Yushu was like a cowhide that couldn't be shaken off at the moment, sticking up once again. It's nothing, it's just want to borrow some money, right? Li Lingfeng said breathlessly. Chen Yushu happily came to Li Lingfeng with a turn. You're so smart. How much? 3,000. Li Lingfeng frowned. You have to be clear. I'm not your boyfriend. Oh, ugh. Consider this as you compensating my sister. Chen Yushu pulled Li Lingfeng's hand and pouted once again. Cannot see girls like this. The soft-hearted Li Lingfeng then picked up the phone to Chen Yushu, transferred 3,000 yuan. So happy that Chen Yushu gave Li Lingfeng a hard kiss on the face. Your saliva is all over my face, Li Lingfeng hurriedly said as he wiped it away with his hand. I saw some lipstick on my hands, so I came to an empty table and took out a few paper towels and wiped them off. Going back to the branch in this state, I'm afraid I won't be misunderstood where I went to steal food. Didn't you just take money from me to buy hand puppets last time? What are you doing this time? Li Lingfeng asked curiously. Buying hand puppets for my manga friends, Chen Yushu said happily. Zoe? Chen Yushu shook her head. No. You just remember Xiaro. How could I not remember? Those big blinding G's simply lingered in my mind. It's not Zoe. Then who is it? Male or female? Male. Quite handsome. I met him at a comic convention before. Chen Yushu spoke with a happy expression. Li Lingfeng. Taking my money to support a man. This time it's really being an ingrate. I thought you said you weren't getting married. Hurry up and return the money to me. It's not like you don't fall in love if you don't get married. Chen Yushu said back. Don't be so petty. Can you ask for the money you gave back? This way, I'll treat you to Comic-Con later. There are a lot of pretty girls this time. Cough cough. Li Lingfeng lightly coughed twice. Can I be that kind of person? This time you can lie down and shoot. Oh. Chen Yushu laughed. Oh, said Li Lingfeng, scratching the back of his head. First of all, I want to emphasize that I mainly want to improve my photography skills. Nothing else. Let's go. Chen Yushu pulled Li Lingfeng's hand and headed out. In the car, Li Lingfeng, who was concentrating on driving the car, coldly asked, You really fell in love with that man, ah? Chen Yushu smiled and turned her head to look warmly at Li Lingfeng. Jealous? No, just upholding the curiosity of the melon eaters. Li Lingfeng smiled, but he was also spontaneous. I knew you didn't really care. Chen Yushu beamed. It's just that last time that guy gave me a hand puppet. Thought I'd give it back to him this time. Not like I owe someone a favor. Oh come on. It could be another licking dog. Comic-Con, still bustling with activity. Looking at all those shapes and sizes of pentagrams, Li Lingfeng could do nothing but shake his head. What about the promised many beautiful women this time? Li Lingfeng's brows wrinkled into a line. As soon as Chen Yushu arrived at this venue, she was like a wild horse that had taken off the reins and had long since scurried away to nowhere. Li Lingfeng, who really couldn't take any good pictures of the scenery, retreated to the side. They also said they could lie down and shoot, and they just had several of them racked away by security. Fortunately, he was so elegant and rational, or else his reputation for a lifetime would really be ruined by Chen Yushu. This side was just getting bored when Han Shuiying called in surprise. Li Lingfeng's first reaction is a bad feeling. Like this usually work hours Han Shuiying is rarely contact their own, because Han Shuiying had always taken her work very seriously. Do not dare to delay half a minute. Li Lingfeng hurriedly connected to Han Shuiying's phone. Not yet opened. The voice will first hear Han Shuiying crying. What's wrong with you? Li Lingfeng asked. There was no reply on the other side of the phone, but the sobbing got worse and worse for a long time before it slowed down a bit. I made a mistake at work. Li Lingfeng's grave expression. There is no need to cry when the work goes wrong. It must be a very serious mistake. What's wrong? Take your time. Han Shuiying choked. I sent the wrong order, costing the company hundreds of thousands of dollars. Sending the wrong order? In Li Lingfeng's impression, Han Shuiying had always worked very carefully, and nothing like this had ever happened. Sister, you scolded me and said a lot of good things in front of the boss, but the boss seems to be very angry. The final communication was either to compensate yourself or choose to leave the job. Speaking of this, Han Shuiying directly broke down, and it could be imagined that she must be crying into tears right now. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's just a job. Big deal. It's just something that has to be cleared up. Li Lingfeng went straight to the crux of the problem, which is the difference between a woman's sensibility and a man's rationality. Instinctive intuition told Li Lingfeng that it should not be that simple. There's reason to suspect that there's been some tampering in the middle of this. Think carefully. That shipping list has not gone through anyone's hands except you? Li Lingfeng tried to inquire. Han Shuiying stopped crying a little, and tried hard to recall what happened. A silhouette flashed in his mind. Lin Xiaoning, she's the one who helped me print the shipping documents. I was curious why she's a bit abnormal today. Normally we've been old and dead since that incident. This is even more stupid. Han Shuiying also know what the problem is, but obviously they have checked before signing off. It's safe to assume that the number of shipping documents you signed is correct, but the erroneous shipping document from the warehouse did show his own handwriting on it as well. What's the explanation for that? Han Shuiying, Who couldn't figure it out, told Li Lingfeng about this doubt. How could Li Lingfeng, who was as resourceful as Zhu Guliang, not see that little trick and frowned? Are you stupid? Then Lin Xiaoning wouldn't fold two of them? After Li Lingfeng so reminded, Han Shuiying woke up. No wonder, said, how there is a fold mark in the middle. Blame it on the fact that you were indeed careless and crucially did not have this defense. It was dreaming that Lin Xiaoning would do this to herself. Han Shuiying, who understood, hurriedly hung up Li Lingfeng's phone and returned to the general manager's office to find Zhao Yu. Sister Yu, that shipping slip should have been tampered with. The one I had before was right. Zhao Yu got up and glanced at Han Shuiying, who she also didn't believe would make such a low-level mistake. After working with each other for so many years, Zhao Yu still had a number in her heart about Han Shuiying's working ability. So who did the tampering? You say? Lin Xiaoning. She tricked me into signing with 2 shipping documents, Han Shuiying hurriedly explained. Zhao Yu bowed her head in silence. Regarding the entanglement of grudges between the two, she was more or less aware of it. It seemed reasonable to say that Lin Xiaoning had moved. Do you have proof? Zhao Yu asked the crucial point. Han Shuiying froze in place and shook her head. She was cheated this time purely out of carelessness, something she had never thought of. Since there's no corresponding evidence, how can you say that Lin Xiaoning is behind this? Beware of being bitten back then. Zhao Yu's words threw a pot of cold water on Han Shuiying. Was she going to accept being victimized innocently? Han Shuiying never expected to restore her relationship with Lin Xiaoning as it was, but at least it shouldn't have gotten this far. This was the best sister she had ever had. Zhao Yu seemed to see Han Shuiying's injury and came to Han Shuiying's side. You should really learn from your mistakes. You should really learn from this. People change a lot of the time. Looking at Han Shuiying's lack of words, Zhao Yu lightly patted its shoulder. As for the boss's side, he's still angry, so don't take it to heart. I'll see about taking some time tomorrow when he's in a better mood to say something nice to you to beg for mercy. Don't worry, with my years of knowing the boss, I should be able to make accommodations. It's just that you have to have a good attitude when the time comes. Zhao Yu relieved. At the moment there is no better way. Han Shuiying only had to nod. If it really came to the last step, he had to pack his bag and go. Thank you, Sister Yu. It's just troublesome for you, Han Shuiying said. Zhao Yu smiled. You were recommended by me. Can I not care if you have any difficulties? Besides, Li Lingfeng and Lin Sudong are still good brothers. Li Lingfeng, who had been hung up on over here, found Chen Yushu, who was still getting high in the center of the Comic-Con, to which he said, let's go. I have things to do. Seeing that Li Lingfeng wasn't joking, Chen Yushu then left the Comic-Con place reluctantly. After sending Chen Yushu back, Li Lingfeng went straight to Han Shuiying's company downstairs. Right now it was also almost time to get off work, so Li Lingfeng sent a message to Han Shuiying, waiting for you downstairs. Han Shuiying, who received the message, spoke to Zhao Yu and got off work a little early first. When he went downstairs and saw Li Lingfeng standing in front of him, the aggrieved little eyes instantly sobbed again indisputably. One pounced on Li Lingfeng's arms to release his aggression. Li Lingfeng patted Han Shuiying on the back. Okay, this big public people are watching. Who doesn't know that thinks I'm bullying you? Han Shuiying broke into laughter upon hearing this, and Li Lingfeng then wiped the tear tracks on his face with his hand. I told you that your best friend is no good, but you didn't listen, so now you're dead in the water, aren't you? You still say that, Han Shuiying beamed. But this matter can't be left like this. Li Lingfeng made a mental calculation. Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng with some surprise. What are you going to do? Help me beat her up? Li Lingfeng, what illegal things can we do? Li Lingfeng frowned. Do you want your man to go in and step on the sewing machine? Han Shuiying wrapped her arm around Li Lingfeng's arm. What are you talking nonsense about? I can't afford to part with it. Looking at Han Shuiying's stupidly sweet and foolishly sweet appearance, there was no more of that aggravation from earlier. That's the best thing about her. Emotions come and go quickly. Are you in a better mood? Li Lingfeng asked with a smile. Let me take you to eat something delicious. Han Shuiying smiled warmly. As long as you're around, I'm always in a good mood. It's just that if I ever lose my job, you remember to support me. At night, Han Shuiying beside her had already fallen asleep, probably because today had really made her a bit distraught. Adding the strenuous exercise just now, it was even more exhausting to the physical energy. Li Lingfeng pulled the bath towel next to the bed and wrapped it around himself, leaving the room gently to the living room. Poured himself a glass of whiskey, got 2 ice cubes from the fridge and threw them in. Take a shallow taste. TMs, it's awful. Taking the wine glass to the sofa and sitting down, he placed the wine glass on the coffee table and brought his cell phone to open the chat interface with Fang Jinyan. Check someone else for me. Lin Xiaoning. The message was returned in seconds. Lin Xiaoning, isn't that Xiao Hongfei's girlfriend? You don't care whose girlfriend she is, just check it out. and have your friend from National Security check it out hard, to the death. What? She dug up your family's ancestors' graves? It's about the same nature. That really can't be tolerated. But next time, can you investigate people with a little background? Always checking out little shrimps like this. My friend says it's a bit of an insult to his job. Li Lingfeng. It seems to make so much sense. So check it yourself. Can't you even hack into the civil affairs system? That's against the law. Li Lingfeng. Then trouble your national security friend again to do me a favor. I'll treat him to a fruitcake stew with waterfish whip someday. After explaining to old Fong, Li Lingfeng, who had nothing to do, brushed a short video for a while. An official bulletin caught Li Lingfeng's eye. It was about a number of hospitals carrying out root bath services for men. For this kind of thing, Li Lingfeng was always an afterthought. I can't help but raise an eyebrow. I have to be critical. Just to ask, where is the morality? Where is humanity? Where is this hospital? Early the next morning, Li Lingfeng sent Han Shuiying to work. Downstairs at the company, I saw Lin Sudong, who also sent Jiayu to work, driving the used black Camry that he had just bought. After showing off a wave of love at the door, Lin Xiandong only took 1 step and 3 turns back to his car. After milling around for quite some time, he still did not see him start his vehicle and leave. Li Lingfeng stroked his chin and wondered, what is this guy doing? It can't be that he doesn't know where the gearshift is, right? Suddenly, the Camry took a sharp abrupt turn and drove off. Seeing Li Lingfeng scared in a cold sweat, uneasy, he hurriedly followed. It wasn't until he followed Lin Sudong to the company's entrance that Li Lingfeng turned around and left. Li Lingfeng did not rush up to the branch to work, but first stopped by and came to Su Hao's residence again. Same aunt that day, same reply. Mr. Su was out on business. Once again the defeat of Li Lingfeng had to leave resentfully. The ancient Lu Huanshu 3 Gugu flats. It seems that today there is my Li Lingfeng 3 please Mr. Back in the branch office, the first thing Li Lingfeng did was first look at his branch's operating statement. Good guy. The size of the deposit further dried to $5.3 billion, which puts the other branches. I cannot fight. If I keep on doing this, I'm going to blow up the entire branch with the deposit performance of one of my branches. This Director Guo's return gift is really a bit shocking. At this time also feel the shock of the new leader of the branch Huang Keming. His eyebrows wrinkled into a line. Just wondering, who is this Li Lingfeng? Li Lingfeng put down the operating statements in his hands, then picked up a pile of credit information on the desktop. Those are waiting for signatures to go through the process. Li Lingfeng who came here did not learn anything else. But this own signature is more and more artistic. From neat italic signatures to fluttering cursive, just one of the main ones is unreadable. While he was burying his head in his signature, Fong Jinian called. All the information about Lin Xiaoning was sent to you. The memory is a bit large. It may take some time to download. Li Lingfeng was curious. Isn't it just a few pages of information? How much memory can it have? Click on it. And goodness gracious, more than a dozen Gs of little videos, basically covering all sorts of scenic props. I thought that I was playing with top streams, but I didn't realize that this Lin Xiaoning was the top stream of top streams, only the kind that gets played. Do you think I should choose 1 or 2 wonderful little videos to send to Xiao Honfei to take a look? Li Lingfeng muttered. It's better to forget about it. Don't break the beauty of love. Besides, reposting this kind of video is a criminal offense. Can I do that as a good law-abiding citizen? Li Lingfeng, who had finished talking to himself, turned to click on other information until he saw a record. Surprisingly, he discovered some of Lin Xiaoning's wrongdoings, using the convenience of the company's authority for personal gain. The corner of Li Lingfeng's mouth instantly lit up with a charming smile. Strike the snake to beat 7 inches. This time shall not be held down to death. Li Lingfeng picked up the cell phone and sent a message to Lin Xiaoning. See you at the Holiday Plaza. Who knows Lin Xiaoning's bravado disliked back. Who are you to say that Holiday Plaza is going to see you? Li Lingfeng frowned. The other party knew that this was his number, and such a tone of voice was nothing more than an attempt to give himself a face. You may not come, but don't regret it. Afraid that Lin Xiaoning would really not come, Li Lingfeng sent the tip of the iceberg of that information to Lin Xiaoning. It's enough to serve as a knockout punch. Holiday Plaza. That was where Li Lingfeng first asked Lin Xiaoning out. Seats on the outskirts of a milk tea store, the two of them sitting opposite each other. Lin Xiaoning still wearing an executive professional outfit. You could tell that she was still at work and rushed out in a hurry, thinking that she was a little scared in her heart. The 2 cups of milk tea called for were brought up. Li Lingfeng took his own cup, inserted the straw into it and sucked it. It was ice cold. Looking at the expressionless Lin Xiaoning, Li Lingfeng spoke. That Han Shuiying thing was your trick, right? In the face of Li Lingfeng's questioning, Lin Xiaoning didn't deny or admit it, but continued to choose silence, until Li Lingfeng placed the information in video in front of Lin Xiaoning. That twisted face was nothing but horror and anger. Originally quite good Lin Xiaoning this time in front of Li Lingfeng all without a trace of flowers. Or maybe, not when she chose to screw her BFF. Seeing that Lin Xiaoning made a move to delete it, Li Lingfeng grabbed the phone. Don't be silly, do you think there's no backup if you delete it? The truth is he really doesn't have a backup. What do you want from me? Lin Xiaoning finally spoke. Only the hateful eyes seemed as if they could knife someone. Li Lingfeng solemnized his own expression. It's simple. Take the initiative to admit that you pitted Han Shuiying this time. What if I don't? Then this information will appear in front of your company's boss. Using your authority for personal gain to harm the company's interests. Think about it, you should know what the end is. After listening to Lin Xiaoning's face, originally thought that he did very confidential. Did not expect to still give people to catch the handle. And it was still Li Lingfeng, the outsider who didn't belong to the company. Lin Xiaoning is not afraid of small videos. That is at best a moral event. But the behavior of harming the company for profit is of a different nature. Lin Xiaoning, whose defenses were nearly collapsed, shouted at Li Lingfeng, "Where am I not as good as that Han Shuiying? Is she worth what you're doing?" Li Lingfeng coldly laughed. "As far as your 500,000 lips are tasted by 10,000 people, Han Shuiying will throw you off a few streets. That little video of yours is going to top the output of a company." Being refuted to the point of being speechless, Lin Xiaoning finally said hatefully, "That's not thanks to you. That's jealousy blinding you. You can't see your bestie having a better time than you. That's the crux of it." Lin Xiaoning, who had been poked and prodded by Li Lingfeng, had lost her entire essence. "Yeah, why? Why is she better off than me?" Li Lingfeng didn't want to dwell on it any longer. "As long as you take the initiative to admit to framing Han Shuiying, all of this information in video will be given to you." Lin Xiaoning looked up at Li Lingfeng. She knew that she couldn't hang around in the company if she admitted this, but it's a significantly lighter sentence than selling out the company's interests. That's the better option. Or rather, she had no choice. "Can you guarantee what you say?" Lin Xiaoning said coldly. "You and Han Shuiying used to be BFFs, so why bother?" Li Lingfeng's words were genuinely because he didn't want to mess with each other too badly. Lin Xiaoning also naturally understood what that meant. Nodding, Lin Xiaoning got up and left without looking back, leaving the untouched cup of milk tea still in place. After some time, Li Lingfeng received a surprised call from Han Shuiying. "So strange. You know, that Lin Xiaoning herself admitted to swapping shipping documents." Li Lingfeng, "Isn't that better?" "No, I didn't figure it out. Why would she do that? My girlfriend's best friend wants to come over here to look for a job. And my girlfriend means that she wants her best friend to stay with us for a few days first. So do you all think we can agree to that? My girlfriend and I are the only ones living in this house. Maybe people will figure it out this time?" Li Lingfeng laughed. Han Shuiying on the other end of the phone frowned. "That's impossible. Not like her style of behavior." There was a pause. "It's not supposed to be something you did to her, is it? What can I do to her? It's hard not to molest her?" Li Lingfeng got up and prepared to leave as well. "Okay, well, now that it's settled, go to work in peace. Hang up now." After saying that, Li Lingfeng hung up the phone and walked towards the underground parking area. The car was parked in a corner of the -2nd floor. And before Li Lingfeng could walk to the parking spot, he saw several men standing by the pillars on both sides. A yellow-haired man at the head of the group came out to stop Li Lingfeng's path, and two minions flanked him from behind, one after the other. It seemed to prevent Li Lingfeng from escaping. Only the yellow-haired man pointed his cell phone camera at Li Lingfeng and said in a gangly manner, "Is this the man?" After receiving an affirmative reply, the yellow-haired man turned off his cell phone and put it into his own pants pocket, looking at Li Lingfeng as he pressed his finger. Seeing that the visitors were not good, Li Lingfeng had to raise his guard, unable to believe that they dared to act recklessly in broad daylight. Besides, it's the center of the square. Looking up, it just so happens that this is a dead zone for surveillance. No wonder. Realizing that something is wrong, Li Lingfeng took off his jacket and wrapped it around his arm, and the other side are holding wooden sticks. Arms wrapped in clothing can at least carry a few more hits for their own output. You kid can be patient. Smashing people's rice bowls. The yellow-haired man glared at Li Lingfeng viciously. Smashing people's rice bowls? Li Lingfeng had already guessed who it probably was. I just couldn't believe that Lin Xiaoning would be involved with these punks and gangsters. Wait, Li Lingfeng frowned. Wasn't that yellow-haired man the male lead inside the small video? This way, you take $100,000 out, and this matter will be over. The yellow-haired man put forward the conditions and said, "You blackmail ah?" Li Lingfeng laughed disdainfully. "Depends on how you interpret it. I prefer to think of it as putting things to rest," the yellow-haired man said. "And what if I don't give it?" The yellow-haired man then gave a wink to the two minions standing behind Li Lingfeng. "Give him some color." The two of them swung their wooden sticks and rushed up. Li Lingfeng was not afraid. using his arms wrapped around his clothes to block while outputting his fists. The three of them twisted and fought together, and in a short while Li Lingfeng took several hard hits, but those two also took a lot of punches and kicks from Li Lingfeng. Unable to hold two against one, Li Lingfeng was forced to the wall, forcing himself to endure the pain from the stick. Seeing that there is no way to retreat, Li Lingfeng, whose adrenaline soared a few degrees, simply opened a life-threatening 1-for-2. TM directly may as well go up as dry. At this moment the brain has no more instructions, the whole muscle in the most primitive instinctive outbreak state, as if it were a wild animal, the gapless frantic output of punches and kicks. Li Lingfeng can no longer perceive what is pain. Either I fall or you lie down. Fighting is afraid of life-threatening this. A pass down. Only to see Li Lingfeng head broken blood. Those two also swollen like a pig head. One of the teeth is still chipped a couple times. Both sides were at a standstill, neither daring to take another step forward. Seeing this, the yellow-haired man lifted his stick and prepared to take the field himself. Just then, a man in a suit who appeared at some point shouted sternly, "Stop it all of you. Is this trashing my place?" The yellow-haired man stopped moving and looked up at the man in the suit, his eyes showing a hint of awe. With that, he greeted his two little brothers and hurriedly left in a grayish manner. Li Lingfeng curiously turned his head to look at the man in the suit. What kind of god made the yellow-haired man so scared? The man in the suit walked over and smiled at the corner of his mouth. "Okay, you're pretty tough, man." It was at this time that Li Lingfeng felt the pain all over his body, so he did not feel like shaking his arms and legs to soothe them. "You're with them too?" Li Lingfeng leaned helplessly against the pillar. The man in the suit compared himself to this outfit. "You think I'd be in league with them?" Li Lingfeng's mouth was disdainful. "Who knows? Nowadays many scum are in this human form. Men in suits. What do you mean by that? If it wasn't for me, you'd have to be hospitalized by them." Li Lingfeng looked up, saying it like I don't need to be in the hospital right now. The man in the suit scrutinized Li Lingfeng up and down. "Indeed, do you want me to take you to the hospital then? That would be best." The man in the suit smiled. "Hey, you're funny. Wait here for me. I'll bring the car around." The man in the suit explained and went to get his car. Not long after, a cool Ferrari appeared in front of Li Lingfeng's eyes. The man in the suit poked his head out. "Get in the car." Li Lingfeng frowned. "Brother, I'm going to see a doctor." "You think it's picking up girls? That's the one that came out today. So you'll have to make do with what you've got." Li Lingfeng dragged his aching body to the front of the car. "How do I open this damn scissor door?" The man in the suit hurriedly got out of the car and opened the door for Li Lingfeng. On the way to the hospital, Li Lingfeng touched the undried blood on his face. "This Lin Xiaoning is really ruthless. Now I can realize the saying, the most poisonous women are the most poisonous people." You be careful that blood don't touch the car. It's a pain in the ass to clean." "Don't worry. Focus on driving your car. I won't do something so unqualified." Li Lingfeng's face twisted in pain. "So you're supposed to be very qualified. So how did you get in trouble with the gangster landlubbers?" The man in the suit wondered. "It's a long story. It boils down to that women's shit. And by the way, I don't know what to call you. My name is Kashizawa. And there's my card." Li Lingfeng picked it up and looked at it. "Holiday Plaza is owned by your family." "Huh? Kashizawa, who was driving, smiled. "Yeah, then I'm going to complain to you. If it wasn't for the existence of surveillance dead spots in your parking garage, those punks and gangsters wouldn't be so arrogant." Kashizawa nodded. "I'll take your complaint back up and rest assured that I'll make sure to patch up the hole." Li Lingfeng moved a little bit. This in front of him turned out to be the crown prince of Holiday Plaza. No wonder those punks and ruffians were afraid of him. Do you want compensation? I can also help you appeal." "Oh come on. That compensation money gives you guys the money to put up surveillance, and hopefully next time there won't be a victim like me. I find you quite interesting." Yueza turned his head to Li Lingfeng. You, watch where you're going." Li Lingfeng was horrified. Clang! The cool Ferrari crashed into a trash can post in front of it, and the two men came down to see that the front was dented. "It's a good thing this is the entrance to the hospital. Otherwise I would have to call a car for you," Yueza said as he looked at the hospital sign in front of him. "Shouldn't you be concerned about your car first? Just throw this to the insurance. I'll call someone to take care of it later. So hurry up and go to the hospital and get it looked at. Don't bleed internally." Li Lingfeng. "I'm going to lie down in front of your Holiday Plaza with internal bleeding." Gee, the opinions of the group can't be heard. Dragging his aching body into the hospital, Li Lingfeng came to the outpatient department and registered to see a doctor. There is no doubt that the whole body up and down to shoot a film. But the good thing is that there are some superficial injuries, and did not hurt the tendons and bones and so on. The nurse gave Li Lingfeng a simple bandage to clean up, the whole head wrapped around a circle of white gauze. Several contusions on the arms were also sterilized. The nurse who gave Li Lingfeng treatment looked to be around early 20s in age. although she was wearing a mask. But it couldn't cover up the cleanliness. At least the pair of watery eyes were charming enough. Look at you, Sven, also quite handsome. Ah, why do not you learn to fight like others? The nurse joked. I don't know. I came up here and 3 or 2 of them swarmed me. Maybe I'm too handsome as you said. Put. The nurse lady barely managed to laugh her mask off. Are you married? Li Lingfeng shook his head. No. Got a girlfriend? No. Just tell me what you have. I can take it. Is there something wrong with that test of mine? The nurse lady looked grave. Then I'll be blunt. You'll have to bear it. Wait. Li Lingfeng took a deep breath. Go ahead. Off-duty date later? Li Lingfeng froze in place. Taking advantage of this gap, the nurse lady's quick eyes and hands clamped out the wood-block shavings that had hit into Li Lingfeng's arm. Painfully, Li Lingfeng instantly twitched, feeling that he had just done it to distract himself. The nurse lady put sand cotton on the sterilization. Okay, this side is done for you. When the inspection report comes out, nothing is wrong, you can go. Seeing that Miss Nurse picked up the medicine tray and was ready to leave, Li Lingfeng said, Does what you just said count? The nurse lady turned around. What do you think? Li Lingfeng slapped his hands on his knees and leaned back on the bench. You know, I could have walked the world with a sword, but halfway there I met someone who said she would promise me her life. So I pawned my sword and turned back with a heart full of joy. And guess what? Find out the person is missing. Stopping in her tracks, the nurse lady laughed. So by that person you mean me? What do you think? I guess not. After leaving a sentence, the nurse lady mercilessly turned around and left. The big mom next door looked at Li Lingfeng with a contemptuous face. Young in age, his mouth doesn't have a handle. After saying that, he didn't forget to sit a distance away from Li Lingfeng, fearing that Li Lingfeng would also come to plague himself. Bored, Li Lingfeng looked around, and there were characters of all colors and expressions. It is said that one should visit 3 places in one's life. 1 is the station, to see life on the run. 2 is the hospital, to see your most vulnerable self, and 3 is the funeral parlor, which is the final destination. It's true. Looking through the door of the room at the crowd of people lying in those hospital beds has long since lost that essence. Unable to see the fragility of this earth, Li Lingfeng turned his head to the side as a clear conversation came to his ears. I only heard that doctor say to an expressionless man, you make the decision to operate or not earlier. The patient will have one less hope if he drags it for a minute. The doctor left with the nurse after explaining the situation, leaving the man sitting there clutching the medical records in his hands. Li Lingfeng propped up his aching body and walked over, coming to sit beside the man. Don't mind sitting here? Li Lingfeng turned his head to look at the man. A few moments of murderous aura overflowing on his face, just the strength that emanated from his body. One could sense that he was a ruthless corner. Li Lingfeng's heart thumped. This should not be the wrong person to chat with? So he hurriedly got up and got ready to leave. He couldn't afford to take another beating now. Just as he stood up, he heard the man say fiercely, pay my father's medical bills and my life is yours. Li Lingfeng looked at the man in front of him in disbelief. A little hairy in the heart said, no, I want you to do life? Seeing that it was not a good fight, Li Lingfeng took 3 steps and skipped. The man, however, flopped down on his knees. Consider it a plea. A man's knees have gold, if not really to a certain extent. Which man is willing to kowtow to people kneeling? No, no. How much medical expenses does your father have to pay? Li Lingfeng couldn't bear to refuse. The man handed that cost bill to Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng took a look. The required general cost of about 300,000 yuan. This was not a difficult task for Li Lingfeng. It's just that if everyone came begging for it like that, they wouldn't have to go bankrupt and liquidate themselves. I am far from being rich to that extent, although I am not rich enough to help the world. Seeing that Li Lingfeng was still somewhat hesitant, the man directly knocked his head on the ground with a bang, and the floor oozed blood. All to this, and then do not promise. Li Lingfeng really afraid that the man suddenly rose to his own to a 360-degree rotating over the shoulder fall put down in this. Let's just call it a good deed. Li Lingfeng gritted his teeth and came to the payment window to help the man pay all the medical expenses. His father was immediately placed in the ICU for surgery. The man stood guard at the door of the operating room as if he were a log, and it was only then that Li Lingfeng could see his face. The rough face seemed to have been weathered for years, and under the hair that covered his forehead was a fierce gaze. The feeling given to Li Lingfeng was like that of a practitioner who practiced to the point of insanity. After helping someone pay for $300,000 of medical expenses, he didn't even know what their name was yet, so Li Lingfeng couldn't help but ask, what's your name? The man looked up. Feng Yuxiu, Li Lingfeng. At this time, Feng Jimian, who received the news of Li Lingfeng's admission to the hospital, rushed over in a hurry and ran over when he saw Li Lingfeng from a distance. Are you alright? Feng Jimian asked with concern. Li Lingfeng shook his head and went to a bench to sit down with Feng Jimian's assistance. Are you sure you're fine? Have all those inspection reports come out? Fong Jimian asked again. No harm done. Now just wait for the test reports to come back and you're good to go. Fong Jimian nodded. Do you know who did it? Who else could there be? It's not the one you were asked to check. Lin Xiaoning. Li Lingfeng laughed. Fong Jimian had a skeptical look on his face. No way. You were beaten up by a female like this? Just her? Can't beat my little brother yet. Li Lingfeng said. I was swarmed by a group of punks and gangsters. Fong Jimian frowned upon hearing this. Then it seems that this little girl is not simple and is still involved with these people. Or else could there be that dozen or so gigabytes of video? This Lin Xiaoning is also stupid. What kind of person doesn't hook up with? But even hooked up with these trash. It's going to be hard to get out of this in the future. Li Lingfeng sighed slightly. Fong Jimian's eyes flashed with a hint of cold light. Do you want me to find someone? And then compared a click gesture. A dumbfounded Li Lingfeng looked at Fong Jimian. What era is this? The civilized world of the rule of law in the 21st century. And still engage in these? Fong Jimian's head tilted. Isn't that how it's usually played out on TV? After getting the final inspection report and determining that it was nothing, Li Lingfeng and Fong Jimian got up and left the hospital. Now this miserable, Li Lingfeng would like to let Fong Jimian first send himself home to convalesce, but received the leadership down to research the phone. That new leader Huang Keming, who has just come to power in the branch, has always wanted to see Li Lingfeng. Each branch of the deposit size of a few hundred million. The big deal is to hold up more than $1 billion. Li Lingfeng's branch but try to more than $5 billion. This had to fill him with curiosity. And besides, Li Lingfeng's branch is not a first-class central branch. To be able to do this is groundbreaking. So where are we going now? Send you home or what? Fong Jimian assisted Li Lingfeng to get on the car and sit down and said, No, you can take me to the branch first. Fong Jimian looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. Going to work with an injury? What? You want the unit to rate you as a model worker? Li Lingfeng, don't you think you're talking a bit too much today? Silence all the way to send Li Lingfeng to the door of the branch. Silence to help Li Lingfeng out of the car. Silence to drive away. Li Lingfeng. Upon entering the entrance to the branch, the lobby clattered with a group of large men in suits. All of them are so-and-so leaders of the branch. Too many Li Lingfeng did not remember. One of them, Huang Keming, looked at Li Lingfeng with a skeptical face. What's wrong with this? Although Li Lingfeng has not yet seen Huang Keming, based on the fact that he stood in the center of the crowd and was the first to open his mouth to speak, he designated that he was right. Li Lingfeng smiled. It's like this. Huang Xing. In the morning, I went to a customer's place. The stranger encountered his family's 3 big wolf dogs. So, said Huang Keming with an incredulous look. Li Lingfeng nodded his head. Yes, that's right. It was caused by fighting with the wolf dog. That customer couldn't bear it in his heart and said he would transfer a deposit over. After hearing this, Huang Keming took a deep breath. It was not without reason that this performance did well. Nodding his head with an affirmative look, he patted Li Lingfeng on the shoulder. Everyone should learn from our Li Xing. If the work can be so desperate, why do we worry about being strong at Farmers and Merchants Bank? Huang Xing overpraised. Li Lingfeng said modestly, Come on, everyone sit inside the conference room. Standing in this hall also affects our customers doing business. Xiao Wu, go prepare some tea. Li Lingfeng turned to Xiao Wu and after explaining to him, he led the crowd into the conference room. Xiao Wu a burst of excitement. This Li Xing is remembered me. Branch leaders come over to inspect. Asked me to pour tea. Isn't this trying to give me a chance to show my face? Li Xing's favor. Teeth unforgettable. After lamenting, Xiao Wu hurriedly prepared tea to go. In the conference room, branch leader Huang Keming listened to Li Lingfeng's recent report on some of the branch's work. Discussions were made on the next development ideas of the branch, and in-depth exchanges were made. Finally, Huang Keming, the leader of the branch, made a concluding speech, fully affirming the efforts and achievements made by Li Lingfeng in the branch. At the same time, constructive comments were made on the subsequent development of the branch, called on all colleagues of the branch to closely surround Li Lingfeng, and jointly create a new situation for the development of the branch. We strive to make the branch a new engine of business growth for Farmers and Merchants Bank. Loud and clear applause in the conference room like thunder. Li Lingfeng watched this Cisco new leader speech as a set. I heard that he is a senior intellectual postdoctoral management origin. Then those business origin of the big old man temperament is really much stronger. The research ended in a pleasant atmosphere. And on the way back, the secretary couldn't help but ask a curious question. Huang Xing, that wound on Li Xing, was it really bitten by the client's big wolf dog? Huang Keming smiled meaningfully. You believe his no-gate mouth? Turning his head to look out the window. Find out for me if he's got any connections to any of the city's dignitaries? Those who can mobilize resources on such a large scale. I'm afraid their rank won't be small. The secretary nodded. Understood. After sending off the branch leader Huang Keming and his party, Li Lingfeng returned to his own governor's office. Su Yalan, the director of the sales department, walked in. Li Xing, you came back in a hurry today and didn't report your meal. Why don't I order you a porridge? It's okay. Li Lingfeng nodded. You let Yi Mujuan do this. You are pregnant, don't move around. Or else what do you want him to do as the office director? Su Yalan was instantly moved for a moment. Li Xing himself was in such a miserable state and still cared that he was pregnant. Okay, then I'll go talk to him. Su Yalan turned around and left. Su Yalan had just left in front of her, when Xiao Wu came in behind her in a panic. Li Xing, there's a strange person outside who wants to find you. The proctor added. Doesn't look like he's here to do business. Li Lingfeng walked out with Xiao Wu, and there was a familiar figure standing outside the branch door. Just the one at the hospital. Feng Yuxiu. Okay, go ahead and get busy. I'll just entertain. Supported Wu. Li Lingfeng came to the door of the branch, looked at Feng Yuxiu. You do not stay in the hospital with his father. Run to me for what? Feng Yuxiu, still with a fierce face, looked up. The operation failed. Li Lingfeng froze for a moment. My condolences. I told you, my life is yours. Do whatever you want with me. Li Lingfeng. The 21st century is a civilized society. So let's be more harmonious and not try to kill people at every turn. I just didn't know what to say. But when I turned my head, I saw the yellow-haired man in the underground garage of Holiday Plaza with several minions. The wind is coming this way. Good lord. It's chasing you all the way to your place of work. It's pretty lawless. When the crowd came up, they surrounded Li Lingfeng and Feng Yuxiu, and the yellow-haired man said smugly, you were lucky to run into Yu Xiao at the time of the garage. There shouldn't be much help for you now. Should there? The momentum could not be lost. Li Lingfeng sneered. Aren't you guys afraid of the police? The cops? They'll have you fixed up by the time they get here. The yellow-haired man laughed. Don't worry. We won't cripple you. At most you'll be taken in for some criticism and education. The big deal is to squat in a detention center for a few days. Without waiting for Li Lingfeng to reply, Feng Yuxiu stepped forward. To die, or to live? Li Lingfeng was confused for a while. No, don't make a big deal out of this. Hey, you kid's breath is not small. Quite capable are you? The yellow-haired man even mocked. Still without a single change in expression, Feng Yuxiu rambled. Kung Fu is a killing technique. Once it is out, it is hard to take it back. The stern aura instantly shook the yellow-haired man. A word of advice. It's not too late to leave. Feng Yuxiu twisted his neck, cackling. The yellow-haired man swallowed his saliva. It is impossible to go away. How to mix after going away? All of you get on me. The yellow-haired man gave an order, and several groups of people rose up and surrounded him. Feng Yuxiu waved his hand to start. Then he heard a few clicks, and Li Lingfeng knew that it was the sound of broken bones. Just listening to all the flesh pain, followed by a burst of wailing. Don't fight! Don't fight! Feng Yuxiu was willing to give up. Feng Yuxiu, whose arm was dislocated at the moment, begged for mercy. Down with Li Lingfeng. While at this time not far from the loud and clear siren, see the yellow-haired man with the crowd of minions instantly did the birds and beasts scattered. Li Lingfeng was still full of gratitude for which kind person gave the police report, only to see the police car sliding past the entrance of the branch. Oh, so it's not out of the police to come here. Li Lingfeng turned to look at Feng Yuxiu, only to see him slowly sit up, seemingly sensing Li Lingfeng's skepticism. Feng Yuxiu spoke to himself. You said, don't make a big deal out of it. After saying that, he smiled evilly and revealed a hideous expression, not forgetting to add, it's been a long time since I've tried getting hit. Li Lingfeng, I told you not to make a big deal out of it, but I didn't tell you not to fight back, or that you're basically a loser? Li Lingfeng, who didn't want to create more right and wrong, waved his hand. You go, I don't want your life or anything, to help you, purely for that filial love of yours, believing that perhaps someone else would have done the same. Feng Yuxiu didn't say anything, got up and propped up the floor with that dislocated hand, then clicked himself to attach it. This genius shocked Li Lingfeng for a moment. Standing up, without saying much, Feng Yuxiu turned around and left the place. It was only after this meeting that Xiao Wu, who had calmed down, ran his ass out. Li Xing, are you alright? Li Lingfeng gave Xiao Wu a wink and asked him to come over and assist himself. Xiao Wu, who stood frozen in place and looked at Li Lingfeng, curiously said, what's wrong, Li Xing? Are your eyes uncomfortable? Li Lingfeng, speechless, turned around and entered the branch. Xiao Wu was busy shouting behind him. Do you need me to help you, Li Xing? After finishing his meal in the office, Li Lingfeng closed his eyes and rested a little. Generally speaking, staying in this office is boring. Li Lingfeng decided to get up and go out to get some fresh air, scooting the grueling footsteps to the boba drink store. When the boss's wife saw Li Lingfeng in this state, She didn't need to think that she would definitely not be able to drink for free today, so he charged Li Lingfeng $18 for milk tea. What? Beaten by someone's husband? Or by someone's boyfriend? Li Lingfeng picked up the milk tea and sucked on it. None of them. Guess again. You're not going to tell me that you caused this as a result of bravery, are you? The boss's wife put down the work in her hands. There's a little bit of meaning, I guess, but it's about seeing justice for your girlfriend. Li Lingfeng added. Boss lady, is the milk tea I ordered ready yet? Seeing that the boss's wife was chatting away, the customer didn't feel like urging. The boss's wife looked at Li Lingfeng. Business is a bit busy today, so I may not be able to greet you. Li Lingfeng smiled. No harm done. It's my appearance that greets you less than this. After saying this, Li Lingfeng carried milk tea to a seat and sat down, leisurely looking at the roadside people coming and going. I thought it would be a casual relaxation, but who knew that it would make Li Lingfeng see the last person he wanted to see? That's the yellow-haired guy who found the milk tea store with his minions looking for a fight. ACI it. Li Lingfeng cursed with a furrowed brow. This brat is really a shadowy soul, isn't he? The yellow-haired man walked over leisurely with his minions and held down Li Lingfeng's shoulders. No one's going to be able to save you now, are they? Li Lingfeng did not care to continue to drink the milk tea in his hands. Running is not able to run away. Fight but not, and see. How about $100,000 and this matter is settled. The yellow-haired man ruffled his forehead yellow hair and said. Just then, a drink slammed into the yellow-haired man, who looked up with fried hair. At some point, Feng Yuxiu unexpectedly stood in front of several people. It's you kid again. Didn't get fixed up enough just now, did you? The yellow-haired man was angry with some surprise. Then in a ferocious tone, he said to the little brother behind him, beat me to death. As soon as the words left his mouth, the yellow-haired man's little brother immediately surrounded him. And with that fat beating at the entrance of the branch, a few people knew that this Feng Yuxiu was a waste. Squeezing you isn't as easy as squeezing an ant. Several people waved their fists and grouped up, just ready to enjoy this feast of violence. Unexpectedly this time they did not even touch Feng Yuxiu's hair. That face with the grimace reappeared and it couldn't help but be creepy. Shoulders and hips together, elbows and knees together, hands and feet together, accompanied by Feng Yuxiu's constant chanting under his breath. Several people were like sandbags, being punched by Feng Yuxiu. Clicks and clacks rang out, and there were again the sounds of broken bones, but this time it was the elbows and arms of several people. Without 2 strokes of effort, several of the yellow-haired man's minions fell to the ground and wailed. This belonged to the yellow-haired man. Not only the yellow-haired man, even Li Lingfeng was dumbfounded. No, really expert ah? Li Lingfeng had strings of question marks hanging on his face. After taking care of his little brother, Feng Yuxiu stared at the yellow-haired man with eyes as if he could eat the other party, like a wolf looking at a sheep. The frightened yellow-haired man hurriedly pulled out his dagger. Don't come over here. Feng Yuxiu stepped forward ignoring it, and a nearly shadowless half-inch punch landed on the yellow-haired man's ribs, which should have broken more than 3 by the sound of it. That's when the sirens sounded again. This time the police were out here now. The boss's wife had called it in. Without a doubt, Li Lingfeng and Feng Yuxiu were brought to the police station for investigation and questioning. Fortunately, there were numerous witnesses to testify on behalf of Li Lingfeng, and the matter was eventually classified as belonging to self-defense. Besides, the yellow-haired man and his party had a long history of previous convictions, which now confirmed the truth of the matter. So after making a statement, Li Lingfeng and Feng Yuxiu were able to leave. As for the yellow-haired man and his little brother, they were sent to the hospital for treatment. Luckily, Feng Yuxiu didn't hit him hard. It was just some broken bones and cracked ribs. After leaving the police station's entrance, Li Lingfeng turned his head to look at Feng Yuxiu. Okay, you, but with this skill, why don't you go do something else that won't get you to this point? People pursue different things in their lives, so how can you know me? After leaving a sentence, Feng Yuxiu turned around and prepared to leave. Li Lingfeng couldn't help but shout. Where are you going? How do I contact you? I'll be there when you need me, and from now on, I'll be your shadow. At this time the boss's wife who was waiting for Li Lingfeng at the door came over. Who is that person? So strange? Li Lingfeng smiled. Absolute master. The boss's wife blanked Li Lingfeng. I know enough to know that he's a supreme expert. Just now one person fought several people. It's not like I'm blind. Then why are you asking who he is? Boss lady. I mean, how do you know him? He your family relative? No. 300,000 to make a friend. Ha? The boss's wife looked surprised. Then let's make friends for $300,000 too. Li Lingfeng turned his head. Can you fight? Yes. I'm not bad at kung fu either, but it depends on which aspect is being referred to, the boss's wife said with considerable confidence and certainty. The underlings are defeated, Li Lingfeng came to say. returning home from work. Han Shuiying, who opened the door to her room, shouted, "Why didn't you come over to pick me up today?" Changing her indoor slippers, Han Shuiying came to the living room and saw Li Lingfeng, who was wrapped in gauze, and her entire body was instantly dumbfounded. "What happened to you? Were you robbed?" Han Shuiying hurriedly went up to check Li Lingfeng's injuries in a heartbroken manner. "It's fine. I ran into a few gangsters and had a fight with them." Li Lingfeng laughed. Han Shuiying glanced at Li Lingfeng. She knew that a resourceful person like Li Lingfeng who fully tended to avoid harm. There must be some reason why he messed with those gangsters for no reason. Lin Xiaoning, Han Shuiying flashed her best friend's name in her mind. Let's just say how she could easily admit to framing herself. Han Shuiying, who thought of this, angrily got up. "I'll go find her." Li Lingfeng pulled Han Shuiying's hand. "Who are you looking for?" "I'll go find Lin Xiaoning. She's bullying people too much." Han Shuiying gritted her teeth and wanted to tear this bestie of hers alive. Sure enough, girls are still quite scary when they start to get tough. 2. It's okay for her to set me up. It's not okay for her to screw my man. Eyes glaring at Li Lingfeng. "Sis, let's calm down. I'm scared when you're like this." Han Shuiying, who was pulled by Li Lingfeng, turned around with red eyes and went forward to hug Li Lingfeng and sob. "I'm sorry, it's my fault you got like this." Li Lingfeng reached out and wrapped his arm around Han Shuiying's thin willow waist. "What are you talking about? It's not your fault. So what's the point of blaming yourself?" Han Shuiying let go of her hand and looked at Li Lingfeng with tear-stained eyes. "If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have told you and just resigned." "Silly, why hold your breath?" Li Lingfeng said, "But I still underestimated your BFF. I can't imagine that she is hooked up with a gangster. I'm afraid that it will be hard for her to get out of it in the future." "Could this have anything to do with her frequenting bars?" Han Shuiying asked. "Who knows?" Li Lingfeng let go of his arm around Han Shuiying's thin willow waist and took out his cell phone. "I'll show you something." "Yes, that's right. It's the teeny tiny video." Han Shuiying, who took over the cell phone and read it, was numb, never expecting her best friend to become this way one day. What's even more explosive is still behind. "You go on to look at that dossier," Li Lingfeng reminded. Han Shuiying clicked on the information file. Her face became more and more gloomy. It was unexpected that Lin Xiaoning even betrayed the interests of the company. Looking up, "Where did you get this information?" "You don't have to worry about that." Li Lingfeng smiled slightly. "She should have left your company by now, right?" Han Shuiying returned the cell phone to Li Lingfeng and nodded. "Where can I stay after making this mess? But our boss is also still atmospheric. And this time the loss didn't make Lin Xiaoning pay for it. I just didn't expect that she would sell out the company's interests. If the boss knew about this, his lungs would explode, and he wouldn't let her off that easily. This is the bargaining chip I exchanged with her," Li Lingfeng said. "Make her personally admit to framing you, and I won't expose this." Sure enough, it was the Li Lingfeng in front of her that was protecting her behind all of this, and Han Shuiying silently glanced at Li Lingfeng and hugged him once again. Out of the need for rehabilitation, Li Lingfeng recuperated at home for 2 days, and Han Shuiying followed him at home and took care of him in every way. On this day, the virtuous Han Shuiying made a table full of dishes and looked at Li Lingfeng, who was eating with gusto. Han Shuiying, who had happiness written on her face, couldn't help but ask, ask you, "Oh, what did you say you liked about me?" Not allowed to not answer. Li Lingfeng, who was still chewing his rice, glanced at Han Shuiying. "This manhwa is nothing more than 2 things of a woman. Either figure you are gentle and virtuous, or figure your body is pestering." Li Lingfeng gave an explanation. "As it happens, you have both." On the other hand, Su Hao's residence, pacing back and forth in the house, Su Hao once again asked Auntie Housekeeper, "Then Li Lingfeng really didn't come to the door again in the past 2 days?" Auntie helplessly looked at Su Hao. "Yes, Mr. Su, you've asked for the 3rd time here." Su Hao frowned. All right, go heat up the food." Walking back and forth distracted, Su Hao came to the master chair and sat down. The heart cannot help but calculate, this Li Lingfeng should not come, right? Could it be that he had overplayed his hand in these 3 visits and had put his stance too high? Well, that must be it. Su Hao muttered repeatedly. "Should I call that Li Lingfeng to redeem himself? But if you do that, won't you lose all the gestures you've made? And will you lose the image you've portrayed?" Unable to decide, Su Hao stood up again and proceeded to pace back and forth. "Mr. Su, the meal is reheated for you. Do you want to eat first?" At this time the housekeeper aunt came in and said. Seeing that Su Hao didn't say anything back, Auntie quit. "Mr. Su, this is the 3rd time it's been heated up. If it's heated up any more the food will be rancid." "Aya, if you want to eat you eat first, leave me alone," Su Hao impatiently said. "Right, did that Li Lingfeng leave you any contact information?" Auntie struggled to recall. "Oh, I think there was a note written to me about one." "Go on, Go on, hurry up and bring it to me. Auntie rummaged through the box and found the note with the contact information and brought it to Su Hao. Su Hao sidetracked his aunt, which if she knew that she had contacted Li Lingfeng, how disgraceful it would be. When he hid in the house and did not see Li Lingfeng pretending to be a big name, but he was the amount. Looking at the contact information and thinking about it again and again, Su Hao took a deep breath and finally made up his mind to dial Li Lingfeng. The days of groveling were too hard to bear, and the point was that if he didn't make a comeback himself, he wouldn't even be able to pay his housekeeper's aunt's commission. Not to mention, there's a wife and son abroad waiting in the wings. After the phone went through, Su Hao lowly greeted first. Hello, is this Mr. Li Lingfeng Li? I am Su Hao. Received Su Hao phone. Li Lingfeng heart is also a past surprise. Also thought of these 2 days just some. Ready to visit him again. The two of them exchanged pleasantries and chose a day to show their sincerity. Li Lingfeng immediately said that he would visit Su Hao again. There are a lot of things that have to be said in person. Hanging up the phone, Li Lingfeng got up and prepared to go change into clothes for going out. And Han Shuiying asked curiously, "You're going out?" "Yeah, had to go out on a spur-of-the-moment errand." Han Shuiying followed suit and got up to start cleaning up the dishes. "You wait for me, then I'll go back to the office as well. Staying home alone is boring." Li Lingfeng turned back. "You've taken a vacation. Why don't you rest at home?" "Enough rest. Taking care of you for the past 2 days is also considered a vacation for yourself." After sending Han Shuiying downstairs to the company, Li Lingfeng then proceeded to Su Hao's residence. Ring the doorbell, or the original aunt to Li Lingfeng opened the door. Come in. The iron gate is the front yard. Su Hao's housing belongs to the kind of detached, should be the old villagers before the self-built houses. See, the age of the building is also some age, decoration style or the last century style, but the layout of the furnishings and so on is quite well arranged, plus supplemented by flowers and plants, but also another elegant. Don't underestimate such a house. It's a huge fortune to be expropriated. Moreover, in these days when everyone lives in a birdcage commercial house, owning a detached house in a first-tier city is something unthinkable. Inside the house, Su Hao had already brewed tea and waited for Li Lingfeng's arrival. Greeting Li Lingfeng as he took his seat, Li Lingfeng carefully sized up the Su Hao in front of him, a middle-aged man in his early 40s, dressed in plain clothes, but it reflected that elegance of his even more. Anyway, it looks like it's just kind of full of shit. Such people usually have the drawback of a latent clerical arrogance that makes them difficult to get along with. I guess that's why Su Hao is a hotel management talent, but has been left idle and empty, and no one wants to use him. The two of them sipped their tea in silence, and Li Lingfeng didn't dawdle and went straight to the point. After listening to Li Lingfeng's intentions, this time Su Hao did not choose to continue to maintain his innocence any longer, because he really needs this comeback. So he took out the program that he had planned with Uncle Chen before and explained and introduced it to Li Lingfeng. Although there was no projection and no PPT, Su Hao was eloquent and used his refined language to give a complete distillation of the entire program. Even if it is a white guy like Li Lingfeng, he listened to it with incomparable clarity, especially focusing on the input-output analysis. In fact, these Li Lingfeng does not care. Li Lingfeng only recognize one thing: Su Hao is recommended by Uncle Chen, and he believes in Uncle Chen. Anyone who can get into Uncle Chen's eyes must have his own strengths. Otherwise, how did Uncle Chen get his billions of dollars? As soon as Li Lingfeng pressed down the proposal, he directly asked Su Hao to open conditions. This Su Hao also gave the whole confused for a moment. This about the hotel industry in S-City. Longzhong pair have not yet introduced it? I can't help but frown. Why don't I introduce you again to the current pattern of our hotel industry in S-City, and the future development trend? Li Lingfeng waved his hand. No need. Su Hao, who was holding back. Yes. Li Lingfeng ultimately failed to make Su Hao say the Ronshong pair in his heart, and opened 2 conditions. The first is a fixed remuneration system with drought and flood insurance. The second is a basic remuneration plus excess incentive mechanism. That is, sign an agreement profit, as long as the hotel operation exceeds this number of profits, for the excess part of the share, to reward Su Hao. Without half a thought, Su Hao chose the second condition, enough to see that he has enough confidence in the future operation of the hotel. It was also a kind of statement to Li Lingfeng. According to Su Hao's planning, the entire hotel investment disc needs about $30 million. Li Lingfeng's Zaiho Investment Limited currently has $21 million. In other words, Li Lingfeng still needs to solve the $10 million funding gap, which is a problem. It wasn't a problem either, because Uncle Chen had said earlier that he could provide some financial entry support from his side. It's just that the bondage connection with Chen Yashin's side is even deeper this way. It must be known that many things, if they develop to a certain point, they cannot be chosen by themselves, which is the last thing Li Lingfeng wants to see. So this is a step that has to be taken carefully. The name of the hotel Li Lingfeng have given thought to. It is called King's Landing Hotel. There is no doubt that is the meaning of the king of the world. Han Shuiying his father gave counting, but he has the emperor's face. This long journey to greatness does not begin. After Li Lingfeng left, Su Hao overflowed with joy on his face, and his aunt saw it from a distance and knew, tonight, we have to add food. Sure enough, Su Hao shouted at his aunt, make 2 more dishes tonight. I want to have a few drinks. Auntie's brow was furrowed and she was already planning how to clean up the mess that would be puking all over the house tonight. Another thing is, can you drink it and not pee everywhere? Li Lingfeng, who came out from Su Hao's place, didn't rush back to his residence, but first went back to the branch to deal with some daily affairs. Even though you are recuperating, you can't delay the people account managers to carry out their business. They can rely on the business to eat. If you should sign off on the process, sign off on the process. In the office, Li Lingfeng wrote diligently, writing down one after another his big name. Looking at the dragon signature, Li Lingfeng nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Xiao Wu knocked on the door with a cup of drink and walked in, smiling. How much better are you, Li Xing? Li Lingfeng nodded. Young people recover quickly. It's almost time. Li Xing, this physical quality is just awesome. By the way, Li Xing, I bought you a cup of milk tea. I don't know if you like it? Li Lingfeng's face instantly brightened up. Yo ho, this small Wu today is Kana. How much progress? So Li Lingfeng, who received the milk tea, took a look at it, and it was still an upscale brand. I'm afraid this cup isn't cheap. I'm guessing it's going to be in the 20s. Li Xing, do you think I'm particularly stupid? Wu reflected on himself. I can't do anything right. Li Lingfeng inhaled the milk tea that Xiao Wu had bought. Not really. It's quite good if you have one advantage. Xiao Wu's eyes instantly lit up. So in Li Xing's eyes he still had merits too. I can't help but ask with anticipation. What advantages? Lack of heart. Happy with depression. Xiao Wu left Li Lingfeng's office with 100 feelings and fell into a bewildered contemplation. Speaking of buying milk tea, Li Lingfeng suddenly remembered Yuze. That day in the garage, at least it was people who helped themselves out and sent themselves to the hospital. And they didn't even have time to thank them. So I found that Kashizawa business card and dialed the number. And the first thing the person asked was, hello, who is it? Li Lingfeng, the one who was attacked that day in the garage of your home, Holiday Plaza. The other party smiled. Oh, it's you. Don't worry, I've already asked the security department to install additional monitoring equipment. Next time I guarantee there will be no problem. By the way, is that injury of yours any better? Can't die. Got a minute or not? Come out and buy you a cup of milk tea as a thank you for the other day. Drinking tea and milk? That stuff isn't just for girls. What are you doing with it as a man? Li Lingfeng, come over here. I'll take you to the place where a man should go. After hanging up the phone, Yuze sent an address to Li Lingfeng. 0 degree space? Li Lingfeng muttered. Why does this name feel so familiar? Did a quick search for information about it? Nima, 13 police sweeps in 1 month. Would you believe me if I said I was just going to 0 to borrow a restroom? Comrade cop. In the police station, Li Lingfeng explained to the police comrade who was making a statement. The comrade policeman looked up at Li Lingfeng. I'll believe it when you show me address. What guy do you see going to the bathroom and taking off his shirt? At the moment the upper body bare shoulders Li Lingfeng, momentarily speechless to argue, helplessly turned his head, actually saw an old acquaintance. Like grasping the straw that saved his life, he raised his hand to greet. Officer and, this, still recognize me? Officer and, who happened to be passing by, glanced towards Li Lingfeng and also curiously walked over, asking with a smile, you seem to be going into the police station a bit too often this time, don't you? What is it this time? This time it's a pure misunderstanding. I was talking about some business with a friend and I just happened to run into your anti-pornography and anti-illegal action. Misunderstanding? I don't think so. Talking about business to the point where you even lose your shirt? Officer and looked Li Lingfeng up and down. Aren't these pants still here? Li Lingfeng said stiffly. You have to do me justice in this matter. Officer and. Just then, the officer in charge of this operation came in and spoke. Let it all go. There's nothing wrong with it. Li Lingfeng, who instantly felt reborn, happily said. Let's just say it's purely a misunderstanding. Officer and. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Officer and smiled and patted Li Lingfeng's shoulder before turning away to get busy. At this time the same disheveled Yuze walked in and couldn't help but laugh when he saw Li Lingfeng. Get up and go. Man, it's okay. Walking out of the door of the police station, Li Lingfeng, who was bare-chested, turned his head to look at Yueza. You're afraid you don't mean it on purpose. Knowing that 0 degree space is the hardest hit area of the pornography crackdown, you still order so many ladies? Yuze raised his eyebrows. It is said that beauty is the best test of a person's character. I'm not thinking of trying you out. There was a pause. I didn't realize you were as nasty as I am. Li Lingfeng. Hurry up and return that blouse. Yuzhe looked at the ill-fitting top he was wearing and busily took it off to put it on Li Lingfeng. But one thing is certain. This person can be handed over. Yuzhe said. Now each other is also considered to have shared a difficult situation. In the future we will be brothers. Li Lingfeng straightened his clothes. You're a second generation. I wouldn't dare to call myself a brother with you. See what you're saying? The second generation will have one more eye or one more ear. Not all of them have 2 eyes and 2 ears. Li Lingfeng, you really know how to count. Yuasa took a step forward to stretch himself. We are nothing but lucky to have been born into a good family. More than average. Life is materially abundant. Spend money, drive a luxury car, live in a villa, have a girlfriend, and that's about it. Li Lingfeng. But sometimes it's not necessarily happier than others. Li Lingfeng looked at Yuzhe's back and surprisingly had a slight feeling of loneliness. A black business car pulled up to the front intersection and descended on a group of suits. It didn't take much thought to realize it was to pick up Kashizawa. Kashizawa turned around. Do you want to sit at my house? Li Lingfeng waved his hand. Forget it. I'm afraid of being dragged into the police station again. Yuasa frowned. That's fine. Let's make another appointment then. I guess it won't be peaceful at home when we go back later. Seeing Yuzhe leave, Li Lingfeng then remembered that the car was still parked in 0-degree space. I should have known to let his business car by the way to carry a ride. Helpless Li Lingfeng had to come to the roadside, waved and stopped a cab. Some street corner. The same yellow-haired man who had been discharged from the hospital after his injuries had healed a bit found Lin Xiaoning with a few of his minions. Surrounded like a frightened mouse, Lin Xiaoning trembled and took out a pile of money. FAI. That's really all I have. The yellow-haired man named Hui took the money in Lin Xiaoning's hand as he nodded. That's all there is. It's not even enough for the brothers' medical bills. Lin Xiaoning didn't dare to speak, didn't even dare to breathe a little, afraid of pissing off the yellow-haired man in front of her. She knew that pissing him off wouldn't be good for her inside or out. Look, my friend has a bar that just happened to be open. Why don't you go there and sit at the bar? Don't you have no job? The yellow-haired man looked Lin Xiaoning up and down. Brother Hui, don't. I'll definitely make up for the money and give it to you. Lin Xiaoning's immediately begged for mercy. 3 days? I'll give you 3 days. If you haven't raised the $100,000, don't blame me for being unkind. After saying that, the yellow-haired man left with a few minions. Lin Xiaoning was left there alone, fuming. Where could she raise the $10? Lin Xiaoning has thought about leaving, but just like this to leave the S city, her heart is really not willing. When I think about it, when I came to S city, the fantasy was not like this. After some wandering, Lin Xiaoning thought of Xiao Hongfei and dialed the phone. Li Lingfeng, who came to Space Zero by cab over here, got out of the car and turned his head to look at that Space Zero. The high bar, which was just buzzing with activity, is now a dying, shuttered place. But it doesn't matter. In 3 days it's a good man again. Picked up the car. Li Lingfeng drove out of the parking lot. Just out of the intersection was a black Honlanda make hard wildly press the horn. You seek death. A head poked out of the car window and screamed menacingly. Li Lingfeng fixed his eyes and looked. Wasn't that the yellow-haired man? So he lowered the window of his car. There was a deathly silence as the 4 eyes met. The yellow-haired man withdrew his head, swerved and walked in a circle. Yeah, he's gone. The few minions in the car stayed surprisingly silent in unison. Li Lingfeng slowly drove out of the intersection and saw a familiar figure walking out from the street corner. He frowned. Wasn't that Lin Xiaoning? So he added some gas and drove over to Lin Xiaoning's front. Where to? Do you need a ride? Lin Xiaoning looked up and couldn't imagine that it was Li Lingfeng. Without good humor, he turned around and walked away by himself. Li Lingfeng drove up after him. You know that yellow-haired man, right? Lin Xiaoning couldn't help but feel a tightness in her heart. Was this preparing to settle accounts with herself? A word of advice. Stay away from some of those people. It's hard to get out after you're in. After leaving a sentence, Li Lingfeng drove off without looking back. Lin Xiaoning stopped in her tracks, both eyes red. Remembering the journey she had taken, she squatted down and buried her head and cried. I just want to move up. Why? Why? Lin Xiaoning hissed inwardly. Limited received Han Shuiying. A car Han Shuiying mood is very comfortable to Li Lingfeng smiled. I learned another useless bit of knowledge today. What? It's how to recognize scum. Li Lingfeng smiled disdainfully at the corner of his mouth. How to recognize. Here, hold out your finger. Stretching out his index and middle fingers, Li Lingfeng looked over. Kato Hawk? No, bring your finger close to the tip of your nose. Li Lingfeng did as he was told. And then what? Notice the breathing? Aha, Li Lingfeng nodded slightly. There's in breathing. And that's scum. Li Lingfeng. What about not breathing? That's dead scum. Li Lingfeng shook his head. Are scumbags always wrong? Don't you girls have any responsibility? Actually, a lot of times a guy only wants to know what you call yourself at first, and you give it a chance before he starts wondering what you call yourself. Han Shuiying nodded slightly after hearing this, as if there was so much truth to it. What do you want to eat tonight? Li Lingfang asked. Do you want to go to a restaurant? Don't. Han Shuiying thought for a moment. Buy some vegetables downstairs and go back to cook them. It's more comfortable to eat what you cook yourself. It's okay. Driving back to the royal garden, Li Lingfang and Han Shuiying first came downstairs to a supermarket to buy some vegetables. When I came out I saw an ambulance parked in front of the neighborhood. What's wrong? Li Lingfang asked curiously. Han Shuiying followed and looked over. I don't know. Maybe one of the families is uncomfortable. It wasn't until the two arrived at the floor they were staying on that they saw a first aid bed being wheeled out. At the moment Gu is lying on top of it, wearing an oxygen mask over his mouth. Before Li Lingfang could react, Gu was already pushed into the elevator by the medical staff, asked around a circle of neighbors, only to learn that Gu's sudden cerebral hemorrhage. Learning this information Li Lingfang a little stunned. Usually see Gu Moncler outlet online body is quite strong. Did not expect the accident is always so unexpected. But when you get older, you never escape the cycle. Back at the residence, Han Shuiying carried the bought dishes into the kitchen to cook, but Li Lingfang was a little fidgety. Li Lingfang, who has been entrusted to the care of Grandpa Ji's family since he was a child, still has quite deep feelings for Grandpa Gu. In a sense, he replaced his grandfather's role to some extent. Li Lingfang, who had made up his mind, got up and brought the car keys, saying to Han Shuiying in the kitchen, I'm going out. Han Shuiying, who was wearing an apron, hurriedly came out from the kitchen. You're going to the hospital aren't you? Li Lingfang nodded. As soon as Han Shuiying took off the apron she was wearing, I'll go with you. The two of them came downstairs and bought some fruit, drove and went straight to the hospital. Arriving at the hospital, Li Lingfang froze and didn't find a parking space, and had no choice but to park in a corner. When the hospital is empty, it will be a blessing on earth. A way to inquire to Moncler Outlet Store the emergency room. The door is full of Moncler Outlet Store relatives of children. For the arrival of Li Lingfang, Gu Moncler children are not surprised, and they grew up watching Li Lingfang grow up, but instead comfort each other. Due to work reasons, Gu Xiaomei was the last to arrive, only to see her calm as clear water, without a ripple. Perhaps for her, life had long since transcended worldly existence. The result of the emergency is not ideal. The hospital issued a critical notice, and taking into account the old age of Mr. Gu, do not recommend surgical treatment. In other words, be there as much as you can. After the condition is slightly stabilized, Gu was pushed out of the emergency room. The ward crowd gathered in a circle. All looked at Gu, who was lying quietly in the hospital bed wearing an oxygen tube. Ji's daughters began to sob, and the two sons began to plan the aftermath of their old father's death. In a few short hours, Li Lingfang witnessed a life come to an end, came outside the hospital room, lit a cigarette and just smoked it in silence. A little bit of childhood memories flooded his mind, and smoke filled those disoriented eyes. Next to her, Han Shuiying went up and hugged Li Lingfang in pain. Li Lingfang, who could no longer hold back his nose, turned his head away. It was at this moment that Han Shuiying saw such a fragile Li Lingfang. All these years, is it really you? Han Shuiying leaned her head slightly against Li Lingfang's shoulder, feeling that truest of him with her heart. After a while, the father Li Yunhai also rushed over, hurried to see the sight of the Gu lying in the hospital bed after coming out and coming to Li Lingfang's heel. Han Shuiying saw this and wisely left, giving the two fathers and sons a space. Li Yunhai pulled out a cigarette and handed it to Li Lingfang, who froze for a moment before taking it. When did you start learning to smoke too? Li Lingfang asked. I've gotten good at smoking lately. Li Yunhai lit it for himself before handing the lighter to Li Lingfang. Li Lingfang took and also gave his own cigarette and lit it, and exhaled a long breath of smoke, sort of a release of the emotions from earlier. Who's going to look after Jai while you're here? I'll let the neighbors help watch it for a while. I'll go back later. Looking at Li Yunhai's sharp smoking movements, it seemed like he really knew how to do it. So tragic. A repeat of my childhood when I was in foster care? Li Yunhai smiled. So many years have passed and you still can't let go? Li Lingfang did not reply and continued to smoke that cigarette in his hand. Li Yunhai looked up at Li Lingfang. Don't worry. Now that I have nothing left but time, I will spend more time with Xiaojia. Then he's luckier than I am. The two finished a cigarette in silence. Li Yunhai extinguished the cigarette. Alright, I should go back. Li Yunhai, who raised his hand and wanted to pat Li Lingfang's shoulder, finally put it down again and turned around with that hand that had nowhere to rest to enter the ward to say goodbye. The guard until late at night 2 o'clock. Relatives have long been leaving one after another, leaving only the sons and daughters of the Master Gu. In Li Lingfang's repeated persuasion, Han Shuiying also argued back home. Tomorrow she had to rush to work. Seemingly noticing Li Lingfeng outside the hospital room, Miss Gu walked out. Still not back yet? Li Lingfeng, it's fine to go back, so just stay here a little longer. You say, knowing that it's all a law of nature. But why is there always a depression in your heart that you can't let go of? Li Lingfeng raised his head, looking towards the night sky outside the railing. Why don't you ask yourself inside? Gu Xiaomei froze, and that clear watery expression seemed to have some touch. At some point, crystalline tears crept across his face. Wake up, Dad, he's awake. Inside came the surprised voice of Ji's second son. The sons and daughters who were just napping surrounded them, and Li Lingfeng and Miss Gu, who heard the sound, also walked in. Waking up, Gu looked at his sons and daughters. Knowing that his days are numbered, he gave a brief explanation, and then he let Miss Gu come to his side and looked at his favorite granddaughter, who seemed to have endless things to say. Eventually, Ji's gaze landed on Li Lingfeng. Looking at this person who was not his own grandson, but more like him, the corners of his mouth trembled with a slight smile. Waving his hand to signal Li Lingfeng to come over, he slowly grabbed Li Lingfeng's hand. Used to how much I wanted you to be with Xiaomei, but it seems that there should be no chance. If you don't wait and see, how would you know there's no chance? Li Lingfeng replied with a smile. It brought an instant smile to everyone's bitter faces. Can't fool an old man like me. I can see that you love that girl called Han Shuiying. It's engraved in your bones. Li Lingfeng smiled and didn't reply. Gu looked to the ceiling top. When we came to this world, we had to come. And when we finally left this world, we had to go. One's life is a life of sweet and sour, sadness and joy. Turning his head, he looked at Li Lingfeng, able to live the thin world with deep feelings. That, then, is the skill. After saying this, he proceeded to glance at the crowd that had gathered around him and peacefully closed his eyes. The children rushed to call for a doctor and nurse. Doctor, my dad was just fine. Why? The hospital took a small flashlight and shined it on Ji's pupils. Shaking his head, just now that was the patient's flashback. Your condolences. Ji's life came to an end, and perhaps for him it was worth coming to walk so much in his life. It was after 3 o'clock at night when I returned from the hospital. Sleepless Li Lingfeng took a bottle of wine from the refrigerator and came to the balcony to sit on the ground. And this sitting was a night, early in the morning, when Han Shuiying, who had gotten up, saw Li Lingfeng sitting on the balcony. She didn't say much. Instead, he gently gave a hug from behind. Li Lingfeng could clearly feel that temperature from Han Shuiying. That is the warmth of the earth. After washing, Han Shuiying boiled a pot of congee for Li Lingfeng and changed into her work clothes for work. I've sopped up the congee and put it on the table. Remember to eat. After Han Shuiying left, Li Lingfeng rubbed his face with both hands. Getting up and touching the empty bottle of wine, pouring clunk sliding away, Li Lingfeng came to the washstand to look at the glasses in their own, took the razor out of the cabinet and cleaned it up nicely, changing into his black attire. He's going to give Master Go one last ride. After attending the funeral return, tired Li Lingfeng arrived home as to fall asleep, confused, dreaming a lot of things. It seems to be right in front of us, but also seems to be very far away. It was getting dark, and Han Shuiying, who returned home from work, turned on the lights in the living room, and the bowl of congee on the table was intact, just as it was when she left the meeting in the morning. The door to the room was closed, and Han Shuiying, who had put down her bag, softly came into the room. Sure enough, seeing that Li Lingfeng was lying on the bed asleep, he couldn't help but walk up and take a closer look. He must be very tired, right? Han Shuiying said with heartache in her heart, seemingly sensing someone approaching. Li Lingfeng opened his confused eyes. You're back. Han Shuiying revealed a warm smile and nodded. Yes. Looking at this pair of beauty to the heart of the face, Li Lingfeng pulled Han Shuiying over. Cherish the person in front of you. Why is not the meaning of life thing? After the cloud and rain, Han Shuiying leaned on Li Lingfeng's shoulder. You haven't eaten all day? Well, how do you know? That bowl of porridge on the table is still fine. Han Shuiying returned. I'll go cook for you. What do you want to eat? Li Lingfeng thought for a moment. Stuffed tofu. Your specialty. Okay, then you wait until I go to the supermarket and get it back. After Han Shuiying went down to buy groceries, Li Lingfeng went to the bathroom to give himself a good, quick shower. The bathroom came out, and the whole body was refreshed, as if it had been reborn. This while Han Shuiying has finished buying vegetables back in the kitchen busy. Li Lingfeng followed into the kitchen, gently hugging Han Shuiying from behind. The scent of shower gel instantly wafted to the tip of Han Shuiying's nose. How much shower gel did you wash this with? It smells so good, Han Shuiying asked with a smile. Che, I need that natural body odor. Han Shuiying was amused. Okay, stop it. We're cooking the vegetables. We'll have to paste the pot later. Li Lingfeng let go of Han Shuiying, Is there anything I can help you with? You're doing me the best favor by going out, and I'll call you for dinner when it's ready. Okay. In order not to add to Han Shuiying's problems, Li Lingfeng left the kitchen and came to the living room sofa to sit down and turn on the TV. I don't feel a frown. Nowadays, watching a TV is either a commercial or asking for VIPs. Respect for the original even if TM by a VIP also have to watch the ads. Simply a SVIP. Just to ask, where is the decency and where is the bottom line for these carriers? Adhering to the more so, the more dime a dozen Li Lingfeng simply turn off the TV, so you cannot charge again. I'm so afraid that one day, I'll be charged for even this air I breathe. I was bored and swiped the short video, and received a call from Fan Zhongju, asking to go out for dinner. Li Lingfeng looked at the kitchen as cooking Han Shuiying. Do not want to disappoint her some hard work, but Fan Zhongju would be asking for dinner this time, so there must be something he wants to talk about. In the end, Li Lingfeng agreed, but he planned to have 2 meals. After hanging up the phone, Han Shuiying came out of the kitchen with the finished dishes and rice, and asked curiously, was that who just called you? Li Lingfeng got up and walked towards the dining room. Zhongju said he's going out for dinner tonight. Han Shuiying stayed in place holding the stuffed tofu. So, what about this? Receiving the stuffed tofu in Han Shuiying's hand, Li Lingfeng smiled. It's fine. I'll go out after I eat. Can you eat 2 meals? Li Lingfeng put the dishes away, turned around and picked up Han Shuiying as he sat down. I'm not going to eat the rice. I definitely want to try this dish of yours. Do you want to drink soup, or eat first? I'll serve it to you, Li Lingfeng asked. Han Shuiying glanced happily at Li Lingfeng. I want to drink the soup first. Great. After having a quick bite to eat with Han Shuiying first, Li Lingfeng then set off to the agreed location with Fan Zhongju. It was a concentration of barbecue stands in the center of the downtown area. It was during the night rush hour, and cars were having a bit of a hard time moving through the crowded streets. Li Lingfeng simply parked his car in front of a store, greeted the owner inside, and gave him a certain amount of money for parking. That way the boss is happy to be out of temper. Get off the car and walk over. It is not very far from there. Traveling to halfway, Li Lingfeng saw a group of thick crowd around from a distance, so I was curious and walked over to see what was going on. It turned out to be a vendor dressed in the costume of Guan Yinchang who was wrestling with a vendor dressed as Bu Jingyun. It could be because of the dispute over the location of the stalls where each stall was set up. Li Lingfeng, who was familiar with history, knew that the end of the Eastern Han dynasty was chaotic, but he did not expect it to be this chaotic. Rushing to meet up with Fan Zhongju, who had already ordered barbecue and root beer, Fan Zhongju asked with a smile, why so late? Nope, just saw a triple play. Fan Zhongju had a series of question marks hanging on his face. What? Li Lingfeng picked up a barbecue skewer and ate it. Why did you think of treating me to a barbecue properly today? Fan Zhongju poured Li Lingfeng a mug of root beer. Just thought I'd get together with you one last time. Li Lingfeng stopped. What do you mean? I'm ready to go back home. After a pause, Fan Zhongju squeezed out a hint of a smile. My dad. He's given up on treatment. I want to accompany him on his last journey. Afterward, I'll study for the public exams in my hometown and become a small-town question maker. Li Lingfeng was silent and did not reply, picking up his wine glass and clinking one with Fan Zhongju. Fan Zhongju finished the large glass of root beer in one gulp. You say? I'm looking at 30 and still accomplishing nothing. The family wasn't established either. And even my father's greatest expectation for me to take the public exam didn't materialize. That's probably his biggest regret. And maybe he's going to leave with that regret. Say, am I a failure? Li Lingfeng took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. He didn't dare to look at Fan Zhongju's humble-to-the-bone eyes. A long exhale of smoke. Life, all the chains we put on ourselves. A very favorite saying, the so-called 100 years of fame, 1,000 years of dominance, and 10,000 years of fame are really nothing compared to one thing. The thing is, spend your life the way you like. Alas, let's not talk about these spoilers. Come on, let's go. Fan Zhongju, who had poured the wine to the brim, raised his glass and said, taking a painful sip. Fan Zhongju pulled out a business card and placed it on Li Lingfeng's heel. My moving company top to this brother. In the future if you encounter any trouble, just find him, absolutely reliable and trustworthy. When we go out, don't give others a hard time. Li Lingfeng picked up the business card and looked at it, and in his heart, he knew that Fan Zhongju was referring to that previous incident of coding people. I didn't realize it was time to leave the city and still think for myself. Alright, I'll take it then. Li Lingfeng laughed. When do you plan to leave? Tomorrow. There's not much left here. Li Lingfeng nodded and picked up his wine glass. The next time you and I meet again, I hope to hear your good news. Definitely. Early the next morning, Li Lingfeng opened his eyes somewhat weakly. The root beer he drank with Fan Zhongju last night was seriously suspected to be unhygienic, causing Li Lingfeng to have diarrhea all night. Han Shuiying brought in a bowl of kanji. You're awake. Drink some kanji water first. Li Lingfeng sat up. Why didn't you go to work today? It's the weekend. Did you sleep in? Han Shuiying sat down on the edge of the bed and brought the porridge water to Li Lingfeng's mouth. Is it hot? It's not hot. I've blown it all out for you. Yeah? I don't believe it. Li Lingfeng laughed badly. I want you to feed me mouth to mouth. Han Shuiying blushed and prepared to do what Li Lingfeng wanted. Li Lingfeng saw this as soon as he took over the porridge water. I'm just kidding with you. I'm not going to eat your saliva. Che, have you eaten less? Han Shuiying disliked back. It's the weekend. Why don't we go out for a walk? Li Lingfeng fought to shiver a mouthful of porridge water. You're so weak, and you're still thinking about going out on a wave. Li Lingfeng frowned slightly. What? Are you doubting my toughness as a man? Want to try? Seeing that Li Lingfeng was about to get up and take off his pants, Han Shuiying was busy stopping him. I believe it, but where are we going? Let's go tracing the stream. Li Lingfeng thought for a moment. Bring my little rod along for some stream fishing. Han Shuiying whitened her eyes. You're going to want to go fishing for real. Then do you still call your brothers Lin Odong and sister you? Han Shuiying words have just fallen tone. Lin Sudong, that dog called. Li Lingfeng picked up to connect. What is it? Going to take me to dinner? Lin Sudong. Don't move to say please. How hurtful isn't it? You're giving me a furtive call without a treat? It's not that I heard from old Fong that you've been injured, and came to ask what's going on with you. Gripe. It's been a few years ago. You only think of caring about me now. A little bit of sincerity, no? Li Lingfeng said. I only went up to ask old Fawn when I saw that you hadn't come to the office in the past few days, and you were out of your mind, too, and didn't even say anything. Say it like you're going to call me back. Lin Sudong. That's not true, but at least I can buy a fruit and go over to visit you. Then I'm really grateful to you. Enough about that. I want to go to Trace Stream today. Are you interested in bringing Sister Yu along? Backtracking? What's that for? Lin Sudong questioned. Skinny dipping. Oh, I don't have that hobby for a while. What about Zhao Yu? Ask her if she has this hobby? Li Lingfeng. You've gone too far. TM tells you to go backwater fishing for a fish and that's too much? Fishing? You don't make it clear. Lin Sudong instantly released. Thought you really wanted to find the two of us to go skinny dipping. There's no time for fishing. The company has to pay rent for every day it's empty. It's better to work overtime on business. What? Your company is doing great business and you have to work overtime? It is the business is not good to work overtime to expand the business. Before the recruitment of temporary workers ran a large part of it. And so on. Next month to eat dirt. After hanging up the phone, Li Lingfeng turned his head to look at Han Shuiying. If the two of them don't go, then it's us. Han Shuiying nodded. Then I'll go pack my things. The deep valleys of the Green Mountains. As far as the eye can see, the forest is lush and green. Being in the south of the Tropic of Cancer, it has been flirted with the idea of only having two seasons, summer and winter. So even though it's fall now, there's not that leaf yellow floating down in the north. The creek flowed out of the deep valley with a crash. Li Lingfeng chose a relatively flat and open place, supported the canopy, set up tables and chairs, and set up the stove. Han Shuiying, on the other hand, took out those prepared fruits and melons and placed them on the table. Li Lingfeng found a water-deeper place. The water clear can see a few small fish swimming, empty if nothing to rely on. It is clearly distinguishable as a streamlet grouper, so hurriedly unwrapped the hands of nesting material, mixing well to throw in. Waiting for the time of the nest, Li Lingfeng first came back to make a pot of tea. Han Shuiying sat leisurely on a folding chair, soaking her feet in the stream. An occasional fall breeze is very refreshing. The tea brewed by the stream was sweet and fragrant. Li Lingfeng couldn't help but drink two more mouthfuls and picked up the pole. Have you ever been overhand with me? Han Shuiying turned her head and smiled. Fine, but you have to teach me by hand. Li Lingfeng frowned slightly. Can you still fish in peace then? Forget it, you'd better sit here and not go. Poof. Han Shuiying whitened her eyes at Li Lingfeng in dissatisfaction. Taking the pole to the point where the nest has just been made, Li Lingfeng hung up the bait and went down with a few rods to catch all the fish. Brightly colored small grouper in the stream. You're really not coming over? Li Lingfeng turned to look at Han Shuiying not far away and shouted. At this time, Han Shuiying, who was still sulking, was happy instantly hanging on her face once she heard Li Lingfeng call out to her. Coming. Standing up, he walked towards Li Lingfeng. Coming to Li Lingfeng, Li Lingfeng gave the pole in his hand to Han Shuiying and helped her bait it. Then put her arms around her from behind and handhold her and teach her to fling the pole. This fling a forward lean, and so on and so forth. From a distance, those who didn't know would think these two were doing something. The action, after all, was so familiar, so evocative. Any fishing technique is superfluous in the face of absolute resources. You just have to know how to hang a bait and cast. After only half a bell of fishing, Li Lingfeng harvested quite a few small grouper. Let go of the small ones and leave the larger ones to be fried for lunch later. They are delicious. Did not continue to fish. Li Lingfeng led Han Shuiying backwater, exploring the jungle wildness of this nature. Suddenly, a strange noise inside one of the bushes by the river caught the two men's attention. Han Shuiying wrapped her arms around Li Lingfeng in fear. There wouldn't be a tiger hidden inside, would there? Li Lingfeng, sister, the wild South China tiger is basically extinct. Han Shuiying turned her head. So it couldn't have been a northeastern tiger? Oh, the northeastern tiger was fed up and hiked thousands of kilometers to come here to scare you. Ha, so what did you say it was? The odds are that it should be a wild boar. Li Lingfeng paused. There's also a possibility that it's a wild pear. Li Lingfeng picked up a stone and threw it in to see if he did not know. Who knew that? Han Shuiying stopped Li Lingfeng. Let's go. Don't cause trouble over nothing. Li Lingfeng dropped the stone in his hand. Said so. Later if a zombie uncle is blown up, cannot even run away. Back to the campground. Li Lingfeng hands to cook. First dealt with the pot of small grouper of the stream. Deep fried, sizzling and fragrant. Han Shuiying smelled the scent and came over. Good craftsmanship. Why don't you show it on weekdays? Have you given me a chance to perform? Li Lingfeng smiled. Han Shuiying, then isn't it too much for people to let you cook? It's so hard to go to work every day. Didn't you used to keep me from cooking when I wasn't working? Who let people rear you? Han Shuiying smiled brightly as she put her arm around Li Lingfeng. Why don't you go cook 2 bowls of noodles and I'll fry the fish and then we can eat? Great. The work was divided and soon lunch was ready on the folding table. Han Shuiying picked up a fried small fish and put it in her mouth and chewed it. It has the flavor of my dad's handiwork. Li Lingfeng looked up and smiled. Have you shouted less? Han Shuiying, who only reacted after a long time, blankly eyed Li Lingfeng. Can that be the same? It does seem different. A little more affectionate when you call out to me. Han Shuiying instantly blushed. Next time you don't want to have one. Come on, eat more if it's delicious. Li Lingfeng picked up the small fish and put it into Han Shuiying's bowl. I don't care. After saying that, he picked up the small fish and put it into his mouth. Full of happy looks. What do you think you boys are looking for when choosing a partner? Han Shuiying chatted as she ate. Li Lingfeng thought for a moment. Well, a lot of guys prefer definitely pretty. Han Shuiying nodded. Women are the same. Is not there a saying that begins with the value of the face? Loyal to the character. Actually, this is very superficial. Li Lingfeng went on to say, a true man will be realized after going through the polishing of the years, the hardships of life, and the precipitation of time. Being beautiful is not the only criterion for choosing a partner. Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng in surprise. It was unexpected that his outlook on the world would be so righteous, worthy of being her favorite man, eyes overflowing with adoration and admiration. Aha! Being gentle and virtuous is also an essential quality. No, Li Lingfeng shook his head. What I'm trying to say is that besides being pretty, being sexy is also important. And being gentle and virtuous can be given to a nanny. I can't imagine. In the future, if you are rich, can your moral and ethical behavior stand the test? That's true. Li Lingfeng laughed breathlessly. I didn't see me endure the test when I was poor back then. Han Shuiying looks up. After eating, the cleaned-up pair relaxed with their backs against the folding chairs, watching the breeze sway the trees and listening to the stream rushing by, not realizing that a few moments of sleepiness flooded his eyelids. Li Lingfeng turned his head to look at Han Shuiying. Do you think we should do something with such a nice setting? So empty and secluded? Otherwise, it's all going to sleep over. Han Shuiying, aren't you afraid someone will come over? This place, who would be so bored to find this? Just as Li Lingfeng's words fell, he saw 2 figures appear not far away. Taking a closer look, it was still 2 sisters. Han Shuiying smiled. It's not as boring as you finding this. Around the Li Lingfeng this piece is more flat. The 2 sisters at a glance also looked at this place. Besides, the Li Lingfeng camp was there, more or less popular. Han Shuiying's cell phone rang and she got up and said to Li Lingfeng, I'll take a call first. To be closer? Li Lingfeng found that these 2 sisters are not bad. Body looks on the upper level, with a touch of literary style. It fits quite well with the style of camping out. Just Li Lingfeng not far away from the camping. See, the technique is quite skillful. Should also play camping quite a lot. One of them was still filming with his cell phone. Li Lingfeng eyebrows slightly frowned. This cannot be doing self-media to take material, right? There is also a large audience for camping in the wilderness like this one, seeking peace and quiet and coziness, especially for the fantasy pursuits of the working hardcore. Moreover, with the face value of these 2 girls, the number of likes of that video will not quack up. Li Lingfeng, who no longer bothered, continued to lean on the fold, closing his eyes to rest slightly for a while. I saw that I could squint for a while, but the Bluetooth stereo was playing next door. No, camping is camping. Do we have to be so literary and fashionable now? One of them even hummed along. In your heart, fly free. Also TM broken sound. Cannot stand. Li Lingfeng opened his eyes and shouted, Beauty, can you let me sleep for a while? The singing stopped abruptly and the girl froze. Ha? With confusion plus a question. The girl then came, should I go over? Or should you come over? Li Lingfeng. What the fuck kind of God understanding is that? I mean, can you keep that singing down? It's affecting the rest over here. The reacting girl instantly blushed scarlet. Oh, okay. At this time, Han Shuiying came back after listening to the phone. What's wrong? Can't be bothered to hook up with a girl again? Have someone turn down the music, Li Lingfeng said. By the way, who's calling you? It can't be that you're going back to work that shitty shift again, right? Han Shuiying sat down with a sad face. It's my mom. She's crying after a fight with my dad. Send me back home? What quarrel is so serious that you need to rush back home now? Li Lingfeng busily asked. What's wrong? The two are in the middle of a divorce right now. Ha? Even though Li Lingfeng expected things to be bleak, he didn't expect it to come to this, and looking at Han Shuiying's expression didn't seem like she was joking. As far as I can remember, my dad never dared to disobey my mom, and I didn't realize that the first fight between the two would go straight to divorce. The two of them packed up their things and prepared to evacuate, and Li Lingfeng gave the remaining unopened fruit plate to the two sisters next door. The girl thanked her in a hurry, and after some brief exchanges, she realized that the two were from Netflix anchors. But as for the red, to which point Li Lingfeng is not good to define, because a glance at the account of the two, one fan in double digits, one fan in single digits. Seeing how tightly wrapped the two girls are, I can tell that this is a case of not grasping the traffic code of self-publishing. Luckily, the car wasn't very far from the campground, so soon Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying got into the car and drove straight to downtown G. Do you know what your mom and dad both fought over? Li Lingfeng, who was driving the car, asked curiously. Han Shuiying shook her head. I don't know. I only heard my mom crying nonstop on the phone. She didn't say anything specific. Okay, then we'll go back later and persuade them. How old are they? And they're still getting divorced. Han Shuiying turned her head to look out the car window after hearing this. Sometimes, I wish the two of them would just get divorced, so that at least my dad is lucky. Do you think I'm being ungrateful? These words made Li Lingfeng unable to answer. Since ancient times, it was difficult for a clean official to resolve family affairs, let alone such an outsider like himself. Perhaps feeling mentally tired, Han Shuiying leaned back on the seat and took a nap. Li Lingfeng turned the music in the car to the minimum amount, nearly silent, all the way to the destination without words straight open. Arriving at the neighborhood he was in, Li Lingfeng parked his car in the underground garage. The two of them, along with Han Shuiying, took the elevator to the floor they were on and knocked on the door of the room. There was no response for a long time, so Han Shuiying shouted inward, Dad, Mom. The door to the room was eventually opened, but what came out was a stranger, and Li Lingfeng thought it was some relative of Han Shuiying. But next came Han Shuiying with a startled expression. You are? Who are you looking for? The girl. This sentence made Han Shuiying even more confused. No, this is my house. What's your house? Girl, who exactly are you looking for? The stranger seemed a little impatient. Han Shuiying thought he was mistaken, stepped back and looked at the door number is correct and then turned his head to look at the number of floors is also correct This time the stranger seemed to remember something and said, Are you looking for the last owner? Previous owner? Han Wan Yuan, are you looking for him? Han Shuiying nodded. That's my dad. Your dad? He turned this house over to me the other day. What? Your dad didn't tell you? Not to mention Han Shuiying, even Li Lingfeng was confused now. My dad sold the house? Han Shuiying's surprised face. It's no wonder there's a divorce going on. Then do you know where he's moved to now? Han Shuiying then hurriedly asked. The stranger shook his head. I'm not sure about that. I only saw him the day I signed the contract with him. Oh. When Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying both turned to leave, the stranger chanted. Inexplicably, what's going on? Han Shuiying, who had come downstairs, called her old mom. After obtaining the exact location, Li Lingfeng drove his car and took Han Shuiying to find the place. It is an urban village, an 8-story self-built house. The appearance of the old through the years, obviously on the age. Room 503 on the 5th floor. Han Shuiying's mom sat inside with a sad face. When Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying both appeared in front of her, she finally couldn't help but hug Han Shuiying and cry bitterly. After some understanding, only to learn that the original Han Shuiying mom, because of greed for money, was subjected to wire fraud. Before and after hiding Han Shuiying dad was cheated nearly 2 million. Many of them are still borrowing money from banks in order to pay off the debt. Han Shuiying dad, that's why he sold the house he was living in and rented it here. After hearing this, Han Shuiying couldn't believe that her family had suddenly suffered such a big change. Then why didn't either of you tell me? Han Shuiying pursued in disbelief. Your father was the one who wouldn't let me tell you. He didn't want to get you in trouble. My dad, where is my dad now? He's over at the little store. Han Shuiying led Li Lingfeng out of the rented room to the small store where Han Shuiying's dad was. From a distance, he saw Han Shuiying's dad organizing the shelves, and the two walked in. The induction beep called out, "Welcome." Hearing the cue, Han Shuiying's dad said cheerfully, "Hello, what can I buy?" Turning around, she saw her daughter Han Shuiying and her daughter's boyfriend Li Lingfeng standing in the doorway. The expression that had just been a grin on his face froze slightly, but he kept the smile on his face. "What are you two doing over here? Sit. Next to the cash register was a small coffee table, which belonged to Han Shuiying's dad's own world. It is also the place where the shopkeeper has spent so many years, sipping tea and studying the Zhouyi arts when he is not doing anything. Pouring 2 cups of tea for Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying, he looked at the two of them. Han Shuiying's dad knew that he should have gone to her mom. "Dad, why didn't you tell me when something so big happened in the family? Is it because you don't consider me a part of this family?" In the face of Han Shuiying's question, Han's father picked up his teacup and took a sip. "It's not because he wanted to keep you from worrying. We two old people don't want to drag the young people down when we can solve things." Han Shuiying looked at her father. "So your solution is to sell the house and divorce my mom?" Han's father's hand trembled. "I'm not overly harsh about your mom. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Selling the house, too, was simply to pay off her debts. I divorced your mom, and not because of this. How many hardships over the years, not all over. Cannot stand this setback? Then what was it because of?" Han Shuiying asked. Father Han looked up. "Because, I'm really tired." These words came out of Han's father's mouth, but tears hung on Han Shuiying's face. "I'm sorry, daughter, for not being able to give you mother and daughter a better life all these years. Forgive dad for his incompetence." Han Shuiying cried with a tearful person. Do not know how to persuade Li Lingfeng had to caress her back. Han's father turned his head to look at Li Lingfeng. "Young man, I know your nature isn't bad. Treat my daughter well. She, for one, deserves a life together." After a while, Han Shuiying slowed down a bit and looked at her father. "Dad, you're really divorcing my mom, so what's next?" Han's father had a relaxed look on his face and smiled. "I've thought about dishing out the store and going out for a walk with some of my old buddies. As for your mom's side, I gave her all the extra money I had after selling my house and paying off my debts, and it's enough for her daily life. What's more, she's got a retirement pension and can't be accused of having an easier time than me." Han's father's uninhibited smile felt like it had touched Han Shuiying, so maybe he really was relieved. Han Shuiying also knew that once her father had made up his mind, it would be very difficult to change it. A man is tolerant and accommodating because he still has a glimmer of expectation for the relationship, but when the disappointment accumulates to the top, letting go is a no-brainer, especially when the moment of reason awakens. Re-entering the rented room, Han Shuiying's mom looked at the two returning men and hurried forward to ask, "What did your father say?" "It's just that I was swindled out of $2 million. Why are you divorcing me?" Han Shuiying looked at her own mom. It seems that since the beginning she did not understand the reason why dad divorced her. "Mom, why don't you come over to my place for a while?" Li Lingfeng's eyes widened slightly when he heard this. No go. Han Shuiying's mom balked. Li Lingfeng instantly changed his expression to one of relief. "You're not going to get a good resolution with my dad now that you're here. So why don't you take this time for both of you to cool off for a while?" Han Shuiying's mom pondered for a while. What her own daughter said also seemed to make some sense. "Then I'll give it 2 days for him to reflect, and then I'll have him obediently come over to take me back." Han Shuiying's mom pondered in her heart. Han Ma, who had made up her mind, said to Han Shuiying, "That's fine. You guys wait for me for a while. I'll pack up my things." With that, he turned and went into his room to clean up. Taking advantage of this gap, Han Shuiying took a serious look at the environment inside the rented room. And even though it had been cleaned up a bit, it was hard to hide the obsolescence. Although the previous house was not a mansion, it was many times more comfortable than this rental. Well, at least it's a space world of its own. And here, there was always a lack of belonging. Careful Han Shuiying noticed that there was no father's belongings here, so it seemed likely that his father was staying inside the store. Han Shuiying turned to look at Li Lingfeng. "You won't blame me for making an unauthorized decision to bring my mom back to live, right?" Li Lingfeng shrugged and showed a face of indifference. "Let's go." At this time Han's mom, who had packed her things, came out of the room and said, "Han's mom can't wait to get out of here." And when Han's dad finds out about his departure, let's see if he's still angry with himself. Locking the door to the room, the three of them went downstairs to the parking lot. Li Lingfeng turned around and saw a milk tea store next door. So he asked Han Shuiying, "Do you want to buy a cup of milk tea for you?" Han's mom blared, "What's the point of drinking that stuff? Why don't you have any health consciousness at all? Just buy a few bottles of mineral water." The helpless Li Lingfeng could only come to the kiosk and take a few bottles of mineral water. I thought about getting a pack of cigarettes, but when I thought about Han's mom being in the car, I immediately quashed that thought. So it's better to be a little cleaner. Buying water back and giving Han Ma and Han Shuiying each a bottle. Li Lingfeng unscrewed his own bottle and took a sip. "Get in the car and start fastening your seatbelt." Turning to the two men he reminded them, "Sit tight, we're going." On the way back, Li Lingfeng played the music in the car. Perhaps Han's mom was a bit upset, so she said to Li Lingfeng, "Can you turn off that music of yours? Don't you think it's noisy?" Li Lingfeng saw Han's mom in the back row with a serious face through the rearview mirror above and hurriedly returned, "Okay." Then he casually turned off the car music. Han Shuiying in the passenger seat turned her head to look at her mom. "Should I turn on some air conditioning for you? I'm not hot. Why do I need the air conditioner? I see you're quite hot and bothered." Han Shuiying said, "How did you get swindled out of $2 million when you were fine?" Speaking of this, Han's mom was more than a little fried. "It says it's a high-interest financial management that promises to protect the capital. I tried to buy a few issues at first, and they all redeemed as expected. And then I followed and increased my investment." "Then why did you go to the bank to borrow money?" Han Shuiying wondered. The interest rate of its capital-protected finance is higher than the interest rate of bank loans. Thinking that it is not possible to eat the spread, so it borrowed money from the bank. Li Lingfeng, not daring to talk, he could only sigh silently in his heart. Silly under the sky there is no such a good thing. When the bank is a welfare institution? This is all because of your Auntie Li, the one who introduced you to your boyfriend last time, Han's mom said in exasperation. "If she hadn't recommended it, I wouldn't have fallen into this hole." Han Shuiying, "So how much did she buy?" "It's also a few tens of thousands of dollars. I think all the money I've earned in the past 2 years as a matchmaker has gone into it." "Then at least people didn't borrow money from the bank or sell their house." Han Ma looked up at Han Shuiying. "What? Even you blame me? I wasn't willing to sell the house either. It was your father who insisted. And besides, wasn't I trying to make some money for the family?" "But you destroyed the entire family with your own hands." Han Shuiying turned back to her body. Han's mom. It was another speechless ride back to S City. At this point in time, the sky was already dark, and it was thought that the two of them were also tired. So Li Lingfeng proposed, "Why don't we eat out and go back? Save us the trouble." Seeing that Han's mom didn't make any statement, Li Lingfeng turned his head to look at Han Shuiying. "Aha!" Han Shuiying nodded slightly. And at the moment, she really wasn't in the mood to cook or anything. Taking Han Ma and Han Shuiying to a nicely decorated Chinese restaurant, he simply ordered 5 dishes and a soup. Li Lingfeng is the only one who has an appetite, and both of them are not moving their chopsticks much. This is so embarrassing that Li Lingfeng is good to eat, or not to eat? Seemingly seeing Li Lingfeng's dilemma, so Han Shuiying picked up her chopsticks and ate with Li Lingfeng. It was Han's mom, on the contrary, who kept looking at her cell phone. After dinner back to the residence, Han Shuiying packed a room out for his old mom, the same room that he came to live in last time. Li Lingfeng went to take a bath first, back and forth for a day. The Real is also a little tired. After taking a shower and coming out, I only saw Han Shuiying sitting in the living room and no sign of Han's mom. "Where's Auntie? Gone out?" Li Lingfeng asked. "It's in the room." Li Lingfeng turned his head to look at the room where his aunt was. The door to the room was closed. "Why don't you go take a shower first as well?" Li Lingfeng said. Han Shuiying thought for a moment. Good. If it were usual, Han Shuiying would have practiced yoga for a while before taking a comfortable shower. But today is not in the mood. "Get up, Han Shuiying, bring pajamas. Now mom in this home, do not dare to directly wrap a bath towel." Han's mom in the room picked up her phone and looked at it several times over, as if she was waiting for some kind of message. "I don't suppose he doesn't know I'm here at his daughter's, does he?" Han's mom muttered in her mind. "It won't be unknown. My daughter has even been to his store." Han's mom repeatedly verified in her mind. "Just don't want to contact yourself. Well, Han Wan Yuan, you heartless." Angry, Han's mom tossed her cell phone aside. Sitting on the bed, she clasped her hands on her legs. The previous quarrel is he first coaxed back to their own. "You a male should not let a little? Don't expect me to contact you." At this moment, Han's mom gambled in her heart. After playing with her cell phone on the sofa, Han Shuiying came out of the shower and came directly over to sit by Li Lingfeng. A stream of the fragrance of the shower gel nose. Li Lingfeng a turn is on the hand. "What are you doing? Mom is still in the room." That was what she said. But Han Shuiying didn't dodge, allowing Li Lingfeng to be wanton. Li Lingfeng didn't dare to go too far and tasted it superficially. Li Lingfeng, who sat up, said to Han Shuiying, "Do you want to go to your room to accompany your aunt? After all, this will definitely not be good for your heart." Hearing Li Lingfeng's words, Han Shuiying felt that they were also a few points of truth. As sons and daughters, don't they all want their parents to be happy? So under Li Lingfeng's gaze, they got up and walked towards the room. Han Shuiying knocked on the door of Han's mom's room, and without a lock, Han Shuiying opened the door and entered. "Mom, do you want to take a shower?" Han Shuiying came to her mom. "Things are in the past, so let's not think about it anymore. A good period of rest will pass." Han's mom looked up. "It's not the money I'm mad at, I'm mad at your dad." Mom really looked at the wrong man. "I can't imagine your father being so desperate." Han Shuiying came out from inside the room with her head hanging down, and Li Lingfeng knew at a glance that the two hadn't had a good conversation. Han Shuiying, who came over, sat directly on Li Lingfeng's lap and wrapped her arms around Li Lingfeng's neck, saying, "I can't persuade my mom. Why don't you try?" These words caused Li Lingfeng to immediately look horrified. "You can't even manage it. Aren't you pushing me into the fire pit?" Han Shuiying laughed. "See how scared you are." Then he leaned into Li Lingfeng's arms. "In the future, I won't have a home to return to." "What? This isn't your house?" Han Shuiying looked up at Li Lingfeng and said happily, "That's also true. Where there's you, there's home. But then again, I'm a bit hungry, and I didn't even eat seriously just now." Han Shuiying beamed. "Well, why don't we order some takeout?" Han Shuiying turned to look at the room where Han's mom was and gave Li Lingfeng a look. This made Li Lingfeng instantly dismiss the idea and said in a thin voice, "Or else, we'll just go out and eat outside." "Yes." Han Shuiying nodded happily. The two of them changed into clothes for going out and were just about to move when Han's mom came out from inside the room. "What are you two doing? Going out?" Yes, auntie. I was bored staying at home and went down for a stroll." Li Lingfeng replied smartly. "Oh, is there any more spaghetti or anything like that in the house?" Li Lingfeng looked at Han Shuiying, which she knew better, and Han Shuiying was busy saying back, "Yes." "Why mom? Are you hungry?" "Well, a little." Li Lingfeng saw the situation busy want to say that we will be ready to go down to eat a late-night snack. "Do you want to join?" Before the words could be uttered, Han Shuiying tugged on her clothes. "Don't go to so much trouble." "Mom, when Li Lingfeng and I come up later, let's pack you a midnight snack." Han's mom thought for a moment. "Okay, then I'll take a shower first." Outside the door, Li Lingfeng looked at Han Shuiying. "Why don't you let me ask your mom to come out and eat with you? Would you like 2 more beers?" Li Lingfeng nodded his head with some doubt. "I want to." "Don't ask my mom to come out with you if you want to." Oh, outside the cell door, the fireworks are in full swing. Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying came to a frequent casserole kanji restaurant and ordered a shrimp and crab kanji, and some dishes for drinks. "I want to drink some tonight too," Han Shuiying said as she looked at the beer on the table. "Good." Li Lingfeng uncorked the bottle, poured 2 cups for it, and brought one of them to Han Shuiying, making small talk as usual. Only tonight Han Shuiying had drunk more. A blush began to spread across her face, which looked even more attractive in the dim light. "You say, Uncle will really divorce Auntie?" With the intention of drinking, Li Lingfeng then dared to ask. "Divorce for sure. Depends on what my mom does next. Who says you can't stay together after a divorce?" Li Lingfeng looked at Han Shuiying. "I can't believe I was speechless for a moment when you said something so reasonable. After all, they're a couple that's been living together for so many years. So as long as my mom is willing to change and be sincere about getting my dad back, there's a chance. Think about it, what man can withstand a woman he once loved, pampering and being cute in front of him? This one smile doesn't melt your heart." Frozen Li Lingfeng always feel we're not right. "Not. How does this feel is to pinch me ah." After finishing their late-night snack and packing a shrimp and crab kanji, Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying returned to their place, which would have Han's mom watching TV in the living room. "Mom, I brought you a portion of porridge. Eat it while it's hot." Han Shuiying came in and said. Receiving the shrimp and crab kanji, Han's mom unwrapped the packing box and tasted it. "That's a little too much MSG." Looking up at Han Shuiying, "Why? Have you been drinking?" No, Han Shuiying said slyly with a handful of rosy cheeks. "It's Li Lingfeng, he drank some." That's right. Li Lingfeng also hastened to cover up with a sense of humor. Girls don't learn better. Han's mom, who nagged, continued to eat her shrimp and crab kanji. At the moment, Han's dad was also jerking off and drinking beer with a few old friends. A rare cozy time for him. At night, the sound of heavy panting disturbed Han's mom from sleeping. Without much thought, it was designated that her daughter and Li Lingfeng were doing good deeds in the next room. Listening to Han's mom's restlessness, getting up and reaching for his phone, he glanced at the chat screen, Still not waiting for a message from Han's dad, so I clicked on my friend's circle, and was surprised to see a rare status posted by Han's dad, which was a barbecue stand under the streetlight. P.S. From now on, I'll be so simply happy. Han's mom looked at it like her heart was stabbed by something. You have time to send a circle of friends. You don't even have time to send me a message? Simple pleasures. You weren't happy with me before? More sleepless. Han's mom then got up and walked out of the room. The sound of the door opening startling the next door. Li Lingfeng stopped moving. Is it your mom who's up? Seems like it. Han Shuiying also paid attention and listened. Don't care. Let's finish. More than half an hour later, the two of them came out from inside the room and saw Han's mom sitting alone and aggrieved on the living room sofa. Han Shuiying walked over. Mom, what's wrong with you? Are you unable to sleep? With a slight sob. Look, that heartless one. Your father just knows how to fool around with his fox friends outside, and he doesn't care about your mom. Han Shuiying took a seat by Han's mom. Mom, now it's my dad who wants to divorce you. Why are you still acting like you were before? What like before? What did I do wrong before? If you did the right thing, would my dad be able to get a divorce from you? Han Shuiying asked rhetorically. Who knows what kind of sex your dad is pulling? Maybe he's learning the ropes with some fox friend. How will my dad come around when you're like this? Han Shuiying sighed. The next morning, in order to give the two mothers and daughters more space to communicate, Li Lingfeng drove to Lin Sudong agency after breakfast. When he saw Li Lingfeng enter the door, Lin Sudong had a surprised look on his face. Isn't today Sunday? Why are you coming to me if you're not at home with Han Shuiying? It's been a few days since I've seen you and I miss you. Lin Sudong was instantly covered in goosebumps. Don't say that. So as to save people from misunderstanding, Li Lingfeng came straight to the refrigerator. Is it busy? Do you need help? Lin Sudong glanced at Li Lingfeng who was picking out a drink. You're here to help me with my drink, aren't you? After choosing a bottle, Li Lingfeng turned around. At least you are a boss. Why are you so petty? Also boss, if I don't bill again I'm going to eat dirt. Lin Sudong sighed. By the way, it just so happens that I have to go to the field to talk about a business. Do you want to come together? What kind of factory? The kind with lots of girls? Much, quite a lot. Okay then, in your car or mine? You car it. Mercedes prepared face. You're afraid you're not thinking of saving money on gas. Li Lingfeng looked at Lin Sudong. Getting into the car, Li Lingfeng said to Lin Sudong. Send me that address of yours. Good. Click on it. Kern Livestock Company. Aren't we going to the factory? Lin Sudong nodded. Yeah, the farm. There's a sow care center. All with fat tits. Following the navigation Li Lingfeng and Lin Sudong came to the Cohen Animal Husbandry Limited Company. The location is slightly remote. Li Lingfeng poked his head out and looked at the company sign. It should be this one right? Turning back, he asked Lin Sudong Dao. Lin Sudong of the passenger car looked around, only to see a deserted mountain. Only the company in front of me stands alone. Can you see anything else here besides this company? That's true. So drove the car in, and the security guard at the door stopped Li Lingfeng's vehicle. After Lin Sudong's exhaustive communication, coupled with Li Lingfeng's package of soft china, the security guards released the line. Li Lingfeng believed from the beginning that the pack of soft Chinese was the key. Do you think it's really possible to attract people to such a remote place? Li Lingfeng couldn't help but raise his own question. As long as you pay enough, there are people to go to the Himalayas to open up the land. Lin Sudong returned lightly. Parking the vehicle, Li Lingfeng and Lin Sudong got out of the car and went straight to the administrative building of Cohen Animal Husbandry Company. The two were greeted by the young girl at the front desk on the first floor. I'm sorry. I just got a call back from Mr. He of Human Resources saying that he's in the middle of an interview and he's not available at the moment. Why don't you guys sit down first? Li Lingfeng and Lin Sudong who had no choice but to come and sit on the sofa and wait. After waiting for a while, the impatient Li Lingfeng opened his mouth and asked, did you or didn't you make an appointment in advance with what's his name? Chatted online and said I'd come over and visit her today. Lin Sudong looked at Li Lingfeng. Be patient. Business which is so good to open up. Not all deadbeat begging back. After waiting for about another 30 minutes or so, the front desk girl informed that it was okay to go in. Following the signage of the office, Li Lingfeng and Lin Sudong found the office of the Administrative General Department. Lin Sudong knocked on the door, and a clear female voice came from inside. Please come in. Pushing open the office door, I saw a woman in her 40s sitting at her desk with short, sharp hair and sharp eyes, wearing a black suit with a white shirt underneath. The whole person exudes a competent temperament. But it looks like the kind of character that's difficult and tricky. You're Lin Odong, right? She smiled and stood up, leaning her body one forward to extend her hand. Oh, I'm not. He is. Li Lingfeng hurriedly made a seat so that Lin Sudong behind him could show his face. At this moment, Lin Sudong has a black line on his face. Today brother is the corner. Mr. He revealed a look of disbelief and looked at Lin Sudong again. How he felt that Lin Sudong was a driver. Instead of shaking hands, he pointed to the chair across the desk and said, "Have a seat." After the two of them sat down, Mr. He went straight to the point. "I heard that Mr. Lin means that he wants to develop our company's HR business?" "Yes," Lin Sudong nodded. "We are a professional human resources agency with rich experience in the industry. We have had previous knowledge online of your company's recent need to hire a number of short-term employees, and we would like to offer our services to your company." When Mr. He heard this, he frowned slightly and leaned back in his seat with his hands spread out. "Our company already has cooperation with other manpower agencies at the moment. Besides, what competitive advantage do you have?" Perhaps Lin Sudong had already expected that he would say so, but did not panic, well prepared to introduce himself again. "And we made a side-by-side comparison with the services in the industry in order to highlight our advantages." Mr. He was silent for a while, then said, "I need more time to consider it comprehensively. You guys can go back first and wait for my news." Ho! Lin Sudong wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Mr. He reaching out to stop him. Li Lingfeng, who was eating melon on the side throughout, was very upset in his heart, and Lin Sudong, who had fought so hard with all his words, was hoisted up high. Eventually Lin Sudong had to release a big move. After looking back and forth and right and left to make sure it was no one and no surveillance, he leaned forward slightly and whispered to Mr. He, "Cost-wise, everything is negotiable, and more space can be given over here." Who knew that these words instantly caused General Manager He to look sulky? "Mr. Lin, I'd advise you to keep these sidetracks to yourself." Looking at Mr. He's oil and salt, this caused Lin Xiandong to feel a hint of embarrassment. In the end, he only said, "Well then, I look forward to Mr. He's good news. If you have any questions or need further information, feel free to contact me." "No, it's not, just give up." Seeing that Lin Sudong was about to get ready to get up and leave, Li Lingfeng turned his head to look at Mr. He. The other man winced momentarily. This power of entering the soul realm is some days not used. Li Lingfeng got up and made 3 electricity in a row. Mr. He's entire body went limp on the seat, his eyes looking straight at Li Lingfeng. After a long time, "Mr. Lin, please go out for a while. I need to talk to this friend of yours." After waiting outside the door for nearly an hour and seeing Li Lingfeng who came out, Lin Sudong hurriedly went forward and asked, "What did you talk about for so long?" "Business. It's done. Mr. He told you to bring the information over tomorrow." "Ha?" Lin Sudong looked at Li Lingfeng with a look of disbelief. "You're afraid you're not joking with me, right? Believe it or not, I helped you out anyway." Li Lingfeng finished speaking and turned around to leave in a dashing manner. You said it's true." Lin Xiandong hurriedly chased after him to reconfirm. After sending Lin Sudong back to the company, Li Lingfeng went back to his residence. Just as he entered the door, he heard the harsh shouts of Han's mom. "Good, Han Yuan, you topped out the store without consulting me on such a big matter." "Without the store? What will you eat and drink from now on?" "I'm looking for the northwest wind." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before he said, "From the moment we filed for divorce, you are you and I am me, and I hope we don't interfere with each other. I'm not here to get a divorce certificate from you yet, Han Yuan. This is the cooling off period for the divorce, and after that time period, I expect you to show up at the civil office as scheduled." After saying that, Han's dad side hung up the phone. Hearing the beeping sound, Han's mom couldn't hold back any longer and cursed, "You bastard, Han Yuan." Li Lingfeng, who came in, looked at Han Shuiying with an embarrassed face, and the two of them were silent and didn't know what words to use to comfort them. Finally Han's mom turned around in tears and went into her room and locked the door. "What's going on here?" Li Lingfeng asked as he came to Han Shuiying. "The two of us were chatting nicely in the morning when we saw a friend circle from my dad," Han Shuiying said. Speaking of the circle of friends, Li Lingfeng remembered something, my high school female classmate, and her boyfriend to end 10 years of long-distance relationship, today finally married. Taking out his cell phone and clicking on his friend's circle, Li Lingfeng found the official announcement photo and handed it to Han Shuiying to enjoy. "I also want to be taken by a girl, with a picture, and sent to my friends to say, 'Look, here's my boy.'" Han Shuiying looked up and smiled. "So, I'll send you one?" "Sending it at this time? Aren't you afraid that auntie will break with you and sever the mother-daughter relationship?" Li Lingfeng laughed. "Then I'll block her before I post." As soon as Li Lingfeng hugged Han Shuiying, the loose pajamas obviously gave more room to move. "Stop it. How bad would it be if my mom came out and saw it later?" This Han Shuiying's words had only just fallen out of her mouth when Han's mom coldly walked out of the room, and the three of them looked at each other with 6 eyes. The atmosphere was all of a sudden silent. Reacting, Li Lingfeng hastily drew back his hand and greeted Han Ma. "Auntie." Han's mom silently came into the hall and poured a glass of water, turning around to go back to her room. Han Shuiying's face was red as she turned her head to Li Lingfeng and said shyly, "I told you to stop. This time it's embarrassing, isn't it?" It was fine if he didn't say it, but this time Li Lingfeng became even more licentious. After playing around a bit, Han Shuiying straightened down her clothes. "Why don't we take mom out for a walk? Would it be better to take a break?" "Well, yeah, I'm in charge of driving anyway, so just tell me where you guys want to go." After receiving Li Lingfeng's approval, Han Shuiying came to the door of Han Ma's room and knocked a few times. "Mom, why don't Lingfeng and I take you out for a walk? Don't mind me, leave me alone for a while." A relentless refusal came from inside. Han Shuiying turned around and locked eyes with Li Lingfeng. It was a bright Monday morning and the sun was shining through the clouds on the busy streets of the city. "I received a call from Su Hao early in the morning, saying that I was going to see the site of the hotel." Unhurriedly, Li Lingfeng first came to the often patronized soup noodle store to eat a breakfast, and then slowly came to the appointed place. See Li Lingfeng arrived. Su Hao busy joyfully greeted up. Their own before and after the stepping point inspection o'clock. Finally saw the investor figure. The location is good, with easy access and high foot traffic, making it a popular choice for the hospitality industry. It is also across the street from the newly planned commercial center, which has great potential for development. "Mr. Li, you finally come. Why don't I introduce you to the basic situation here first?" Su Hao walked over and said. Li Lingfeng reached out to stop it, and then pulled out the compass that the fortune-telling old man under the footbridge had given him. Su Hao joked without caring. "You still believe in that stuff, Mr. Li? Compass orientation and their own fortune 8 characters a pair. Well, this place is good. Is a prosperous their wealth feng shui treasure." Li Lingfeng, who had learned a little bit of tripe on that book of art and numerology, fiddled with it in a frenzied manner, and the results of the measurements were undoubtedly quite satisfactory. Gathering up the household goods. "Well, here it is, hurry up, get the owner to sign it." "Ha?" Su Hao looked at Li Lingfeng incredulously. "Was a $30 million investment project such child's play?" "No, I have also alternatively selected a few places as a comparative reference." "Mr. Li, do you want to go to the inspection to see it first?" Li Lingfeng turned around. "No need, I think this place is quite suitable. You hurry up and follow up the formalities in the back." After Li Lingfeng drove away, Su Hao was a whole person in the wind. "Come and get a compass to compare. Is that final?" "No, the god of fortune is a relative of your family." Li Lingfeng did not rush back to the branch, but first came to the Zaiho Investment Company Limited. On the front of the company went to the first floor Lin Sudong intermediary. "Where's your boss?" "Not here?" asked the receptionist aunt. "Went out. Said he was signing business." Li Lingfeng then remembered the business that he went with Lin Sudong to talk to Cohen Animal Husbandry Company yesterday. Help Lin Sudong to take this business, and someday we must slaughter him a good and expensive meal to replenish his body. With that, he left and went up to the second floor of Zaiho Investment Company Limited. Li Lingfeng looked at the busy company staff and nodded with satisfaction. Only if they move hard, this wealth of their own will continue to flow. Arriving at the office, Old Fawn looked at Li Lingfeng with a surprised expression. "Looks like the recovery is almost complete? 2 days of rest for a superficial wound. How is the company's business these days?" "It's slightly better than last month, especially the credit business piece, where both Xiao Hongfei and Luo Tianxing have been firing up quite a bit." I don't seem to see Xiao Hongfei's?" Li Lingfeng asked. "He took the day off. Has been acting a little strange lately, and has been borrowing a lot of money from his co-workers." Li Lingfeng frowned slightly after hearing this. Xiao Hongfei's current salary was already quite substantial. Definitely enough for him and Lin Xiaoning to live a dashing and happy life. How poor to borrow money with colleagues. Do not have to think. Designated again Lin Xiaoning's side of the whole what happened. So Li Lingfeng picked up the phone and called Xiao Hongfei. For this powerful horseman, still counting on him to make money for himself. You can't fold halfway and lose a vanguard general for nothing. The phone rang for a long time without being answered. So Li Lingfeng then had to hang up. What he didn't expect was that at this time, Xiao Hongfei was being fatally beaten by the yellow-haired man with a few minions. The yellow-haired man who wasn't yet relieved from one side of the fight screamed, "Let you out." Another stomp. "Letting you out." The fight was almost over before the minions were told to call it quits. Any more fighting and there was a risk of people getting killed. The yellow-haired man came to the side of the stunned Lin Xiaoning before, ferociously said, "In addition to this 100,000, plus 50,000, if you can't get it out tomorrow, go sit on the table for me." After saying that, he took a few of his minions and left. It was only after a while that Xiao Hongfei painfully and with difficulty climbed up from the ground, forcing himself to endure his own pain and quickly came before Lin Xiaoning. "How are you? Are you hurt?" Lin Xiaoning, whose eyes were scattered and godless, slapped away Xiao Hongfei's hand. I told you not to mess with them. What are you trying to do? Can I not care if that yellow-haired guy makes a move on you? Well now. They want to add another 50,000. Lin Xiaoning glared viciously at Xiao Hongfei and said, who the hell are they? Let's call the police if we can't. Call the police. Do I still have a chance to live? Lin Xiaoning got up. It's all your fault. Looking at Lin Xiaoning turning away, Xiao Hongfei was filled with helplessness. Is it wrong to defend you from being moved? Perhaps. In Xiao Hongfei's eyes it was moving his hands. But for Lin Xiaoning, who had shot 10G of video, what was this? Painful. Xiao Hongfei sat leaning against the corner, took out his cell phone only to see Li Lingfeng's missed calls, so he resumed the past. Hey, Mr. Li, can I ask you something? Li Lingfeng on the other end looked puzzled. What is it? Lend me 50,000. Okay? Xiao Hongfei knew that this was difficult to talk about. After all, Li Lingfeng had already helped himself quite a bit. For the last time, I promise. In the future, I, Xiao Hongfei, will be a cow for you. It took a while to slow down before Li Lingfeng's response rang out on the phone. Is it because of Lin Xiaoning? Xiao Hongfei was silent. A sort of default in response. There are some women who are worth devoting your life to, and there are some women who have to see her pinned down by someone else before you'll die? Xiao Hongfei looked up to the sky. I said I would be responsible for her. Two choices. One is to give you 50,000 to leave that Lin Xiaoning, and the other is to leave. Hey ha. The company doesn't need a hidden bomb. After receiving this reply from Li Lingfeng, Xiao Hongfei stared helplessly at the sky. For a long time, then I choose to leave. Hee ha. Here. Li Lingfeng listened to the beeping sound on the phone and looked back at Fang Jinyan. Marketed department. That Xiang Ruoshan's performance is not doing okay? Do you mean the one with big breasts, or the one with small breasts? Old Fang was not only mouthing the words, he was also gesturing with his hands. Li Lingfeng. No, why don't you learn something better? Old Fang looked at Li Lingfeng in a serious manner. Have you heard the saying? Near Zhu is red, near ink is black. Li Lingfeng frowned. I think you're being sarcastic. That's an indelicate way of putting it. You should take out the words I think. Okay. The one with the big boobs is the one that's more relaxed. You say that girl. Can. Business ability no say, just a little too utilitarian. I'm afraid she's not utilitarian. What can she do with a mind that sees through the world all day long? It's a waste of food to keep her. From today onwards, that Xiang Ruoshan is the boss of the marketing department. Li Lingfeng continued. Old Fang looked puzzled. What about Xiao Hongfei? He chose the woman. Let him be. No, just let him go? Then what else do you want? Stay and bury a hidden danger for the company? People who lose their minds for women are capable of doing anything stupid. I'm not referring to that. Old Fang was a bit anxious. I mean, he also borrowed money from a bunch of his co-workers. Li Lingfeng looked at Old Fang. What? He borrowed yours too? Borrowed 20,000. Li Lingfeng laughed coldly. Your damn billions of dollars. And you're still thinking about this loaned out 20,000? That's a different thing. Just because my family is wealthy doesn't mean you can borrow money and not pay it back. Li Lingfeng got up. Then go find him. Where are you going? Looking at Li Lingfeng who was leaving, Old Fang asked. Go to work. If you don't go to work, you'll support me? Going out to the front desk of the company, Li Lingfeng then noticed Zhao Xiaoting, Yang Xia's best friend who had been introduced to him as a receptionist before. After scrutinizing it carefully, it wasn't as rippling as Yang Xia's, but it was still standing. Sort of middle of the road a girl. As for the inner well, we'll have to have time to communicate properly to know. So Li Lingfeng went up and greeted him. How is it? Are you still used to doing it? Zhao Xiaoting looked up at Li Lingfeng. It seemed to look familiar for a few moments, as if she had seen him somewhere, but she couldn't tell. So he answered back. Hello, who are you looking for, please? At this time, Yang Xia, who saw the scene, was busy with her chest shaking and trotted over to introduce her best friend Zhao Xiaoting. This is the owner of our company, Mr. Li. Reacting, Zhao Xiaoting was busy and full of apologies. Hello Mr. Li, I'm really sorry for just failing to recognize him. My girlfriend Xiaoting also just came to work a few days ago. Don't take offense. Mr. Li. Yang Xia, who was on the side, also helped to solve the problem. Li Lingfeng smiled. It's okay, do a good job. Look after you too. After encouraging him, Li Lingfeng turned around and left. It wasn't until she couldn't see Li Lingfeng's figure that Yang Xia said to her best friend Zhao Xiaoting, didn't I show you a picture of Mr. Li, and you still don't recognize him? Zhao Xiaoting smiled. This Mr. Li is much more handsome in person than in his picture. You just don't have any ungrateful thoughts. Yang Xia used her finger to playfully nod at Zhao Xiaoting's head. I know. I can't talk about it. I'm not allowed to fantasize that one day a domineering president will come to me? Yang Xia shook her head. Let's be practical, don't we? How many pounds and how many tails do we have in our hearts? Jia Xiaoting looked at Yang Shi's proud capital and laughed. You have several pounds. Just after walking to the parking place, Li Lingfeng received a call from Han Shuiying, being told that Han's mom packed up her things and was going back. No, why is this so sudden? Li Lingfeng asked in disbelief. I'm not sure. I only heard my mom say she was going to find my dad. Han Shuiying returned on the phone. Oh yeah, I just saw an update from my dad on my friends. He's going out on a long trip with an old friend that he told us about before. Do you think it could be because of this? Li Lingfeng frowned. 8 or 9 is not too far away. Okay, I go back to see what the situation really can, not only about the car to auntie. After hanging up the phone, Li Lingfeng drove straight to his residence. Inside the house, Han's mom was sitting on the sofa, seemingly thinking about something. Seeing Li Lingfeng return, he was a bit surprised. Why did you come back? I heard Ying say you were going back, so I rushed back to see what's up. Han's mom nodded. I told her I'd ask for a ride back so I wouldn't bother you guys at work. Li Lingfeng came to the next sofa seat and sat down. Is auntie not used to living here? Han's mom shook her head and suddenly burst into tears all at once. Li Lingfeng hurriedly got up and handed over tissues. Even though he was a veteran of love affairs, but he faced his girlfriend's mother. But he was unable to exercise his talent and was as clumsy as a log. After crying for a while, Han Ma, who had slowed down a little, turned her head to look at Li Lingfeng. Do you think I'm being a little capricious? Ha? Li Lingfeng had been unable to answer. After all, how can you, an elder, judge yourself? I've never seen your Uncle Han so happy. Han's mom wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes once again. Took that one Uncle Han circle of friends dynamic to Li Lingfeng to see. That is the group photo before the departure of the trip. A few old friends. Uncle Han stood in the middle. The smile is like a teenager him. I've figured it out. I'm going to find him. After trapping him for over 20 years, I'm going to make it up to him back for the rest of my life. Are you sure you want to? Well, do you think I'll make it? There was a hint of worry in Han's mom's eyes. All hearts are made of flesh. Could it be that you would think that Uncle Han never loved you? Li Lingfeng laughed. Auntie, this time you have to make Uncle Han feel your love. Han's mom turned around. Like my daughter Han Shuiying? Li Lingfeng was instantly petrified in place. In the end, Li Lingfeng gave Han's mom an appointment to go back to the G City Center, and it was obvious from some exchanges with her. She's changing. Too much of what is taken for granted in the world. When you feel it, it means it's already in jeopardy. Just like a human organ. When you feel it anymore, it means it's sick. That's why we go about squandering the precious things in life without realizing it. By the time we realize it, we are faced with imminent loss. That's when we fight to make up for it. But more than that, it's a pity. Cohen Animal Husbandry Company, Ltd. With the information of Lin Sudong once again found the human resources in charge of Mr. He. In the office, Mr. He looked behind Lin Sudong again and again to make sure that just one person had come correctly. So that stern face tensed up again. Where's that friend of yours from yesterday? Didn't he come with you? Lin Sudong accompanied with a smile. He's not from my company. He didn't come along today since he had something to do. After saying this, Lin Sudong handed the information in his hand to Mr. He's desk. Mr. He, this is the proposed labor service contract. Can you see if there are any problems? Unexpectedly, Mr. He casually threw the information aside. In that case, I'll organize a game tonight and ask your friends to come out and play together. Lin Sudong looked at Mr. He in surprise, then looked at the information she was holding down in her hands. Mr. He, who observed this expression on Lin Sudong's face, laughed. I'll read this service contract and bring it along with me then. Lin Sudong nodded, wanting to say something. Mr. He spoke before Lin Sudong. Alright, that's it. I'll send you the location position later. The helpless Lin Sudong had to get up and leave. The office is only left with Mr. He, who pushed out the seat. A pair of long and slender legs directly leaning on the desktop. A domineering female president's paradigm. It can't be helped. Who let this Cohen livestock company be owned by her dad? After leaving the administrative building of the Cohen Animal Husbandry Company Limited, Lin Sudong, who had returned to the car, was a little embarrassed. So this Mr. He means that he wants to sell his brother Li Lingfeng to sign this business? What? Am I not handsome enough? Lin Odong looked left and right into the rearview mirror above the car. No problem. It's pretty cool. Then why did Mr. Ho specify Li Lingfeng? It seems that this Mr. He's vision is still second best. Lin Sudong found out the reason. Right now, the thing that made him difficult was whether or not to pit his brother. If we don't pit Li Lingfeng, this obvious business is definitely going to be yellow. Between brotherhood and business, Lin Sudong hesitated for 3 seconds and decisively picked up the phone to send a message to Li Lingfeng. As a thank you for helping out with this Cohen Livestock Company business, I'm treating you to a high tonight. The corner of Li Lingfeng's mouth. Who would be sending off Han's mom? Couldn't help but curl up, counting on your kid's conscience. Just for this token of Lin Sudong's heart. Even taking himself to eat Long Jiang pig's feet rice was the most delicious ingredient in this world. Then it's a deal. I'll set a place and send you later. Li Lingfeng then returned an okay gesture. This brother hadn't been handed over for nothing. After finishing the chat, Li Lingfeng was ready to pick up his car and go back to the branch. And before he could turn around, he was slapped on the back. It was accompanied by a woman's bright voice, Li Lingfeng. Turning back to take a look, Li Lingfeng first felt a few moments of familiarity, and only after a while did he remember. Yi Yanping? The girl who used to sit in her back seat in high school. Yi Yanping smiled warmly again. I thought you didn't remember me. How could I? I know you even if I turn into ashes. If you hadn't reported me to the teacher for having an early love affair with the class flower, I wouldn't have been notified by the whole school. Yi Yanping thumped, a few hard to hide the awkwardness. It's all in the past. You still remember it, ah? Remember? Of course I do. It was one of the most awesome things I did in high school. Yi Yanping. I haven't seen you in so many years. Your thick skin hasn't changed at all, but you've matured and become more handsome? Li Lingfeng smiled. You too, as always, complimented me on my handsomeness. I can't talk anymore if you're like this, Yi Yanping said with a blank stare. A milk tea store not far ahead. The two came to the store and ordered 2 cups of milk tea and sat down. Yi Yanping removed the bag on her shoulder and put it aside. By the way, have you gotten married yet? Li Lingfeng shook his head. What about you? I haven't yet either. Li Lingfeng didn't have time to be happy only to see Yi Yanping continue. But soon. Who is it? So lucky to gain your heart? Li Lingfeng asked. Yi Yanping smiled happily and sweetly. A boy as handsome as you. You know, my boyfriend always whispers baby to me while I'm asleep. Something about liking me so much. Don't leave him or something like that. Several times I've heard it. Listening to Yi Yanping narrating that cozy picture, Li Lingfeng always felt that something was not right, and he did not feel that he frowned slightly. Do you think it's possible that he was voicing someone else? Yi Yanping froze momentarily after hearing this, and then as if she had figured out some secret, a flicker of true light flashed before her eyes. Without half a moment's hesitation, she instantly grabbed her bag and got up to leave, with all the wind in her sails. At this time the waiter just served 2 cups of milk tea. Li Lingfeng looked at Yi Yanping's back and shouted, Ugh, you haven't had your milk tea yet? Possibly afraid that Li Lingfeng would walk out of the order, the waiter busily reminded. Hello, this milk tea has not yet been billed as well. Li Lingfeng looked at the 2 cups of milk tea placed on the table, then looked back at the waitress' little sister. This milk tea hasn't even been touched. Do you think I can return it? The waitress girl revealed a charming smile. You can ask my boss. Li Lingfeng glanced sideways at his nearly 300-pound big brother at the front desk and swallowed his saliva. How much is this milk tea? Piggyback on 2 cups of milk tea. Back to the branch before Li Lingfeng first found a city village, a broken old house. That was the address Feng Yuxiu had left him. And Li Lingfeng was curious about what it was. Now that I've seen it, it's right in front of me. And if I hadn't been sure that Feng Yuxiu lived here, I would have thought it was a dangerous house. Li Lingfeng, who was preparing to go upstairs, glanced sideways at a line of large letters written on the wall next to him. Dangerous house. Please do not approach. Shit. It's really a fucking dangerous house. Coming to the top of the 3rd floor, Li Lingfeng finally saw Feng Yuxiu, who was practicing boxing. In response to Li Lingfeng's appearance, Feng Yuxiu did not stop his swinging fists and feet, but instead, he was fully engaged, until finally unloading a heavy punch that hit the crumbling wall, revealing a shallow crater at once. This couldn't help but make Li Lingfeng swallow his saliva again. If he were to carry this punch, he would definitely be able to say nothing. Feng Yuxiu was still as expressionless as ever as he walked up to Li Lingfeng. Say, who do you want to tackle this time? Looking at that cold-blooded and merciless eyes, Li Lingfeng had no doubt that as long as he said a name, he could really end him. It's the 21st century. Don't yell and scream all day long. And besides, is a fist as fast as a gun these days? You can try, Feng Yuxiu said indifferently. I am not capable of that. Li Lingfeng laughed, then took out a cup of milk tea and placed it on the table next to him. Buy you a drink. So you came over here today just to buy me this drink? You answered correctly. The milk tea is delivered, I'll leave first. Li Lingfeng left less than 2 steps and turned around. Do you live in this dangerous house because you don't have to pay rent? Like being exposed? Feng Yuxiu froze in place. Yes. Leaving Feng Yuxiu's residence, Li Lingfeng returned to the branch office. The director of the business department, Su Yalan, took the documents to sign. Li Line, just you did not come over. A woman in our branch quarrel so fierce. Oh. Li Lingfeng looked up. What's the reason? Got locked out of my own bank card by repeatedly entering the wrong PIN. It's not her own reason. What's the point of arguing anymore, and we have reason to suspect her of stealing someone else's bank card. Su Yalan smiled. That to know. People come with identification. Li Lingfeng signed the document and returned it to Su Yalan, teaching you a little bit about how to judge a woman's temper. According to surveys, the size of a woman's temper has a lot to do with the size of her breasts, and women with large breasts generally have good tempers, while on the contrary, those with small breasts will have rather poor tempers. That's why there's such a thing as being poor and evil. Yes? Su Yalan thought about it carefully if she was convinced, then looked down at her own. Girls with such clarity and purity are few and far between nowadays. After the office was busy for a while, Li Lingfeng received an address from Lin Sudong. Li Lingfeng looked at the name of the restaurant to know that the grade is not low, then searched, good guy high consumption luxury restaurant. No, has this Lin Sudong changed sex? Willing to invite himself to such an upscale place? Li Lingfeng had doubts in his heart. Could it be that the Cohen Livestock Company was doing a lot of business to cause Lin Xindong to lay down his capital in this way? Li Lingfeng looked at the time. It was almost time to get off work, and it was just the right time to rush over now. With that, he sent a message to Han Shuiying, you don't have to wait for me for dinner tonight, go out with Lin Sudong. Han Shuiying then replied back, okay. Turning off the computer, Li Lingfeng got up and took the car keys and went out, and met the listless Xiao Wu at the lobby. What's wrong? Like a frosted eggplant? Li Lingfeng asked curiously. My goddess crush fell out of love and I took the opportunity to confess to her. She didn't get back to you? Xiao Wu looked up. Back. She said, get lost, sewing and not for you. Li Lingfeng couldn't help but frown. This bitch is also a ruthless person. So he patted Xiao Wu's shoulder. There's a milk tea in my office for you. Watching Li Lingfeng turn to leave, Xiao Wu seemed to see that giant-like back. So magnificent. So he came to the governor's office and looked at the cup of milk tea with the straw in it. Is this Li Xing forgetting that he's already drunk? Driving to the location given by Lin Sudong, Li Lingfeng looked up at the restaurant that was decorated in an ancient style with a different flavor. When he picked up his cell phone and just wanted to contact Lin Sudong appeared in front of his eyes. Why didn't I see you just now? Li Lingfeng was surprised. I just got here too and rushed over when I saw you at the door. You didn't drive? Lin Sudong, how much gas it costs to drive? I came here by public transportation, and I just happened to pick up a senior citizen's card the other day. Free of charge. Do you look like an old man? Yeah, that's what that bus driver asked me. The two entered the restaurant. He had already arrived early to book a private room. Li Lingfeng looked at Lin Sudong suspiciously. Isn't tonight your treat? Just follow me and you'll know. After Lin Sudong returned, he then quickened his pace, fearing that Li Lingfeng would look deeper and then slip away. Came to the second floor of the heavenly numbered rooms. Into the door Li Lingfeng saw that short-haired and refined He sat around the table in the right position. With a very puzzled look, Li Lingfeng asked Lin Sudong, how come He is also here? Definitely. Tonight is the night that He invites us to dinner. So Lin Sudong hurriedly went over and greeted He, who took out the contract information with a slight smile. It's all signed. Can you see if there are any questions? Lin Sudong roughly scanned the contract information, and the places that should be signed and stamped had already been signed and stamped. No problem. Mr. Ho. Lin Sudong, who had taken the contract information, was about to take his seat when He glanced at him. What are you still here for? Isn't the contract information in order? What do you mean? Lin Sudong glanced back at He, the look that told him he could leave. Lin Sudong, whose but was still seated, stood up again. Oh, I just remembered there's something else. You guys eat first. Finding a step for himself, he finished and left with the contract information, not even daring to face Li Lingfeng's hot eyes. The love of a brother is in the words. Seeing this, Li Lingfeng already knew that he had been sold out by the kid Lin Sudong. However, since they had all come, helping would definitely help to the end. Li Lingfeng came to sit down in front of the round table, followed by an uninhibited expression. Why is He so elegant tonight? Inviting for dinner? Don't keep calling General Manager He. My name is He Bai Yang. You can call me Xiao Bai. General Manager He immediately changed to a gentle and lovely face. There was no trace of the harshness that he had just faced Lin Sudong. No, didn't we have a deal the other day? Why did we change our minds again? I'm not thinking of you. Don't worry, we're only chatting today. After saying that, He busily asked the restaurant waiter to serve the food. The first to come up is known as China's first soup Buddha jumped over the wall. The altar to start the meat aroma wafting the four neighbors. The Buddha heard the abandonment of Zen jumped over the wall to come. Then sea cucumber in golden soup. Jade scallop columns, a plate of expensive dishes was served, full of colors and flavors. Li Lingfeng looked at the dishes that were neatly arranged on the table, and was afraid that it was very expensive. Hurrying to take a picture to send Lin Sudong, who is currently eating his steamed dumplings silently at the next Shaxian restaurant. Originally, he wanted to wait for Li Lingfeng to come down, but now any sense of guilt instantly dissipated. Put away the cell phone. Li Lingfeng is very curious. Obviously he has a young girl's heart in her heart, but she has to pretend to be a stern and domineering female president. She even gave herself a short haircut, which was a waste of her delicate and beautiful face. Mr. He took a bite with great enjoyment. You know, there's a very comfortable and liberal feeling with you. You've been oppressing yourself for too long then. Why be so tired of being human? Listening to Li Lingfeng's words, Mr. He stopped the cutlery in his hands. A lot of things are out of one's hands. Then he looked up. I want to be as comfortable as you are. Then why can't you? Li Lingfeng asked rhetorically. By all rights, like her sitting in this position, the salary shouldn't be low, right? Mr. He depressively propped up his chin with one hand. Because I'm going to take over my dad's business. A thunderbolt in place. Li Lingfeng was stunned. Wait, so Cohen Animal Husbandry Limited is opened by your father? Mr. Ho nodded. Yeah, yes, what a plain, unadorned two-word dialogue. No, Mr. He, it's been said. Don't keep calling people Mr. He Mr. He, their name is He Young. You can call me Xiao Bai. You can call me Sweetie too if you like. The meal ends on a pleasant note with the restaurant parking area. Sweetie, no, bye. I'm glad you invited for dinner today. Then we'll be in touch again sometime. Li Lingfeng said to Mr. He inside the car. Mr. He waved his hand and drove the clean white Audi A8L away from the exit of the parking area and disappeared into the street of traffic. Biyang, that's an interesting name, Li Lingfeng murmured with a smile. Do you think that someone will read this B as the first sound? I don't think so. Li Lingfeng smiled. Li Lingfeng, who sent off Mr. He, drove to the downstairs of Han Shuiying's company and saw her waving happily at the roadside from a distance. When Han Shuiying got into the car, Li Lingfeng laughed. After you've been promoted to manager, working overtime has become even more of a norm. It can't be helped. How can you want to succeed without paying for it? Han Shuiying fastened her seatbelt. Li Lingfeng took the packed sea cucumber ones to Han Shuiying. Eat them while they're hot. They're all packed and freshly baked. Han Shuiying turned her head and smiled happily. So good to know that I didn't have dinner. Opened a look. Surprisingly, all the pricey ingredients. Han Shuiying slightly puzzled expression. I'll just add the off-duty. There is no need to be so complimentary, right? That's for me to make up too, Li Lingfeng said. I just had dinner with one of Lin Sudong's female clients. Han Shuiying was even more puzzled. Does his client have anything to do with you? It wasn't, but it is now, said Han Shuiying. You're not going to tell me that one meal tonight will sell you, are you? Less prying into work matters. Hurry up and eat quickly. Don't starve, Li Lingfeng reminded. In the future, don't be stupid and work overtime on a hungry stomach. For those who don't know, you make $1 million a year? Got it. Han Shuiying took out her chopsticks and took a bite. By the way, did Auntie say anything to you back yet? Li Lingfeng asked. Han Shuiying nodded as she ate. I'm home, but going back my dad departed and left. I heard my mom say she bought the next ticket. Li Lingfeng smiled. As long as you know how to cherish it, it's never too late. You say, if I run away one day, will you come after me? Han Shuiying, who was eating, turned her head to look at Li Lingfeng and said, what do you mean by that? In my place you're willing to run away? Han Shuiying thought seriously for a moment. That's true, unless you kick me out. No, not even if you drive me away, Han Shuiying added. Li Lingfeng frowned slightly. Then don't you belong to the dog's skin? So what if it's a dog's skin? I'll stick to you. Ha! Han Shuiying had a smug look on her face. After eating, Han Shuiying packed the garbage off the car and threw it to the roadside trash can not far away. Li Lingfeng started his vehicle and slowly followed. Turning around, Han Shuiying proposed to Li Lingfeng in the car. I'm a bit full from the food. Why don't we go for a walk by the river? Carrying Han Shuiying to a park by the river, the two strolled along after getting off the bus. Passing by a few coolly dressed girls, Li Lingfeng looked at the snow-white and slender legs. I can't help but feel, still so sociopathic after all these years out of the workforce. Han Shuiying was curious upon hearing this. What does that say? Look at all the girls. I'm afraid to go up and hold someone's hand. The next day, the branch held a marketing meeting with the heads of all branches. Li Lingfeng drove directly to the branch building and first found a breakfast place nearby to have breakfast. I happened to meet Lu Hui, who was also here for the meeting, so they sat at the same table. Congratulations. I haven't seen you for a while. You've been promoted to bank president here. Li Lingfeng laughed. It seems that the South City branch won you. I say this because the people who came to the meeting today were the heads of the branches. Lu Hui shook his head breathlessly. Don't talk about laughing. I'm coming over for our bank president for a meeting. People have something to attend today. To is you This business to do is rocketing up 90,000 miles. Are dry to the scale of billions of dollars. After the branch set up you that got. Li Lingfeng showed a hint of concern. I don't want to, but this business is rubbing off on me. Lu Hui that wanna beat people's eyes. No, you really are not modest at all. Look at you that say is human words? I'm not kidding. There's no such thing as a good thing for no reason. And it's not necessarily a good thing for this business to go too well. Lu Hui looked at Li Lingfeng, momentarily struggling to understand the meaning of these words. Boss, are those 2 soup noodles ready? Li Lingfeng shouted. Well, it's being served to you. After breakfast. Before leaving, Li Lingfeng got up and noticed an old couple sitting at the next table. The old man seemed to be about to settle the bill when the old woman stopped him. I'd better pay for it. The old man insisted. I'll do it. Seeing this warm scene, Li Lingfeng a few touched. This age is still so humble to support each other. Isn't this the legendary love? Li Lingfeng, who smiled in relief, thought of just paying for that table together, when he heard a soft sigh from the old lady. You pay, and when you go home and the money doesn't match, your wife will scold you again. Coming out of the breakfast store, Li Lingfeng and Lu Hui both went up to the branch building. Time to pinpoint quite good. This front foot and Lu Hui just sat down. The back foot branch leaders followed in. On the podium sitting in the center is undoubtedly the branch president Huang Kemming. Sitting down, Huang Kemming glanced at the rows in front of him, as if looking for someone. After looking around for a long time, he found Li Lingfeng in a side corner and knocked on the microphone. That, Li Lingfeng Li Xing, you sit in the front row, come on. Why are you a branch performance champion sitting in the corner? After saying this, Huang Kemming also brought a wave to signal over. Today this will still be specially open to honor you. Regarding the background of the resources behind Li Lingfeng, Huang Kemming was now inquiring about it. Director Gui that, not to mention him, even the party secretary of the Agricultural Bank of Commerce, Chairman, over, have to give a few points of thin face. After all, the city's State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, SASAC, is directly in charge of the Agricultural and Commercial Bank. Nominated Li Lingfeng suddenly froze. Damn, specially find a feng shui throne is thinking of touching fish during the meeting. This is a great way to play directly under people's noses. Moreover, this will call himself up. Designated is not good, as the name of the marketing conference, but have to set an example under the goal. There's a saying in the industry, whip a fast cow. Li Lingfeng had no choice but to sit in a row, but it was Lu Hui who landed a free man. The meeting began with a brief preamble by the second-in-command vice president, and then the conversation turned. The baton was passed to a handful of Huang Kemming at just the right time. Look at this person's ability to speak and control the scene. No wonder he can get into the position of the second-in-command. It is said that after the fall of Dao, the branch was once rumored to be the vice president who rose to the top. It's just a wonder that the setting isn't as grand as others. Taking over the venue's big stick, Huang Kemming that was a spirited pointing. It was the first time he had called a meeting of all the branch heads, and it was the right time to establish a persona for himself. Tension's powerful talk, plus the carrot hand stick offer to reform the performance appraisal program, put the guys on the spot. Other cannot care. This performance appraisal cannot not care, directly related to their own practical interests. What's the point of working? It's all about money. Who else would want to sit here as a grandson and give a lecture to someone on stage? Li Lingfeng has a crop without a crop to listen to, from time to time to pay attention to his cell phone. Want to play but do not dare to be too unrestrained. At least it was in someone else's territory. This face still had to be given to them. Speaking to the emotional point, Huang Kemming shouted out Li Lingfeng's name, which scared Li Lingfeng almost dropped his cell phone to the ground. Everyone should learn more from our Li Lingfeng. Bank Li, who has made a sub-branch almost the size of a branch. You can look around and see how many of those small banks can match the size of the branch where Bank Li is located. Our branch was able to rank first among farmers and merchants bank this quarter, and Bank Li is to be credited for that. After saying this, Huang Kemming led the applause, and all the venue resounded with thunderous applause. After the applause, Huang Kemming struck the iron while it was hot, looking at Li Lingfeng with a suspiciously smiling smile, and through his voice, "Come on, Bank Li, give us a statement. What kind of heights are you going to take the branch's performance to in the next quarter? Everyone is so proud of you now. You are the benchmark for the branch." Li Lingfeng instantly had a black line on his face, and in his heart he said, "Nima, I knew that it would be no good for you to ask me to come and sit in the first row. This will sit in the back row side corner of the Lu Hui, busy sitting down a few degrees, because this quarter their branch ranked the bottom of the first. Fear that they too will be called upon to stand up and make a statement as a typical example. This Tan Xing is also early not stomachache, late not stomachache, but in this meeting at the juncture of the stomachache, called himself to take over. It can't be that you just want me to come and get gripped, right? Lu Hui cursed in his heart. After the meeting, Li Lingfeng rushed back to the branch dragging his tired body. Director of the sales department Su Yalan old call to send a message to let Li Lingfeng go back to the river and lake to save the emergency. A customer makes a scene at the branch and specifies that he wants to see the president in order to resolve the matter. Li Lingfeng, who was in a great hurry, parked his car in front of the branch and hurriedly got out of the car to go inside. Push open the door and nothing happens. This whole face is full of doubt. Li Lingfeng looked at the counter. Inside Su Yalan see Li Lingfeng back is also rushed out from the second door. What's wrong? What's so self-indulgent? Li Lingfeng asked. Su Yalan is full of bitterness. You don't know Li Xing. Just now the customer almost all the police. But also said to Su our branch. Where is this person? Li Lingfeng once again looked at the hall. What people are not there? It's in the VIP room. Xiao Wu is accompanying it. Su Yalan returned. This time, thanks to Xiao Wu pacifying the people, things didn't expand further. Alright, this Xiao Wu can still top it at critical moments. Li Lingfeng did not mince words in his praise. Why don't you tell me what's going on first? It turned out to be a customer withdrawing money less than 100. The counter out of the money over the machine is correct. The customer left the counter and found less than 100, and then folded back. The two sides argued over the matter. Adhering to the principle of leaving the counter is not responsible. The bank side is certainly not willing to pay more customers 100. Eventually the conflict escalated. And only after checking the CCTV did we learn that the $100 turned out to be accidentally covered by a financial leaflet when it was handed over to the client. Only later a series of misunderstandings, although both sides are not at fault. But as a service party, Su Yalan still on behalf of the sales department to the customer to apologize. But this customer is a shaft, specifying that the bank president will not stop until he comes out and apologizes. Understanding the causes and consequences, Li Lingfeng nodded, and then said to Su Yalan, you go ahead and get busy. Leave the rest to me. After saying this, he took a box of gifts and turned to the VIP room. The customer was actually a woman, or a particularly feel-good kind. But Li Lingfeng just felt that something was wrong. Xiao Wu, who would be chatting with a female client, saw Li Lingfeng come in and hurriedly gave up his position. Li Lingfeng gave an affirmative look. Alright, you go out. After Xiao Wu left, Li Lingfeng compensated a smile to this female customer, firstly correcting his attitude. You have to apologize first for any faults. That's the way it is in the dry service industry. Li Lingfeng, this thing is true that the bank service is also not very in place. My side of it to give you an apology. You see, since the matter has been clarified, you are a generous person. Let's turn the page. Okay? This is a small gift from our branch. I hope you will accept it. Li Lingfeng put a box of tea on the heel of the female customer, who smiled very movingly. Said, I'm not the kind of person who is unreasonable. And I don't blame your bank for this. What I want is an attitude. Yeah. Listening to the opening of this voice, Li Lingfeng always felt that something was not right. You know, I've recognized this since I was a student. And I remember one year suddenly bleeding so much that I stained my pants red. But I got it early, didn't panic at all, and educated my classmates about what physiology is and why I get my period. But what pissed me off was that teacher insisted that boys don't have these things and told me to rush to the hospital. Ha! Li Lingfeng looked up at the female customer. So then I went to Thailand and wanted an attitude. Well, since you, as the branch president, have also come out to apologize, that's the end of it. The female client picked up her bag and got up. Li Lingfeng, who hadn't fully reacted yet, hurriedly replied, yes. On the way out, the female customer paused for a moment. That guy you just had was pretty good. What's his name? Wu Su, the lobby manager of our branch. You can call him Xiao Wu. Wu Su. The female client's mouth gently smiled as she turned to leave. Li Lingfeng saw that the box of tea was still on the ground and hurriedly took it. I forgot to bring this gift. Only after sending the female client away did Li Lingfeng exhale heavily. At this time, Xiao Wu came over and invited credit. Li Xing, I did pretty well this time, right? Li Lingfeng nodded. As long as it's certain, there's always a place to play. You have to know that even a piece of toilet paper has its uses. Toilet paper? Of course, that's just a metaphor. Actually, I think she's kinda nice to talk to, Xiao Wu said as he recalled the conversation he had just had with that female customer. Well, people have even complimented you. Yes? Xiao Wu revealed a few moments of shyness. Li Xing, what do you think of her looks? Li Lingfeng looked at Xiao Wu. Well, it was okay. After receiving Li Lingfeng's affirmative reply, Xiao Wu became even more elated. Do you think there's any hope if I go after her? I have a vague feeling that she should be interested in me. Li Lingfeng heard this horrified looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu see Li Lingfeng that side of the expression. Dizzy asked, what's wrong with you, Li Xing? No, it's fine. Then I wish you guys sexual happiness. Li Lingfeng meaningfully patted Xiao Wu's shoulder. After Li Lingfeng turned around and left, Xiao Wu's mouth smiled slightly, already beginning to fantasize about the subsequent development of the two. When he came to the office, Li Lingfeng saw a boxed lunch being placed on the desktop, reached out to test a little. Still warm. Should be just now. Su Yalan to take to the microwave oven to heat up again. Originally, after the meeting, Huang Keming was strongly inviting Li Lingfeng to go to dinner with him. Unfortunately, the branch had something to do and rushed back, but this also just gave Li Lingfeng an excuse to get away. Li Lingfeng sat down and opened the boxed lunch and started to eat it, which happened to be the lunch break. Office director Yi Mujuan walked in and greeted. Eat, Li Xing. After greeting very consciously came to the coffee table and began to make tea. No need to guess that it is over to rub tea to drink. Li Xing, how come that pack of Dragon Well is gone? Yi Mujuan rummaged around looking for it. I locked it up. And isn't there green tea there? I just bought it. Yi Mujuan picked up the green tea and looked at it. You're afraid this was bought back for $30 on the street, right? What? You can't drink it for $30? Li Lingfeng asked rhetorically. No, that does taste a little worse. You're so picky with your mouth. Buy yourself a box of good ones and come over and put them here. Li Lingfeng gave advice. The helpless Yi Mujuan had to pick up the green tea and open the bubble up. How is my economic condition you are not unaware of? I'm afraid that it's going to kill me. By the time Yi Mujuan finished making the tea, Li Lingfeng's side was almost done eating. Just in time. Come over for tea, Li Xing, Yi Mujuan greeted. Li Lingfeng cleared his desk and waved his hand. No, I have my own here. After saying that, from the drawer took out the few remaining top-quality Longjing and poured some into the subcup, then came to the coffee table and poured the boiling water on it. Yi Mujuan, who was watching the whole thing, looking at the fragrant Dragon Well in Li Lingfeng's transparent cup, Yi Mujuan swallowed her saliva. Not Li Xing, give some evenly. Li Lingfeng, who can't bear to do it, last time. One last time. Yi Mujuan, who saw Li Lingfeng get up to get the Dragon Well, hurriedly poured out the green tea that was sweet and bitter to death to welcome the new favorite. A cup of tea and a cigarette after a meal is better than a god. Enjoy the time. Suhao called to say that it has been negotiated about the business in the afternoon to come over to sign the venue lease contract. Since the hotel was invested in the name of Zaiho Investment Company Limited, which was held by Zaiho, Li Lingfeng asked Su how to find the old party. It's time to allocate the first installment of startup funds, $10 million. The Li Lingfeng worried about the amount of investment of $30 million. There is still a gap of $10 million is to be resolved. Specific matters under the hands of people to do it. At noon, after squinting for a while, Li Lingfeng began to get up and deal with various documents, staying up until more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Lingfeng stretched down his arm and basically dealt with it. That's when suddenly there was a knock on the glass from the floor-to-ceiling window behind him. Li Lingfeng turned around and looked, but it was Chen Yushu, who was outside the window, waving her hand vigorously to signal Li Lingfeng to come out. Getting up and out of the door, Chen Yushu happily greeted me. Go with me to meet a defendant? No sis, I'm not an employee of your law firm. You keep asking me to work for your law firm. Is this considered part-time? You have to count the wages. Chen Yushu stepped forward to hold Li Lingfeng's arm. Okay, just accompany me to meet. Our colleagues in the law firm are all too busy. Unable to resist Chen Yushu's petulant and cute behavior, Li Lingfeng could only agree. Getting into the car, Li Lingfeng complained. Look at you, a pair of the Imperial Sister model. How do you not have a little bit of Imperial Sister's stern wind? Chen Yushu laughed. Don't you know that appearances can be deceiving? Besides, what do I need to be imperious in front of you? It's not like it's the first day you've known me. Okay, send me the location to go to, Li Lingfeng said. By the way, what about this defendant? Unwilling to support the elderly. His old father is ready to take him to court. Chen Yushu returned. That's pretty piggish. Don't say that first. It's hard to finalize some things without us knowing the real situation, Chen Yushu said. Li Lingfeng looked at Chen Yushu rather unexpectedly after hearing this. What do you mean by that look? Li Lingfeng smiled. No, for the first time, I think you've improved. You actually know how to think about arguments. You think I'm a lawyer for nothing. Talk about rigor. Seeing Chen Yushu's complacent look, Li Lingfeng truly couldn't bear to remind her that she was half a lawyer's material. Buckle up and get ready to depart. On the road, the two chatted idly, and Chen Yushu said with a wonderful expression, recently, I've become obsessed with fantasizing about beautiful things. Yes? Li Lingfeng smiled. Is it S or M? What S? What M? It's all about nice things, like fantasizing about being loved. Oh, that's vertigo for you, Chen Yushu. Looking at Chen Yushu being puffed up with anger, Li Lingfeng smiled. Alright, I'll send you a picture. It'll be wonderful. IMGSRC equals http://p3 reading sign.novelpic.com/novelpicker/d5899dd01 bad057 ac99524b2c7a at 8cftplvnoop.jpg. LK3S equals 8D9630991 and X expires equals 18130411797 and X signature equals K2CBA3Z8AG619LV2HGOIWXGBDYS% 3D. Following the navigation, the pair eventually arrived at a used grocery store and parked their vehicle on the side of the road. Li Lingfang led Chen Yushu into the store, filled with all kinds of second-hand goods, everything from furniture to appliances. The store owner looked at the two men in their scantily clad clothes, and how they didn't look like they had come to look for second-hand goods. So he opened his mouth and asked, "Is there something you two want? Or which inspection department?" No. We're here to find the store owner." Chen Yushu hurriedly returned. "I'm the owner of this store. What do you want with me?" Li Lingfang looked at the man in front of him. His age was about 50 or so, and he looked quite the kind of face. Doesn't seem like the type of person who is ungrateful and doesn't support the elderly. The shopkeeper was the very defendant that Chen Yushu was looking for. And when the shopkeeper heard that it was because of his father's affairs, he almost didn't blow Li Lingfang and Chen Yushu out on the spot. Good thing the shopkeeper's wife came out to stop it this time. And under the persuasion of the shopkeeper's wife, the shopkeeper then agreed to chat. "What? He hired you as a lawyer?" The store owner looked at Chen Yushu and said, "No, your father applied for legal aid and it just happened to be assigned to our side. And we didn't mean to take you to court. Just wanted to come over and do communication with your side to see if we can reconcile with it. After all, in a case like yours, you don't have much of a chance of winning when it goes to trial." The store owner was rendered speechless by Chen Yushu, but he never relented in accepting mediation, determined not to change. But when asked what the reason was, the two were never told. Just when there was no way out and he was ready to give up mediation, Li Lingfang handed the store owner a cigarette. Looking at the store owner who didn't accept the cigarette, Li Lingfang smiled. "Don't worry, I'm not from the law firm. I'm just purely accompanying this girl over." Only after hearing this did the shopkeeper seem to have a hint of relief and took the cigarettes from Li Lingfang's hand. Li Lingfang and the store owner each lit up and smoked. After the silence atmosphere was almost baked, Li Lingfang then spoke. "I also don't know what exactly is the reason behind your this because of, but I guess, still think that the old saying is true. Blood is thicker than water." The shopkeeper who didn't say much looked up at Li Lingfang. "That also depends on the person. Some of them may not be seen as such." Li Lingfang didn't pursue the matter much. He just smiled. "Oh, really?" The shopkeeper drew a deep breath. "I'll tell you a ridiculous story. There was a child whose real father divorced and married his stepmother who was always harsh and bad to him, and usually didn't have enough to eat. As you know, material things were not plentiful in those days, and it was hard to wait until New Year's dumplings were wrapped, so we finally had a full meal. Because he ate too many dumplings, his stepmother got upset and complained to his father. Without saying a word, his father kicked him in the stomach so hard it exploded his stomach and sent him to the hospital to wail for a long time. Just because of a full meal, he put his life on the line. Tell me, is this funny?" The shopkeeper smiled and laughed, but his eyes were moist, and he was busy turning away to hide it. Li Lingfang extinguished the cigarette in his hand and said to Chen Yushu, "Let's go." The unknown Chen Yushu could only follow Li Lingfang out of this second-hand grocery store. I was just about to walk out of the store when the store owner said, "Do you know who that kid is?" Li Lingfang turned around and looked at the shopkeeper who was in the gray. "That's my brother." This shocked Chen Yushu, and she looked at the shopkeeper with disbelief. On the way back, the two men in the car were speechless. Without the suffering of others, do not advise others to be good. Too many misfortunes in this world cannot be recognized in a word or two. Forget it, I won't take this order. Chen Yushu opened her mouth and said, "Is there a choice for you here?" "Yes, there's another order." Chen Yushu said, "Let's go see how that one goes. Shall we?" The two turned to a detention center that was home to a lost woman. The lost woman frivolously swept her eyes at Li Lingfang and Chen Yushu, full of concern. "Just arrange for the two of you to give me legal aid, okay? Don't get me wrong. I'm just accompanying. This is your legal aid." Li Lingfang pointed at Chen Yushu and hastily cleared the air. Okay, just don't count on you guys. This lost woman is suspected of unlawful sex trade will be prosecuted, but unlike the general trading behavior, also suspected of gathering that. Chen Yushu looked at the lost woman in front of her. "Do you know that if you are convicted by the public prosecution this time, you will be sentenced to several years in prison?" The obviously startled lost woman said, "Don't scare me. It's not the first time I've been arrested. The big deal is that I'll be locked up for 10 days and half a month. That was before. This time you're of a different nature. Suspecting multiple people." Chen Yushu clearly sensed from the lost woman's words that she did not realize the seriousness of this incident. You what? What do you mean? So Chen Yushu gave the lost woman a lesson in the law about multiple people. Now the lost woman was obviously starting to panic a bit. That son of a bitch. I was dead set against it at first. They insisted on coming. Chen Yushu heard this key point, immediately raised the spirit of 12 points. Because get it right, this can change the nature of the case. You tell me in detail about the process. Not a single thing should be left out. The lost woman heard Chen Yushu this busy nodded. Despite Li Lingfeng on the side inconvenient, but still unreservedly said it all. Here's what happened then. IMGSRC equals http://p3 reading signed off novelpic.com/novelpicker f6b9d0b3ddc09345e96at384033d1091 tplv noop.jpg. OK 3s equals 8d9633091 and x expires equals 181304178 and x signature equals p9d of s1clqw fimch 2eb5 sci 8% 3d. Listening to the lost woman's narration, Chen Yushu wrote down some key points with a pen. After finishing, the lost woman looked at Chen Yushu pitifully. Lawyer Chen, you must help me. I don't want to sit in jail for a few years. Chen Yu comfortably gave comfort. Ending the meeting process, the two left the detention center. Inside the car, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but spit out a sentence. What kind of strange cases are you taking? This is how it is in the business of lawyers. Seeing the world, Chen Yushu shook his head. And whoever left me with no business will have to take over the legal assistance that these colleagues don't want to do. And naturally I run into more oddballs. Just now that lost woman. What do you think? Li Lingfeng asked. By the way she phrased it, it should have been involuntary. And if it could have been sat on, then the case would have been changed. And that would have been strong. Li Lingfeng froze for a moment after listening to this. Whoring also became strong. The risk of how big guys have to weigh up. Do not hold back. Figure a moment of pleasure. 3 years to start. The worst is also suspected of multiple people. Of course, this can't be taken from her alone. Chen Yushu said. I still have to study it with my master when I return. What? Is your master a connoisseur of such cases as well? Sort of, with first-hand practical experience. Chen Yushu paused. For having been sued by his ex-wife for marital assault, Li Lingfeng,